A clear stream meanders from west to east, and a simple thatched house stands quietly on the grass beside the river bank. In the open space in front of the thatched hut, several primitive people wearing animal skins and holding stone axes and net bags were waiting. In front of the primitive man stood a handsome but slightly thin man. The man stared at the four large characters, Lord's Hall, floating above the thatched hut, his face filled with bewilderment. The man's name was Chen Fei. He was 21 years old and a sophomore in college. It was summer vacation, and a game called Lord of the Citizens was taking the world by storm. The game was officially launched today. Just as Chen Fei put on the gaming helmet, he felt dizzy and passed out. When Chen Fei woke up again, he found himself in the game world of Lord of the Citizens. Server-wide announcement. Welcome players from all over the world to this mysterious game world. You now have 1 day of novice protection. Starting tomorrow, countless dangers will ensue. So, develop as quickly as possible, and the losers will be cruelly punished. The game panel suddenly appeared in front of Chen Fei, and the server-wide announcement was scrolling across the top of the panel in conspicuous fonts, instantly making him nervous. Chen Fei carefully looked at the panel and checked his backpack. There was only a lonely novice gift pack in the backpack. Chen Fei immediately clicked on it, and the contents of the package unfolded. Congratulations, Lord, for receiving 500 food, 500 wood, and 1 initial talent card. Chen Fei was pleasantly surprised. The initial talent card was a good thing, so Chen Fei clicked to use it without hesitation. The card shattered in the air, and golden light flowed, eventually turning into countless star-like lights that penetrated into Chen Fei's body. Congratulations to the Lord for obtaining the S-level strategic talent, Infrastructure Maniac. Seeing this talent, Chen Fei was so excited that he almost jumped up. Infrastructure Maniac. When the people of the territory are constructing buildings, making tools and weapons, time is accelerated by plus 1,000%. Time acceleration plus 1,000 means a tenfold increase in speed. This means he can develop faster than others. Chen Fei could already imagine the scene. When other players needed 10 days to build a road, he could complete it in 1 day. While others had just built a city, he had already built a huge urban cluster. Chen Fei named his territory Dezhou, and then the control panel began to update the content. Dezhou Tribe. Current era, Primitive Era. Region, Shiliang. Level, First Hut. Population, 5/10. Shiliang Region? Chen Fei couldn't help but smile when he saw this. Shiliang has a flat terrain, which is undoubtedly a very good starting point. As a veteran game fan, Chen Fei, who is particularly fond of strategy games, is very familiar with the location of Shiliang. Although it is remote, it is of great strategic value. According to the system's introduction, Chen Fei understood that he only had a small thatched hut that could support a maximum of 10 people. If he wanted to recruit more people, he would need to build residential houses. Currently, he owns 5 farmers, that is, the 5 primitive people, and the territory is in the primitive era. Entering the slave age requires consuming a large amount of resources, while once you enter a higher age, you will unlock more features and buildings, greatly increasing the power of your lord. The panel contains some basic functions, the last one being the chat panel. After entering, Chen Fei found it extremely lively. Oh my god, we actually traveled to the game world? Am I dreaming? Most people were panicking. Chen Fei noticed that the chat box had 3 options: region, country, and world. Currently, only region was unlocked. The region is prefixed with Shiliang, while the other 2 options are grayed out. So, are all players here from the Shiliang region? Chen Fei was shocked. Just as he was lost in thought, he suddenly heard a voice calling out, startling him. Hungry. The 5 primitive men, or 5 farmers, pointed to their mouths, their faces full of anticipation. Is this really a game? How can it be so real? They're actually hungry. Fei Chen complained. Chen Fei was stunned for a moment, then opened his backpack and found food and wood inside, so he took out 5 portions of food. The 5 farmers' eyes lit up when they saw the food. They took the food and ate it with relish. Even Fei Chen felt hungry. Looking at the dull eyes of these farmers, Chen Fei gave up the idea of giving a passionate speech to this group of primitive people with low intelligence. Chen Fei waved his hand and officially began his journey. First, Chen Fei decided to use the remaining 400 or so portions of food to recruit 4 farmers. He planned to save the remaining food as rations for the farmers for a few days. The recruitment cost of a farmer is 100 food and the recruitment time is 10 minutes. Chen Fei did not sit around and wait. As a veteran gamer, he knew that he had to maximize resource collection efficiency at the beginning of the game. After leaving the territory, Chen Fei looked around and found that he was in a corridor plain between 2 large mountain ranges. Not long after walking, Fei Chun and his group arrived at a bush full of fruits, and the system prompt sounded. Level 1 resource point. This location can provide 1,000 units of food and 1,000 units of wood. Defenders, none. According to the system prompts, Chen Fei learned that resource points have levels. The higher the level, the more resources are provided, but they are also accompanied by powerful defenders. The garrison must be cleared before the resource point can be occupied. There were no garrison troops at the first level resource point, so Chen Fei immediately arranged for 5 farmers to begin gathering food. After arranging the collection work, Chen Fei returned to his small thatched cottage. At this time, the farmers he recruited came out of the Lord's Hall one after another. Chen Fei instructed them to go to the resource point to collect food. Chen Fei found that the population of the territory had reached the upper limit, so he ordered the last farmer to start building houses. Housing construction time, 1 hour. The farmer picked up his tools and hammered away on the ground. A system notification sounded. Infrastructure maniac, talent activated. I saw a thatched house being built at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just 6 minutes, the first house was completed. Amazing speed. Ha ha ha. This talent is too strong. Chen Fei couldn't help but laugh out loud. After the residential buildings were built, the population limit of the territory increased to 20. The first level resource point is only a few hundred meters away from the Lord's Hall. 10 farmers shuttled back and forth in a line, and Chen Fei's territory gradually became busy. The protection period for a novice is only 1 day, so Chen Fei must become stronger as soon as possible to avoid some dangers. Infrastructure maniac talent activated. The 2 farmers hammered in the planned area, and the barracks and warehouses were quickly built. After the barracks were built, Chen Fei opened the recruitment panel and found that there were already 3 recruitment options: farmers, spearmen, slingers. Chen Fei checked the resources and found that there were only 35 units of food and 200 units of wood left. The cost of building a watchtower is only 100 wood, while the cost of building a wall is surprisingly high, with a 1-meter-long wall requiring 100 wood. He originally wanted to build a wall, but now he had to change his strategy and decided to let the 2 farmers continue to build a watchtower. Watchtower, the only defense tower in the primitive era, 5 meters high, equipped with 2 slingers, and has an early warning effect. It only costs 100 wood to bring 2 slingers. It's totally worth it. Chen Fei looked at the screen in surprise. Soon, 2 watchtowers stood in the north and south directions of the territory, each with 2 strong primitive men holding slings. Through conversation with them, Chen Fei learned that the 2 slingers on the watchtower were only responsible for guarding the tower and providing early warning, and were not real combat soldiers. Chen Fei was a little disappointed. He had thought that he could obtain a large number of slingers at a low price by building watchtowers, but he didn't expect that this would not be the case. However, despite the defense of the watchtower, Chen Fei felt a little relieved. He decided to leave the territory and go to the surrounding area to conduct reconnaissance alone. Chen Fei walked eastward along the stream in distress. This game required 500 food to recruit soldiers. As of now, he would not be able to recruit many soldiers after the novice period. On the way to the stream, in order to guard against possible danger, Chen Fei picked up a wooden stick and tied a stone to it to act as a hammer. The stream flowed gently, and the river was wide, stretching for hundreds of meters. The water was crystal clear, and the bottom was visible. A gentle breeze blew across Chen Fei's face, leaving him momentarily dazed. He was exploring and admiring the beautiful scenery, and before he knew it, he was walking farther and farther. Suddenly, Fei Chen stopped. Far ahead, by the river, Chen Fei noticed human figures in several simple buildings and became alert. System prompt. You have discovered the shadow tribe established by player Su Xiaoying. Once captured, they will decide your life or death. Huh? Is this a player tribe? Chen Fei was stunned for a moment. Just as he was about to walk over and say hello, he was frightened by the message that followed. Once I'm captured, the other party can decide my life or death. This sentence made Chen Fei feel cold all over. He suddenly realized that this world wasn't just a game, it was a real world. If he failed and was captured, he might actually die. System prompt. The first person in any server around the world to conquer a player's tribe will receive a special reward. Please act within your capabilities, Lord. Another system prompt appeared. After reading it, Chen Fei's eyes gleamed. Special reward. Maybe I can give it a try. After observing the Shadow tribe for a while, Chen Fei discovered that the tribe only had 1 house and a lord's hall. The barracks and warehouses were still under construction. The number of peasants was similar to his own. There were no watchtowers, walls, or any defensive forces. Yes, I can use the advantage of construction speed to slow down their development. This is my chance. Chen Fei thought to himself. He did not stay long and immediately returned to his territory. At this time, a farmer came over and said, "My lord, the resource point has been collected." Chen Fei was stunned. He hadn't expected that the first-level resource point would be completely harvested so quickly. He opened the basic information panel and checked his resource status. Name, Dezhou Tribe. Current era, Primitive Era. Region, Xiliang. Level, First Hut. Population, 13/20. Number of soldiers, 0 out of 100. Number of generals, 0. Owned cities, 1. Food, 187. Wood, 500. Existing buildings, 1 house, 1 warehouse, 1 barracks, 2 watchtowers. If we want to attack the players tomorrow, the cost of recruiting soldiers will be too high. It's better to build towers directly in their homes. Chen Fei made a quick decision with his rich gaming experience. Chen Fei already had a clear plan to stockpile enough timber resources by tomorrow. After arranging everything, Chen Fei sat bored by the orchard. Chen Fei ate some fruit and opened the chat panel to see if there was any new information. Everyone, what talents have you unlocked? Has anyone unlocked an S-level talent? My talent is A-level, resource gathering speed plus 50%. I can fly straight up. A-level talent. I'm shocked. Big man, please help me. Boss, please guide me. I only have a C-level talent, which is pretty miserable. I'll probably have to rely on you guys to survive from now on. As the news flashed by one, Chen Fei was secretly happy because he had observed for a long time and found that almost no one had S-level talents, and there were very few A-level talents. God has been kind to me. I must quickly establish an advantage, surpass other players, and seize the initiative. Chen Fei clenched his fists, his eyes determined. Chen Fei continued to browse the news and found that most players were building barracks and warehouses, and there were only a dozen or so peasants. It seemed that there were no particularly outstanding or eye-catching players. However, at this moment, a piece of news caught Chen Fei's attention. Today, while I was collecting resources, I discovered a tribe that looked like NPCs. It turns out that this game world not only has players, but also neutral forces. Chen Fei noticed this news and was excited. Very strong. We only have 1 or 2 houses now, but that tribe already has walls, arrow towers, and slingers. Everyone, have you forgotten the game announcement? Today is the novice period, and starting tomorrow, all kinds of dangers will ensue. Will these NPCs take the initiative to attack us? Who knows? There was a heated discussion in the chat channel. Chen Fei felt nervous and broke out in a cold sweat after hearing this. This world was far more complicated than Chen Fei had imagined. Only by becoming stronger could he survive here. He closed the chat panel and stopped chatting with these people. Instead, he walked out of the thatched hut and began to pay attention to the resource collection situation. He had 13 farmers who were continuously collecting resources. By the afternoon, all the resources in the orchard had been collected. Chen Fei used resources to recruit the population, and now he has 20 farmers. Then he led some farmers to look for new resource points. Soon it was night, and after a long day's work, the farmers were exhausted. After dinner, they fell into a deep sleep. As night fell, Chen Fei lay on the small wooden bed in the Lord's Hall and opened the basic information panel. Name, Dezhou Tribe. Current era, Primitive Era. Region, Xiliang. Level 1 hut. Population, 20/20. The resource collection efficiency of 20 farmers is very high. After some consideration, Chen Fei decided to let one farmer build a new house. After the new houses were built, the population limit would be raised to 30. Then, he opened the recruitment panel and recruited 2 spearmen. 20 minutes later, 2 spearmen walked out of the barracks, stood in front of Chen Fei, and respectfully clasped their fists. Greetings, Chief. Chen Fei took a look at them. Both of them were wearing animal skins, had dark skin, disheveled hair, and unshaven beards, looking like typical primitive people. However, they were strong and each held a wooden spear with a pointed stone tip that looked extremely sharp. Well, very good. Chen Fei was very satisfied with the 2 spearmen. With them, he was more confident in the upcoming attack. At 5 o'clock the next morning, before dawn, Chen Fei forcibly woke up 10 peasants. System prompt. Your peasant loyalty is decreasing. System prompt. Loyalty is too low, and there may be defection, uprising, or even assassination of the player. Please treat your people well. Chen Fei learned that the system has a night protection mechanism. Soldiers' morale will drop when they act at night. Farmers need enough sleep and cannot stay up late to work overtime. The later they were woken up at night, the faster their loyalty dropped. These guys, just getting them up an hour earlier. Is it really necessary to lower their loyalty so quickly? Chen Fei shook his head helplessly and left the territory with 10 farmers and 2 spearmen, walking eastward along the stream. After walking about 5 kilometers, they saw the player tribe. After a day and a half of development, Chunfei saw that the other tribe had also made some progress. The other side had already built 3 residential buildings, 3 watchtowers, a barracks, a warehouse, and a lord's hall. In terms of the number of buildings, it even exceeded Chunfei's tribe. It seems that this guy is quite alert. He even built 3 watchtowers. Chunfei smacked his lips and sighed, feeling a little uneasy. I don't know if these 10 farmers of mine can hold on. This was a big gamble, and Fei Chen was filled with pressure. If he wins the bet, he will become the first player in the entire server to capture the enemy tribe and receive special rewards, which will be of great benefit to his development. But if he fails, he will become a mortal enemy with the other party, his resources and progress will be wasted, and he may even fall behind. However, I'm still in the novice protection period. Theoretically, the enemy can't attack me. Chunfei took a deep breath, smiled cunningly, gave orders decisively, and began to act. 10 peasants were assigned to start building the arrow tower at the selected location, with wooden planks flying in their hands and rising quickly. Infrastructure maniac, talent activated, construction speed plus 1000%. The arrow tower, which originally took an hour to build, could be completed in just 6 minutes thanks to his talent. This meant that Chunfei only needed to delay for 6 minutes to achieve victory. For other players, they may have to get up an hour earlier, and the peasants' loyalty will drop rapidly in the process, resulting in them not being able to build even an arrow tower before defecting. Under the moonlight, Chunfei's team began to bang on building materials, and the sound quickly attracted the attention of the guards in the other sentry tower. Shhhhhhhhh. A series of rapid whistles sounded, and the enemy tribe was in an uproar, and then a group of people rushed out. Is this a female player? Fei Chun was stunned for a moment, then slapped his head suddenly. Yes, that player's name is Su Xiaoying. It's obviously a female name. I didn't expect to meet a girl in my first battle. God really has been kind to me. He looked at the other person carefully and saw that the female player was tall and wore animal skin clothes, revealing a large area of snow-white skin. Even her messy hair could not hide her beauty. Chapter 5. First battle. Su Xiaoying is an art student from Jinling. She is a freshman. She played a game when she was bored. She didn't expect to suddenly come to this strange game world. Su Xiaoying was frightened by the sudden change when she first arrived and cried for a long time, but she finally decided to live on bravely. Yesterday, she led the farmers to search for resources and plan the territory, and worked hard all day. She was sound asleep when she was suddenly awakened by a whistle. She quickly dressed and ran out to see 10 unfamiliar farmers building a watchtower a few dozen meters away. What's going on? Who are you? Su Xiaoying rubbed her eyes, puzzled. At this time, the spearman beside her shouted loudly. Chief, the enemy is trying to invade our tribe. Enemy? Su Xiaoying was surprised, her sleepiness completely gone. She hurriedly ordered the primitive man next to her. Go quickly, drive them away. After a whole day of business yesterday, Su Xiaoying had recruited 4 spearmen and 20 farmers who could fight temporarily. With 3 watchtowers, she didn't feel too panicked. However, to her surprise, her soldiers did not move and did not obey her orders at all. What's going on? I ordered you to drive them away, she shouted angrily. The system prompts. You are currently in the novice protection period and cannot engage in combat with other players. The remaining time in the novice protection period is 5 minutes. Novice protection period? Su Xiaoying was stunned. It doesn't matter, there's only 5 minutes left. Surround them, and once the protection period is over, we'll kill them. Her eyes were firm, her voice filled with murderous intent. Although Su Xiaoying is a delicate girl, she is a veteran game fan. She adjusted her mentality yesterday and gradually adapted to the rules of this world. She directed everyone to gather around her, then loudly demanded, Who are you? Why are you attacking me? Chunfei smiled and replied, What a beautiful girl. What's your name? Are you the player Chunfei? Su Xiaoying's eyes turned cold, and she immediately recognized him. Chunfei smiled, but said nothing. Su Xiaoying said coldly, I know you. You happen to be on the west side of my territory. I didn't attack you, but you actually took the initiative to attack me? What exactly do you want to do? Chunfei nodded and said, This is a game of dominance, isn't it? Su Xiaoying was speechless. Indeed, this was a game of dominance. Conquering each other was natural, and any attempt to occupy land was part of the game. Her question seemed a little naive. Fei Chun, you only have a few men, and you don't have as many spearmen as I do. Don't think I'm afraid of you, she said proudly, her hands on her hips. It takes an hour to build the sentry tower, but the novice protection period is only 1 minute. After it's over, your sentry tower won't be able to be erected at all, and you'll die miserably. Haha, really? Chen Fei smiled faintly and retreated behind the two spearmen. Su Xiaoying frowned slightly, feeling that something was amiss. This guy didn't seem to be a fool. How could he not understand the situation? She suddenly noticed that the 10 watchtowers, which had been half built before, were now almost complete. Because of the darkness, she hadn't observed them carefully before, but now she realized that the watchtowers were being built even faster than she had imagined. Her eyes widened in surprise, almost unable to believe her own eyes, and she felt dazed. Shouldn't it take an hour to build a sentry tower? How did you finish it so quickly? At this moment, players around the world received a message. System notice. The novice protection period has expired. You will face various hardships from now on. Only by constantly annexing can you survive. Good luck, everyone. At this moment, the dawn broke through the darkness, bringing light. Chen Fei had calculated the time precisely. Just as the novice protection period ended, 10 sentry towers were also built, each with 2 slingers. Attack! Chen Fei waved his hand, commanding the entire army to attack. The slingers from the 10 watchtowers began hurling stones like rain. The besieging peasants of the Shadow tribe screamed in agony, many falling to the ground from the hurling stones, unable to resist. Although they were peasants with little fighting power, they were completely unable to resist the tall watchtowers and were instantly defeated. Su Xiaoying was about to give the order to attack, but she didn't expect that the enemy's watchtowers had already been built, and 12 slingers launched a fierce attack on her tribe from high above. Although the Shadow tribe also had 3 sentry towers, they were no match for Chen Fei's 5 and were of no help to Su Xiaoying. Go and kill their leader. Capture the leader first. Even at such a disadvantage, Su Xiaoying remained calm and ordered 4 spearmen to charge at Chen Fei. Chen Fei immediately ordered, "Everyone, stop them." 2 spearmen stood in front, and the slingers on the 2 nearby watchtowers began to adjust their direction and attack the 4 spearmen specifically. The slingers were extremely accurate, and the stones fell quickly from the 5-meter-high watchtower. Almost instantly, 4 spearmen were knocked down. One of them was hit directly, his head was smashed open, and he died instantly. The battle went even more smoothly than Chen Fei had anticipated. In just 1 minute, all 20 peasants and 4 spearmen were defeated. Su Xiaoying turned pale, screamed, and fled north. Chen Fei smiled and said, "Wanna run? My dear sister, stay here." He quickly caught up with her, flew towards her, pushed Su Xiaoying to the ground, and pressed a homemade stone hammer against her neck. Feeling the girl's delicate skin, Chen Fei was shocked. "No, don't kill me, I surrender." Su Xiaoying was already terrified and didn't dare to resist. Tears welled up in her eyes as she shouted surrender. Chapter 6. Unparalleled General, Lu Bu. A system prompt suddenly appeared in front of Chen Fei. System prompt. You have successfully defeated the Shadow tribe. Please choose the disposal method. Keep/destroy. Note: if you choose to keep, the player will get the existing buildings, troops, population, technology, and resources. If you choose to destroy, the player will get more resources, but the buildings, troops, population, and technology will disappear. He saw 13 sentry towers already standing around the tribe and decided to preserve these defensive structures. This can serve as a backup territory. If the main territory is invaded, I can escape here and continue to develop, Chen Fei secretly decided. System prompt. The player has chosen to keep. Congratulations to the player for obtaining 1 Lord's Hall, 3 watchtowers, 3 houses, 1 barracks, and 1 warehouse. Congratulations to the player for obtaining resources, 637 food, 2,000 wood, and 200 stone. Then, another system prompt appeared. System prompt. You have captured the player Su Xiaoying. Please select the disposal method: execution, imprisonment, surrender. Chen Fei took a deep breath, feeling mixed emotions. Although this game world was virtual, it was full of cruelty. Once captured, life and death depended entirely on the player. Su Xiaoying suddenly struggled beneath Chen Fei, screaming in terror, "Don't kill me. I'm willing to surrender." She saw the system prompt and knew that her life and death were in Chen Fei's hands. Chen Fei was silent for a moment, thinking about how to deal with her. Su Xiaoying gritted her teeth and finally seemed to have made a decision. She suddenly hugged Chen Fei's thighs, her eyes soft and her voice gentle. "Brother, please stay with me. I can treat you as my master. I am willing to do anything you ask me to do." Faced with this sudden provocation, Fei Chen felt his blood boiling, but he finally sighed and said, "I'm just an ordinary person and don't want to kill easily." He chose to surrender, and Su Xiaoying was ecstatic and immediately agreed to surrender. System prompt. You have surrendered the player Su Xiaoying. The surrendered player will be deprived of the game system and will continue to survive as a peasant. You can appoint her as a general, official, or exile her. China National Server Announcement. Congratulations to the Great Zhou tribe in the Xiliang region for defeating the Shadow tribe. This is the first time a player has been defeated in the Chinese region. The Great Zhou tribe will receive a special reward. Upon seeing this news, Fade Chen chuckled and touched his nose. Now, the whole country knows about the Great Zhou tribe. Players across the country began a heated discussion on the chat panel. Haha, the novice period is over. We can finally conquer the world and build a super empire. Don't worry, survive first. The protection period has just ended, so we might run into trouble. There's a player near me who fought over a resource point yesterday. I plan to kill him today. Hey, stop bragging. We only have a few soldiers. Who can we kill? Hey, I got a general from my novice gift pack. He's wearing armor and holding a big sword. He looks very majestic. Now I'm standing at the gate of the enemy tribe, ready to go to war. At this time, another system announcement suddenly appeared. Huagua National Server Announcement. Congratulations to the Great Zhou tribe in the Xiliang region for defeating the Shadow tribe. This is the first time a player has been defeated in the Huagua region. The Great Zhou tribe will receive a special reward. The chat panel was silent. I'm so pissed. The Zhou tribe, you stole my reward. I swear, the Yinwu tribe will kill you. It's only been 2 minutes since we left the novice protection period, and a player has already defeated another tribe? This world is crazy. This is incredible. Either the Shadow tribe is too weak, or the Great Zhou tribe is too strong. Players across the country were shocked. The Great Zhou tribe from Xiliang is truly powerful. We have to hurry up too. We can't let Xiliang surpass us. Yes, the first person to enter the slave era will also receive a special reward. Oh my god, kill Xiliang. Despite the excitement in the outside world, Fade Chun was immersed in his own joy and didn't care about the content of the chat panel at all. System prompt. Congratulations to player Chen Fei for defeating player Su Xiaoying and receiving the victory reward, fishing and hunting skills. System prompt. Congratulations to player Chen Fei for defeating a player tribe for the first time in the Chinese region and receiving an additional reward. S-rank General, Lu Bu. These two system prompts surprised Chen Fei immensely, and the reward from Lu Bu made him even more excited. It's Lu Bu. He could hardly hide his excitement. A golden light flashed, and a majestic figure appeared in front of Chen Fei. He was at least 1.9 meters tall, wearing a purple and gold three-pronged hair crown, a flowery robe, an animal-faced armor, holding a painted halberd, and riding a red rabbit horse. Chen Fei was overjoyed and exclaimed, "He truly is Lu Bu among men, red hair among horses." Lu Bu dismounted, knelt on one knee, and bowed respectfully to Chen Fei, saying, "General Lu Bu, I pay my respects to you, my lord." "Ha ha, get up, get up." Chen Fei quickly helped Lu Bu up, his eyes filled with joy. Chen Fei summoned all the spearmen and announced Lu Bu as the general of the Great Zhou tribe. "Lu Bu, from now on you will be the general of my Great Zhou tribe. Protect our tribe." Lu Bu glanced around and chuckled. "Don't worry, my lord. Everyone in the world is just an ant. How could I be afraid of them?" "Haha, that's impressive. I like it." Chen Fei said cheerfully. "Let's go home." Su Xiaoying, standing nearby, was stunned. She murmured softly, That's Lu Bu from the Three Kingdoms? Chen Fei, no one can stop him now." Chen Fei glanced at her and shouted, "Silly girl, why are you still standing there? Hurry up and follow me." "Oh, here I come, master." Su Xiaoying whispered shyly, her voice almost inaudible. Chapter 7 Bandits attacked. The situation in the Great Zhou tribe gradually improved. After conquering the Shadow tribe, Chen Fei obtained a large amount of resources. After a brief thought, he decided to consume all the food and recruited 16 farmers to further enhance the tribe's production capacity. Although there were 2 tribes now, Chen Fei's attention was still focused on the Great Zhou tribe. Lu Bu and 5 spearmen were deployed to guard there to ensure safety. In comparison, the Shadow tribe's defenses were far more stringent. With 13 sentry towers, its defensive capabilities far surpassed those of the Great Zhou tribe. Chen Fei wasn't worried about that area, so he wasn't rushing to increase his troops. Instead, he focused on recruiting farmers and improving resource collection efficiency. On the way back to the Great Zhou tribe, Chen Fei opened the general panel and saw Lu Bu's detailed information. Lu Bu, S-level general, force, 99 intelligence, 70 politics, 70 loyalty, 99. Chen Fei sighed silently. The combat power of an ordinary spearman is only 15. It is definitely not a problem for Lu Bu to fight a whole group of spearmen alone. Then, Chen Fei checked the construction panel and found that 2 new buildings had been unlocked. Fisherman's Hut provides a fishing raft and produces 500 units of food per day, requires 100 wood, and takes 1 hour to build. Hunter's Hut allows farmers to hunt, producing up to 1,000 units of food per day, requires 100 wood, and takes 1 hour to build. These new buildings were the fishing and hunting technology obtained by defeating Su Xiaoying. Chen Fei was satisfied with these new facilities. After arriving at the Dezhou tribe, Chen Fei came to the river and saw the system prompt appear. System prompt. You discovered a river that can provide you with a continuous supply of fish. So, Chen Fei built 2 fishing huts by the river and assigned 4 farmers to fish. In order to maintain efficiency, he did not build too many cabins at once, because river resources are limited and too many fishing facilities will reduce production efficiency. After several days of inspection, Chen Fei drew a map of his territory. The Great Zhou tribe was located in the center. To the south lay the 100-meter-wide Mingyue River, surging down from the mountains in the northwest. Without a boat, Chen Fei was temporarily unable to explore the south side of the river. There were multiple resource points within a 5-kilometer radius, so Chen Fei, accompanied by 10 peasants and 5 spearmen, followed Lu Bu to the north to explore. There, they discovered a large flock of sheep, numbering at least 1,000, grazing leisurely in the breeze, creating a picturesque scene. At this time, Chen Fei found 2 thatched houses nearby. In front of the houses stood 4 or 5 primitive people, holding spears and talking. System prompt. You have discovered a secondary resource point, which can provide 5,000 units of food. Defenders, 10 spearmen, 10 slingers, threat level, high. Looks like there are quite a few defenders, Chen Fei muttered. Pointing at the thatched hut, he said to Lu Bu, take 5 spearmen and take them out. Make sure you capture this resource point. Lu Bu rode his red hair forward, full of confidence. These small fry don't need me to lead the troops. My lord, trust me. Before he finished speaking, Lu Bu's red hair rushed forward like a flame, and the speed was so fast that Chen Fei was stunned for a moment. The 3 spearmen were completely unprepared as Lu Bu quickly approached. He swung his Fang Tian Hua Ji, sending 3 heads flying. Chen Fei stood back, stunned. Lu Bu's performance far exceeded expectations. Then, a group of primitive people rushed out of the thatched hut, accompanied by 2 slingers throwing stones. Lu Bu sneered. These weak enemies are not worth mentioning at all. He easily knocked away the flying rocks and swung his halberd forward, his spears breaking and bodies falling. In less than a minute, more than a dozen bodies lay on the ground. System prompt. You have captured the 2nd-level resource point and can begin collecting resources. Lu Bu rode back, bowed and said with a smile, My lord, the mission is accomplished. Chen Fei laughed. Well done. Although this 2nd-level resource point has 20 defenders and is quite strong, Lu Bu's powerful combat power makes everything easy. If there was no Lu Bu, Chen Fei would never act rashly, but would only operate around the safer 1st-level resource points. Afterwards, Chen Fei built a hunter's hut at this resource point, arranged 10 farmers to go hunting, and built a warehouse to improve the efficiency of resource collection. Today, the number of farmers in the Dezhou tribe has increased to 52, of which 4 are fishing, 10 are hunting, 20 are responsible for collecting 1st-level resource points, 10 are collecting wood, and 7 are collecting stone. At the same time, Chen Fei decided to transfer Su Xiaoying to the Shadow tribe to help coordinate the work of the farmers there, especially to manage resource collection and warehouse construction in the east to improve efficiency. After preparing everything, Chen Fei was about to lead Lu Bu to another secondary resource point, a hilly area rich in stone, which could provide 5,000 units of stone, the resource he needed most. However, at this moment, a system announcement suddenly sounded. System announcement. Congratulations to all players for successfully escaping the novice stage. However, this world is far from peaceful. Bandits and thieves are rampant throughout the land. They are powerful and specifically target players. Please strengthen your defenses to avoid being attacked. System prompt. Players can also take the initiative to kill bandits and contribute to world peace. The top 3 players in each country who kill bandits will receive top-tier rewards. This news made Chen Fei realize that the world was about to enter a new phase of crisis, and the days ahead would be even more tense. Chapter 8 Invincible God of War Fei Chun was stunned, looking at the sudden event prompt. Is this considered a game event? However, in this real game world, the strong think this is just a common activity, but for the weak, it is simply a disaster. He pondered for a moment, then opened the control panel and found an additional activity option. Clicking it, he saw an activity called Defend the Territory, Kill Bandits. It also came with detailed instructions and a leaderboard. Then, Chen Fei opened the chat panel again. As expected, the players in the chat group were discussing it heatedly. Oh my god, is this a game event? Bandits have appeared on the map. Will they attack us? I only have 4 spearmen. We can't stop them at all. You're stupid. Why don't you build more watchtowers? One watchtower is only 100 pieces of wood, very cheap. But I still want to save some resources to upgrade the slave era. Don't be silly upstairs. The bandits are coming soon. You can't even survive. How can you have the chance to advance to the slave era? The food consumption is too high. I decided to build 20 watchtowers to surround the territory. That's my plan. Chun Fei watched everyone's discussion and couldn't help but send a message. Everyone, don't you want to take the initiative to attack and kill the bandits? There will be rewards for the top 3. As soon as he finished speaking, the chat group suddenly fell silent. Huh? Why are you all silent? Chun Fei was a little confused. Fuck, everyone, look at the ID. It's the Great Zhou tribe. The Great Zhou tribe. Is that the big shot player who got the first battle reward? Fuck, it's actually the big boss. Take me with you. I want to be a pendant on your leg. Chun Fei was stunned. Big boss, was he talking about him? Then he remembered the server-wide announcement when he defeated the Shadow tribe. He didn't expect these players to remember him. Hello, everyone. Chun Fei smiled and sent a greeting. Boss, can you tell us what your initial talent is? How did you get the first battle reward? Everyone was curious, wanting to know what made a player stand out from 100 million players and win the first battle reward. Chun Fei smiled and replied, it was just luck. The Shadow tribe players had no soldiers or peasants, so I sent a few spearmen to kill them all. Ah, there are players like that? Are they giving up on themselves? Oh my god, why haven't I met such a player? You are so lucky. Comparing yourself to others will only make you angry. Everyone sighed at Chun Fei's luck, and Chun Fei just smiled and closed the chat panel. He didn't want anyone to know about his tower building style, nor did he want to expose his talent as a construction geek, as this might spark jealousy. Suddenly, the slinger on the sentry tower shouted, Captain, something's happening. Chun Fei was stunned for a moment, then quickly climbed up the watchtower. He saw a group of primitive people wearing animal skins running towards the plains west of the Great Zhou tribe. System notice, bandits are attacking. Players, please be prepared for battle. If defeated, you will die forever. They're bandits. They're here so soon. Chun Fei was shocked. He roughly counted them and found that there were about 50 of them. The leader was stronger than the others and held a huge stone axe in his hand. The bandits still have a leader? Chun Fei frowned and shouted, Lu Bu, lead your men to attack immediately and keep them out. If you can't defeat them, fight while retreating and use the sentry towers to defend. Chun Fei felt a little regretful. He had underestimated the number of bandits. The Great Zhou tribe only had 2 sentry towers, and their defenses seemed a bit weak. Yes, Lu Bu replied, and quickly rushed outside with 5 spearmen. Lu Bu, riding his red hare, led the charge. Seeing Lu Bu, the bandits quickly formed a defensive formation, ready to engage. Among the 50 bandits were a dozen slingers, who continuously hurled fist-sized stones, but they posed no threat to Lu Bu. Go to hell. Lu Bu didn't hesitate. He leaned forward slightly, holding his Fong Tian Hua Ji horizontally, and with his entire body low, he rushed towards the enemy formation at high speed. Boom! Fei Chen stood on the sentry tower, watching this scene, shocked. Lu Bu's figure was as fast as lightning. His men and horses swept across the battlefield. Screams were heard everywhere. As he rushed through, he plowed a bloody path, and more than a dozen bandits fell to the ground. So strong. Chun Fei excitedly pumped his fist. With Lu Bu's help, I'm sure I'll be among the top 3 in this bandit-killing event. At this moment, the bandit leader shouted, Don't panic. Surround them. We have more people. The remaining 30 or so men immediately surrounded him, thrusting more than 30 spears at Lu Bu. However, Lu Bu remained unfazed, instead revealing a look of delight. He grasped his Fong Tian Hua Ji with both hands and swung it across, instantly cleaving more than 30 spears. Kill. The bandit leader rushed over, brandishing a stone axe, ready to strike, but was stabbed by Lu Bu's halberd and killed instantly. Seeing their leader killed, the bandits screamed and fled in all directions. Don't let them get away. Chase them. Chun Fei shouted from the watchtower. Don't worry, my lord. With Lu Bu here, none of these barbarians can escape. Lu Bu's voice came. Then, Lu Bu began an overwhelming pursuit. His red hair quickly caught up with a bandit. Lu Bu swung his halberd and cut off the enemy's head cleanly and neatly in an instant. Well done. It's almost as good as the special effects in some fantasy dramas. Chun Fei smiled excitedly, feeling very happy. With Lu Bu's help, he saved a lot of resources. Otherwise, he would have to build more than a dozen watchtowers, recruit 20 or 30 soldiers, and spend thousands of resources. Then, Chun Fei commanded the 5 spearmen, split into 5 directions, and search 5 kilometers away. Mark resource points, players, and NPC tribes. If you find any traces of bandits, report back immediately. This real game world lacked a mini-map or a bird's-eye view. Chun Fei had little understanding of his surroundings, so he urgently needed to draw a map to gain a better grasp of the situation. Yes, the 5 spearmen responded and quickly left the territory. Chapter 9. The surrounding forces dispersed quickly. Lu Bu returned on horseback, his body covered in blood, his aura so imposing that no one dared to look directly at him. My lord, the mission is accomplished. The bandits are all wiped out. Lu Bu saluted with a fist. Chun Fei laughed heartily. Well done. He patted Lu Bu's armor, signaling him to rest. Then, Chun Fei opened the activity panel and checked the Sweep the Bandits activity. He saw that his tribe had killed 53 enemies, ranking 10th in the China region. However, the top-ranked player, Tribe of God, had already killed 102 bandits, almost double Chun Fei's total. Tribe of God. It's only the second day. How did he kill so many bandits? Chun Fei felt the pressure. Clearly, there were many powerful opponents in this world, and he couldn't let his guard down. Although Chun Fei didn't know how the other players had accumulated victories so quickly, he knew he couldn't be surpassed by these top players. I have Lu Bu and ample resources, so defense won't be a problem. Next, I have to take the initiative and overtake them. Chun Fei clenched his fist, then walked down the watchtower and began a new round of territory expansion. By noon, Chun Fei's resources had increased significantly. Dezhou tribe, current era, primitive era. Region, Shiliang level 1 hut population, 57/60th number of soldiers, 5/200 number of generals, 1 owned cities, 2 food, 3697 wood, 4200 stone, 400. Existing buildings, for houses, 2 warehouses, 2 barracks, 15 watchtowers. Technology, fishing and hunting technology. In half a day, Chun Fei obtained 2,000 food, 1,200 wood, and 200 stone, and the total resources increased by 3,400. At this rate, they were expected to gain 6,800 resources per day, and they were expected to reach the slave age in 2 days. Considering the need for a breakthrough, Chun Fei decided to recruit 3 more farmers, increasing the population to 60, reaching the upper limit. In order to save resources, Chun Fei decided not to recruit more soldiers and farmers, and prepared to lead Lu Bu to take the initiative to attack and plunder other players and resource points. The standard time in the game showed that it was a little after 2 in the afternoon. The 5 spearmen sent by Chun Fei all returned with the latest intelligence. Chun Fei redrawn the map based on this information. The Great Zhou tribe's sphere of influence has expanded. Aside from the Minghui River to the south, 6 resource points within 5 kilometers have been captured. The only remaining unconquered secondary stone resource point remains untouched. There were 20 resource points within 5 to 10 kilometers, 10 of which were level 1, 5 were level 2, and 5 were level 3. In addition, the spearmen had discovered several important targets. To the north, there's a player tribe called the Grizzly tribe. Their military strength is unknown, but they already have 5 settlements and a number of sentry towers. Due west, there's an NPC tribe called the Zhushan village. This is larger than the Grizzly tribe, with walls and numerous sentry towers, and appears to be heavily fortified. To the northeast, there was a bandit camp with over 100 people. Due east, 3 kilometers from the Shadow tribe, there was a player tribe called the Qingfeng tribe, similar in size to the Grizzlies. Chun Fei redrew a detailed map based on this information and then summoned Lu Bu to discuss the next plan. Lu Bu, how should we attack? Chun Fei asked. Although Lu Bu was not very intelligent in history, he was a powerful man after all and had rich military experience. Chun Fei still wanted to hear his opinion. Lu Bu looked at the map and said, My lord, I think we should attack the weaker enemies first and gradually expand our strength. The Grizzly tribe and the Qingfeng tribe are weaker, so we can start with the Grizzly tribe. I only need to lead a few soldiers to easily defeat the Grizzly tribe. Not only can we obtain resources and victory rewards, but we can also recruit soldiers to surrender, laying the foundation for future campaigns. After we succeed, we will attack the Qingfeng tribe. As our strength grows, we can launch an attack on the bandit camp and completely eliminate the threat from the east. As for Zhushan stronghold, since it has strong defenses, we can consider using tactics to subdue it. Chun Fei nodded after hearing this. This was exactly what he had in mind. Lu Bu's words gave him a clearer vision of his future strategy. All right, time is of the essence. Let's act now. First, attack the Grizzlies and eliminate the threat from the north. Chun Fei made up his mind. Yes, Lu Bu agreed. Wang Xiong of the Grizzly tribe was sleeping in the Lord's Hall, with fruit and barbecue on the table beside him. He was a Buddhist player, not overly ambitious, and had no interest in competing for supremacy or advancing in age. After building 10 watchtowers and recruiting 10 spearmen, he began to sleep peacefully, not worrying about the invasion of bandits. However, suddenly, a violent system prompt sounded. System prompt. Your territory is under attack. Please defend. Wang Xiong was so frightened that he sat up suddenly and hurried out of the hall. He saw a powerful general on horseback, like a god descending from heaven, charging into his territory. Help! Stop him! Wang Xiong shouted, his voice trembling with panic. However, his spearmen were unable to stop Lu Bu's attack. Lu Bu, wielding his Fong Tian Hua Ji, swept across, sending 6 spearmen flying. To avoid casualties, Lu Bu deliberately let them off the mark, using the tail of his halberd instead of the tip, leaving the spearmen with only minor injuries. Although the grizzlies had 10 watchtowers and 20 slingers hurling stones, Lu Bu was fully armed and the stones were no threat to him. Lu Bu wielded his Fong Tian Hua Ji, and each strike was clean and decisive, easily suppressing the enemy's resistance. Chapter 10. Qingfeng Tribe Kill. Lu Bu charged forward, seemingly entering an uninhabited area. 2 peasants tried to stop him, but they were no match for Lu Bu. His halberd swept them aside, leaving them powerless to resist. Then, Lu Bu pointed his Fong Tian Hua Ji directly at Wang Xiong and shouted, "Surrender, or die." Wang Xiong knelt down in fear, facing the Fong Tian Hua Ji that was bigger than his face. Feeling the murderous intent on the halberd tip, he finally collapsed. "Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I surrender." At this time, Chen Fei, who was standing outside the grizzly tribe with 5 spearmen, suddenly received a system prompt. System prompt. You have successfully defeated the grizzlies. Please select the disposal method. Keep/destroy keep. Chen Fei clicked on keep without hesitation. He needed resources, but he was more eager for expansion. After retaining the grizzlies, the Great Zhou tribe would have a solid stronghold in the north, which would be very beneficial for both defense and offense. Furthermore, retaining the tribe would also provide a large number of buildings, soldiers, and resources, all of which Chen Fei desperately needed. System prompt. The player chooses to keep. Congratulations on obtaining 1 Lord's Hall, 10 watchtowers, 5 houses, 1 barracks, 1 warehouse, 10 spearmen, 35 peasants. System prompt. You have captured the player, Wang Xiong. Please select the disposal method. Execution, imprisonment, surrender. Chen Fei chose to surrender. He walked over to Wang Xiong and looked at this ordinary programmer. Are you from the Great Zhou tribe? Wang Xiong asked in horror. Yes, I am the leader of the Great Zhou tribe. Chen Fei nodded. Wang Xiong smiled bitterly. My loss is not unfair. You got the first battle reward in the Chinese region, and you will definitely become a hero in the future. I am just a Buddhist player, and I am destined to lose to you. You are very smart. Chen Fei chuckled. Wang Xiong sighed. I don't fight or compete. I just want to live a peaceful life. Just surviving is enough. All right, surrender, Chen Fei said with a smile. System notice. Congratulations to player Chen Fei for defeating player Wang Xiong and receiving the victory reward. Catapult 1. Chen Fei was stunned for a moment. A catapult. This is truly a great thing. He had been worrying about how to attack Zhushan village to the west, but now with the catapult, the problem was easily solved. Chen Fei occupied the grizzly tribe, walked into the Lord's Hall, and opened the information panel to check the resource changes. Name, the Zhou tribe, current era, primitive era region, Shiliang level, level 1 hut population, 103/120 soldiers, 15/300 generals, 1 owned cities, 3 food, 6334 wood, 5200 stone, 2600 existing buildings, 9 houses, 9 warehouses, 3 barracks, 25 watchtowers technology, fishing and hunting. The Great Zhou tribe's resources instantly increased by over 5,800, almost the equivalent of a single day's worth of resources, bringing Chen Fei one step closer to advancement to the slave era. At the same time, the addition of 10 spearmen significantly boosted the Great Zhou tribe's military strength, making it no longer as weak as before. Wang Xiong, I appoint you as the manager here, responsible for coordinating the farmers' gathering work and serving as an outpost in the north. If there is any situation, report it immediately. Okay. Wang Xiong nodded in agreement. Although he was no longer a player, his modern mindset and experience made him easily competent for the role of manager. Lu Bu, are you tired? Chen Fei asked. Lu Bu smiled and shook his head. I'm not tired. It was just a warm-up. It's nothing. Well, time's running out. Let's go attack the next one, Chen Fei said. The feeling of conquering a player's territory was addictive. Every time he conquered a territory, his strength soared. That sense of satisfaction made him unable to stop. So, Chen Fei, along with Lu Bu and 15 spearmen, quickly headed east, heading towards the Qingfeng tribe, located directly east of the Shadow tribe. According to estimates, the Qingfeng tribe was 3 kilometers away from the Shadow tribe and 8 kilometers away from the Grizzly tribe. Currently, only Lu Bu of the Great Zhou tribe was on horseback. Chen Fei and the other soldiers had to march on foot, traversing the rugged terrain at an extremely slow pace. Hoo. Chen Fei panted and wiped his sweat, growing increasingly anxious. When the slave age opens new buildings, I will definitely build a road and then raise a cavalry unit. Seeing this, Lu Bu advised, "My lord, you should return. I have more than enough troops to defeat that tribe." "It's okay. I'll follow along and learn some battlefield experience." Chen Fei waved his hand, indicating that he was fine. But in fact, Chen Fei's real intention was to worry about the bandit camp in the northeast. If the Qingfeng tribe was destroyed by the bandits, all their efforts would be in vain. Therefore, he decided to personally command and ensure that the Qingfeng tribe would not fall. Speaking of which, Chen Fei found that his physical strength seemed to have greatly improved since entering the game world. In the past, running a kilometer on Earth would tire me out, but now I've almost run 7 kilometers. Although I'm a little out of breath, I can still keep going. Around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Chen Fei and his group finally arrived at the Qingfeng tribe and heard bursts of shouting and killing coming from inside. Huh? What's going on? Chen Fei was stunned. Lu Bu, riding on his red hare, had a wide field of vision. He looked over and said, "My lord, it looks like a group of bandits are attacking the Qingfeng tribe." "Bandits?" Chen Fei was startled. "How many are they?" "I can't see clearly, but there must be a lot," Lu Bu replied. Chen Fei frowned and immediately ordered, "Everyone, attack. First, help the Qingfeng tribe to escape siege, repel the bandits, and then occupy the Qingfeng tribe." "Yes," the team responded. Chen Fei was nervous, not because he sympathized with the Qingfeng tribe, but because if the bandits destroyed the tribe, all its resources, population, and soldiers would be gone, and this trip would be in vain. Therefore, he had to help the Qingfeng tribe repel the bandits and ensure that he could successfully occupy the area. Chapter 11. The fisherman gains profits. Lu Qingfeng, 35, is the owner of a cultural media company in Shanghai. He manages hundreds of female anchors, earning a fortune daily and being the quintessential winner in life. However, the game Lord of the Citizen completely changed the trajectory of his destiny. After entering this world, Lu Qingfeng quickly adjusted his mindset and decided to do something big and bold. He planned to build cities, develop the economy, and conquer a vast territory. However, there's often a gap between ideal and reality. Lu Qingfeng initially blindly attacked a level 1 resource point, resulting in the loss of 3 spearmen at the outset. Then, the campaign to eliminate bandits began, and he encountered repeated attacks from large numbers of bandits. Damn it, where did these guys come from? There was a wave in the morning, a wave at noon, and now another wave. It really makes me breathless. Lu Qingfeng was furious and his face was full of black lines. His territory was paralyzed. All 30 peasants were recalled and took up stone axes to defend it. He exhausted all his resources to build watchtowers and recruit spearmen, but the bandits were still too numerous, more than 60 of them. His defenses gradually collapsed, and now only 6 watchtowers and 8 spearmen remained. Kill. The bandits were not afraid at all. They climbed towards the watchtower regardless of everything. They quickly reached the top of the tower, risking the danger of falling rocks, and successfully killed 2 slingers. At the same time, another group of bandits frantically attacked the Lord's Hall, and the fierce battle continued. It's over, it's really over now. The resources have been used up, the watchtower is going to be destroyed, I'm out of ammunition and food, God is killing me. Lu Qingfeng's eyes were full of despair, and he seemed to see no turning point. At this moment, the sound of horse hooves suddenly came from afar, followed by a deafening roar. Lu Bu is here, die. Lu Bu. Lu Qingfeng was stunned for a moment, completely unaware of who this was. He turned around and saw an incredibly powerful general galloping towards him on horseback, closely followed by a group of spearmen. Where are these soldiers from? Are they friend or foe? Lu Qingfeng was momentarily stunned. Kill. Lu Bu swung his Fong Tian Hua Ji and fiercely stabbed the 2 bandits, piercing them through. Then, with a furious roar, Lu Bu lifted the Fong Tian Hua Ji with one hand and flew up with the 2 pierced bodies. This. Lu Qingfeng's eyes were filled with shock beyond words. The godlike figure was so powerful that he had never experienced such a shock before. Is this still a human? How can he be so strong? Oh right, he just said he was Lu Bu? Lu Bu, the most powerful general in the Three Kingdoms period? Lu Qingfeng then realized that the god of war in front of him was indeed the famous Lu Bu in history. Lu Bu's appearance instantly attracted the surrounding bandits, who surrounded him, eager to kill him. However, how could these crude primitives defeat Lu Bu? Even the three heroes hadn't defeated him, let alone these poorly equipped bandits. While Lu Bu was drawing fire, Chun Fei rushed forward with 15 spearmen. He waved his hand. Go help Lu Bu, repel the bandits, and then occupy this place. Yes. Kill. The 15 spearmen lined up neatly, full of momentum, and charged forward. The scattered bandits were no match for them and were cut down one after another. Soon, the battle situation underwent a fundamental change. Lu Bu and Chun Fei's forces joined forces, quickly slaying over 60 bandits. The battlefield returned to peace. Even then, Lu Qingfeng remained stunned, as if in a dream. Is this over? Lu Qingfeng's eyes widened in disbelief. A catastrophe that threatened his life and death had simply passed so easily? Chun Fei and Lu Bu approached Lu Qingfeng, and he forced a smile. Mr. Chun from the Great Zhou tribe, thank you for saving me. Although Lu Qingfeng knew Chun Fei's identity, he was still a little confused. Why would the Great Zhou tribe come to rescue him at the critical moment? He and Chun Fei didn't seem to have any connection. Chun Fei shook hands with Lu Qingfeng and said with a smile, Hello, Mr. Lu. We helped you solve a big problem. How do you plan to repay us? Repay? Lu Qingfeng was stunned and suddenly had an ominous premonition. Chun Fei's face turned cold. What? It seems that Mr. Lu is not going to give us military expenses. Before he finished speaking, Lu Bu suddenly pushed Lu Qingfeng to the ground. Lu Qingfeng grimaced in pain and said, Ouch, that hurts. Mr. Chun, I can give you whatever military expenses you want, but I don't have anything valuable here. No? Then use your territory as collateral. Chun Fei clapped his hands, and Lu Bu immediately increased his strength and said in a cold voice, Surrender, or die. At this time, Lu Qingfeng finally realized that Chun Fei's previous help was not out of good intentions, but a naked annexation plan. Ha ha ha, I never expected there would be wolves in front and tigers behind. Lu Qingfeng completely collapsed. He had been experiencing a series of bad luck since entering the game, which had left him extremely depressed. And now, he had been swallowed up by Chun Fei. He felt like a joke. He smiled miserably, then suddenly said in a stern voice, I've had enough. I won't allow myself to fail again and again. I won't allow myself to become a loser. I refuse to surrender. Kill everyone. At the moment when Lu Qingfeng suddenly exploded, he suddenly took out a dagger and stabbed Chun Fei. This sudden counterattack caught Chun Fei off guard, and the dagger pierced his clothes, almost injuring his flesh. How dare you? Chun Fei roared, like a thunderbolt, causing pain in everyone's eardrums. Lu Bu moved swiftly, swinging his Fong Tian Hua Ji with a cold light, and quickly cut off Lu Qingfeng's head. Lu Qingfeng's body fell heavily to the ground, blood splattering everywhere. I have failed in my duty and failed to protect you, my lord. Please punish me, Lu Bu said, cupping his fists with a look of guilt. Chun Fei took a deep breath and calmed down. I don't blame you. I didn't expect that he would do such a thing. This is my first time killing a player, Chun Fei whispered. Despite still feeling uncomfortable, Chun Fei knew that as a player on the path to supremacy, he had to be ruthless and not show any mercy. He put his hands behind his back and said firmly, Those who follow me will prosper. Those who oppose me will perish. Chapter 12 Bandit Camp. System prompt. You have successfully defeated the Qingfeng tribe. Please choose the disposal method. Keep/destroy. Note, if you choose to keep, the player will get the existing buildings, troops, population, technology, and resources. If you choose to destroy, the player will get more resources, but the buildings, troops, population, and technology will all disappear. Destroy. Chun Fei decisively chose to destroy it. He had discovered that the Qingfeng tribe had been attacked repeatedly by bandits, and had spent too many resources and had no savings left. Even the barracks had been destroyed, and only 3 houses were left. The ground was littered with the bodies of farmers and spearmen, and the losses were heavy. In addition, there is already a shadow tribe serving as a barrier 5 kilometers east of the main tribe of the Great Zhou tribe, so the Qingfeng tribe is not needed strategically. In this case, it would be more practical to destroy it directly and obtain some resources. System prompt. You have chosen to destroy. Buildings and troops are being converted and recovered. Congratulations to the player for obtaining food. 3,000, wood 1,300, stone 500. That's quite a lot of resources. Fei Chen smiled. Suddenly, He heard a loud bang and saw the surrounding buildings suddenly collapse, turning into a pile of dusty ruins. System prompt. Congratulations to player Chen Fei for defeating player Lu Qingfeng and receiving the victory reward. Primary tools. Primary tool, what is this? Chen Fei clicked on it carefully and took a look, then was shocked. The net bags that farmers use to collect food have become woven baskets, and the stone axes used to cut wood and stone have become bronze axes. The efficiency of collecting resources has increased by 20%. Great. Chen Fei was ecstatic. Resources were the foundation of territory development. Now that the collection efficiency had increased by 20%, his development would be further accelerated, and he would be more confident of being the first to enter the slave era. Chen Fei opened the basic information panel and saw that the resources had increased dramatically again, bringing them even closer to the slave era. Name, Dezhou Tribe. Current era, Primitive Era. Region, Shiliang. Level, First Level Cabin. Population, 103/120. Number of soldiers, 15/300. Number of generals, 1. Owned cities, 3. Food, 10300. Wood, 7500. Stone, 4600. Existing buildings, 9 houses, 9 warehouses, 3 barracks, and 25 watchtowers. Technology, fishing and hunting techniques, basic tools. Now we have enough food for 10,000. The next focus will be gathering wood and stone. Chen Fei thought for a moment and said to the 2 spearmen, each of you go inform Su Xiaoying and Wang Xiong to stop gathering food and focus on collecting wood and stone. Yes. The 2 spearmen took the order and left. At this time, the role of the steward was reflected. Because of the existence of the steward, the Shadow Tribe and the Grizzly Tribe could adjust their strategies in time without Chen Fei having to command them personally. However, since there was no one in charge of the main tribe, and the spearmen sent out were not as smart as the players, Chen Fei was temporarily unable to notify the farmers of the main tribe and could only make adjustments after he returned. Here, we've eliminated dozens of bandits. Intelligence indicates that the bandit camp to the northeast has no more than 100 men. This means that the camp has been severely weakened, and we are fully capable of defeating it. Fade Chen waved his hand and said, let's go. We'll defeat the bandit camp today, and then go home for dinner. The group set off in a mighty procession. During the march, Chen Fei opened the activity panel and checked his current points and ranking. I saw that my kill count had increased from 53 to 106, which doubled in half a day. Being able to kill so many bandits on the second day of the game has proven Chen Fei's strength. However, Chen Fei discovered that he was still ranked only 3rd, with 2 players ahead of him. First place, Tribe of God, 130 kills. Second place, Yinwu Tribe, with 116 kills. Third place, Dezhou Tribe, with 106 kills. Fade Chen frowned and muttered to himself, these 2 players are quite powerful. In fact, in just half a day, Chen Fei was able to rise from the 10th place in the national server to the 2nd place, which was already incredible. However, there are many hidden talents in China, and there are also many capable players. Even if Chen Fei opened a powerful general like Lu Bu, he still couldn't win the 1st place. Although there are rewards for the top 3, but I don't want 3rd place, I just want 1st place. Chen Fei's eyes were determined. He had gained an advantage at the beginning, and now he had to maintain this advantage and expand it, so that he could always stay ahead and gain a firm foothold in this dangerous world. The Qingfeng tribe is very close to the bandit camp, only 2 kilometers away, which is why the Qingfeng tribe was attacked by bandits one after another. Arriving at the bandit camp, Chen Fei took a look and saw more than a dozen thatched huts built haphazardly. There were many bandits walking around in them, and some were even making fire and barbecuing. System prompt. You have discovered a bandit camp. Destroying it will yield a large amount of resources, but will also incur the hatred of bandits from other locations. Please proceed with caution. When Chen Fei saw this system prompt, he laughed heartily. Make the other bandits hate me? Does this mean they'll keep coming to trouble me? Doesn't that mean I won't have to search the entire map for bandits anymore? Chen Fei became excited and ordered, all troops, attack and destroy this place. Kill. Lu Bu took the lead, riding on his red hare and turning into a red lightning, rushing towards the bandit camp. The other 13 spearmen also roared and followed closely behind. There was no watchtower in the bandit camp. When they saw Lu Bu charging towards them, they cried out in alarm and picked up their weapons to resist. Anyone who stands in my way will die. The incident happened suddenly, and the bandits had not even formed a battle formation. How could they resist the incomparable and powerful General Lu Bu, who was fully armored? Lu Bu bravely charged forward, going straight from the beginning to the end, not only knocking over a dozen bandits, but also overturning 2 thatched huts. 13 spearmen also rushed over. They formed a tight spear team and attacked from all sides, specifically targeting scattered bandits. Chen Fei was the last to arrive at the battlefield, holding a sharp dagger in his hand. This was the weapon Lu Qingfeng used when he attacked Chen Fei. It was 30 centimeters long and extremely sharp, and could easily cut through wooden spears. Although Lu Qingfeng died, and the Qingfeng tribe was destroyed, the dagger had never been retrieved, and Chen Fei didn't know why. In primitive times, it was quite good to have a steel dagger as a weapon, so Chen Fei accepted it without hesitation and used it as his weapon for self-defense. Chapter 13 Part 1. Chen Fei finally rushed into the bandit camp and saw bandits pouring out of the thatched huts. There were at least 50 of them, most of whom were attracted by Lu Bu. Among them was a bandit leader whose body shape was obviously different from that of ordinary people. 13 spearmen also fought fiercely with a large number of bandits. These soldiers had always been supporting roles, following Lu Bu to run errands. Now that the number of enemies was too large, they finally showed their strength and proved that they were not just extras. Suddenly, a bandit came towards Chen Fei with a spear in his hand. Chen Fei was startled and quickly blocked it with a dagger. Click! With just a crisp sound, the wooden spear in the bandit's hand was chopped into 2 pieces. The bandit was stunned, as if he had not expected that there would be such a sharp weapon in the world. Chen Fei took the opportunity to attack again, getting close to the bandit and stabbing the dagger in his hand into his chest without mercy. Feeling the hot blood splattering from the other party, Chen Fei was a little dazed, not knowing whether this world was real or fake. Chen Fei didn't know any martial arts and had never learned to fight, but after entering this game world, he found that his body had become much stronger and more agile. Coupled with the sharpness of the dagger, he was not afraid of these bandits. The battle lasted for a full 10 minutes. All the bandits fell to the ground, and Chen Fei also lost 5 spearmen. These are all resources, 2,500 worth of food, and they're gone just like that. Chen Fei felt extremely distressed, and at the same time, he also felt the difficulties faced by other ordinary players. Other players don't have an invincible general like Lu Bu, so they can only use soldiers to fight. With the current resource situation at the beginning of the game, no one can afford the loss. The Gods tribe and the Yinwu tribe were able to kill hundreds of bandits in such a short period of time. Obviously, they both had extraordinary means. Lu Bu came over and said, "My lord, it has been confirmed that all the bandits here have been killed." Chen Fei nodded. At this time, the system prompt sounded. System prompt. Congratulations to the player for destroying the bandit camp and eliminating the threat in this area. Congratulations on receiving food 3,000, wood 3,000, and stone 3,000. System prompt. You destroyed the bandit camp, angering all the bandits within a 30-kilometer radius. They vowed revenge. Please strengthen your defenses to resist the impending bandit army. Will all the bandits within a 30-kilometer radius come looking for me? If I kill them all, I'll probably secure first place. Chen Fei smiled indifferently, then opened the activity panel and saw that he had already jumped to the first place. First place, the Zhou tribe, 165 kills. Second place, Tribe of God, 130 kills. Third place, Yinwu tribe, 116 kills. Ha 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 ha. As expected, I'm already number 1. Fei Chun let out a breath, feeling as if the weight of his heart had fallen off. Next, it's all about maintaining our number 1 position. When Chen Fei brought Lu Bu and others back to the Great Zhou tribe, the chat groups in major regions of China were already in an uproar. Holy shit, how on earth are these guys doing this? It's only the second day of the game, and the event has only been going on for less than a day. How did those big guys manage to kill dozens or even hundreds of bandits? Oh, forget it. This God tribe is too strong. And this Yinwu tribe, I don't know how they do it. Their data is growing so fast. Are the bandits so easy to kill? I took the initiative to attack a group of bandits today and killed 6 of them. I lost 3 spearmen myself, but I was heartbroken. Oh my god, I'm so shocked. Look, something big has happened. What's wrong? Such a big reaction. Where are you looking? The people upstairs don't explain clearly. Look at the activity rankings. The first place Tribe of God has been eliminated. What the hell? The Tribe of God is firmly in first place. How could they be eliminated? The players were shocked and quickly opened the event rankings, only to see the words De Zhou Tribe written on the first place. And the number of kills is a terrifying 165. Hiss. 165. Oh my god, wasn't this De Zhou Tribe originally number 3? How come it's grown so much in just how long? It's only 5 o'clock now, and the activity started this morning. In other words, in just half a day, the Great Zhou tribe killed 165 bandits? That's 35 more than the tribe of gods. Oh my god, this world is crazy. I feel dizzy. I fought like crazy today, used up all my resources, and only killed 60. Is this the strength of the big guys? Love, love, slip, slip. This Great Zhou tribe is really strong. At 6 in the morning, it won the first national server battle reward, and now it has won first place in the event. It seems to be rising strongly. Didn't the Great Zhou tribe show up this morning? Didn't they say they were just ordinary players? They were just a little lucky. How come they are so powerful? Don't be so naive, the guy above. Just because he says he's ordinary, does that mean he's really ordinary? How could he be number 1 in the national server twice in a row without any ability? He's a real boss. In the chat panel, players kept discussing the Great Zhou tribe. This magical ID was deeply imprinted in the players' hearts on the first day of the game, and became an unattainable existence in their eyes. Chen Fei had no interest in looking at the chat panel. He waited until night fell, around 7 o'clock, before returning to the Dazhou tribe. Today, he walked at least 20 kilometers and almost collapsed from exhaustion. After returning to the Dazhou tribe, the farmers had all gone to bed, and only the slingers on the 3 watchtowers were still on duty. After returning to the Lord's Hall, Fei Chen ate some food and drank a bowl of hot water. He felt something in his stomach and breathed a sigh of relief. Damn it, I'm so exhausted today. Chen Fei felt his legs and feet were weak, his whole body was sore, and his eyes were bulging with sleep. Lying on the hardwood bed in the Lord's Hall, Chen Fei opened the basic information panel and saw his current resource reserves. Name, Dazhou tribe. Current era, primitive era. Region, Shiliang. Level, first level cabin. Population, 98/120. Number of soldiers, 10/300. Number of generals, 1. Owned cities, 3. Food, 14,500. Wood, 13,500. Stone, 9,600. Existing buildings, 9 houses, 9 warehouses, 3 barracks, and 25 watchtowers. Technology, fishing and hunting techniques, basic tools. Ha ha ha, not bad, not bad. The only thing missing is the stones. I'll focus on collecting stones tomorrow morning and try to become the first player in the national server to enter the slave age. Fei Chun was quite excited, and even his sleepiness had mostly disappeared. Chapter 14 Pre-War Preparations. On the second day of the game, night fell and the cold grew stronger. Chun Fei lay on the wooden bed, and for softness he even covered it with hay, truly living like a primitive man. Nothing happened that night. Early the next morning, as soon as the sun rose, Fei Chun got up and began to arrange a new round of work. Because there were only 400 stones missing and they could be collected in half an hour, Chen Fei did not notify the Shadow tribe and the Grizzly tribe to adjust their policies. Instead, he only asked all the farmers in the main tribe to collect stones today. Because the food supply had exceeded 10,000 and there were still more than 4,000 left, Chen Fei waved his hand and recruited 22 farmers to directly fill the population. After doing all this, the farmers finished their meal and left the territory. Chen Fei then opened the activity panel, clicked on the ranking list, and saw the current ranking. First place, Dazhou tribe, 165 kills. Second place, Tribe of God, 130 kills. Third place, Yinwu tribe, 116 kills. Maybe it was because of the night, but after Chen Fei came back yesterday, his data has not changed, and he is still firmly in first place. Yesterday, the system prompted me that all the bandits within a 30-kilometer radius would come looking for trouble with me. This means I don't have to go out and search for them today. I just need to be on high alert and organize a good defense. Thinking of this, Fei Chen suddenly felt a little troubled. He is now centered on the main tribe of the Great Zhou tribe, with the Grizzly tribe in the north, the Shadow tribe in the east, a small river in the south, and nothing on the west. The semicircular land of 5 kilometers is his sphere of influence. But he now has too few troops, only 1 fierce general, Lu Bu, and 10 spearmen. It would be fine if only 1 group of bandits came, but he was afraid that the bandits would attack him from the 4 directions of east, west, south, and north. If the Grizzly tribe, Shadow tribe, and Great Zhou tribe were attacked at the same time, he felt that he would not be able to take care of them all and might suffer heavy losses. Thinking of this, Fei Chen became a little anxious. Once we enter the slave age, I can't be so extreme anymore. At the very least, I have to build an army and train enough soldiers to give me enough power to deal with threats from all sides. He checked his wood, 13,500. After thinking for a while, Fei Chen asked 2 spearmen to go to the Shadow tribe and the Grizzly tribe respectively, and asked Su Xiaoying and Wang Xiong to speed up the construction of watchtowers to ensure that the number of watchtowers in the Shadow tribe and the Grizzly tribe was no less than 20. On the main tribe side, Chen Fei also ordered 2 farmers to start building watchtowers. 7 more were needed to reach the standard of 10. Watching the 2 spearmen walk away and disappear into the horizon, Fei Chen finally let out a breath. Chen Fei was under great pressure as he was about to face the attack of countless bandits. He didn't know if he could withstand it. After arranging all the things, Fei Chen suddenly felt a little bored and had nothing to do. So he opened the chat panel to see if there was any new news or new game content. Good morning, everyone. What are your plans for today? Are you going to kill the bandits again? What's the point of killing them? Those big guys in the first few places are too evil. They are like taking stimulants. They kill dozens or hundreds of bandits. How can we survive? We waste resources in vain and get no rewards. That's right. If you don't have the confidence to grab the top 3 spots, I think everyone should focus on developing and enter the slave age as soon as possible to unlock new buildings and functions. Who among our national server can be the first to enter the slave age and grab the ultimate prize? Hey, who knows? It's not you or me. I think the first people to enter the slave age might be the top players on the current event leaderboard. That's not necessarily true. These players on the leaderboard have allocated their troops and resources to competing for the top spot, so they definitely don't have the energy to develop and collect resources. In terms of development, they may not be able to compare with those players with farming talents. Hey, everyone, stop guessing. Why hasn't anyone entered the slave age today? 30,000 resources won't be fully collected until tomorrow at the very least. No, I've calculated that even if we gather all the secondary resource points and fully staff the peasants, it will take at least until the day after tomorrow, not to mention everyone has to recruit soldiers and build watchtowers. So I don't think anyone will enter the slave age until the day after tomorrow. This is my intuition. My intuition tells me that someone will enter the slave era tomorrow. Stop talking nonsense here. I've calculated it. It'll be at least the day after tomorrow. Tomorrow, definitely tomorrow. The day after tomorrow. Tomorrow. I bet you, the idiot upstairs, that if it's not tomorrow, I'll shit while standing upside down. Stupid, let's make a bet. If it's not the day after tomorrow, I'll give you a live singing, dancing, and rap performance. 2 players in the chat group were fighting fiercely for space, but at this moment, a message suddenly appeared at the top of the chat interface. Announcement from the Chinese national server. At 7:15 a.m. on March 3rd of the lunar calendar year, players from the Xiliang region of China, the Daizhou tribe, officially entered the slave era. The slave age brought with it planting and breeding techniques, trade, and manufacturing. This was an evolution from the primitive age, an advancement of civilization. Congratulations to Daizhou tribe, the first in the national server to enter the slave age and receive this incredible official award. After seeing this announcement, all the players in the chat group were stunned. Especially the 2 players who were just arguing. Both swore that the day after tomorrow there would be players entering the slave age. But who could have thought that the slap in the face would come so quickly? Not tomorrow, nor the day after tomorrow, but today. First there was deathly silence. Then the chat channels in various regions across the country were completely blown up. Oh my god, this is too crazy. It's only the 3rd day, and a big boss has already entered the slave era? Besides, it seems to be only 7:15 now. How long has it been since we woke up and started working? This means that they had already accumulated most of the resources yesterday at least. The Great Zhou tribe. It's the Great Zhou tribe again. He's number 1 on the event rankings. He won the first battle in the entire server, and now he's the first to enter the slave age. He's invincible. The boss is about to take off. Too strong. Who is this player from the Great Zhou tribe? Where in the real world did this powerful person come from? So terrifying, so terrifying. Everyone, what I want to say is, isn't it time for those 2 brothers who were arguing earlier to come out and fulfill their promise? Ha ha ha. Yes, brother, we want to see you poop upside down. Ugh, so disgusting. What's so good about this? I want to see the guy I bet on the day after tomorrow sing, dance, and rap. Ha ha ha. What about you 2 brothers? Keep your word. Chapter 15: The Age of Slavery. Yangzhou. As one of the 9 provinces in the world, the Yangzhou area is well known for its misty rain in the south of the Yangtze River. It is also extremely rich. It has been rich from the southern and northern dynasties to the modern times. It is extremely luxurious and owns half of the world's wealth in this area. In the game world, the misty rain of Yangzhou in the south of the Yangtze River has also been copied in, with dense river networks, fertile soil, and a mild climate, which is refreshing. In a small territory, there were more than 100 spearmen lined up in neat and orderly formations, and a solemn and murderous atmosphere filled the air. If other players saw this scene, they would be terrified. Now that the game has just begun, everyone is short of resources, and soldiers are so expensive that even someone as strong as Chun Fei only has 10 spearmen. But here, there are so many. A handsome young man stood at the front of the group and murmured, "Shiliang region, Dazhou tribe. I didn't expect you to surpass me in the activity rankings and develop so quickly. I'm suddenly interested in you." Guanzhong. The so-called Guanzhong refers to the area with 4 passes, namely Tongguan in the east, Desangguan in the west, Wuguiguan in the south, and Xiaoguan in the north. Due to its isolated terrain, it was called the country of 4 barriers in ancient times. In the game world, the climate in the Guanzhong region is also arid, which is far different from the Yangzhou area. In a small territory, a mighty black-faced general stood next to a fat man holding a huge axe, followed by more than 30 spearmen. Ah, damn it. It's that great Zhou tribe again. In the first battle, we were only a minute away from winning, but they beat me to the punch. Yesterday, they surpassed me in the activity rankings, and today they've gone even further, actually entering the slave age directly. Who on earth is this idiot player from the great Zhou tribe? He's deliberately trying to go against me. The fat man was so angry that he stamped his feet, and his face turned red. Damn it. If I save up for one more day today, I'll probably be able to enter the slave age this afternoon, and now this reward is gone. It's all because of this great Zhou tribe. I'm so pissed off. I'm not done with you. The fat man roared, "Su Huang, follow me. Today we're going to destroy that bandit camp. Since we didn't make it to the slave age first, let's kill more bandits and take the top spot." The Zhou tribe. At 7:15, enough stones were finally collected, reaching 10,000. Chen Fei did not dare to delay and directly chose to upgrade the era. Immediately afterwards, the server-wide announcement appeared. System prompt. Congratulations to player Chen Fei for entering the slave age. The following technologies are now available: planting, breeding, textiles, shipbuilding, well drilling, and pottery. System prompt. Congratulations to player Chen Fei. Through your unremitting efforts, you have become the first player in the Chinese server to enter the slave era and receive the top reward. Talent. Master Architect, S-level talent. Builder. When players build buildings, the construction cost is reduced by 50%. The first reward is for those technologies, which are what every player who enters the slave age will get. The second one is the top prize that rewards Chun Fei for being the first to enter the slave era. You actually gave me a talent, and it's an S-level talent. Chen Fei was extremely pleasantly surprised, and the talent given was quite good, especially the 2 talents, Infrastructure Maniac and Architecture Master, which could be combined to allow him to build cities faster and cheaper. This is making me go further and further down the path of becoming an Infrastructure Maniac. Chen Fei smiled. Although it was just the beginning and the effective talent had not yet been revealed, the more it developed, the more things needed to be built. Chen Fei might even have to build countless cities. With these 2 talents, he will be able to build cities several times faster than others, and his development speed will also be several times faster. Let me see what new functions and buildings appeared after the slave era. Chen Fei excitedly opened the basic panel and first saw his basic information. Name, Dazhou Village. Current era, the slave era. Region, Shiliang. Level 2 village. Population, 120/120. Number of soldiers, 10/300. Number of generals, 1. Owned cities, 3. Food, 2,300. Wood, 1,600. Stone, 0. Existing buildings, 9 houses, 9 warehouses, 3 barracks, and 50 watchtowers. Technology, fishing and hunting, primary tools, planting, breeding, textiles, well digging, shipbuilding technology, and pottery making. Talent, Infrastructure Maniac, Master Architect. To advance from the slave age to the Bronze Age, one needs 100,000 worth of food, wood, and stone, in addition to 10,000 worth of gold. Opening the construction panel, Chen Fei saw many new buildings. These 5 buildings, residential houses, military barracks, warehouses, watchtowers, and walls, all existed before. Newly added farmlands, farms, docks, shipyards, trade markets, textile mills, wells, weapons factories, as well as pottery kilns, clay mines, lumberyards, quarries, and primary roads. The farmland and breeding farm each cost 500 pieces of wood and could provide Chen Fei with 1,000 pieces of food every day. Lumberyards and quarries can be built near resource points, each costing 500 lumber. This eliminates the need for warehouses, and farmers can live and eat in the yard, avoiding the daily commutes. It's like a factory in modern society where people eat and live in the factory, saving commuting time. They can start working as soon as they open their eyes and finish their meal, which greatly improves efficiency. The trade market, textile factory, dock, shipyard, weapons factory, pottery kiln, and clay mine are all large buildings, and they all require 500 pieces of wood and 500 pieces of stone. A well is a small building that consumes the least resources, and a well only costs 100 stones. A primary road, 5 meters wide and 1 meter long, requires 10 units of stone. A lot of new buildings have been opened, and with the economic buildings, the territory is finally getting back on track. Chen Fei was full of confidence and enthusiasm. He wanted to do something big and build up his territory into an extremely prosperous town. System prompt. The player has entered the slave age. Do you want to spend 1,000 wood to upgrade the existing buildings? Fei Chun was stunned, but without thinking too much, he directly clicked on the upgrade button. Master Builder's talent activated, reducing building upgrade costs by 50%. Consume 500 wood to upgrade existing buildings. Upgrading. I didn't expect this talent to be useful here. This was a pleasant surprise. Suddenly, all the buildings in the Great Zhou tribe flashed with light. After just 5 seconds, all the buildings looked brand new. The Lord's Hall, once a thatched hut, was transformed into a magnificent 2-story wooden house, a typical Chinese architectural style, complete with eaves and mortise and tenon joints, and a courtyard. The floor area was also much larger, now over 500 square meters. The houses have also changed from semi-underground primitive buildings to sturdy wooden houses with a small courtyard. The several houses in the main tribe are neatly arranged together, which actually has some beauty. In addition, the watchtower was transformed into an arrow tower, the slingers stationed inside were transformed into archers, and the barracks and warehouses were also upgraded. The appearance was very different, appearing clean and tidy, and finally no longer in its original style. Chapter 16. Full Attack. After the upgrade, Chen Fei was in a good mood. He felt that his territory was finally no longer like playing house, but had the rudiments of a village. This is a symbol of moving from primitiveness to civilization. Chen Fei opened the recruitment panel again and saw that except for the peasants who remained unchanged, there were new changes in the spearmen and slingers. The spearmen turned into pikemen, holding bronze spears that gleamed with cold light. The slingers became archers, with a bag of arrows slung around their waists, a short bow in their hands, and their eyes as sharp as hawks. Lancemen, junior soldiers armed with bronze spears. They are brave and fearless, and are the most trustworthy warriors. Recruitment price, 500 food. Archers, they are the only ranged unit in the slave age. Their range is 80 meters, and their accuracy makes them a lethal threat to unarmored enemies. Recruitment cost, 500 food. Note, arrows are consumables and must be manufactured in the weapons factory. Rider, a mounted spearman. They cannot charge into battle, but are highly mobile and suitable for support and reconnaissance. Cost, 1,000 food. Slaves, a product of the times, just entering the civilized era, often filled with blood and darkness. Slaves can perform all kinds of work, such as collecting resources, building buildings, and even giving them equipment. They can become soldiers and form a slave army. However, the slaves will not endure forever. If you fail to suppress these slaves, they will rebel mercilessly, and you will die a cruel death at the hands of the slaves. Recruitment price, 50 food. With an extra rider and slave, the rider can conduct reconnaissance and provide quick support, which will undoubtedly greatly enhance Chen Fei's strength. The cheap cost and powerful abilities of the slaves also made Chen Fei extremely excited. A spearman costs 500 food, but a slave only needs 50. One is worth 10. Only a fool would continue to produce spearmen. Chen Fei laughed heartily and took a look at his resources. Food, 2,300, wood, 600, stone, 0. He waved his hand and asked the farmers to start building 6 houses. After they were completed, Chen Fei directly recruited 46 slaves. A few minutes later, the slave appeared, wearing animal skins, thin as skin and bones, short in stature, and in poor spirits. The moment he saw Fei Chun, the slave's entire body trembled. He immediately knelt on the ground, not daring to look at him. Instead, he tremblingly said, "Master, I greet you." Fei Chun frowned and asked, "Why are you so thin?" Upon hearing this, the slave trembled even more violently and kept saying, "Master, we are thin because we are hungry." Chen Fei gave him a piece of barbecue, which weighed a full pound, which was enough food for a unit, and said, "Eat it." The slave looked at the barbecue in front of him, unable to believe it, and was stunned. "What's wrong? Why don't you eat?" Chen Fei wondered. Is this really for me?" the slave asked cautiously, but his words were full of excitement, and his eyes were filled with intense expression. Fei Chen nodded. Of course. Eat quickly. No one is allowed to go hungry in my territory. Thank you so much, master. The slave took the barbecue, smelled the fragrant aroma of the barbecue, and started to gobble it up. Hey, eat slowly, don't choke. Fei Chen was a little worried that this guy would choke to death, so he handed him a cup of hot water. Woo. Thank you, master. You are so kind to me. The slave burst into tears. System prompt. The slave's favorability towards you has increased. Chen Fei was also a little surprised. Are these slaves so easy to serve? Just giving them some food will increase their favorability? On the other hand, those farmers and soldiers were served with good food and drink every day, but their loyalty never increased at all. Watching the slave wolfing down his food, Fei Chen suddenly frowned and said, Oh, I forgot. Slaves need equipment to be transformed into soldiers. Where can I find equipment for them now? Chen Fei saw that all his resources had been used up. The weapons factory required 500 pieces of wood and 500 pieces of stone. Even if he had talent and the cost was halved, he still couldn't afford to build it now. Alas, lack of resources. Chen Fei felt helpless. At this time, another slave was recruited. Chen Fei made sure that the slave was well fed and watered, and then arranged for them all to collect food. After doing all this, Chen Fei took Lu Bu and 10 spearmen to capture a third-level resource point 6 kilometers away. The defenders of the third-level resource point were 50 spearmen and 2 watchtowers, but this did not pose any difficulty for Lu Bu at all, and he quickly resolved the battle. After attacking the third-level resource point and about to go back, Chen Fei suddenly received a notification. System prompt. Bandits are attacking your territory, Shadow Village. Players are requested to organize defenses as soon as possible. After entering the slave age, the level was upgraded from tribe to village, so the Shadow tribe became the Shadow Village. It's finally here. Fei Chen said to Lu Bu, let's go to Shadow Village. However, before the group arrived at Shadow Village, another system prompt sounded. System prompt. Bandits are attacking your territory, Grizzly Village. Players are requested to organize defenses as soon as possible. System prompt. Bandits are attacking your territory, Dazhou Village. Players are requested to organize defense as soon as possible. Fei Chen was stunned, his expression darkening immediately. They finally came, but I didn't expect them to attack 3 of my villages at the same time. Chen Fei didn't know how many enemies there were, and felt it was a bit difficult. He thought for a moment and said, Lu Bu, we don't know how many enemies there are, but all the bandits within a 30-kilometer radius should be here. We have too few soldiers here. I hope you can go single-handedly to rescue Shadow Village. Can you do it? Chen Fei's strategy is that now other villages have 20 watchtowers, and Dazhou Village has 10 arrow towers. Now they are upgraded to arrow towers as defensive forces, which means a total of 100 archers. Bandits of average strength will not be able to break through at all. So although Chen Fei was anxious, he was not panicked. He needed to let Lu Bu act alone. With the red hare's horsepower, he could reach Shadow Village in 5 minutes. He himself would return to Dazhou Village with 10 spearmen to defend his home. Lu Bu clasped his fists and said, Don't worry, my lord. No matter how many people come, I will see them as ants. There is nothing to be afraid of. Fei Chen nodded and said, That's the best. After you defeat the bandits in Shadow Village, immediately go to Grizzly Village and help them defeat the invading bandits. Yes. After Lu Bu left, Fei Chen returned to Dazhou Village with 10 spearmen. After a quick march, when Chen Fei and his companions arrived near Dazhou Village, they heard a burst of shouting and killing. He was startled and looked around, only to see a large crowd of people attacking Dazhou Village, advancing under a barrage of arrows. The farmers had stopped working and were huddled together, shivering with their tools in their hands. Chapter 17, Crazy Killing. Chen Fei made a rough calculation and found that there were at least nearly 100 bandits besieging Dazhou Village, which was almost the entire force of the bandit camp. Humph, if it was before, I would be a little scared, but after the upgrade to the slave era, the sentry tower has become an arrow tower. You will be skinned alive if you don't die. Chen Fei sneered and was extremely confident in his arrow tower. Without any extra thoughts or strategies, Chen Fei led 10 spearmen to charge from the north. This was the rear side of the bandits, where the defense was extremely weak, which was just the right opportunity to expand Chen Fei's advantage. At this time in the territory, nearly 100 bandits were also having a hard time. The 10 arrow towers were no pushovers. They could cover an area of 200 meters from their high ground. 20 archers shot waves of arrows, and the bandits fell down in groups like harvested wheat. Slingers only throw stones, and are far inferior to archers in terms of attack power, accuracy, and even shooting speed. However, the bandits did not gain nothing. 3 arrow towers were destroyed, the 6 archers stationed on them were killed, and even some farmers were killed. The battle was in full swing. At this moment, Chun Fei hurriedly arrived with 10 spearmen and joined the battlefield. Although the 10 men led by Chun Fei were not numerous, they played a very important role and attracted the attention of a large number of bandits. Nearly half of the bandits stopped attacking the arrow tower and turned to attack Chun Fei and his men. In this way, the pressure on the arrow tower is greatly reduced, and the archers can free up their hands to respond calmly and kill them one by one. Chun Fei also took out his sharp dagger and joined the battle. The bandits were all spearmen. They had no armor, wore animal skins, and didn't even have shoes. The quality of the spears in their hands was also questionable. They were primitive products of the Neolithic age. Chun Fei is not really afraid of primitive bandits equipped with this kind of equipment. He held a dagger in his hand and started killing people under the cover of 2 spearmen. He killed 1 kid at a time and soon killed 6 bandits. Chun Fei's body was already covered in blood. The feeling of the knife cutting into his flesh was so real that Chun Fei went from trembling at the beginning to excitement, and finally to madness. Kill, kill, kill. Chun Fei was killing crazily, his eyes were red, and he was completely in a boiling state. The 10 spearmen, armed with bronze spears, quickly demonstrated the advantages of their weapons. Sometimes, when the bandits' stone spears hit the spearmen, they would only cause minor injuries. However, when Chun Fei's 10 spearmen hit the bandits, they could directly pierce their bodies. With the addition of 10 spearmen and Chun Fei, the archers had cover and could maximize their output, and most of the bandits were soon killed or wounded. Retreat, retreat. In the end, more than a dozen bandits shouted and evacuated the battlefield, fleeing to the west. It's finally over. Fei Chen let out a long sigh and collapsed to the ground exhausted. He didn't chase the bandits because it was pointless. He needed to rest, recover his strength, replenish his troops, and needed a lot of resources. Chief, are you okay? A group of farmers gathered around and asked with concern. I'm fine. Who of you will go and count the casualties? Chun Fei said casually. I'll go, Chief. After entering the slave age, Chun Fei discovered that the intelligence of the farmers and soldiers had improved somewhat. They were no longer just crying out for hunger like in the primitive age. They now began to have their own ideas and gradually became mature, able to execute some very complex instructions. This is just the slave age. After entering the Bronze Age, the Feudal Age, and even the Technological Age, will these people become true humans? Chun Fei didn't dare to think too much about it. This game, Lord of the Citizens, was too mysterious and too real. Everything was possible. Chun Fei went to the river to wash his face. He took a look at his filthy fur clothes and frowned. My clothes are dirty, and I don't have any replacements. What should I do? At this time, the farmer who was counting the casualties ran up to Chun Fei and said, Report to the leader, the count has been completed. Explain. We lost a total of 6 arrow towers, 10 peasants, and 3 spearmen. After hearing this, Chun Fei felt a little pained. Okay, I understand. You all should quickly return to your posts according to your respective duties and continue collecting resources. Yes. Now Chun Fei has no resources at all. When the bandits attacked, the farmers retreated to 3 villages and have been in a state of stagnation. Now that the bandits in Dazhou village have retreated, production must be resumed as soon as possible. At the same time, in the chat channel, players from all regions of China were in an uproar. Everyone, hurry up and check the event leaderboards. The big guys are killing like crazy. Huh? What's going on? Which boss? Players quickly opened the leaderboard and saw that everyone's kill counts were slowly increasing. The points of the Tribe of God and the Yinwu tribe had exceeded 150, heading towards the 200 mark. But that's not the main point. I saw that the name at the top of the list, Dazhou Village, the number of kills was soaring at an extremely terrifying speed. First place, Dazhou Village. Kill count, 170. Kill count, 180. Number of kills, 190. Kill count, 200. Fuck, that's over 200. The players were all furious. One is because the numbers are too high, and the other is because the speed is too fast. And it's still growing rapidly. Oh my god, this player from the Great Zhou Dynasty is a real boss. He's so scary. How did he do that? Are the bandits really that weak? What a loser. I had a fight with bandits today, and 10 of my soldiers died. I'm so heartbroken. Look, it's gone up to 250. Suddenly someone exclaimed, and everyone's heart was gripped with fear. Number of kills, 250. Number of kills, 280. Number of kills, 286. Number of kills, 291. Only at this time did the killing speed of Dazhou Village slow down. It's still rising. It won't break through 300. I think it's pretty bad. The speed has slowed down. The battle must be over. In the chat channel, many players believe that the battle was over. Although he almost broke through the 300 mark, the boss is still too strong. He surpassed the second and third place by more than 100. It's done. The first place winner of the event has been decided. No one can shake the position of the big boss of Dazhou Village. However, just when everyone thought that the Battle of Dazhou Village was over, the numbers suddenly changed again. Number of kills, 300. Number of kills, 310. Number of kills, 320. Number of kills, 330. Chapter 18 Weapon Manufacturing. Fuck. The boss exploded again. Everyone look. It's over 300, heading towards 350. Oh my god, did the boss disturb the bandits' nest? Where did he find so many bandits? I kneel down to you, sir. How did you fight? Teach us. It's so exciting, it's almost heart-wrenching. We're all gamers, so why are there such huge differences between us? Players from all over China were initially shocked, but later became numb. Apart from admiration, they had no other thoughts. In the end, the number of kills in Dazhou Village was fixed at 366. 366. This number is terrifying. It exceeds the second and third place by more than 100. Don't raise the price anymore. Please don't raise the price anymore. I've already given in. Woo. Mom asked me why I was kneeling, and I said I was paying homage to the boss. He's so strong. This player with the Dazhou Village ID is simply the best in the Chinese national server. That's right. He's the undisputed #1 player in the country. He's already way ahead of the second and third place players. They can't catch up anymore. Guangzhou, Yinwu tribe. A fat player was distraught, his face filled with disbelief. How is this possible? Is this guy crazy? Why did he suddenly kill so many bandits? Where did he find so many bandits? Where did he get his strength from? Yangzhou, tribe of gods. The handsome young man stared blankly at the activity rankings and finally gave a wry smile. This guy is really strong. I have a new respect for you. Then, he said to the soldiers around him, there's no need to fight anymore. This activity is no longer necessary. The players were shocked and horrified. They couldn't understand. It was only the third day of the battle, and everyone had so few troops. Every single death would be a real pain in the ass. How did you manage to defeat Dazhou Village? How did you manage to kill 200 bandits in such a short time? Everyone was discussing it enthusiastically, and most people believed that Dazhou Village had very strong initial talent, which was why it was able to take the lead step by step. Add to that the rewards for the first battle and the rewards from the slave era, Dazhou Village is absolutely rich. From this moment on, the ID Dazhouken spread throughout the national server and became known to tens of millions of players. Dazhou Village has also become the #1 village in the country and the strongest player in the eyes of some people. By noon, Lu Bu arrived at Dazhou Village. Seeing that his face was full of fatigue and his armor was stained with blood, Chen Fei knew that Lu Bu had also experienced a bloody battle. Fengxian, what's going on both sides? Chen Fei asked. Lu Bu dismounted and prostrated himself. My lord, Shadow Village and Grizzly Village have repelled the bandits. I arrived in Shadow Village relatively quickly, so the damage there was minimal. However, Grizzly Village suffered greater damage. Please punish me, my lord. Chen Fei helped Lu Bu up and said, Fengxian, what are you talking about? You are the hero of this battle. How could I blame you? General, you must be very tired after fighting so hard. Go to the barracks and rest. Thank you, my lord. After seeing off Lu Bu, Fei Chen opened the basic information panel and saw his current overall status. Name, Dazhou Village. Current era, the slave era. Region, Shiliang. Level 2 village. Population, 142/180. Number of soldiers, 7/300. Number of generals, 1. Owned cities, 3. Food, 2,600. Wood, 2,600. Stone, 996. Existing buildings, 9 houses, 9 warehouses, 3 barracks, and 22 watchtowers. Technology, fishing and hunting, primary tools, planting, breeding, textiles, well digging, shipbuilding technology, and pottery making. Talent, infrastructure maniac, master architect. After the battle, the 3 villages lost a total of 24 people and 28 arrow towers, which was a heavy loss. After an hour or two of recovery, the resources had increased. Chen Fei first spent 1,400 wood to replenish the arrow towers to 50, and then spent 250 wood and 250 stones to build a weapons factory. There were 1,150 tons of wood left, and Chen Fei built 4 farmlands and a house. The cost of building a farmland is 500 wood, but Chen Fei has the talent of a master builder, which reduces the cost by 50%, so it only costs 1,000 wood to build 4 farmlands. Farmland is the same as farm. It only requires 5 farmers to produce a fixed output of 1,000 units of food every day, and it will never run out. This is sustainable harvesting, which solves the problem of food resource points being exhausted and the need to constantly find new resource points. Afterwards, Chun-Fei spent another 1,600 food, recruited 32 slaves, and sent them all to collect resources. Spent 1,000 food and recruited a rider. For Chun-Fei at the moment, the rider's more important role is to deliver messages, so as to avoid the need to send people to the other 2 villages on foot. After doing all this, the resources are empty again. The construction time of the weapons factory is 6 hours, but with the blessing of the infrastructure maniac, talent, the speed is increased tenfold and it is completed in half an hour. A yard covering an area of more than 500 square meters appeared, with 4 or 5 long houses and a small playground. Chun-Fei walked in and found that there was no one inside, but it was fully equipped with various equipment. System prompt: congratulations on successfully building a weapons factory. During the slave age, players can forge leather armor, stone spears, bronze lances, bows and arrows, and even military boots and tents. Players must provide the raw materials themselves and arrange 5 farmers as workers for the weapons factory to operate normally. The weapons factory can produce many weapons, and the ones that Chun-Fei is most excited about are the bronze weapons. However, bronze is needed to produce bronze weapons, and Chun-Fei does not have bronze now, so he can only produce stone spears. In fact, for today's players, most people do not have armor, and sharp stone spears can also kill enemies, so the advantages of bronze weapons are not obvious. However, as time goes by, when a large number of players begin to equip armor, the role of stone spears will be greatly reduced, and at that time bronze weapons will inevitably dominate the world. Wearing armor and bronze weapons is also one of the important signs of entering the Bronze Age. Chun-Fei immediately sent 5 peasants in and said to them, "You can use the wood and stone in the warehouse as you please, but I need you to make me 100 sets of leather armor, 100 spears, 100 bows, and 1,000 arrow feathers." Although Chun-Fei now only has 7 spearmen and 1 rider, he still has 70 slaves. These slaves are very cheap, and he will not feel bad if they die in battle. Chun-Fei plans to build a batch of equipment and form a slave army of 100 people. Now the enemy is getting stronger and stronger, and the battles are becoming more frequent. We must first have enough troops to defend our territory and continue to expand. Chun-Fei carefully analyzed the situation. Chapter 19: Slave Army. Perhaps it was the battle in the morning that scared off the bandits coming from all directions, and no more bandits attacked in the afternoon. This made Chun-Fei, who had been nervous all the time, finally breathe a sigh of relief. Chun-Fei, who was bored, opened the activity panel and saw that his kill count was 366, firmly occupying the first place, far ahead of the second and third place. He couldn't help but smile. There's no getting away from first place in this event. Fade Chen pumped his fist excitedly. The afternoon of the 3rd day was relatively calm, and Chun-Fei did not attack again. He was very tired after 2 days of continuous battles and marches, and his clothes were dirty and needed to be changed urgently. In the afternoon, Chun-Fei had accumulated some resources and built a textile factory. The construction time of the textile factory was also 6 hours, but it was completed in half an hour after activating the talent, and the construction cost was reduced by 50%, which saved Chun-Fei a lot of resources. The textile factory covers an area of 2,000 square meters and can accommodate 50 workers working at the same time, and can produce all kinds of clothing. Without mulberry fields, there would be no silk, and without hemp fields, there would be no hemp clothes. So now textile factories can only make animal skin clothes. Chun-Fei arranged for a worker to go in. One person could make 4 sets of clothes a day. By dark, 2 sets had been made. The animal skin clothes were very hard and not comfortable to wear, but they were much better than the blood-stained one before. So Chun-Fei still felt very happy. He took a hot bath, put on new clothes, and trimmed his hair with a dagger, making it a flat top. I finally feel like a human being. Chun-Fei felt in a good mood. In the evening, the farmers and slaves returned to their homes, each of them munching on roast meat and fruit. It is worth mentioning that the sorghum and wheat produced in the farmland can be harvested once a day, but it is getting late, and there is no time to grind the wheat into flour, so we can only make do with it for another day. It's no use going on like this. We need to get a millstone and build a kitchen tomorrow. We also need to find someone who can cook. Thinking of this, an enchanting figure emerged in Chun-Fei's mind, and he thought of the adorable scene when the figure called him Master. Su Xiaoying, when I have more people available, you just stay by my side and cook for me and warm my bed, he. Drooling, Fade Chin smiled and fell into a deep sleep. The fourth day of the game. Early in the morning, Fade Chin got up and started his day's work. First, I opened the activity panel and saw that I was still firmly in first place. The number of kills of the Gods tribe was 200. On the contrary, the Yinwu tribe emerged as a dark horse, and the number of kills reached an astonishing 290. This Yinwu tribe is really persevering. Chen Fei shook his head. Since he was not in danger, he did not care about it and started to develop the economy. After an afternoon of development yesterday, we currently have 4,300 food, 3,600 wood, and 2,400 stone. Chen Fei first built 4 farmlands, a quarry, and a logging camp, spending a total of 1,500 wood. A trading market, a clay mine, and a pottery kiln were subsequently built. After entering the slave age, there were more and more commodities that needed to be circulated in the market, and farmers, soldiers, and even slaves all needed to trade in the market. Clay can be collected from clay mines and sent to pottery kilns to be made into pottery. Pots, pans, and all kinds of daily utensils require pottery. As the population of Dazhou village increases, the demand for pottery becomes stronger and stronger, and the demand is increasing. In this way, all the economic buildings of the slave era were basically completed. People could hunt and send their furs to textile mills, which would process them into clothing and sell them in the trade market. You can collect clay and make it into pottery to sell. Both of these are necessities, and I believe that this trading market will flourish in the near future. The requirements for entering the next age, the Bronze Age, are 100,000 units each of wood, food, and stone, in addition to 10,000 units of gold. Now Chen Fei has no gold, so gold cannot be circulated in the trade market. He can only barter, which is considered a primary form of currency. Chen Fei did not build the pier. He did not have the energy to develop the area south of Minghui River. He wanted to stabilize the northern region first and establish a solid base before considering expanding southward. Now the sphere of influence of Dazhou village is within 10 kilometers, but this can only be regarded as the range of activities, and there is almost no defense. On the fourth day, Chen Fei rested by himself and asked Lu Bu to take 7 spearmen to sweep all the resource points within 10 kilometers. Those third-level resource points were also taken down. There are 10,000 resources in stock at the third-level resource point, which is enough for Chen Fei to collect for several days. At the same time, weapons manufacturing plants are also working hard to produce equipment. The infrastructure maniac talent can be applied to weapons and tools, increasing the speed of crafting leather armor and bows tenfold. But at the same time, weapons factories are also consuming resources continuously. Making leather armor requires consuming the hides and skins of prey, which are then made into leather, while bows and spears require stone and wood. 100 sets of weapons and equipment require a total of 5,000 pieces of wood and 5,000 pieces of stone. Chen Fei deliberately saved resources today, keeping only a small portion for himself and providing most of it to the weapons manufacturing factory. It was not until the evening that resources were sufficient and all 100 sets of weapons and equipment were produced. Chen Fei recruited another 30 slaves, bringing the number of slaves in the territory to 100. 100 slaves stood together on the parade ground of the barracks. Each of them received a set of equipment, including a spear, a small bow, a pot of arrows, and a set of leather armor. When these skinny slaves put on the new equipment, their aura instantly changed. They are dressed in uniform, look murderous and majestic, and have the aura of a regular army. Very good. At last I have a respectable armed force in my hands. Chen Fei was very satisfied, and then said to them, "Although you are slaves, I will not exploit you. You will have the same status as civilians here. You will enjoy enough food, housing with equal treatment, and equal work. However, I need you to defend our country and our territory. You must intensify your training and become a regular army as soon as possible. Do you have the confidence?" "Have." 100 slaves roared in excitement, their faces filled with excitement as they looked at Fade Chun with eagerness and admiration. System prompt. The slave's loyalty has increased. System prompt. The slave's loyalty has increased. System prompt. The slave's loyalty has increased. Hearing the prompt tone, Fade Chin smiled with satisfaction. Chapter 20 Zhuge. After entering the slave era, everyone had their own ideas and thinking. Chen Fei had studied history and knew that it was better to guide than to block, and that water can carry a boat but can also capsize it. Therefore, he decided to implement benevolent policies internally, at least treating slaves and peasants equally, so as to win the hearts of the slaves. Slaves are just things without sound personalities. They can be ordered around and even forced to work overtime at night or given only a little food every day. However, the loyalty of slaves will be very low, and the probability of rebellion is much greater than that of peasants. If they cannot be suppressed, they are likely to revolt. However, Chun Fei's speech now gave the slaves sound personalities. The slaves also admired Chun Fei immensely, and their loyalty reached over 80, with almost no possibility of rebellion. Afterwards, Chun Fei arranged for Lu Bu to take the slaves into the military camp to start training, trying to improve the combat effectiveness of this slave army. Back in the Lord's Hall, Chun Fei opened the basic information panel while eating fruit. Name, Dazhou Village. Current era, the Slave Era. Region, Xiliang. Level 2 Village. Population, 205/220. Number of soldiers, 108/300. Number of generals, 1. Owned cities, 3. Food, 1600. Wood, 600. Stone, 1066. Technology, fishing, hunting, breeding, textiles. Buildings, farmland 6, arrow tower 50. Talent, infrastructure maniac, master architect. Because the weapons manufacturing plant is running at full capacity and consuming a huge amount of resources, we didn't save many resources today. But Chun Fei was not worried. Now that he had soldiers, why should he be afraid of not having resources? In the evening, Chun Fei looked at the activity rankings and found that he was still firmly in first place. The second place Yinwu tribe was very close to him, but its growth had also stopped. No words were spoken that night. On the 5th day of the game, early in the morning, many players from all over the country were staring at the leaderboard. First place, Dazhou Village, 366 kills. Second place, Yinwu Village, 350 kills. Third place, Village of God, 300 kills. The data has not changed. In the past 2 days, many players have entered the slave era. Chun Fei glanced at the rankings and found that the top 100 players have entered the slave era. So strong. Yinwu Village and Xinji Village are also so strong. They are following the boss closely. TSK, don't forget the people upstairs. Dazhou Village hasn't had any new cases for a single day. What does that mean? It means they haven't been searching for bandits all day. If they continue to attack, the data will probably be even more terrifying. This is just speculation. Maybe this boss lost all his troops and ran out of resources. Don't comfort yourself upstairs. Do you think it's possible for a boss of this level? Under the concern of countless players, the event ended at 9 o'clock. Announcement for all servers in China. Congratulations to Dazhou Village, Yinwu Village, and Xinji Village for placing in the top 3 of the event and receiving the ultimate prize. When an announcement appeared, even though everyone had been mentally prepared in advance, they were still envious and jealous. Amidst the envy and hatred of players across the server, Chun Fei received his own top prize on the event interface. System prompt. Congratulations to player Chun Fei for winning the top prize, S-level strategist, Zhuge Liang. Oh my god, it's Zhuge Liang. Fei Chen was stunned. This reward was so huge that it felt too fantastical to him. Zhuge Liang, the undisputed #1 strategist in the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, is extremely wise and loyal. He is not only good at military strategies, but also at the art of divination, domestic affairs, and foreign affairs. It can be said that this is the most perfect candidate for prime minister in every player's mind. A ray of light flashed, and a figure walked out from the light. He was wearing a feather fan and a long scarf, and was elegant, young and handsome, like a banished immortal. Your Majesty, I, Zhuge Liang, greet you. Zhuge Liang's voice was pleasant to the ear, soft but powerful, making people feel safe, as if this man could overcome all difficulties and nothing could stop him. Chun Fei supported Zhuge Liang and laughed heartily. With Kong Ming's help, I am like a tiger with wings, ha. Zhuge Liang smiled and said, My lord, if you need anything, please feel free to ask. Chun Fei first opened the general panel and saw that there were already 2 generals in it. One was Zhuge Liang and the other was Lu Bu. Click on Zhuge Liang and detailed information will appear on the screen. Name, Zhuge Liang, S-level strategist. Force, 60. Intelligence, 99. Politics, 90. Loyalty, 99. Very strong attributes. This attribute is worthy of the title of as wise as a demon. After a moment's silence, Chun Fei said, Kong Ming, I will appoint you as the Minister of Internal Affairs. You will assist me in handling internal affairs, developing territories, constructing buildings, and forging weapons. Zhuge Liang had not expected Chun Fei to entrust him with such an important task upon their first meeting. He was so moved that he said, Since my lord has placed such trust in me, I dare not disobey him. I will devote myself to this mission until my death. Yeah, okay. System prompt. Zhuge Liang's loyalty to you has increased. After receiving the notification tone, Fei Chun smiled even brighter. With Zhuge Liang's help, Fei Chun felt more at ease, as if he was finally not fighting alone. Kong Ming, tell me, how should our territory be developed? Chen Fei asked. Zhuge Liang had a strong strategic vision. His Longzhong plan could convince the emperor's uncle to submit and treat him as a distinguished guest, which shows his outstanding ability. Zhuge Liang smiled and said, My lord, you are already in the lead and have a powerful slave army. As long as you keep your feet on the ground, you will have no worries. Chen Fei said, The slave army can't sit idle. It can't just sit there as a decoration. It must be transformed into profit. I plan to continue the offensive and expand the territory. I wonder if the military advisor agrees. Zhuge Liang was silent for a moment, then said, My lord, your idea is very advanced. With such a powerful military force, we should go out and conquer the world. But my lord, please remember to prioritize the acquisition of resources and supplement it with the occupation of territory. Oh, what do you mean? Chen Fei listened sideways. Given the lord's current military strength, a 10-kilometer radius is more than enough for the lord to build. Once we capture Zhushan's stronghold in the west, we will have a barrier on all four sides, east, south, west, and north, making it absolutely safe. My lord, you have too few troops now to station garrisons on all four fronts. Furthermore, without cavalry and roads, support is difficult. If you spread yourself too thin, with too many strongholds, it will divert our energy and manpower, preventing us from focusing on both fronts. Chen Fei nodded as he listened, and the thoughts in his mind gradually became clearer. Military advisor, you're right. When the bandits attacked 3 villages simultaneously, I couldn't even take care of myself. If we occupy more territory without support and defense, it will all be in vain. Chen Fei exclaimed, Military advisor, you're right. Chapter 21, Zhushan Village Master Longong. Zhuge Liang smiled and said, At present, accumulating resources is our top priority. As the saying goes, store up food and wait until you claim the throne. My lord, please don't worry too much about the size of your territory. Fei Chen nodded and said, Okay, I've decided to lead the army to attack Zhushan Village today. I'd like to invite the military advisor to accompany me. Yes, sir. After some preparations, Chen Fei set out with Lu Bu, Zhuge Liang, 7 spearmen, and 100 slave soldiers. Zhushan's High is the outpost farthest from Dazhou Village and is an NPC tribe. According to the information Chen Fei learned from the chat channel, these NPC tribes generally do not actively attack players, and will even trade with players. But if players provoke these NPC tribes, they will also send troops to attack the players. Chen Fei now needs to firmly occupy the territory within a radius of 10 kilometers. The West needs a barrier, so he must obtain this NPC tribe. Considering that the NCP tribe has high walls and numerous watchtowers, Chen Fei also brought his only catapult. This catapult was obtained as a victory reward after conquering the Grizzly tribe. It had been kept in the territory and was finally put to use. After walking about 8 or 9 kilometers, Chen Fei and others saw Zhushan Village. On the vast Shiliang Plain, a village with complete defensive facilities appeared in everyone's sight. Zhuge Liang said, My lord, this stronghold is well fortified. We cannot confront it head-on. I suggest sending General Lu Bu to lure the enemy out. We can then ambush him and catch him off guard. Yeah, okay. Chen Fei sighed. There was a strategist who was different. He could come up with strategies right away. When he was fighting the bandits with Lu Bu a few days ago, this guy didn't have any ideas at all, just one word, charge. Chen Fei said to Lu Bu, you go and challenge them yourself and lure them into the ambush. The more people you can catch, the better. Yes. Lu Bu clasped his fists and rode away. Zhushan Village. The village chief, Longong, was sound asleep when he heard one of his men run in and shout, Village chief, a general has arrived from the front, swearing and threatening to challenge you. Longong was startled and quickly got out of bed and asked, How many people are there? Just a military commander. Just one person? Longong frowned, then angrily said, Where did this bastard come from? He doesn't even consider me a human being. Go, gather the troops, and follow me out of the city to fight. Yes. Longong was a large, burly man with a strong build. He was dressed in animal skins, holding a stone spear, and rushed out with more than 60 spearmen. Seeing Lu Bu riding on the fiery red hair, wearing armor, and holding a Fong Tian Hua Ji, like a god of war in heaven, I couldn't help but feel a chill in my heart. This. Longong felt a little weak. He looked at the stone spear in his hand, then at the Fong Tian Hua Ji in Lu Bu's hand, and felt that the gap was quite large. Seeing the guy hesitate, Lu Bu sneered loudly. You rat, your father is here. If you come to die, I will spare your life. Otherwise, when I rush in, I will strip you of your pants and throw you into the river to feed the fish." Hearing Lu Bu's constant barking of "your father," Long Ong trembled with rage, his eyes reddening. He roared, "How dare you? Your grandfather is here. Brothers, come on, kill him." "Go ahead." Long Ong rushed over with more than 60 spearmen and soon engaged in battle. They originally thought that Lu Bu was very strong, but they found that Lu Bu was beaten so badly by their group that he could only defend himself and had no power to fight back. It turns out to be a useless little piece of trash. Long Ong smiled contemptuously. The fear in his heart dissipated, and his confidence overflowed. "Kill him for me." Lu Bu held the Fong Tian Hua Ji and blocked the attack left and right, but soon he could not hold on and began to retreat backwards. "Boy, if you have the guts, wait for your father to come back and call for reinforcements. I will kill every last one of you and feed them to the dogs." Lu Bu uttered these harsh words and then rode away. However, his retreat was not very fast, and his red hair was like a sick horse, trudging along unsteadily. This further stimulated Long Ong. With red eyes, he led his army in full pursuit. But somehow, although the red hair looked sick, it was always faster than them. Soon, Long Ong and his men chased into the ambush circle. Although Shiliang has many majestic deserts and mountains, it also has fertile plains and hills. This ambush circle is a small mound. Chen Fei and his slave army have been waiting here for a long time. They are coming. Chen Fei suddenly narrowed his eyes. When Lu Bu led the spearmen over and they all entered the ambush circle, he suddenly jumped up and roared, "Kill them!" 100 slave soldiers and 7 spearmen all roared and jumped out from the small mound. Although they didn't cover the entire mountain, the momentum was still terrifying. At the same time, Lu Bu suddenly stopped and turned to face Long Ong. His previous decadent aura suddenly changed, and he became like an arrogant tiger, as if he was ready to devour someone. "Oh no, we've been ambushed!" Long Ong yelled, and immediately became anxious when he saw that Chen Fei had more people than his own. Quick, retreat, we can't defeat them, go back." Long Ang's decisiveness exceeded Chen Fei's expectations. He ordered a retreat as soon as he saw the enemy, giving Chen Fei no chance to search for the enemy. You're quite decisive, but this time you'll be skinned alive if you don't die." Chen Fei did not participate in the battle in person, but stood on a small mound with Zhuge Liang to watch the battle. Zhuge Liang pointed at Long Ong and said, "My lord, what do you think of this man?" Chen Fei glanced at Long Ong and said, "His martial arts skills seem okay, but he's still just a warrior without any brains." Zhuge Liang smiled and said, "My lord, you are in need of a man. Although this man is not outstanding, he is at least the leader of a village and is superior to ordinary people. My lord, you can recruit him and let him guard the border." After hearing what Zhuge Liang said, Chen Fei felt that it made a lot of sense. Well, you're right. Chen Fei is indeed short of manpower now. Su Xiaoying guards Shadow Village, and Wang Xiong guards Grizzly Village, but these two are just ordinary players. They have no martial arts skills and no courage. They are not real counselors and generals. Perhaps when the industrial age, or even the technological age, arrives, Chen Fei will arrange for them to serve as chairman of state-owned enterprises and use modern thinking to develop the enterprises. However, now that we are in the slave age, where the strong prey on the weak, their role is very limited. Thinking of this, Fei Chen suddenly shouted, "Lu Bu, capture him alive." Upon hearing this, Lu Bu rode his horse towards Long Ong. Long Ong was so frightened that he raised his stone spear to block, but it was easily cut off by the Fong Tian Huaji. Chapter 22, Matian and Doc. The Fong Tian Huaji flew through the air and landed steadily in front of Long Ong. Lu Bu said coldly, "Surrender or die." Long Ang's face turned pale. He didn't expect that he would be defeated in such an instant. The gap between the two was too big. At the same time, he felt a little ashamed and angry. The guy in front of him was obviously so strong that he could easily fight 100 people alone, but he actually showed weakness on purpose and made him chase him foolishly. This is simply not treating yourself as a human being. "Alas, I surrender." Long Ong finally chose to surrender, and the spearmen behind him also put down their weapons and raised their hands in surrender. "Ha ha ha, well done." Chen Fei laughed heartily. Subduing so many soldiers at once greatly enhanced his strength. Zhuge Liang gently waved his feather fan and said, "My lord, you can let this man lead the way and capture Zhushan's stronghold without bloodshed." "Well, that's what I meant." Chen Fei and Zhuge Liang walked down the small mound and came to Long Ong. At this time, Long Ong was like a deflated ball, sitting on the ground motionless. Chen Fei said, "I am the leader of Dazhou village. What is your name? Long Ong. Long Ong. Do you want to continue to fight on the battlefield with a spear, or do you want to become a farmer and work from sunrise to sunset? Long Ong raised his head, looked at Fei Chun, and said, Of course, we will continue to fight on the battlefield. Chun Fei smiled and said, Okay, then, you lead us and I'll take over Zhushan village. From now on, I'll continue to let you serve as the defense commander of Zhushan village. How about that? Real? Long Ong stood up suddenly. He was a burly man, about 1.9 meters tall, with arms thicker than Fei Chen's thighs and a fierce look on his face. It is hard to imagine how much damage this guy would have caused to the slave army if Lu Bu had not suppressed him. Chun Fei casually opened the general panel and saw Long Ang's specific attributes. Name, Long Ong, C-rank general. Force, 70. Intelligence, 50. Politics, 60. Loyalty, 80. Very mediocre attributes. Even the loyalty is not high. A little disappointed. However, Chun Fei quickly adjusted his mindset. He couldn't easily obtain a god-level general. The majority of generals in this game were mediocre. In this way, with Long Ong, Chun Fei and others quickly arrived at Zhushan village. With the presence of the village chief Long Ong, the dozens of spearmen left behind in the main stronghold did not resist and opened the door to surrender. System prompt. Congratulations to player Chun Fei for recruiting the NPC tribe, Zhushan village. Please choose to keep or destroy. Note, if you choose to keep, the player will get the existing buildings, troops, population, technology, and resources. If you choose to destroy, the player will get more resources, but the buildings, troops, population, and technology will all disappear. Reserve. Chun Fei chose to keep it without hesitation. Zhushan village has more than 100 soldiers and extremely complete defense facilities. It not only has dozens of watchtowers, but also a circle of walls. It is the perfect barrier to the west of Dazhou village. System prompt. The player chooses to keep Zhushan village. Congratulations on obtaining the following buildings: Lord's Hall 1, Watchtower 30, Houses 20, Warehouse 3, Barracks 2, Farmland 9, Lumberyard 3, Quarry 1. Congratulations on obtaining the population: Farmers 50, Spearmen 100. Congratulations on obtaining resources: Food 5,000, Wood 10,000, Stone 10,000. System prompt. Congratulations to player Chun Fei for winning the victory reward: New building, Matian. Oh my god, so many resources. Fei Chen was shocked, but seeing the huge scale of Zhushan village, which was even bigger than Dazhou village, he was not surprised. Haha, these resources are just the solution to my urgent needs. Chun Fei said excitedly. He had just entered the slave age in the past 2 days and acquired many new buildings, but he didn't have many resources to squander. Now that he has so many more resources, he can carry out a wave of infrastructure construction. At the same time, the reward for victory is a new building, hemp field. Chun Fei clicked on it and found that a hemp field can produce 100 units of hemp a day. These 100 units of hemp can be processed into 10 sets of lightweight hemp clothes in a textile factory. Chun Fei felt that his territory had become more fulfilling and his living conditions were about to improve. Name, Dazhou village. Current era, the slave era. Region, Shiliang. Level 2 village. Population, 355/420. Number of soldiers, 208/300. Number of generals, 3. Owned cities, 4. Food, 12,000. Wood, 13,700. Stone, 12,250. Technology, fishing, hunting, breeding, textiles. Buildings, Farmland 15, Arrow Tower 80. Talent, infrastructure maniac, architectural master. After staying in Zhushan village for a while, Chun Fei asked Long Ong to send more people to patrol every day. 100 spearmen remained in Zhushan village, while he returned to Dazhou village with Lu Bu and Zhuge Liang's army. Military advisor, how should we develop now? Chun Fei and Zhuge Liang sat down in the Lord's Hall and asked. Zhuge Liang said, My lord, you have enough resources now, and the most urgent task is to develop the economy. I suggest that you build more farmland, breeding farms, and fishing huts, so that we can have a continuous supply of food resources and save a considerable number of farmers from running back and forth. Fei Chen nodded in approval. At present, food resources are still the most consumed. Daily rations for each person and the recruitment of powerful troops require a large amount of food. At present, the resources within a radius of 10 kilometers have almost been collected. Building farmland and farms can provide a steady supply of food, which can relieve him of a worry. Thinking of this, Fei Chen immediately started building. First, 5 farms and 5 farmlands were built. In this way, he had 20 farmlands, 5 farms, 2 fishermen's huts, and 2 hunters' huts, which could produce 23,000 tons of food for him every day. At the same time, Chen Fei built 5 sawmills and 5 quarries, bringing the total to 10, which could provide Chen Fei with a total of 20,000 tons of wood and 20,000 tons of stone every day. Chen Fei then recruited 4 riders and formed a 5-person communications team, which was specifically responsible for conveying instructions and messages to the 3 villages. Chen Fei also used the remaining resources. He spent 500 stones and 500 pieces of wood to build a pier and a dock. The pier and dock were not located in front of Dazhou village, but 3 kilometers away from it. Because shipping trade will definitely be carried out in the future, a very prosperous commercial area will be formed near the dock. With an increase in the number of foreign population, it will become unsafe. It is better to plan ahead and stay away from it. The pier and dock occupied the largest area, tens of thousands of square meters. After their construction was completed, Chen Fei personally brought Zhuge Liang to the scene. The shipyard can currently produce 2 ships. One is a fishing boat, and the other is a transport ship. Chapter 23. Unleashing the Demon. Fishing boat. Fishing boats can go fishing outside the territory without any regional restrictions. Each fishing boat can obtain between 500–1000 food per day. Cost: 500 wood. Production time: 12 hours. Transport ship. A sailing ship with a wide hull that can transport up to 100 soldiers. Cost: 500 wood. Production time: 12 hours. Chen Fei still had a lot of wood in his hands, so he built 10 fishing boats and a transport ship. With the transport ship, Chen Fei and others can cross the Mingwei River, which is more than 100 meters wide, and go downstream, using the convenience of the waterway to conquer various forces downstream. Finally, Chen Fei built 10 hemp fields in the farmland area, which could produce a total of 1,000 units of hemp per day and 100 sets of lightweight hemp clothing. Chen Fei couldn't wait to put on the linen clothes. Although they had entered the slave age, everyone in the territory was still wearing animal skins, just like primitive people, which made him feel helpless. Time soon came to evening. Chen Fei did not go out again. There was no other force within a radius of 10 kilometers, so he sent out 5 riders from the communications squad. They were also scouts. Chen Fei arranged them to go in different directions to explore the terrain 10 kilometers away and draw a map. At night, lying in bed, Fei Chen opened the chat panel, wanting to see what everyone was talking about. In this real and fake game world, Chen Fei is actually very lonely. Without the internet, family, or friends, I am in a state of tension every day. These past few days, every day was spent in killing and marching, and Chen Fei felt very tired. Fortunately, he had Zhuge Liang, and many things could be handed over to Zhuge Liang, which saved him a lot of worries. In the Xiliang regional channel, millions of players are online at the same time, chatting with each other. On the 5th day after the game started, more and more players had entered the slave age and upgraded from tribes to villages. Likewise, many players were destroyed, annexed, killed, captured, and surrendered. The bloody side of this world gradually began to emerge in the chat channel. Ha 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 ha. Today I defeated a female player and took her as my slave. I brought her back and played with her for a while. That figure, that look, oh my, it was so cool, so comfortable, ha. I really love this world. It's like heaven. A player named DeFinken posted this statement in the regional chat channel, and the chat channel immediately exploded. Damn it, you are such a scumbag. Do you have any sense of propriety, integrity, or moral character? Many people cursed. Propriety, righteousness, integrity, and shame? Moral quality? TSK, is this thing edible? Brother, don't be silly. We can't go back to Earth anymore. There are no laws that can restrain us. Now that this opportunity is before you, what are you waiting for? Go kill those 2 female players, then snatch them away as slaves. Wouldn't that be great? Dafeng responded arrogantly. You piece of rubbish. Be careful. The road is slippery after dark. You will get your comeuppance sooner or later for what you have done. Not only the man cursed, but the woman also started cursing. The chat channel was full of insults. Haha. Don't think I don't know what's going on in your minds. I don't believe you don't have some evil thoughts in real life. Take advantage of this opportunity and put them into practice. There are no laws, no constraints. Here, there's only the law of the jungle, the cruel law of the jungle. As long as you are strong enough, you are the law and you can do whatever you want. In the far southwest, between the 10,000 mountains, in a mountain valley, Dafeng village is located. A wretched young man, unshaven, unkempt, and smelly, was hugging a fair and stunning beauty, letting her take care of him. You dare to criticize me? You're just a bunch of hypocrites. I'm going to explain things clearly to you today. so that you can break free from the cage of your thoughts and release the demons in your hearts. You might become even crazier and more violent than me. The wretched young man stroked the female player's thigh while typing rapidly in the chat channel. Think carefully. In this game world, you might be wiped out one day. You are so timid in real life. Don't you have the courage to let go in this game world? Don't let the heroes fight for supremacy and you all get wiped out, and you won't even be able to touch a woman's hand. In the chat channel, some female players suddenly panicked when they saw this. A player with the ID Baiwa Village said, "Everyone, please don't be fooled by this guy. We come from a civilized society and may return one day. Please don't hurt us girls." Yes, the highest level between men and women is love. Only by respecting girls and being nice to them can you win their favor. Male players, don't let this guy fool you. Let's team up and find him. Send us your coordinates and cut this scumbag into pieces. Many female players spoke out, furious, and scolded the doffing player harshly. But they gradually discovered that the voices of male players suddenly became much quieter. Just now, there were countless men helping to curse the scumbag and beast, but now there are much fewer. Chen Fei lay on the bed, frowning as he watched the chaotic conversation. This player is truly a disaster. With his words, I wonder how many people will unleash their demons and start acting recklessly. From this moment on, both the ugliness and kindness of human nature will be revealed. Chen Fei felt very heavy-hearted, because this meant that players in the future would no longer be pure otakus and house girls, but would become heroes or demons. Without the constraints of the law, the terrible nature of human nature will eventually be unleashed. I just didn't expect it to happen so soon. Chen Fei patted his head, forced himself not to think about it, and then fell asleep. The next day, Chen Fei didn't wake up until the sun rose. It's so comfortable. Chen Fei stretched. The wooden bed was covered with hay and animal skins. It was soft, but the smell was not very pleasant. But Chen Fei has gotten used to it, and he was too tired these days. He slept until he woke up naturally yesterday, and now he is refreshed and in high spirits. After washing his face, Fei Chen came to the lobby and saw Zhuge Liang already waiting there. "My lord, you are awake. Did you sleep well last night?" Zhuge Liang said with a smile. Fei Chen said, "I'm fine. You came here so early. Is there something wrong?" Zhuge Liang smiled and said, "That's good news. Someone has sent money to you, my lord." "Huh? What's going on?" Fei Chen was stunned. Chapter 24 Shiro Merchants. Zhuge Liang said, "A merchant caravan from the northwest has arrived in our territory and wants to do business with you, my lord." "Caravan?" Fei Chen raised his eyebrows and said, "Where are they? Let's go and see." He wondered in his heart that the profession of merchant had not yet emerged after the slave era, and the transactions in the trade market could only be considered primitive commercial activities, not to mention caravan trade. Chen Fei felt that these caravans were most likely NPC forces rather than players. Zhuge Liang and Chen Fei walked out of the Lord's Hall and saw a large caravan at the entrance of the trade market. There were mules, horses, and even camels, hundreds of them, all loaded with goods. A dozen merchants, wrapped tightly in linen clothes, sat together cross-legged, drinking water and eating. "Hello, I'm the leader here. My name is Chen Fei." Seeing Chen Fei coming, these people immediately stood up. One of the leading merchants took off his hat. He had deep eye sockets and a curly beard, and his appearance was quite different from the Han people in the Central Plains. "Huh? Foreigners?" Fei Chen was surprised. The caravan leader said respectfully to Fei Chen, "Respected leader of Dazhou village, thank you for summoning me. I am the leader of the caravan. You can call me Mu Kuan. We come from the distant Shiron Kingdom and wish to trade in your territory." "Western Rome Kingdom?" Fei Chen was puzzled. "Where is this?" Mu Kuan smiled and said, "We came from the northwest, crossed 3 mountains, crossed 9 rivers, and passed through more than 100 tribes and villages before we arrived here. Our Western Rome country has a vast territory, and we raise many cattle and sheep. We live a nomadic life and love freedom. So they're a nomadic people." Fei Chen was startled, and the look in his eyes when he looked at this guy changed. Nomadic peoples have been the biggest enemies of agricultural civilization since ancient times, or the natural enemies of the ancient Central Plains dynasties. Since the Shang and Zhou dynasties, nomadic tribes such as the Chuanrong have been wreaking havoc on the border areas and even captured Haojing, leading to the demise of the powerful Western Zhou dynasty. The subsequent Qin, Han, Tang, Song, and Ming dynasties were all invaded by nomadic peoples and suffered terribly. Therefore, when Chen Fei heard this guy claiming to be a nomadic people, he was extremely alert. However, Fei Chen did not show it, but smiled and said, "I wonder what you want to trade with us by coming here." Mu Kuan said, We passed by more than 100 forces, most of which were still tribes, and only a small number were villages. However, these villages could only produce very little, and it was difficult to meet our needs. Coming here, we find that your territory is rich in products and abundant in supplies. You have linen, wheat, dried fish, pottery, and various tools, all of which we need. Chun Fei didn't expect that he was so poor now, but in the eyes of this caravan, he was considered to be rich in products and abundant in supplies. Unbeknownst to Chun Fei, other players weren't as lucky as him, having a peerless general like Lu Bu at their command from the start. The bandit attacks of the previous 2 days had caused heavy losses for most players, requiring them to expend vast resources training soldiers in order to survive. They were left penniless, and only in the past 2 days had they begun to recover. Chun Fei took a look at his resources. Now all resources are relatively abundant, and the 10 hemp fields built yesterday have also officially started production. So he asked, "I wonder what you can offer?" Mukun said, "We can provide you with salt, cooking oil, gold, and horses." Chun Fei's eyes lit up. These were what he needed most. Salt and cooking oil can greatly improve his life and make people healthier. Gold is a necessity in the era of upgrading. Horses are strategic resources that allowed Chun Fei to train a powerful cavalry unit. Although he could train riders, the price was too high, and horses were consumables that were easily injured when charging, so they needed to be replenished. What's more, in order to create a truly invincible cavalry, the soldiers must be equipped with a second or even a third horse, 3 horses per person, so that they can be invincible. This is fantastic. I was always worried about not being able to find gold and upgrade my era. Now I have gold. Chun Fei suppressed his excitement and said, "Okay, let's go in and talk. Our Dajo village is willing to trade with you and establish a long-lasting friendship." Although this guy is a nomad and very threatening, Chun Fei can't care about that now. He must get the gold as soon as possible and strive to be the first in the entire server to enter the Bronze Age. Walking into the Lord's Hall with Mu Kuan, Zhuge Liang grabbed the corner of Chun Fei's clothes and whispered, "Lord, in this transaction, you can ask for gold with all your strength." "Yeah, that's exactly what I meant." Chun Fei nodded and went in with Zhuge Liang. Soon a slave came in with a plate of fruit. Now Chun Fei had soldiers and food, and he specially recruited 2 slaves to be responsible for cleaning and cooking in the Lord's Hall, allowing Chun Fei to enjoy the treatment of a lord. Mukun said, "We are here to trade with you for 5,000 units of wheat, 5,000 units of dried fish, 100 sets of linen clothing, and 100 pieces of pottery. If possible, we would also like to purchase 100 pieces of tools. Tools can be produced in weapons factories, but there is no metal now, only stone, so the tools that can be made are very limited." Chun Fei said, "Yes, we can provide you with so many things within 1 day, but I only want gold. I wonder how much you can give." Mu Kuan smiled and said, "We can provide you with 8,000 units of gold." Fei Chen frowned and said, "No, I want 10,000 gold. The number of 8,000 is too useless. Chun Fei has no use for gold now. He needs to save up 10,000 gold to upgrade to the Bronze Age." Mu Kuan choked. He didn't expect Chun Fei to be so straightforward and ask for an extra quarter. He spread his hands helplessly and said, "Chief, this price is already very high. Gold is hard currency, and only our Western Rhone Kingdom is willing to buy it from you at a high price. If you sell these things to the Central Plains, I'm afraid you won't even get 4,000 gold." Chun Fei said, "How about this? I'll give you another 5,000 units of wood. That should be fine, right?" Mu Kuan said with a sad face, "My lord, although we in Shirong are a nomadic nation and don't have many resources, we are not short of wood and stone." Fei Chen glared and said, "Then what do you want? I told you, I only want 10,000 gold." Mu Kuan didn't expect that this guy looked gentle, but was so difficult and domineering. Chapter 25, Trading Post and Star Array. He wanted to leave and cut off all ties with Chun Fei, but he was a businessman. On his business trip, he found that every tribe and village he encountered was extremely poor, with only Chun Fei relatively wealthy. He was afraid that if he missed Chun Fei, he would never find another lord with such great power. "Well, okay. I'm willing to offer 10,000 units of gold." Mu Kuan finally chose to compromise. At this moment, Zhuge Liang suddenly smiled and said, "As long as you're here, we're friends. Don't worry, today's money won't be wasted. Look, our Dajo village is strong and powerful, and within 100 kilometers, our lord is respected. Why don't you establish a trading post here as a permanent base?" Trading post. Mu Kuan's eyes lit up. "Yes, my master hopes to maintain a long-term relationship with you and continue to trade with you. And since you have come all the way here, you also need a base here. How about this? We grant you a piece of land for you to build a trading post and warehouse here, to store goods, for daily rest, and to radiate to the surrounding areas, which is very beneficial. We will protect this trading post and provide your caravan with food and water at a reasonable price all year round. What do you think? Chun Fei nodded as he listened, and couldn't help but give Zhuge Liang a thumbs up. In terms of cleverness and wisdom, I am still far behind the first prime minister of the Three Kingdoms. Once this trading post is established, it will be equivalent to becoming a strategic partner of the Shiron Kingdom's merchant caravan, and it will be able to obtain Shiron Kingdom's specialty products on a stable basis, which will be very beneficial to the development of Dazhou Village. Mukuin didn't think much about it and nodded directly. Okay, I agree. He was also a smart man and knew very well the far-reaching significance of this trading post. The Western Rome Kingdom lacked food, tools, pottery, and ready-made clothes. Every time he went on a business trip, he was very tired and consumed a lot of money, and the area he could trade in was not large. If he could establish a trading post in Dazhou Village, he could send merchants to reside there permanently in the future, using Dazhou Village as a base to radiate to the surrounding areas, expand the market, and dump goods. You can also build warehouses here to store goods, which greatly improves convenience. With the trading post as an additional condition, Mukuin felt much better and suddenly found that the extra 2,000 gold didn't seem so painful anymore. Then, Chun Fei started chatting with Mukuin again. He wanted to get more detailed information about the Western Rhone Kingdom from Mukuin. According to Mukuin's description, the Western Rhone Kingdom is located about 500 kilometers northwest of Dazhou Village. Not only is there the Western Rhone Kingdom, but many nomadic peoples have also established countries there, and the distribution of power is very complicated. The capital of the Shiron Kingdom is Shirong City, a large city with a garrison of 10,000 people alone. Moreover, the Western Rhone Kingdom is famous for its cavalry, with tens of thousands of cavalrymen who come and go without a trace. This is what scares Chun Fei the most. Is Shirong Kingdom truly an NPC power? How can it be so powerful? This is a real country. According to what this guy said, the Shirong Kingdom should have entered the Bronze Age. Fei Chen felt his throat dry and he couldn't speak. Such a powerful country, ahead of the times, and with the strongest military force, if it wants to invade the Central Plains, I am afraid all players will be slaughtered. The two talked for more than an hour. After that, Chun Fei asked Zhuge Liang to coordinate the details of the transaction and the site selection of the trading station, while he went to the barracks. In the barracks, 100 slave soldiers were training. They were lined up in neat rows, in groups of 10, practicing military formations. Prick, kill, prick, kill. Waves of shouts and cries of killing were deafening, and the heroic momentum of the army was overwhelming. Lu Bu, wearing casual clothes, stood on the high platform in front of the training ground, with his hands behind his back, directing the training. Seeing Chun Fei coming, Lu Bu quickly ran over and said with a smile, "My lord, you are here." Chun Fei asked, "How is it? Do these slave armies have potential?" Lu Bu smiled and said, "Although these people are slaves, they are gradually becoming stronger after 2 days of training. They have now learned the basic formations, and I am currently training them to set up the Starfall formation." Star formation? What kind of formation is this? Chun Fei asked. This name sounds so impressive. Lu Bu explained. The Starry formation is a formation of 10 people. Each group has their own division of labor and cooperates with each other. Some are responsible for the main attack, some for defense, and some for observation and command. Multiple groups of 10 can also coordinate as a whole, with a variety of formations, which is very suitable for small-scale battles with less than 10,000 people. Isn't this the Mandarin Duck formation? Chun Fei finally understood that the Mandarin Duck formation also consisted of groups of a dozen people, which was very suitable for dealing with small groups of hundreds of Japanese pirates. Double Duck formation? What is that? Lu Bu was confused. Chun Fei laughed and said, "This star formation is great. Once we've developed enough and are able to produce more weapons, we can have each group of soldiers divide up their duties. 3 people can hold guns, 3 people can hold swords and shields, 3 people can hold bows and arrows, and 1 person can hold a sword to command. This way, the weapons can complement each other and bring out greater advantages." So the Lord knows so much about military affairs. I was thinking the same thing. Lu Bu was pleasantly surprised, and there was a hint of admiration in his eyes when he looked at Chun Fei. Fei Chun touched his nose in shame. In the afternoon, the 5 cavalrymen that Chun Fei sent out yesterday came back one after another, and they brought back the news that Chun Fei wanted. According to Chun Fei's request, 5 cavalrymen surveyed all the terrain within a radius of 20 kilometers and drew a map with animal skins. Now Chen Fei has actually controlled the semicircular area with a radius of 10 kilometers north of Mingyue River and centered on Dazhou Village. In this area, farmers are responsible for collecting all forests, stone piles, cattle, sheep, deer, and other resources. And within 10 kilometers and up to 20 kilometers, there are also forces of all sizes. 10 kilometers to the north, there are 6 players and 3 powerful NPC forces, all of which have entered the slave age and upgraded to village form. 10 kilometers to the west, there is a lake. An extremely powerful player was discovered around the lake. It is said that there are dozens of arrow towers alone. 10 kilometers to the east is a large area of virgin forest and low hills, which can provide Chen Fei with a large amount of wood and stone. Yeah, very good. Fei Chen thought for a moment, then called Lu Bu over and said to him, Feng Xian, tomorrow morning, you will lead 100 slave soldiers to Zhushan village and reunite with Long Ong. Then, lead the Zhushan village's troops eastward, find the lake, and eliminate the players' forces. Take the players as prisoners, and preserve the village. Yes. Chapter 26, Power Ranking. Early the next morning, Lu Bu brought 100 slave soldiers to Zhushan village, joined forces with Long Ang's troops, and continued to move westward. In Dazhou village, the merchant caravan from the Western Rome Kingdom, which came from afar, also entered the trade market after conducting official trade with the Lord Chen Fei and began to do business with ordinary farmers. The farmers' intelligence had greatly improved after entering the slave era, and they all had their own thoughts and lives. Some would pick up shells and catch crabs by the river, while others would use wood to make sculptures and simple handicrafts. Although these items were worthless in Chen Fei's eyes, they were still considered tradable by the merchants of Shiro. In addition to Dazhou village, farmers from Shadow village, Grizzly village, and Zhushan village also rushed over. The trade market was bustling and looked very lively. Chen Fei and Zhuge Liang stood on the roof of the Lord's Hall, looking at the bustling trade market a few hundred meters away, and were very satisfied. Zhuge Liang waved his feather fan and said, My lord, these merchants have paid us 10,000 gold coins and have already put them in the warehouse. Now that they are trading with the people in their territory, additional gold will flow into the market, which will be our original capital. Over time, the people in our territory will also have a large amount of gold in their hands, which will also be a huge fortune for the Lord. Chen Fei smiled and said, This caravan is very helpful to the development of our territory. Our place is becoming more and more lively. By the way, has the location of the trading post been selected? Zhuge Liang said, We've chosen a location. It's 1 kilometer to the east, not far from the dock. When shipping and trade develop in the future, they can benefit greatly from it. Well, that's all the preferential treatment for them. Chen Fei said, Before we truly understand and interact with the Western Rome Kingdom, we shouldn't be too friendly to them. Instead, we should be vigilant at all times. Nomadic peoples are ultimately enemies, not friends, to our agricultural civilization. Zhuge Liang pondered deeply after hearing this. Although he was wise, he had never considered the issue from the perspective of the two characteristics of nomadic and agricultural civilizations. What Chen Fei said now inadvertently opened up a new line of thought for him, making him feel suddenly enlightened. After watching the prosperous trade market for a while, Chen Fei returned to the Lord's Hall. He was about to open the chat interface to see if there was any new news when suddenly a system prompt sounded. System reminder. On the 7th day of the game, the power ranking function is enabled. The ranking event has begun. Players are welcome to check the details in the event panel and actively participate to win the best prizes. There's a new event. Chen Fei was startled and quickly clicked on the activity panel and saw an activity called Power Ranking with a flashing icon. Faction Ranking Event. 7 days into the game. I believe most players have basically established themselves and truly adapted to the game world. However, this world is still very primitive, with countless resources and treasures waiting for you to explore. Please work hard to improve your influence value. You can get corresponding rewards at each stage. The top 100 players will receive additional rewards after the event ends. Countdown to the end of the event. 6 days, 23 hours and 59 minutes. Note, building more and higher level buildings and training more and stronger soldiers are the main ways to increase power value. As the event started, players in the chat channel were also excited. Another event has started. I wonder which boss will get first place this time. What do you mean by first place? Look carefully. Anyone who reaches the target will receive a stage reward, and anyone who places in the top 100 will receive an additional reward. This is much more conscientious than the bandits attack event, right? At least everyone can profit. Hey, even though there are rewards for the top 100, can they be the same? Didn't you see that the reward for first place is a gold box, 2nd to 10th place are red boxes, 11th to 50th place are blue boxes, and 50 to 100th place are green boxes? So, the big guys are still the big guys, and the salted fish are still the salted fish. If this continues, the strong will get stronger and the weak will get weaker. Sooner or later, we will be swallowed up by the big guys. I suggest that we weaklings unite and form a salted fish alliance to jointly resist the conquest of the big guys. What do you think? Agree. Agree. I'm joining in too. Chen Fei didn't bother to check the chat channel, but opened the newly appeared ranking interface. He originally thought that he was number 1, but he didn't expect that the number 1 was actually a player village called Huiwe Village. The power value has reached an astonishing 2050. Continuing to look down, the 2nd place, Pengu Village, power value is 1900. 3rd place, Village of God, power value 1890. 4th place, Eternal Village, power value 1800. 5th place, 6th place. I'm not even among the top 10. Fade Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. No way, am I that weak? Fade Chen smiled bitterly and continued reading. 11th place, 12th place. It wasn't until 15th place that I saw my ID. 15th place, Dazhou Village, power value 1520. Shoo, SHHH. I underestimated the heroes in the world. There are too many powerful people. Fade Chen smiled helplessly. However, he was not in a hurry because he had 2 talented skills, Infrastructure Maniac and Architecture Master. These 2 skills were magical skills that could help him quickly increase his power value. On the activity interface, there is a detailed description of this activity. When the influence value reaches 100, 500, 1000, 1500, 2000, 2500, and 3000, you can get a reward. In short, every time you increase your influence by 500, you'll get a reward. Now that most players have entered the slave age, and their influence is mostly above 500, the majority of players in all chat channels will say that this event is much friendlier than the last bandit attack, and that most players can benefit. Chen Fei's current influence value is 1520, and he has received 3 rewards. System prompt. Congratulations to the player for reaching a power value of 500 and obtaining food 1000, wood 1000, and stone 1000. System prompt. Congratulations to the player for reaching a power value of 1000. You have obtained 5000 food, 5000 wood, and 5000 stone. System prompt. Congratulations to the player for reaching a power value of 1500. You have obtained 10,000 food, 10,000 wood, and 10,000 stone. 3 rewards, getting better and better. Although the total amount of resources was only 16,000, Chen Fei still thought it was pretty good. There are still 6 days left before the event ends. I should still have time. Fade Chen calculated carefully. Chapter 27 Wind Chime Village. He can now produce nearly 30,000 pieces of food every day and 20,000 pieces of wood and stone each. Combined with yesterday's deposit, he can normally reach the standard of 100,000 in 4 days. During these 4 days, Chen Fei did not plan to increase his power. Instead, he wanted to save as much money as possible to accumulate resources and strive to be the first to enter the Bronze Age. Chen Fei planned to use 2 days to eliminate all forces within a radius of 20 kilometers. He believed that the resources obtained from looting these players and tribes would be enough for him to be promoted. Then, in the remaining 4 days, he will expand rapidly and invest all resources into territory construction, truly transforming into an infrastructure maniac. On the other hand, Lu Bu brought 100 slave soldiers to Zhushan village. After meeting up with Long Ong, they joined forces and set off in a mighty force. This was a huge team. Long Ong also dispatched 100 spearmen, totaling 200 people, with a huge momentum. Soon, both sides arrived at a stone resource point, which was a 3rd-level resource point. There should have been dozens of defenders, but now there were only 4 or 5 spearmen, as well as a quarry where a dozen farmers were working with tools. This place has been occupied by Fengling village. Lu Bu, riding on his red hare, said to Long Ong, take your men and seize this resource point. General, will this alert the other party? Long Ong was a little doubtful. It doesn't matter. It will let the other party know that we are here. If he has self-awareness, he will come out and surrender quickly. If he refuses to surrender, don't blame us for being ruthless. Lu Bu was very confident, or in his eyes, all the soldiers in the world were ants. If they refused to obey, he would just punch them away. There was no need to engage in any conspiracy or trickery. Oh well. Long Ong had no choice but to agree. The defenders of this 3rd-level resource point naturally discovered Long Ong and his men and instantly panicked. The farmers rushed back to the quarry, closed the gate, and trembled. The spearmen, holding their weapons, shouted loudly, "Stop! This is Fengling Village. Please don't cause any misunderstandings." Long Ong laughed loudly and said, "Fengling Village? I'm targeting Fengling Village." He waved his hand, and 100 spearmen roared and rushed towards the quarry like a group of tigers descending the mountain. Although the quarry has its own wooden wall, how can it withstand the charge of these regular troops? So quickly, the gate of the quarry was breached, and 100 spearmen rushed in. In less than 5 minutes, the battle was over. According to Chen Fei's request, as many prisoners as possible should be captured to minimize the loss of personnel and resources, so the farmers were not killed. The 5 spearmen resisted fiercely, 2 were killed, and 3 were captured. "Don't stay here any longer. Long Ong, leave a few people here to take over, and the farmers continue to work. Everyone else continue to follow me." Lu Bu gave orders. Yes. The group continued to move westward. Feng Linger is a top student and a graduate student at a prestigious university. Not only is she a good student, she is also beautiful. She has traveled to 7 countries and has a wide range of knowledge. After entering this game world, she obtained an A-level talent. The output of farmland and farms increased by 100%. After entering the slave era, the effect of this talent began to emerge. Feng Linger obtained a large amount of food and recruited a large number of soldiers. With the help of these soldiers, Feng Linger was able to show his prowess, conquer the surrounding tribes, annex several players, obtain some technological rewards and a large amount of resources, and finally develop into the powerful country it is now. However, she did not expect that foreign enemies would suddenly invade today and attack one of her 3rd-level resource points. When she saw the system prompt indicating that it was Dazhou Village that was attacking her, Feng Linger was frightened. Dazhou Village. How could she not have heard of it? The first one in the server to defeat a player, the first one in the server to enter the slave age, and also the first one in the server to participate in the bandit invasion event. She never imagined that the famous Dazhou Village, which was talked about by players in the server every day, was so close to her and even attacked her. So she quickly sent 3 riders out to find out the news. The news reported back made her even more shocked. There were actually more than 200 people on the other side, and they were all soldiers. Feng Linger was almost scared to the ground. In her opinion, she had 200 slave soldiers and 50 spearmen due to her natural advantage, which was already excellent and far exceeded the level of most players. But unexpectedly, there were more people on the other side. Dazhou Village is really powerful. Feng Linger was spinning around anxiously in the Lord's Hall. Finally, Feng Linger gritted her teeth, put in all the wood, and built 100 arrow towers at the same time. All the food was consumed, and they began to recruit a large number of soldiers and slaves. I, Feng Linger, am not someone you can easily bully. Even if I fail, I will make you suffer heavy losses. Feng Linger said through gritted teeth. She was very smart and thought clearly. She knew that once she was captured, no matter how many resources she had left, they would become meaningless. Therefore, she had to use up all the resources and convert them all into defensive power. An hour later, Feng Linger received a report from her subordinates that the enemy had appeared and was about to arrive at Fengling Village. So Feng Linger hurried out and climbed up the watchtower, with 4 archers protecting her. Lu Bu's army walked for a full hour before they saw a bright lake. The water area was very large and at least 1 kilometer wide. There is a group of buildings around the lake, with arrow towers standing in rows. At a glance, there are at least hundreds of them. There are large tracts of farmland on the side close to the lake, and even a shipyard and a dock. The prosperous scene made Lu Bu look sideways. I didn't expect that this goal would develop so well. Lu Bu sighed. Long Ong looked envious and said, "This place is much better than my Zhushan village." The two were sighing and admiring when suddenly a large group of soldiers came out from the opposite side. There were actually hundreds of them. Lu Bu narrowed his eyes and took a closer look, and found that the soldiers sent by the other side were also slave soldiers. They were wearing leather armor, holding stone spears, and had a small bow and a quiver on their waists. Their combat effectiveness was many times stronger than that of the spearmen in the primitive era. However, Lu Bu was not afraid, but became even more excited. In the previous battles of the primitive era, although he went in and out 7 times alone, the enemies were too few, only a few dozen or so, and the enemy's equipment was not good enough. Holding a Fang Tian Hua Ji, killing the enemies was as easy as chopping melons and vegetables. It was only enough for him to warm up, and he did not enjoy the fight at all. Long Ong suddenly pointed at an arrow tower and shouted, "General, look." Chapter 28, Unparalleled Archery. Lu Bu looked in the direction he was looking and saw a woman surrounded by several archers on an arrow tower, looking at this place. "It looks like he is their leader," Long Ong said. Lu Bu chuckled and said, "In that case, why not let this little girl see how powerful I am?" After saying that, he took out the red hard bow hanging on the side of the red hair, bent the bow, and put the arrow on it. With a whoosh sound, the sound of breaking through the air was heard, and the sharp arrow shot out. Feng Linger was watching the situation on the battlefield, thinking about how to respond, but suddenly she heard a sharp and piercing sound of breaking through the air. "Chief, be careful!" An archer nearby pushed Feng Linger away, and then the sharp arrow shot into his head. The soldier screamed and rolled down the arrow tower. Oh! Feng Linger's face was pale. The arrow just now was too close, making her feel that the god of death was coming and waving a terrible scythe at her. The feeling was so heart-pounding that all the strength in her body was drained. "Chief, are you okay?" Several soldiers asked with a worried look on their faces. Feng Linger shook her head and said, "I'm fine. Shoot, everyone shoot." On the other side, Lu Bu shook his head with some regret and said helplessly, "It was almost there, but it was still too far away." The guy next to her reacted and saved her life. Long Ong said in admiration, "The general's archery skills are unparalleled. He can hit the enemy from such a long distance. He has the power to shoot through the willow branches from 100 paces away." "Ha ha, General Long, you are too kind." When Lu Bu heard the compliment, he said it with his mouth, but he was very happy in his heart. At this time, the enemy also began to counterattack. The archers on the arrow tower shot a large wave of arrows, but Lu Bu and others were standing in a safe position. These ordinary archers had no killing power at all. Now it is only in the slave age. Although archers can be recruited, the quality of the bows and arrows is very poor. They can only shoot up to 200 meters from a high position and can only effectively hit the enemy at a distance of about 150 meters. Moreover, arrows were made of stone, animal bones, wolf teeth, etc., and were far inferior to the fine steel arrowheads of the feudal period. As for the slaves, the bows and arrows made for them by the arsenal were even smaller, with an effective range of no more than 50 meters. They were somewhat useful against unarmored soldiers, but they were not a big threat to soldiers wearing leather armor. A real bow and arrow is expensive to make and is not easily obtained. It is a precious strategic weapon that requires maintenance and care. According to Chen Fei's guess, only after truly entering the Bronze Age and having enough bronze raw materials can we cultivate truly lethal archers. On the opposite side, Feng Linger looked at Lu Bu, staring at him intently, with cold sweat dripping down her face uncontrollably. "This guy?" Feng Linger murmured, and her rosy little mouth trembled constantly. The invincible general riding a crimson warhorse in front of her was connected with a certain character in her mind, and they gradually overlapped. No way. It can't be true. Feng Linger looked dazed. Lu Bu. Could this guy be the legendary Lu Bu, the most powerful general of the Three Kingdoms? Lu Bu's image is so classic. He wears a three-pronged purple-gold crown on his head, a beast-face chain armor on his body, holds a Fong Tian painted halberd in his hand, and rides a red horse with a red rabbit under his feet. At the beginning, Feng Linger had not thought of the character Lu Bu, but when Lu Bu shot that arrow, showing his unparalleled archery skills, Feng Linger suddenly woke up. Lu Bu shot the halberd at the gate. His archery skills were unparalleled, and he was also matched. How could it be? We've only just entered the slave age, and there's no way to recruit military commanders. How did Dazhou village acquire a military commander? And one of them is the legendary General Lu Bu. Feng Linger was quite confident at first, thinking that she could definitely stop the enemy's attack with hundreds of arrow towers and hundreds of soldiers. But after recognizing Lu Bu, Feng Linger's belief collapsed, and the collapse was very complete. At this time, Long Ong said to Lu Bu, "General, there are too many enemy arrow towers. Although our slave soldiers have leather armor and are not too afraid, the spearmen are not. If we attack rashly, we will surely suffer heavy casualties. If the Lord finds out, he will definitely be unhappy." Lu Bu nodded and said, "Yes, the Lord has thought of this, so he asked me to bring the catapult. Come on, push the catapult out." At a command, 7 or 8 spearmen came out from the army formation pushing a large catapult. This catapult is 10 meters long and 5 meters wide, with 10 wooden wheels installed on the chassis. It is very difficult to move in the wilderness where there are no roads, and the speed is also very slow. This is the victory reward that Chen Fei obtained after attacking the grizzly tribe. He never had the chance to use it before, but now it finally comes in handy. This is the only one the Lord has, and he has allocated it to us. Although it's not very useful, it's enough to deal with this wind belt village. Lu Bu looked at the soldiers next to the catapult and said, "Let's start." Yes. These spearmen were specially assigned to the catapult crew. They had been trained in the barracks for several days and were very familiar with the control of the catapult. 6 spearmen began to look for stones. They first pressed down the base and wheels of the catapult to ensure that the catapult would not be unstable due to throwing stones. Then a commander stood in front, measured with the naked eye, and began to adjust the throwing angle of the catapult. This set of procedures was taught to them personally by Chen Fei. After the angle was adjusted, the commander shouted, "Load the stone bullets." Immediately, 2 soldiers moved a large stone into the ammunition slot. "Ready, fire." At the commander's command, the stone bullet flew out, drawing a graceful arc in the air, and then there was a bang. It missed the target. A group of soldiers looked at each other. Lu Bu frowned and said loudly, "Don't be discouraged, keep going." "Yes." The soldiers immediately took action and began to adjust the angle. "Call out." Another stone bullet hit an arrow tower directly, and the wooden arrow tower collapsed. "Yeah, hit it." The soldiers cheered excitedly. This was their first time using a catapult in actual combat, and seeing this massive thing unleash such power in their hands filled them with pride and excitement. On the other side, Feng Linger had already stood up anxiously. "Catapult. They actually have something like that." Feng Linger was extremely anxious because she could see that the other party had no intention of launching a charge right now, but was planning to rely on the power of the catapult to continuously destroy her arrow tower. Once all the arrow towers are destroyed, ordinary soldiers will definitely not be able to defeat the enemy. At that time, they will have no protection and can only surrender. Chapter 29. Catapults show their power. Feng Linger knew that she couldn't wait any longer. Otherwise, she would be like a frog in boiling water and would be finished sooner or later. On this side, Lu Bu and others watched the catapults throwing stones with all their might. The operators became more and more skilled and accurate, and they could hit the target almost every 2 stones. It was very scary. Seeing the arrow towers being taken down one after another, Lu Bu and Long Ong felt very relieved. Suddenly, the enemy army moved. Some soldiers used wooden boards they found from somewhere as shields, formed a shield wall, and began to advance slowly. "Huh? General, they are starting to move." Long Ong shouted. Lu Bu sneered. "I'm afraid they'll become cowards and stay inside. Pass my order, everyone. Disperse into small groups and prepare to attack." Halala. Lu Bu's army began to change formations. The 100 slave soldiers split into 10 groups and dispersed. The 100 spearmen following Long Ong also split into 2 groups, preparing to encircle the enemy from both sides. At this time, the opposing army had advanced about 100 meters and was still within the protection range of the arrow tower. Suddenly, the slave soldiers drew their bows and shot out a hail of arrows. The bows and arrows of the slave arrow were not very effective, but they were also very cheap. Only 1 unit of wood and some animal tendons were needed to produce a small bow in the weapons factory. So now the slave soldiers of Fengling village also have a small bow in their hands, and a wave of arrows comes with a whistling sound, which is terrifying. "Quick, get out of the way." Long Ong quickly ordered the soldiers to get out of the way. Because they dispersed in advance, and the soldiers were all on guard and dodged immediately when they saw the rain of arrows, the killing effect of this wave of arrows was not significant. "Fight back, slave army, shoot." Long Ong commanded loudly. The slave soldiers on Lu Bu's side also carried bows and arrows with them. Upon hearing the order, they immediately drew their bows and arrows and launched a counterattack. So, a bow and arrow battle began between the 2 sides on the battlefield. However, the opponent's preparation was obviously better than Lu Bu's, or they had the home advantage. They relied on thick wooden boards as shields, which were able to block most attacks and gain a great firepower advantage. Because Lu Bu's army did not have sufficient protection, casualties began to occur. The soldiers fell one after another, which made Long Ong very anxious. "Humph, what are you panicking about?" Lu Bu glanced at Long Ong and said, "As long as I am here, the sky will not fall." "Yes, yes, yes." Long Ong was embarrassed and could only say yes. However, seeing his captain so calm and confident, his emotions were also infected and gradually calmed down. Lu Bu raised his Fong Tian Hua Ji high and shouted, "Everyone, retreat 30 meters." The 200 soldiers immediately retreated, just out of the enemy's range. "Catapult, keep firing." Lu Bu continued to give orders. There are more than 100 arrow towers in Fengling village. This number is too terrifying. Even Lu Bu cannot force his way in like this, so he must first use catapults to pull out the arrow towers. At that time, there will be nothing in Fengling village that can stop him. Boom, boom, boom. Arrow towers were blown up one after another, and the defensive fortifications of Fengling village were rapidly collapsing. Feng Linger was also wearing leather armor at this time, holding a bronze sword in her big hand that came from nowhere. She looked heroic, like a female general. She shouted, "Everyone, move forward 30 steps, continue the shield wall, and keep shooting." Although Feng Linger knew that the enemy would most likely take the risk of attacking, if she did not move forward, she would have to take the beating and watch as the enemy's catapults destroyed the arrow towers one by one. So she must attack. "General, they are coming." Long Ang's eyes lit up. "Ha ha, this is what we've been waiting for. Everyone, follow me and charge." Lu Bu shouted loudly, then squeezed his legs together, and his red hair neighed, leading the charge. "Kill." Long Ang also shouted and rushed forward with 200 soldiers. "Shoot, shoot, stop them." Feng Linger shouted anxiously. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The soldiers drew their bows and fired another wave of arrows. The two sides were only 100 meters apart. Lu Bu charged in the rain of arrows. Some of the arrows were blocked by him, while others hit his body and hit his armor. At this time, the importance of armor is reflected. Lu Bu was like an invincible tank, not afraid of bullets and gunfire at all. The hits on his body were just tickles. 100 meters away, they reached the other side almost instantly. The soldiers in the first row raised the wooden boards in their hands to form a shield wall to stop the charge. "Anyone who stands in my way will die." Lu Bu swept his Fong Tian Huaji, and immediately 3 or 4 wooden boards were blown away. 4 or 5 soldiers were killed by Lu Bu in one blow. The red hair was not a heavily armored warhorse used for charging into battle formations, so although Lu Bu was brave, he could not break through the battle formation as fearlessly as the heavy cavalry. He could only break through the shield wall first, and then rush into the battle formation, like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, and began to kill indiscriminately. Feng Linger was standing at the back and saw Lu Bu rushing into the formation and charging left and right. His Fong Tian Huaji was as agile as a dragon. Dozens of people besieged Lu Bu at the same time, but they could not hurt him at all. Instead, soldiers were constantly killed. Gudong so strong. Feng Linger swallowed hard, feeling the pressure in her heart getting tighter. At this time, Long Ang also arrived with a large army and fought with the Fengling village army. At this moment, the star formation that Lu Bu had trained before came into play. The soldiers were divided into groups of 10, and each group had their own division of labor and took care of each other. Each group had its own goals and tactics, and their combat effectiveness was very strong. Kill. Long Ang stabbed a slave soldier to death with one shot. Blood splattered on his face, making him look extremely hideous. Long Ang's combat power is also very strong. Although not as strong as Lu Bu, he has no problem dealing with these ordinary spearmen and slave soldiers. "Hold on, you must hold on." Feng Linger clenched her fists, looking extremely nervous. She even wanted to join the battle herself, but when she thought about her delicate body, she realized that if she really went up, she would probably just be a piece of cake and would not be as strong as the spearmen, so she had to give up. The battle soon entered a white-hot stage. In this battle, both sides deployed a total of more than 300 troops. By the bright little lake, the shouts of killing were deafening, and screams were heard continuously. The scene was bloody and cruel. With the two generals Lu Bu and Long Ang in charge, they were like 2 human harvesters. In less than 10 minutes, the soldiers of Fengling village could no longer hold on and began to retreat. "It's over. It's over now." Feng Linger sighed and followed the fleeing soldiers to run to the rear, hoping to rely on the remaining arrow towers to hold on for a while longer. Chapter 30 Windmill. While the two sides were fighting, the catapults were not idle either, constantly bombarding the arrow towers. More than 20 of them have been destroyed so far. Lu Bu roared, "Everyone, charge in." Sometimes, battles are all about morale. Right now, morale is high. The soldiers are going crazy drinking blood, their hormones soaring, their blood boiling. This is the perfect time to take down Fengling village in one fell swoop. If we use a conservative strategy at this time and retreat first and wait for the catapults to bombard and destroy the arrow towers one by one, the soldiers' enthusiasm will cool down, which will be detrimental to the battle. Kill. The soldiers of Dazhou village rushed into Fengling village with a victorious momentum, red eyes and roars. However, the remaining arrow towers did cause considerable casualties to Lu Bu's army, with soldiers constantly falling to the ground and being shot to death. If Chen Fei were here, he would probably be heartbroken and might even order a retreat and take things slowly. But Lu Bu had no such idea. He knew very well that kindness is not the key to commanding an army. Sometimes, when deploying troops, one must not be concerned about the casualties of one's own troops. The key is to achieve victory. Lu Bu was in a killing spree. He rushed into Fengling village as if he was in an empty space. Any soldier who resisted him was killed by him with one strike. It was difficult for him to use a second strike. Boom. Boom. The soldiers of Lu Bu's army climbed up the arrow tower and stabbed the archers on the tower with spears. There were also slave soldiers who drew their bows and arrows, standing under the arrow tower to shoot the defenders on it. The catapults in the rear were also shooting accurately, with stone bullets flying continuously, and one shot could destroy an arrow tower. Feng Linger saw her own arrow towers collapsing one after another and her soldiers being killed one after another, and she showed a look of despair. She knew that she had been defeated, and defeated completely. The battle between the two sides could be said to be a head-on offensive and defensive battle, but the opponent's strength was too strong and completely crushed her. And all this is due to the existence of the two generals Lu Bu and Long On. No, I have to find a way to survive and not fall into their hands. Feng Linger pursed her lips and made up her mind to escape. She also paid attention to the chat channel and knew that many female players had been killed in recent days and treated as prey by male players. Once captured, they would be in a very miserable state. There are no laws and no morals in this world. Players are becoming more and more aware, and the most evil and darkest side of human hearts has been exposed. So Feng Linger is very scared. When she thinks of the scene after she was captured, she can't help shivering. Feng Linger took the bronze sword and 2 pieces of dry food and ran to the dock. There were several small fishing boats there. As long as she got on a fishing boat and rowed to the other side, the other party would never be able to catch up with her. However, when she ran to the dock and was about to board the boat, a voice suddenly came. "If you dare to board the boat, I will cut your head off." Feng Linger was startled and turned her head to look. A warrior covered in blood was riding on the majestic red hare, with a bow and arrow pointed at her. Who else could it be but Lu Bu? What a fast speed. Feng Linger laughed miserably. "But I will never fall into your hands no matter what." After saying that, she placed the bronze sword on her snow-white neck, actually intending to commit suicide with the sword. However, there was a sound of breaking air, and a huge force came. The bronze sword in Feng Linger's hand was knocked away, and Feng Linger fell to the ground. Lu Bu rode up to her, pointed his Feng Tian Hua Ji at her neck, and chuckled. "Wanna die? Not so easy. My master is still short of 2 bed-warming maids, and I think you'd be perfect for that." At this time, Chen Fei was looking at the map with Zhuge Liang in the Lord's Hall of Dazhou Village, studying the future strategic direction. "My lord, based on the information we have now and the location and direction of the mountains, rivers, and streams I have observed, we can deduce that we are now in the middle of the Xiuyang region. If the calculation is true, then to our west is the Hushi Corridor, to our east is the Guanzhong region, to the north is the endless grassland, and to the south is the uninhabited plateau." Zhuge Liang said, "Although this location isn't as rich as the Central Plains, it does have unique advantages. We can connect the east and the west, and to the north we can obtain horses, which will help us train a powerful cavalry. Cavalry is definitely the overlord of this cold weapon era. Whoever possesses cavalry basically determines whose army is the most powerful." Zhuge Liang stood up and gently waved his feather fan, as if he was reminiscent of the Longzhong plan. "My lord, go north to gain cavalry, and go west to connect with the western regions and open up trade routes. When the time is right, go east to attack and seize Guanzhong and Hanzhong, and great things will be accomplished." "Ha ha, well said, I thought so too." Fei Chen laughed heartily. At this moment, the system prompt sounded. "System prompt. You have successfully defeated Fengling Village. Please choose the disposal method, keep/destroy. Note, if you choose to keep, the player will get the existing buildings, troops, population, technology, and resources. If you choose to destroy, the player will get more resources, but the buildings, troops, population, and technology will all disappear." The battle is over? Fei Chun was startled, pleasantly surprised, and then he decisively chose to keep it. Keeping the village can provide Chun Fei with a large amount of power value, which can allow him to move up several places in the activity ranking. It is a sure-win business. System prompt. The player chooses to keep Fengling Village. Congratulations on acquiring the following buildings: Lord's Hall 1, Watchtower 60, Houses 40, Warehouses 3, Barracks 2, Farmland 20, Lumberyard 6, Quarry 10, Dock 1, Shipyard 1, Weapon Factory 1, Trade Market 1, Clay Mine 1, Pottery Kiln 1, Textile Factory 1. Congratulations on obtaining the population: Farmers 150, Spearmen 20, Pikemen 50, Slaves 60. Congratulations on obtaining resources: Food 600, Wood 2500, Stone 5000. System prompt. Congratulations to player Chen Fei for winning the victory reward: New building, windmill. Fei Chen frowned and muttered, Why are there so few resources? Logically speaking, so many days have passed since the start of the game, and everyone has gradually gained a firm foothold and has stored food. There definitely wouldn't be just this little bit of resources. Forget it. Let's wait until Lu Bu and the others come back. Fei Chen shook his head and looked at the new building awarded by the system. New building, windmill, uses wind power to grind grain, producing flour and oil. Cost, 1,000 wood. Construction time, 24 hours. With this mill, I can produce flour and vegetable oil, and finally I can eat steamed buns, noodles, and pancakes. Haha. Chen Fei was extremely surprised. Chapter 31. You are a good person. Coming to this world and starting life from primitive times, everything was terrible, whether it was eating, drinking, living, or traveling. In the past few days, Chen Fei has been relying on barbecue and fruits to fill his stomach every day. After he got the farmland, he only ground the wheat by hand, which cannot be considered as real flour, and the texture and taste are much worse. Now that he has a mill, it means that Chen Fei can make all kinds of pasta in the future, and the quality of food will be greatly improved. Afterwards, Chen Fei opened the ranking panel and saw that his influence value had risen to 1900. However, Fei Chun is making progress, and so are others. Huiwa Village is still the highest ranked, with a power value of 2,300. The second place Panga Village and the third place God's Village are both higher than Chen Fei. Chen Fei's Dazhou Village ranked 4th. Well, there's always someone better than the best. But it's pretty good, too. Going from 15th to 4th is pretty good. In the afternoon, Lu Bu returned to Dazhou Village. They brought a large number of captives, and the 150 captured farmers were settled in Fengling Village, where production continued as planned. 20 spearmen, 50 pikemen, and 60 slaves were brought back. Haha, Fengxian, good job. Chen Fei and Zhuge Liang stood at the entrance of Dazhou Village to greet them. Lu Bu threw Feng Linger in front of Chen Fei. Feng Linger fell heavily to the ground and let out a cry of pain. My lord, this is the leader of Fengling Village whom I captured. Please make your decision. Fei Chen nodded and looked Feng Linger up and down. He found that this girl was even prettier than Su Xiaoying, but her temperament was completely different. Su Xiaoying is a lively, open, and bold person with a sunny temperament, which is also in line with her identity as an art student. Feng Linger, on the other hand, is quiet, well-educated, and bookish, like a talented woman from the south of the Yangtze River. But Feng Linger's eyes were very firm, and the look she gave Chen Fei was a little scary. Are you the leader of Dazhou Village? Your name is Chen Fei. Feng Linger had her hands tied and was kneeling on the ground. Her hair was disheveled and her clothes were tattered, revealing large areas of white. This picture of messy beauty was enough to make any man bleed from his nose. When a player meets another player for the first time, the system will display the other player's name and game ID. So Feng Linger knew Chen Fei's name. Fei Chen nodded. Yes, it's me. Feng Linger took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and said, I am your defeated opponent. You can do whatever you want to me. Fei Chen walked to her side, suddenly lifted her beautiful chin, and put his face close to hers. As if she sensed the strong masculine scent, Feng Linger's long eyelashes trembled slightly, and her eyebrows frowned slightly, revealing a hint of helplessness and despair. Fei Chen said teasingly, How about warming my bed tonight? I would rather commit suicide than let you succeed. Feng Linger flatly refused, snorted coldly, and turned her face away. Seeing this, Fei Chen burst into laughter. Just teasing you, silly boy. Chen Fei stood up and said, I don't like forcing people to do things against their will, nor do I like finding someone who hates me to be my bed warmer. I prefer a relationship where two people are in love and deeply in love. Feng Linger opened her eyes, her face full of disbelief. She frowned and asked, Do you really think so? Chen Fei put his hands behind his back and said, Go to Zhushan Village. I will appoint you as the manager of Zhushan Village. You will develop the village well and coordinate production and construction. Feng Linger was stunned. Are you going to activate me? Fei Chen said, Of course. If you can't carry anything on your shoulders or back, how can I keep you for nothing? Feng Linger's mouth twitched, and her eyes suddenly turned red. At this time, Lu Bu came over, untied her, and laughed. Girl, we will be colleagues from now on. Feng Linger glanced at Lu Bu and suddenly felt that Dazhou Village had such a brave general, this unmoved leader, and more than 200 soldiers. It would be a good choice to join Dazhou Village. Feng Linger looked at Fei Chen and said, I suddenly feel that you are a good person. Chen Fei was stunned, not knowing why he was suddenly given a nice guy card. Just because I didn't force myself on her. So I think I'm a good person? Haha, it's such an honor to be praised by you. Fei Chen smiled awkwardly. After seeing Feng Linger off, Fei Chun and Zhuge Liang returned to the Lord's Hall. I actually want to keep this little girl here and let her cook for me. Fei Chun gave a bitter laugh. Then I changed my mind. If I took over her village, she'd be ready to eat me alive. If I asked her to cook for me, she might poison me at any moment. So I decided to just send her away. After all, she's educated, so she shouldn't have any problem managing a territory. Zhuge Liang praised. I never thought that my lord could remain so calm in the face of such a beauty. I admire you. Fei Chun curled his lips and said, I just don't want to force anyone. Zhuge Liang nodded approvingly. My lord, you don't take advantage of others' misfortunes, nor do you force others to do things against their will. This is the behavior of a gentleman. As the saying goes, what goes up must come down. If my lord has such a heart, we in Dazhou village should follow suit and prioritize benevolence and righteousness. In the future, my lord's reputation for benevolence and righteousness will spread throughout the world, and he will be loved by all the people. Fei Chun was stunned and smiled awkwardly. Is it really that outrageous? I really didn't think that much. Zhuge Liang said sternly, My lord, please do not underestimate this matter. In today's world, there are countless princes who have no laws or morals and who use tyranny to satisfy their own selfish desires. But there are only a few who are as benevolent and righteous as you, my lord. If this matter were to spread, the lord would gain immense prestige and even become popular. This is a kind of momentum, a kingly momentum, and the lord must remember to cultivate it well. Fei Chun frowned and fell into deep thought. He really hadn't thought of this. What Zhuge Liang called momentum was, to put it bluntly, his own personality. Although I am a player now, as the game progresses, the player's settings will gradually be lowered, and the strong ones who can survive will gradually become true princes, competing for the central plains and dominating the world. At that time, which one would be more welcomed and loved by the people, a tyrannical and unjust prince or a benevolent and righteous prince? The result is self-evident. Chun Fei pondered for a long time, then bowed respectfully to Zhuge Liang and said, Mr. Kong Ming, I am grateful for your guidance. Chapter 32 Delicious Scallion Pancakes. Zhuge Liang quickly dodged and did not accept Chun Fei's bow. Instead, he propped up Chun Fei's arm with his feather fan and said with a smile, My lord, you are of noble status and do not need to bow to me. This is what I should do. I know that my lord is young and full of energy, and sharing the bed with a beautiful woman is the ultimate bliss in the world. Who wouldn't love and want it? My lord, you might as well give Su Xiaoying and Feng Linger more gold and silver gifts and take good care of them. I believe these two girls will soon be moved by my lord, and when their love is strong, everything will fall into place naturally. Fei Chun was furious when he heard this. What do you mean? Am I that kind of person? A woman? Haven't you heard that if you don't have a woman in your heart, you will be a god when you draw your sword? Leaving Zhuge Liang dumbfounded, Chun Fei left in style. After conquering Fengling village, Fei Chun arranged for Feng Linger to go to Zhushan village to serve as the village's manager, responsible for internal affairs. Long Ong served as the general defending Fengling village and led his troops to garrison Fengling village. In this battle, Chun Fei's troops suffered heavy casualties. After Lu Bu handed the casualty report to Chun Fei felt distressed and spent a lot of resources to replenish the troops. For this replenishment, Chun Fei directly produced spearmen armed with bronze spears, whose combat effectiveness was even stronger than that of the slave army. After the replenishment was completed, Chun Fei integrated the troops. The army of Dazhou village is now mainly divided into 3 parts. One part consists of 40 spearmen led by Long Ong and another 60 spearmen. These 100 people are responsible for guarding Fengling village. However, because there was still an operation tomorrow, Chun Fei did not let Long Ong go back, but built another barracks for Long Ong and his men to rest on the spot. The other part was the main force led by Lu Bu, which was 100 slave soldiers. The last part is Chun Fei's direct army, which can also be called the command guard force. It consists of 5 riders and 10 spearmen. They are mainly responsible for the defense of Dazhou village, as well as communications, reconnaissance, and other tasks. They are very important. In addition, Shadow Village and Grizzly Village, the 2 villages serving as the eastern and northern borders, Chun Fei also dispatched 10 spearmen to each of them as basic guard forces. In this way, the total number of Chun Fei's troops reached 235. Because Fengling village was far away, it was already very late when Lu Bu's army returned triumphantly, and the soldiers were very tired. So Chun Fei did not let them go out to fight again, and directly disbanded them and sent them back to the barracks to rest. Chun Fei spent 500 units of wood. The master builder's talent was activated, reducing the construction cost by 50% to build a mill. intending to produce some flour to improve the food. The construction time of the mill is 24 hours. With the activation of the infrastructure maniac talent, the construction speed is increased tenfold, and the construction is completed in 2.5 hours. Chen Fei immediately arranged for several farmers to go in and start producing wheat. The mill covers a large area. The Shiliang area has strong winds. The huge windmill drives the mill inside the house to rotate slowly, and soon bags of wheat are ground into flour. Chen Fei, along with Zhuge Liang and Lu Bu, walked into the mill and saw 5 workers working hard. Chen Fei didn't interrupt them. Instead, he pinched a finger of flour, licked it, and smiled with satisfaction. The quality is pretty good. Although it's still a little different from what I imagined, it's much better than before. In modern society, flour needs to go through several processes before it can be ground. The flour ground in the mill is far less fine than the flour ground by machines in modern society, but Chen Fei is already very satisfied. Lu Bu, can you cook? Chen Fei asked. Lu Bu scratched his head and said awkwardly, My lord, I have never cooked before. Chen Fei looked at Zhuge Liang again. Zhuge Liang, who was always so wise, said with shame, My lord, the second sage Mencius said that a gentleman should stay away from the kitchen. I have never been in the kitchen. Chen Fei was a little disappointed. He wanted to see these historical figures cooking in the kitchen wearing aprons. Fei Chen said helplessly, Well, in that case, I'll cook for you myself and let you taste my cooking skills. There is a simple kitchen in the Lord's Hall, which contains some pottery, as well as tools such as knives, forks, and spoons. These are all household items produced by pottery kilns. Fei Chen poured the flour into a basin, added water, and began to knead the dough. After kneading, let the dough rest for 10 minutes, and then you can officially start working. Apply oil, sprinkle with chopped green onions, roll into pancake shape, and Chen Fei starts to make pancakes. Zhuge Liang and Lu Bu stood aside, watching Chen Fei making pancakes with great skill, and were both very surprised. My lord is truly a god. Not only is he proficient in both civil and military affairs, he can also cook delicious food. He is truly a role model for our generation. Lu Bu praised. Chen Fei laughed heartily. Although he knew it was flattery, he still enjoyed it very much. Soon, a golden and crispy scallion pancake was born. When they smelled the aroma of the scallion pancakes, Fei Chen, Zhuge Liang, and Lu Bu all twitched their noses and exclaimed in unison, What a nice smell. My lord, what is this? Lu Bu asked with his eyes wide open. Scallion pancakes, haven't you tried them? Chen Fei asked. No, it looks delicious. Lu Bu and Zhuge Liang both shook their heads. Hey, it's such a shame you haven't tasted such delicious food before. Chen Fei said with a smile. I'll let you try it today and see if it suits your taste. As the scallion pancakes were baked, Fei Chen said, Don't just stand there. Pick one up and eat it quickly. Freshly baked ones are the best. They won't be as fragrant once they cool down. Upon hearing this, Lu Bu and Zhuge Liang stopped being polite and picked up a piece to start eating. By the way, remember to roll 2 scallions. Fei Chen reminded. Green onions, why? Lu Bu was puzzled. Pancakes wrapped with scallions are a golden combination. Pancakes without scallions are soulless. Chen Fei explained with a smile. Lu Bu and Zhuge Liang were skeptical, so they took 2 green onions, rolled them in, and took a bite. Well, good times. What a nice smell. This feeling. I love it so much. Lu Bu and Zhuge Liang's eyes lit up. They had never tasted such delicious food before. They had been eating stewed meat every day for the past few days, but without any seasoning. The stewed meat was not tasty. They had long been tired of it. Now, suddenly eating the scallion pancakes, they just felt it was incredibly delicious. The pancakes Chen Fei baked were relatively thin and very crispy, leaving one mouth full of fragrance. Lu Bu and Zhuge Liang quickly finished one pancake, and then started eating the second one. Haha, don't worry. I'll make some soup and pair it with scallion pancakes and green onions. It's absolutely amazing. 10 minutes later, Fei Chen, Zhuge Liang, and Lu Bu sat around the table. Each of them held a pancake wrapped with green onions and drank soup. They felt extremely comfortable, and their stomachs were very comfortable. Now that's what we call eating, Chen Fei sighed. Now that we have flour, we can finally escape the miserable days of eating boiled meat every day. Chapter 33 Meteor Alliance. The next day, Mu Kuan, a merchant from the Western Rhone Kingdom, left Dazhou Village with his caravan. Dear Chief Chen, we are very satisfied with our visit to Dazhou Village for this trade, and we have also witnessed the strength of Dazhou Village. After we return this time, we will tell my friends about the situation here, and I believe they will also be interested in coming here to trade. When Chen Fei heard this, he laughed out loud and grabbed Mu Kuan's hand, showing that the two of them had a very deep relationship. Oh my, thank you so much, brother. We in Dazhou village need gold, war horses, bronze, and salt. As long as you can bring these things here, we in Dazhou village will definitely give you the most favorable and honest price. You are guaranteed to be satisfied. Okay, I'll keep it in mind. Well, Chief Chun, see you later. Mu Kuan clasped his fists. See you later. Fade Chun returned the greeting. Watching the Shirong caravan depart and gradually disappear into the horizon, Zhuge Liang smiled and said, "With this, my lord, you've established a connection with the Shirong kingdom. You won't have to worry about gold in the next few years." Chun Fei shook his head and said, "We can't be too optimistic. The Western Rhone kingdom is too vast, and this Mu Kuan is just a private merchant. He doesn't represent much. According to him, there are many nomadic peoples in the northwest, and they have established many countries. It's impossible for those nomads to only trade with us. If we can get gold, then others can too. We must not let our guard down." Zhuge Liang said, "My lord, your power is at the forefront of Shilyang. As long as we develop steadily and become strong enough, we can demand that the Shirong kingdom and other nomadic tribes only trade with us, while cutting off their trade routes with other factions and monopolizing the market." Chun Fei nodded and said, "When we enter the Bronze Age, I plan to send some people to the west to see what the situation is like there." Zhuge Liang nodded and said, "We can also send people to the east to see which side is easier to attack first." After seeing off the Shirong merchant caravan, Chun Fei led Zhuge Liang, Lu Bu, Long Ong, as well as 100 slave soldiers, 60 spearmen, 40 spearmen, and 10 farmers to form a large army and march towards the north. About 20 kilometers north of Dazhou village, there are 6 players and 3 NPC forces. According to the information sent back by the scouts, the 6 players were not far away, only 1 or 2 kilometers apart, and were almost stuck together. The 3 NPC forces are all very powerful, close to each other, and have a well-formed defense system consisting of walls and arrow towers. We marched on foot and ran for 2 hours before we reached our destination. Who is it? Suddenly, a sharp arrow shot out from the bushes nearby and hit the ground in front of Chun Fei's army. "Stop moving forward." Lu Bu gave a loud order and narrowed his eyes at the same time. He saw 2 cavalrymen appear in the grass in front of him, holding bows and arrows in their hands. "This is the Meteor Alliance's territory. Stop and tell me your name." A cavalryman drew his bow and arrow, looking at Chun Fei and the others vigilantly. Chun Fei noticed that these cavalrymen were slightly different from his own riders. Their riding skills seemed to be more sophisticated. They were holding a bow in their hands and had a quiver on their side. They looked well equipped. The riders that Chun Fei is recruiting now have much worse riding skills. They can only be regarded as infantry on horseback. They cannot charge into battle or roam around, let alone shoot arrows on horseback. Meteor Alliance? What is this thing? Fade Chun frowned and said loudly, "I am the leader of Dazhou village. I need to see your leader for something." The cavalryman winked at his companion, who immediately galloped north. Then the cavalryman said, "Please rest here for a while until my lord comes to meet you." Zhuge Liang said to Chun Fei, "My lord, this man is clearly a sentry from the enemy. They have already spotted us. We should speed up our advance, establish a stronghold in advance, and then act accordingly." Chun Fei nodded. Zhuge Liang was right. This so-called Meteor Alliance was most likely an alliance composed of these 6 players. The combined forces of the 6 villages were too numerous to be defeated by a head-on charge. They had to arrive early, establish a stronghold before the enemy could organize their army, launch a beautiful defensive counterattack, and then act accordingly. Thinking of this, Fade Chun winked at Lu Bu, who understood and suddenly spurred his horse to charge. "What are you up to?" The cavalryman holding the bow and arrow was shocked when he saw this and was about to shoot, but the red hair was very fast. Before the cavalryman could draw the bow to full length, Lu Bu had already arrived in front of him. "Die!" Lu Bu roared angrily and swept out with his Fong Tian Hua Ji, violently splitting the cavalryman into 2 pieces. "Keep moving forward, all troops, speed up, run." Chun Fei gave the order. The 200 troops continued to advance in a mighty force and soon discovered the target of this operation. Standing on a small hill, you can see 6 large villages distributed on the plain in front. These 6 villages are very close to each other, and there are a large number of arrow towers built in them. They are densely packed and look very scary. To the east of these 6 villages, about 1 or 2 kilometers away, there are 3 walled villages. People can be seen in them, and cavalry can be seen running. There are a total of 9 villages on the plain, forming a very obvious confrontation between the east and the west. System prompt. You have discovered the Mahist village built by the player Tian Emote. System prompt. You have discovered Bailey village founded by player Yin Bailey. System prompt. You have discovered Tianmin Village built by player Yi Chuan. System prompt. You have discovered the Sun and Moon Village built by the player Wang Zhao. System prompt. You have discovered the Rose Village built by the player Sun Qian. System prompt. You have discovered the Cosmic Village built by player Lu Heng. System prompt. You have discovered the NPC Force, Qianshan Village. System prompt. You have discovered the NPC Force, Langtao Village. System prompt. You have discovered the NPC Force, Black Rock Village. 9 prompts appeared in front of Chen Fei, making his heart tighten instantly. Chen Fei looked at Zhuge Liang and said, Military advisor, we are facing 9 forces. Can we really win? Zhuge Liang waved his feather fan, his face still calm, and chuckled, Don't panic, my lord. If there were only these 6 villages, we would have to reconsider. But now there are clearly 2 forces here, hostile to each other. In this case, it will be easy for us to defeat them. Fei Chen frowned and asked, How do we do it specifically? Zhuge Liang said, Win over one side and destroy the other. Chapter 34 Information Exposure. But which faction should we win over? Asked Fei Chen. The NPC forces are blocked by walls, and the defense system is more complete. They cannot be rushed by force, which is very time-consuming. However, these 6 players are numerous and powerful, and the scale of their village construction is more than twice that of the 3 NPC forces. Their apparent strength is far greater than that of the NPC forces. Both sides were very difficult to deal with, like hedgehogs, making it difficult for Chen Fei to take action. My lord, I'm afraid I have no choice now. Fei Chen was stunned. Why? My lord, look. Chen Fei looked up suddenly and saw that the territory of the 6 players suddenly became busy. Many soldiers walked out of the barracks and rushed towards this side. I killed their scout, so they decided I was their enemy. Chen Fei said, In that case, let's join forces with those 3 strongholds and attack the village together. Kongming, you go to Qianshan Stronghold, Langtao Stronghold, and Black Rock Stronghold and convince them to join forces with us. We will attack from all sides and try to take this place today. I obey your command. Zhuge Liang bowed, then walked towards the 3 NPC strongholds under the protection of 2 spearmen. Afterwards, Chen Fei ordered the 10 farmers he brought to start building the arrow tower. Because of his talent as a construction maniac, he could build an arrow tower in 10 minutes. In this way, when the enemy army arrived, Chen Fei would have 10 arrow towers as firepower support. Finally, Chen Fei ordered Lu Bu to take 100 slave soldiers and hide in the nearby forest as an ambush. He himself, along with Long Ong and 100 ordinary soldiers, stood on the low hillside. The soldiers formed a semicircular spear formation, forming a defensive formation. Player Tian Mo led 100 soldiers out of the village, joined forces with people from several other villages, and marched towards Chen Fei in a mighty force. Boss, is this Chen Fei the lord of Dazhou Village? The big player who always dominates the leaderboard? Tian Mo asked a middle-aged man beside him. The middle-aged man said, The system prompt is correct. The real name of the Dazhou Village player is Chen Fei. Humph, I never thought that this big guy would attack us. Boss, can we beat him? I'm a little scared. The opponent can often dominate the list, which shows that he is very powerful. A thin man was afraid before the battle. Humph, Lao Lu, there are 6 of us. What are you afraid of? It's only been a few days since the start of this fight. Even if he's strong, he's only 1 step ahead. How can he possibly beat 6 of us? We must let everyone know that Dazhou Village's era is over, and it will no longer dominate the charts. Our popular alliance must not only defeat them, but also strike back, find their lair, and capture their territory. The middle-aged man was very confident and said, Second brother, go to the chat channel and post Chen Fei's information. You must also announce it to the world so that everyone in the world can witness our battle. This isn't a good idea. What if we lose? Tian Mo was also a little scared. The middle-aged man's nose was crooked with anger as he cursed. What are you afraid of? He's obviously here to cause trouble today and wants to swallow us up. We're playing at home, and it's 6-1, so our chances of winning are very high. If we can defeat him, then our Meteor Alliance will be known throughout the world. What a great opportunity. Listen to me go. Okay, boss, I understand. After hearing this, Tian Mo gained confidence. He glanced behind him and saw that each of the 6 players had sent out 100 people, for a total team of 600 people, which was extremely large. These 6 players were quite unique, having gathered together at the start. Surprisingly, they didn't attack or annex each other. Instead, under the leadership of Yin Bailey, the middle-aged man they called their big brother, they formed the Meteor Alliance, a name that sounded like 6-Star Alliance. The members of this Meteor Alliance are 5 men and 1 woman. The oldest, Yin Bailey, is 35 years old, and the youngest, Liu Hang, is only 18 years old. They have different personalities and professions, but under Yin Bailey's organization, they have become a warm, small collective. They never abandon or give up on others, and truly share resources and share difficulties. However, it seemed that God did not intend to let them develop comfortably. There were 3 powerful NPC forces just 1 kilometer away. They kept attacking them from the beginning, making them miserable in the first few days. Tian Mo followed his elder brother Yin Bailey's orders, opened the chat channel, and typed quickly, "Dezhou village has appeared and is here to annex us. You may as well be a witness and see who is stronger today, our Mo Liuxing Alliance or Dezhou village." As soon as these words were spoken, the chat channel exploded instantly. Dezhou village? The boss who dominates the charts? Take care of yourself, brother. I hope you can survive the boss's attack. Tian Mo was furious when he saw this comment and replied, "It's still unclear who will win or lose. We in the Meteor Alliance have 600 slave soldiers and 600 spearmen, for a total of 1,200 troops. How can Dezhou village withstand an attack from 1,200 of us? What? 12,000? Fuck, I peed myself. Boss, why do you have so many soldiers? Meteor Alliance? What the hell is that? Are there even guilds in this game?" Countless players were shocked. They only had 100 or 200 soldiers now, and some players who were in a worse situation didn't even have 100 soldiers. Now, when they suddenly heard Tian Mo say that he had an army of 1,200 people, countless players were scared. Tian Mo saw that his speech instantly became the focus and countless people were talking about him, and Tian Mo felt extremely comfortable. Haha, let me tell you, our Meteor Alliance is made up of 6 people. Today, Chun Fei from Dezhou village attacked us with his crazy mind, so we will make him pay for it. Oh my god, this game is developing so fast. There's an alliance so soon. Meteor Alliance, what a lowbrow name. What did you say just now? Chun Fei? Is this the name of that boss? Tian Mo replied, "That's right. The Lord of Dezhou village is called Chun Fei. Remember this, we will put an end to him today. You will never see him dominate the charts again." 666, you are so powerful. No one can withstand an army of 1,200 people. This is almost as powerful as some of the small island nations that lived comfortably during the Warring States period. Too powerful. Mark it and place a ward. I hope you can post the results of the battle after the battle is over. Yes, I look forward to the results. Chapter 35, Scared to Pee. At this time, Fade Shin didn't know that his real name had been exposed by the other party. At this time, the enemy's 600 soldiers were approaching. Chun Fei was very nervous. 100 soldiers had already prepared their spears and guns, ready to give the enemy a fatal blow at any time. "Lord, the arrow tower is built," Longlong said loudly. Upon hearing this, Fei Chun turned his head and saw a row of 10 arrow towers standing behind him. On each tower, there were 2 archers drawing their bows and aiming at the center of the battlefield. Very good, pass the order down. The peasants must not stop. As long as the fighting continues, they must build arrow towers for me. With 10 arrow towers, Fei Chun felt a little more confident. It was he who had the talent of a construction maniac and was able to build it in such a short time. Otherwise, it would take an hour to build, and the battle would be over by the time it was completed. Yin Bailey brought 600 slave soldiers to the foot of the hillside and saw Chun Fei. "Are you Chun Fei?" Yin Bailey's face was unfriendly. "Yes, it's me." Fei Chun nodded. 100 people faced 600 people without fear. "I have no grudge against you. Why are you hitting me? Don't try to reason with me here. This game is all about dominance. You've become a stumbling block on my path forward, so naturally I have to annex you. How about you consider joining my Dezhou village? I can promise to give the 6 of you a satisfactory official position. Any position like Minister of Revenue or Director of Education can be given to you." Yin Bailey sneered. "Don't play such childish tricks. We are now strong and powerful, with 6 times your number. Why don't you join us? We can spare your life and let you enjoy wealth and glory." "Ha ha ha, you guys are quite childish too." Fade Chun waved his hand. "If that's the case, then there's nothing more to say." Yin Bailey held a bronze spear in his hand, raised it high, pointed it at Chun Feijuan, and shouted loudly, "Attack! Kill!" 600 slave soldiers roared in unison, shaking the sky. Then the 600 troops launched a charge. These 600 people did not charge in a swarm, but were divided into more than a dozen small teams. Like Lu Bu's star formation, each team commanded the battle independently, allowing the 600-man army to launch an attack in an orderly manner, without being chaotic. "Humph, the ratio is 6 to 1. Let's see what you can use to fight me." Yin Bailey sneered. Brother, look at the front of Chun Fei's team. That seems to be a general. Yichuan pointed at Long Ong and said, General? Yin Bailey was a little surprised. Now everyone was in the slave age, and the function of recruiting generals was not open, but they knew through the chat channel that some players still had generals. It may be the victory reward dropped after defeating players and NPC forces, or it may be the initial talent at the beginning of the game. Every player who has a general will have a very comfortable time in the first few days of the game. An excellent general is enough to fight against 100 people alone and can save the player a lot of resources. But there are very few players like this, and the Long Ong in front of them is the first general they have seen with their own eyes. Long Ong was tall and prominent. He wore 2 layers of leather armor and held the bronze sword seized from Feng Ling. His appearance was unique, and at first glance he looked like a commander or a military general. I was wondering why Chun Fei could dominate the list so many times. It turns out that he has a military general. Tian Mo exclaimed, as if he had discovered some incredible secret. Yin Bailey looked at Long Ong, with unconcealable envy and jealousy in his eyes. Try to capture him alive and try to get him to surrender to us. That way, our strength will be even greater. At this moment, a rain of arrows suddenly shot out from the forests on both sides. Hundreds of arrows formed a dark cloud and fell from the sky. The Meteor Alliance was caught off guard and unprepared, and dozens of people were killed in an instant. Kill! There were shouts and cries of killing coming from the forests on both sides, and many soldiers in leather armor rushed out, holding spears and charging forward fearlessly. The leading general was wearing a mighty armor and robe, holding a Fang Tian Hua Ji in his hand, and riding a fiery red divine horse. Especially the 3-pronged purple gold crown on his head added a sense of divine power to him. Oh no, there's an ambush, exclaimed player Yichuan. Don't panic. They have so few people, much fewer than us, they can't beat me. Yin Bailey said in a deep voice. But, big brother, look, they still have a general. Yin Bailey naturally also saw Lu Bu and was shocked. The general in front of him, riding a majestic warhorse, was much stronger than Long Ong in terms of equipment and momentum. They were not on the same level at all. Moreover, why does this guy look so much like the legendary Lu Bu? Lu Bu. Thinking of this, Yin Bailey was shocked. Lu Bu is here. All of you die. Lu Bu roared angrily, like a tiger descending from the mountain, and he wielded the Fang Tian Hua Ji like a dragon. Soldiers were killed one after another, dying in large numbers. The Meteor Alliance's formation was instantly in chaos. It's really Lu Bu. Yin Bailey, Tian Mo, Yi Chuan, Lu Hang, Wang Zhao, and Sun Qian, all 6 of them were shocked. In their hearts, Lu Bu's name is a symbol of invincibility. They didn't expect that this legendary general would appear in front of them. Several people were almost scared to death. Damn it, how did Chun Fei recruit Lu Bu? Yin Bailey was originally full of confidence, but after hearing Lu Bu's name, most of his confidence was gone in an instant. Comparing ourselves to each other is really infuriating. We don't even have a single general, but this Chun Fei suddenly has 2 generals, one of whom is Lu Bu. How shameless. I'm so jealous and hateful. I want to complain. Why can't the authorities give me a famous historical general? The 6 people all had red eyes and were envious and jealous. Among them, Tian Mo suddenly thought of something, opened the chat channel, and quickly sent a message. The latest news, player Chun Fei, the Lord of Dazhou Village, possesses the legendary General Lu Bu. As soon as he finished sending the message, Yin Bailey shouted loudly, Stop advancing, form a defensive formation, and stop them. At this time, Long Ong also led his troops to rush over from the front. The Meteor Alliance was suddenly attacked from 3 sides, and the situation suddenly became extremely unfavorable to them. Although Long Ong was only a 3rd-rate general, he was much stronger than ordinary soldiers. He wore 2 layers of leather armor and rushed to the front of the team, so the enemy's stone spears could not penetrate him at all. He held the bronze sword and slashed left and right, fighting in the blood, and he seemed invincible. One is Long Ong, and the other is Lu Bu. The 2 men are like 2 fierce tigers, and also like 2 sharp knives in Chun Fei's hands. They are invincible and kill enemies one by one in their hands like cutting grass. Chapter 36 Fierce Battle. Regional Chat Channels. Tian Mo's words caused the entire chat channel to explode again. What? Lu Bu brother, are you sure you didn't see it wrong? That's impossible. I also have a general, but he's just a low-ranking general who's unknown in history. How could a general like Lu Bu just appear out of nowhere? Too strong. Chun Fei is indeed the boss who dominates the charts. He even possesses the unparalleled Lu Bu. Boss, please accept my knees. Wow, why? Why don't I have such good luck? Did the boss recharge the account? No wonder boss Chun Fei always tops the charts. It turns out he has Lu Bu in charge. He's a capable fighter who can defeat 100 enemies at once. It's no wonder he tops the charts. Speaking of which, does the Meteor Alliance still want to continue fighting? You may have over 1,000 people, but boss Chun Fei has Lu Bu. It's hard to say who will win or lose. In the regional chat channel, all the players were shocked, and at the same time, they were even more in awe of Chun Fei. Everyone believed that Fei Chun was someone to befriend, but not to be provoked. However, Chun Fei's personal information has only been exposed in the Shiliang area. Currently, no one has opened the national channel or the world channel, so people in other places still don't know Chun Fei's name or the existence of Lu Bu. On the battlefield, the war has officially begun, and it has entered a white-hot stage from the very beginning. Even the last 2 spearmen responsible for protecting Chun Fei's safety were sent out. 200 people faced 600 people, and the battle was fierce. Chun Fei stood between 10 arrow towers. The archers on the towers were also shooting continuously, providing fire cover for their own soldiers. Come on, you must hold on. Fei Chun clenched his hands tightly and stared at the battlefield. Kill. Lu Bu's Fong Tian Hua Ji pierced the body of a slave soldier. Blood had dyed his armor red and splashed onto his face, making him look like a bloody god of death with a terrifying aura. However, the Meteor Alliance is not easy to deal with. They are numerous, and their military strength is 3 times that of Chun Fei's army. Even though Lu Bu and Long Ong are both brave and invincible, they are still very uncomfortable being besieged by more than a dozen enemies at the same time. Tian Mo's forehead was already covered in sweat. He said in panic, "Brother, that general is still in his normal range. We've almost suppressed him. But Lu Bu is too strong, almost inhuman. So far, at least 50 soldiers have died at his hands." Yin Bailey remained calm and commanded, "Surround these 2 generals, cut off the connection between them and the soldiers, then attract them from the front and assassinate them from the back, and try to get rid of these 2 guys first. Don't be afraid of death. We still have 600 soldiers in our lair. Even if all 600 of them are killed, as long as we can keep Lu Bu alive, it will be a great achievement." I have to say that Yin Bailey is a very decisive guy, unlike the other members of the Meteor Alliance who are timid and cowardly. However, at this time, Yin Bailey suddenly discovered that the enemy's arrow firepower seemed to have become stronger again. He looked up at the opposite side of the battlefield and saw that the other side had built 10 arrow towers at some point. There were 10 arrow towers before the battle, but now there are 20. Hiss! Yin Bailey gasped and said in shock, "What's going on? When were these 10 arrow towers built? Is it possible that I am dazzled? You know, it takes only 1 hour to build an arrow tower. How could it be completed so quickly? Brother, this couldn't be one of Fei Chen's tactics." Tian Mo frowned. "It's possible. How many cards does this Chun Fei have up his sleeve?" Yin Bailey murmured, but there was a hint of worry in his eyes. There are a total of 20 arrow towers, with a total of 40 archers standing on them. When they unleash their firepower together, it is still very terrifying. Arrows streaked through the air like meteors, killing many enemies who were fighting fiercely. The originally stalemate situation suddenly underwent some subtle changes. The archery skills of archers in the slave era were not very good. They could maintain accuracy against close enemies, but they were very unstable when shooting at distant enemies. They even shot arrows randomly and accidentally injured many of their own people. But overall, the appearance of 20 arrow towers was a huge blow to the enemy, causing huge casualties. "Keep building, don't stop," Chun Fei shouted loudly, and the farmers were sweating and did not dare to stop for a moment and continued to work. Yin Bailey looked at Chun Fei behind him, who was all alone without even a bodyguard. Suddenly, he became furious and raised the stone spear in his hand, shouting, "Capture the leader first. Brothers, follow me and kill Chun Fei." "Yes. Yes." Yin Bailey, with nearly 200 slave soldiers, as well as Tian Mo, Lu Hang, and Wang Zhao, rushed towards Chun Fei. Seeing this, Chun Fei immediately ordered all the arrow towers to adjust their targets and shoot at the enemies. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Arrows were shot out, and enemies were killed one after another. "Boss, if this goes on, the losses will be too great." Seeing those lives disappearing around him, Tian Mo felt a little distressed and reluctant. "Everyone, keep charging, don't stop. As long as we kill Chun Fei, everything will be over immediately." Yin Bailey had no expression on his face, as if the soldiers who died around him were not his. "Go ahead, kill." Seeing their leaders so determined, the soldiers hardened their hearts and gritted their teeth to start a mindless charge. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The arrows were merciless, and soldiers died one after another. The number of nearly 200 soldiers was decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. 100 meters, 80 meters, 50 meters. When Chun Fei saw the other party rushing towards him without thinking, he did not stand there stupidly waiting to die, but ran away quickly. Catch him and kill him. Yin Bailey and others soon came to where Chun Fei was standing. Tian Mo, Lu Hang, take some of you to destroy these arrow towers, and the rest of you continue to chase Chun Fei with me. Yin Bailey ordered. Although he wanted to kill Chun Fei, to be on the safe side, he arranged for his men to destroy the arrow tower first. This way, even if he failed to catch up with Chun Fei, his situation on the battlefield would be much better. Yes. Tian Mo and Lu Hang took the order and led dozens of people to destroy the arrow tower. Seeing this, the 10 farmers did not stand there stupidly, but ran away in all directions and escaped ahead of time. Chapter 37. Besiege Wei to save Zhao. Chun Fei, surrender obediently, and I will spare your life. Yin Bailey led dozens of people to chase Chun Fei. Bah, wishful thinking. When my General Lu Bu returns later, none of you will be able to escape. Chun Fei cursed as he ran. Lu Bu is indeed very strong. I admit that, but he can't save you today. You will definitely die. Yin Bailey was very confident. On the main battlefield, there were still more than 300 of them entangled with the enemy. Dozens of them surrounded the two generals, Lu Bu and Long Ong. If they killed one, they would send another one. It was still unknown whether Lu Bu and Long Ong could break out. So how could they rush to rescue Chun Fei? They continued to chase Chun Fei, and the two sides chased each other and soon moved away from the main battlefield. Damn it, I miscalculated. I didn't expect the other side only sent out 600 people, and I was beaten like this. Chun Fei felt a little annoyed. He was too impatient and planned to take down these 6 players and 3 NPC factions in one day. However, he didn't expect that before he could even get fat from a single meal, he would almost die from overeating. Although he had 2 generals, Long Ong and Lu Bu, and arrow towers as cover, the difference in military strength between the two sides was 3 times, which was a huge gap that could not be made up by relying solely on these. Chun Fei began the most embarrassing escape since the beginning of the game, but fortunately he had run away before and the other party had no horses, so the other party could never catch up with him. Stop chasing me. How about we talk it over and go back? Fei Chen said as he ran. Stop talking nonsense, and stop now. I promise not to chase you. Let's go back together, okay? Yin Bailey said this, but did not slow down at all. Ha, I don't believe you. Fei Chen curled his lips. Boy, stop now. There are still 600 soldiers in my camp that have not been dispatched. You have already lost. Surrender quickly, and I will spare your life. Yin Bailey shouted loudly. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly stopped. Brother, why did you stop? Yichuan asked. Let's stop chasing and go back. Yin Bailey's face turned pale, and he squeezed out these words from between his teeth. What? Yichuan was confused. Qianshan Village, Langtao Village, and Haiyan Village are attacking our territory. Yin Bailey wiped the sweat from his forehead and said through gritted teeth. Yichuan and Wang Zhao were stunned. Looking at Fei Chen's receding figure, Yin Bailey said coldly, Boy, you're lucky. Just now, Yin Bailey received a series of system notifications that 3 NPC factions had suddenly invaded their territory, which made him feel that something was wrong. If things went wrong, the 3 NPC factions might become the biggest winners, and the fishermen would reap the benefits. Although Chun Fei was right in front of them, they had no horses and the speed difference between the two sides was almost the same. They would definitely not be able to catch up with each other in a short time. In this case, it would be better to return to the territory and deal with the invading NPC forces first. Chun Fei ran for a while, and suddenly he could no longer hear the other party's footsteps. He turned around and saw that the other party was actually walking back. Why aren't you chasing me anymore? Fei Chun was stunned and shouted. Hey, guys, why aren't you chasing me? Yichuan, a young man who followed Yin Bailey, immediately became furious when he heard this. He cursed. Boy, don't be too happy too soon. Most of your soldiers are dead. When we have time, we will attack your territory. By then, it will be useless for you to run away. Really? Then I'll be waiting patiently. Fei Chen laughed. Stop talking nonsense with him and let's go. Yin Bailey shouted and hurried away with his men. Fei Chen thought about it and followed. Although I don't know why the other party stopped chasing me, this is undoubtedly a good thing. What I have to do now is to go back quickly to gather the remaining troops and then act according to the circumstances. After walking for a while, a group of soldiers appeared in front of them, led by Lu Bu and Long Ong. My lord, I'm so glad you're okay. Long Ong and Lu Bu were surprised and hurried to Chun Fei's side. Chen Fei took a look and saw that there were only about 50 people following them. Are there only so many people? Fei Chen frowned. Long Ong sighed and said, My lord, I am incompetent and have suffered heavy losses. Please punish me. Lu Bu also bowed and said, My lord, the enemy is too numerous and has surrounded us. I have been unable to break free, which has caused our army heavy losses. I am willing to accept the punishment. Chen Fei patted them on the shoulders and said, Forget it. The enemy is outnumbered and powerful, and we are no match for them. This time, it's all because I was too impatient. I actually used 200 people to fight against 600 of them. At this point, Fei Chen asked again, Where are the farmers who followed us? Are they still alive? Lu Bu said, They are still alive. I have sent people to collect them. Well, that's good. Chen Fei nodded and returned to the battlefield with Long Ong, Lu Bu, and more than 50 soldiers. He saw only corpses, blood staining the grass red, and stone spears and bows and arrows everywhere. The 20 arrow towers that had been built before had all been destroyed, with wooden stakes lying here and there like ruins. Clean up the battlefield, collect the weapons and equipment, and then send the peasants to rebuild the fortifications. Yes. Soon, 10 farmers came back. According to Chen Fei's orders, they began to build 9 arrow towers. At the same time, another farmer began to build a barracks. In this battle, Chen Fei's army of 200 people lost 3/4 of its strength. It was too late to go back for reinforcements, so he had to build a barracks on the spot and replenish the soldiers on the spot. After a while, another troop arrived, and Chen Fei and others immediately felt like they were facing a formidable enemy. Don't panic, Lord. It's me. A familiar voice sounded, and Fei Chen took a closer look and saw that the person riding the horse was actually Zhuge Liang. Following behind him were more than 60 cavalrymen. Kong Ming, are these the soldiers you borrowed? Chen Fei asked in surprise. Zhuge Liang laughed heartily, dismounted, and said, I know that my lord is under great pressure, so I persuaded the leaders of Qianshan village, Langtao village, and Haiyan village to express their willingness to form an alliance with them and destroy the Meteor Alliance together. When the 3 village chiefs learned that you were at war with the Meteor Alliance, they immediately sent people to attack the Meteor Alliance to lure them back for reinforcements. This is a strategy of besieging Wei to save Zhao. Protecting is not only about besieging Wei to save Zhao, but also about killing with a borrowed knife. Fei Chen laughed heartily and said, The rescue was timely. If it had been a quarter of an hour later, they would have caught up with me and killed me. Zhuge Liang said with shame, I have failed in my duty by putting my lord in danger. Fei Chen shook his head. Let's not talk about this anymore. Kong Ming, what should we do next? Chapter 38 Night Attack. Zhuge Liang seemed to have a plan in mind. Upon hearing this, he said, My lord, I have already agreed with the 3 leaders that we will simultaneously attack the Meteor Alliance at 3 o'clock tonight. Night attack. Fei Chen's eyes widened and he asked, Can that work? Zhuge Liang waved his feather fan and said, The Meteor Alliance suffered heavy casualties in today's battle, losing at least 400 men. The 3 village chiefs can provide 1,500 troops, and my lord has dispatched 200. Together, our forces far outnumber them. Add to that a night attack, and the Meteor Alliance is likely to be overwhelmed. After listening to this, Fei Chen frowned and wanted to say something when he suddenly saw the cavalryman behind Zhuge Liang. He approached Zhuge Liang and whispered, Kong Ming, what do you mean by these cavalrymen you brought? My lord, I borrowed these cavalrymen from the 3 village chiefs to rescue you. They will also be the main force on our side in the night attack tonight. Zhuge Liang answered truthfully. Chen Fei was extremely surprised by Zhuge Liang's ability. In this situation, Zhuge Liang was able to use his eloquence to make the enemy form an alliance with him and also borrow 60 cavalrymen. This was really powerful. If the night attack is successful, how will the spoils be distributed? Chen Fei asked again. And as you said, there are more than 1,500 soldiers in the 3 mountain strongholds. How can we deal with them? Zhuge Liang replied, Tonight, the 3 village chiefs will attack from the east, and we will attack from the west. Although we cannot capture all 6 villages, we can still capture 3 if we operate properly. As for these 3 strongholds, they are very powerful, and we do not have the strength to annex them now. I suggest that you establish trade relations with them, open up trade routes, earn some resources, and when the time is right, launch a surprise attack and capture them in one fell swoop. Alas, this is the only way. Fei Chen nodded in agreement. This time, he was still not well prepared and did not correctly estimate the overall strength of the enemy. Even Zhuge Liang was helpless and had to persuade him to retreat first. The original plan was to eat up 9 villages in one go, but now it seems that being able to eat up 4 in the end would be very good. It seems that we still need to establish a complete and efficient intelligence system when we have the chance. As the saying goes, every failure makes you wiser. Through this lesson, Chun Fei deeply felt that his intelligence capabilities were insufficient, and in his mind, he had raised the status of intelligence to the highest point. Soon, the barracks were built and Chun Fei began to recruit slaves frantically. Although he now has enough resources, the price of soldiers is still too expensive. One soldier costs 500 units of food, and one rider costs 1,000 units. If Chun Fei recruits 100 spearmen, that would cost 50,000 resources, which would directly consume all the stocks he has accumulated in the past few days. Therefore, it is more cost-effective and practical to recruit slaves. The recruited slaves had no weapons or equipment, so Chun Fei took out all the weapons and equipment he obtained from cleaning the battlefield. Leather armor, bronze spears, stone spears, bows and arrows, etc. were barely enough to equip the new army of more than 100 people. By the time night fell, Chun Fei had already filled his army with 200 people and built more than 50 arrow towers here. In the primitive era, no one could carry out activities at night, and loyalty would drop rapidly. However, after entering the slave era, as long as the soldiers were guaranteed to have enough rest, night battles could still be carried out. Chun Fei let the soldiers rest for a few hours during the day, so around 3 o'clock in the evening, everyone got up to eat, and then began the attack quietly. At 3 o'clock in the morning, the 3 village chiefs will launch a fire attack. When we see the fire, it will be our signal, and we will begin the charge. Zhuge Liang said to Lu Bu and Long Ong, "Generals, we have fewer men and horses. Once we charge in, don't worry about anything else. The first thing we need to do is find the Lord's Hall and destroy it." According to the rules of the game, as long as the Lord's Hall is destroyed or the player is killed, the village can be completely occupied. It's a night battle, and it's pitch dark. If we rush in, there will be chaos, and we won't be able to tell who is who, so the best way is to destroy the Lord's Hall. Yes. Yes. Long Ong and Lu Bu clasped their fists and accepted the order. Lu Bu then said to Chun Fei, "My lord, you and I will wait in the northwest direction with 20 spearmen to prevent the enemy from escaping." "Yeah, okay." Fei Chen agreed. There are NPC forces on the east side and dozens of arrow towers on the south side. Only the west and north sides are undefended. Once the enemy is defeated, they are likely to break out there. Chun Fei not only wants to occupy the village, but also wants to capture the players alive. These players all have modern knowledge and are valuable talents who can take charge of a region or become his staff. Meteor Alliance. They also suffered heavy losses in the battle during the day. 600 people were dispatched to fight Chun Fei, but they did not expect that Chun Fei was so powerful that 200 people were killed or injured. Later, 3 NPC forces also came to launch a surprise attack. Hundreds of arrow towers were destroyed, and 200 of the 600 soldiers guarding the house were killed or wounded. After returning, the 6 members of the Meteor Alliance gathered together to discuss and took out their few resources to rebuild the arrow tower and recruit new soldiers. And most of their resources were consumed for this. Alas, our Meteor Alliance has had a hard time to begin with. We were overwhelmed by 3 NPC factions at the very beginning. Our resources were already scarce, and now half of them have been used up. There's basically nothing left. Yin Bailey had a headache. Upon hearing this, the other members also lowered their heads and remained silent. Now the soldiers and arrow towers have been replenished, but many of the newly recruited slave soldiers do not have weapons and equipment, and the weapons factory has run out of raw materials. We urgently need to break the deadlock and go out to collect resources, Sun Qian said. As the only woman in the Meteor Alliance, she is responsible for logistics, so she knows the current status of the Meteor Alliance better than anyone else. Fei Chen won't stay for long. He's suffered heavy losses today. Once he finds there's nothing left to gain from us, he'll automatically withdraw. Yin Bailey said, "Everyone is exhausted after a day of fighting. Let's go back and rest. Tian Mo, the enemy is likely to launch a night attack tonight. You and your men should be on guard. If you find any trace of the enemy, wake us up immediately." "Okay." Tian Mo nodded. As night falls, the chill grows. The third watch, that is, the time period from midnight to 1 in the morning, is when you are in deep sleep. On the arrow tower, 2 archers took turns standing guard, and their number was half that of the daytime. Tian Mo led his men to patrol carefully and climb up to look into the distance. However, under the cover of night, it was pitch black and nothing could be seen. Chapter 39, Advisor Wang Yan. Tian Mo also yawned and felt a little sleepy. He also participated in the battle during the day and was exhausted. He also stood guard and patrolled for several hours. There was no movement outside, and his spirit gradually relaxed. Please pay attention. I'm going to take a nap for a while. Tian Mo said something to the soldiers around him, then leaned against the base of the arrow tower and began to doze off. In his dream, he saw countless enemies rushing into the territory of the Meteor Alliance. A general led the way, holding a Fong Tianhua Ji in his hand. He was as brave and invincible as a god of war. He killed gods and Buddhas who stood in his way. Blood splashed in the night, and it was like a scene from hell. Oh. Tian Mo woke up suddenly and found that he had a nightmare and his whole body was soaked with sweat. But, strangely, he still heard countless shouts and screams. Huh? What's going on? Tian Mo stood up, but all he saw was a sea of red. Fire. Endless flames burned all over the earth. In the flames, there were dark shadows, and it was hard to tell whether they were people or demons rushing out of hell. Suddenly, a figure rushed to Tian Mo's side. Tian Mo took a look and saw that it was his military advisor, Wang Yin. At the beginning, he opened the primary talent card and obtained this military advisor, who helped him manage internal affairs and kept things in order. Later, when the Meteor Alliance was established, Wang Yin was promoted to the Meteor Alliance's advisor, and they worked together on strategies. It is precisely because of the advisor Wang Yin that the Meteor Alliance was able to survive the suppression of 3 powerful NPC forces and obtain the greatest benefits with the least resources. My lord, run quickly, the enemy is rushing in. Wang Yin shouted anxiously. Enemy? What enemy? Tian Mo was shocked. I don't know. Enemies are rushing in from the east and south. There are flames everywhere. Our people are stunned and can't tell who is who. Although Wang Yin is a strategist, he is panicking now. He is not a marshal and cannot control the chaotic army. Damn it, it must be that guy Qin Fei. By the way, where are my brother and the others? Tian Mo asked. Several lords are lost and cannot be found, but I seem to have seen that Lord Sun Qian was captured. Wang Yin told everything he knew. Damn it. Tian Mo gritted his teeth, his eyes flickered, and then he said, let's go. When a player's territory is about to be captured, he can abandon the territory and escape. In the past few days since the start of the game, Tian Mo has been paying attention to the chat channel every day and has also learned some useful information from it. In the chat channel, there are many players who were destroyed. After being defeated and escaping, they will be marked with an exile mark on the system operation interface. These exiled players can develop freely. For example, an exiled player voluntarily joined the forces of a powerful player and was appointed as an aide by that powerful player. Some exiled players are quite powerful and even recruit soldiers in the wild, engage in banditry, and establish their own strongholds, making the surrounding players and NPC forces terrified. Tian Mo knew that the Meteor Alliance could not be defended, so he decided to go into exile with his military advisor Wang Yin. If he was lucky, he could form a bandit group in the wild, defeat a weak player, and regain his status as a lord. The two people fled quickly in the interweaving of flames and darkness, and suddenly Tian Mo heard a burst of hurried horse hooves. Then, he saw not far away a divine general riding a fiery red warhorse, wearing shining armor, holding a Fong Tianhua Ji in his hand, marching forward bravely and killing people. Anyone who stands in my way will die. Lu Bu roared, and his Fong Tianhua Ji flew up and down. Enemies died in his hands one after another, but he didn't even look at them, and rushed straight to a 2-story building not far away. It was a lord's hall. When Lu Bu arrived there, Yin Bailey and more than 30 spearmen had already formed a battle formation and were guarding the door. Seeing Lu Bu, Yin Bailey hesitated a little, but soon became extremely determined. Lu Bu, I have no regrets about being able to fight to the death with you, the unparalleled warrior in history. Yin Bailey laughed arrogantly. The blazing flames were reflected in Lu Bu's eyes, but he remained calm and said, You are quite courageous, which is worthy of praise. He paused, then suddenly raised his voice and said loudly, But that's all. Surrender or die. Swish. The Fong Tianhua Ji was raised horizontally, with the sharp tip pointing directly at Yin Bailey. Yin Bailey felt humiliated. He valued Lu Bu so much, but he didn't expect that he had just caught Lu Bu's eye. That's all. Kill. Yin Bailey raised the bronze spear in his hand and ordered an attack. The 30 spearmen behind him, all holding bronze spears and wearing leather armor, were the most elite soldiers he could muster. 30 people shouted in unison and surrounded Lu Bu with their spears raised. Lu Bu showed a trace of disdain in his eyes, and then he squeezed his legs together. The divine horse Red Hair understood, raised its hooves and neighed loudly, and launched a fearless charge. Kill. When Lu Bu roared, the Fong Tianhua Ji became like the scythe of the god of death, hurting anyone who touched it and killing anyone who was touched by it. In just a moment, 7 or 8 spearmen were killed. This? Yin Bailey widened his eyes, looking surprised. This was the second time he saw Lu Bu. Compared to during the day, Lu Bu seemed even more terrifying. He didn't understand that hundreds of people surrounded Lu Bu during the day, and Lu Bu was unable to take care of himself, so his combat power was very limited. But now there are only 30 enemies, which is not worth mentioning at all for an S-level general like Lu Bu, just a piece of cake. Kill, kill, kill. Lu Bu was brave and fearless, with an aura of killing gods and Buddhas. His own soldiers fell like grass, and Yin Bailey's arrogant heart gradually cooled down. Finally, Lu Bu arrived in front of him and slapped Yin Bailey with his Fong Tian Hua Ji, and Yin Bailey fell unconscious to the ground. So powerful, so scary, so strong. When Tian Mo saw this scene, Lu Bu was like the protagonist in Dynasty Warriors, a lawnmower-like existence, which shocked him and made his legs weak. My lord, it will be too late if we don't leave now. Go. Wang Yin was also frightened by Lu Bu's bravery, but he was a strategist after all, so he quickly calmed down and forcibly dragged Tian Mo out. The two men supported each other and luckily escaped from the Meteor Alliance's territory amidst the chaos and flames, fleeing towards the northwest in the darkness. Lord, hold on a little longer. Once we get over that little hill, we'll stop and rest and see what's happening. Wang Yin dragged the weak-legged Tian Mo along as they ran through the wilderness. Suddenly, many torches appeared in front of them, and a voice rang out, "Don't move. Put your hands up." Chapter 40 Desert Eagle? Don't move. Put your hands up. Suddenly, there was a loud shout from the front, which scared Wang Yin and Tian Mo so much that they trembled all over. Tian Mo, in particular, subconsciously knelt on the ground and raised his hands. The darkness concealed the fear in his eyes. My lord, you. When Wang Yin saw his master's appearance, he shook his head helplessly and then sighed deeply. System prompt. The loyalty of your subordinate, Wang Yin, has decreased. System prompt. The loyalty of your subordinate, Wang Yin, has decreased. System prompt. The loyalty of your subordinate, Wang Yin, has decreased. A series of system prompts sounded in Tian Mo's ears. In just a moment, Wang Yin's loyalty dropped from 80 to 30. He glanced at Wang Yin and wanted to say something, but he didn't say the last word. Soon, Fei Chun and Zhuge Liang came over with their men. Zhuge Liang waved his feather fan and said with a smile, My lord, it seems that this is a lord. Lord, this is what all summoned characters call players. Fei Chun walked up to the two of them and asked expressionlessly, Name. My name is Tian Mo, and I'm a player from Majia village. Please don't kill me. I'm willing to surrender. Tian Mo quickly said his name. Fei Chun nodded, then looked at Wang Yin and said, What about you? A gentleman can be killed but not humiliated. I would rather die. Wang Yin suddenly said loudly. Oh, so stubborn. Chen Fei was slightly surprised. This is the second person who sought death in front of him, besides Lu Qingfeng from the Qingfeng tribe. Tian Mo saw Chen Fei's expression change and immediately said, Chen Fei, don't listen to his nonsense. This is my strategist, Wang Yin. He's actually quite capable. Take him in. He can help you with internal affairs, which will be beneficial to your development. Haha. Although you, the Lord, are afraid of death, you are actually quite good to your subordinates. Fei Chun chuckled and waved his hand. Take them down and keep a close eye on them. We'll talk about this after we finish this battle. The battle lasted from 3 o'clock in the morning until the early morning before it gradually ended. In this battle, Lu Bu and Long Ong acted separately, strictly following Zhuge Liang's orders, and rushed straight to the Lord's Hall regardless of anything else. In the end, 4 of the 6-player villages in the Meteor Alliance were occupied by Chen Fei's side. This was far beyond Chen Fei's expectations. After occupying the Lord's Hall, Chen Fei chose to destroy it immediately. System prompt. You chose to destroy Majia village. Congratulations to the player for obtaining resources. Food 16370, with 12,000, stone 20,000. System prompt. You chose to destroy Bailey village. Congratulations to the player for obtaining resources. Food 28600, with 9,000, stone 9653. System prompt. You chose to destroy the space village. Congratulations to the player for obtaining resources. Food 15060, with 13,000, stone 25003. System prompt. You chose to destroy Rose village. Congratulations to the player for obtaining resources. Food 9100, with 16050, stone 19700. Except for Tianmen village owned by player Yi Chuan and Sun and Moon village owned by player Wang Zhao. The other 4 villages were occupied by Chen Fei, and he chose to destroy them. However, Chun Fei only captured Yin Bailey, Sun Qian, Tian Mo, and Tian Mo's strategist Wang Yin, but he did not find Lu Hang, Yi Chuan, and Wang Zhao, the 3 players from the Universe Village. I don't know whether the 3 of them escaped or were killed by the 3 NPC forces. Alas, war is still the fastest way to make money. Fade Chin sighed sincerely. These 4 villages brought him a total of 69,130 units of food, 50,050 units of wood, and 74,356 units of stone. Not only did it make up for the damage Chun Fei suffered in this operation, but it also made him a lot of money. System prompt. Congratulations to player Chun Fei for winning the reward, the new building, Watermelon Orchard. System prompt. Congratulations to player Chun Fei for winning the reward, the new building, Mulberry Plantation. System prompt. Congratulations to player Chun Fei for winning the reward, Silkworm Breeding Technique. System prompt. Congratulations to player Chun Fei, you have won the victory reward, Desert Eagle Pistol 1. Destroy 4 players' villages, and you'll get 4 victory rewards. The first 3 were new buildings, and Chun Fei could accept them calmly. But the last one made Chun Fei stunned. Desert Eagle Pistol. What the hell is this? Chun Fei quickly opened his backpack and saw a very cool pistol pattern inside. Click to use, and with a flash of light, a golden Desert Eagle pistol appeared in Chun Fei's hand. Oh, it's still the golden Desert Eagle. Chun Fei's eyes looked strange. The thing in his hand reminded him of a popular online game back then. Chun Fei had participated in military training, touched a gun, and after careful exploration, he learned how to use it. After removing the magazine, he saw that there were 9 bullets, which made Chun Fei very satisfied. This golden Desert Eagle can serve as my trump card. At critical moments, it can help me eliminate dangerous enemies and save my own life. Fei Chin carefully stroked the golden Desert Eagle for a while, then carefully tucked it into his waistband and covered it with his shirt to prevent others from seeing it. As soon as the sun rose, Fei Chun led his troops back to the territory. Before leaving, the leader of Qianshan village sent someone to find Chun Fei, hoping that Chun Fei could send merchants to trade with them as soon as possible. He also said that merchants from the 3 villages would soon go to Dazhou village to trade, and hoped that Chun Fei could be friendly and help each other and cooperate for mutual benefit. Chun Fei naturally accepted this with pleasure. He now has 100,000 gold, which will be gone after the era is upgraded. According to Chun Fei's own speculation, as players develop and advance to higher levels of the era again and again, the role of gold will become more and more important. Even in the Slave Age, primitive commercial activities have already emerged. As we enter the Bronze Age and even the Feudal Age, I'm afraid commercial trade will become increasingly frequent and important. Therefore, Chun Fei has realized that he must vigorously support commercial trade and find ways to earn more gold. Now, after the caravan from the Western Rhone Kingdom left, the trade market that had been prosperous for 2 days became deserted again. It was impossible to develop trade with only a few small villages under the jurisdiction of Dazhou village. It is not known when the merchant caravans from Shirong or any other country will arrive again. Now that we have Qianshan village, Langtao village, and Haiyan village as trading partners, Chun Fei also strongly supports them. After marching for several hours, Chun Feijuan finally returned to Dazhou village when the sun was high in the sky. The soldiers were exhausted after a night of fighting and fell into a deep sleep as soon as they returned to the barracks. Chun Fei couldn't sleep, so he returned to the Lord's Hall and couldn't wait to open the basic information panel. Chapter 41, The Bronze Age. Name, Dazhou Village. Current era, the Slave Era. Region, Shiliang. Level, Level 2 Village. Population, 750/1050. Number of soldiers, 108/500. Number of generals, 4, Zhuge Liang, Wang Yin, Lu Bu, Long Ong. Owned cities, 5. Food, 112,000. Wood, 130,200. Stone, 142,250. Gold 100,000. Technology, fishing, hunting, breeding, textiles. Buildings, farmland 30, farm 30. Talent, infrastructure maniac, master architect. After killing 4 players, Chun Fei's resources finally broke through the 100,000 mark. And Wang Yin, the strategist, also chose to surrender under Tian Mo's persuasion and join Chun Fei's army. Name, Wang Yin, C-level military strategist. Force, 40. Intelligence, 75. Politics, 80. Loyalty, 80. Wang Yan's intelligence and political skills were only slightly better than those of a military commander like Lu Bu, but he was a counselor after all, and was highly respected by Yin Bailey, Tian Mo, and Sun Qian, so Chun Fei accepted him. The resources were sufficient, and in the Lord's Hall, Fei Chun chose the upgrade era without hesitation. Announcement from the Chinese national server. At 10:20 a.m. on March 9th, the first year of the lunar calendar, players in the Xiliang region of China, the Daizhou tribe, officially entered the Bronze Age. The most notable sign of the Bronze Age was the widespread use of bronze artifacts, a significant improvement in smelting technology, a surge in productivity, the establishment of royal authority, and the gradual formation of national structures. Congratulations to Daizhou tribe, the first in the national server to enter the Bronze Age and receive a top-tier official award. Across the country, some players were engaged in bloody battles, some were researching how to farm efficiently, and some had just woken up. However, after hearing this server-wide announcement, everyone was shocked. Everyone quickly opened the chat channel, hoping to get some useful information. They all wanted to know why Daizhou village could advance to a higher level in such a short period of time, but the chat channel was filled with shock and emotion, with very little useful information. Only players in the Xiliang area know more information. Fuck, is this true? I must be dreaming. Brothers, it's only the 9th day, and someone has already reached the Bronze Age? Daizhou village, it's Daizhou village again. Boss, this guy is going to stay ahead. It seems that the Meteor Alliance failed, and Boss Qin Fei annexed it. That's why he became so rich and accumulated enough resources to advance to the Bronze Age so quickly. Fuck, yeah, that's right. It's this Meteor Alliance that revealed this boss's real name is Qin Fei. Does anyone know where this Qin Fei is from? Can anyone find him? The person upstairs has gone crazy. Be careful or Boss Qin Fei will kill you. Guangzhou, Yanwu village. A fat young man was stunned as he watched the conspicuous server-wide announcement scrolling continuously on the system interface. After a moment, he stamped his feet in anger. Why? Why is it just a little bit short? He felt very aggrieved. He had been trembling with fear from the very beginning and had been trying his best to develop. With the help of Su Huang, one of the 5 best generals he got at the beginning, he was able to kill many people and was invincible. However, it has always been suppressed by Daizhou village. He was only 1 day away from being promoted to the slave era. Now promoted to the Bronze Age, he developed in a humble manner, not pursuing PowerPoints, not participating in PowerPoint ranking activities, saving money to store resources, and seeing that his resources were about to break through the 100,000 mark, he was originally very happy, but also very nervous. Unexpectedly, he was still beaten to the punch by this Daizhou village. I'm so angry. I'm so angry. It's only a few hours away, Wu. The fat young man cried out in grievance. Why do you always go against me? What? Yangzhou, village of gods. He was still the same handsome young man with a graceful figure. He was wearing silk and dressed very neatly. He looked very clean and elegant. It's this Daizhou village again. A strange light flashed in the young man's eyes. I am really becoming more and more interested in you. I don't know who you are and why you are so powerful. Central Plains region. Huiwa village. A bright young woman watched the scrolling announcements, her beautiful eyes calm and collected. Daizhou village, so impressive. I know you're strong, but you can't beat me in the power ranking competition. Liaodong Peninsula. Penghu village. A dark-skinned young man, with a strong and sturdy build, held a bronze axe in his hand and chopped a spearman into 2 pieces with 1 blow. Daizhou village, it's interesting. The man wiped the blood from his face and waved his hand, saying, keep going forward and attack the next village. Behind him, dozens of cavalrymen rushed forward with a roar. Qin Fei clicked on the upgrade era, and immediately a system prompt sounded. System prompt. Congratulations to player Qin Fei for entering the Bronze Age. The following technologies are now available: bronze smelting technology, sericulture technology, medical technology, astrology, literacy, and basic arithmetic. System prompt. Congratulations to player Qin Fei. Through your unremitting efforts, you have become the first player in the Chinese server to enter the slave era and receive the top reward. Talent. Danger premonition S-level talent. Danger prediction. When malicious enemies approach within 5 kilometers of the player's territory, the player will receive a danger alert, indicating the number and location of the enemies, helping the player to respond in advance. Seeing this talent, Fei Chen was so surprised that he almost jumped up. Great, this talent is truly invincible. Fei Chen laughed heartily. With this danger prediction, it is equivalent to having a powerful radar system. Qin Fei can wait for the enemy to tire themselves out, or even use the enemy's trick to kill them. This talent can greatly enhance Qin Fei's survivability. System prompt. Detected that the player has entered a new era. Do you want to spend 20,000 wood and 20,000 stone to upgrade the existing buildings? This was the prompt again. Without even thinking, Fei Chen directly chose to confirm the upgrade. Architect's talent activated, Upgrading resource consumption halved. Upgrading, please wait. The last time Chen Fei entered the slave era, he upgraded in just 5 seconds. However, this time the upgrade time was significantly longer. It took a full minute for the entire territory to be upgraded and look brand new. The most eye-catching place is naturally the Lord's Hall, which has been transformed from a 2-story wooden building into a 3-story villa. The walls are made of marble and the roof has long eaves. It has doubled its area from 500 square meters to a full 1,000 square meters. The courtyard is paved with white marble tiles, has 3 steps and red doorposts carved with strange patterns. The whole thing looks like one word, handsome. Chapter 42 New Building. Walking into the Lord's Hall and passing through the bright and spacious courtyard, Chen Fei entered the lobby. The lobby on the first floor is a meeting room. At the top seat is a chair made of golden Nanmu wood, which is carved with various patterns and looks more like a precious work of art. There was a long carpet underneath. Although the style was not good-looking, it added a touch of wealth to the meeting room. There is a staircase next to the conference room, leading to the second floor where there are several bedrooms and an office area, which can be used by staff and the home secretary to work and be on duty. The third floor is Chen Fei's private space, with 3 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, 1 bathroom, and 2 pots of flowers. It is neat and clean, which makes Chen Fei in a good mood. This house is getting more and more magnificent. I wonder if the Lord's Hall will become a palace in the feudal era. I'm really looking forward to it. There was a hint of longing in Fei Chen's eyes. In addition to the Lord's Hall, other buildings have also been upgraded. The warehouses, barracks, and weapons factories were all expanded. The houses are still log cabins, but they are more advanced in style and more civilized. There are flowers, plants, fruits, and vegetables planted in the small courtyard. There is also a chimney on the roof, which seems to indicate that a kitchen has been added. As for the arrow tower, it became taller and added protective plates, greatly enhancing the defense of the 2 archers. Chen Fei opened the system interface and saw his personal information. Name, Dazhou Town. Current era, Bronze Age. Region, Shiliang. Level 3, Town. Population, 750/1050. Number of soldiers, 108/500. Number of generals, 4, Zhuge Liang, Wang Yin, Lu Bu, Long Ong. Owns towns, 1. Food, 12,000. Wood, 20200. Stone, 32250, gold 0. Technology, fishing, hunting, breeding, textiles. Buildings, farmland 30, farm 30. Talents, infrastructure maniac, master architect, danger prediction. After entering the Bronze Age, Dazhou Village was upgraded from a village to a town. However, only Dazhou Village became Dazhou Town, while its subordinate Shadow Village, Grizzly Village, Zhushan Village, and Windbell Village still remained in the form of villages. The number of cities was 4 before, but now it has become the number of towns, which is 1. This is because Shadow Village, Grizzly Village, etc. were previously on the same level as Dazhou Village in scale, so they were calculated separately. But now that it has entered the town stage, other villages have become subordinates of Dazhou Town, so it can only be regarded as a town. According to the system prompts, in the Bronze Age, you need to upgrade 2 levels to reach the Feudal Age. Spend 1 million food, 1 million wood, 1 million stones, and 100,000 gold to upgrade to the 4th level form, Fonghua. After becoming a Fong state, it will cost 5 million food, 5 million wood, 5 million stones, and 1 million gold to advance to the feudal era, and at that time it will also become a 5th level form, a kingdom. Seeing the huge numbers required for these 2 upgrades, Fei Chun was shocked. It's already starting to cost millions now. Then when we reach the feudal era, the imperial era, the industrial era, and even the technological era, won't the amount of resources required be even more terrifying? Hundreds of millions? Billions? Fei Chun patted his forehead and felt a slight headache. But everyone starts from the same starting line and has the same promotion standards. The worst that can happen is that you just have to persevere. Opening the construction interface, Chen Fei saw that he now had several new buildings. Bronze Smelter, a dedicated factory for manufacturing bronze artifacts. Various bronze artifacts can be smelted and manufactured here. Cost, 10,000 wood, 10,000 stone. Construction time, 24 hours. Observatory. After entering the Bronze Age, your territory has begun to explore the field of astronomy and begin to ponder the mysteries of the universe and the laws of weather. The observatory can be used to predict the weather and study astronomy and meteorology. Cost, 50,000 wood, 50,000 stone, 10,000 bronze. Construction time, 24 hours. Hall of Seeking Talents. You can recruit generals and counselors here. It will refresh every 7 days, with 3 generals appearing at a time. Cost: 50,000 wood, 50,000 stone, 10,000 bronze. Construction time: 24 hours. School: the primitive form of the education system already existed in the Bronze Age. Due to the limited number of places in government-run schools, they could only admit children from the elite class. Graduates from these schools could serve as supervisors of various jobs, and there was a chance that they would become military generals and counselors. Cost: 50,000 wood, 50,000 stone, 10,000 bronze. Construction time: 24 hours. Medical center: a functional building equipped with original Chinese medicine diagnosis and treatment technology. Here you can treat diseases for your people and recover the wounded. It can greatly improve people's health level and prolong their lifespan. Cost: 50,000 wood, 50,000 stone, 10,000 bronze. Construction time: 24 hours. Mint: it can mint a unified currency, facilitate trade and circulation, and is an important building that promotes commercial development. Cost: 50,000 wood, 50,000 stone, 10,000 gold. Construction time: 24 hours. Stable: a professional horse breeding facility where you can train war horses and cultivate high-quality horse breeds, allowing your horse herd to grow stronger and stronger. Cost: 50,000 wood, 50,000 stone, 10,000 bronze. Construction time: 24 hours. The sudden appearance of so many new buildings filled Chun Fei with anticipation. However, the cost of these buildings was ridiculously high. Most of them were made of 50,000 pieces of wood and stone, and a large amount of bronze was also required, which made Chun Fei speechless. After upgrading to the Bronze Age, his resources had been exhausted. Even with the talent of a master builder, which reduced costs by 50%, he could only build a bronze smelter. Bronze, I need a lot of bronze. Fei Chen clenched his fist. After studying the construction panel, Chun Fei opened the recruitment panel. Farmers, slaves, spearmen, archers, and riders all existed originally. After entering the Bronze Age, 2 or 4 new characters were added to the recruitment panel. Scholar: a scholar proficient in astronomy, arithmetic, and writing. Can be assigned to work in observatories and schools. Cost: 10,000 food. Healer: a scholar proficient in traditional Chinese medicine techniques. Can be assigned to work in a medical clinic. Cost: 10,000 food. Merchant: a merchant proficient in commerce and trade. They can be dispatched to work in the trade market. They can also form caravans and travel to earn a fortune for the player. Cost: 10,000 food. Craftsman: a professional proficient in metal smelting technology. They can be assigned to weapons factories and bronze smelters to work. They can greatly improve equipment manufacturing and continuously develop new metal smelting technologies. Cost: 10,000 food. The 4 new characters are all professional talents with different focuses. They are also very expensive. Very good, my territory is becoming more and more comprehensive. Once all these new buildings and new characters are recruited, I believe my territory will become even more prosperous and become a truly wealthy small town. Chun Fei was full of confidence. He looked out the window with a determined look in his eyes. Next, I'm going to do something big. The first place in the power ranking event is also mine. Chapter 43, Increasing Power Value. After entering the Bronze Age, Chun Fei planned to do his best to rush to the top of the list and win the first place in this event. He first opened the influence value panel and saw that Huiwe village was still in first place. After not checking it for a day, the influence value had reached 2,600. Second place, Pengu village, power value 2,500. Third place, Village of God, power value 2,460. Fifth place, sixth place. As long as Chun Fei did not expand and develop, his power ranking dropped from 4th to 10th. It's still 1,900. The competition in this event is really fierce. Chun Fei sighed. But I'm going to use my strength too, so be prepared to be kicked down by me. Chun Fei chuckled and began to build frantically. In the next 3 days, Chun Fei built a total of 20 farmlands, 20 breeding farms, 40 hemp fields, 50 mulberry fields, 10 apple orchards, 10 silkworm farms, 50 houses, and a bronze manufacturing plant. A total of 200 basic agricultural buildings and a specialized chemical factory directly increased Chun Fei's influence value from 1,900 to 3,000. A resource reward can be claimed for every 500 increase in influence value. When the influence value reaches 2,000, 2,500, and 3,000, Chun Fei received a considerable amount of resource supplements, which gave him more stamina and made a crazy rush to the top of the list. It is worth mentioning that all the buildings were built by Chun Fei in Dazhou Town. In just a few days, the scale of Dazhou Town expanded 3 times. Standing on the 3rd floor of the Lord's Hall, Fei Chen stood in front of the window and looked into the distance. A prosperous territory came into view. Rows of houses are arranged in neat rows, and spacious streets are left out through artificial planning. There are 4 vertical and 4 horizontal streets, each of which is 24 meters wide, which is far beyond the expected street size in Bronze Age society. This is Chun Fei's all-in-one plan with an eye to the future. In the future, as society develops and the territory expands, these streets can be paved with cement or even asphalt, making them 6 lanes in both directions. There were many farmers and slaves wandering around the streets, and there was already a hint of the atmosphere of everyday life. There are residential areas on the east side and basic agricultural buildings on the west side. Farmlands, hemp fields, fruit orchards, mulberry fields, and farms are arranged in an orderly manner, as if the earth is wearing a colorful painting, which makes it look particularly warm. These agricultural buildings indicate that Chun Fei's territory has completely left the primitive society and entered the stage of agricultural civilization. To the north of the Lord's Hall are some factories. Weapons factories, bronze smelters, pottery kilns, textile factories, warehouses, and barracks were all located here. In the future, this place will be planned into a larger and more complete industrial zone and military zone, becoming the driving force behind the development of Chun Fei's territory. In the south, you can see docks and shipyards. Now there are only a few small fishing boats fishing, but in the future, Chun Fei will go downstream to conduct trade, and the south will become a prosperous commercial and trade area. It finally looks like a town. Chun Fei sighed. From the beginning until now, looking at the building complex that has grown to a certain size, Chun Fei finally felt like a lord. At the same time, a sense of pride also arises spontaneously. Look, this is my territory, the civilized society I built. Chun Fei opened his arms, closed his eyes, and felt the warm spring breeze, feeling a surge of heroic spirit. My territory has survived its most difficult beginnings and will continue to lead the entire server, developing into a state, a kingdom, and even an empire. One day, I will reign supreme and illuminate the world. Fei Chun let out a long breath and then opened the ranking panel. First place, Huiwa Town, power value 3100. Second place, Dazhou Town, power value 3000. Third place, Pinga Town, power value 2980. Fourth place, God's Town, power value 2900. After Chun Fei was promoted to the Bronze Age, other players followed suit. Within 3 days, nearly half of the top 100 players in terms of influence were promoted to the Bronze Age. Chun Fei looked at the chat channel and knew that many people had already accumulated enough resources, but gold was difficult to obtain. Without a fixed channel, it was difficult to accumulate 10,000 gold. Otherwise, even more people would have entered the Bronze Age. This Huiwa Town is really amazing. A strange look flashed in Chun Fei's eyes. He possesses 2 S-level talents, Infrastructure Maniac and Architecture Master. He has spent all his resources on construction in the past few days, but still failed to accomplish it. This made Fei Chun feel a little nervous. I really want to see what this guy's talent is. Chun Fei murmured. At this time, Zhuge Liang walked in. My lord, Qinshan Village, Langtao Village, and Black Rock Village have sent a caravan. Would you like to meet them? Fei Chun waved his hand and said, There's no rush. Kong Ming, I want to ask you, is there any way to rapidly expand the scale of territory construction and increase influence in one day? Zhuge Liang smiled and said, My lord, don't forget, there are many ways to increase your influence, not just through buildings. Fei Chun was stunned. You mean? Zhuge Liang said, My lord, I believe you have stored a lot of food these days. Yes. Fei Chun nodded. Currently, things like stone and wood cannot be produced on a fixed basis and can only be obtained through resource points, but food is still easy to get. After building a large number of farmlands, breeding farms and apple orchards, Chun Fei can already obtain 100,000 units of food every day. In the past few days, apart from replenishing 100 slave soldiers, he has not spent any money on food. Now his food storage has reached an astonishing 200,000. Zhuge Liang said, My lord, you have plenty of food now. Why not try to recruit stronger troops, such as cavalry? Fei Chun was stunned. He had not thought about this problem. In the planning of the army, he was still too poor and had to save money, so he had always used slave soldiers to fight, and when there were casualties, he would just replenish the slave soldiers. Slave soldiers are cheap, but they have considerable combat effectiveness after picking up weapons, so they have always been Chun Fei's first choice. As for the riders, the high price of 1,000 food items made Chun Fei a little hesitant. So far, he has only recruited 5 to use as scouts and signalmen, and he dare not send them to the battlefield at all. My lord, One powerful soldier can defeat 3 or 4 low-level slave soldiers. Powerful soldiers can improve their combat effectiveness through training, but low-level slave soldiers are always slaves and cannot gain experience through battle. Although these riders may not be very skilled on horseback, once organized into an army, they possess powerful mobility and can greatly enhance the lord's strength. Zhuge Liang advised. I didn't expect there was such a thing. Fei Chen nodded. Okay, then I'll train a cavalry unit and see how it works. Chen Fei now had 200,000 food in his hand. After thinking about it, he directly took out 100,000 food and trained 100 riders. In this way, together with the 5 existing riders, Chen Fei now has 105 cavalrymen. Chapter 44, Famous. Riders are spearmen on horseback. They are not good at riding horses and cannot charge into battle like heavy cavalry, nor can they shoot without getting hurt like horse archers. Their combat effectiveness is actually very poor. However, they were riding horses after all, and their mobility was not comparable to that of ordinary spearmen. Strong mobility means that you can attack or defend, quickly conduct reconnaissance, provide support, and complete encirclement. You can use more tactics and strategies, and naturally your chances of winning are higher. Once this cavalry is formed, Chen Fei will have 3 troops. 1 is 50 spearmen. These are the elite who survived the last battle. After experiencing bloody fights, each of them carries a little murderous aura. They look more like veterans and have a different temperament. The second is an army composed of 150 slaves. In the last battle of the Northern Meteor Alliance, the slave army suffered the most casualties. After the replenishment, more than half of them were killed or injured again. Chen Fei made a second replenishment and directly expanded the number of people to 150. The third force is the newly formed cavalry. Now the total military strength of Chen Fei's territory has reached 305. At the same time, Chen Fei also asked the weapons manufacturing factory to step up the production of various weapons. Although there was no bronze and bronze spears could not be produced, leather armor could still be produced. Chen Fei planned to have all his soldiers wear armor, and then wear military shoes, leggings, and leather caps if necessary, so that they would be barely qualified. After the army was established, Chen Fei arranged for Long Ong to lead 150 slave soldiers to be stationed in the northern Grizzly village to prevent the 3 mountain strongholds from suddenly turning against each other and attacking. Lu Bu took all the cavalry to train in Dazhou town, mainly in equestrian training, hoping that this unit could grow into a real cavalry unit in a short period of time. As for the east and west directions, to the east you can see a large primeval forest, and to the west is Minghua Lake. There are no other forces there, so it is relatively safe. Watching Lu Bu leading hundreds of riders training in the barracks, Fei Chun withdrew his gaze with satisfaction and opened the ranking panel. First place, Dazhou Village, power value 3,400. Second place, Huiwa Village, power value 3,200. Oh, finally first place. Chen Fei's heart finally settled down. He has never slept well these past few days. He has been building new buildings every day and keeping an eye on the activity rankings. The rider's contribution to power is really huge. 100 people provide Chen Fei with 400 power points, which means that one rider is worth 4 power points. When Chen Fei reached the top, all players in various regions of the national server also saw this scene. Invincible, truly invincible. Boss Chen Fei is truly incredible. Not only was he the first to enter the Bronze Age, he even managed to take first place on the power rankings. Yes, advancing to the next era requires accumulating resources, while climbing the power rankings requires consuming resources. Boss, how much wealth does this require to be able to have both? Comparison is the real culprit. The big guys are dominating the charts once again. What kind of magical power does Boss Chen Fei have? He was left behind 2 days ago, but in just 3 days, he actually surpassed us. He's too powerful and domineering. A role model for my generation. I really want to join the boss's team and cling to his thighs. He's truly risen. The great Zhou has left us far behind. With the rewards he's received from these top rankings, I believe no one in the server can punish him. Central Plains, Huiwa Village. For the first time, an expression of shock appeared on the bright and beautiful girl's flawless face. Zhou, why were you able to come from behind and surpass me? The last day for the power ranking. Chen Fei still did not let his guard down, because the second place Huiwa Village was always following closely behind, and even overtook him several times. On the last day, Chen Fei consumed all his resources and recruited 100 farmers, 100 slaves, 100 spearmen, and 50 archers. Building a road from Dazhou town to Grizzly Village cost a full 50,000 stones, which brought Chen Fei back to the time before liberation. However, the effect is also obvious. By the end of the event, Chun Fei's influence value had reached 4,550. The second place Huiwe village had an influence value of only 4,200, a full 300 points less than Chun Fei. When all the players in the server saw this data, they were shocked. Boss is too strong. Wow, I only have 2,000 influence points. It's like a fight between gods. Is it that crazy? I've been working hard to develop myself, but I haven't encountered any enemies. I only have 3,000 influence points now. How do the big guys do it? Does raising influence points cost money? Enough, stop talking. Your influence is increasing, but I've been getting beaten up these past few days, and my influence is down to only 500. I'm about to lose my country. Tisk, stop flattering yourself. You're at best a ruined village, but you're still a long way from being a ruined nation. Dazhou Town, inside the Lord's Hall. Chun Fei finally heard the notification tone indicating the end of the event. System prompt. The power ranking event has ended. Players ranked in the top 100, please enter the event interface to claim your ranking rewards. In the chat channel, many people jumped up excitedly. Because the rewards for this event are very wide-ranging, the top 100 people can receive rewards. Ha, I got a reward too. It wasn't easy, whoa. Isn't that someone upstairs crying? They're so excited, what's the big deal? Hey, it feels so good to unlock a reward. Guess what I got? 10,000 gold. Ha, I was just worried about gold, and now I can enter the Bronze Age. Just thinking about it makes me excited, ha. I got a general, and it turned out to be Leopard Head Lin Chong. I looked at his attributes, and he's really strong. Fuck, Lin Chong. Is there a famous general emerging now? My freaking Hall of Seeking Talents hasn't even been built yet. There must be famous generals. The top few bosses must have generals, especially the boss who dominates the list. I really want to know who his generals are. Even if he's a famous general, he won't be very strong. We've only just started now, so we have to proceed step by step. Everyone was discussing it enthusiastically in the chat channel. Fortunately, the regional channels are not open now. Except for the players in the Shiliang area, no one else knows about Lu Bu's existence. Otherwise, they would be scared to death. Chapter 45, Salt Mine Map. In the Lord's Hall, Chun Fei also opened his own reward. The reward for first place is a golden box that emits a dazzling light and makes people feel refreshed. System prompt. Congratulations to player Chun Fei. You have obtained a Salt Mine Map 1. Holy crap, it's actually a salt mine map. Chun Fei was extremely surprised. After upgrading to the Bronze Age, more and more gold is needed. In the absence of gold mines, the only way to obtain gold is through trade. However, there are very few things that can be used as commodities in Chun Fei's territory now, and there is not a single thing with strong market competitiveness. He had a hemp field and could produce hemp clothes. There are silkworm farms and mulberry fields where silk can be produced. There is an apple orchard that can produce apples. There is a windmill that produces flour and vegetable oil. These are the reward buildings that Chun Fei obtained through battle. Other players normally do not have these things. However, none of these items could be sold at a good price, and only silk could be considered a high-end commodity. However, every player who entered the Bronze Age obtained sericulture technology, which meant that silk would definitely become widely popular in the Bronze Age. Therefore, Chun Fei believed that in the near future, many people would be able to own mulberry fields and silkworm farms. At least in the Chinese region, silk will definitely become more and more popular. Salt is a necessity everywhere. Before, when there were only a few people in the territory, it was easy. But now, with the expansion of everyone's territory and the increase in population, the demand for daily necessities has also increased. Cooking oil, salt, even soy sauce, vinegar, tea, and fine wine will become necessities for residents. But now, no one has heard of producing salt. Even the powerful Western Rhone Kingdom does not have enough salt. Now Chun Fei has a salt mine map in his hand. He can use it to find the salt mine, and then directly monopolize the salt market in the surrounding area, and be successful in everything he does. Thinking of this, Fei Chun felt excited. He seemed to have seen that he could exchange cheap salt for a large amount of gold and all the supplies he needed. After receiving the reward, I have nothing else to do. The faction ranking event has ended, and many players have benefited. Even if they did not make it into the top 100, players can still receive several periodic rewards and obtain a considerable amount of resources. So everyone was very happy. The next event will probably be a while later. Chun Fei thought so. Last time, the interval between the two activities was 6 or 7 days, so Chun Fei guessed that there was also a gap between the activities. The next period of time should be a period of stable development for each player. As power expands, more and more players will begin to trade and obtain gold through various channels, thus entering the Bronze Age. Establish a road network to facilitate exchange of resources. Only then will it be considered truly prosperous. Name, Dazhou Town. Current era, Bronze Age. Region, Xiliang. Level 3, Town. Population, 1200/1500. Number of soldiers, 455/500. Number of generals, 4, Zhuge Liang, Wang Yan, Lu Bu, Long Ong. Owns towns, 1. Food, 12,000. Wood, 30,000. Stone, 2250, gold 250, bronze 0. Technology, fishing, hunting, breeding, textiles. Buildings, farmland 30, farm 30. Talents, infrastructure maniac, master architect, danger prediction. Because in order to maintain his first place, Chen Fei built a road, so there was a serious shortage of stones. Yesterday, because 3 caravans from NPC tribes came to trade, Chen Fei's gold supply increased steadily. However, compared with the gold brought by the Western Rome merchant caravan, it was still too little. Seeing that he still had some food, he thought about it and spent 10,000 food to recruit 200 slaves, directly filling the population to 1,500. Chen Fei did not assign these slaves to the army anymore, but instead put them all into production, becoming workers in production buildings such as quarries and lumber yards. Afterwards, Chen Fei sent people to call all the counselors and generals. Soon, in the meeting room on the first floor of the Lord's Hall, Chen Fei sat in the first seat, with Zhuge Liang, Wang Yan, and Yin Bailey on his left. Yes, the player Yin Bailey was also conquered by Chen Fei. Seeing that he was quite strategic, decisive, and a talent, Chen Fei gave him the position of a staff member. The 5 villages and towns under Chen Fei's control now have supervisors respectively. Shadow Village is under the charge of Su Xiaoying, Grizzly Village is under the charge of Wang Xiong, Zhushan Village is under the charge of Sun Qian, Wind Bell Village is under the charge of Feng Linger, and Dazhou Town is handed over to Yin Bailey. Of course, they are only responsible for the daily operation of each village and town, such as the daily work of farmers, workers, and slaves, the allocation of materials, etc. After the resource points are consumed, they will continue to move to the next point for collection, etc. At the beginning, Chen Fei gave each supervisor the power to develop freely, hoping to let them develop independently and eventually work together. But now Chen Fei has taken back this power because he thinks it is better to have a unified plan to avoid demolition during large-scale construction in the future, which would cause a waste of resources. This is actually what Chen Fei has learned from the lessons and experiences in the development of modern society. The city was built decades ago with narrow roads and a lack of advanced planning. A large number of houses had to be demolished and replanned and rebuilt. Now Chen Fei is building it directly according to the standards of modern society. A lot of open space is left on both sides of the road, and the residential area and business area are clearly arranged. On Chen Fei's right were Lu Bu and Long Ong. There aren't enough generals. Looks like we need to build a talent recruitment hall as soon as possible. Chen Fei felt helpless. The territory covers a radius of 20 kilometers and has a population of 1,500. With only 2 generals, Chen Fei feels that it is not enough. In his opinion, at least 1 general should be arranged to guard the defense in each of the 4 directions of east, south, west, and north, and 1 more should be arranged in the base camp as a mobile force. This would be barely enough. Everyone, Fei Chen said, now that we have established ourselves here, it's time to expand again. Hearing Chen Fei say this, everyone became more excited. Chen Fei took out a parchment scroll with a topographic map of Dazhou Town drawn on it. More than 10 kilometers east of Shadow Village is a forest, west of Wind Bell Village is a lake, and 10 kilometers north of Grizzly Bear Village are 3 powerful mountain strongholds blocking our way. I decided that the next step was to go south. Chen Fei placed his fingers on Mingwei River and slid down. My lord, do you have a goal? Zhuge Liang asked. Fei Chen nodded and said, about 100 kilometers south of Mingwei River, there is a small mountain with a hidden salt mine. Salt mine. Everyone widened their eyes and looked excited. Chapter 46 Investigation. Everyone here is a counselor and a general. How could they not know the value of salt mines? Lu Bu stood up suddenly and said, my lord, I am willing to lead the army to attack this salt mine. Long Ong also quickly stood up and said, my lord, I am willing to go with you. However, Zhuge Liang and Wang Yan both frowned and said nothing. Chen Fei glanced at them and said, Kong Ming, Wang Yan, what do you think? Tell us. Wang Yan glanced at Zhuge Liang and saw that Zhuge Liang did not respond. Then he said, my lord, I have some questions. Speak. Excuse me, is that salt mine next to the Mingwei River? Chen Fei recalled the markings on the salt mine map and said, no. After landing, We still have to walk 5 kilometers south to get there. Then, are there other forces near the salt mine? Wang Yin continued to ask. I don't know about that. Chen Fei answered honestly. The map rewarded by the system only marked the location of the salt mine, but did not indicate whether there were other players or NPC forces there. Wang Yan's expression grew even more serious upon hearing this. He said, My lord, as the saying goes, knowing yourself and your enemy ensures victory in every battle. Since we don't know the enemy's situation, why rush to send a large army and take such a risk? This? Fei Chun was silent for a moment, then said, I didn't think it through. Wang Yin continued. In my opinion, my lord, you should send out a vanguard to conduct reconnaissance, draw a map, and find out the situation of all forces within a 30-kilometer radius. Then, you can launch a targeted attack. Well, you're right. Sit down. Fei Chun touched his chin and nodded. Wang Yin sat down and cast a grateful look at Zhuge Liang. Zhuge Liang smiled slightly and said nothing. In fact, according to the rules, when Chun Fei asked for countermeasures, it should be his most trusted Zhuge Liang who should answer. If Chun Fei made the final decision, Wang Yin would not even have the opportunity to express his own opinion. But this time, Zhuge Liang gave Wang Yin a chance to show himself, allowing Chun Fei to know his talents and listen to his countermeasures. That's why Wang Yin was grateful to Zhuge Liang. Chun Fei looked at Long Ong and said, Long Ong, I order you to lead 10 spearmen, disguise yourself, hide during the day and move at night, drive a small boat down the river, follow this map to find the salt mine, and collect intelligence on the surrounding area. Yes. Long Ong took the map of the salt mine and excitedly agreed with a fist salute. Remember, your mission this time is just reconnaissance, and the distance is quite far, and we're traveling by water. You must be careful at all times and don't let others discover our motives. Chen Fei instructed seriously. Long Ang's expression became serious, and he clasped his fists and said, I'll take note of this. I'll be very careful. Fei Chen nodded, then turned to Lu Bu and said, Lu Bu, order 100 cavalry and 100 slave soldiers to prepare. Once the action plan is determined, they will be dispatched immediately without waiting. Yes. Lu Bu clasped his fists. For the next 2 days, Chen Fei was busy preparing to capture the salt mine. Because the threshold for new buildings in the Bronze Age is very high, either gold or bronze is required, and Chen Fei does not have these two resources now. After thinking for a while, Fei Chen opened the chat panel and posted a message in the regional channel. Hey guys, does anyone know where I can get bronze and gold? Various messages in the chat channel were refreshed very quickly. Chen Fei originally thought that his message would be deleted quickly, but he didn't expect that many people would reply to him. Fuck, isn't this boss Chen Fei? This guy is a real boss. Does Chen Fei also need bronze and gold? Chen Fei had long known that players in the Shiliang area had learned their real names, and he knew that it was Tian Mo who released them. However, he did not blame Tian Mo because it was not worth it. As the story progresses, the real names of every player will be revealed. It's only a matter of time. Moreover, Tian Mo was weak in character and lacked ability. Chen Fei was not even interested in making him a village supervisor. He just let him live alone in a house and arranged him to be the factory director of a pottery kiln. This is because Tian Mo is at least a modern man with modern knowledge. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be able to be a factory manager and would only be able to be a farmer in the territory. Chen Fei replied in the chat channel, Yes, after entering the Bronze Age, we need too much bronze and gold. Does anyone know where to find gold mines or bronze mines? Poochie, boss, you really know how to joke. Gold and bronze are now strategic materials. It's not easy to find mineral veins. Even if you find them, I'm afraid everyone will take them for themselves. How can they be announced? Someone responded. Chen Fei said, Then how do you get bronze? Without bronze and gold, you can't build new buildings. Oh, what else can I do? Of course I'll just leave it cold. Yeah. Gold is okay. You can get a small amount by trading with NPC factions. Bronze is a bit more difficult. I've noticed that those NPC factions don't seem very willing to trade bronze. Well, but a while ago, a caravan came to us, claiming to be from the northern country of Che, and said they could give us gold and bronze in the trading house. I was very excited at the time. The one upstairs, have you made the deal? Trading is bullshit. I don't have any specialties, just some basic resources. I've attacked a few players, but they only rewarded me with some orchard buildings. I'm so pissed off. So, they don't like these things of yours. Oh yeah? I only got 100 gold for 100 units of fruit. What a loss. I spent all my money to get 10,000 gold to advance to the Bronze Age. Who knew the Bronze Age would be even more abnormal, not only requiring gold, but also a lot of bronze. Chen Fei watched the players' discussion below in silence. The Che Kingdom in the north. It seems that the NPC power is much larger than I imagined. Chen Fei sighed, then opened a roll of sheepskin and wrote the name Che Kingdom on it. It seems that if we want to obtain gold and bronze, we can only rely on NPC forces at this stage. Fei Chun murmured, trade with them, or swallow them up directly. Due to the lack of gold and bronze, Chen Fei could not build new buildings, but he did not want the resources to pile up, so Chen Fei began to build infrastructure. Over the past few days, some resources had been accumulated, so Chen Fei took out 100,000 stones and built 2 roads. The cost of building 1 meter of road is 10 units of stone. Normally, building a 10-kilometer-long road requires 100,000 stones, but Chen Fei only needs 50,000 stones to complete it. 100,000 stones. Chen Fei built a total of 20 kilometers of road. This is the power of the master architect talent. One road leads from Dazhou Town to Shadow Village, and the other leads from Dazhou Town to Zhushan Village. They are all 5 meters wide, which is enough for pedestrians and war horses to pass through on a daily basis in this era. Chapter 47 Izumo Town. Moon River. On the dock, Chen Fei built 20 arrow towers near the dock as a protective force. It was noon at this time. The sentries on the arrow tower had finished their lunch and began to take turns taking a nap. It is worth mentioning that after entering the Bronze Age, the defense of the arrow tower was enhanced and the cost was increased from 100 wood to 500 wood. However, arrow towers are still the most cost-effective defensive force at the moment. In addition, the cost of buildings that appeared in primitive times, such as residential houses, warehouses, and barracks, has increased 5-fold due to improved quality. Look, there's a boat coming. A sentry suddenly shouted. The sentries on other arrow towers also perked up, holding bows and arrows in their hands and entering combat mode. A small boat was going upstream, and soon someone took out a battle flag on the boat with a big Zhou written on it. It's General Long Ong. A sentry breathed a sigh of relief and said to his companions, "Go and inform the lords that General Long Ong has returned with his men." Good. Yin Bailey came over quickly and saw that the 10 spearmen behind Long Ong were unharmed. He felt relieved and said with a smile, "Congratulations, General, on your victory." Long Ong smiled innocently. "This is not a victory at all. I just went to gather some information." Yin Bailey said, "General, you have taken the risk of going south, which is naturally a great achievement. The Lord has been waiting in the hall for a long time. Please follow me." Good. When Long Ong came back, Chen Fei was in the trade market with Zhuge Liang and Wang Yin, negotiating with merchants from 3 mountain strongholds. Qinshan Village, Langtao Village, and Haiyan Village have no bronze, only gold, and have been doing business in Dazhou Town these days. On the west side of Dazhou Town, a large number of mulberry fields and silkworm farms have been built in the agricultural area. Mulberry leaves are provided to the silkworm farms so that the silkworms can get food, and then they can spin silk. The silk is then sent to the textile factory and, after a series of processing, is finally turned into silk. When the first piece of silk was produced, Chen Fei was also shocked by its beauty and texture. In the real world, Chen Fei is just an ordinary person and has no access to high-end goods like silk, so in the game world, Chen Fei was very excited to see silk. When silk appeared on the trade market, it was immediately sought after by everyone. Farmers, soldiers, workers, slaves, and even Su Xiaoying and Feng Linger rushed over upon hearing the news and bought some silk to take back. The merchants from the 3 cottages were breathing rapidly, their eyes widened, and they couldn't wait to buy it back. This is the charm of high-end products. There is no need for excessive introduction or marketing strategy. Just put it there, and people will be willing to buy it. In the past few days, silk has brought Chen Fei a considerable amount of income. In just 1 or 2 days, he will be able to save up 10,000 gold, and then he can build a mint. Upon hearing the news that Long Ong had returned, Chen Fei was delighted and quickly brought Zhuge Liang and Wang Yin back to the Lord's Hall, and also called Lu Bu, who was training the cavalry. When Yin Bailey and Long Ong came in, Fei Chun immediately asked, "How is it? Did you find the salt mine?" "Fortunately, I have fulfilled my mission and found it," Long Ong replied. Hearing this, Fei Chin's face lit up with joy. "Only? Just what? What's the situation around here? Are there any powerful forces?" Long Ong was silent for a moment, then said truthfully, "My lord, the location of the salt mine is hidden, but with the map you gave us, it's very easy to find. However, this salt mine is located within the sphere of influence of Izumo Town and is surrounded by 2 villages under its jurisdiction. We can't build a salt mine there." Izumo Town. Fei Chun repeated the name twice, frowned, and asked, "How strong is this town?" "Very strong," Long Ong said. with a hint of fear in his eyes. Later, through Long Fade Chen learned that this Izumo town was an NPC force with 12 villages under its jurisdiction. Moreover, the scale of this Izumo town is very large, even much larger than the current Dajo town. The base camp of Izumo town still has a complete earthen wall with patrolling soldiers and countless arrow towers. Although it is still unclear how many troops there are, according to Long Ang's observation, the number of troops is at least 1,000. In the vicinity of Izumo town, within 30 kilometers, Long Ang and others also discovered many player forces with varying strengths. Chun Fei's eyes darkened, and he glanced around and said, "Everyone, the enemy situation is known. What should we do?" This time, he turned his attention to Zhuge Liang. Although Lu Bu has strategies, they are not comprehensive enough. Long Ang is brave, but not wise. Wang Yin focuses more on internal affairs, and Yin Bailey lacks experience. The only person present who could be called a military advisor was Zhuge Liang. Zhuge Liang felt Chen Fei's gaze and said respectfully, "My lord, I suggest that you mobilize all your troops and march south to capture Izumo town with all your strength." Chen Fei asked, "Can't we use a strategy to wipe out these enemies?" You know, in the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, Zhuge Liang was extremely intelligent. He burned down Boangpo, burned down Xinya, and captured the 3 cities of Tianshui with his wisdom. Chen Fei was so excited when he saw it. So he also expected Zhuge Liang to show his invincible wisdom, to achieve great results with small means, to defeat the strong with the weak, to create a miracle and give him a big surprise. Zhuge Liang gently waved his feather fan and said with a smile, "Don't worry, my lord. I will accompany the army to the battle. When the time comes, I will formulate strategies based on the terrain and the enemy, and I will surely help you achieve complete victory." Well, that's good. Chen Fei was relieved and began to make arrangements. Yin Bailey, Wang Yin. Exist. I am here. I order the 2 of you to guard Dajo town and coordinate the work of the various villages on my behalf to maintain production. There must be no mistakes. Yes. The 2 men clasped their fists and accepted the order. Long Ang. I'm here. Lu Bu stood up suddenly. I order you to take 150 slave soldiers, 150 spearmen, 50 archers, and 20 peasants, and prepare 3 days' worth of rations. You are to board the ship at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. Once ashore, immediately build a dock, barracks, and arrow towers to establish a defensive position. Yes, sir. Long Ang responded loudly, with a fighting spirit in his eyes. Lu Bu, you will take 100 cavalrymen to protect me and military advisor Zhuge. We will board the ship at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning and escort the food and supplies. Yes. This time when attacking the salt mine, Chen Fei was fully prepared, mobilized all his strength, and was ready for a long battle. As the saying goes, food must be prepared before troops move. In the past 2 days, Chen Fei has ordered Lu Bu to prepare half a month's worth of food for the army of 400 people, which should be enough. Chapter 48. Establishing a riverside base. Chen Fei had a premonition that this trip to Izumo town would not be as smooth as he had imagined. However, Chen Fei took a look at his savings. He had saved a full 300,000 units of food in the past few days, which was enough for him to produce another wave of soldiers. So no matter how strong Izumo town is, Chen Fei is still quite confident that he can take it down. After a night's rest, the dock was already busy early the next morning when it was just light. Now Chen Fei can only build 2 types of small wooden sailboats, fishing boats and transport ships. The transport ships are larger and can transport 100 soldiers. Chen Fei built a total of 10 ships, all of which were docked at the dock, lined up in a row, which was quite spectacular. Hurry, get on board. Long Ang stood on the dock, holding a bronze sword in his hand and an exquisite steel dagger on his waist, urging them. The attack on the Meteor Alliance gave Chen Fei a Desert Eagle pistol, and the steel dagger became unnecessary for him. So Chen Fei gave the dagger to Long Ang. 150 slave soldiers, 150 spearmen, and 50 archers, a total of 350 people. It doesn't seem like a large number, but everyone is wearing leather armor, leather hats, leggings and shoes, and looks like a regular army. It was just because there was no bronze and bronze spears could not be made, so the slave soldiers were still holding stone spears, which seemed a bit outdated. Soon, the soldiers boarded the ship, and 20 farmers also boarded the ship. Long Ang waved his hand and said, "Let's go." For transport ships left the dock and sailed into the Mingwei River. At 9 o'clock, Chen Fei, Zhuge Liang, and Lu Bu also set out with a large amount of food and supplies. The Mingwei River is only over 100 meters wide and is not considered a big river. It flows from northwest to southeast, and no one knows where it flows to. Chen Fei had been to the Shiliang area in the real world, but after a period of development, based on the intelligence sent back by the scouts, Chen Fei discovered that the terrain of this world was different from that in the real world. For example, his birthplace is between two mountain ranges, which should be on the Heshi corridor. But there are also many rivers, forests, and grasslands here, and the direction of the mountains is very strange. It does not look like it was formed naturally at all, but more like the terrain in some online sandbox strategy games. So Chen Fei abandoned the thoughts of the real world and only believed in the geographical environment he saw with his own eyes. Taking a boat is much faster than walking. After traveling for about an hour, Chen Fei and others arrived at their destination. On the south bank of Mingwei River, a dock has been built. When you get on the dock, you can see 20 farmers busy at work. Warehouses, barracks, arrow towers, walls, and houses are all under construction. Chen Fei has already thought about it. This place should not only become the landing point and bridgehead of this battle, but also be preserved in the future to form a formal village, so that the collected salt can be transported more conveniently. My lord. Long saw Fei Chun and hurried over to him. Fei Chun nodded and said, "Don't stop building the arrow tower in the wall. First, surround a kilometer around it, and then continue to push the arrow tower towards Izumo town." Yes. Long clasped his fists in response. He suffered from insufficient preparation last time, so this time he had to proceed steadily. First build this place into a fortress, and then choose the right time to attack. In this way, even if you can't defeat the opponent, you can retreat. Thus, a vigorous construction project began. At this time, the strength of Chen Fei's two talents was reflected. The cost of an arrow tower was 500 wood, but after the blessing of the master builder's talent, the cost became 250. Others can build 10 arrow towers, but Chen Fei can build 20 arrow towers with the same resources. There is also a wall. The wall is made of 100 pieces of wood per meter, which means 100,000 pieces of wood per kilometer. After the talent is activated, the cost becomes 50,000 pieces of wood, which instantly falls within Chen Fei's affordable range. Watching the arrow towers being built, the walls being connected, the food being transported into the warehouse, and the soldiers wiping their weapons, Chen Fei felt a sense of heroism in his heart. Look, this is my army. They obey orders and will sweep across the world and unify the world. At this moment, a system prompt sound suddenly rang. System prompt. Enemy traces have been detected 5 kilometers away, with a total number of 1,500. Please prepare carefully. Fei Chen cheered up. This was the third talent he gained after entering the Bronze Age, the ability to foresee danger. Danger prediction. When malicious enemies approach the player's territory within 5 kilometers, the player will receive a danger alert, and the number and location of the enemies will be indicated, which will help the player respond in advance. A very powerful strategic S-level talent. Chen Fei hurriedly opened the system panel and saw a map appear on the system interface. There was a small river next to it, representing the Mingwei River. The small blue squares represented his camp, and the small blue dots represented his soldiers. 5 kilometers to the south, a dense mass of red dots appeared and was slowly moving towards them. 1,500 people. That's a lot. Chen Fei was a little frightened. Could it be that all the troops in Izumo town have come out? But even so, Chen Fei was still very shocked. I thought that the 3 NPC forces, Qianshan Village, Langtao Village, and Haiyan Village, had a total military strength of only 1,500. And now, there are so many soldiers in just Izumo town? This number was somewhat beyond Chen Fei's expectations. All troops gather and prepare to meet the enemy. Chen Fei shouted, and the soldiers sitting on the ground immediately stood up and ran over with weapons in hand. Chen Fei said to Lu Bu, "Fengxian, you must immediately take 100 cavalrymen and go out to meet the enemy and test their strength. Remember not to get entangled." "Yes." Lu Bu clasped his fists. After several days of training, the riding skills of the 100 riders have improved significantly, and they can barely charge a formation. Soon, the village gate opened and 100 cavalrymen rushed out. The sound of their horses' hooves was like a hint of thunder. Long, take 50 archers, 100 slave soldiers, and 50 spearmen, climb the wall, and prepare for battle. Yes. The remaining 50 spearmen serve as a reserve, ready to provide support at any time. Chen Fei's orders came one after another, and the small village immediately became noisy. After organizing the soldiers to their combat positions, Chen Fei took Zhuge Liang to the top of the wall. The wall was 5 meters high and 2 meters wide, providing considerable defensive strength. Without specialized siege equipment, it would be difficult to destroy with swords and spears alone. However, this is not a real city wall after all. The enemy can use brute force to jump over it, and the 2-meter-wide area is not enough for the defending soldiers to use their fists and feet. Chapter 49 From Rider to Cavalry. In the wilderness near Mingyue River, a cavalry unit of 100 men galloped, their voices like thunder. Soon, Lu Bu and his men discovered the enemy troops ahead. A total of 1,500 people, divided into 3 groups, formed a V-shape and rushed towards them. 100 men against 15,000, but Lu Bu remained unfazed. He roared, "Follow me and charge forward. Show me what you are capable of." Roar. The 100 riders behind Lu Bu, or the cavalrymen who have now been gradually trained, roared in unison, raised their spears, ready to go, with high morale. On the opposite side, the 1,500-strong enemy army also saw the sudden attack of the cavalry unit. Everyone stopped and quickly began to change their formation. Lu Bu noticed that this enemy army had a wide variety of soldiers, including spearmen, archers, and dozens of cavalrymen in the back. Moreover, these guys' equipment is also very good. All of them are wearing leather armor and holding bronze weapons in their hands. The quality is comparable to Qinfeijuan's. Because Lu Bu launched a surprise attack, the enemy's archer troops had no time to form a formation and shoot. In a panic, only the spearmen formed a crescent formation. The cavalry on both sides also rushed over, but the distance between the two sides was too far, and they were too late to stop them. Kill. There was a hint of excitement in Lu Bu's eyes. This was the first time since he came to this world that he led a cavalry unit in a field encounter. He felt his whole body trembling with excitement. The 100 cavalrymen of Chen Fei's army formed a spearhead formation and shot towards the enemy like a sharp arrow, and Lu Bu, the unparalleled general, was the tip of this sharp arrow. The red hair was like a red lightning, and Lu Bu, holding a Fong Tian Huaji, was the first to bear the brunt of the attack. The spearmen standing in the front felt as if they were facing the god of death. The fierce momentum and invincible posture made them subconsciously move their feet, trying to avoid this sharp edge. Everyone, stand still. The enemy army had 3 generals leading their troops this time, each leading a team. Seeing that the soldiers were wavering, the leading general shouted at them. However, die! With a loud roar, the red hair suddenly accelerated and instantly arrived in front of the general. Lu Bu swept it across, and the general and the horse under his crotch were all cut in two. As the legend goes, both the man and the horse were torn apart. Blood spurted out from the air, like a bloody rain, splashing on the faces of the soldiers behind. Feeling the warm breath and the smell of blood, many soldiers were frightened on the spot. My God, when have they ever seen such bloody and violent means? Just when the soldiers in the first row lost their minds, 100 cavalrymen rushed to the front. In an instant, horses' hooves trampled, spears collided, blood and flesh flew, and screams rang out. The crescent-shaped defensive formation that had just been formed was torn open by Lu Bu's cavalry at this moment and shattered into pieces. However, these riders were not real cavalry after all. The bronze spears in their hands were not prepared for charging, and the horses under their crotch had no protection at all, so there were heavy casualties in a single charge. Moreover, this cavalry unit did not kill the enemy directly. The cavalry's charge inertia gradually disappeared after half of the charge. Lu Bu led the remaining cavalry to start killing in the formation. Fortunately, there were many archers in the enemy camp. Although they were also wearing leather armor, they had no melee weapons in their hands and were no match for the cavalry. Especially Lu Bu, who was like a fish in water, wielding his Fong Tian Huaji left and right. The spearmen and archers were like paper and couldn't stand a chance against them. And those cavalrymen also followed Lu Bu closely. On the one hand, they covered Lu Bu so that Lu Bu could give up defense and attack with all his strength. On the other hand, they could take advantage of Lu Bu's invincible momentum to kill the enemy more easily. Kill, kill, kill. Infected by Lu Bu, everyone went crazy with killing, and the enemy was shocked and heartbroken as they watched their companions being killed. So strong. Amazing. We are no match for them. The first enemy phalanx, with a total of 500 people, collapsed in a moment and deserters began to appear. The generals of the 2 phalanxes behind also rushed over with their troops. One of the generals held a hard bow, drew his bow and arrow, shot a deserter to death, and then shouted loudly, "Don't run away. Surround them and kill them." Another general also said, "They are few in number and have been surrounded by us. Don't be afraid, they can't escape." However, they still underestimated Lu Bu, underestimated this invincible god of war. Seeing that more and more enemies were surrounding him, Lu Bu knew that he could not stay here for long. His army was small, and if he continued fighting, there would be a danger of his entire army being wiped out, and he might even die in battle from exhaustion. So he began to change direction and rush towards a weak point. At this time, Lu Bu, with the cover of his men, had no scruples and opened fire at full force. He was like a bulldozer, violently slaughtering all the enemies in front of him, destroying with overwhelming force and invincible. The formation, which was already in pieces, was broken again. Lu Bu took the opportunity to rush out from the gap with his men, and then retreated in the direction they came from without looking back. Damn it! Cavalry attack! Don't let them get away. A general was furious. At this time, the soldiers saw the enemy retreating and stopped fleeing. Instead, they stopped with lingering fear and began to return to the team. The battle just now actually lasted for a very short time, but it was so intense that they are still trembling, and some soldiers even have cramps in their legs and feet. They were all scared by Lu Bu. The two generals gathered together, looking at the corpses all over the ground and the strong smell of blood, their mouths twitching. General Lu, that general, is too strong. Then, shall we continue moving forward? After a long silence, General Lu sighed and said, keep going. The enemy only has 100 cavalrymen, not many, but their general is formidable. Our Lord has assigned us the task of destroying this new force. If we retreat before even meeting them, he will surely be displeased. Well, all right then. The two generals discussed together for a while, ordered people to clean up the battlefield, and then continued to march forward with gloomy faces. The casualties just mentioned include the death of one general and more than 300 casualties. The other side only lost more than 50 cavalrymen. The 6-to-1 casualty ratio made them feel very uncomfortable, and their hearts were hanging in the air, knowing that there would definitely be more brutal battles waiting for them next. Chapter 50, Change of Strategy. Lu Bu rushed back with more than 40 remaining cavalrymen, with dozens of enemy cavalrymen chasing him. Because they had just experienced a great battle, the war horses of Lu Bu's army were exhausted, while the horses of the enemy were full of energy. In contrast, the speed of the enemy was getting faster and faster, and the distance between the two sides was getting closer and closer. General, the enemy is about to catch up. A soldier shouted anxiously. Lu Bu frowned and sneered. He's a fool. He muttered to himself, then suddenly lay down on his horse with the Fong Tian Hua Ji hanging at his waist, drew his bow and arrow, and shot in the opposite direction, accurately hitting the head of an enemy cavalryman. The other party let out a scream and fell off his horse. Lu Bu's move stunned the opponent. Many people subconsciously slowed down. Keep chasing. A leading cavalryman shouted through gritted teeth. However, another streak of light shot out with a sharp sound of breaking through the air, and the leading cavalryman was also shot in the head. Color. The general is mighty. Lu Bu hit the target with 2 shots, and he was shooting backwards while on horseback, so you can imagine how difficult it was. This wonderful archery skill immediately aroused the cheers of the soldiers and boosted their morale. Just imagine, following such a majestic general, even if you die in battle, you would probably feel happy. In this way, although Lu Bu's army was the one being hunted, with his superb archery skills, the pursuing enemy troops kept falling off their horses. In just 5 minutes, Lu Bu shot and killed 20 people alone. In the end, the cavalry of Izumo town became frightened and dared not pursue anymore, forcing Lu Bu's army to retreat gracefully. When Lu Bu returned to the village near the river, he immediately found Chen Fei. My lord, we lost 53 people and killed countless enemies. Lu Bu seemed a little excited. As a peerless general, he likes the feeling of charging into battle. When he cuts a bloody path through the crowd of enemies, the feeling is simply wonderful. Well, good job. Chen Fei smiled and patted Lu Bu's shoulder to comfort him, but his heart was bleeding. 53 cavalrymen. That's 53,000 worth of food. Arranging for Lu Bu to rest first, Chen Fei said to Zhuge Liang, military advisor, it's our turn to perform now. Zhuge Liang smiled and said, everything is ready. We are just waiting for them to attack. Fei Chen nodded and climbed up the wall with Zhuge Liang. In the field of vision, a troop was seen charging towards here from the southern wilderness. 450 against 1,005. Haha, how exciting. Chen Fei sighed, then cheered himself up and prepared for the battle. The distance of 1 kilometer is very short. In just a few minutes, the army of Chuyan town arrived in front of Chenfeijuan. Looking at the 5-meter-high wall, the densely packed arrow towers around it, and the spearmen and archers on the wall, the two generals fell silent. Where did this force come from? We didn't see them when we were patrolling yesterday, but they landed today and built a village in just half a day. General Lu was a little surprised. No matter where they come from, they definitely have bad intentions. Since they dare to invade our territory, we will destroy them. The other general was obviously a little irritable. Destroy? How? They have complete fortifications, so many soldiers defending, and the super general is in charge. Do you think we can defeat them with just 1,000 of us? General Lu rolled his eyes at his companion and said unhappily, Don't worry, I have informed the Lord of the situation here. The Lord will send reinforcements soon, and will also bring a large amount of siege equipment. Phew, that's good. Hearing this, General Lu finally felt relieved. On the banks of the Mingyue River, the two armies faced each other. The fierce siege that Chen Fei had anticipated did not begin. Instead, the other side began to set up camp. Chen Fei stood on the wall and saw the other side starting to set up tents, barricades, and even fences and arrow towers. This made Chen Fei frown slightly, and he had a bad feeling. At this time, Zhuge Liang also said, My lord, the enemy sees that our fortifications are strong, so they are not attacking us head-on. I think they want to wait for reinforcements to arrive, and then fight us when they have enough troops. Fei Chun was stunned for a moment, then frowned and asked, Then how should we deal with this? Zhuge Liang waved his feather fan and chuckled. My lord, you can send General Lu Bu to lead the cavalry to attack the reinforcements from behind, so that they can't connect with each other. On this basis, General Lu Bu can wait for an opportunity to act, preferably taking advantage of the situation and occupying 1 or 2 villages in Izumo town, forcing the enemy army to return for reinforcements. Chen Fei's eyes lit up and he said, That's a good idea. But soon a practical problem was placed before Chen Fei. The number of cavalry was too small, and the remaining 40 or so cavalry were not enough to complete this mission. So, Chen Fei gritted his teeth, spent 100,000 food in one go, and recruited 100 cavalrymen. Then, Lu Bu led 140 cavalrymen out of the village from the side and attacked the reinforcements from behind. A day passed quickly. That night, Lu Bu did not bring his troops back, but Chen Fei was not worried at all. It was just that the enemy in front of the village launched an attack at night. Due to poor visibility, the arrow tower did not play much of a role, so he was almost killed by the enemy on the wall. It was extremely dangerous. It was not until noon the next day that Lu Bu led his army back. Chen Fei took a look and saw that only a few dozen cavalrymen were left. Chen Fei's heart began to bleed again. My lord, I left the city yesterday afternoon and fought a battle with the enemy reinforcements, destroying many of their siege equipment. Then, at night, I led my troops to raid one of their villages and burned it down. But, Lu Bu paused, his expression becoming somewhat serious. He said, My lord, I've noticed that there are surprisingly many soldiers in Chuyin town. Every village has hundreds of defenders. I led my troops and killed at least 1,000 of them yesterday, but the number of soldiers in Chuyin town remains unchanged. I estimate that there are still at least 5,000 soldiers. 5,000? That's a lot. Fei Chen was stunned. How could a small NPC force have so many soldiers? Zhuge Liang, standing by, also frowned. After a moment of silence, he said, My lord, I think we should change our strategy. How? Zhuge Liang said sternly, Our goal is to capture Izumo town and seize the salt mines. If the enemy only had 1,000 or 2,000 men, we could achieve our goal through strategy. But now the enemy's strength far exceeds our imagination, several times ours. We can only defend ourselves with all our might, but we are powerless to fight back. Therefore, I suggest that my lord seek allies and borrow troops from others. Chapter 51 Seeking Allies. Seeking allies, borrowing troops from others? Fei Chen was stunned. Zhuge Liang took out a map and pointed at it to Chen Fei. Look, my lord, we've discovered at least 40 or 50 villages within 30 kilometers of Izumo town. These villages are garrisoned. If we can unite with them and attack Izumo town together, it will be much easier for us. We can even launch a frontal assault. Chen Fei took a look and found that the villages Zhuge Liang mentioned were all players' territories. These 40 or 50 villages belonged to more than a dozen players. Fei Chen thought about it and nodded. That's a good idea. If these guys are willing to send troops, it will be easy to gather 5,000 or 6,000 people. Then, with some tricks, there's no reason why Izumo town can't be conquered. Zhuge Liang said, If my lord agrees, I can go on a diplomatic mission on your behalf to form an alliance. No, you don't. Chen Fei rejected Zhuge Liang without even thinking about it. Why? Zhuge Liang was a little puzzled. According to the current situation, Chen Fei is the lord, Wang Yin and Yin Bailey are in charge of Dazhou town, Lu Bu and Long Ong are just military men, and only he is the most suitable candidate and the only candidate. Chen Fei shook his head without explaining. Zhuge Liang is too famous. If other players knew that he had Zhuge Liang, it would probably cause unnecessary trouble. After all, human hearts are the most sinister. Many people are jealous of others' good lives and would like to see others live miserably while they themselves feel superior. After several battles, Chun Fei knew that his personal information had been exposed, and possessing Lu Bu was no longer a secret. This made it easy for others to target him. Therefore, Chun Fei needs to keep a trump card to guard against those players with ill intentions. The enemy is approaching, and we need a military advisor to lead the charge. Let me write a letter and have the cavalry deliver it to each village, requesting an alliance. If they're willing to come, that would be great. If not, we can find another way. Chun Fei has thought it through. He has obtained the map of the salt mine in the past few days, and his mentality is a little unbalanced. He may be a little too eager to succeed. But if you think about it carefully, the silk, linen, and other products in his territory are still competitive, and the gold income is not small. Maybe I can develop for a while, and it won't be too late to attack the salt mine after my strength has increased. He has now established a stronghold here and is keeping a close eye on the small hill. No one can mine salt under Chun Fei's nose. So Chun Fei was not in a hurry. There are 15 players distributed within 30 kilometers of Izumo town. After a period of development, these players all owned 4 or 5 villages and their development was relatively good. Some players even recruited merchants and started trading. Galloping horses rushed towards the players' area, but were soon spotted and stopped by the soldiers on the arrow tower. After explaining their purpose, they were let in. Ashtown. A player sat in the Lord's Hall, looking at the letter written on sheepskin in his hand, his brows slightly furrowed. The player's name is Sun Kai. He is 31 years old and is the boss of a design company. He is doing very well in Shanghai and is considered a young and promising man with tens of millions of assets. He finished reading the envelope, handed it to a scholar-like man next to him, and said, "Military advisor, take a look. This is a letter from Chun Fei in Dezhou town." The military advisor took it and looked at it, then pondered for a moment and said, "What do you think, my lord?" Chun Fei in Dezhou town is very strong. He is the strongest in the Xiliang region. Even in the whole country, there are few people who can challenge him. This kind of person is definitely not an ordinary person. I was wondering why he suddenly came here to attack Izumo town. The military advisor stroked his beard and said, "According to our spy's intelligence, Chun Fei from Dazhou town should be from the upper reaches, 30 kilometers away. They are traveling downstream. Are they planning to attack our area? That possibility can't be ruled out. But he's so far away from us, and Izumo town is far more powerful than him. Why would he travel thousands of miles to tackle such a difficult problem? Wouldn't it be better to develop slowly and move forward step by step?" As a business elite, Sun Kai thought of many possibilities in an instant. "So, my lord, do you mean to reject him?" asked the military advisor. "No." Sun Kai shook his head and said, "Although I don't know what Chun Fei is up to, the stakes he's setting are very high. 10,000 units of silk and 100 suits of ready-made clothes. And in installments, provide us with 10,000 units of gold." Sun Kai said this while clicking his tongue. This is really a grand gesture. The game has just started and no one is rich. Most people only have enough food, but lack everything else, especially gold. The silk and ready-made clothes provided by Chun Fei can be worn by himself or sold to others, and there are also 10,000 units of real money. All he had to do was to send out a force of no less than 300 people and obey Chun Fei's command to capture Izumo town. However, Chun Fei was not a fool. He was afraid that these people would not work hard, so he added a clause. If they failed to take Chuyin town, Chun Fei would only pay 10,000 units of silk and no other resources would be given. 300 soldiers. My lord, we only have 350 people in total. The military advisor frowned. We can recruit more soldiers. If that doesn't work, we can recruit 300 slave soldiers and send them over. We can equip them with some good equipment and weapons. We won't feel too bad, even if they all die. Sun Kai explained. 300 slave soldiers only consume 15,000 units of food, which is very cost-effective even if weapons and equipment are included. Chun Fei requires us to arrive at the battlefield tomorrow morning. If we fail to do so, the alliance will be void. Military advisor, you must mobilize the troops immediately and prepare for the battle. Also, have Generals Zhang Long and Zhao Hu come to see me. Yes. On the other side, Xingming town. Player Lu Ha stood in the Lord's Hall, also holding a letter in his hand. General Yi, you must immediately mobilize your troops and prepare to go to Izumo town to participate in the battle. Yes. Within a radius of 30 kilometers, there were 15 players, and 10 of them chose to join the battle. For a moment, the wilderness was full of armies, with spears like forests and neat military formations, rushing towards Izumo town from all directions. No one knew what the remaining 5 players were thinking. Some of them wrote back to Chun Fei, Some mobilized their troops but did not deploy them, and others remained motionless, as if nothing had happened. Not to mention the reactions of these players. In the afternoon, several waves of reinforcements arrived at the Mingwe River. There were more troops in Izumo town, and large-scale siege equipment began to appear. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, a siege officially began. Chapter 52, Fierce Siege. On the banks of the Mingwe River, the army of Izumo town has gathered. 2 generals rode their war horses and stood in the center of the army. The army of 3,000 people formed a V-shaped formation. On each side, there were 100 cavalrymen watching eagerly. Among the army, many soldiers were pushing battering rams and ladders, holding shields, ready to attack the city. On the stronghold's wall, Fei Chun, Zhuge Liang, Lu Bu, and Long Ong all watched the scene solemnly. 150 slaves, 100 spearmen, and 50 archers, all in position. In addition, there were more than 100 arrow towers standing there, arranged in a dense formation, arming the small riverside stronghold like a hedgehog. It gives people a headache at first glance. On the battlefield, a gust of wind swept through, carrying dust. A general drew out a bronze sword and shouted, "First, advance. Kill." In each of the 3 phalanxes, there were hundreds of soldiers, holding a hard wooden shield in one hand and a 30-centimeter long bronze dagger in the other, rushing forward quickly. Another group of soldiers, carrying ladders and pushing battering rams, also rushed towards the riverside stronghold. It was the first time that Chen Fei had seen a siege team of such scale. Moreover, the enemy's tactics were rigorous, their military appearance was neat, and their siege equipment was also complete, which put a lot of pressure on him. A drop of cold sweat flowed down Chen Fei's forehead. Zhuge Liang glanced at Chen Fei, waved his feather fan, and said, "My lord, don't worry too much. Although the enemy is strong, they can't defeat us yet." Huh? The military advisor is so confident. Fei Chen was stunned. Zhuge Liang's face was calm, not frightened by the dire situation at all. He said calmly, "My lord, our riverside stronghold has hundreds of arrow towers and 400 soldiers. In addition to the walls, it will be difficult for the enemy to storm it. Moreover, the Lord has already sent troops to invite allies. 10,000 silks and 10,000 golds will surely tempt many people. In my opinion, reinforcements will arrive soon." After hearing Zhuge Liang's analysis of the situation, Chen Fei felt relieved. Even if the worst happens, the Lord has a vast amount of resources at his disposal. If things get out of hand, he can still recruit soldiers in large numbers and continue to build arrow towers. It would be a foolish dream for the enemy to defeat the Lord with only this little force. Huh, I hope so. Fei Chun breathed a sigh of relief. Yes, he still has more than 200,000 tons of food and tens of thousands of units of wood and stone. This is Chun Fei's confidence. It takes others an hour to build an arrow tower, but Chen Fei works at full speed, with 20 farmers building at the same time, and he can build 20 arrow towers in 10 minutes. It can be said that unless Chun Fei's resources are exhausted, this riverside stronghold will be impossible to break. What's more, this stronghold is backed by the Mingwe River. If it really fails, Chun Fei and others can take a boat back at any time without any danger to their lives. Thinking of this, Chen Fei felt relieved. At this time, below the Linha stronghold, the siege troops had reached the attack range of the arrow towers, and the 60 arrow towers responsible for frontal defense began to shoot frantically. There are 2 archers on each arrow tower, and 60 arrow towers mean a total of 120 archers. In addition to the short bows of the slave army and 50 regular archers, Chun Fei's long-range firepower can be said to be very sufficient. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Arrows shot out one after another, and many soldiers were instantly pierced like hedgehogs, which was a horrible sight. But they reacted quickly. The first climbers used wooden shields to defend themselves, the soldiers carrying ladders also held small shields, and the soldiers pushing the battering rams even got directly into the rams. For a moment, arrows rained down, but the damage caused was minimal. These guys. Chen Fei's face turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. He didn't expect that the soldiers from Izumo town were so difficult and professional. He had never encountered this kind of people anywhere else. Accustomed to the primitive era mode of dozens of people fighting each other, Chen Fei was a little overwhelmed when he was suddenly exposed to this ancient professional battlefield mode. At this time, Zhuge Liang stood up again. "Spearmen, take position, ready to strike." The arrow tower shoots accurately. Archers hurled rocks and logs downward. General Lu Bu and General Long Ong. Each of you must defend the 2 eastern sections of the wall. Don't let the other side gain a foothold. Yes. Yes. As orders were issued one after another, the soldiers at the Linha stronghold finally felt reassured, began to cheer up and were full of confidence once again. Chun Fei glanced at Zhuge Liang and sighed softly. Thank goodness I have the military advisor by my side. Zhuge Liang smiled and said, My lord, you are still young and haven't experienced this kind of situation yet. This is quite normal. Once you experience this a few more times, you will naturally become a commander of iron blood. Fei Chen nodded, his eyes becoming resolute. He suddenly picked up a stone spear and shouted, Soldiers, kill the invading enemy. Each person killed will be rewarded with a gold coin. Kill! Kill! Hearing Chun Fei's words, the soldiers became more spirited, and a crazy look appeared in their eyes. As expected, money still moves people's hearts. Chun Fei felt emotional and thought he had learned a new trick. The soldiers on both sides began a fierce offensive and defensive battle. The number of arrows on Chun Fei's side decreased and was replaced by countless stones, which smashed the enemies on the ladders to the ground, causing them to bleed. The other side was not willing to be outdone. A 5-meter-high wall was nothing. The first team member stepped on the ladder and jumped up a few meters deep. However, what greeted him were countless sharp spears, which directly pierced through the first group of climbers. Of course, there were also brave and fearless ones who climbed up the wall at great risk and started fighting in hand-to-hand combat. Although they were only holding daggers, this weapon played a huge role on the narrow wall. Many spearmen were stabbed and fell to the ground, covering their wounds in pain. 1-2. For some unknown reason, this soldier's fighting power was ridiculously high. In the blink of an eye, 9 soldiers fell in front of him. His face stained red with blood, the soldier laughed heartily. Who else? And me. A voice was heard, and the soldier looked and saw a figure rushing towards him quickly. Before he could see the person clearly, the Fang Tian Hua Ji swept towards him at an angle. The soldier's pupils shrank, his hair stood on end, and he suddenly raised his wooden shield to try to block the sudden attack. However, boom. Without any suspense, the wooden shield was blown to pieces by the huge force, and the soldier was also blown away, vomiting blood in midair. Immediately afterwards, before the soldier fell, the Fang Tian Hua Ji attacked again, piercing him through the heart. So strong. At the last moment, the soldiers saw Lu Bu's appearance clearly. Chapter 53 Rescue. The 5-meter-high wall played a crucial role in this battle. Just 10 minutes into the battle, the area beneath the wall was already covered with corpses. The pungent smell of blood, the broken limbs and arms, and the various forms of death were extremely horrifying. Second wave go. In the rear, a general calmly gave orders. Hundreds of soldiers immediately rushed forward shouting and fighting, making the Izumo town siege troops, which had just become a little weak, strong again and full of momentum. One soldier after another rushed up the wall and fought with the soldiers of Dazhou town. Lu Bu and Long Ong turned into killing gods and kept wandering on the wall. More than 100 soldiers died at their hands. Chun Fei and Zhuge Liang had already descended the wall and went to an arrow tower at the rear to observe the battlefield situation. We've already lost more than 50 people. Fei Chen frowned and said. In addition to the 100 cavalry, Chun Fei arranged a full 300 soldiers on the wall. In just over 10 minutes, he suffered more than 50 casualties, a loss of nearly 1/6 of his troops, which made Chun Fei feel distressed. With the loss of these 50-plus people, a large area of the wall, which had seemed a bit crowded before, suddenly became empty, and the defense line gradually became unstable. Should we send the reserve team up as well? Asked Fei Chun. In the pre-war deployment, 50 spearmen were stationed inside the riverside stronghold as a reserve force and did not climb the wall. Zhuge Liang remained calm and said, No rush. We must not move the 50-man reserve. But, my lord, don't panic. We have the arrow tower, Lu Bu and Long Ong, and over 200 soldiers. They won't charge so easily. My lord, have confidence in your troops. Fei Chen nodded silently and continued to observe the battlefield situation. The fighting continued, and soon, another 10 minutes passed. Chun Fei discovered that just as Zhuge Liang had said, the resilience of his own troops was really high. Every time they were about to be defeated, either Lu Bu and Long Ong would show their strength, or the arrow tower would show its power, filling the weak points and stabilizing the situation again. In close combat, blood was drawn on every strike. Gradually, the corpses covered the entire wall, making it very difficult to walk on the 2-meter-wide wall. Half an hour later, Chun Fei's side still firmly occupied the wall, but the number of troops had been greatly reduced, with only more than 100 people left. It has to be said that the army of Izumo town is very powerful. Dozens of battering rams have destroyed a section of the wall, leaving a 10-meter-long gap in the front of the Linhe stronghold. Seeing this scene, The three generals in the Izumo town army formation all had their eyes shining. All troops attack. Push forward. A leading general gave an order, and the 2,000 soldiers behind him roared and rushed forward like a tsunami. However, at this moment, a cavalryman rushed over and said, "General, the army of other towns has been spotted not far behind us." "Oh, troops from other towns." The leading general raised his eyebrows and asked, "How many people are there?" "About more than 400 people." "Oomph, not worth mentioning." "Never mind it, continue the attack." "Yes." However, within a minute, several more cavalrymen rushed over and reported loudly, "Report to the general, we have discovered troops in other towns." 10 reports in a row made the three generals look very ugly. "General Liu, we can't attack anymore." "Yes, let them withdraw, General Liu. These people are most likely the reinforcements invited by Dezhou town. If they unite and attack us from behind, we will be finished." "Yes, we are now sending out our entire army to attack, but our backs are empty and full of loopholes. We will definitely not be able to stop the attack of these guys." General Liu, the leader, glanced at the Linha stronghold unwillingly and said through gritted teeth, "We're only one step away. I won't give up. Give me another 10 minutes, and I can break in and destroy this camp." The other two generals exchanged a glance and sighed. "We don't want to fail at the last moment, but we can't act rashly. If we just break in and those guys come charging at us from behind, how are we going to resist? Furthermore, the enemy has over 100 arrow towers, all intact, and with that super general in command, it's still uncertain whether we can capture this camp within 10 minutes. General Liu was silent for a while, struggling. Finally, he sighed slightly, waved his hand, and said tiredly, "Order the troops to withdraw." Inside the Linha stronghold, on a high arrow tower, Chun Fei and Zhuge Liang breathed a sigh of relief when they saw the troops from Izumo town begin to retreat in an orderly manner. Zhuge Liang smiled and said, "My lord, reinforcements have arrived. The crisis has been resolved." Fei Chen nodded and sighed. It was so dangerous just now. With the entire army pressing forward, more than 2,000 people, I felt like we were going to lose. Haha, how could that be? If they really rush in, we still have dozens of arrow towers inside, and our 100 cavalry haven't moved at all. Zhuge Liang offered some words of comfort, then said, "Lord, now that the reinforcements have arrived, it's time for us to strike back. Please dispatch your soldiers and give orders to the reinforcements to gather at 3 o'clock tonight to attack the Izumo town camp and determine the outcome in one decisive battle." Good. As the enemy withdrew, Chun Fei sent out cavalry to deliver messages while counting casualties and replenishing troops. The battle lasted less than an hour, but was extremely dangerous, and the Linha stronghold was almost breached. Chun Fei's army suffered about 100 slave soldiers and 100 spearmen killed or wounded, while the enemy suffered about 500 casualties. The casualty ratio of 2.5 to 1 seems to be a huge difference, but you have to know that this is a siege. The enemy's performance is already very good if they can achieve this level. After the war, Chun Fei began to recruit troops crazily. He spent 150,000 food items and directly recruited 300 spearmen. This directly increased Chun Fei's total military strength to 550 people. The reason why slaves were not recruited was that after being recruited, they needed to be given equipment and trained for a period of time before they could become qualified soldiers. Otherwise, the newly recruited slaves would be thin, timid, confused, and have no fighting ability at all, and might even become a hindrance. After a day of fighting, the soldiers returned to the barracks to rest, while the 300 newly recruited soldiers were assigned to clean up the battlefield. The corpses were piled together to form small hills, which looked extremely terrifying. The damaged wall was repaired by Chun Fei. He also asked people to go out and cut down trees and spread the branches and leaves under the wall. Although it was not as effective as chevaux de frise and iron caltrops, it could also slow down the enemy. By the time night fell, the entire Linha stronghold was fully restored to full health, and even strengthened a bit. Chapter 54, Night Attack on the Enemy Camp. Sun Kai, a player from Ashtown, lit a bonfire in his camp and ate barbecue with a calm expression. At 3 o'clock tonight, Sun Kai looked at the sheepskin letter in his hand and took a bite of the barbecue. Fuck, I'm sick of eating this every day. Sun Kai chewed a few times, looked at the barbecue in his hand with disgust, and threw it directly onto the dining table. Although it has entered the Bronze Age, the player's food has not improved. Although wheat can be produced in the farmland, in the absence of a mill, the wheat can only be ground manually, and the flour made is actually very rough. After taking a bite, Sun Kai felt like he was back to his childhood eating sorghum steamed bread. Therefore, most players' meals consist of grilled meat, boiled meat, fried meat, coarse pasta, and fruits. There are no vegetables, no condiments such as oil, salt, sauce, vinegar, and tea, which makes it very uncomfortable for players who were born in a country with a rich food culture. Pass my order. 300 slave soldiers and 100 spearmen will all attack tonight. Remember to harvest a good number of heads so that you can find Qinfei and Dezhou Town to exchange for your reward after the battle. Yes, in a world without street lights, we can only rely on moonlight and stars to find our way at night. However, today, the moonlight is hazy and it is almost pitch dark. At 3 o'clock in the morning, the night was freezing cold. Lu Bu walked out of the Linhe stronghold with 100 cavalrymen, followed by 300 infantrymen led by Long Ong. Archers did not go out to fight because in this kind of field of view, archers were basically useless, unless they can use fire arrows to directly set the enemy camp on fire. But unfortunately, after careful inquiry, Qinfei found out that these were just ordinary archers and could not use the skill of projectile. At the same time, fire arrows also need to be specially made in weapons factories, and the cost is expensive. 400 soldiers marched silently and in great force towards the camp in Izumo Town. Perhaps because of the experience gained from the last attack on the Meteor Alliance, this time Lu Bu and Long Ong were familiar with the situation and better prepared. They arrived near the enemy camp smoothly, then stopped and did not rush in directly. The people of Izumo Town were not fools. They built a simple fence with more than a dozen arrow towers standing there. There was a bonfire burning every 50 meters of the fence, and there were 2 or 3 soldiers on duty next to it. It can be said that compared with the Meteor Alliance, the soldiers of Izumo Town were more professional and prepared for a night attack in advance. These guys are really tough to deal with. Long Ong murmured and said to Lu Bu, "General, let's do it." Lu Bu glanced at the sky and said, "No hurry, the time is not up yet, let's wait a little longer." Seeing this, Long Ong was a little anxious, but he didn't say anything else. All the soldiers in Dezhou Town were hiding in a jungle. Unless there were searchlights like those in modern society, they would never be able to discover the people hiding here just by the brightness of the campfire. All the soldiers remained silent and highly disciplined. The 100 war horses also had their hooves wrapped and wooden sticks tied in their mouths to prevent them from making any sound. Lu Bu closed his eyes and tapped his thighs lightly with his fingers. After a long moment, he suddenly opened his eyes and said in a deep voice, "Do it." All the soldiers were cheered up. The riders jumped on their horses, and the infantrymen stood up. Lu Bu, holding a Fong Tian painted halberd, roared and was the first to charge out. After all, it was a temporary camp, and the fence on the Chuyin Town side was only 2 meters high and very fragile. At the same time, in order to facilitate the attack, Qinfei deliberately found a weak point. Lu Bu rushed to the front of the camp, stabbed his Fong Tian Hua Ji into the fence, and then he roared, exerted force with his arms, and actually pulled the fence out. Some soldiers on duty in Izumo Town rushed over when they heard the noise, but they were stunned when they saw this scene. Oh my God, is this still a human? It's so terrifying, so terrifying. The fence was blown away, leaving a gap. Taking advantage of this gap, the 100 cavalrymen behind Lu Bu rushed in like the wind. Then, it was a feast of blood. Long Ong followed closely with 300 infantrymen. Under Long Ang's order, several soldiers kicked over a campfire, then took out a torch and poured the flames directly onto the tent. At the same time, in other directions, the 10 players who came to support saw the enemy camp on fire and immediately ordered the entire army to attack. Kill. Go, go, go. Remember to harvest heads or ears. Kill. There are 10 players, the most of whom lead 400 to 500 soldiers, and the least has more than 300. The total number of these reinforcements alone exceeds 3,000. Together with the soldiers on Qinfei's side, the total number of people has exceeded that of Izumo Town. The temporary camp in Izumo Town soon fell into complete chaos. In the camp, there were constant shouts and screams, flashes of swords and blazes, just like hell. Long Ong held a bronze sword and wore 2 layers of leather armor. He was like a tiger descending from the mountain, killing every soldier with 1 sword. Before the battle started for 10 minutes, more than 20 soldiers had died at his hands. Lu Bu was invincible. The red hair under his crotch seemed to be unaffected by the night vision and was still very fast. The soldiers of Chuyin Town were injured if they were touched by the Fong Tian Hua Ji and died if they were hit by it. No one could match his enemy. Suddenly, a general appeared in Lu Bu's sight. At this time, the general of Izumo Town was holding a bronze spear and swinging it continuously. When the inner blade scraped the soldier's neck, he only needed to hook it lightly, and the soldier's body would be separated. The hundreds of soldiers following him were also holding long bronze spears, sweeping left and right, and they seemed invincible. A new type of soldier? Lu Bu muttered to himself, then snorted coldly, his eyes showing disdain. No matter how many changes you make, it's hard to withstand a single blow. Go! He squeezed his legs together, and the red hair rushed straight towards the general like a red arrow. The general naturally saw Lu Bu, his face changed, and he shouted loudly. Form a formation! Hundreds of spearmen stood in a pincer-like formation, like an open pocket. Once Lu Bu entered it, he would inevitably be attacked from all directions. The attack range of weapons like the halberd is much larger than that of spears and lances. Once you enter the battle, you will definitely die. However, Lu Bu was not afraid at all. There was a burning desire to fight in his eyes. When approaching this formation, his red hair suddenly turned and rushed straight towards the pliers on the right. Although Lu Bu is brave, he is not stupid, especially in combat. He is a well-deserved genius. Otherwise, he would not have become the most powerful general in the Three Kingdoms. Chapter 55 Meeting. Lu Bu suddenly changed lanes, leaving everyone unable to react. Kill! Lu Bu roared, and his Fang Tian Hua Ji stabbed out like a dragon. The soldiers holding bronze spears wanted to resist, but were instantly cut off by the Fang Tian Hua Ji. Then, the Fang Tian Hua Ji pierced his heart, and without losing momentum, it penetrated his body and pierced into the body of the second person. Surround him and kill him, the general shouted. The other bronze spear soldiers immediately surrounded him, wanting to kill Lu Bu with their swords. However, at this moment, Lu Bu seemed like a god of war descending to earth. He charged left and right with his Fang Tian Hua Ji, making a whooshing sound like dragon roars and tiger howls. The soldiers fell to the ground one by one as if wheat was being cut, as fragile as a piece of white paper. In just a short moment, all the dozen or so people who besieged Lu Bu were killed. The general was shocked by Lu Bu's fighting power. He was so frightened that he kept shaking and even forgot to issue new orders. At this time, Lu Bu took advantage of this opportunity and rushed straight towards him. Catch the leader first. The surrounding bronze spear soldiers rushed forward desperately, trying to stop Lu Bu, but it was in vain. Kill, kill, kill. Lu Bu was possessed by the god of death, his body covered in blood, and he looked like a madman. More and more soldiers died at his hands. The ground beneath my feet gradually became covered with corpses, and the blood turned into puddles, staining this pristine land. At this time, other soldiers from Dazhou town also attacked, protected Lu Bu, and fought fiercely with other enemies. Lu Bu completely let go of his burden, and his murderous intent became even stronger. The general was finally frightened and fled to the rear in panic. Want to leave? It's not that easy. Lu Bu laughed grimly and suddenly stopped. His comrades looked at him in confusion. General? They were puzzled as to why he suddenly stopped chasing. Lu Bu took out the hard bow hanging on the side of his red hair, drew the bow and shot an arrow, which flashed a dazzling cold light and was so bright in the night sky. Ah! The general screamed and fell to the ground. With the help of the dim moonlight, one could vaguely see a sharp arrow stuck in his back. After killing a general, the resistance to the coalition's attack immediately decreased. Coalition soldiers from all directions rushed forward bravely, killing more and more crazily. This battle, involving more than 5,000 men from both sides, lasted for 3 hours. By daybreak, all forces had withdrawn, and the originally neat and orderly temporary camp in Izumo town had turned into a pile of ruins. Inside the Linha stronghold, Lu Bu and Long On lined up neatly with their victorious soldiers, their bodies covered in blood and their fighting spirit high. Hot meals have been delivered from the kitchen. There are several piles of golden scallion pancakes. Pork dumpling soup is cooking in a big pot, and there are boxes of apples on the side, which makes people particularly greedy. The soldiers were arranged into 5 teams and lined up in an orderly manner to get their meals. Chen Fei took a spoon and personally served food to the soldiers. This scene moved all the soldiers. A soldier was holding an empty bowl. Chen Fei filled it with pork dumpling soup and said, "Eat more." "My lord." The soldier nodded vigorously, tears suddenly welling up in his eyes. At this time, Zhuge Liang came over and said to Chen Fei, "My lord, the casualty report is out." Chen Fei was stunned, then handed the spoon to the cook beside him and took Zhuge Liang back to the house. "Speak." Fei Chen sat on the chair with a calm expression, but his hands were tightly gripping the armrests. "My lord, we suffered heavy losses this time. A total of 23 cavalrymen and 93 spearmen were killed or wounded, and the slave army was completely wiped out." Hearing this number, Fei Chen felt a little distressed, as if his heart was bleeding. "But we've also captured a lot. over 30 war horses, 700 bronze spears, 10 bronze swords, 100 bronze halberds, and hundreds of pieces of leather armor, Zhuge Liang said. Although the damage is significant, with this batch of weapons and equipment, my lord, you can quickly rebuild an army, and at a much lower cost. Chun Fei nodded and said, war casualties are inevitable, so let's not dwell on that. I will replenish the troops and recruit a group of slave soldiers. I will train them well with these weapons. I have a feeling that there will be many more battles to come. Also, there is one more thing I want to tell you, my lord. What's up? The allies we invited sent envoys and asked us to pay them half of their compensation first. Zhuge Liang said with some embarrassment. Impossible. Chun Fei flatly refused. Are you kidding? Although I promised to give 10,000 gold and 10,000 silk to every player who participated in the war, that will have to wait until after the war. Now the entire Dazhou town only has 10,000 gold, and the daily output of silk is only 5,000. If you want to collect 100,000 gold and 100,000 silk, you have to wait at least 20 days. What Chun Fei envisioned was to take over the salt mine first. Having the salt mine was equivalent to having gold, and it would be very easy to pay off the debt then. Military advisor, you know our current situation. I can pay them 1,000 pieces of silk each, and the rest can only be paid after the war. Zhuge Liang thought for a moment and said, since that's the case, my lord, let's hold a meeting. Meeting? Fei Chen was puzzled. Yes. Now that the leaders of these 10 towns have arrived nearby, they're worried about us, and we don't trust them either. How about holding an alliance meeting to calm their hearts, get them to put aside their concerns, and continue fighting for us, so we can destroy Izumo town in one fell swoop? Fei Chen pondered for a moment and said, okay, then I'll send someone to inform them that the talks will be held in the middle area at noon today. Chun Fei sent people to clean up an open space in advance, then built a platform, arranged tables, chairs and benches, and placed fruits and vegetables on it in advance. By noon, troops arrived from all directions. These players are not fools either. They dare not come alone. They all bring a large number of soldiers as bodyguards for fear of being attacked by others. When everyone arrived, they found that there was already a person standing on the wooden platform. Haha, everyone is here, please take a seat. Fei Chen bowed with a smile. He also brought some soldiers as bodyguards this time, but did not bring Zhuge Liang, which made Zhuge Liang quite depressed. The 10 players looked at Chun Fei warily, and none of them dared to step forward. Are you Chun Fei? A tall and thin young man asked with a frown. Fei Chen nodded. The big guy who dominates the charts? Fei Chen laughed and said, brother, you're exaggerating. I was just lucky. Yes, I was lucky enough to get S-level talent at the beginning, and after winning the first victory, I got the unparalleled General Lu Bu. Chapter 56 Willing to Die for my lord. The 10 players were all a little curious when they saw Chun Fei. This legendary figure who only appeared in the server-wide announcements and chat channels was now standing in front of them. It looks very ordinary, a player said in a low voice. Fei Chen had good hearing and laughed. I'm just an ordinary person, everyone is the same. I heard you have the unrivaled General Lu Bu. Where is he? A player suddenly said. Upon hearing this, the other players looked at Fei Chen expectantly. Although many players have entered the Bronze Age, they have not been able to build the Hall of Talents and are still unable to recruit generals, let alone an invincible general like Lu Bu. So they were all very curious and wanted to see the true appearance of Lu Bu, the most powerful general in the 3 kingdoms. Chun Fei smiled and said, Lu Bu fought for a long time last night and is very tired. He is still resting. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but show disappointment. At this time, Sun Kai stood up and said, Fei Chen, why did you call us here? Do you want to pay us half of our salary in advance? Chun Fei sighed and said a little aggrievedly, brothers, as you can see, I have completely exhausted all my troops in order to attack Izumo town. I have no choice but to come to you for help. How can I have the time to collect these rewards now? So you mean that you are not going to give us the reward? Sun Kai said with a bad look. The other players also looked cold. The reason these people sent out troops this time was simply because of the reward Chun Fei promised, or more precisely, the 10,000 units of gold. If Chun Fei is unwilling to give them money, or is unable to pay, their trip will be in vain, and they will have to unite to attack Chun Fei. Chun Fei said, don't worry, everyone. I promised you the reward will not be reduced by a single cent. I can tell you clearly that I have a dedicated trade route that can bring me a steady supply of gold, but it will take time. Then tell me, how long will it take? A month or a year? If it's too long, we can't afford to wait. Sun Kai asked. 20 days. No, it will take too long. In 20 days, the difference between the 10,000 pieces of gold and the 10,000 pieces of silk will be too great. Yes. In 20 days, maybe we will have reached the feudal age. 10 players said that 20 days was too long, and they couldn't wait. Chen Fei thought for a moment, as if he had made a difficult decision. He said, "How about this? I ask everyone to join me in sending troops. We will pursue the victory and destroy this Izumo town. After we destroy Izumo town, all the gold we obtain will be used to pay the reward. How do you think?" The 10 players looked at each other, and one of them said, "Okay, it's settled then. Yes, you can't go back on your word. If you take Izumo town but refuse to pay, don't blame us for being ruthless. That's right. Even if you are the top boss, we will destroy you." Chen Fei felt a little unhappy when he heard these guys talking so brazenly. However, he didn't show it. Instead, he said, "Don't worry, everyone. We are all players, and we are all striving for advancement. I can't possibly destroy my own reputation. Otherwise, if you broadcast it on the chat channel, my reputation will be ruined. Who would want to form an alliance with me in the future, don't you agree?" When everyone heard this, they all nodded. Yes, Chen Fei is now the top player on the list, and is being watched by players from all over the server. If he destroys his own credibility and does something to take advantage of others' misfortune, his reputation will be ruined, and no one will be willing to believe him anymore. Thinking of this, the players felt a little relieved. Since everyone has no objection, please return and regroup your troops. Tomorrow morning, each of you will attack a village to attract as many enemy troops as possible. Once Izumo town is empty, I will then attack their main town. Okay, that's settled then. The meeting ended quickly, and the players didn't have the leisure to eat fruits here, or rather, they were all wary of each other. Therefore, the players left quickly, and Chen Fei also led his men back to the Linha stronghold. "My lord, how is it?" Zhuge Liang came forward. Chen Fei smiled and said, "If everything goes well, they will attack the villages under Izumo town, attracting a large number of enemies and leaving the main town to us. Then, we will storm Izumo town and try to take it down in one fell swoop." Zhuge Liang smiled and said, "I've already had the catapult brought here. It will be of great use tomorrow." Haha, the military advisor is still thoughtful. All forces were resting for the entire day. Chen Fei spent a lot of resources to restore the military strength, and it increased a lot. By the evening, Chen Fei had a total of 150 cavalrymen, 200 spearmen, 100 long spear soldiers, 500 slave soldiers, and 100 archers. A wave of sudden troop surge caused the total number of Chen Fei's troops to soar to 1,050. For the first time, the number of people exceeded 1,000. Moreover, because a large number of weapons and equipment were seized, the 500 slave soldiers recruited by Chen Fei were all equipped with bronze spears, and all the soldiers wore leather armor, straw sandals, leather hats, etc. They were fully equipped. Just by standing there, you could tell that this was a regular army, and its combat effectiveness could be said to have increased sharply. However, because these slave soldiers were newly recruited and their physical strength and quality were not up to par, Chen Fei did not plan to let them participate in the battle tomorrow. Instead, he planned to station them at the Linha stronghold, training them while preventing other players or Chuyun town from attacking the Linha stronghold from behind. Otherwise, Chen Fei would be trapped. A night's rest made the soldiers full of energy. Moreover, Chen Fei also discovered that those soldiers who had participated in several battles had greatly improved their battlefield experience and combat skills, and had become so-called veterans. It's true that reading 10,000 books is not as good as traveling 10,000 miles. Only soldiers who have experienced blood are true soldiers. Chen Fei sighed. At this time, Lu Bu rode his red hair towards Chen Fei and said, "My lord, our army has been reviewed and is ready to march." Fei Chen nodded, glanced at everyone, and said seriously, "This battle is related to our future development. The brothers who died in battle yesterday must not have sacrificed in vain. I hope everyone can do their best to bring honor to our great Zhou town. I am willing to die for my lord." Lu Bu raised his Fong Tian Hua Ji and shouted loudly, "I am willing to die for my lord. I am willing to die for my lord. I am willing to die for my lord." The soldiers shouted in unison, each one louder than the last, their fighting spirit soaring to the sky. Chapter 57 Attack on Izumo Town. The next day, Izumo Town was suddenly attacked from all sides. Nearly half of the 12 villages under its jurisdiction were affected by the war, while the remaining half were within the jurisdiction, so there was temporary peace. Chen Fei promised that each of the 10 players could occupy a village, but the 2 villages near the salt mine and the base camp in Izumo Town all belonged to Chen Fei. With this promise, the players were motivated and worked extra hard. Izumo Town was obviously shocked by this situation and hurriedly dispatched a large number of troops to resist the enemies from all directions. These players were surprised to find that there were so many generals and soldiers in Izumo Town. At least 10 generals will lead a team to resist one player, and each team will have more than 300 people. In other words, after suffering a crushing defeat yesterday, Izumo Town still has an army of 3,000 people. It is worth mentioning that as an NPC force, they are very conservative in replenishing their troops. Although there are a large amount of resources stored in the warehouse and the troops are constantly replenished, the speed is still far behind that of the players. This may be because the mechanism of this game world takes into account that NPC forces will, like players, deploy a large number of troops when they are desperate, and players will get nothing after conquering them. This reduces the difficulty of the game and ensures the interests of the majority of players. You know, these NPC forces are very powerful, from the Jushan village at the beginning, to the Qinshan village, Langtao village and Heian village later, to the current Chuyin town, and even the Shiron kingdom in the northwest. Each one is more powerful than the other. If these forces continue to increase their troops recklessly, they will be defeated in minutes with the current strength of the players. Izumo Town covers a large area, more than 10 kilometers in radius. At this moment, shouts of killing, clashing swords, and flames of war can be heard everywhere. Lubu rode on his red hare, leading 150 cavalrymen, 200 spearmen, 100 long spearmen, and 100 archers, a total of more than 500 people, and headed straight for the main town of Izumo Town. Suddenly, a cavalry scout ran over and said, "General, we have spotted an enemy force not far ahead, numbering about 300. Oh, they discovered us? Are they coming for us?" Lubu frowned. "It doesn't look like it. They are just marching normally." Lubu pondered for a moment and said, "Pass my order to march in a roundabout way and avoid them. Our destination is Izumo Town, not to fight." "Yes." So, at the critical moment, Lubu's army took a detour and narrowly avoided this enemy force. This is the advantage of having scouts. Lubu sent out more than 30 people, scattered in different directions, to continuously scout the enemy situation. Lubu chose the route based on this intelligence, making many twists and turns, avoiding several enemy troops, bypassing 3 villages, and finally arriving at Izumo Town. Izumo Town naturally also has cavalry, but in the battle during the day and the battle at night yesterday, Lubu had almost killed all the enemy cavalry. Now Izumo Town was on fire on all sides and had no ability to send out cavalry as scouts. The main town of Izumo Town is also near the salt mine and covers a very large area, more than twice the size of Dajo Town. There is a complete circle of walls with arrow towers standing on them, and many soldiers walking around. Through the walls and arrow towers, you can vaguely see that there are many buildings inside Izumo Town, and it looks very prosperous. It's obviously a tough nut to crack. Lubu and others arrived in front of Izumo Town, arranged their battle formation, and at the same time pulled out the biggest trump card of this siege, the catapult. This was the only heavy siege weapon in Chun Fei's hands. In addition, he also captured a lot of ladders and battering rams in yesterday's battle, and brought them along this time. It is worth mentioning that Izumo Town is fully equipped for sieges, and there is also a first-line suicide squad holding shields, which is very formal. Although players can seize these equipment, they cannot manufacture them. In the Bronze Age, weapons factories could only produce bronze swords, bronze spears, bows and arrows, leather armor, straw sandals, leather hats and other equipment, but not ladders. Therefore, at this stage, siege weapons are very valuable. However, in order to ensure that nothing goes wrong, Chun Fei pulled out all the captured weapons and handed them over to Lubu. Just one strike to win. The soldiers of Izumo Town naturally also discovered the attacking Lubu army and seemed a little panicked. "Long-ong, go and challenge them," said Lubu. "Good." Long-ong nodded, grinned, walked to the front of the formation, and shouted, "You bastard from Chuyin Town, your grandfather is here. Quickly open the gate and surrender." On the wall, the defenders of Izumo Town immediately looked at Long-ong with gloomy faces and fiery eyes. Many people could not hold back and started cursing, some even clamoring to leave the city and cut Long-ong into pieces. But he was suppressed by a military general. "You coward, you are a coward. If you are a man, come out and fight an upright battle. If you can't do that, just fight one-on-one. Don't say that I bullied you. Women from Izumo Town, do you dare to come out? It's not comfortable hiding in there. If you don't dare to fight, go back and sleep, or I'll look down on you." It has to be said that Long-ong has a talent for sarcasm. Just a few words angered the soldiers guarding the city. Even the archers on the arrow tower couldn't help it and shot 2 arrows in the air as a threat. "Ha ha ha, you can't hit me. It's just a waste of arrows. It's useless. Come out if you dare." I'll just stand here and let you come, okay? What a bunch of cowards, what a bunch of cowards. Long Ong continued to taunt, and even his own men couldn't stand it anymore. Many soldiers laughed out loud. Lu Bu also looked at Long Ong and muttered, "This guy is not good at fighting, but I didn't expect him to be a master of taunting. I want to stab him after hearing what he said." Even his own people couldn't stand it, let alone those who were being mocked. The general on the wall let out a roar, and then the city gate opened wide, and a troop of swordsmen and shield men rushed out. "Hey, good job." Lu Bu sneered and said to Long Ong, "Well done. I'll credit you for this later." Long Ong scratched his head sheepishly, then said proudly, "I suddenly realized that cursing people is really satisfying. If there's such a good thing next time, let me do it." "Haha, no problem." Lu Bu laughed and waved his hand. "Archers, release." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 100 archers behind him had already been ready to go. A wave of arrows was shot out, black and heavy, with a sharp sound of breaking through the air. "Raise your shield." The sword and shield soldiers on the opposite side immediately raised their shields and blocked many arrows, but many of them were still shot and fell to the ground, wailing in pain. "Keep shooting, don't stop," Lu Bu said lightly. There were only more than 100 people from the other side, and in his opinion, they were just delivering food. There are not many troops in Izumo town to begin with, and now more than 100 people have come out. As long as we get rid of this part, the difficulty of attacking the city later will be less. Long Ang's taunting deserves full marks. Chapter 58, Fierce Battle Under the City. More than 100 sword and shield soldiers attacked under a hail of arrows. Soldiers continued to fall in pools of blood, but more soldiers were still fearless, and there was a terrifying light in everyone's eyes, and their gazes were all directed at Long Ong. Feeling the hateful gazes of more than 100 people, Long Ong froze for a moment, then quickly hid behind them, shouting, "Guys, I'm right here. I'm standing still. If you're a man, come and chop me up. Kill. Thief. I will kill you today, even if I die." The sword and shield soldiers rushed towards Long Ong like crazy. The soldiers of Lu Bu's army were stunned when they saw this scene. This guy attracted so much hatred that he ignored everyone else and only wanted to kill Long Ong. The sword and shield soldiers were getting closer and closer to Long Ong. Long Ong was frightened by this crazy momentum and looked at Lu Bu aggrievedly. "General, save me." Lu Bu chuckled, then pointed his Fong Tianhua Ji and said, "Cavalry, charge." The spearmen separated, and the 150 cavalrymen hiding among them suddenly launched a charge. Although these are all light cavalry and have almost no ability to charge into battle, they are still the most terrifying existence when facing only 100 sword and shield soldiers. Seeing these cavalry charging, the sword and shield soldiers immediately shouted loudly, "Raise your shields to defend." Rush. The sword and shield soldiers immediately raised their wooden shields and formed 2 or 3 shield walls. However, these wooden shields were crudely made, more like a door panel, without any aesthetic design, and the shield wall they formed was not tight. Boom. The cavalry brigade crashed into the shield wall. Although the soldiers of Izumo town had been prepared to meet the cavalry's attack, they still underestimated the enemy and the horror of the cavalry. The first shield wall collapsed in an instant, and the soldiers fell to the ground. Some of them were even knocked away. The second shield wall provided some resistance, but only for a moment before it was torn apart by the cavalry. Only the third shield wall held on just when it was about to collapse. However, they were able to withstand the cavalry's first charge, but not the second. The cavalrymen did not engage in a fight with these sword and shield soldiers. Their advantage lay in their strong mobility and explosive power, not in entanglement. The cavalrymen pulled the reins, rode their horses in a circle, and then rushed forward again before the remaining swordsmen and shieldmen could recover. This time they were attacking in a different direction, and more sword and shield soldiers were killed or wounded in one wave of attacks. At this time, the sound of chimes was heard on the wall of Izumo town. Sound the retreat. The sword and shield soldiers got up and ran back without caring about the formation. Archers, shoot. Lu Bu seized the opportunity and ordered the archers to shoot. At this time, the enemy had their backs to them, leaving the goal wide open, making them a huge target. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A wave of arrows broke through the air, and nearly half of the sword and shield soldiers fell to the ground. Several unlucky guys were hit by several arrows and turned into hedgehogs. At this time, the cavalry had returned to the army, and the enemy's arrow tower was within the attack range not far ahead, so they did not attack again. 1 wave of arrow rain, 2 waves of arrow rain, 3 waves of arrow rain. Each wave of arrow rain could take the lives of at least 20 people. In the end, only about 30 people escaped into the town. On the wall, the general's face turned pale, and he also felt a little regretful. He was really mad just now. Listening to Long Ang's abuse, he just wanted to cut him into pieces without hesitation. Even now, when he thought about it, he was still gnashing with hatred. He also thought about being patient, thinking that as long as the main force returned, the current crisis would be resolved. He even kept reminding himself in his mind that he had to hold it in. But he really couldn't help it. There were not many troops in Izumo town at first, and more than 100 people were already half of the number. As a result, they suffered heavy losses and had not achieved any success. This made him extremely depressed. Guard it tightly and don't go out again, the general ordered. The other soldiers also saw that their troops had suffered heavy losses and knew that they had fallen into the enemy's trap. Their minds instantly became clear, and they no longer dared to act impulsively. Immediately afterwards, Long Ang started to curse again, and this time the curse was even more unpleasant, even cursing his ancestors and family members. The other soldiers of Lu Bu's army were not idle either. They were making fun of the situation and laughing. Some of them even took off their pants and humiliated the people. The soldiers on the wall had red eyes again, were shaking with anger, and started to curse back. But this time, no matter how Lu Bu's army provoked or mocked them, these guys would not be fooled and would never come out. After a moment, Lu Bu extended his hand and said to Long Ang, "There's no point in scolding them anymore. Let's take a break. Pull up the catapults and bombard them first." Good. Long Ang immediately ordered his soldiers to pull the catapult over, load it with stones, and then fire it at the wall. Boom. As a heavy siege weapon, the catapult showed great effectiveness at this moment. Although the first shot missed the target, it still landed steadily on the wall, making a big hole in it. The walls of the Bronze Age were simply wooden structures with only one layer of wood, and their resistance was far inferior to that of city walls. The second shot adjusted its angle and hit an arrow tower directly, breaking it in half and causing it to collapse with a loud bang. The third shot, the fourth shot, the catapults continued to throw stones, and the arrow towers were easily destroyed. This is the disadvantage of the arrow tower. Although it is low cost, easy to build, and almost invincible against light infantry, it is as fragile as paper when facing this heavy siege weapon. It kills one with each shot, which makes the soldiers of Lu Bu's army applaud continuously. The only drawback was that Lu Bu only had one catapult, which destroyed an arrow tower per minute on average. Nearly an hour later, only half of it was destroyed, with the front half still left. If we attack rashly now, the losses will still be very heavy. General, why don't you take the initiative to attack even though they have been beaten like this? Long Ang asked. They are waiting. Lu Bu said lightly. Wait. Well, Izumo town has a strong military force. The main force is out to resist the invasion. The town's defenses are severely insufficient. Coming out will only lead to a beating, which will only hasten their demise. So they are stalling or blocking the way. The main force blocking them will return before the city is captured, and then we will have no choice but to withdraw. We can't let them succeed. We have to occupy this place before the main force comes back. General, half of the arrow tower has been destroyed. Let me lead the troops to charge. Long Ang seemed a little impatient. Lu Bu said, No hurry. The Lord has sent many reinforcements. Our allied forces are roughly equal in numbers. The large force from Izumo town won't be able to arrive anytime soon. Chapter 59. Occupation of Izumo town. In Izumo town, an elderly man in luxurious clothes sat in the Lord's hall. Ahem, where did these guys come from? Why are they attacking us? The old man seemed to be in poor health. He was coughing, gasping for breath, and trembling. My lord, the main enemy this time should still be the force coming down from upstream. We have found out that it is the troops from Dajo town. A general standing beside him said respectfully. Dajo town? When did such a force appear? Also, don't they only have 300 or 400 people? Why did so many enemies suddenly appear? The old man had an angry look on his face and looked very majestic. My lord, this Dajo town has invited all the forces from the surrounding towns to form a coalition army, so there are so many people. Otherwise, we can easily wipe out Dajo town. Humph, these bastards. The old man coughed again and said, I blame myself for being soft-hearted. I allowed them to grow bigger and bigger, and even wanted to do business with them. But I didn't expect these guys to unite against me. My lord, you are right. They are nothing but a bunch of ungrateful wolves. The general echoed, but now the enemy is approaching. What should we do? It seems like these guys are determined to defeat me. They actually launched an attack at the same time. A cold light flashed in the old man's eyes. Send a fast horse to Onping town to ask for help. Ask them to send someone to rescue us. Yes. The general clasped his fists and turned to leave. The old man was the only one left in the room. He sat on a chair, listening to the rumbling sound outside. Occasionally, there were screams, which made him look even more tired. Come here, prepare another fast horse, lead it to the door, and wait for dispatch. Yes. This time, when attacking Qian town, Lu Bu was extremely cautious and watched patiently as the catapults continued to throw stones, destroying the arrow towers one after another. General, this time it's almost over. They don't have many people. I will lead a charge, and we will definitely win. Long Ong looked at Lu Bu, his eyes full of anxiety. Lu Bu looked at the wall. The more than 100 arrow towers standing behind the wall had been destroyed, and only a few were still standing. The catapults bombarded for more than an hour. Although the targets were all sleeping arrow towers, some of the stones missed and hit the walls, killing or injuring some soldiers. This resulted in the defenders on the wall not daring to show their heads at all. Every time a stone was thrown, they would lie down completely to protect themselves. Okay, Long Ong, it's up to you this time. Lu Bu nodded and made up his mind. Hee. Thank you for your help, General. Long Ong clasped his fists excitedly. Before this expedition, Chun Fei and Zhuge Liang called Lu Bu and Long Ong over and discussed in detail how to attack Qian town. Chun Fei made it clear that he had spent a lot of resources recruiting soldiers during this period and was already unable to sustain the workload, so he wanted to try to minimize the number of casualties in this expedition. This is also the reason why Lu Bu is steady and cautious. Zhuge Liang then made specific tactical deployments, arranging Long Ong to lead the infantry as the siege team, and separately selected 50 spearmen, letting them wear 2 layers of leather armor, distributing bronze swords and captured shields as the first suicide squad. As long as they firmly occupied the city wall, they would be the first meritorious service in this battle. That's why Long Ong was a little anxious. He was afraid that the enemy's large army would suddenly return and delay the siege, and he would not be able to get the first credit. Charge. The infantry launched a charge. They carried ladders, pushed battering rams, and rushed forward shouting and killing. The sound was deafening. Long Ong and 50 vanguard members hid among these people. They were a sharp sword in the dark, and all the other soldiers were covering for them. Shoot. Stop them from attacking the city. The general on the wall shouted anxiously, and the archers on the arrow towers kept shooting, but there were only a few arrow towers left now, and they could not form a firepower network at all, so they were no longer a big threat. The soldiers defending the city were trying their best to throw logs, stones, and other things down, while using long pole weapons to try to push the ladders down. However, the Bronze Age wall was only 5 meters high, and the number of soldiers defending the city was too small, so it was attacked by the enemy in just 10 minutes. Long Ong was a military commander himself with a high level of combat power. He was wearing 2 layers of leather armor, holding a bronze sword in one hand and a wooden shield in the other. Braving rolling logs and stray arrows, he climbed up quickly and was the first to reach the wall. Seeing Long Ong rushing up, 7 or 8 soldiers immediately surrounded him and stabbed at Long Ong with bronze spears. Long Ong roared, raised his shield to sweep the spear aside, then raised his sword and chopped off the head of an enemy. Kill. Although Long Ong was only a sea-level general, he was much stronger than these ordinary soldiers. In the blink of an eye, the enemy corpses were scattered around him. More enemies rushed towards Long Ong, but Long Ong held this point tightly, like a bridgehead, and did not retreat. Behind him, other teammates soon rushed up and joined the battle, and Long Ong's pressure was instantly relieved a lot. In short, the wall was not high enough and the number of defenders was small. Within half an hour, Lu Bu's army had completely occupied the wall and began to attack inside. The few remaining arrow towers initially caused heavy casualties to Lu Bu's soldiers, but they were quickly destroyed after Lu Bu's army broke through the wall. Boom! With a loud bang, a battering ram punched a hole in the fragile wall. Lu Bu, standing in the back, narrowed his eyes and shouted, "All troops attack! All troops attack! Kill!" The remaining cavalry and archers all launched a charge. Lu Bu rode his red hare slowly into Izumo town, only to find that it was extremely prosperous, far beyond his imagination. The streets paved with bluestone are neatly arranged, with houses on both sides and many functional buildings. There are weapons factories, warehouses, barracks, pottery kilns, etc. What a great place. When the Lord comes, he will definitely be very satisfied, Lu Bu said with a smile. In the Linha stronghold, Fade Chen sat upright in the lobby. Although he had his eyes closed, his brows were slightly furrowed, and his fingers kept tapping his thighs, looking very worried. Suddenly, a system prompt sounded, causing Chun Fei's expression to change instantly. System prompt. You have successfully defeated Izumo town and occupied the Lord's Hall. Please choose the disposal method, keep/destroy. Note: if you choose to keep, the player will get the existing buildings, troops, population, technology, and resources. If you choose to destroy, the player will get more resources, but the buildings, troops, population, and technology will all disappear. Chapter 60: Great Harvest. Seeing the message, Fade Chen stood up in surprise, punched the pillar, and laughed. Victory! Zhuge Liang on the side said with a smile, "Congratulations, my lord. Congratulations, my lord. Haha, this is all thanks to everyone. I'm going to have a big celebration party when I get back." The heavy stone in Chen Fei's heart fell to the ground, and his whole face became radiant. Without thinking too much, I clicked on the keep option. There are salt mines here, and many player forces are eyeing them, so a complete town center is needed as a base. System prompt: player chooses to keep. Congratulations on obtaining the following buildings: Lord's Hall 1, Mint 1, Bronze Smelter 1, Stable 1, Trade Market 1. Population obtained: 50 spearmen, for 100 slaves, 1,000 farmers. Resources obtained: food 156600, wood 88900, stone 82500, bronze 60,000, gold 30,000. Haha, what a great harvest. Chen Fei's eyes narrowed into crescents, and he couldn't stop smiling. In particular, the acquisition of 3 exclusive Bronze Age buildings, namely the Mint, the Stable, and the Bronze Smelter, saved Chen Fei a lot of resources. He also obtained 60,000 bronzes, which immediately solved Chen Fei's bronze resource crisis and allowed him to build some new buildings. A talent search center, an observatory, a school, and a medical clinic were built, and the remaining 20,000 bronzes were used to make equipment. Chen Fei could even foresee that after a period of time, the combat effectiveness of his army would have a qualitative leap. The reason why Chen Fei did not train a large number of slave troops now is that the slave army needs training to be combat ready, and another reason is that he cannot obtain bronze now and cannot forge bronze equipment, and equipment such as stone spears are already outdated. But now, with 20,000 bronzes, Chen Fei can forge a large number of bronze swords, bronze spears, and bronze arrowheads, and his combat effectiveness will naturally increase dramatically. Because they only captured Izumo town and not the subordinate villages, they captured a smaller population and even fewer soldiers. System prompt: congratulations to player Chen Fei for winning the reward, Ladder Production Blueprint. The rewards for the battle were neither good nor bad, and Chen Fei was quite satisfied with it. With the advent of the Bronze Age, the need for sieges and assaults on cities increased more and more frequently. Chen Fei could only rely on catapults to destroy arrow towers one by one, which was very inefficient and time-consuming. Moreover, once the catapults were gone, Chen Fei's army could only stare at the high walls and would not be able to force a charge. Now that we have ladders, we can force our way through the next battle. Although many people will die, it is better than the current predicament of being helpless. Ladders need to be produced in weapons factories. The cost of one ladder is 1,000 pieces of wood, and a maximum of 10 ladders can be produced per day. Afterwards, Chen Fei took Zhuge Liang out of the Linhe stronghold and went to Izumo town. After entering the jurisdiction of Izumo town, you can still see a large number of troops marching, some from Izumo town, and some from the players, giving a feeling of chaos. After entering the main city of Izumo town, Lu Bu and Long Ong immediately came to meet them. "My lord, why are you here? There are still some remnants here that have not been cleared out. It's very dangerous." "Haha, that's okay. I heard about your victory and couldn't wait to come over and see you." Fade Chun smiled slightly, then led everyone into the town. The town walls were littered with corpses, destroyed arrow towers, and stones thrown from catapults. Now Lu Bu was arranging soldiers to clean up the battlefield and ordering captured peasants and slaves to repair the walls and rebuild the arrow towers. However, even so, it is difficult to conceal the prosperity of Izumo town. The bluestone roads are smooth and clean, with wisps of smoke rising from the houses on both sides. There are many shops in the trade market not far away, and on the other side are various industrial buildings that are in full production. Although it is also a town, Chen Fei feels that his Dazhou town is still too backward. Whether in terms of scale or details, it is far inferior to this Izumo town. If you think about it carefully, Dazhou town only has 5 villages under its jurisdiction, with a population of only 1 or 2,000 people, but Chuyun town has 12 villages under its jurisdiction, with more than 5,000 soldiers alone. Together with farmers, slaves, and so on, the total population can reach tens of thousands. Chen Fei casually walked around the street, and then immediately ran towards the industrial area. There are new buildings from the Bronze Age, stables, a bronze smelter, and a mint. The stables can breed war horses, providing one-stop services from breeding to training to logistical maintenance. Moreover, warhorses cannot be fed casually. Like soldiers, they also need collective training, regular nutrition supplements, and physical maintenance. Although cavalry can be recruited directly, warhorses will be damaged, especially when charging into battle. The death rate of war horses will be very high. This requires the stables to continuously replenish new war horses to the battlefield. The stable covers a very large area, with 5 stables and 3 racecourses inside, which can handle the breeding and maintenance of 500 war horses. However, the interior of the stable is still empty. After asking, we learned that the stable has been in a dormant state since it was in the hands of Izumo Town and has never been put into use since its construction. When the Shiron caravan comes next time, we must buy a batch of war horses from them. Fei Chen thought secretly. He then went to the mint. The mint can be said to be the building that Chen Fei most desires to obtain. As long as he owns the mint, he can be one step ahead and produce his own currency, trade in the form of currency, and price goods. This not only reduces the cost of transactions, is convenient and fast, but also benefits his economic expansion. When we walked into the mint, we found that there was only one workshop inside, but it was similar to a bronze smelting plant, and coins were produced by smelting metal and pouring it into molds. Coin minting is a technical job in any era, and it is necessary to recruit a craftsman to work in the mint. Chen Fei naturally had no complaints about this. He readily recruited a craftsman, arranged for dozens of farmers to come and work, and clearly informed the mint of the appearance of the currency he wanted to produce. Chen Fei's monetary system is very simple. 1 unit of gold is equivalent to 1 gold coin. However, because Chen Fei requested the addition of a little bronze during the coinage process, the value of the minted gold coins was less than that of gold. This is a little trick, but it can make Chen Fei make a fortune during the transaction. Chen Fei directly handed over all the 30,000 gold in the Chuyun Town warehouse to the mint for minting currency, and it was estimated that 40,000 gold coins could be minted. As long as Chen Fei takes a dominant position in the transaction process and makes everyone agree that gold coins are equal to gold, he can make 10,000 gold coins for free. Chapter 61 Construction of Salt Works. After occupying Izumo Town, Chen Fei finally made back some of his money spent over the past 2 days, which made him very happy. The only thing that made Chen Fei feel a little regretful was that he had never seen the leader of Chuyun Town. It was speculated that he must have escaped early. Chen Fei was very cautious about this matter. Because these NPC forces are far more complex and powerful than he imagined, no one knows whether this guy will come back in the future. But what Chen Fei cared about more was the salt mine. Lu Bu, Long Ong. Each of you will lead your troops to capture the 2 villages near the salt mine. Yes. After being promoted to a town form, only the main town needs to be captured. The subordinate villages will not surrender as well, and players need to conquer and occupy them one by one. Of the 12 villages under the jurisdiction of Izumo Town, 10 have been sold by Chen Fei to the allied players who contributed this time, leaving only 2 villages near the salt mine. As long as these 2 villages are taken, together with the main town of Izumo, the 3 places can form a pincer attack, making it difficult for the enemy to enter the salt mine, and they can also gain a foothold here. Chen Fei looked at Zhuge Liang again and said, "Military advisor, please go there in person and lead the peasants to build fortifications. We must firmly control this salt mine." Chen Fei planned to build a circle of arrow towers near the salt mine, and if there were enough resources, he would also build a circle of walls. However, he would only feel at ease if Zhuge Liang could do this kind of work. Okay, Zhuge Liang nodded and went down to carry out the order. After everyone left, Chen Fei sat in the Lord's Hall of Izumo Town, or the town center, and opened the basic information panel. Name, Dazhou Town. Current era, Bronze Age. Region, Shiliang. Level 3, Town. Population, 2650/3550. Number of soldiers, 900/1200. Number of generals, 4, Zhuge Liang, Wang Yin, Lu Bu, Long Ong. Owns towns, 2. Food, 195,000. Wood, 153,200. Stone, 132,250. Gold, 42,707. Bronze, 60,000. Technology, fishing, hunting, breeding, textiles. Buildings, bronze smelter 2, stable 1, mint 1, hemp field 100, watermelon orchard 100, farm 50. Talents, infrastructure maniac, master architect, danger prediction. Well, once we take over the salt mine and get the gold, the next step will be to look for bronze. Fei Chen pondered secretly. Although there are 60,000 bronzes now, it is not enough to squander. Apart from constructing new buildings, the remaining bronze may be cleared out after 1 or 2 battles. Fei Chen sat on a chair, opening a parchment scroll in his hand. The current topographic map of the surrounding area of Dazhou Town was drawn in a very crude manner. The area within a radius of 20 kilometers has been leveled, but there are still 3 NPC forces in the north, and Chuyun Town in the lower reaches of the Minghui River has not yet been mapped. Fei Chen sighed and muttered to himself, "Looks like it's time to arrange for someone to draw a new map." The day passed quickly, and with the hard work of the 10 player allies, the 10 villages in Izumo Town were quickly captured. These players were quite satisfied with having captured the villages and some prisoners. The remaining 2 villages surrounding the salt mine were also successfully captured by Lu Bu and Long Ong. At this point, the entire Izumo Town was completely destroyed, divided up by the players, and completely disappeared into the dust of history. After a busy afternoon, Zhuge Liang also brought a large number of farmers and slaves to build a large number of arrow towers near the salt mine. There was an arrow tower almost every 100 meters, and there were 3 layers in front and back. A total of 50,000 pieces of wood were invested to build 200 arrow towers. In addition, Chen Fei also spent tens of thousands of stones to build a road from the Linhe stronghold to Izumo Town and then to the salt mine. Salt mines are divided into sea salt, well salt, pond salt, and a very small amount of rock salt. The salt mine that Chen Fei discovered was a natural pool of salt water in the mountains. It covered a large area, and a layer of white salt crystals automatically grew in the pool and seeped into the land on the shore. Due to the extremely strong salinity and alkalinity, there is no grass growing here, only bare stones and white salt blocks. It can be said that this is simply nature's gift to mankind. You only need to simply dry and filter it to get very high-quality edible salt. The next morning, Fei Chen came over to take a look and immediately arranged for 50 farmers to build warehouses, houses, and salt drying yards here. In addition, Chen Fei also built a circle of walls and dense arrow towers around this natural salt pond, and finally sent a team of 10 spearmen to guard and patrol the area. With 3 layers of defense inside and outside, it can be said to be airtight and foolproof. When Chen Fei returned to Chuyun Town, Zhuge Liang came to greet him and said, "My lord, the lords of those towns have sent people here, wanting you to fulfill your promise and share the gold equally among them." Chen Fei shook his head and said, "Let's just say we didn't get much gold. Let's put it this way. Each family will be given 3,000 gold coins. This is already my limit. Oh, and the silk can also be paid in advance. As for the remaining 7,000 gold, let them wait a few more days." Chen Fei did not deliberately cheat. He only got 30,000 gold this time. Now each person gets 3,000. Although it is gold coins, it can be regarded as fulfilling his promise. The remaining 7,000 will take some time to come. This is what all the players have agreed to, and no one can say anything about it. "Okay, I'll do it right away." Zhuge Liang nodded. "No rush, let them have some tea first. Kongming, I have something to ask you." "My lord, please speak." "Our salt mine will probably be able to produce the first batch the day after tomorrow. Who will we sell it to then?" asked Chen Fei. Zhuge Liang waved his feather fan and said with a smile, "My lord, you can sell it to anyone, but you must not sell it to these allies who helped you today." "Huh? Why is that?" Chen Fei was stunned. He had just been thinking about whether to use the first batch of salt produced to pay off his debts and give it to these players. Haha, the lord sent troops to Chuyun Town this time, but did not publicize that he was going to occupy the salt mine. However, this salt mine is so close to these lords. Once they find out that the lord is in control of the salt mine, how can they not be tempted? If they could join forces with the lord to defeat Izumo Town today, then they could naturally join forces to deal with the lord tomorrow. As long as they beat the lord away, the salt mine would be theirs, and they would make a fortune. Therefore, not only can the lord not do business with them, but he must also keep it secret and prevent them from discovering the secrets of the salt mines. Fei Chen frowned and pondered for a moment before saying, "But truth will come to light sooner or later. We've made such a big fuss today, and they've built so many arrow towers around that hill. They'll definitely be wary and curious." Chapter 62, Alliance Prototype. We don't pray that they will never find out, but that's impossible. But as long as we can hold them off for even half a month, our Dazhou Town will have a chance to recuperate and turn the salt mine resources into economic advantages, and then into military advantages. Then we won't be afraid of anyone. Zhuge Liang was full of confidence. Fei Chen agreed and nodded, saying, "Okay then, let's keep a low profile for now. Once we're stronger, we can sell it to whoever we want." After sending away the debt collectors with 3,000 gold coins and 10,000 pieces of silk, Chun Fei handed Chuyan Town over to Zhuge Liang, while he himself took a boat back to Dazhou Town. After 2 days, Dazhou Town has become even bigger. Before leaving, Fei Chun gave Wang Yin and Yin Bailey some authority so that they could continue construction. In the past 2 days, 50 new farmlands have been added to Dazhou Town, and 30 logging sites have been built on the edge of the huge primeval forest east of Shadow Village. 10 quarries have also been opened in the Grizzly Village to the north. Now in the entire territory, Chun Fei can obtain 120,000 units of food, 90,000 units of wood, and 70,000 units of stone every day. It's a scary number. If the development continues at this rate, it will take less than half a month for the 3 basic resources to exceed 1 million. If the gold can also keep up, it will be enough to meet the standards for promotion to a country. After returning to Dazhou Town, Chun Fei waited for a few hours. When there was enough wood, he immediately started building several new buildings. Hall of Seeking Talents. You can recruit generals and counselors here. It will refresh every 7 days, with 3 generals appearing at a time. Cost: 50,000 wood, 50,000 stone, 10,000 bronze. Construction time: 24 hours. Observatory. After entering the Bronze Age, your territory has begun to explore the field of astronomy and begin to ponder the mysteries of the universe and the laws of weather. The observatory can be used to predict the weather and study astronomy and meteorology. Cost: 50,000 wood, 50,000 stone, 10,000 bronze. Construction time: 24 hours. School. The primitive form of the education system already existed in the Bronze Age. Due to the limited number of places in government-run schools, they could only admit children from the elite class. Graduates from these schools could serve as supervisors of various jobs, and there was a chance that they would become military generals and counselors. Cost: 50,000 wood, 50,000 stone, 10,000 bronze. Construction time: 24 hours. Medical Center. A functional building equipped with original Chinese medicine diagnosis and treatment technology. Here you can treat diseases for your people and recover the wounded. It can greatly improve people's health level and prolong their lifespan. Cost: 50,000 wood, 50,000 stone, 10,000 bronze. Construction time: 24 hours. The 4 new buildings had previously suffered from a lack of bronze, but this time there was enough bronze. Chun Fei waved his hand, and the farmers began to select locations for construction. The talent-seeking hall, school, and clinic were all built around the Lord's Hall, while the observatory was built on the edge to avoid being disturbed by the smell of fireworks. Ding! Master Builder's talent activated. Construction cost reduced by 50%. Ding! Infrastructure Maniac talent activated. Construction speed increased by 1,000%. Hearing these 2 prompt sounds, Fei Chun was stunned. Then he slapped his head suddenly with a look of surprise. Ha 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 ha! How could I forget the Master Architect's talent? Previously, Chun Fei had been calculating based on the original price, and it would cost 40,000 bronze to build this new building. But now, when you activate the talent, the cost is instantly reduced by half. The total cost of the 4 was only 100,000 pieces of wood, 100,000 pieces of stone, and 20,000 pieces of bronze. Wood and stone were easy to deal with as they were everywhere, but bronze saved Chun Fei 20,000, and now he still had 40,000 bronze. I feel rich instantly. Chun Fei chuckled, and while several new buildings were under construction, he returned to the Lord's Hall and had a good sleep. To be honest, 2 days of fighting had made him a little tired. This time when he returned to Dazhou Town, he felt quite at ease. Lying on the bed, Fei Chun opened the system and took a look. There was no new activity. Opening the ranking panel, his influence value has jumped to 8,025. However, the second place Huiyue Town, Penga Town, Shinji Town, and other players are also following closely behind, without much gap. Finally, Fei Chun opened the chat panel and flipped through it casually. Currently, there are only regional chat channels in the chat panel, and the players in it are only from the Xiuyang region. No one knows how to unlock the world chat channel. Chun Fei has been paying attention to the chat panel, hoping to get some information from it so that he can respond in time. However, in this chat channel, players were able to exchange experiences at the beginning, but gradually everyone became familiar with the game mechanics and began to act according to their own ideas. During this period, the chat channel has become a place for everyone to gossip and exchange insults with rival players. Zhang Daxiong from Lingyun Town, I greet your entire family. You're here to raid my resource base again. If you have the guts, let's have a fair fight. Bah! Stop acting crazy and stupid, you idiot upstairs. Your resource points are all in my territory. Who else should I attack if not you? I know you have a cavalry archer unit of 100 men, but I won't confront you head on. If you have the guts, send your cavalry archers over to attack the city. Humph. Then you better stay home quietly. Don't let me see you, or my archers will kill you every time they see you. When I get promoted to a vassal state, it will be easy for me to destroy you. Haha, you're the only one who wants to be promoted to a state? Let me tell you, I've already found my brothers in real life. They're also in the Shiliang area. Do you want to experience the feeling of being beaten up? Chun Fei watched the two guys arguing with each other, and he thought of a lot and saw many details. Has anyone found friends in the real world? Fei Chun frowned slightly, his eyes flickering. This is not good news for Chun Fei. You know, in the real world, there are many organizations, and they can quickly come together even in the game world. For example, professional esports guilds, relatives, friends, colleagues, classmates, powerful armies, and government offices. Especially the military and government, with their strong influence and appeal in the real world, they only need to make a call and countless players will immediately join them. On the other hand, in the real world, I am just an ordinary college student without much social experience. I just like to play strategy games and real-time strategy games, and read history and literature. Chapter 63 Zhou Song. Chun Fei was in a bad mood. As time goes by and players' power expands, they will definitely meet and contact many familiar players again. And these players are bound to organize themselves into the most unbreakable alliance. In other words, if I am lucky enough not to die, I will eventually face this behemoth head-on. Either you have to make yourself strong enough to ignore everything and conquer the world, or you have to consider winning over some allies. Fei Chen lay on the bed, his hands supporting the back of his head, looking up at the ceiling, his mind a mess. The next morning, Fei Chen couldn't wait to go out and see his 4 new buildings. The first is the Choshin Hall. It doesn't cover a very large area and looks like an ancient restaurant with 3 floors. The decoration is very beautiful, especially the roof, which is paved with yellow glazed tiles. The manufacturing technology is far beyond the scope of today's Bronze Age. From a distance, the Hall of Seeking Talents stands out like a crane among chickens. It is even more beautiful than the Lord's Hall and has become the most beautiful building in Dazhou Town today. How can we recruit talented people if we don't make the appearance more beautiful? Fei Chen chuckled and walked in. There are 3 tables on the first floor, and there is a person sitting at each table, leisurely drinking tea and reading. Seeing Fei Chen come in, the 3 of them immediately stood up and bowed respectfully. Greetings to the Lord of Dazhou Town. At the same time, the identity information of 3 people also appeared in front of Chun Fei. Yi Qing, D-rank general, age 20. Wields a broadsword and excels in foot combat. Recruitment price, 10,000 gold. Lu Qian, C-level strategist, age 35. Good at financial management. Recruitment price, 20,000 gold. Zhou Song, B-rank general, age 30. Wields a broadsword, capable of fighting on foot or on horseback, with balanced abilities. Recruitment price, 50,000 gold. 2 generals and 1 strategist. There was no super general that Chun Fei had expected, and no European emperor was possessed. The only one who caught his eye was Zhou Song. Zhou Song is a B-rank general, and Long Ong, Wang Yin, and the 2 guys in front of me are all C and D-rank generals. Does this mean that B-rank generals are real historical figures? Fei Chen thought for a moment, then patted Zhou Song on the shoulder. You're great. I'll come and recruit you in a couple of days when I've saved enough money. Zhou Song was delighted when he heard this. Thank you, Chief. Afterwards, Chun Fei walked around the Choshin Hall again and found that the 3rd floor was the guest room, and the 2nd floor was an open space with toys such as piano, chess, calligraphy, and painting. It is very leisurely and comfortable. It is a comprehensive building that integrates leisure and entertainment, accommodation, and catering. Chun Fei even wanted to stay here forever, playing chess, drinking tea, and chatting every day. How nice it would be. The generals in the Hall of Seeking Talents can stay here for 7 days, which means that if Chun Fei wants to recruit Zhou Song, he must save up 50,000 gold within 7 days. After leaving the Choshin Hall, Chun Fei went to the clinic and school. Education and medical care are of vital importance in any era. Chun Fei has been fighting and conquering continuously during this period, and many soldiers have been injured. Some have even lost their combat capabilities and have been sent to various villages to become farmers. The clinic needs doctors to preside over the work, and the more doctors there are, the higher the efficiency will naturally be. Chun Fei directly recruited 5 doctors, spent 50,000 food, and became doctors here, allowing the clinic to operate normally. In addition, Chun Fei also arranged for 10 farmers to come and help, responsible for cleaning, washing medical supplies, and going out to collect herbs. Chen Fei then recruited 5 more scholars to work at the school to take charge of educational work. Schools not only educate children, but also teach adults. Currently, the residents in Chen Fei's territory are basically illiterate and urgently need schools to popularize knowledge among them and improve the quality of the whole people. Finally, Fei Chen arrived at the observatory. This is a special building. It looks like a 9-story tower. After its completion, it became the tallest building in the entire Dazhou town. Chen Fei entered and saw various instruments displayed inside. Chen Fei even recognized a few of them, such as the sundial for measuring time and day and night, the armillary sphere for observing the positions of the sun, moon, and stars, and even the seismograph. Scholars are also needed here to preside over the work. Chen Fei thought about it and recruited 3 scholars. Chen Fei's system had a built-in time and date, but the observatory's functions extended beyond that. Based on the changing patterns of the stars in this world, it could also determine years of disaster and harvest, floods and droughts, and predict the weather, including clear skies, rain, and snow. This provided timely intelligence and guaranteed weather conditions for Chen Fei's military operations and agricultural plantings. In this way, Chen Fei has built all the new buildings of the Bronze Age. There were still 40,000 bronzes left in his hand. Chen Fei thought about it and took out 20,000 to give to the weapons manufacturing factory to forge and repair various weapons. He took part of the remaining 20,000 to give to the mint to mix it with gold to cast gold coins, and took out 5,000 to give to the bronze smelting factory to cast various utensils, such as bronze tripods, bronze basins, bronze axes, and other daily necessities. The remaining several thousand bronzes were placed in the warehouse for future use. Don't underestimate these daily necessities. For society to develop and people to live, the demand for various daily necessities is huge. Bowls are used for eating, pots are used for cooking, plows are used for tilling the land, shovels and pickaxes are used for growing vegetables, and spades are used for construction and mixing. As time goes by, everything is on track, and the demand for these tools in Dazhou town is expanding rapidly. And these 5,000 bronzes can just solve an urgent problem. Once salt is produced and starts to make money, it will be time for the next round of expansion. Chen Fei walked on the street, thinking about future development. First, expand eastward, close to the primeval forest, and firmly control the rich timber resources there. Then, find a way to destroy Qianshan Village, Langtao Village, and Haiyan Village, and expand the territory to 20 kilometers to the north. In this way, the area of my territory can exceed 1 square kilometer. A fierce gleam flashed in Chen Fei's eyes. With this vast land, we can manage it well, vigorously develop trade, and use the economy to support the military, thus forming a virtuous cycle. After Chen Fei and his allies captured Izumo town, Chen Fei's army immediately occupied the salt mine and built production facilities. With the support of the infrastructure maniac and a large amount of resources, the salt field began production the next day. When the first bag of salt was produced, everyone was stunned by its white beauty. This salt, the quality is too good. Lu Bu was a little surprised. Zhuge Liang dipped his finger in the salt and licked it, savoring it carefully. His eyes lit up and he laughed heartily. God is really helping us. I didn't expect the salt extracted from this salt mine to be so pure. Now we don't have to worry about selling it. Chapter 64 Sun Kai's Intelligence. After the salt was produced, Zhuge Liang, who was in charge of the overall work of Izumo town, immediately began to arrange people for transportation. Now Dazhou town is unable to produce vehicles and can only transport goods through cavalry, and the amount of cargo that can be loaded at one time is very small. However, because a road had been built from the Linhe stronghold directly to Izumo town and the salt field, the speed was still quite fast. At the dock of the riverside stronghold, a dozen soldiers were carrying sacks of salt onto a transport ship. Be gentle, don't spill it. These things are very precious. Long Ong held the bronze sword and commanded the soldiers, very dedicated. Zhuge Liang came over and called out, General Long. When Long Ong saw Zhuge Liang, he saluted immediately and said, Military advisor, why are you here? Let me see how it goes. Zhuge Liang smiled slightly, glanced at the transport ship which was almost full, and asked, How is it? How many bags have been loaded? Long Ong said, We've already packed over 100 bags. According to your request, we've shipped the different grades separately and put labels on the sacks. Well, that's good. Zhuge Liang nodded. We divide salt into 3 grades based on its quality: high, medium, and low. Naturally, the prices will vary. If we classify it now, it will be much easier to sell it in the future. The 2 men waited for a while, and the soldiers finally finished loading. It was a whole ship full of salt, a total of 200 bags, which was the daily production. Long Ong boarded the ship with a dozen cavalrymen. Zhuge Liang gave his final instructions. Salt is extremely important. It's almost as valuable as gold at this stage. General Long, please be sure to protect it and prevent it from being harmed by the bad guys. Long Ong looked serious and clasped his fists, saying, "Don't worry, military advisor. When we return to Dazhou Town, I will personally guard the market and ensure that no one can cause trouble." Ashtown. A cavalryman hurriedly entered the gate of Ashtown and headed straight for the Lord's Hall. "Stop." At the door, the cavalryman was stopped. "The king is taking a lunch break. No one can disturb him." The cavalryman said anxiously, "But I have urgent information. And the king also said that if I discover anything, I can report it to him immediately." The two soldiers guarding the gate looked at each other and said, "Okay, you can go in, but remember to keep your voice down." "Okay, thank you both." The cavalryman bowed to the two men and then entered the Lord's Hall. "Your Majesty." The trooper called softly from the bedroom door. "What's the matter? Didn't I tell anyone not to disturb my lunch break? How dare you disobey my order?" The voice inside seemed angry. The cavalryman shuddered and said bravely, "My lord, I am Huang San. I have a clue about what you asked me to find out." "Oh, then come in." Huang Sanda bravely pushed the door open and saw his king wearing linen clothes, sitting on a wooden bed, and looking very energetic. "Your Majesty, I have been wandering around Izumo town for a long time these past 2 days, and finally found something unusual near that short mountain." "Oh, what's unusual?" "I've discovered that the hill has been tightly surrounded by the Great Zhou town. A long wall has been built outside, along with hundreds of arrow towers. It looks like a hedgehog, quite frightening." Sun Kai frowned. "Any other discoveries?" Huang Sen said, "I originally wanted to go in and see what was inside, but the defenses there were too tight, and it was in the mountains and forests, so it was inconvenient to move around, so I couldn't go in. However, Dazhou Town has built a road that leads directly from the low mountain to Chuyan Town, and then all the way to the riverside dock. I waited there for a while and saw a large number of cavalrymen coming out of the low mountain, all carrying a lot of goods." "Goods? What goods?" Sun Kai was shocked and had a guess in his mind. "I don't know. They're all packed in sacks. They don't look like or." Huang Sen said truthfully, "Okay, I understand. You can go down." "Yes." After sending Huang Sen away, Sun Kai got out of bed, opened a sheepskin map, looked at the location of Chuyan Town on it, frowned, and thought for a long time. "Come here, call the military advisor." "Yes." Soon, the military advisor arrived. Sun Kai went straight to the point and reported the information Huang Sen had brought. Then he said, "Military advisor, what do you think about this matter?" "Haha, my lord. I believe you already know the situation. Chen Fei from Dazhou Town is from upstream, more than 40 kilometers away from us. He came all the way here, knowing full well he couldn't take over the entire town of Izumo, yet he still insisted on forcing his way. Furthermore, he occupied a seemingly useless low mountain, built a road, and established numerous arrow towers. All these signs indicate that there must be important resources within that low mountain." Sun Kai nodded and said, "I thought so too, but the defense there is too tight. The scouts I sent out couldn't see what's inside. They only said it was in sacks, and it didn't look like or." He himself was somewhat suspicious. His biggest worry was that there might be iron, bronze, or even gold mines in the hills. He would probably be extremely jealous. But if not, or what other resources are there? Stone. He didn't believe that Chen Fei would go to Chuyan Town just for a cheap stone mine. Only a fool would do that. "My lord, I suggest we continue to send people to monitor and see where this batch of goods is being transported. If it's being sold in Dazhou Town, then perhaps we can send merchants there. They'll ostensibly be doing business, but in reality they're gathering intelligence." Sun Kai's eyes lit up. "Good idea. If it were just ordinary goods, that would be fine. But if it were precious resources like gold, silver, and bronze, we would have to think long and hard. Since we, the 11 families, had united to wipe out the 5,000 soldiers of Izumo Town, we can naturally unite again now and destroy the 1,000 soldiers of Dazhou Town." Sun Kai nodded continuously. "Okay, then I'll leave this matter to you. Send merchants to gather intelligence as soon as possible and inform me in time." "Yes." After the military advisor left, Sun Kai walked out of the Lord's Hall with his hands behind his back. He looked at his own Ash Town, where people were coming and going on the streets, and it was a prosperous scene. It was a mixed feeling. These are truly troubled times. This Chen Fei built a riverside wharf, captured Izumo Town, and now owns a small mountain. Even if there are no rare resources, we can't tolerate him. Thinking of this, he immediately called a soldier over and said, "Go, contact the other lords around us. Tell them that I will treat them to a meal in Ashtown at 12 noon tomorrow and discuss the situation. Remember, this must be done in secret so that they don't get caught by Izumo Town. Chapter 65. War in the West. Dajo Town, Trade Market. The vast trade market has become much more prosperous after this period of development. Due to the increase in population, the increase in material categories, and the mint's issuance of the first edition of standardized gold coins engraved with Chun Fei's portrait, Dajo Town also has a certain market scale, and various commodities have gradually begun to circulate. In addition, merchants from Qianshan Village, Langtao Village, and Haiyan Village also come here in an endless stream, and they have set up exclusive stores here to sell their goods. Currently, the time for development of each player is still too short, and most of the daily necessities cannot be produced independently. Even Chun Fei can only rely on trade to exchange some things to make the life in his territory normal and balanced. Chun Fei didn't know what kind of network these three strongholds had, but they had a great demand for goods from Dajo Town, which had brought Chun Fei at least 50,000 gold in revenue from the beginning to now. This even made Chun Fei reluctant to take action, fearing that he would kill the goose that lays the golden eggs, and that the benefits would be greatly reduced after destroying these three cottages. But today, this trade market seems particularly lively. It was because a caravan had arrived, and it was an old friend of Fade Chen's, the Mukun caravan from the Shirong Kingdom. Haha, Chief Mukun, we meet again. Welcome, welcome. At the entrance of the trade market, Fade Chen took the initiative to greet Mukun. While hugging him, he glanced at the long caravan behind Mukun and smiled even more broadly. Ah, Chief Chun Fei is here to greet us personally. I'm really terrified. Mukun was very humble and smiled. Then he glanced at the prosperous territory behind Chun Fei and couldn't help but admire it. I've only been away for a dozen days, and I didn't expect that Chief Chun Fei has grown so powerful. It really amazes me. Haha, Chief Mukun, thank you for your compliments. Let's go inside and talk. Afterwards, Chun Fei took Mukun's hand and came to the Lord's Hall. Wang Yin and Yin Bailey also followed behind. After everyone took their seats, Mukun spoke first. We originally planned to come back a month later, but the war in Shirong is getting tight, so we came to your territory early, hoping to get plenty of food. Oh, Fade Chen raised his eyebrows, keenly grasping the important information. The war in Shirong is getting serious? Who are they fighting against? Chun Fei asked. Mukun paused for a moment and said, to be honest, my Shirong kingdom is currently at war with the Huizhou kingdom, which is further west, and the situation is not optimistic. Our country is experiencing famine and is in urgent need of large amounts of food. Fade Chen asked calmly, how much food do you need? We'll buy as many as you have. Chun Fei was overjoyed. He didn't have anything else, but food was very cheap, with a daily output of up to 120,000. Even if Chun Fei worked at full capacity and used all timber resources to build farmland, the food production of Dajo Town could be doubled. Chun Fei said, I can provide you with 300,000 rations within 3 days, and I can continue to provide you with them in the future. How about that? Mukun was delighted and said, great. These 300,000 tons of food are more than enough to solve our immediate needs in Shirong. From now on, I can increase the number of caravans and set up a special transport team to come here every 7 days to transport food. Fade Chen nodded. In addition to these foods, I also have linen clothes, watermelons, silk, and fine salt. Mukun's eyes lit up. These are the most basic necessities of life. I need them all. The silk can be sold to the nobles of our Shirong kingdom. I'm sure they will like it. Ha 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 ha. Chief Mukun is truly a good friend of our Dajo Town. I wish us a happy cooperation. Chun Fei picked up the wine glass. Of course, Dajo Town couldn't produce wine now, so there was only water in it. It's a pleasure to work with you. Mukun also picked up the water glass and drank it all. Afterwards, Wang Yin and Yin Bailey discussed some details with Mukun. Mukun is no different from other caravans. He comes from the Western Rong Kingdom. On the one hand, Chun Fei can use him to connect with the mysterious Western Rong Kingdom in case of emergency. On the other hand, the resources in Mukun's hands are not comparable to those of Qianshan's High. In this transaction, Chun Fei not only needs to exchange for a large amount of gold, but also pearls, spices, cooking oil, and war horses. Although pearls and spices have no practical use, they can be put into the market to stimulate people's consumption capacity, stimulate the circulation of large amounts of currency, and also add freshness to people's lives. Cooking oil is a basic daily necessity. Dajo Town is unable to produce it now and can only rely on imports. As for war horses, they are extremely precious strategic materials. Once you have a war horse, you can put it into the stable for breeding and cultivation, and at the same time fill the vacancies. You can even ride 2 or 3 horses by yourself and train real elite cavalry. In the following 2 days, a large amount of supplies were transported and stored in Mu Kuin's trading station. At the same time, Mu Kuin also put the supplies he brought into the trading market, which attracted a scramble among the people. In the trading market, a man sneaked into a shop quickly with a sack in his hand. "My lord, I got it." The man handed the sack to a middle-aged fat man. The fat man was dressed in silk and luxurious clothes. His eyes were squinted like a Mithriya Buddha, but the occasional flash of brilliance told people that he was not someone to be trifled with. The fat businessman glanced at the sack nonchalantly. Then his expression became very serious and he asked, "Are you sure you didn't take the wrong one?" "No, it must be this thing. I saw them carrying it off the cargo ship with my own eyes," said the man. "Okay, this is a very important piece of information. When we return to the territory, I will ask the leader for credit for you." The fat businessman patted the man's shoulder with a smile. The man was overjoyed and bowed. "In that case, thank you very much, sir." Ashtown. When Sun Kai got the bag of salt, his expression was as solemn as that of the merchant. This Chun Fei actually found a salt mine. Sun Kai stood up and paced back and forth with his hands behind his back. After a while, he slammed the table and shouted in a deep voice, "Order! All armies prepare for battle." "Yes." He then looked at the military advisor beside him and said, "Military advisor, please go there in person and contact our allies. According to the agreement we made at the reception yesterday, we will jointly attack Izumo town." "Humph, as long as they get wind of the salt mine, they will definitely come." "I understand." The military advisor bowed and left. Half a day later, more than a dozen troops appeared on the plain again, and they were all heading in the same direction, Izumo town. Chapter 66, Allied Invasion. Izumo town. Before leaving, Chun Fei appointed Lu Bu as the garrison general and Zhuge Liang as the military advisor. The two of them were in charge of all military and political power in Chuyun Town and Linha Stronghold. During these few days, Zhuge Liang built a 5-kilometer-long wall near the road between Linha Stronghold and Izumo Town, with an arrow tower every 100 meters to resist attacks from enemies in the south and east. As for Lu Bu, he was preparing for war and directly recruited 1,000 slaves, who had been trained for several days. Chun Fei's army now has 1,500 slave soldiers, 150 cavalrymen, 200 spearmen, 100 archers, and 100 long spear soldiers, with a total strength of 2,050 people. Among them, 100 long spear soldiers and 200 long lance soldiers were transferred to the defense of Dazhou town, and the rest were all left in Izumo town to guard the safety of the salt mines. A rider quickly arrived at the gate of Izumo town and shouted, "Emergency military information. A large number of enemies are rushing here." Dang dang dang. A burst of rapid knocking sounds rang out, and countless soldiers rushed to the top of the wall, ready for battle. With bronze, many things can be made, such as this bronze bell and small hammer, which are perfect for use as battle signal transmitters. Lu Bu also climbed up to the top of the wall and saw a cloud of dust rising in the distance and a cavalry unit rushing over. "Why are there so many cavalry?" Lu Bu was shocked and made a rough count. He found that this cavalry unit had at least 500 people. It had already formed a large scale, a black mass, and the ground could be felt shaking when they ran. "Archers ready, arrow towers ready." Lu Bu waved his hand, and immediately all the long-range soldiers drew their bows and arrows, aiming at the cavalry below. However, these cavalrymen were not stupid. When they saw that the gate was closed, they knew that there was no possibility of a surprise attack, so they wandered outside the range of the bows and arrows and made various provocative movements. "Humph, a bunch of ants, dare to act so presumptuously in front of me." Lu Bu snorted coldly, took out his bow, aimed at a cavalryman who was shouting the loudest, and shot an arrow. Before the cavalryman could react, his throat was shot through. The other cavalrymen were shocked. They didn't expect that someone could shoot so far and so accurately. It was simply terrifying. They quickly retreated, but the provocative noises had mostly dissipated, and everyone was still feeling a lingering fear. On the walls of Izumo town, the soldiers burst into cheers, as if they had won a battle, and began to mock back. The two sides cursed at each other for a while, and at this time, another troop rushed over. This time they were all infantry, and there were more than 3,000 people. Lu Bu's face was extremely solemn, and he murmured, "These guys, could it be that they have united?" At this time, Zhuge Liang also rushed over, took a look at the situation below, frowned and asked, "Fengxian, how is it? Are you sure you can hold on?" "Hey, there's certainly no problem in holding on. What I'm thinking about is how to repel them all at once, and preferably kill their leader." Lu Bu held his head high. exuding an aura of looking down on the world and being invincible. Zhuge Liang laughed heartily. Since you are so confident, General, I will offer you a plan. If you execute it effectively, this crisis will be easily resolved without even alerting the Lord. Military advisor, please speak. Zhuge Liang said, the enemy's advantage lies in their numbers. They lack heavy siege equipment, so they can only rely on human lives. They will definitely attack the city during the day, but with the arrow towers, they will not be able to attack. When night falls, I will tire them out and make them relax their guard. Then, in the early morning, the general will lead his entire army to attack and defeat them in one fell swoop. Lu Bu nodded and said, okay, I'll listen to the military advisor. Zhuge Liang said, although the enemy is exhausted, they still outnumber us by a huge margin. If we cannot win the battle in the early morning, we will be powerless to fight back, and Izumo town will be lost. General, think carefully. If we don't have this ability, we will just play it safe and defend honestly. Upon hearing this, Lu Bu's eyebrows shot up in anger. He glared at Zhuge Liang and said, why do you underestimate me, advisor? I'll swear a pledge before you. If we can't win, I'll die on the battlefield and never return. Zhuge Liang said calmly, there is no joking in the army. Lu Bu became even more angry and shouted, bring me paper and pen. Immediately, a soldier brought a piece of animal skin and an animal hairbrush. Lu Bu wrote quickly, biting his finger and leaving a large fingerprint on the document. He then threw the animal skin military order into Zhuge Liang's arms and said, so, military advisor, are you relieved? Zhuge Liang opened the animal skin military order and looked at it seriously for a long time, which made Lu Bu so angry that his nose was crooked. Haha, General Lu is very brave. I wish you a victorious return. Zhuge Liang clasped his fists. Humph, if I return victorious, how about you pour me some wine yourself? Okay, no problem. Zhuge Liang agreed without thinking. After getting the promise, Lu Bu left satisfied and began to prepare for the night attack. Zhuge Liang looked at Lu Bu's receding back, his eyes flickering, and no one knew what he was thinking. The soldiers on the side looked at each other in confusion. One of them bravely said, military advisor, isn't it too much to force the general like this? Zhuge Liang gently waved his feather fan and chuckled. Fengxian is a very capable man, but he doesn't like to fight desperately. This enemy invasion is a critical moment. Only by forcing him to use all his strength can we quickly repel the enemy. The soldiers nodded, all understanding. By the way, you are not allowed to say these words to General Lu. Otherwise, you will be subject to military law. Zhuge Liang said seriously. The soldiers standing by were frightened and immediately shut their mouths, shaking their heads like rattles. Outside Izumo town, behind the player coalition, 13 players stood in a row, looking at Izumo town in front of them. Yes, 13 players, 3 more than when Chun Fei organized people to attack Izumo town. In this area, within a radius of 40 kilometers, there are only 15 players, and this time 13 of them came directly. Among these people, Sun Kai was the leader. Izumo town is very large, and there must be a large amount of supplies stored in it. As long as we take over Izumo town, divide the supplies equally, jointly mine the salt mines, and share the dividends, it will bring us a steady stream of gold. And this place will also become our place of rise, said Sun Kai. A player nearby said impatiently, it's getting late, let's get started. If we wait any longer, they'll be ready soon. Okay, listen to my command. The entire army will attack the city. Sun Kai drew out his bronze sword, pointed the sword, and the command flag waved. Thousands of soldiers shouted and rushed towards the wall. Chapter 67, The Great Hero Di Qing. Kill. 13 players gathered more than 3,000 infantry and more than 500 cavalry, which can be said to be a huge force. Each player has his or her own special talents, and 2 of them can produce ladders and battering rams, which makes Sun Kai and others even more confident. Because they all thought, no matter how powerful Chun Fei was, he was just one person. How could he not be defeated when being beaten by a group of people like them? 500 cavalrymen provided support, and more than 3,000 infantrymen rushed forward carrying ladders and pushing battering rams. Many of them also held heavy wooden shields to provide cover for the vanguard. Shoot! On the wall, at Lu Bu's command, hundreds of arrow towers and 100 archers began to pour down arrows. A wave of arrows streaked across the sky, like a dark cloud falling into the crowd. Immediately, countless people fell to the ground screaming. Some were only injured, while others were killed directly. In short, the scene was in a mess. However, despite death, these soldiers remained fearless and continued to charge. The walls of the Bronze Age had a certain degree of protection, but when attacked by an army of thousands of people, They looked very simple. The army ratio was 1-3. The enemy had siege equipment, while Chunfei had arrow towers and walls. The battle once entered a white-hot stage. Poor Izumo town, just a few days after the war was pacified, it was once again invaded by war. A military general, wearing shiny chainmail, holding a steel sword, and with a nimble figure, came to the foot of the wall under the cover of the soldiers, then pushed aside the heavy wooden shield, and with the help of the newly built ladder, jumped onto the wall in 3 or 2 steps. Immediately, a group of soldiers surrounded them. These soldiers were all slave soldiers. Although their military quality was not very high, they were equipped with bronze spears and animal skin armor. After several days of training, their combat effectiveness was still impressive. Go to hell. The general slashed left and right, and the bronze spears broke one after another. The surrounding soldiers were startled, and then they were stabbed by the general. The sound of white knife going in and red knife coming out, and blood splattering rang in the ears. This general was like a god of war. He actually occupied the top of the wall firmly and opened up a bridgehead. In the back, Sun Kai, riding on his warhorse, saw this and exclaimed delightedly, "I thought Lu Bu was already invincible, but I didn't expect there's someone as brave as him. Whose general is this?" A thin young man smiled and said, "This is my general. His name is Di Qing." "What? It's Di Qing." All the players were shocked. Di Qing, whose courtesy name was Han Shun, was a famous general in the Northern Song dynasty. He was very patriotic and was also known as the neck-tattooed general because of the tattoos on his face. Di Qing practiced martial arts since childhood, was good at riding and shooting, and was familiar with military tactics. He served as the privy counselor and once attacked Kunlun Pass at night to put down the Nong Zhigao rebellion. In addition, when marching and fighting, Di Qing often personally served as the vanguard to break into the enemy camp. He can be said to be a wise and brave Confucian general, a brave general, a wise general, and a fierce general. Sun Kai gave the player a sour look, feeling indignant. Damn it, why can't I get such a good thing? Why do these guys have famous generals, but I don't? Why is God so unfair to me? Of course, this was just a complaint in his mind. He wasn't stupid enough to say it to someone's face. When this player saw everyone's envious and jealous expressions, he couldn't help but straighten his chest and put his hands on his hips, feeling as comfortable as if he had eaten ice cream in the dog days of summer. On the wall, Di Qing used his sword to kill more than a dozen people in a row, stabilizing the situation. Behind him, some soldiers had also climbed up one after another, and the outcome was about to be decided. At this moment, a more powerful and majestic general with better equipment came over with a Fang Tian Hua Ji in his hand. Boom! The Fang Tian Hua Ji swept across, and the dozen or so soldiers who had just climbed up were all sent flying backwards, and then stabbed to death by Chun Feijuan soldiers. Lu Bu didn't even look at them and walked straight towards Di Qing. Di Qing naturally also saw Lu Bu, and his expression was extremely solemn. "You are very strong," Di Qing said in a deep voice. "You're not bad either." Lu Bu put away his previous arrogance and looked serious. "It's a pity that you will definitely lose the battle today," said Di Qing. "Submit to my lord, and I can spare your life." Lu Bu responded calmly. Di Qing narrowed his eyes, suddenly roared, and flew towards Lu Bu with a sword in his hand. At this moment, Lu Bu's eyes were wide open, and he was more serious than ever. He blocked Di Qing's sword with his Fang Tian Hua Ji, making a clang sound. Then, the two men began to fight on the narrow wall. Lu Bu was the most powerful general in the Three Kingdoms period, and Di Qing was equally famous. He would always charge into battle first, and was a figure that the Western Xia feared. The confrontation between the two can be described as tit for tat, and no one can tell who will win or lose. The noise they made in fighting was so loud that it attracted everyone's attention. Even though there were ladders, no coalition soldier dared to rush up, and Chun Feijuan soldiers did not dare to come to help. Because everyone was afraid that these two people would be implicated, and it would be easy to hurt them by mistake. In the back, 13 players gathered together, all of them worried and watching the battle intently. Sun Kai suddenly asked, "Pengwen, what rank of general is your Di Qing?" Pengwen, Di Qing's lord, said, "A-level general." Since Di Qing was able to fight with Lu Bu for such a long time without a clear winner, does that mean Lu Bu is also an A-level general? Sun Kai asked. Pengwen thought about it and said, "Maybe, but who knows?" However, before they could finish their words, someone suddenly shouted, "Look, Di Qing has been defeated." Everyone's heart skipped a beat and they looked over quickly, only to see that Di Qing had been at a disadvantage and was being beaten by Lu Bu. Although it was far away, one could still see Lu Bu's violent fighting style and even feel the terrifying power. As for Di Qing, He could only defend and retreat continuously. 1 step, 2 steps, and soon Di Qing was forced to retreat. Die! Lu Bu roared and thrust his Fong Tian Hua Ji straight out, and Di Qing quickly blocked it. However, her strength had been exhausted, and she was exposed to many flaws. This time, she failed to defend herself and failed to block, and was hit on the waist by the Fong Tian Hua Ji. Oh! Di Qing cried out in pain and fell off the wall. Seeing this, the soldiers below immediately picked up Di Qing and rushed back. Lu Bu stood on the wall and let out a long breath. A layer of fine sweat beads appeared on his forehead. The battle just now made him exhausted. At this time, an archer came to Lu Bu, drew his bow, and was about to shoot, but was stopped by Lu Bu. Wait, let him go. The archer looked at Lu Bu in confusion. Lu Bu said, "This is a talent. If you can take him in, I'm sure you will be very happy." Chapter 68, Chun Fei arrives. Dazhou Town. With his talent of predicting danger, Chun Fei has also learned about the enemy's invasion of Izumo Town. Especially when the system prompted 10 familiar names, Chun Fei was so angry that his teeth itched. These ungrateful wolves deserve to die. Fei Chen slammed his fist on the table, furious. I gave them gold and silk, and they were allies just a few days ago. I didn't expect them to turn around and attack my Izumo Town so soon. How shameless. Wang Yan frowned and said, "My lord, these people must have heard about the salt mine, so they acted so quickly." Humph, go and find out who leaked the news. The salt mine is currently a confidential matter. A cold light flashed in Chun Fei's eyes. Wang Yin said with some shame, "I have already checked it out. A few days ago, a caravan came from the south, claiming to be from Ashtown and our ally. After discussing with Yin Bailey, we allowed them to enter the trade market and start doing business. But the day before yesterday, our new batch of salt arrived, and the caravan from Ashtown bought 100 gold worth of salt." Fei Chun snorted coldly. "You are responsible for this matter. Otherwise, we can delay it for 2 days. Our strength will be stronger and our ability to deal with crises will be better." Wang Yin knelt on the ground and said, "My lord, this matter was indeed due to my inconsiderateness. I am willing to bear the punishment." Chun Fei sighed slightly and said, "Forget it. Truth will come to light sooner or later. Now that they're suspicious, they'll naturally find many ways to discover the secret of the salt. I'll just put this aside for now. From now on, you must work hard and think twice before you act. Don't make any more mistakes." Even so, Fei Chun sighed in his heart. After all, he's still incompetent. If it were Zhuge Liang, he would never have made such a mistake. Wang Yin quickly bowed down. Afterwards, Chun Fei walked out of the Lord's Hall and came to the talent-seeking hall. Opening the resource panel, Chun Fei now has 100,000 food, 190,000 wood, 150,000 stone, and 100,000 gold. These 100,000 gold were all contributed by the Western Rhone Kingdom and the 3 mountain strongholds in recent days. Among them, 30,000 were the income from food, 20,000 were the income from salt, 10,000 were the income from silk, and 40,000 were the income from various other commodities. When Chun Fei walked into the Hall of Seeking Talents, Zhou Tsang, Lu Qian, and Yi Qing immediately stood up to greet him. Chun Fei didn't stay long. He directly paid 50,000 gold and left with Zhou Tsang under the resentful gaze of Lu Qian and Yi Qing. It's not that he doesn't want to have more counselors and generals, but Chun Fei now really looks down on these D-level and C-level guys. Moreover, he was not well off. The Hall of Seeking Talents would be refreshed in 2 days. If a better general appeared, it would cost a lot of gold. After leaving the Hall of Seeking Talents, Chun Fei immediately said to Zhou Tsang, "Zhou Tsang, I appoint you as the Deputy General of Chuyun Town. Let 100 long spear soldiers and rush to Chuyun Town with me immediately." "Yes." Zhou Tsang clasped his fists and immediately rushed to the military camp to begin organizing the army. Fei Chen exhaled and murmured, "What a troubled time." Then, he opened the system recruitment interface, thought about it, and spent 70,000 food to recruit 100 spearmen and 400 slaves. These 500 people, plus the existing 100 spearmen, a total of 600 people will continue to stay in Dazhou Town, and Long Ong will be responsible for training these newly recruited slave troops. Chun Fei has figured out the rules. The slave army only needs 3 days of training to be combat ready, 5 days of training to become a qualified soldier, and 10 days of training to be as strong as regular spearmen. The only drawback is that recruited soldiers can gain experience from intense battles time and time again and transform into veterans, while slave soldiers cannot gain experience points. Soon, Chun Fei and Zhou Tsang took a boat down the river and arrived at Izumo Town together. Arriving at the Linhe stronghold, Chun Fei and Zhou Tsang led the team along the constructed road to Izumo Town, 5 kilometers away. There were walls built along the road, and there was an arrow tower every 100 meters, so the coalition forces did not have enough energy and strength to send troops to destroy it, which made the journey very smooth for Chunfei and others. When they arrived at Izumo town, Zhuge Liang immediately came to greet them. Fei Chen asked, "What's the situation now?" Zhuge Liang said, "The enemy launched a large-scale attack on us this morning, resulting in heavy casualties on both sides. In the afternoon, they began to attack in rotation, with groups of 500 men attacking one of our locations at a time. However, we were able to repel them." Fei Chen nodded. "How are our casualties?" Zhuge Liang said, "We've lost quite a few slave soldiers. These slave soldiers were newly recruited, poorly trained, and less effective than spearmen, so they were easily killed. According to statistics, we've lost a total of 600 slave soldiers and 30 archers." Hearing this data, Chunfei's heart was bleeding. These are all resources. Although slaves are cheap, they also need to be trained. It is the first time that we have lost so many in less than a day. Where's Lu Bu? General Lu Bu is still watching from the wall. If it weren't for General Lu Bu, the enemy might have already rushed in. So what are you going to do? Continue defending? Zhuge Liang shook his head and told them the plan for a night attack. A night attack is possible. We've used it twice before, and it worked very well. But how do you plan to implement the strategy of wearing out the soldiers? Chunfei wondered. Zhuge Liang glanced around, then leaned close to Fei Chen's ear and whispered softly. Chunfei's eyes lit up and he smiled. The military advisor still has a solution. Okay, let's do it this way. Then he looked at Zhou Tsang and said, "Zhou Tsang, you go replace Lu Bu and have him return to the barracks to rest. Tell him what I said, and he should recover his strength and prepare for the night battle." "Yes." Zhou Tsang clasped his fists and led his men up the wall with all his might. With the reinforcement of Zhou Tsang and these 200 regular troops, Chuyun Town recovered a wave of blood, and its defense was instantly improved. By the time night fell, the coalition of 13 players was exhausted, so they called off their troops and returned to the camp. Inside the camp, 13 players sat together, each with an ugly expression, and the atmosphere in the room was very depressing. Sun Kai coughed and spoke first. "Okay, stop looking so sad. Although we didn't take them down today, we did get a good idea of their strength. That's all. We only sent out 300 soldiers each this time, and we beat them down to the ground. This is a good thing. How about this? Each family will replenish their forces tonight and recover their strength, and we will continue the siege tomorrow morning." Humph, I just don't believe that the combined resources of our 13 families can outlast Chunfei. Chapter 69, The Strategy of Tiring Out the Troops. As soon as Sun Kai said this, some people immediately stopped working. A player muttered, "We're here to reap the benefits, not to be consumed. I've already sent out 300 people, which is almost all I have. Recruiting more will empty my warehouse." Each player's situation is different. Some have abundant resources, while others have scarce resources. For example, this player, named Li Jing, got the worst D-level talent at the beginning. Later, he suffered heavy losses during the invasion of bandits. After he finally recovered, he was robbed again. Now Sun Kai and his men have 6 or 7 villages under their command, while he only has 3. He has not even been promoted to the Bronze Age because of insufficient gold. It was also because of this that when Chunfei invited them to attack Chuyun Town, Li Jing refused to send troops because of his weak strength. However, later on, when he saw that the other families had obtained a large amount of silk and some gold, he felt a little regretful. So when Sun Kai took the lead in forming another alliance to attack Chunfei, Li Jing became very active. However, the battle went badly today, and nearly half of his soldiers were killed or wounded. This made him heartbroken, and he began to have other ideas. Sun Kai glared and said, "Li Jing, we are all in this together now. We know you are in trouble, but as long as we grit our teeth and kill Chunfei, we don't even have to completely destroy him. As long as we capture Chuyun Town and obtain the salt mine, we will gain 10-fold or 100-fold the benefits. Having salt is like having gold. The 100,000 gold you've been dreaming of can be easily obtained." Li Jing hesitated for a moment and said, "Okay then, I'll replenish my troops tonight and continue the siege tomorrow." "Haha, that's right. Don't worry, we are an alliance. We will gather more often and act together in the future. As long as we support each other, we will live a good life," Sun Kai said with a smile. However, after the smile, Sun Kai's eyes flashed with coldness. "Humph, you're the kind of scum you think you can form an alliance with? Once I take over Izumo Town and occupy the salt mines, I'll naturally find a way to swallow you all up one by one." The meeting ended, and the 13 players dispersed. Everyone was exhausted after a long day and soon fell into a deep sleep. Of course, in order to prevent Lu Bu's army from attacking at night, They also sent some people to stand guard. Torches illuminated the area around the camp, making it look heavily guarded. Around 12 o'clock in the evening, there was a sudden cry of killing in the opposite Izumo town, and the rumbling sound of war drums was also heard. The coalition camp was in chaos. The soldiers who had just fallen asleep immediately got up, put on their clothes, picked up their weapons, and ran out. The 13 players also came out, rubbing their sleepy eyes and looking around. Is it an enemy attack? Where are the enemies? Where are the enemies? However, after looking for a while, there was no sign of an enemy. A general came running over and said, "My lords, we have checked, and the enemy has not left the city." Phew, I'm so scared. What's going on? What the hell is this Fade Chin up to? He's not sleeping in the middle of the night, and he doesn't let anyone else sleep either. Okay, enough talking. Strengthen the defense. Everyone, go back to sleep. But be sure to stay alert. The enemy is likely to attack tonight. Good. Everyone cursed and returned to their tents to continue sleeping. However, after about an hour, shouts and cries of killing suddenly arose again, and this time it was even more violent than the last time. The coalition camp was in chaos again. A group of players rushed out again, only to find that it was a false alarm and the enemy did not attack. At this time, everyone understood what Shinfeijuan was doing. One player said, isn't this just a tactic of wearing out the enemy? Do you really think we're fools? It's just a tactic to tire the enemy out. We must not be fooled. We must take action. Yes, we must find a way to crack it, otherwise all of us will be dragged to death. 13 players engaged in a heated discussion. Finally, it was Sun Kai who spoke up. I suggest that we split 6 of us into 2 groups, and have half of the soldiers stand guard all night. The other half should go to sleep now. Unless the enemy really attacks from the city, they can rest and recover their energy. Okay, that's a good idea. Agree. We all agree, so let's do it. The players all agreed, and Sun Kai said, okay, I'll take the first shift. Who else wants to join me? Immediately, 5 people raised their hands. Sun Kai nodded and made arrangements, dividing them into 2 groups to take turns on duty. On the wall of Chuyin town, Fade Chin saw a sudden blaze of fire in the coalition camp below. He frowned and said, Military advisor, it seems they have increased the number of guards. Zhuge Liang gently waved his feather fan and said with a smile, the strategy of wearing out the troops is shocking the first and second times. Normal people will react, and it's nothing surprising. My lord, don't worry. This strategy of wearing out the troops is an open conspiracy. They can't hide from it even if they want to. Zhou, I will be here. Zhou clasped his fists. Take 100 archers out of the city and rush to the front of their camp to shoot arrows and set fire. Remember not to enter the camp. Only move around the periphery. If the enemy emerges, you must immediately lead your men back and not linger in the fight. Yes. Zhou clasped his fists, accepted the order, and left. Chen Fei sighed. It's a pity that we can't produce fire arrows. Otherwise, a wave of fire rain would surely cause chaos in the enemy. It doesn't matter. Firing fire arrows won't cause many casualties. We can still wake them up by setting fire to the periphery. Soon, the gate of the Izumo town wall opened, and Zhou led the archers out of the city. Each archer was carrying a large bag of hay. They arrived in front of the allied camp in the dark, first fired a wave of arrows, and then immediately set the hay on fire. The fire immediately grew bigger, the red light shone, the shouts and screams started again, and arrows rained down on the allied camp, which immediately made everyone nervous. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. This time they're really breaking in. The enemy is spotted, right at the door. Get up quickly. Where are the cavalry? Go out and meet the enemy immediately. Archers, fight back. The 6 players on duty hurriedly commanded the counterattack, while some of them could no longer sit still and began to wake up the group of people who had just fallen asleep. Hurry up, get up, the enemy is coming. It can't be fake again, right? Didn't the Lord say that this was a tactic to tire the troops out? Some soldiers still didn't believe it. Hey, didn't you see the fire? The enemy has reached the door. How many people are there? I don't know. Anyway, someone is injured, and the enemy's attack is very fierce. Hurry up, otherwise the enemy will rush over, and you won't even have your pants on. Chapter 70 Taiya. Zhou led his men out of the city, fired a feint, and set a fire, causing chaos. This made the players very angry, and they had to send people to put out the fire quickly, count casualties, check for leaks, and consolidate the defense line. Some people even cursed directly in the chat channel. Fade Chun, if you have the guts, let's have a fair fight. What kind of man are you to use such petty tricks? Isn't it disgusting? Although it was night time, there were still many night owls who were still awake, and many people were chatting and talking. After seeing this news, many players instantly became excited. What's going on? What happened? Why is Boss Chinfei involved? Huh? I know this brother. Isn't he in Izumo town? Could it be that Boss Chinfei is also there? Why aren't you sleeping so late at night? Did Boss Chinfei attack you? The players were discussing the issue heatedly, but the player who made the comment never came out again. Because he was too tired, he fell asleep again. On the wall of Chuyin town, Fei Chen said, "Military advisor, if we trick them this time, they probably won't be fooled again next time." Zhuge Liang laughed and said, "Then next time we'll do it for real." Then, at about 3 o'clock in the morning, Zhou Tsang led a total of 500 slave soldiers out of the city and rushed towards the Allied camp. Kill. The catapults were pushed out, and one shot hit the fence of the Allied camp, blasting a hole in it. Then Zhou Tsang led his men to kill their way in. The coalition soldiers on duty had already been exhausted both physically and mentally, but now seeing this situation, they immediately went out to fight the enemy. Inside the tent, some soldiers finally fell asleep in fear, but suddenly they heard shouts and were dragged awake. What the hell? Is the enemy messing with us again? Inside the tent, several soldiers were so sleepy that they couldn't open their eyes, but their minds had long been numb and they were not panicked at all. Still sleeping? Get up quickly. The enemy is coming. Stop it. Last time we said we were breaking in, but what happened? They just set a fire at the door and shot a few arrows. Is it really necessary to mobilize such a large force? Aren't there only 1,000 of them? We have more than 3,000. What if they broke in? Are we really afraid of them? The soldier couldn't convince himself and stamped his feet in frustration. At this time, the tent was opened and Di Qing walked in. He was injured during the day and rested early, so he is in better spirits now. However, his chest and arms are wrapped in sackcloth, which makes him look a little miserable. I am Di Qing. The enemy has already invaded. Everyone get up immediately, pick up weapons, and go out to kill the enemy. Anyone who disobeys orders will be executed. Di Qing said coldly. Yes. These soldiers were also a combination of troops from various players. They didn't know Di Qing, but when they saw that the person who came in was a military general, they all realized the seriousness of the matter, so they stopped arguing, quickly put on their clothes, picked up their weapons, and rushed out. After Zhou Tsang rushed in, he did not rush left and right, but just circled and fought at the entrance of the Allied camp. After all, a team of 500 people still seems a little insufficient. If the enemies really come all at once, then this wave will be over. However, when Zhou Tsang saw that more and more people were gathering around him and the noise was getting louder and louder, until the entire coalition camp began to become restless, he decisively ordered a withdrawal. However, the soldiers of the coalition forces were also furious. They didn't sleep in the middle of the night, nor did they fight properly. They kept tormenting us like this. Is that fun? Everyone has been holding back their anger for a long time, and now the enemy is right in front of them. How can they let them get away easily? So, the Allied soldiers began to pursue the enemy relentlessly until they arrived at the city of Izumo. They were shot to death by the soldiers on the arrow tower with a rain of arrows, and then they retreated unwillingly. They had no heavy siege equipment, so they didn't want to attack at night. After Zhou Tsang returned to Chuyin town, he came before Chun Fei and Zhuge Liang and said, "My lord, I have completed my mission." Well, very good. General Zhou fought bravely and is a good general. Go down and rest. In an hour and a half, we will launch the final decisive battle. Yes. After seeing Zhou Tsang off, Chun Fei asked, "Military advisor, is this strategy of wearing out the troops really feasible?" Zhuge Liang smiled and said, "Of course it's feasible. After so many battles, many of the enemy have become lazy and numb. Coupled with the fact that they are sleepy, their reaction speed and morale are seriously lacking. This is our opportunity." In addition, General Lu Bu led the cavalry and 1,000 slave soldiers who have been resting and gathering strength. This will be a powerful sharp knife, and it depends on whether it can pierce the heart of the coalition forces. Okay, then we will make full preparations and attack with all our forces at 4:30 in the morning. Chun Fei finally made the decision and made up his mind to fight a decisive battle. At 4 o'clock in the morning, the coalition camp was brightly lit. Nearly half of the soldiers were sitting at the door of the tent, dozing off with their weapons in their arms. The remaining half of the soldiers also slept in their clothes, holding their weapons tightly. Some of them had nightmares one after another, and some even tossed and turned and couldn't sleep. They were not scared by the beating, but they were tortured badly. On Chun Fei's side, the mix of reality and illusion, made them exhausted both physically and mentally, and they had already become numb. It's like when you just fell asleep and all the nerves in your body just went dormant, and you are suddenly awakened. This is not only a problem of the body's ability to withstand it, but more importantly, it also involves the bad mood of waking up. After going through this several times, some soldiers were almost crying out of grievance. Now the soldiers just want tomorrow to come quickly and see the beautiful sunshine. Sun Kai had just gone to bed. The 13 players had changed positions, but Sun Kai was still very angry. He tossed and turned in bed, but couldn't fall asleep. Suddenly, he heard another burst of shouting and killing, and this time it was accompanied by a burst of fierce horse hooves. Oh no, the enemy is attacking again. Sun Kai suddenly jumped off the bed, put on leather armor, and held a sword that could cut iron like mud. It was engraved with dragon patterns and inlaid with bright pearls, looking luxurious and majestic. On the sword, there are 2 ancient small seal characters engraved Tai. Holding the magic weapon, Sun Kai walked out of the tent and saw that the camp was in chaos again. A cavalry was charging forward along the aisle left in the middle of the camp. Moreover, the shouting and screaming this time was much louder than the previous ones. Damn it, this time it's for real. Sun Kai immediately determined Chun Feijuan's intention. It is now 4:30 in the morning. The night is darkest and the cold is biting. This is the best and last chance for a night battle. They were also exhausted, and Chun Feijuan wanted to launch a general attack at this time. Assemble. The time for the decisive battle has come. Everyone come out to fight the enemy. Sun Kai raised his magic weapon high and shouted loudly. Chapter 71, Barbarian General Agujuo. In the cover of night, a cavalry unit broke into the allied camp. 150 riders, each holding a torch, rushed into the camp and took the opportunity to throw the torches onto the tents. These tents were made of animal skins and linen, and they instantly caught fire. The allied camp finally caught fire again tonight, and it was even more intense than the first time. After gathering his strength for an afternoon and a night, Lu Bu charged forward, holding a Fang Tian Hua Ji and riding his red horse, looking mighty and invincible, with an air of dominance. Kill! Lu Bu roared, and the Fang Tian Hua Ji seemed to come alive in his hand. He hit wherever he pointed, constantly blocking, constantly charging, constantly sweeping and slashing, constantly reaping the lives of the enemies. The 150 riders were like a sharp knife, killing and setting fire, charging into the enemy's formation and instantly crushing the enemy's defense line to pieces. Behind this cavalry, Zhou Tsang, with 1,000 slave soldiers and 100 long spear soldiers, also charged in. In order to distinguish between friends and foes in the dark, Chun Feijuan's soldiers tied a ribbon on their foreheads so that they could be identified at first glance. Originally, there were quite a few soldiers on duty in the coalition camp, more than 1,000 and more than 20 arrow towers. However, Chun Fei's army attacked the unprepared with preparation and attacked the tired enemy in a high-spirited state, so it was naturally easy to break through the defense line. Once the first line of defense is broken, the rest will be easy. Lu Bu led the cavalry, and Zhou Tsang led the infantry. Both generals were very brave. They led the troops and killed many enemies. Wherever they went, the enemies fell. On the coalition side, 2 generals also appeared and led their troops to charge forward. One of them was very tall as 2 meters, with arms as thick as thighs. He looked like a barbarian, wearing a fur hat on his head, animal skins on his body, an iron knife in his hand, and 3 bloodstains on his face. He looked extremely fierce. Behind him were 100 barbarian soldiers. Each of them was very tall, much taller than an ordinary soldier. They were dressed in animal skins and had a fierce aura like a pack of wolves, but they all held bronze spears in their hands. They stood in the middle of the road, staring intently at the cavalry led by Lu Bu. In the back, Sun Kai stood with 3 players and asked with a frown, Lu Xing, are your barbarians reliable? The player named Lu Xing was tall, thin, and a bit handsome. He smiled upon hearing this and said, Don't worry, Boss Sunday. The leading barbarian general, Agujuo, is a B-rank general. While not as powerful as Di Qing, he's not much behind. Furthermore, the 100 barbarian soldiers he leads can fight 2 at a time, and they're not afraid even of powerful cavalry. Another player enviously asked, Brother Lu, where did you get this? Lu Xing chuckled and said, I got the initial talent at the beginning, which allows me to train barbarians. However, the price is very high, so I have been controlling it and not mass-producing it. Later, I killed a player, and the system unexpectedly rewarded me with a B-rank general, instantly giving my barbarians a perfect leader. Zizi, I really envy Brother Lu. He's so lucky. With this barbarian general and barbarian soldiers, Brother Lu has formed a systematic style. The barbarian soldier style must be super powerful. Lu Xing said proudly, Haha, I have both luck and strength. When I take over the salt mine this time, I will recruit 1,800 barbarian soldiers when I return and form a barbarian army. I will conquer the world in my stead and call myself the Barbarian King. Sun Kai, standing by, remained silent, merely watching Lu Xing coldly. He thought to himself, "Humph, since you're so formidable, it would be best if you and Lu Bu were both defeated. It would be best if you, a barbarian general, died in battle, while Lu Bu was injured and captured by me. That would be perfect." All the players were very envious of Chun Fei for being able to own the super powerful General Lu Bu, and many people even wanted to have him, and Sun Kai was one of them. He was ambitious, so this time he arranged for the barbarian army in the coalition to come and stop Lu Bu. His original purpose was actually for his own benefit. Sun Kai has no military generals, but he has a Taya sword and a mysterious personal guard around him. The individual strength of each guard is very strong. They are his foundation and the source of his ambition. At this time, Lu Bu also saw the barbarian general Agujuo, stopped, frowned and asked, "Who are you?" Agujuo said in a muffled voice, "I am the barbarian Agujuo, thief, dismount and fight me." Lu Bu chuckled and said, "You are quite strong. Why don't you follow my master? I will appoint you as a general or prime minister in the future." Agujuo was furious. "I am a loyal subject to my lord. How can I surrender to you?" Lu Bu sneered. "If that's the case, don't blame me for being rude." Agujuo was not afraid at all. He gripped the iron sword, bent his body slightly, and said, "Come on, let me see how strong you are." Lu Bu did not answer, but suddenly took out a bow and arrow, drew the bow, and shot the arrow. Although it was night, there were flames shooting up into the sky in the coalition camp. In addition, Lu Bu had extremely strong night vision, so he could still see the enemy's position clearly. "Call out." A sharp arrow flew through the air. Agudo snorted disdainfully and immediately swung his sword to cut off the arrow. However, the second and third sharp arrows followed. Agudo swung his sword left and right, hitting and blocking these two arrows. However, before he could breathe a sigh of relief, he suddenly heard someone shouting, "General, be careful." Agujuo looked up and saw that Lu Bu had already rushed in front of him. Huh. After Lu Bu shot the arrow, he immediately spurred his horse to attack. The acceleration of the red hair was so terrifying that Agujuo had no time to react. Just as he was about to resist, Lu Bu roared and stabbed at him with his Fong Tian Hua Ji. Puff! The barbarian general was stabbed through the body and blood splattered. He screamed and his tall body fell to the ground. It was at this time that the red hair braked suddenly, with its front hooves raised high. Lu Bu was holding the reins, and his Fong Tian Hua Ji was stained with blood, making him look so powerful. This scene happened too quickly. The three arrows were empty. The purpose was to disrupt the defensive rhythm of the barbarian general. Then, relying on the high explosive power of the red hair, he charged and killed him with one blow. The operation was smooth and fluid, which impressed everyone. In the back, several players saw this scene and opened their mouths in shock. This. Lu Xing was already stuttering, and his face was pale. Even in the darkness and the firelight, one could see his panic and bloodless expression. A military general, and a B-level one at that, is extremely important at this stage. He is the foundation of his rise, but now he is gone. At this moment, Lu Xing felt extremely regretful. Why the hell did he get involved in this matter for no reason? He coveted other people's salt mines. Now he hadn't even seen the shadow of the salt mine, but he had already lost a general. Chapter 72. Capturing Di Qing alive. Among the players present, apart from the barbarian general Agudo, who was the most panicked, Sun Kai was the most uncomfortable. His face was ashen, and there was a hint of despair in his eyes as he looked at Lu Bu. How can he be so strong? Isn't this Agujuo a B-rank general? How could he be defeated so easily? At this starting stage, a D-level general is extremely rare among players. Agujuo, a B-level general, is already a treasure of players, but he died so easily that everyone finds it hard to accept. Sun Kai originally wanted to let Lu Bu and Agudo both suffer losses, and then he would reap the benefits. It would be best if he could capture the seriously injured Lu Bu alive. But he didn't expect Lu Bu to be so powerful. He killed the opponent in one move, and his plan completely failed. At this time, the 100 barbarians saw their boss die. They were stunned for a moment, and then went crazy immediately. With red eyes, they rushed towards Lu Bu like crazy, but Lu Bu remained calm and blocked all the incoming weapons. Too weak. You only have so little strength, it really disappoints me. While blocking, Lu Bu laughed arrogantly. The laughter was so domineering, so unruly, and so invincible. But to the ears of Lu Xing, Sun Kai and others, it sounded so harsh that it made their faces turn pale. At this time, the cavalry unit of 150 people led by Lu Bu also rushed over. They were charging as a group. Although they were light cavalry, they were enough to charge the unarmored light infantry. When these riders were first recruited, they were just mounted infantrymen, but after a period of training and several actual combats, they gradually became qualified cavalrymen. It can already take on some of the functions of cavalry. It is really easy for 150 cavalrymen to attack 100 light infantrymen. If these barbarians had formed up their battle formations and deployed their spears, they would have certainly caused huge casualties to the light cavalry. But now these barbarians were blinded by hatred. They surrounded Lu Bu and wanted to tear him into pieces. They had no formation left. Thus, the only advantage that spear infantry had over light cavalry disappeared. It was almost a crushing, or rather a mowing of the ground, as the cavalry charged past, and the barbarians fell to the ground wailing. Some were pierced through the body by spears, and some were trampled into meat paste by the horses. It was extremely miserable. This is the consequence of losing generals and formations. Even though these barbarians have strong physical fitness, they cannot withstand the charge of the horse herd and cannot compare with the cavalry, the king of land warfare in ancient times. In the back, Sun Kai suddenly stood up, said nothing, and left in a hurry. Seeing this, the other players looked at each other and quickly dispersed. Lu Xing was the only one left, slumped on the ground, watching his barbarian general being killed, and the 100 barbarian soldiers he was proud of being wantonly slaughtered by the cavalry led by Lu Bu. He felt like he had lost his soul and no life left in him. The cavalry did not engage in much entanglement with these barbarians. In Lu Bu's opinion, no matter how good these people's physical fitness was, they were still light infantry. They had no armor and only held ordinary bronze spears, which was not much different from ordinary spearmen. He led the cavalry forward and soon saw Lu Xing slumped on the ground. "General, this seems to be a lord. What should we do?" asked a rider. Lu Bu glanced at him and said, "These guys were our allies just a few days ago, and now they've suddenly banded together to attack us. They're really bad. Even if we stay, we'll just eat up our food for nothing. It's better to kill them to prevent future trouble. It wouldn't be good if the Lord knew about it." Lu Bu turned around and glared at the soldier, saying, "What do you know? These lords are a nuisance. My lord, benevolence and justice come first. If you bring him to me, I will definitely take him in. We, the ministers, should be more sensible. These heartless people have invaded our territory and coveted our salt mines. They should be killed, and all the consequences will be borne by me alone." Yes. The soldiers had no more objections and immediately went up and hacked Lu Xing to death with their swords in front of his horrified eyes. The battle continues. Not all of the 13 players were mediocre and incompetent. Soon some players organized a resistance and set up a defense line inside the camp to stop Chen Feijuan's attack. Some players gathered their defeated soldiers and even planned to attack from behind, but were seen by Zhuge Liang, who was in the rear. He immediately sent out the last 100 slave soldiers and 100 archers to stop them. In short, Chen Feijuan and the coalition of 13 players were fighting hard. No one had time to put out the fire. The fire in the camp grew bigger and bigger, and the temperature became higher and higher. Many seriously injured soldiers who fell to the ground were swallowed by the flames or suffocated to death by the thick smoke because they could not be rescued in time. The battle lasted until dawn and the sun rose in the east and finally ended. The coalition forces eventually fled in all directions, leaving behind a blazing ruin and corpses strewn across the ground. Chen Fei did not order a pursuit because his side was small in number and at a disadvantage. If he attacked rashly, he would easily be counterattacked by the enemy, and then all his efforts would be in vain. "Ha ha ha, Lu Bu, Zhou Cong, you two have done a great job today." Chen Fei was very happy and personally stood at the gate of Izumo town to welcome the victorious troops back. Both Lu Bu and Zhou Cong were dressed in rags. Lu Bu's valuable Sichuan 100 flowers robe, which he wore under his armor, had been in tatters after so many battles. Today, it was smoked by fireworks for 2 hours, making it even more black. "My lord, look who we have captured." Lu Bu smiled mysteriously, and immediately 2 soldiers pushed over a wounded general who was tied up. Fei Chen was stunned. He looked at the muscular young warrior wearing chain mail and frowned. "What is this?" Lu Bu smiled and said, "My lord, this man is Di Qing. He's quite a warrior. When we attacked the city yesterday, he and I engaged in a fierce battle on the walls for a long time. He's a man of talent. During this night raid on the enemy camp, I've been keeping an eye on him, thinking of capturing him and presenting him to you, my lord." "Di Qing? Holy crap, it's actually General Di Qing." Chen Fei was extremely surprised. The look in his eyes when he looked at Di Qing changed instantly. He became extremely kind, gentle, and even a little greedy. Chen Fei didn't know much about Di Qing, But he first learned about this person when he watched a very good cartoon, The Great Hero Di Ching, when he was a child. After that, I went to college and read a few books. I also learned that Di Ching was a famous general of the Northern Song dynasty, the nemesis of the Western Xia, and was extremely fierce in charging combat. He was a rare talent. Chapter 73, Forming a Caravan. Chen Fei looked at Di Ching carefully. He was wearing chainmail, had a strong build, thick eyebrows and big eyes. He was not very old, probably in his late 30s. There was a blue mark on his face, which added a hint of fierceness to his face. Although he was tied up, he was extremely calm. He just closed his eyes and didn't look at Chen Fei. Chen Fei smiled and said, Di Ching, are you willing to join my army and serve me? Di Ching shook his head and flatly refused. A loyal minister should not serve two masters. I cannot accept this. Zhou Tsang was furious. You little bastard, my master thinks highly of you, and you are so arrogant. Chen Fei waved his hand, but he didn't get angry. He still smiled and said, Di Ching, Di Hanchen, the world is in chaos now, and heroes are vying for supremacy. In the end, there can only be one ruler, and only one supreme emperor will be born. Do you think your master's qualifications can make it to the end? Di Ching frowned slightly and said nothing. Chen Fei continued. As the saying goes, a good bird chooses a good tree to roost in, and a loyal minister seeks a wise master to serve. Although I am not talented, I also hope to be able to show my kindness and benefit the world so that the people can live a good life. I know your loyalty is unwavering, and I sincerely invite you to join my realm. I can appoint you as the left general, placing you on equal footing with Zhou Tsang, Lu Bu, and Long Ong. How do you do that? Chen Fei showed great patience and sincerity towards Di Ching, and even Zhou Tsang and Lu Bu were envious of him. Lu Bu chimed in. Boy, the Lord is respectful to you. Why don't you continue? Di Ching's expression was obviously a little unnatural. He was not afraid of hardship, but he was afraid of receiving favors from others and not being able to repay them. Seeing that Di Ching remained silent, Zhou Tsang's eyebrows stood up, and he was about to get angry. But he was stopped by Fade Chun. Okay, Di Ching, I'll give you 3 days to think about it. I value your talent and hope to make use of you so that you can achieve great things. I also hope you can understand that you are still young and your journey cannot stop here. As soon as Chen Fei finished speaking, 2 soldiers took Di Ching away. Afterwards, Chen Fei began to order people to count the casualties. This battle could be described as an extremely tough one, as one family was fighting against a coalition of 13 players, and they were completely outnumbered. If it weren't for Lu Bu and Zhuge Liang by his side, one was brave and invincible, and the other was resourceful, Chen Fei might not have been able to stop it. Chen Fei said, Military advisor, now that the battle is over, those guys probably won't be coming back for a while. We need to rest for a few days at least. What should we do now? Zhuge Liang said, My lord, the most urgent task now is to recuperate and quickly transform the salt mine resources into economic and military strength. Only then can we be invincible in the next enemy attack. Fade Chen nodded and said, Okay, then the military advisor and Lu Bu will be in charge here. I will return to Dazhou Town and keep an eye on the bilateral trade. Chen Fei took Zhou Tsang out of Chuyin Town, passed the Linhe stronghold, took a boat upstream, and arrived at Dazhou Town. It was already noon, and Chen Fei went directly to the trading post of Shirong Kingdom, where he found Mu Kuan, who was directing his men to move the goods. Chen Fei promised to provide him with 300,000 pieces of food in 3 days. In order to fulfill this promise, Chen Fei invested a lot of timber resources in the past 2 days and built hundreds of farmlands, directly increasing the daily output of food to 200,000. However, the resources gained in return are also very abundant. The special products of the Western Rhone Kingdom include gems, precious spices, cooking oil, fine wine, raisins, bronze, ore, gold, etc. The most precious items are bronze armor and war horses. Wang Yin and Yin Bailey negotiated with Mu Kuan and eventually exchanged them for 200 war horses and 100 sets of bronze armor. Currently, Chen Fei's weapons factory can only produce bronze swords and bronze spears, and the leather armor it produces can only provide basic protection. The 100 sets of bronze armor exchanged from the Western Rhone Kingdom can be said to be very important strategic materials. Chen Fei planned to equip these 100 sets of bronze armor to the long spear soldiers and form a well-equipped elite force as the head force to carry out some difficult tasks. As for the war horses, 50 were taken out as stallions and put into the stable, and the remaining 150 were equipped to the spearmen. In this way, Chen Fei had 300 cavalrymen. However, these forcibly equipped riders are still far from being real cavalry and require a long period of training. In the trading post, Mu Kuan said with some embarrassment, Chief Chen Fei, we have sold all the goods we brought with us. We really don't have any extra gold. Chen Fei said, Mu Kuan, I want you to bring me more supplies, more gold, more war horses and equipment. Mu Kuan smacked his lips and said, Chief Chen Fei, you really have a lot of good things here. Don't worry, when I return to Shiron country, I will ask several of my friends to come over. They also have their own caravans and more gold. Fade Chen clasped his fists and said, in that case, thank you very much. A long time has passed since the promotion to the Bronze Age. Because of the salt mine incident, the resource consumption in Dazhou town has been very terrifying, and not many resources have been saved until now. So Chen Fei is a little anxious. The next promotion will be to estate first, and then to the feudal era. The production of food, wood, and stone has been steadily increasing, and now the main shortage is gold. That's why Chen Fei urgently needs to trade with more caravans and sell Dazhou town's silk, linen, watermelon, salt, and other supplies. Qianshan Village, Langtao Village, and Haiyan Village are not large in scale, and their supplies have been squeezed out by Chen Fei. The goods brought by Mu Kuan this time have also been sold out. Chen Fei needs more buyers and a larger market. It seems that it is time to form my own caravan. Don't wait, don't rely on, and don't ask. This is Chen Fei's life experience. If the territory is to develop, on the one hand, it is necessary to attract investment, and on the other hand, it is necessary to take the initiative to go out and open up markets in other places. Chen Fei immediately recruited 10 businessmen and asked them to form 5 caravans, heading to different directions to do business. Each caravan was equipped with 10 slave laborers, 10 spearmen, and 2 riders. These armed forces are naturally unable to withstand the large armies of the players, but they can resist unknown dangers such as bandits and wolf packs. When doing business with Mu Kuan, Chen Fei also specially purchased some camels. This kind of animal is most suitable for transporting goods over long distances. As long as you prepare enough food and water in advance, you can go without food or water for several days in a row. Soon, 5 caravans filled with silk, linen, salt, and other supplies set off. These supplies were not only attractive to NPC forces, but also the most urgently needed items by players, so Chen Fei was not afraid of not being able to sell them. Chapter 74 Instigation. Ashtown. Sun Kai returned to his lair covered in dust and furious. Fuck, I'm so angry. This Fade Chun is so cunning. He first uses the strategy of wearing out our troops to reduce our morale, and then uses a combination of feints and real moves to launch a general attack when we're most trapped. This guy must have a military advisor to assist him. As soon as Sun Kai walked into the Lord's Hall, a counselor came over. This person's name is Chui Quan, a B-level strategist. He was awarded the victory reward by the system after defeating a player's tribe. He is also Sun Kai's only subordinate. The town of Ashes has also developed very well, with several villages under its jurisdiction, well-connected roads, and lush greenery. During this expedition, Sun Kai left this person in the base camp to take charge of internal affairs. My lord, we have suffered heavy losses this time. If we don't capture Izumo town and occupy the salt mine, it will be a huge loss, said Chui Quan. Sun Kai snorted. You think I don't want to? But Chen Fei is so cunning, and there's also Lu Bu, the invincible general. Even the 13 lords united together couldn't take down Chuyin town. How can we fight like this? Chui Quan said. But we have already offended Chen Fei, and he will definitely retaliate against us. Chen Fei is already very powerful, and now he owns a salt mine. If he is given enough time, he can use salt to exchange for various materials, including gold. The gap between us and him will become wider and wider. In the end, I'm afraid that if the Lord wants to check and balance him, he will have no chance at all. Sun Kai's face was gloomy, as black as the bottom of a pot. He even began to regret it in his heart. He was really stupid enough to provoke this guy. If he had taken over Chuyin town, it would have been fine, but now it was like this, he was really in trouble. Then tell me, what should we do? Among the 13 lords, 3 have been killed in the war, and the other 10 have been stunned. They have suffered heavy casualties and consumed too much resources. I guess they will not send troops to attack Chuyin town again, Sun Kai said, feeling a little discouraged. Although he is an entrepreneur in the real world with a clear mind and quick thinking, he is still somewhat inadequate to be a ruler in the game world. Now that he has suffered a crushing defeat, he is a little at a loss. Chui Quan pondered for a moment and suddenly whispered, My lord, since Chen Fei is so powerful, we can't swallow him alone, so why not leak the news of the salt mine and let the world know? Oh, Sun Kai was stunned. My lord, all the lords are in urgent need of resources and gold. The value of a salt mine is self-evident. Whoever owns a salt mine will be able to develop rapidly. If everyone knew that the salt mine was in Chun Fei's hands, many people would want to get a piece of the action. By then, the Chuyintown area would be in constant war. I don't believe Chun Fei can resist wave after wave of invasions on his own. Sun Kai frowned and said, but if that's the case, then we won't have any chance of obtaining the salt mine, right? That's different. Once everyone joins forces to defeat Chun Fei, everyone will understand that this salt mine is actually a hot potato. Whoever owns it will become the target of public criticism. When that time comes, we will propose joint development and win-win cooperation. I believe that after careful consideration, the lords will agree with this optimal approach. Sun Kai stood up and paced around the room with his hands behind his back. Chui Quan did not disturb him, but picked up the water cup and drank it slowly. 5 minutes later, Sun Kai made up his mind and said, okay, at worst I won't want this salt mine, but I can't give it to Chun Fei. Otherwise, when he becomes powerful, he will definitely come for revenge. Lao Chui, I'll listen to you. I'll release the news and let the world know. Chui Quan bowed and smiled. My lord is wise. This way, my lord will no longer be under pressure. Once Chun Fei dies, we will be in a good position to profit from this salt mine. Afterwards, Sun Kai immediately opened the system panel and chat channel, posting, Dear friends and brothers in Shilyang, the player Chun Fei from Dazhou Town is despicable and shameless. He deceived his allies, secretly swallowed up a salt mine, crossed 50 kilometers to our area, and forcibly exploited the resources on our territory. This is simply a heinous crime. Now I hope that all brothers and sisters can work together to defeat Chun Fei. The salt mines obtained can be divided equally, and everyone can mine them, achieving win-win cooperation. Salt mine coordinates, XXX. As soon as the news came out, the originally dull chat channel was instantly in an uproar. What? Boss Chun Fei is so abominable. Is this true? Deceiving his allies and traveling over 50 kilometers to mine someone else's salt mine. How shameless is this guy? Salt mines, holy shit, there's even such a thing. A salt mine is basically equivalent to a gold mine. Whether it's players or NPCs, there's a huge demand for salt. It can be exchanged for all kinds of supplies. Boss Chun Fei has made a fortune. Humph, Chun Fei is despicable and shameless. He should be punished. The salt mine should be jointly developed, and we should pursue a path of win-win cooperation. No one can take it for themselves. Yes, no one can take it for themselves. So what if Chun Fei is a big shot on the list? Anyone who infringes on our common interests must be punished. Punish him, kill him, and I am willing to send 500 cavalry to your aid. I am willing to send troops as well. I am relatively close to that place. If we send troops tonight, we can arrive tomorrow. I don't have any soldiers, but can I provide equipment? I have 2 catapults here that might be useful. I'm quite far away, probably a few hundred kilometers, but I will also send troops. I hope you guys can save some soup for me. Many players in the chat channel expressed their willingness to send troops, and there was no objection. Seeing this, Sun Kai showed a triumphant smile and said with a sinister laugh, It won't be long before the storm gathers in Chuyintown. We will form an even more powerful coalition. Let's see how you, Fade Chun, can stop us. He knew that the two of them were mortal enemies and could not reconcile. It was even more impossible for him to sit back and watch Chun Fei grow stronger, as that would only lead to more severe retaliation. Therefore, Sun Kai had already decided to kill Chun Fei. On the other side, Dazhou Town. Chun Fei naturally saw the news that he was being attacked in the chat channel. He was furious and slammed the table and said, This Ashtown dares to instigate others to attack me. I will kill you. Originally, there were 15 player forces surrounding Izumo Town. After yesterday's battle, 3 players were killed in the war, and 2 players had never invaded Chun Fei and were considered to be living in peace. The remaining 10 players were all listed as targets to be killed by Chun Fei. Chapter 75 Huarong. In the chat channel, almost all the players were denouncing Chun Fei and exposing his 10 major crimes, as if Chun Fei was their enemy. Humph, these hypocrites, wanting to be hypocritical and yet still act like a saint. Fade Chin snorted disdainfully. He could tell at a glance that these players were taking advantage of this incident and wanted to get a piece of the pie. After all, no one had salt at this stage, and the salt mine owned by Chun Fei was comparable to gold and was priceless. However, the players were unwilling to admit that they were committing naked robbery and were still looking for a fig leaf, so they did not make any distinctions and directly followed Sun Kai's words, labeling Chun Fei as an unforgivable villain. Thinking of this, Fade Chin also spoke in the chat channel. Sun Kai of Ashtown, you are so treacherous. You were an ally one day and stabbed me in the back the next. Now you come here to slander me. Do you really think I am easy to bully? Just wait, I will kill you. Sun Kai, who was eating at the time, happened to be online. When he heard these words, he felt a chill all over his body. It's not a pleasant feeling to be remembered by a big shot on the list. However, he quickly calmed down and thought to himself, "Humph, what am I afraid of? It won't be long before you disappear from this world under the siege of countless players." Sun Kai had already made up his mind that once Qin Fei was captured, he would behead him immediately and publicly. He would not be allowed to stay in his territory and continue to be a civilian. It was too dangerous. Fei Chun, you still have the nerve to come out here. You said you wanted us to help you attack Chuyin Town, but you didn't tell us you were after the salt mine. If that's not a lie, what is it? You're just afraid we'll covet the salt mine. You're really judging others by your own standards. Shameless, disgusting, and despicable. Sun Kai cursed loudly in the chat channel. Qin Fei immediately fired back. Sun Kai from Ash Town, the salt mine map was originally my reward. I only asked you to help attack Chuyin Town, but I didn't say I would give you the salt mining rights. You are so greedy and treacherous. You are a real villain. My dear brothers and sisters, please do not believe everything you hear. You must discern the truth. Qin Fei explained the whole story, but the players didn't buy it and didn't listen at all. They just believed that Qin Fei was bad and shouldn't own the salt mine and continued to denounce him. Trash Qin Fei, his crimes are heinous. He killed players, seized territory, and even embezzled salt mines. He's truly shameless. Qin Fei, we know your coordinates. Hurry and give up the salt mine, or we will invade your lair. Fei Chun, stop quibbling. Ash Town is the victim. How can a victim be wrong? It must be you who did something wrong. Hand over the salt mine immediately. Our Skyfire Guild can guarantee your safety. Seeing this, Fei Chun knew that no matter what he said, it would be useless. He was also very angry, so he said directly, "In this case, come on if you are not afraid of death. Let's see who has the ability to snatch this salt mine from me." After these words were spoken, the players became even more crazy. Okay, that's what you said. Don't blame us for being unkind and righteous later. You forced us to do this. Everyone has the responsibility to defeat Qin Fei. Seeing this, Sun Kai smiled from ear to ear and said, "I suggest forming an anti-Qin alliance. We can all cooperate and win together. We can recapture the salt mines, destroy Dezhou Town, and divide the resources equally. How do you think?" Agree. Agree. I agree. Countless players echoed this. Qin Fei closed the chat channel and shouted outside, "Someone come." Long On walked in. "My lord, what can I do for you?" Qin Fei said coldly, "Send a message to all villages and strongholds. Everyone must come here before sunset today to discuss important matters." Yes. After Long On left, Fei Chen also walked out of the Lord's Hall and came to the Talent Seeking Hall. At this time, the Hall of Seeking Talents has refreshed the generals, and 3 new characters have appeared. Huarong, B-rank general, skilled in horseback archery, wields a silver spear and a strong bow, possesses the special skill of shooting an arrow through a willow leaf from 100 paces away. Nicknamed Little Li Guang, he is also known as Tiny Yingxing. Recruitment price, 50,000 gold. Blue Warrior, D-rank general, wielding a long sword, adept at cavalry charges, and possesses exceptional strength. Recruitment price, 10,000 gold. Li Qi, D-rank strategist, good at forestry, can provide 10% of timber production. Recruitment price, 10,000 gold. It was also 2 generals and 1 strategist. Qin Fei thought about it and directly spent 50,000 gold to recruit Huarong and another 10,000 gold to recruit Li Qi. As for the D-rank general, Fei Chen felt that it was just icing on the cake for him now, so he saved the money. Huarong was young and handsome, about the same age as Qin Fei, with a strong and slender figure, sword-like eyebrows, and heroic eyes. He was wearing shiny silver armor, holding a silver spear, and had a hard bow and a bag of arrows slung across his waist. He looked so majestic. What a young general. Li Qi was an old man in his 40s or 50s, with dark skin and half-white hair, but he looked very energetic, with a pair of cloudy but sharp eyes. "Greetings, my lord." The 2 men saluted, and Fei Chen lifted them up, chuckling. "With your help, I'm like a tiger with wings, ha. I wonder what position the Lord wants us to take and what tasks we should do. Please give us your instructions," said Li Qi. Fei Chen smiled and said, "There's no rush. I've arranged separate accommodations for the 2 of you. You can go and rest first. We'll have a meeting tonight, and we'll make appointments for you 2 then." Huarong and Li Qi nodded and left the Qiuxian Hall. Qin Fei then went to the military camp again. In an exquisite room in the barracks, Qin Fei met Di Qing. After Di Qing was captured, he was placed under house arrest by Qin Fei, who provided him with good food and drink, and also arranged for someone to bring him clean water for washing every morning and evening. It can be said that he showed great courtesy. Originally, Chun Fei planned to wait for a few more days, preferably until his strength grew stronger, and then destroy all the forces near Chuyin Town, and Di Qing would naturally return. But now the enemy is approaching and the situation is extremely serious, so Chun Fei has to come early to subdue Di Qing. He pushed the door open and saw a doctor changing the dressing for Di Qing. Seeing Fei Chen come in, the doctor immediately stood up and said, "My lord." Di Qing, who was lying on the bed, also sat up. Although he didn't say anything, his eyes were complicated and no longer hostile. "Oh my, your injury hasn't healed yet. Don't move, just keep lying down." Chun Fei trotted over to the bed and carefully supported Di Qing. Di Qing shook his head and said, "It's no longer a problem." Chun Fei asked the doctor, "Doctor, how is General Di Qing's injury? How long will it take for him to recover?" The doctor said, "General Di Qing only suffered a superficial wound. After changing the medicine today, he will probably be fully recovered the day after tomorrow." Chapter 76, More Powerful Than a Tiger. As the doctor spoke, he picked up a bowl of medicine and asked Di Qing to take it. Chun Fei took it enthusiastically, scooped up a spoonful, and fed it to Di Qing under the doctor's surprised gaze. Di Qing, "Captain Chun Fei, that's not necessary. My injuries are not serious and I can come by myself." Di Qing was somewhat moved. Chun Fei said, "Don't move. Di Qing, I admire your talent and bravery and respect you as a person. This is what I should do." Di Qing's eyes turned red as he said, "Chief, your kindness is so great that Di Qing has no way to repay you." Chun Fei smiled faintly. "How can I say I can't repay you? Di Qing, join me. I am willing to give you the greatest preferential treatment. After I establish my country, I can promise you a dukedom." Di Qing had a confused expression and remained silent. Chun Fei was delighted to see this opportunity and continued to intensify his efforts. "Di Qing, Han Minister, the world is in turmoil right now, with heroes vying for supremacy. Countless enemies will soon besiege us from all sides. Can you bear to see me die on the battlefield? Can you bear to watch the 2,000 people of Dazhou Town be slaughtered?" Chun Fei spoke so emotionally that tears were about to flow, which made Di Qing a little at a loss. Finally, he let out a long sigh. "Alas, Chief Chun Fei, you have been so kind to me, and I am deeply grateful. But I cannot betray my lord. I can't get over this." Chun Fei said, "Then I will take your lord with me. How about that?" "What? Han Shun, you should also know that with your master's limited strength, he will be swallowed up by others sooner or later. According to my intelligence, your Langya town is adjacent to Ash Town and has always been suppressed by Ash Town. It may be swallowed up at any time." Di Qing was silent, feeling somewhat helpless. Of course he knew this situation. His lord was a weak person and always tolerated Sun Kai from Ash Town, which caused Langya Town, where he belonged, to miss many opportunities and lose many resource points. He had long seen that his lord was not a hero and would not go far, but his loyalty as a subject still made it difficult for him to betray him. "How about this? After this war is over, I will invite your master to join my great Zhou town. I can let him continue to be in charge of the town. How do you think?" Di Qing smiled bitterly, sighed slightly, and said, "Since Chief Chun Fei has said so, I will respectfully obey your command." Chun Fei was overjoyed. He grabbed Di Qing's hand and laughed heartily. "Great. With the help of your nye-faced General Di Hanshin, I am truly even more powerful." With his sincerity, he gained the loyalty of an A-level general, and Chun Fei felt that he had made a fortune. Because according to the recruitment rules of the Hall of Seeking Talents, if you want to recruit an A-level general through formal channels, you will need at least 100,000 gold. In other words, Chun Fei's sincerity was equivalent to saving him 100,000 gold, which was a sure win. Chun Fei opened the military generals panel again and found that he now had more and more military generals. Lu Bu, Zhuge Liang, Wang Yin, Long Ong, Zhou Tsang, Hua Rong, Li Qi, and now Di Qing. There are 8 people in total, including 5 military generals and 3 counselors. After opening Di Qing's panel, Chun Fei saw Di Qing's specific attributes. Name, Di Qing, A-level general. Force, 88. Intelligence, 75. Politics, 80. Loyalty, 90. Very good properties. Chun Fei is very satisfied. After leaving the barracks, Chun Fei returned to the Lord's Hall and started a new round of troop explosion. First, he spent 100,000 food items to recruit 2,000 slaves, 1,000 of whom were deployed to newly built positions, and another 1,000 were trained as soldiers. Then, Chun Fei recruited another 150 riders, 100 archers, and 200 spearmen. Almost all the food was spent, which showed that Chen Fei was also feeling very stressed about the impending crisis. After the explosion of troops, Chen Fei had 3,000 slave soldiers, 300 cavalry, 200 archers, 500 spearmen, and 100 heavily armored long spear soldiers. The total strength of the troops reached 4,100. Name, Dazhou Town. Current era, Bronze Age. Region, Shiliang. Level 3, Town. Population, 8,500/20,000. Number of soldiers, 4,100/10,000. Number of generals, 8. Own towns, 2. Dazhou Town, Izumo Town. Food, 15,000. Wood, 100,900. Stone, 160,050. Gold, 45,707. Bronze, 0. Technology, fishing, hunting, breeding, textiles. Buildings, bronze smelter 2, stable 1, mint 1, hemp field 100, watermelon orchard 100, farm 200. Talents, infrastructure maniac, master architect, danger prediction. The newly recruited regular army soldiers all brought their own weapons, but the slave army needed to be produced from scratch, so Chen Fei invested all the remaining bronze into the weapons manufacturing plant to produce bronze spears. Chen Fei had built a large number of barracks several days ago. Hundreds of barracks were working at full capacity to produce soldiers at the same time, and all the soldiers could be recruited in half a day. As the sky gradually darkened, all the civil and military officials, as well as those in charge of various villages, rushed to Dazhou Town. Everyone filed in and found Chen Fei already sitting in the first seat. Yin Bailey took on the role of secretary, arranging everyone to sit on the left and right. He then took out a roll of animal skin and a brush, preparing to take minutes of the meeting. After all, this is not a real ancient society. Chen Fei, Yin Bailey, and others are all modern people, so naturally they do things as efficiently as possible. The territory was just starting out, and all kinds of administrative agencies had not yet been established, but Chen Fei had already begun preparations, and the office was a very important part of it. On the left are the generals, with Lu Bu standing in the first place, followed by Di Qing, Long Ong, Zhou Cong, and Hua Rong. The leader on the left is Zhuge Liang, followed by Wang Yin, Li Qi, Yin Bailey, Su Xiaoying, Wang Xiong, Feng Linger, and even Tian Mo, who has the least ability, has come. After being conquered by Chen Fei, these players joined Dazhou Town, lost their system, lost their player halo, and became like ordinary people. The reason why Chen Fei used them and valued them was not because they were all human beings in the real world, but because they had all received modern education and had strong advantages in thinking and knowledge. These people may not be able to lead troops in battle or give advice, but they are very good at economics and management. At the same time, as the times progress and the level of modernization becomes increasingly stronger, the demand for talents will become greater and greater, and these people will be regarded as talent reserves. After everyone was seated, slaves brought hot water and fruit. Chen Fei then said, "Today is the first time in the history of Dazhou Town that we have held a general meeting of all officials. It is of great significance. There is a lot to cover today, so please listen carefully." Chapter 77, Full Appointment. Chen Fei said, "Today's meeting has two parts. First, we need to establish an administrative department and reappoint everyone. Second, a powerful enemy is coveting our salt mines, disrupting our development. Today, we will express our opinions and discuss how our great Zhou can resolve this dilemma and maintain its lead." Everyone was cheered up when they heard this, especially when they heard that an administrative department was going to be established and everyone would be appointed. Many people's eyes lit up, especially Tian Mo, Su Xiaoying, and others. Fei Chen coughed lightly and said in a rather dignified voice, "Our great Zhou already has over 8,000 people and over 4,000 soldiers. Naturally, we must establish an organization for efficient management. Today, I establish the position of Prime Minister and build a Prime Minister's office to oversee all internal affairs, and Zhuge Liang will be in charge." There was a Tong Kenji Shi, who served as the Prime Minister's assistant on weekdays and would take over the overall management of domestic affairs if the Prime Minister left. Wang Yin was appointed as the Tong Kenji Shi. A Ministry of Commerce is established to be responsible for all business matters within the territory, with Yin Bailey as the minister. A logistics department was set up to coordinate the resources of various factories and coordinate the production and manufacturing of military equipment. Tian Mo was appointed as the director. The Ministry of Agriculture was established to be responsible for the production of basic resources such as agriculture, forestry, animal husbandry, and fishery, with Li Qi as the minister. There are two mayors. Su Xiaoying serves as the mayor of Dazhou Town and Feng Ling serves as the mayor of Qian Town. Their functions are to be responsible for land planning in the area and to cooperate with various departments in their work. A salt mine department was established to oversee salt mine production and transportation, with Wang Xiong as director. These were appointments for civil officials, and Zhuge Liang and others all accepted them. Afterwards, Chun Fei looked at the generals and said, "In terms of military affairs, we will appoint the positions of left and right generals and establish a general's office. The left general, Di Qing, will be in charge of commanding the troops of Dezhou. Right General Lu Bu was responsible for commanding the troops of Izumo Town. A battalion was established, with 1,000 slave soldiers, 100 archers, 100 spearmen, 100 heavily armored long spear soldiers, and 300 cavalry, for a total of 1,600 men. Hua Rong was the commander of the battalion. He established a second battalion, commanding 1,000 slave soldiers, 50 archers, and 200 spearmen, for a total of 1,250 men. Zhou Cong was appointed commander of the second battalion. 3 battalions were established, each commanding 1,000 slave soldiers, 50 archers, and 200 spearmen, for a total of 1,250 men. Long Ong was to lead the 3 battalions. The 5 generals immediately clasped their fists and said in a loud voice, "I obey your orders." Chen Fei also thought carefully for a long time about the organization of military forces. The current army consisted of only a few branches, and the individual combat capabilities were relatively weak, so directly applying a modern military model wasn't appropriate. Therefore, Chen Fei first established 3 large battalions, assigning all the cavalry to one, intending it to become the main force, while the other 2 battalions would each be responsible for the defense of a town. This appointment has given Dazhou Town a clear organizational structure, and the division of labor has gradually become more reasonable and clear, which will naturally greatly improve efficiency. The appointed officials were also in high spirits and looked excited. Originally, Yin Bailey and the others had lost their identities as players. Although they didn't say it, they were all holding back a lot of energy in their hearts and were somewhat reluctant to do things. But in recent times, they have all seen the strength of Dazhou Town. Dominating the list, with salt mines, more than 8,000 people, more than 4,000 soldiers, famous ministers and generals, it is simply on the verge of taking off. In addition, with the fiefs now granted to various people, these people are considered veterans. It can be foreseen that as Dazhou Town continues to expand in the future, their power will continue to increase. Perhaps, following the big boss is not a bad thing. This is the voice of the surrendered players. They gradually figured it out. Although they had been independent before, they might not be able to make it to the end. With so many players fighting against each other in the world, no one knew when they would be killed. It would be better to stay with Chen Fei. There would be less pressure in my heart, and I could do whatever I wanted. It would be more comfortable. Seeing everyone's satisfied expressions, Fei Chen smiled slightly and continued, "Everyone, now let's discuss the second matter, how to resist the enemy invasion." Everyone present today has also learned through gossip that the news about the salt mine has been made public and is known to the world. Afterwards, many player lords set their sights on this salt mine and wanted to seize it by force. However, everyone was not panicking, because after a wave of extreme military explosion in Dazhou Town, there were more than 4,000 soldiers, and with powerful men like Zhuge Liang and Lu Bu in charge, they still felt very safe. Seeing that everyone was silent, Fei Chun frowned slightly, then looked at Zhuge Liang and said, "Prime Minister, what do you think?" Zhuge Liang said, "My lord, don't panic. As the saying goes, when an enemy comes, we meet him with our generals. When water comes, we block it with earth." Although the enemy may sound powerful, their exact numbers and combat effectiveness are still unknown. Furthermore, these people are united by selfish motives and will certainly not work together, making it even easier to attack from within. Fei Chen nodded and sighed. Kong Ming is indeed very resourceful. He immediately made me sober up. Zhuge Liang continued, "My lord, this crisis is no less serious than last time. Last time, we only fought near Izumo Town, but this time, the enemy could emerge from anywhere. We must be on high alert in all directions." Fei Chen nodded. "Tomorrow, I will start building more arrow towers, spend all the resources I have, and turn Dazhou Town and Izumo Town into hedgehogs." Zhuge Liang said, "This is just one aspect. My lord, you can send your left and right generals to defend the 2 towns respectively, especially Izumo Town, because everyone who comes this time has the ultimate goal of the salt mine." Chen Fei looked at Di Qing and Lu Bu and said, "Di Qing, You will lead Zhou second battalion to be stationed in Dazhou town and be responsible for the defense of our base camp. I obey your command. Di Qing clasped his fists. Chen Fei had two considerations for letting Di Qing be in charge of Dazhou town. First, Izumo town will still be the main battlefield in this battle. Lu Bu is an S-level general and stronger than Di Qing, so naturally the strongest person should be placed on the main battlefield. Secondly, Di Qing's original lord is not dead yet, and no one knows whether he will continue to join the coalition forces to attack Chen Fei. If Di Qing meets him, he will inevitably feel embarrassed and may have other thoughts, which will lead to serious consequences. Chen Fei looked at Lu Bu again and said, Lu Bu, you will take Huarong's 1st Battalion and Longang's 3rd Battalion, a total of 3,000 men, and station them in Qian town. You must ensure the safety of the salt mine. Yes, sir. Lu Bu and others clasped their fists. Zhuge Liang waved his fan and said, We have deployed our troops and generals and are exerting our full strength. I believe that with the bravery of you generals, we are able to deal with threats from all directions. But that's not enough. Fei Chen was puzzled. What other plans does the military advisor have? Tell me. Chapter 78 Borrowing Troops Again. Zhuge Liang said, My lord, those who are good at using troops must also be good at diplomacy. By leveraging momentum, one can achieve the effect of using only a little force to achieve a great result. We have established good trade relations with the Western Rhone Kingdom, and we also have good relations with Qianshan Village, Langtao Village, and Haiyan Village. My lord, why don't you borrow troops from these forces? Fei Chen's eyes lit up, and he slapped his thigh vigorously, saying, Yeah, if these bastards can unite, why do I have to fight them alone? Zhuge Liang's words instantly opened up a new path for Chen Fei. Qianshan Village, Langtao Village, and Haiyan Village. Although the strength of these three villages is not too strong, there is also the Shirong Kingdom, which is a real country. But, according to Namu Kuan, Shirong is currently at war with a country to the west, and I'm not sure if they can spare troops to help us. This was Chen Fei's concern. If Shirong was unable to take care of itself, then even if this reinforcement was lost, the plan would be greatly compromised. Zhuge Liang said, My lord, you can give it a try and offer great benefits. The Western Rhone Kingdom is vast. Just sending a few thousand men would resolve our crisis. Chen Fei nodded. He had 4,000 people on his side, and the 3 mountain strongholds could also provide assistance of 1,000 to 2,000 people. If the Western Rhone Kingdom could also send a few thousand people, that would be an army of tens of thousands. At this stage, tens of thousands of troops are enough to deal with most threats. Afterwards, everyone expressed their opinions and made suggestions, expressing their views on building logistics transportation roads, conducting strategic reserves of military supplies, and clearing the countryside. Chen Fei also followed suit. After everyone unanimously agreed, they assigned people to carry out the plan one by one. After the meeting, Lu Bu immediately led the 1st and 3rd battalions to the dock. They were going to take a boat to Izumo town that night. Chen Fei took Zhuge Liang to the Shirong Kingdom trading station and found Mu Kuan. It's so late. I wonder what Chief Chen Fei wants to talk to me about. Mu Kuan asked in surprise. Fei Chen sat down, sighed deeply, and said in a sad tone, Mu Kuan, are you and I friends? Mu Kuan was stunned for a moment, then without hesitation said firmly, Of course, big brother and I hit it off right away, and our friendship is evident to all. Hearing Mu Kuan instantly change his tone and call him big brother, Chen Fei's mouth twitched, thinking that these businessmen were really good at climbing the ladder. Although calling him big brother would not hurt him or make him lose any money, Chen Fei felt that he definitely could not do it. Mu Kuan, we are more than just friends, we are brothers. Fei Chen looked up to the sky and said, But I'm going to die soon, and Dazhou town is about to be destroyed. Why do you say that, brother? Mu Kuan was shocked and really anxious. The Western Rhone Kingdom was at war with the Huojiao Kingdom further west, and both domestic demand and foreign trade were huge. He traveled thousands of miles to Shiliang, and only Chen Fei's Dazhou town was barely worth mentioning, as it had silk, salt mines, and could provide a large amount of food. Through these two trades, Mu Kuan made a fortune in the Western Rhone Kingdom by reselling goods, and even became a well-known businessman in the country, with his power expanding rapidly. This is also the reason why he is willing to climb the pole and call Chen Fei big brother. If Chen Fei died, he would no longer be able to obtain resources from Dazhou town, and his status in the Shirong Kingdom's business circle would plummet. This was something he couldn't accept. So Mu Kuan also became anxious and asked, Brother, what trouble are you in? You can tell me directly. I will do my best to help you overcome the difficulties. Okay, I'm really touched by your words, brother. Chen Fei wiped his tears seriously and said, Brother, You know I own a salt mine, but I am innocent and guilty of possessing a treasure. The other lords are very jealous and want to get a piece of the pie. They are threatening to unite and attack me and force me to confess my guilt in front of the world. Humph, these shameless lords. Mu Kuan slammed the table, stood up, and said angrily, "It's just a salt mine. But these people are so shameless that they even formed an alliance to attack Big Brother. It's ridiculous." The Western Rhone Kingdom was a complete and mature country with a vast territory and strong strength. Naturally, it would not take a salt mine seriously. But players can't do that. At this stage, even a high-level resource point can cause competition, let alone a complete salt mine. "Brother, just tell me. If you want me to do this, I will fully support you," Mu Kuan said seriously. Fade Chen sighed slightly and said in a troubled tone, "I really don't want to speak." Zhuge Liang, standing by, stepped forward and said, "Chief Mukun, we need the Western Rhone Kingdom to send troops, at least 5,000 men, to join the battle." Mu Kuan fell silent after hearing this. Chun Fei and Zhuge Liang exchanged a glance, and Zhuge Liang said, "Of course, we won't let the Western Rhone Kingdom send troops in vain. In return, we are willing to provide salt equivalent to 300,000 gold and 10,000 units of silk." Mu Kuan said, "You all know that I am just a businessman in Shirong State. I don't have military power. If I want to borrow troops, I need to build connections with people at all levels. It's not just a matter of military funds." Zhuge Liang smiled and said, "That's easy. We'll give you another 10,000 gold coins and 10,000 pieces of silk to help you manage the situation. In addition, we'll give you another 100,000 pieces of food as a reward for your hard work." Mu Kuan thought for a moment and said, "We in the Western Rhone Kingdom are having a hard time right now. We are short on manpower, and it's really difficult to mobilize 5,000 men. How about this, Big Brother? If you give us another 300,000 grains, we can definitely accomplish this." Fade Chen nodded and said, "Okay. However, these supplies will take time to prepare." "That's okay. Big Brother, you can make a list and write a letter requesting troops. You can pay part of it first, and then pay the rest slowly after the war." Mu Kuan knew very well that it was rare to see a one-time payment in the exchange of interests between countries, and that payments were basically made in the form of mortgages. However, the Western Rhone Kingdom was not afraid that Chun Fei would cheat and not return the money. The 5,000 elite soldiers were not to be trifled with. If Chun Fei did not return the money, these soldiers could turn around and massacre the entire Dazhou town. Therefore, at the national level, only countries with strong enough strength dare to lend money to others. After reaching an agreement with Mu Kuan, Chun Fei took Zhuge Liang away from the trading post. "Kong Ming, Mu Kuan will return to Shirong Kingdom tomorrow. It will take at least 5 days for them to send troops. We can't just sit there and wait for death during these 5 days. Please ask Kong Ming to personally visit the 3 strongholds and negotiate with their leaders to have them send troops to Izumo town tomorrow." Zhuge Liang nodded and said, "I obey your command. Also, Chuyun town cannot be without a military advisor. Lu Bu lacks strategy, so the military advisor will accompany the reinforcements from Qianshan village to Chuyun town tomorrow to take charge." Yes. Chapter 79 players flocked to. After the news of the salt mine was exposed, the entire Shiliang area was in turmoil and undercurrents were surging. The coordinates of Dazhou town and Chuyun town have been exposed, and Chun Fei's personal information has also been exposed online. Hundreds of players rushed over with various thoughts in mind. The two armies met in the wilderness about 50 kilometers away from Izumo town. The two players met and sized each other up. One of them said, "Lu He from Ping'an town, are you going to the salt mines too?" The opposing player nodded. "That's right. Right now, supplies are scarce, and gold is in short supply. Salt mines are almost like gold mines. We can trade all sorts of goods with NPC factions. It's hard not to be tempted." Haha. Yes, that Chun Fei wants to embezzle the salt mine. He really doesn't know his place. Have you not seen the influence rankings? Chun Fei is too terrifying. His influence has already exceeded 20,000, more than twice ours. We can use this opportunity to give him a warning. Otherwise, if he continues to develop like this, it won't be long before no one can check him. That's right. We in Shiliang cannot allow others to unify us. We must nip Chun Fei in the bud before he fully rises. Haha. Brother, you really are kindred spirits. Why don't we go together? At this rate of march, we can reach Izumo town this afternoon. Well, I believe quite a few people have arrived. Let's see what they say. It would be best if we could get some shares in the salt mine after driving Chun Fei away. Alas, I don't dare to think about the salt mine shares. After all, we didn't send many troops, just to participate. The real bosses are watching. I just want to get some salt, and this trip will be profitable. Haha, that's true. Send out troops to fish for a while. Remember to conserve your strength, otherwise you won't be left without soldiers after the war. Even if your contribution is huge, these bastards won't give it to us. Both players were riding horses, walking and talking, looking very relaxed, as if Chun Fei's defeat was already a foregone conclusion. One of these two men brought 300 slave soldiers, all armed with bronze spears and wearing leather armor, while the other had only 100 slave soldiers, all in leather armor, without even bronze spears, and armed with outdated stone spears. By the afternoon, they arrived near Izumo town. "Oh my god, there are so many people here," Luha exclaimed. From a distance, I saw a small hill standing in the wilderness. It should be the salt mine that Sun Kai mentioned in the chat channel. At the foot of the salt mine, there is a large town with solid walls and dense arrow towers. The fortifications are extremely complete, and the equipment is as good as a hedgehog. Near this town, there are countless camps of all sizes. Some have only a few tents, while others have hundreds of tents, surrounded by circles of fences, and some have begun to build arrow towers on the flat ground. In these camps, large and small, people were coming and going, including archers, spearmen, and teams of cavalry running. It looks very lively. What a big scene. Luha sighed. Another player also laughed and said, "This is only the first day. I guess more people will come tomorrow. After all, as long as you come and participate, you will have a chance to get some salt, which you can exchange for gold when you go back. It's a sure-win business." Luha nodded. "Let's go and take a look. I'm sure the organizer will come to find us." The two armies slowly walked towards the huge camp, and soon someone discovered them, and two cavalrymen immediately rushed over. "Stop and tell me your name." The two cavalrymen shouted and drew their bows and arrows at them. Luha and his companions exchanged a glance and exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, they're actually cavalry archers." The companions said loudly, "I am Zheng Qian from Zijing Town, and the man next to me is Luha from Ping'an Town. We are here to respond to the call and join the coalition forces to defeat Chun Fei from Dazhou Town." The two cavalrymen circled them and found nothing wrong, so they said, "Okay, you can go over there and choose an open area to camp. After you are settled, the two lords can go to the central camp, where all the lords are holding meetings." "Thank you very much." Luha and Zheng Qian went to the location indicated by the cavalrymen, found an open space, and started to set up camp. They deliberately found a position further back because they originally came here with the intention of slacking off, just to take advantage of the main force and get a piece of the pie, so naturally they were unwilling to stay in the front and charge into battle. After entering the Bronze Age, weapons factories were able to produce tents made of animal skins, linen, and bamboo poles. They could shelter from wind and rain, but they were not breathable. As the weather got hotter, tents became somewhat useless. After setting up the camp, Luha and Zheng Qian came to the central camp and met Sun Kai. "Ha, please take your seats. You've arrived just in time. We're about to start the meeting." Sun Kai was very active and enthusiastic, like a landlord entertaining guests. This applies not only to Luha and the other two, but also to other players. This central camp was established by Sun Kai. Although many of the players who came this time were much stronger than Sun Kai, they all acknowledged Sun Kai's identity as the organizer. Luha and Zheng Qian entered the room and sat down. Seeing Sun Kai busying around and becoming the center of attention, they couldn't help but sigh. "Look at him. He's a pure social stunner. Humph, we can't compare. We are both honest people." "No, you are an honest man, but I am not." "What's wrong? What happened to the honest man? Did the honest man offend you?" Luha and Zheng Qian were arguing with each other. More players came in, and everyone was discussing enthusiastically. The atmosphere was very harmonious. Seeing this scene, the smile on Sun Kai's face became even wider. After waiting for about an hour, just when everyone was getting impatient, Sun Kai finally stood in the middle and signaled everyone to be quiet. Then he said, "Everyone, let me introduce myself first. I am Sun Kai from Ashtown. It was my post in the chat channel that informed everyone about the salt mines here." Sun Kai's short words made everyone pay attention to him, and he became the true core figure of this battle as a veteran and eyewitness. "Regardless of strength, I have intelligence and I am the initiator, so no one can underestimate me." This is the effect Sun Kai wants. Chun Fei of Dazhou Town, relying on his powerful general, Lu Bu, has committed plunder and treason. He is unforgivable and a scum of our players, a cancer in the Xiliang region, and must be resolutely eradicated. I've gathered everyone here today in the hope that we can form an alliance, a true alliance. Chapter 80 Anti-Chun Fei Alliance. There were dozens of players present, and it was crowded. Sun Kai's words attracted the attention of all the players. "A real alliance? How do you say that?" someone asked. Sun Kai said, A true alliance is one that requires a unified command structure, unified logistics, unified offense, and unified defense to prevent others from taking advantage of the situation and taking advantage of others. When these words were spoken, people had different reactions. Some people applauded and expressed their full support, while others looked hesitant and even had the idea of backing out. Liu He and Zheng Qian, two players who deliberately sat in the corner of the back row, looked at each other and saw the seriousness in each other's eyes. "Brother, it seems that this time it will be difficult," Liu He said in a low voice. "Yeah, it looks like our plan to be a scoundrel is going to fail." Zheng Qian's face was full of regret and helplessness. "What should we do? The few people we brought with us may not be enough to fill the gaps in Boss Qinfei's teeth. They will be wiped out in one wave. What will we use to negotiate and protect our interests then?" Liu He asked. "You ask me, how would I know?" The two of them were discussing enthusiastically below, and Sun Kai in the middle continued. "Once a unified command and leadership structure is established, we can discuss how to attack, how to defend, and how to distribute the benefits after the war." At this time, someone stood up. This is a middle-aged man with an oppressive feeling. He is dressed in silk and keeps himself clean. He looks like a gentleman or an aristocrat, and he exudes the aura of someone who has been in a superior position for a long time. His expression was calm as he said, "Chief Sun Kai, do you mean to find an alliance leader?" Sun Kai said, "Indeed, it is a great taboo in military strategy to have a single order issued by multiple people. Therefore, we should have only one voice." The man continued, "So, Chief Sun Kai, who do you think should be the leader of the alliance?" Swish! Everyone's eyes turned and fell on Sun Kai. Sun Kai felt everyone's gazes like knives. His breath caught in his throat. He turned stiffly and smiled. The selection of the leader must naturally be based on a comprehensive consideration of everyone's military strength, prestige, intelligence, and strategic vision, and the best candidate that everyone can trust must be chosen. At this time, someone else stood up and asked, "Chief Sun Kai, who do you think is the most suitable?" Sun Kai was confused and said, "Well, I think leader Sun Kai is very suitable." A player suddenly spoke up, and then 7 or 8 other players echoed him. Yes, Chief Sun Kai fits the bill perfectly." Leader Sun Kai was the organizer. He was the first to discover the salt mine and informed us with dignity. His prestige is high enough. Having fought that wretch Chun Fei before, I know his strengths and combat styles, and I have comprehensive intelligence. Furthermore, Chief Sun Kai has dispatched 1,000 troops, the largest number among us. Taking all these factors into consideration, Chief Sun Kai is the natural choice for the position of leader. Yes, I also support Chief Sun Kai. I support that too. 7 or 8 players raised their hands one after another. When the other players saw this, they felt something was strange and wrong, but many of them were influenced by the herd mentality and raised their hands as well. For a time, Sun Kai's support rate soared, and he became the true backbone of the alliance. Sun Kai also had a pleased smile on his face, thinking to himself, "This money is really not wasted. These few people I found in advance are really awesome." The person who stood up and questioned frowned, feeling that something was amiss. However, since so many people raised their hands to support Sun Kai, he suppressed what he wanted to say. But some people still refused to give in, saying, "Although we're all in the Bronze Age, we're all modern people. There's no need to act like one person has the final say. It's so backward. Why not learn from the foreigners and establish an alliance parliament? The leader will make decisions, and everyone will vote by show of hands. A majority vote means approval." Okay, that's a good idea. I think it's feasible. Let's do it. I support this. It's more rational. We're all people of modern society. Even though this is a game world, if we don't use efficient and advanced methods and try to have a one-man show, then we're stupid. The players started to cheer and show their support. This made Sun Kai's face darken. These guys. He was very unhappy. He had originally planned to use his identity as an organizer to gain the position of leader and maximize his own interests, but now he was counterattacked and turned into a parliamentary system. In this way, even if he becomes the leader of the alliance, he is more of a person responsible for specific commands, equivalent to the general manager under the company's board of directors, the highest level employee. Sun Kai wanted to say something else, but he winked at those shills, and they stood up to speak for Sun Kai, saying that the parliamentary system was too inefficient and the military decision-making process was too slow, and it was not suitable for the ever-changing battlefield. However, their comments were rejected by the players. We established the Alliance Council primarily to discuss the distribution of benefits and major military operations. Once various plans are approved, our council will no longer interfere with the alliance leader's specific commands. Therefore, The alliance leader can proceed with confidence and boldly without worrying about efficiency. The players are not stupid. They are here to make money, and their goal is the salt mine. How could they allow Sun Kai to dominate the market and have the final say? In the end, no matter how smart or scheming Sun Kai was, he could not defeat most people. He was successfully elected as the leader of the alliance and also established an alliance parliament to restrain him. Sun Kai sighed imperceptibly. Although he felt disappointed and regretful, he appeared very happy on the surface. He said righteously, "Today, our anti-Qin Fei alliance is officially established. Our goal is to recapture the salt mine and drive Qin Fei away. Our ultimate goal is to destroy Dazhou Town and make Qin Fei, this cancer, disappear from the map of Shiliang forever. Next, let me talk about the distribution of benefits after the war." At this point, everyone perked up and listened attentively. Today we have gathered dozens of players, totaling over 5,000 soldiers. Tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, more players will arrive and join us. It can be said that with our strength, killing Qin Fei is a foregone conclusion. Even if we use a pile of people, we can still kill them. So now we don't have to think about how to win, but how to distribute the post-war benefits. Many people may be worried. They only brought a few people with them. What if they run out of salt? Will they be able to get the salt mine shares when they are distributed? Everyone nodded. That was what they meant. Chapter 81: The War Begins. With this mentality, everyone will be timid and want others to die. The alliance's combat effectiveness may even be reduced to zero, making it very easy for Qin Fei to defeat them one by one. So, to reassure everyone about the battle, I've come up with a plan. Let's create a roster, recording who contributed how many troops, how many died, how they fought, and whether they were brave. After the battle, we'll quantify the scores and distribute the salt mine shares proportionally based on the scores. What do you think? I have to say that Sun Kai is a young and promising entrepreneur in the real world, and he is very smart. After this was said, everyone started talking. Liu He and Zheng Qian, two hooligans, were also discussing in the corner. Brother Zheng Qian, do you think the plan this guy proposed is reliable? The plan is reliable and seems scientific, but I'm worried those bosses won't fulfill their promises in the end. Yes, I'm also worried about this. Although we are united in a unified attack, we are outnumbered. In the end, when we have no soldiers left, we will still be at the mercy of others. We can only hope that the bosses will have some conscience and save some face. Humph, there's no need to be afraid. If they really dare not fulfill their promise. In the end, no one raised any objections, and the plan for post-war profit distribution was passed. Well, let's discuss how to send troops to defeat this Izumo town. Sun Kai has completely immersed himself in the role of the leader of the alliance, commanding with confidence and style. Oh, we already have 5,000 troops today, and we can probably add another 1,000 or 2,000 tomorrow. Do we still need to fight? I think Fei Chun would be scared away when he saw this scene. Everyone burst into laughter when they heard this. Sun Kai smiled and said, "That being said, we still need to be cautious. The last time we formed an alliance, 13 players joined together and had thousands of troops, but we were still defeated by Qin Fei. This guy not only has an invincible general like Lu Bu, but he is also very cunning, so we have to be on guard. Fei Chun is just an ordinary man. I heard he's still very young. What kind of plans could he have? I think he just has a counselor. Wow, what's the deal with this guy Fei Chun? He has all the civil and military officials, but now I don't have a single military official, not even a bronze official. I can't even build the talent-seeking hall. Hey, don't forget that he's the top guy on the leaderboard. He's number one in everything. How can you compare? Putting aside other things, just the amount of rewards he's received is enough to make him this successful. We haven't even received a single reward, so of course we can't compare to him. When it comes to Qin Fei, everyone is envious and jealous. He keeps topping the charts, breaking records in server-wide announcements, and now he's got a salt mine. It's really frustrating to compare yourself to others." Sun Kai motioned for everyone to be quiet and said, "Today we will unify all the soldiers, disorganize them, and reorganize them according to the modern template of squad, platoon, company, battalion, and regiment. Each leader will personally serve as the battalion and regiment commander and command the battle. Tomorrow morning, we will launch an attack from 4 directions and strive to capture Izumo town within a day." Good. At the same time, in Izumo town, Qin Fei did not come, and the team was still Lu Bu and Zhuge Liang, but they had 2 more subordinates, Hua Rong and Long An. The 1st and 3rd battalions had a total of 2,850 people, including 300 cavalry and 100 heavily armored long-spear soldiers in the 1st battalion, with extremely strong combat effectiveness. At this time, on the 5-meter-high wall, the soldiers had made full preparations. At this time, the arrow towers were spaced every 30 meters, and the density had reached an alarming level. The catapult was also pulled behind the wall as a heavy counterweapon. 3 slaves were responsible for loading the stones, and 1 spearman was responsible for firing. Lu Bu and Zhuge Liang walked on the wall, inspecting the situation and talking. It's really a turbulent time. One crisis after another comes. Lu Bu sighed. Zhuge Liang laughed and said, General Lu, are you afraid? Lu Bu narrowed his eyes and said, I'm afraid? Is there anything in the world that could scare me? Zhuge Liang smiled and said, General Lu, don't worry. This is only temporary. We own salt mines, which is something people envy. It's normal for them to attack us. As long as we withstand the pressure and survive this crisis, no one will dare to covet this salt mine, and no one will even attack us in the short term. Lu Bu nodded, glanced at the huge camp outside, and said, It's just that this time, the enemy came too many, and our people are still too few. Zhuge Liang said, The camp outside is in disarray, with holes everywhere. The number of people is no more than 5,000, not much more. This enemy is only twice as strong as us, so General, are you afraid to attack? Lu Bu angrily shouted, Who says I dare not attack? Give me 1,000 elite cavalrymen, and even if I face an army of 10,000, I will destroy them in a matter of minutes. However, our current soldiers are still too weak. The 300 cavalry have barely learned to charge, and their combat effectiveness is far from enough to keep up with my pace. Zhuge Liang said, Anyway, our advantage in this battle is our 300 cavalry and 100 armored spearmen. General, you must make good use of these 2 forces. Lu Bu nodded. Hasn't the military advisor reached an agreement with Qianshan Village, Langtao Village, and Blackrock Village? When will their reinforcements arrive? Zhuge Liang said, They said they can only send a maximum of 1,500 men. My lord, you intend to send all of them to us. They should arrive tomorrow. Hee. With this army, the battle will be much easier. Lu Bu said with a smile. However, these 3 strongholds also stated that their reinforcements can only defend the city and are not allowed to fight outside the city. Humph, these selfish guys, knowing that the death rate for defending the city is low, are unwilling to risk their lives for us. Lu Bu snorted coldly. If that's the case, then when they arrive, we'll hand over the toughest stretch of defense to them. We can't let them come in vain. The 2 men talked for a while, and suddenly a soldier shouted, General, Prime Minister, look, the enemy is mobilizing. The 2 of them looked over quickly and saw people coming and going in the camp outside, like students in a school playground looking for their own formations. It was densely packed and very chaotic. Zhuge Liang suddenly said, General Lu, this is a good opportunity. The enemy's defenses are unstable and they are in disarray. We can lead our cavalry in a charge and give them a warning. Lu Bu nodded and said, Okay, I'll go get ready. Call Hua Rong and see what he's capable of. Remember to stay away from the arrow towers and focus on killing people. If you see a granary, it's best to set it on fire. Chapter 82 Sweeping the Enemy. Lu Bu immediately went down to prepare, and soon the gate of Izumo town was opened, and a team of cavalry rushed out in a mighty force. The sound of horse hooves was like thunder. The 300 cavalrymen have begun to show an awe-inspiring aura. Although they are not very skilled and their combat effectiveness is not yet strong enough, and they have just entered the threshold of cavalry. Cavalry are cavalry after all. Their sound and momentum alone are chilling. 2 generals led the army in the front. One of them wore a 3-pronged purple gold crown on his head, a beast-faced and head-swallowing chain armor on his body, a lion-shaped belt around his waist, carried a bow and arrow, held a Fong Tian painted halberd in his hand, and rode the majestic red hare, looking very majestic and insolent. The other man had white teeth, red lips, handsome eyes, and long eyebrows. He wore a battle robe embroidered with gold and emerald green, and a jade belt inlaid with mountain rhinoceros horn. He held a silver spear and looked handsome. It was none other than Hua Rong, the little Liguang. Although the coalition forces had not yet launched their attack, they had already deployed over 100 men to guard the gate of Izumo town day and night. Suddenly, upon seeing the enemy rushing out, they exclaimed, The enemy is coming out. However, before he could finish his words, the guy was shot in the throat by an arrow. Rumble. The 300 cavalrymen were like a whirlwind. Under the leadership of Lu Bu and Hua Rong, they actually had the powerful momentum of heavy cavalry. Wherever they passed, the Allied soldiers fell down in large numbers like wheat waves blown by the wind. Blood splattered into the sky, leaving behind a field of broken limbs and corpses that had been trampled beyond recognition by war horses. After a flurry of attacks, most of the more than 100 people blocking the entrance were killed or wounded. Lu Bu said, Huarong, don't linger in the fight. Keep going forward. Before they can react, go in and kill them thoroughly. Good. The two armies were 1 kilometer apart, and 4 or 5 teams of soldiers blocked their way, but they were all dispersed by Lu Bu and Huarong. Soon, the cavalry rushed into the enemy camp, causing chaos. The two players had just entered their own camp. They were appointed as deputy commanders of the 2nd Regiment and were in the process of reorganizing the army when they suddenly heard a burst of shouting and killing. Fuck! Why are their enemies rushing in? Prepare to fight, fight! The two players were horrified, and the 2 company-level teams they were responsible for immediately rushed forward to try to resist the cavalry. Kill! Lu Bu roared and led the troops, like a tiger among a flock of sheep. He swung his Fang Tian Hua Ji wildly, and the allied soldiers fell one after another. Fuck! Why is this guy so fierce? This can't be Lu Bu, right? No way! Why are we both so unlucky? The two players wailed, their faces filled with despair. Although they have never seen Lu Bu in the real world, whether from the novel Romance of the Three Kingdoms, various film and television dramas, or various games, Lu Bu's image is deeply imprinted in their hearts. The man in front of them was dressed in the same way as the classic image, and his weapons and mount were highly consistent with the classic image. In addition, he was so fierce that they had already confirmed his identity. Facing Lu Bu, the two men were so scared that they had no desire to fight and just wanted to escape quickly. Lu Bu was charging into battle when he suddenly saw the two fleeing men. With an idea in mind, he shouted to Huarong, "Huarong, shoot them." Yes. Huarong was agile. He drew his bow and shot 2 arrows, which made a whirring sound through the air. In an instant, the 2 players were killed. As soon as the players died, all the soldiers under the 2 players in the entire coalition camp were stunned, then looked confused, and then began to scatter and leave the camp. This is a game mechanism. When the Lord's Hall is not occupied, but the player dies outside, the subordinate soldiers and peasants will lose their restraints and scatter into the wilderness. As time goes by, these people will randomly gather together. Some will become refugees and will be absorbed by players or NPC forces. Some will become leaders among the crowd, occupy the mountain and become the king, giving birth to new NPC forces. These 2 players were not very strong, and they only brought a total of 200 people with them when they joined the coalition this time. However, Huarong killed them with 2 arrows, which was equivalent to taking care of 200 enemies, which was still very cost-effective. After another round of fighting, the 2 company-level troops also lost most of their men. Lu Bu laughed heartily and raised his Fang Tian Hua Ji high. Let's go, continue the attack. 300 cavalrymen, led by 2 fierce generals, entered the deserted area as if they were in an empty land. Soon, Sun Kai, who was in the central camp, was alarmed. He walked out of the house and saw a noise not far away and the sound of horse hooves. His face turned ashen. "Fade Chun, you bastard." Sun Kai cursed loudly. They really know how to find the right opportunity. Come on, pass the order to the 1st, 3rd, and 4th regiments to immediately support the 2nd Regiment. First, block the retreat of these cavalrymen. Don't let them escape. Yes. Soon, enemies from all directions began to act in an organized manner and began to surround them from the left and right. Lu Bu was in a killing spree. Up to now, at least 50 people had died at his hands. Suddenly Huarong shouted, "General, the enemy seems to be outflanking us." Lu Bu looked up and said immediately, "All right, we've made a killing this time. We've killed enough. Let's go back quickly. Don't let these guys block our retreat." The 300 cavalrymen moved upon hearing the order, no longer wanting to fight, and followed Lu Bu to charge towards a weak point. "Cavalry, where are the cavalry? Come on, stop them." Sun Kai was so anxious that he kept jumping up and down. A player stood beside him and said, "Don't worry, leader. I've already sent 100 of my archers into battle. They'll be in for a fight, if not dead." Sun Kai nodded with satisfaction and said, "At critical moments, Brother Wang is still reliable." This player is a strong ally invited by Sun Kai, and is also a staunch supporter of the anti-Qin Fei alliance. His initial talent is to produce archer cavalry, and his combat effectiveness is very strong. Haha, it doesn't matter if others lose. I just hope I can kill that guy Lu Bu this time. I hope so. Sun Kai let out a long sigh, but he was still nervous. Lu Bu, he is an invincible general, known as the god of troubled times. Can 100 archers really defeat him? Sun Kai had no confidence in this at all. In the army formation, Lu Bu led his men to charge left and right, killing as they ran. Wherever they passed, there were corpses and the smell of blood filled the air. Suddenly, an arrow shot towards them at great speed with a sound of breaking through the air. Huarong exclaimed, "General, Be careful. Lu Bu was exerting all his strength to kill the enemy and had no time to resist. He glared and suddenly twisted his body, hanging diagonally on the side of his red hair, narrowly avoiding the sharp arrow. Fuck, it was so close. When Sun Kai saw this scene in the central camp, he was so angry that he was shaking. The player next to him, who had a cavalry archer, also had a look of regret on his face. He sighed and said, "Yeah, it was just a little bit off. Is Lu Bu's riding skills really that abnormal? This is too cruel." Chapter 83, Ghosts and Gods in Troubled Times. Lu Bu rushed out with 300 cavalrymen, but they were greeted by 100 archers who were already in place. Shoot! At the command of the leading archer cavalry, hundreds of arrows flew towards him with the sound of breaking through the air. Lu Bu and others quickly raised their weapons to resist, but there were constant screams behind them. More than a dozen riders were shot directly and fell off their horses. Charge! Lu Bu immediately gave the order. He realized in an instant that in this situation, he had to get close to the enemy as soon as possible, otherwise they would all be shot to death. Kill! The 300 cavalrymen charged regardless. But the horse archers were not in a hurry. They drew their bows and shot out another wave of arrows. Oh, my legs! Because they were in an offensive posture, their defense was greatly reduced, and more than a dozen riders were shot dead directly. The distance between the two sides was dozens of meters. After shooting a wave of arrows, these archers did not take it lightly, but pulled the reins and began to retreat. Seeing the horse archers retreat, Lu Bu frowned and said, "These guys are trying to stick to us. Hua Rong, you lead the team and leave these guys to me." Hua Rong's expression changed, and he said, "General Lu, don't say any more." The cavalry archers' fighting style is kite flying. They avoid close combat with the enemy. They have the high mobility of cavalry and the long-range killing power of archers, making them the most formidable. Our soldiers are all melee fighters, and our horses are not good. We have no way of catching up with them, and we will only be consumed by them wave after wave. Lu Bu spoke very quickly. At this time, the 300 cavalrymen of Chun Fei's army and the 100 archers of the allied army had all left the allied camp. At this time, another 200 cavalrymen rushed out from the coalition camp, led by a general, and surrounded Lu Bu's army. These cavalrymen are not archers, but ordinary riders, gathered from the players who participated in the battle. The cost of horsemen was too high, with one horseman costing 1,000 food items. Each player recruited only a few, hoarding them as treasures, hoping to accumulate more to form a cavalry regiment. Only a handful of players brought some with them for this expedition. Aside from the 100 horse archers brought by that powerful player, the other players' cavalry barely managed to gather 200 to support. Lu Bu and the others also saw the cavalry coming from behind. Lu Bu, slightly anxious, said, "Hua Rong, I order you to lead the cavalry back to base camp. Try not to delay if you encounter the enemy." Hua Rong hesitated for a second, then decisively clasped his fists and said, "In that case, General, take care." Then he turned and left with 300 cavalrymen. The 200 cavalrymen who attacked from behind may have felt that 100 archers were enough to deal with Lu Bu alone, so they did not come to harass Lu Bu, but followed the large cavalry force led by Hua Rong. At this time, in the coalition camp, Sun Kai and dozens of players led their teams out to watch the battle. They were all infantry and could not catch up with Lu Bu and others, so they could only be spectators. "Hey, this Lu Bu actually faced our archers alone. How arrogant he is. Haha. I guess Lu Bu feels like he can't escape. So he wants to be a hero and hold back the archers by himself so the rest of the group can escape. But in this case, we really don't have any good solutions. Our riders can't catch up with their riders, and their main force will definitely leave successfully." At this time, Sun Kai said, "Don't feel sorry. As long as we can kill Lu Bu in this battle, it will be fine. As the saying goes, it's easy to get 1,000 soldiers, but it's hard to get a good general. As long as Lu Bu dies, even if Chun Fei loses an arm, it will be very easy for him to attack Chuyin Town or Dazhou Town in the future." Yes. Chun Fei's rise to prominence is entirely due to Lu Bu. After today, Chun Fei will fall from the altar. Even if he has more soldiers, we will not be afraid of him. All the players were in high spirits, laughing heartily. They looked at Lu Bu on the battlefield as if he were a dead man. On the battlefield, Lu Bu faced the cavalry archers alone, but he was not afraid at all. He pointed his Fang Tian Hua Ji at the distance with a look of disdain and said, "I see you are like a pair of shrunken shoes. What I mean is that in my eyes, you are just a pile of rotten shoes and not worth mentioning." The archers were furious and immediately drew their bows and shot a rain of arrows. Lu Bu roared and swung his Fang Tian Hua Ji quickly, transforming it into a wall to block most of the incoming arrows, while the red hair under his crotch neighed and began to charge. The horse archers were not stupid. They knew that Lu Bu's individual strength was extremely high, and that even if they all joined together, they might not be his opponent. So someone shouted, "Don't fight him head-on. Keep your distance and keep shooting." The horse archers pulled the reins, intending to deal with Lu Bu as they would with ordinary cavalry. They didn't believe Lu Bu could withstand one wave of arrows, so how could he withstand 10 waves? However, these archers underestimated Lu Bu's terror and the speed of red hair. Before they had run far, the red hair turned into a fiery red whirlwind and blew towards them. The archers were shocked when they saw this. Many of them fled in all directions, and a small number of them simply stopped running and turned around to shoot. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Arrows flew through the air, but it was difficult to break through Lu Bu's defense. Occasionally, an arrow would penetrate his defense and hit his body, but it would get stuck in his armor and cause no real damage to Lu Bu. However, they could only shoot a wave of arrows. While Lu Bu was defending, his speed did not decrease. The red hair charged on its own and accelerated even faster. Go to hell. In the blink of an eye, Lu Bu rushed into the archer cavalry and began to kill crazily like a tiger among a flock of sheep. The 100 horse archers were good at riding and shooting, but not good at close combat. Facing Lu Bu alone, they were like a group of lambs to be slaughtered and had almost no ability to fight back. Scatter quickly, scatter. Split into different directions, coordinate your shooting, and pin him down. A horse archer shouted, and everyone woke up immediately and quickly dispersed. However, Lu Bu did not give them this opportunity. He pursued them relentlessly and killed the enemies continuously. Relying on the speed of his red hair, Lu Bu swept across the battlefield invincible. Even if the archers dispersed, it was of no avail. They were still quickly caught up by Lu Bu and chopped down like melons and vegetables. Retreat, retreat. We are no match for them. After losing nearly half of their men, the horse archers finally became frightened. They had never seen such a terrifying creature before, and they suspected that they were not facing a normal human being, but a ghost from the mortal world. The morale of the army collapsed, and the archers no longer had the will to fight. Lu Bu killed them in large numbers, then found an opportunity to suddenly change direction, bypassing the allied camp at an extremely fast speed and rushing towards Izumo town. Chapter 84, The Battle of Izumo Town. Lu Bu rode away, and the horse archers were so frightened that no one dared to chase him, which made the dozens of players watching the battle in the rear extremely angry. Asshole bastard. Lu Bu actually escaped. Damn it. All our efforts have been wasted. Why is this guy so strong? Even 100 horse archers can't deal with him. He truly deserves to be the most powerful general in the Three Kingdoms. I'm convinced, truly convinced. Alas, we lost both the wife and the army. So many people died, and in the end, we got nothing. If this gets out, where will we put our face? Everyone was talking at once, and the leader of the alliance, Sun Kai, blushed and said nothing. He was the one who was most familiar with Lu Bu among this group of people and had fought with Lu Bu many times, but this time he was still shocked by Lu Bu's bravery. Let them be proud for a while. Once we have reorganized ourselves, we will be able to raise Izumo town to the ground in no time. Sun Kai said something harsh and then walked away. The other players were also cursing, each one more depressed than the other. On the other side, Huarong also led his cavalry to successfully shake off the pursuing allied cavalry and return to Izumo town. When the gate closed, Huarong saw Lu Bu sitting at the foot of the wall, cleaning his wounds. He was overjoyed and said, "General, I'm so glad you're okay." Lu Bu chuckled and said, "A bunch of ants, they can't kill me. But those horse archers are really formidable. I was hit by 3 arrows, and my fighting ability has been greatly reduced." 2 slaves served Lu Bu and helped him take off his armor. 2 arrows hit the armor and did not cause any actual damage, but 1 arrow penetrated the armor and hit Lu Bu in the ribs. There was a doctor in Izumo town who immediately rushed over with a medicine box and helped Lu Bu apply medicine and bandage his wound. At this time, Zhuge Liang also came over and said with a smile, "You 2 generals have worked hard. This battle has yielded great rewards. Their troops are in disarray, the camp is in a mess, and more than 200 soldiers have escaped. I think they killed their leader. Congratulations." Lu Bu snorted, "I'm victorious this time, but I'm also injured. I won't be able to engage in high-intensity combat for 2 days." Zhuge Liang said, "General Lu Bu can have a good night's rest. Generals Huarong and Longong can hold out until tomorrow. Reinforcements will arrive, and then things will be much easier." "I hope so." Lu Bu was very dissatisfied with Zhuge Liang's treatment of him as a tool, but he also knew that his brain was not enough and he needed Zhuge Liang to control the overall situation. so he didn't say anything else. After bandaging the wound, Lu Bu returned to the house to rest, and the two doctors immediately went to treat the injured cavalrymen. Of the 300 cavalrymen who went into battle, many suffered casualties, leaving only 200 men, all of whom were exhausted. In the afternoon, the coalition forces launched a small-scale exploratory attack, which was blocked by the teams led by Hua Rong and Long Ong. At night, the coalition forces launched a large-scale night attack, broke through, and climbed onto the walls several times. Finally, Lu Bu had to take action, which stabilized the situation. In the early morning, a ray of sunshine shines on the earth. 5,000 allied forces have been lined up in battle formation, creating a solemn and murderous scene. Dozens of players rode on war horses and stood in the center of the army, staring intently at Izumo town not far away. Lu Ha said to Zheng Qian beside him, "Brother Zheng Qian, I never thought that one day we would be able to command thousands of troops." Zheng Qian also sighed. "Yes, in the real world, we're just ordinary people living a life of idleness and waiting to die. But here, we experience the thrill of commanding an army of thousands. Is this world real or fake?" Sun Kai stood in front and drew the Teia sword from his waist. A cold light shot out, stinging many people's eyes. "Oh my God, what a bright sword! What kind of weapon is this? It has such a powerful aura. What a majestic feeling. What is that thing Sun Kai is holding in his hand?" Everyone was shocked. Feeling the shocked gazes of the crowd, Sun Kai puffed out his chest and said proudly, "Chen Fei's crimes are monstrous. We will enforce justice and help the people of Shiliang rid themselves of this cancer. Today, 5,000 warriors of our righteous army have gathered here. We must fight with all our might to show our military might. Everyone kill." A long horn sounded, and thousands of soldiers launched an attack on Izumo town. For this attack, Sun Kai learned from the lessons of the last failure, and specially found several players who could make battering rams and ladders. A large number of siege equipment were produced yesterday. Even 2 catapults were pushed out. These 2 catapults were also the victory rewards obtained by players after defeating other tribal villages. However, the chance of obtaining them was very small, and only 2 could be obtained among dozens of people. The 2 catapults first fired a few shots, destroying several arrow towers, and then the siege army swarmed forward. On the wall, Zhuge Liang, Lu Bu, Long Ong, and Hua Rong were all there. Each of the 3 generals was responsible for a small section of the wall, which was much more stable than the last time when Lu Bu was alone. Lu Bu glanced at Zhuge Liang. Although he disliked Zhuge Liang, he still said, "Military advisor, it's not safe here. You should go down." Zhuge Liang said, "Then I'll leave this in my hands, General. As long as we hold out until noon, our reinforcements should arrive." "Yeah, I understand." The battle in Izumo town became very fierce from the beginning and entered a white-hot stage. On one side were 5,000 coalition troops, and on the other side were 3,000 Chen Fei troops, a difference of nearly twice the number. However, Chen Fei's troops were blocked by arrow towers and walls, making the coalition's attack very difficult. There were a total of 300 arrow towers on the front, almost one every 50 meters. At this moment, all of them opened fire, and waves of arrows rained down, covering the sky and turning into dark clouds, devouring the lives of one soldier after another. However, the coalition forces were also very powerful. Countless ladders were set up, and soldiers gathered in groups under the wall. Many soldiers took out bows and arrows and shot upwards, killing many defending soldiers. Dozens of battering rams moved slowly forward on the road. These guys became the targets of the defenders' heavy attacks. The soldiers responsible for pushing the battering rams kept dying, and new soldiers were replenished. It's bloody and cruel, a scene from hell. Less than 10 minutes into the battle, the first soldier rushed up the wall. However, he was stabbed to death by 7 or 8 spears as soon as he got there, and his body was thrown directly over the wall. However, as time went on, more and more people climbed up the wall, and the pressure on the defense of Izumo town became greater and greater. But fortunately, Hua Rong, Long Ong, and Lu Bu were there. The 3 of them were like gods of death descending to earth. Long Ong held a bronze sword, Hua Rong held a bright silver spear, and Lu Bu held a Fong Tian Hua Ji. They each defended their territory and were unshakable. Chapter 85, Battle of Grizzly Village. Dazhou Town. At this time, Dazhou Town implemented a policy of fortifying the city and clearing the countryside. Walls were built at various resource points, as well as farmlands, farms, logging sites, etc., and arrow towers were set up, turning the entire Dazhou Town into a hedgehog. In the Grizzly Village in the north and the Minghui River in the south, Chen Fei was also attacked by many players. These players also formed an alliance, but the number of soldiers was much smaller than that in Izumo town. This is because Dazhou town is originally located in the northwest. To the east are vast tracts of virgin forest. Not far to the northwest are various powerful NPC forces. There are fewer players, and many players to the south have gone to Izumo town, so the pressure on Dazhou town is much smaller. Chen Fei personally commanded and arranged Di Qing to guard Dazhou town to resist attacks from the south, while Zhou Tsang guarded Grizzly Village to resist attacks from the north and west. In Grizzly Village, the battle was at a stalemate, and Zhou Tsang led more than 500 people to resist the attack of thousands of people. 6 players formed an alliance, made an appointment in the chat channel, and launched an attack on Dazhou town at the same time as the Southern Alliance. The pincer attack from the north and south forced Dazhou town to divide its troops to resist. In front of Grizzly Village, the wall had been broken. The Northern Alliance brought 2 catapults and destroyed dozens of arrow towers. Zhou Tsang, holding a big knife, wearing iron armor, covered in blood, charged at the front. Kill! 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 Zhou Tsang opened and closed his arms wildly, like a madman, and the enemies who besieged him kept falling into his hands. In the distance, the 6 players were frightened when they saw this. One of the players swallowed and said, "Is this the power of a general? This is too strong." Another player, eyes filled with envy and jealousy, said, "When can I build a talent recruitment hall and recruit a general?" It said that Chen Fei has Lu Bu, the most powerful general in the 3 kingdoms. Could it be this guy in front of me? Fool, what are you thinking? Lu Bu is holding a Fong Tian Huaji, and he looks super handsome. Look at this guy. Although he is also very powerful, but he is definitely not Lu Bu, okay? So what should we do now? We've suffered heavy losses, but with this general still here, it'll be difficult for the enemy to capture this village. Try harder. We've only sent out 200 soldiers each. We won't be sad even if all of them die. If this guy Chen Fei really rises to power, he will definitely sweep across Shiliang, and then none of us will be able to escape. That's right. Shiliang will never allow such a powerful person to exist. Send your entire army forward and fight us to the death. The 6 players also made up their minds and pressed forward with their entire army, while they retreated to the back and hid in a safe place. On Zhou Tsang's side, the pressure suddenly increased. But he had no intention of retreating. He killed a slave soldier with a single blow, then glanced at his own crumbling defense line and shouted, "Anyone who retreats will die." Upon hearing this, the soldiers were encouraged and determined to continue fighting to the death. This is the role of military generals. Not only do they have outstanding personal strength and can play a vanguard role, but they can also boost the morale of the troops. The 2 sides continued to fight, and the Northern Allied forces had already broken into the Grizzly Village, and the wall had completely lost its function. A coalition soldier came to a house, kicked open the door, and saw 5 or 6 farmers huddled inside and shivering. He grinned and stabbed with the spear in his hand, killing all 5 or 6 farmers. Zhou Tsang watched as more and more enemy soldiers rushed in and wreaked havoc, with constant wailing and screaming, while the number of his own soldiers was decreasing, and he couldn't help but feel extremely anxious. At this time, a burst of shouting and killing was heard, and a troop suddenly appeared and rushed over from the rear of the coalition forces. This troop was huge, numbering in the hundreds, including 200 or 300 cavalrymen. Seeing this army, Zhou Tsang's face was filled with despair. He looked up to the sky and sighed, "Is it God's will to destroy me?" But he soon discovered that the troops that came did not seem to be enemies, but instead helped him fight against the Northern Allied forces. Fuck, where did this army come from? Oh my God, so many cavalry. Oh no, those cavalrymen are charging towards us. Run. Protect the Emperor, protect the Emperor. The 6 players hiding in the corner originally thought they were very safe at the back, but they didn't expect to be the first target. They were dumbfounded for a moment. At the critical moment, the 6 people ran away in all directions. But the cavalrymen were unwilling to let them go. They all drew their bows and shot a wave of arrows. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Hearing the sharp sound of breaking through the air, the 2 players subconsciously turned around, and then were so scared that they had no time to react. With a scream, they were shot into hedgehogs. After eliminating 6 players, the soldiers suddenly stopped attacking and began to retreat. Zhou Tsang was covered in blood, holding a sword, and standing in a sea of blood and corpses, gasping for breath. Around him, most of the 500 slave soldiers had been killed or wounded. Everyone still held their weapons tightly, silently looking at the strange army in front of them. Although Zhou Tsang felt that this army was a friend rather than an enemy, he remained vigilant and asked with a frown, "Where are you from?" A general came out from the crowd on horseback, glanced at Zhou Tsang, and said, "We are from Qinshan village." We have been ordered to rush to Chuyun town to help you resist the invasion. Huh. It turns out they're friendly forces. Zhou exhaled and said, "Thank you, brothers in the friendly army, for helping us resolve this crisis. Please take a break and have a drink of water before leaving." "No, we have a mission to complete and time is tight. The brothers from Langtao village and Haiyan village have already gone there. We are a little slow because we need to collect military supplies. Now that the crisis here has been resolved, we will not stay here for long. Goodbye." The general bowed and then led his troops south. Zhou frowned and called over a cavalryman. This was a rider that Chun Fei had specially reserved for the generals to communicate and send messages, and he would not participate in combat. "General, what are your orders? We are unable to determine the identity of this unit. You should quickly go to Dazhou town and inform the lord of this unit in advance to prevent the enemy from disguising themselves and concealing their presence." "Yes." The riders left immediately. Zhou took one last look at the dilapidated grisly village, sighed, and said to his soldiers, "Rest for a while, then clean up the battlefield. Although this wave of enemies has been destroyed, no one knows who will come. Make sure to clean up the area, repair the walls, and build more arrow towers before nightfall." "Yes." The surviving soldiers did not dare to slack off and started working immediately. The farmers living in Grizzly Village also came out and began to repair and build fortifications. Chapter 86 Battle of Dazhou Town. Dazhou Town, on the banks of the Mingyue River. At this time, a long wall had been built along the Mingyue River, stretching for 5 kilometers and lined with arrow towers. More than 500 soldiers stood on the wall, looking ahead with serious expressions. Chun Fei, his advisor Wang Yan, and Di Qing stood on the wall and could see thousands of sails racing on the Mingyue River. "Haha, there are so many people here." Fei Chun sneered, but he couldn't hide the anger in his eyes at all. Chun Fei was really angry. He didn't expect that he had only obtained a salt mine. Not only did Izumo Town suffer a large-scale attack, but even the headquarters was attacked by dozens of players. Over the past 2 days, relying on his talent for predicting danger and the system's invasion prompts, he counted carefully and found that Izumo Town was under siege by 86 players. Grizzly Village was attacked by 6 players, and his base camp was attacked by more than 30 players. Moreover, this number is still increasing. In other words, the enemy's reinforcements are constantly increasing, and the pressure on us is constantly increasing. This shocked Chun Fei deeply. It was not because he was afraid, but because he did not expect so many people to respond to Sun Kai's call and come to attack him. "I think these guys didn't all come here for the salt mine. I'm afraid most of them also want to suppress me." Chun Fei revealed a cruel smile. "The 3 strongholds have already dispatched their troops, and reinforcements from the Western Rhone Kingdom will arrive in a few days. Once I survive this wave, anyone who comes to attack me this time will have to endure my wrath. I will let you know how wrong the decision you made today was." Chun Fei was filled with murderous intent. Before this battle, Chun Fei's attitude towards the players was more gentle and kind, because he always felt that everyone was the same kind of people, and coming to this world always brought a sense of intimacy, a feeling of being a fellow countryman. But now, Chun Fei no longer has any mercy or kindness towards the players, only pure interests and grudges. The Mingyue River is not very wide, only about 100 meters, but now the river is covered with densely packed ships. There are dozens of docks and shipyards on the opposite bank, all of which were built by players. Now that no one has the technology to build bridges, the players plan to connect the wooden boats together so that the soldiers can walk on flat ground. Below the wall, dense groups of enemies rushed over carrying ladders, shouting and killing, and many of them took out bows and arrows to shoot at the wall. However, no matter how narrow the Mingyue River is, it is still a river. The soldiers had not received any special water training, and they staggered when running and almost fell, which greatly reduced the speed of the siege. In addition, siege weapons such as battering rams could not be used, and ladders were difficult to secure, requiring 3 or 4 people to hold them steady. On the wall, archers and arrow towers shot waves of arrows, ruthlessly harvesting the lives of the enemies below. Di Qing held a long spear and kept killing the soldiers who climbed up the wall. On the other side of the Mingyue River, in the rear, a group of players hid in a safe place and watched the battle, all with unhappy expressions. This guy Chun Fei actually has another general besides Lu Bu. Who is he and why is he so powerful? I don't know. Hey, I think we should retreat first. We've been fighting for so long, but we haven't been able to break in, and we've suffered heavy losses. Someone suggested. But this was immediately rejected unanimously. No. The man wondered, why? The more than 100 slave soldiers I brought with me are almost all dead. Our purpose in attacking Dazhou Town is not only to obtain the shares of the salt mine, but also to curb Chun Fei's development. Even if we don't kill Chun Fei in one go, we must cripple him and make him unable to recover in a short period of time. Otherwise, with Chun Fei and Shiliang, he will surely continue to expand. If we fight on our own, we will only be swallowed up by him one by one. Do you want to give up your position as Lord and become a citizen of his great Zhou town? Humph, that's certainly impossible. The man said, I'm living a comfortable life now, with 2 female gamers serving me. I'm so comfortable every day. Who the hell wants to be someone else's grandson? Isn't that enough? We in Shiliang don't need a powerful ruler, but rather independent and free balanced development. This goal can only be achieved by killing Chun Fei. As a result, some players no longer cared about their soldiers and continued to demand that they fight to the death. If the fighting in Yun Town is the most intense and the fighting in Grizzly Village is the most dangerous, then the fighting in Dazhou Town is the most disgusting. It was disgusting for the coalition forces because the soldiers had to cross the river to attack the city, which was too difficult. They couldn't run and were not flexible enough to dodge. Many people just stood stupidly on the boat and were shot like targets. For Chun Feijuan, these enemies launched a desperate charge and fought for nearly 2 hours without stopping, which exhausted their physical strength. It felt like they were facing a group of lunatics. Chun Fei stood on the wall and watched the battle. Di Qing asked Chun Fei to go down to ensure his safety several times, but Chun Fei refused. When the soldiers saw that their lord was at the front line and not retreating, they naturally did not dare to retreat. They maintained high morale and performed exceptionally well in the battle. At this time, Wang Yin ran up breathlessly and came to Chun Fei and said, My lord, the reinforcements from the 3 strongholds have arrived. Do you want them to come up and help us? Chun Fei glanced at the battlefield. There were about 400 people left on his side, while there were more than 1,000 people left on the other side. But the wall on my side is still intact, and most of the arrow towers are still there. Fei Chen thought for a moment and gritted his teeth before saying, We can hold this place. Let them all rush to Izumo Town, where the main battlefield is. That's good. Wang Yin clasped his fists and accepted the order. The battle lasted from morning to afternoon, and finally ended when it got dark. The setting sun was as red as blood, reflected on the Mingwei River, turning the entire river surface red. Both sides of the Mingwei River were filled with corpses, broken limbs, torn leather armor, and broken weapons everywhere. After the battle was over, Chun Fei immediately ordered people to clean up the battlefield, replenish arrow towers, and strengthen fortifications. Soon, Wang Yin walked to the Lord's Hall and said to Chun Fei, who was resting, My lord, the casualties have been counted. Go ahead. In today's battle, we lost 430 slave soldiers, 59 spearmen, and 32 archers. The corners of Chun Fei's mouth twitched, and his heart was bleeding. This number of casualties is too terrifying. You have to know that this is only the casualties in Dazhou Town. If you count the Grizzly Village, the 2nd battalion responsible for guarding Dazhou Town has almost been wiped out. Chapter 87 Their Respective Plans. At night, Chun Fei received information from Zhou Tsang of Grizzly Village. 6 players were killed, and the enemies of Grizzly Village were eliminated. This comforted Fei Chen a little. However, Chun Fei still replied, asking Zhou Tsang to continue guarding Grizzly Village to prevent new players from rushing there and launching an attack. The next day, hundreds of players surrounded Chun Fei from all directions, and the battle continued. However, the situation in Izumo Town became much easier due to the reinforcements from Qianshan Village, Langtao Village, and Haiyan Village. The 3 strongholds sent a total of 1,500 people to support, including 300 light cavalry, 100 horse archers, 300 archers, and the remaining 800 were all infantry. However, the 3 strongholds also stated that they were only responsible for defense and would not participate in the attack. The 400 cavalrymen sent over could only help fight a favorable battle when they had a huge advantage and would never go to die. This made Lu Bu extremely angry, and he cursed the 3 strongholds for being unkind and unjust, and for not putting in any effort. Afterwards, Lu Bu asked the 3 strongholds to take over the frontal defense, and his own soldiers were replaced to rest and prepare to launch a large-scale counterattack. In the Lord's Hall of Izumo Town, Zhuge Liang said to Lu Bu, General Lu, I've noticed that thousands of troops have arrived at the Allied camp today. The enemy's strength has increased. This isn't a solution. Lu Bu frowned and asked, What should we do then? Zhuge Liang said, To capture a thief, you must first capture their leader. As long as we kill their leader, the soldiers under his command will automatically disband. We should take advantage of this mechanism and form a sharp blade team to charge into the camp and take the heads of those leaders. Lu Bu was silent for a moment, then suddenly raised his head and said, "Okay, leave this to me." Zhuge Liang waved his feather fan and chuckled. "My lord once said that you are unrivaled in the world, capable of taking the heads of enemy generals amidst a mighty host. I never believed it, and today I hope to witness your unrivaled grace." Lu Bu smiled proudly. "My lord, you have the ability to judge people. I am honored. Give me all the cavalry. Hua Rong and Long Ong must join the battle. I also need the reinforcements from the stronghold to cooperate. Gather everyone's strength. I want to show those bastards outside how powerful I am." "Good. Tonight, when the enemy is withdrawing their troops to the camp, General, you can lead your troops to attack. You will surely reap a rich harvest." Allied camp. Sun Kai and others gathered together and had a heated discussion. "We can't go on like this. The enemy has received reinforcements from somewhere, and their numbers have increased. Our current attack is meaningless." A black-faced player stood up and shouted in a loud voice, making the ears of the people around him buzz. "Why is it meaningless? Haven't you noticed that the resistance in Izumo town has weakened? Our people are climbing the walls more and more often. Oh, lower your standards. They were crippled yesterday afternoon, so we were able to scale the wall easily. But today, their reinforcements arrived, and we're once again in a tough fight. Alliance leader, think of a solution. A brute force attack like this isn't the way to go." Everyone looked at Sun Kai, who frowned and said, "Why are you all looking at me? Although I'm the leader, I still need everyone's brainstorming. What good ideas do you all have?" A female player stood up and said, "The reason we can't attack is because there are too many arrow towers and not enough siege equipment. I suggest digging a tunnel, bypassing the arrow towers, and breaking into their interior." Digging a tunnel is not a good idea. They have Lu Bu and 2 generals, each one more powerful than the other. Even if we dig a tunnel, they will send a general to stand there. We will die? No matter how many people go, we will die. Another player said, "I suggest another night raid. We did it last time, and it was quite effective. Their arrow towers are much less effective, and it's very easy to make mistakes in the dark. This is our chance." "That's a good suggestion. Even Lu Bu would be timid at night, and his combat effectiveness would surely be reduced. We can form a sharp knife team at night, climb over the wall, and open the gate from the inside. We will surely win." Sun Kai nodded. "Okay, it's settled. Let's try a night raid tonight." The coalition forces fought all day and broke through the walls several times, but were beaten back every time. The 1,500 people sent by the 3 strongholds were in high spirits and had good combat effectiveness. They were also led by 3 generals, so they finally got through the day smoothly. By evening, the soldiers were exhausted, and the strength of both the attackers and defenders had weakened a lot. The battlefield was cleaned up yesterday, but now the walls are covered with corpses again. Blood is flowing like a river, staining the wooden walls red. It looks hideous and terrifying, like hell. Dang dang dang. The coalition forces sounded the retreat. When the coalition soldiers who were fighting hard to attack the city heard this, they all breathed a sigh of relief and quickly began to retreat. In the camp, Sun Kai and other players were also preparing to leave and return to the camp to rest, waiting to launch a night attack after midnight. Inside Izumo town, Lu Bu was ready to go with 300 cavalrymen. Beside him, Hua Rong and Long Ong were also riding on their war horses with solemn expressions. On the other side, the 300 light cavalry and 100 archers supporting the 3 mountain strongholds also mounted their horses. 3 generals from the mountain stronghold came over and said, "But let's make it clear in advance. We're only responsible for bluffing to attract their attention, and we can only hold off the enemy cavalry for 10 minutes at most. If they don't take the bait, then we have no choice but to not go deep into the enemy camp to help you." Long Ong said angrily, "Fuck you. You won't help me with this, and you won't help me with that. So what are you doing here?" A general was furious upon hearing this. "Why won't you help? We've been holding you back all day, suffering heavy casualties, and we haven't even settled the score with you yet you still have the nerve to blame us? Do you believe I'll just leave you alone and withdraw my troops right now?" Long Ong was about to retort, but was stopped by Zhuge Liang. Zhuge Liang said, "We are deeply grateful for your assistance today. We are requesting your cavalry and have offered you additional compensation. We do not require you to advance deep into the enemy lines, but simply to delay them as long as possible." That's more than enough. With the little you gave us, 10 minutes is more than enough to hold you back. These cavalrymen of mine are all precious." This general from Langtao village was very arrogant, as if he was condescending by being willing to take action. Even Lu Bu couldn't bear to watch it anymore. He didn't ask them to help for free, he paid them for it. Now he asked them to send out cavalry and paid them extra compensation, but they were still so arrogant. This made Lubu very unhappy. Chapter 88. Real and False. Outside Izumo town, the Allied soldiers were retreating. Among dozens of players, there were only 4 generals. These 4 generals commanded the 5,000-strong army to retreat in an orderly manner. Suddenly, the gate of Izumo town, which had been under siege for a long time, opened and 400 cavalrymen rushed out. As soon as they came out, they split into 2 waves, one on the left and one on the right, charging in 2 directions. The sound of horse hooves was like thunder, and the huge momentum invigorated all the retreating coalition soldiers, and their nerves, which had been relaxed, became tense again. Oh no, their cavalry is coming. Retreat, retreat back to the camp quickly. We can't retreat. Defend immediately and quickly form a defensive formation. The 4 Allied generals' faces also changed. Their soldiers had just fought a battle, and their morale was low and they were exhausted. They were caught off guard by the enemy's sudden move. They roared loudly, commanding the coalition soldiers to change their formation, changing the rear team to the front team, and the retreat formation to the defensive formation. The soldiers in the middle also went to support both sides at the same time. In the back, the players who were about to enter the camp were also shocked. Many of them cursed angrily. Bah, Chun Fei is so shameless and evil. This guy, can he have any manners? He still comes here after the truce. Humph, you still think this is just children playing house? Do you know what everything is fair in war means? If it were me, I would also rush in at this opportunity. Bah, hindsight, if you really thought of it, why didn't you say it earlier? The players started to quarrel among themselves. Sun Kai, the leader of the alliance, shouted, "Stop arguing. Everyone, send out your cavalry and use them to stop them. The rest of you, return to the main camp immediately. Don't let them execute a decapitation attack. It's not a matter of beheading them. They all went to both sides. Can't our 5,000-strong army stop these few hundred cavalrymen?" Some players didn't care. Sun Kai took a look at the guy, who was only 18 or 19 years old. He was a new member of the alliance who had just joined today. His face was full of disdain. Sun Kai said calmly, "If you're not convinced, you can watch the battle from here. Everyone else, return to camp immediately." The young and energetic player was also excited by the situation and said, "Hey, I really don't believe it. Those hundreds of cavalrymen are not heavy cavalry. What are you afraid of? I'll just wait and watch the battle. If they can charge over, I will lose." Seeing this, Sun Kai said nothing more and turned away. Most of the players followed Sun Kai and left, but there were also a small number of players like this young man who didn't care and continued to wait here, wanting to see who would win and who would lose. The 400 cavalrymen who rushed out of Izumo town attracted most of the coalition soldiers with their superb mobility, but did not engage with them, especially the 100 archers, who ran and shot, and the coalition soldiers fell one after another. Charge forward and surround them. The soldiers roared, but they had no shields and no mounts, so they could not catch up with the enemy at all. This was very embarrassing. Many people screamed and raged, and some people even stamped their feet in anger. A general yelled, "Archers, where are the archers? Come and shoot them." Hundreds of archers squeezed into the crowd and ran over quickly, drawing their bows and shooting out cold arrows, which slightly curbed the arrogance of the cavalry. 2 minutes later, the cavalry units of the coalition forces were ready and rushed out of the camp, charging to both sides. Among them were some archers, which were just on par with the Izumo town side. At this time, the sun was setting, and a streak of red clouds hung in the sky, as dazzling as blood. The ground was littered with corpses, and the 2 armies were shouting and killing each other. At the gate of the coalition camp, the 8 or 9 players who were watching the battle were all excited when they saw this scene. One person said, "A real man should be like this, leading his soldiers on the battlefield, covered in blood, fighting until death." Yes, this scene is so shocking. Speaking of heroes in the world, it's just like you and me. Humph, those guys like Sun Kai are cowards. They run away the moment they see the enemy. How can they accomplish anything great? After this battle, we will take their place. That's right, this leader is no good. He has caused us heavy losses. It's time to replace him. Several players are relatively young, some are students, and some are recent graduates, but they all have one thing in common. That is, they are homebodies. Because I stay at home, I have little social experience, my thinking is too naive, and I am always not very clear-headed when encountering things. While a few young people were discussing state affairs and writing inspiring articles, no one noticed that hundreds of cavalrymen rushed out of the gate of Izumo town. This cavalry appeared in a low-key manner, ignoring the Allied soldiers, and instead charged straight towards the main camp. Oh no, another enemy army is coming. The soldiers reacted quickly and shouted a warning. Several players who were watching the game looked over, and their faces suddenly changed. Quick, stop them, stop them. However, at this moment, most of the coalition soldiers were attracted by the Izumo town cavalry on both sides, leaving the middle empty and having no time to return for support. Run, run. The enemy is led by Lu Bu. We can't defeat them. Go back quickly. The 7 or 8 players were so frightened that they ran back immediately. Lu Bu led his troops to charge straight ahead at an extremely fast speed, and some coalition soldiers who blocked the way were killed by Lu Bu in an instant. Under the leadership of the super-powerful General Lu Bu, Chun Fei's cavalry was invincible. Hua Rong on the side was also waving the spear in his hand. Suddenly, he saw several players watching the game running back. He immediately drew his bow and shot 3 arrows at once. He took aim and shot them out. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 sharp arrows, with a loud sound of breaking through the air, accurately pierced the backs of 3 running players. The 3 players screamed and fell to the ground with a thud. When the other players saw this godlike archery skill, they were so frightened that their faces turned green, and their feet became faster and faster. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 more sounds of breaking through the air were heard, and 3 players fell down again. The only 2 remaining players were terrified. Under the huge shadow of death, one of them was so frightened that tears, snot, and saliva flowed out. He knelt on the ground crying loudly and kowtowed repeatedly to the back. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I surrender. I surrender. However, what greeted him was still an icy sharp arrow, and it pierced his head. The last player was the young man who was the first to refuse to accept the result and wanted to watch the game. At this time, he did not bother to check on the situation of his teammates. Instead, he suddenly had an idea and lay directly on the ground, crawling forward like a reptile. Chapter 89 Ronin. I have to say, although this crawling method is relatively weak and everyone looks down on it, it is really useful. Hua Rong frowned and found that he couldn't aim no matter what he did. Even the opponent's figure was completely blocked by other soldiers. Is this guy really a lord? This is too ridiculous. Hua Rong muttered. In this real and fake game world, all characters, whether farmers or generals, regard the players as lords with noble status. But now this lord is wriggling like a maggot in order to survive, which shatters Hua Rong's 3 views. Kill, kill, kill. Lu Bu led the team, Long Ong on the left and Hua Rong on the right. The 3 generals marched forward in unison, moving forward courageously and sweeping away all enemies with overwhelming force. They ran a distance of 1,000 meters in just 3 minutes. At this time, the Allied soldiers who were scattered to the left and right also came to their senses. The 4 generals were also extremely anxious and ordered everyone to turn back quickly. However, the 400 cavalrymen sent by the 3 strongholds were not to be trifled with. Upon seeing this, they immediately counterattacked, which doubled the pressure on them. They had to retreat carefully and dared not make any big moves. As a result, the 4 Allied generals felt extremely aggrieved. If they did not go back to help, the lords were all inside. What if they were all wiped out? If they went back to help, there were 400 cavalrymen watching them from behind, making it difficult for them to move their hands and feet. The archers stay, the cavalry stay. The infantry of the 1st, 3rd, and 4th regiments ignore the others and rush back to support. The infantry of the other regiments and battalions continue to keep watch and protect the archers. Finally, the 4 Allied generals chose a compromise, but this way their forces were dispersed, and they were not strong enough to fight against the cavalry behind them or to support the main camp. Lu Bu and his men didn't care about all this. They only had the player lords in their eyes. As long as they destroyed these player lords, the 5,000-strong army would be defeated immediately. The deaths of the 7 players Hua Rong had shot earlier had already had an impact. Zhuge Liang, standing on the wall with his feather fan and silk scarf, saw 600 or 700 men leaving the battlefield and beginning to flee. He smiled and said, "It seems Lu Bu and his men have already killed several lords. This battle will leave you severely weakened, even if you don't die." Soon, Lu Bu and others rushed into the camp and immediately dispersed to search. Lu Bu rode his red hair and stood at the gate of the camp, his tiger eyes constantly scanning the surroundings. If anything happened, he would go to provide support. Not long after, a burst of shouting and killing sounds were heard, and a strange army emerged from the depths of the camp. The army was not large, with only more than 30 people, but each of them was wearing loose thin clothes, with their hair tied up. They were short in stature, but very agile. They held a Japanese sword in their hands, had ferocious faces, and rushed out shouting in bird language that no one could understand, and rushed towards Lu Bu's army in a disorderly manner. At the back, a group of players hid in a tent, carefully observing the outside. "Sun Kai, can the troops you sent out withstand it?" Yes, the Ronin are powerful, but now we are facing two armies, a battle between legions, and Lu Bu is leading only cavalry. How can these Ronin be any match? They're wearing so little, without even a piece of leather armor. But the weapons they have are quite good, genuine Japanese swords. I want one just by looking at them. The players discussed it in low voices, with mixed opinions. Sun Kai smiled confidently and said, "Don't worry, this Japanese sword Ronin team is my trump card unit. They are very powerful. Although I can't say they can definitely kill Lu Bu, they can at least stop their attack." The actual situation was just as Sun Kai said. More than 30 Ronin, holding Japanese swords, rushed left and right, and instantly knocked down 6 or 7 cavalrymen. 2 cavalrymen joined forces to attack a Ronin. They thrust out 2 bronze spears, but were directly cut off by the Ronin's sword. Then, in the surprised eyes of the 2 cavalrymen, the sharp and slender Japanese swords slashed across their necks, killing the 2 cavalrymen. "Here you go." In the back, the players shouted excitedly. "Kill them and put an end to Lu Bu's arrogance." "Keep going, it's best to kill Lu Bu as well." The invincible performance of the Ronin troops gave players a burst of confidence. On Lu Bu's side, seeing their own cavalry being killed one after another, many of them began to think of retreating. "General, these guys are too strong. We can't defeat them." On the other side, Long also rode up and said anxiously, "General, the enemy outside is about to return. What should we do?" Lu Bu snorted coldly, "Don't panic, everyone. I'm here, and the sky won't fall." Only then did everyone calm down a little. Lu Bu narrowed his eyes slightly, looked at the group of Ronin troops, and said with a sinister smile, "I will let someone come to meet you and see who is stronger, you or me." Lu Bu spurred his horse and rushed forward, arriving in front of the Ronin army almost instantly. He aimed his Fang Tian Hua Ji at a Ronin and chopped it down on the head, causing a whistling sound in the wind. The Ronin was also frightened by the thundering attack and immediately raised his Japanese sword to block it. But how could a small Japanese sword withstand Lu Bu's Fang Tian Hua Ji? There was a loud bang, like a thunder explosion, and the Ronin was actually chopped from head to tail by Lu Bu and cut into 2 pieces with one blow. Upon seeing this, the other Ronin paused in their attacks, their eyes widened, and their faces filled with shock. "Bagialu, who is this person and how can he be so powerful?" The wanderers were all stunned. Lu Bu's strength was beyond their understanding. They could not imagine that there could be someone so powerful. In the back, Sun Kai and others were also dumbfounded. Everyone was silent and unable to speak. Only the sound of some people swallowing hard could be heard. On this side, Lu Bu continued to attack, taking advantage of the Ronin's unstable minds to kill more than a dozen Ronin. "Baga, don't be afraid. He's just one man. Surround him and kill him." A Ronin shouted, calling on the remaining dozen or so companions to surround Lu Bu. Later, Hua Rong and Long exchanged a glance, and Hua Rong said, "General Long, go help General Lu hold them back. I will lead my men straight in to kill the Lord." Long patted his chest and said, "Don't worry, leave this to me." The two divided the work and started to act immediately. On Lu Bu's side, with the addition of Long, the dozen or so Ronin were naturally no match for him. They were beaten without any ability to fight back and retreated repeatedly. Hua Rong led more than 30 cavalrymen and rushed into the depths of the camp regardless of everything. "Oh no, they're coming towards us. Come and protect the Emperor, protect the Emperor." The players were shocked. Even Sun Kai was a little uneasy. The main forces outside, and the troops guarding the camp have been almost all killed. Now there are not many soldiers around them, only a few dozen, and they can no longer feel safe. Chapter 90. Unstable Military Morale. Although the players were hiding well, Hua Rong had already determined the real hiding place of these guys based on the position and formation of the soldiers' defense, so he did not hesitate anymore and led his men to rush over. Dozens of soldiers blocked Hua Rong and fought fiercely. Seeing this, Sun Kai immediately shouted, "Everyone, leave quickly and find a place to hide. When our main force returns, they will retreat." As a result, dozens of players fled the scene in a swarm. Seeing this, Hua Rong became anxious and opened fire without reservation. The silver spear in his hand flew up and down, and the enemies in front of him fell to the ground wailing. Although Hua Rong is not as brave as Lu Bu and Di Qing, his fighting ability is not low. He is a B-level general and is known as Little Li Guang. It is no problem for him to kill a few soldiers. In other words, the military generals who can leave their names in history or novels are all very powerful. Soon, Hua Rong led the team to break through the last line of defense, but at this time the players had all scattered and hidden, and only 6 or 7 people could be seen still running. Hua Rong saw that there were only a few cavalrymen left, so he shouted, "Everyone, spread out and kill one person." Yes. The cavalry spread out and attacked quickly, and soon all the players who did not have time to hide were killed. The players who had hidden in the corner were trembling with fear as they listened to the screams that kept coming. Just as Hua Rong was about to lead his troops through tent by tent to search for the remaining players, Long Ong rode up and said, "Hua Rong, the enemy's main force is about to return. General Liu ordered us to gather our troops and return to Chuyun town immediately." Good. Hua Rong looked at the defenseless camp with some regret. If he were given another 10 minutes, he would be able to capture and kill most of the players. By then, the enemy forces on the entire battlefield would be defeated and flee, and the crisis in Izumo town would naturally be resolved. But he still suppressed the thoughts in his mind, knowing that he should not act impulsively, otherwise he would most likely die here. Everyone retreat. Hua Rong waved his hand and returned with the remaining cavalry. At this time, Lu Bu had almost killed all the Ronin troops. Seeing Hua Rong and Long Ong coming back, he immediately gathered his soldiers and rushed in another direction. It would definitely be unwise to go back, as that would only lead to being surrounded and killed by the enemy's large force. Therefore, they could only rely on the advantage of cavalry to fight their way out, then make a big circle and return to Izumo town from the other side. Sun Kai and others hid in the corner and waited for a long time until a familiar person outside called their names, and then they dared to come out. "My lord, we have driven the enemy away," the 4 allied generals said to the players. Dozens of players gathered together, all with fear and dazed expressions on their faces. Sun Kai's face was calm, but also very gloomy because he saw that the number of players on his side had decreased again. In this battle, at least 15 players died on the coalition side. They brought at least 1,000 soldiers with them, and now naturally all of them have become defeated soldiers. "Damn it." Sun Kai punched the pillar and said, "Fade Chun is such a scoundrel. We've suffered heavy losses. We can't go on like this." But Chen Fei has too many generals. Besides Lu Bu, there are 2 other generals and a lot of cavalry. We have no advantage in the face of high-end forces. I'm really confused. How can this guy have so many cavalry? After 2 days of fighting, including those killed and those who fled, we've lost over 2,000 people in total. More than a dozen players have been killed. This is horrific. The players were talking to each other, and negative emotions were spreading among the crowd. Sun Kai glanced at the crowd and found that many people had already expressed their intention to retreat, which made him even more anxious. That won't do. I have to find a way. I must win a big victory to stabilize the morale of the army. Sun Kai's thoughts raced as he said, "Everyone go back and gather the soldiers and repair the defense line. It's getting late today, so we need to rest quickly. The night raid is cancelled. We'll discuss it tomorrow morning." The army was unstable and morale was low. The troops lost more than 1,000 people at once. The newly reorganized troops were once again dispersed, so Sun Kai simply cancelled the night attack. As night fell, the players fell into a deep sleep after dinner, and Zheng Qian and Lu Hum met quietly. "Brother Zheng Qian, what should we do? This Chen Fei is too strong. He's simply inhuman. He has powerful generals, a large number of cavalry, and is good at using strategies. I think the situation is very uncertain. Don't let it happen that we waste a lot of effort and still fail to capture Izumo town." "Well, a lot of players died today, and I'm scared. I don't think it's worth risking their lives for a salt mine or to stop Chen Fei's rise. If Chen Fei really rises, there are powerful figures standing in his way. Even if those powerful figures die, the worst that can happen is that we surrender and join the Great Zhou. At least our lives will be safe." Yeah. I feel like Sun Kai just likes to flatter others, make big promises, and say all sorts of things. But for the 2 of us, the risks and benefits are simply not proportional. So what should we do? How about we slip away while it's still dark tonight? This isn't a good idea. What if Sun Kai finds out? If they win, will they come and cause trouble for us? What's there to be afraid of? At worst, we can just surrender, offer our gold and silver treasures, and then find a few players to negotiate peace. Can Sun Kai still kill us? Well, let's retreat now. Fade Chun is very cunning. If he launches another night attack, it will be troublesome. Run. So Zheng Qian and Lu He quietly slipped away with their troops. The next morning, as soon as the players entered the Alliance's meeting hall, they saw Sun Kai, who was angry. Waste, what a bunch of waste. Sun Kai was so angry that he knocked over a bowl of hot porridge, his face flushed and his aura intimidating. "Leader, what's going on?" The players were puzzled. Sun Kai said angrily, "Last night, 12 people escaped and took the troops with them. Now we only have a little over 3,000 people left." Oh. The players looked at each other. only then realizing that the number of people sitting here to discuss matters was indeed much less than yesterday, and many seats were empty. Many players' faces turned very ugly, and they felt betrayed. What a bunch of cowards. They just got there, and they ran away in fear. How can they accomplish anything great? Alliance leader, I suggest that they be held accountable and charged with desertion. That's right. We also need to take back the salt mine shares previously allocated to them and transfer them to others. Some players were outraged, but others were cursing inwardly. Damn, why didn't I think of running away? These guys ran away without even telling me. Chapter 91 Bloody Battle. Sun Kai said, reorganize the troops this morning and divide them into 5 battalions. Start the rotation battle this afternoon. Do not stop from morning to night and from night to morning. He glanced at everyone and said seriously, Izumo Town must be conquered, whether it's because of the salt mine or to suppress Qinfei. I will continue to recruit people in the next 2 days and let more players join in. Everyone, the arrow has been drawn and there is no turning back. Please unite as one and work together to create a great cause. At the end of his speech, he drew out the shining tai, a sword, and held it to his chest, like a great legendary emperor making a historical oath with his allies. Many players were also moved by his emotions and said loudly, okay, let's work together to create great things. In Chuyin Town, after yesterday's battle, the morale of Qinfei's army was greatly boosted, and they even held a celebration banquet in the evening. After fighting for a whole day, Lu Bu and his men had no intention of launching a night attack, so they went straight to sleep. Excluding the casualties of the past 2 days, Izumo Town now has 1,500 reinforcements sent by 3 mountain strongholds, and more than 1,000 of its own soldiers, totaling more than 3,000 people. It can be said that it is a strong force. Coupled with the walls and arrow towers, everyone is very confident that they can withstand the enemy's attack. Zhuge Liang knew that the coalition forces had increased their vigilance, so he focused on stability, defending strictly and not giving the enemy any opportunity to take advantage. The alliance that Sun Kai took the lead in forming against Qinfei shocked the entire Shiliang area. Hundreds of thousands of players in Shiliang were following this matter on the chat channel. How is Boss Qinfei now? Has he been killed? Someone asked. No. Didn't you see that Boss Qinfei is still ranked first on the leaderboard? Oh my god, is this anti-Qinfei alliance really going to work? Aren't there dozens of people rushing over to join the fight? It's been a few days, why hasn't it been resolved yet? It only proves that Boss Qinfei is really powerful. He has dominated the rankings so many times and has won so many top awards. He must be very powerful. But no matter how strong it is, it can't withstand the siege of dozens of people. I heard that the anti-Qinfei alliance has deployed more than 10,000 troops, and many players are attacking Qinfei's base from the north and south, and there are also thousands of people there. Fuck, so many soldiers? I've been peacefully farming and developing the country every day, and I only have 1,000 soldiers now. What's the concept of 10,000? I can't even imagine it. The guy above, stop being so Versailles. I get beaten up every day, and now I only have a few hundred soldiers. Cry. The players were discussing enthusiastically. At this time, one player said, Dear friends in the Shiliang region, I am Sun Kai, the leader of the anti-Qinfei alliance, and I need your help now. The chat channel fell silent, and then countless messages appeared quickly, instantly filling the screen. Fuck, Sun Kai from Ashtown has shown up. He's also a big shot. Boss, tell me quickly, how's the fight between you and Fade Qin going? Yeah, who won and who lost? Has the salt mine still not been conquered? Boss, how come you are so useless? You've invested 10,000 people and still can't manage a salt mine. Ha ha ha, the one above, don't tear it down when it's tough. Alliance leader Sun Kai will be furious soon. Sun Kai didn't directly address the battle situation. Instead, he said, Qinfei suffered heavy losses. Chuyin Town has changed hands several times and is about to break through the defense line. However, they found a reinforcement team from somewhere and have recovered some of their strength. So I need more friends to support me. Please make sure to rush to Chuyin Town within 2 days to fight against Qinfei's expansion together. Afterwards, Sun Kai sent the coordinates of Izumo Town to the chat channel again. Soon, Sun Kai received private messages from some players expressing their willingness to send troops to join the anti-Qinfei alliance. Seeing this, Sun Kai smiled with satisfaction. Humph, Qinfei, I want to show you what it means to be the first to be shot. I don't believe you can survive under the alliance of so many players. On the other side, Fade Qin also saw the messages in the chat channel and was furious. Ash's Town, Sun Kai, I will kill you. Qinfei did not speak or argue in the chat channel. He felt that it was meaningless. He was in a weak position now. There were far more people who wanted to take advantage of him than those who wanted to help him. Speaking out would only add to his troubles. In the next 2 days, Chun Fei's side fought bloody battles every day, and soldiers died one after another. In order to ensure the defense force, Chun Fei exhausted all resources. Food is used to recruit soldiers, and they are all regular troops. Slaves need time to train and are not suitable for the current critical situation. The wood was used to repair the walls and replenish the arrow towers. The enemy's catapults were very powerful and could basically destroy 100 arrow towers in a day. It was only because Chun Fei possessed the dual talents of a master builder and a crazy infrastructure maniac that he could replenish the wood in large quantities during the war. Otherwise, he would not be able to withstand it. Chun Fei also used stones to build roads. From Dazhou Town to Shadow Village, to Wind Bell Village, Grizzly Village, and Jushan Village, from Linha Stronghold to the Salt Mine, to Izumo Town and 2 nearby villages, interconnected roads were built, making the transportation of various resources and soldiers very efficient. During the war, trade was cut off and bronze was consumed. The economy of the Great Zhou suffered a huge blow and plummeted. However, the results were also obvious. The Grizzly Village blocked 2 waves of enemy attacks and killed 7 players. The Dazhou Town was heavily defended, and the player coalition forces were unable to successfully cross the river. Izumo Town was the main battlefield, and the fighting was the most intense. The enemy used a rotation system to attack day and night, but was unable to break through the defense line. The coalition forces had considered launching an attack from other places, but the entire Izumo Town area was surrounded by walls and arrow towers built by Chun Fei. The coalition forces once sent a force of 1,000 people to attack the salt mine, but there were also defenders there. In addition, there were countless arrow towers hidden in the mountains and forests, so the coalition forces suffered even greater losses. In the past 2 days, more players have come with their troops to support Sun Kai and join the anti-Chun Fei alliance. The total number of supporting troops has reached more than 2,000, but they are still unable to capture Chuyin Town. The most dangerous time was when Sun Kai concentrated his forces for a large-scale night attack. A player brought a Tiger Squat Cannon, which was a talent reward he received at the beginning of the game. However, this Tiger Crouching Cannon only had 2 shells, which barely blasted a hole in the 5-meter-high wall. Immediately afterwards, hundreds of allied soldiers rushed forward with roars. Sun Kai, who was watching the battle from the rear, was also extremely excited and thought that the turning point of the war was about to come. However, unexpectedly, Chuyin Town arranged 100 long spear soldiers at the gap. These soldiers were all wearing bronze armor with extremely strong defense. They were all purchased by Chun Fei from the Western Rhone Kingdom at a high price. They were formed into an ace force and now officially appeared for the first time. Chapter 92, Shirong Kingdom Reinforcements. The long spear soldiers were armed with long spears, and their attack range was longer than that of spears. They were not suitable for wall defense battles, so Zhuge Liang and Lu Bu never arranged them on the wall, but stayed below to prepare for the situation after the enemy broke in. Now the enemy had opened a gap with artillery fire, and the 100 long spear soldiers came in handy. Kill. The coalition forces also gave it their all. In order to seize this hard-won opportunity, they sent all 4 generals to lead the charge, wanting to go all out and capture Izumo Town in one fell swoop. However, in Chuyin Town, Lu Bu, Hua Rong, and Long Ong were also ready and stood at the front of the team with murderous intent. On the coalition's side, under the cover of night, the soldiers became bolder and rushed into Izumo Town with roars. However, when confronted with these long spear soldiers, the soldiers were dumbfounded. The usage of a dagger is completely different from that of a spear. It mainly involves hooking, pecking, and swinging. The handle is very long and the attack distance is very long. The long spear soldiers were originally used in conjunction with chariots. The spear soldiers stood on the chariots and did not even need to swing the long spear. The long spear could rely on the huge impact force of the chariot to cut off the enemy's head. As a pure infantry combatant, the long spear has the advantages of a large killing range and strong group attack capability, but its disadvantages are also obvious. That is, it is not as flexible as a spear, and it absolutely cannot let the enemy get close. When the 2 armies engaged in battle, the soldiers on the coalition side immediately felt the powerful killing power of the long spear soldiers. With one sweep, they killed a large number of people, with heads flying off and bodies torn apart. It was a horrific sight. However, some powerful coalition soldiers rushed forward and tried to pierce the long spear soldiers' bodies with their spears, but they were blocked by the hard bronze armor and could not cause any damage. The long spear soldiers took the opportunity to draw bronze daggers from their waists and stabbed the allied soldiers into their bodies. Soldiers with armor and those without armor are on two completely different levels. 100 long spear soldiers, led by Lu Bu and others, fought 1 against 100 and killed the allied forces, making them scream in pain and fall down continuously. The 4 allied generals took the lead in the charge and faced Lu Bu, Long Ong, and Hua Rong. The generals from both sides fought head-on. Long Ong and Hua Rong each entangled one of them, while Lu Bu fought 1 against 2 and suppressed the 2 of them. In fact, these 4 generals of the coalition forces are not all incomparable. There is 1 B-level general, 2 C-level generals, and 1 D-level general. On Chen Fei's side, only Lu Bu and Di Qing can suppress them. Hua Rong faced a B-level general, Long Ong faced a D-level general, and Lu Bu faced the remaining 2 with ease, and quickly killed the 2 generals. When the other 2 saw this, their faces changed. They knew that they could not fight any longer, otherwise their lives would be lost here, so they retreated immediately. Seeing this, Long Ong was about to give chase, but was stopped by Lu Bu. These 2 ants are nothing to worry about. We still need to guard the gap and not let our guard down. Long Ong clasped his fists and said, yes. A night battle ended with the successful resistance of Izumo Town's ace troops and 3 generals. The Shiliang coalition forces besieged Chen Fei for a full 6 days. During this period, many players joined, and many players retreated midway. More than 10,000 people participated in the battle. The stench was almost constant. Even though they cleaned up every day, there were still corpses everywhere. On this day, a cavalry unit came from the north, with a mighty force, stirring up a huge cloud of dust and rumbling thunder, as if the sky was shaking. They were stopped at Grizzly Village. Looking at the 5,000 cavalrymen in front of him, Zhou Tsang swallowed hard. Who are you? This is the territory of the Great Zhou. Outsiders are not allowed to enter. Zhou Tsang shouted bravely. He could clearly feel that the momentum and combat effectiveness of the cavalry unit that was coming now were far superior to his own cavalry. Each of these 5,000 cavalrymen is a true cavalryman, with superb riding skills and the unity of man and horse. A general dressed in mink clothes stepped out from the army and said, "We are from the Western Rong Kingdom. We are here to help at the invitation of your lord." Zhou Tsang was overjoyed when he heard this. He immediately asked someone to check his identity and reported it to Chen Fei. After hearing about it, Chen Fei immediately brought his men to the Grizzly Village. After confirming that everything was correct, he opened the village gate and the 2 sides met. "I am Chen Fei, the lord of Dazhou Town. May I ask what is the name of this general?" Chen Fei asked. The general said, "I am Wenan, a general under the command of the king of Shirong. I have come here to await your orders." Chen Fei looked at the 5,000 cavalrymen behind Wenan with great envy. He took Wenan's hand, patted his shoulder, and said with a smile, "With the general's help, defeating the enemy will be a piece of cake. You can all go directly to Izumo Town. I will write a letter and let the prime minister read it. He will naturally make arrangements for you." Wenan nodded and said, "I wonder how many enemies the Lord has and how much of a threat they pose." Chen Fei said, "That's the main battlefield. There are probably still 5,000 to 6,000 enemies." Wenan asked, "What types of troops are they?" Chen Fei said, "Most of them are spearmen and slave soldiers, with some archers and cavalry as well." Wenan glanced at the soldiers behind Chen Fei. "Like them?" Fei Chen frowned slightly and nodded. Wenan laughed heartily and said wildly, "If this is the kind of people they are, then there is no need to make any arrangements. This general can annihilate all 5,000 or 6,000 of them with a single charge." Chen Fei's eyes turned cold, and Zhou Tsang and the other Great Zhou soldiers also looked unhappy. These words were ostensibly disdainful of the enemy, but they were also mocking the weakness of the Great Zhou soldiers. "Since the general is so confident, then go quickly. When you return, I will personally host a banquet for you." "Haha, okay." Afterwards, Chen Fei gave some more instructions on details and asked Zhou Tsang to serve a bowl of water to each person. After the reception, Wenan led his troops away. Watching the 5,000 cavalrymen leave in a cloud of dust, Zhou Tsang couldn't help but ask, "Lord, why don't you let them go and eliminate the enemy in Dazhou Town first? That's our base camp." "It's precisely because Dazhou Town is our base camp that we can't let these people through. Although these people are reinforcements we hired at great expense, they are not of our race and their hearts must be different. What if they use it as a pretext to attack Gua and destroy Dazhou Town along the way? Wouldn't we be in tears?" Chen Fei explained. Zhou Tsang suddenly realized and said, "My lord is far-sighted." Chen Fei laughed and said, "As long as they help Izumo Town repel the coalition forces, the enemies here will naturally retreat, and this crisis will be resolved." Chapter 93, A Great Victory. Allied Camp. Sun Kai has been exhausted these days. He just couldn't understand why this Izumo town was so difficult to capture. He kept sending in troops, attacking 24 hours a day, with more than 100 players and more than 10,000 soldiers participating in the battle, but there was no progress at all. Inside the central camp, Sun Kai was alone, frowning and thinking hard, wondering what strategy he could use to win. At this moment, thunder suddenly rumbled outside, the earth trembled slightly, and the coalition camp became noisy in an instant. Sun Kai stood up suddenly, a bad premonition coming to his mind. Before he could leave, a general rushed in and shouted anxiously, "Leader, there are a lot of cavalry outside." Sun Kai frowned, said nothing, and ran out. At this time, the coalition camp was in chaos, with panicked soldiers everywhere and players screaming and running away. "What am I afraid of? Is the sky going to fall?" Sun Kai roared. A player cried out with a sad face, "Sun Kai, go and take a look. Cavalry, cavalry. I know there are a large number of cavalry charging towards us. What's there to be afraid of? We have over 5,000 people, and we have fences and arrow towers. Do they have 5,000 cavalry as well?" As Sun Kai spoke, he climbed up the arrow tower next to him, and then he saw a scene that he would never forget. Cavalry, endless cavalry came charging from the horizon, raising huge clouds of dust on the wasteland. The sound of horses' hooves was like thunder, and it was majestic. Each cavalryman held a spear and wore thick leather armor. Unlike the riders of these players, these cavalrymen were armored on key parts such as the heart and arms, making them look more like powerful regular warriors. Fuck, why are there so many cavalrymen? It was the first time Sun Kai had seen such a magnificent scene, and he was also frightened. He was stunned for a long time before he suddenly shuddered and shouted loudly, "Don't panic. Infantry formation. Take out the siege door panels, and prepare to resist the cavalry charge." However, when they saw the 5,000 cavalry charging, more than half of the coalition soldiers were frightened and no longer had any resistance. Seeing these people disobeying, Sun Kai was shocked and angry. He directly pulled over a slave soldier and killed him with his taie sword. Then he cut off the soldier's head, picked it up on the taie, a sword, and held it high, shouting, "Anyone who dares to desert will suffer the same fate as this man." Some of the soldiers were immediately frightened and stopped fleeing, turning around and rushing back. At this time, some brave players also stood up and began to organize soldiers to establish defense lines and form formations. However, the cavalry was so fast that before the coalition forces could even form their battle formation, 5,000 cavalrymen had already arrived. Wenin looked at the messy coalition camp with a hint of disdain in his eyes, muttering, "Han people are just like this, a bunch of cowards." Kill. 5,000 cavalrymen swept across the earth like a black torrent. The pitiful fence of the coalition camp was destroyed in an instant. The army poured into the camp, broke through the defense line, and began to massacre. Sun Kai led his army to hold out for just 1 minute before he could no longer hold out. After seeing his defense line destroyed, his expression changed from gloomy to bright, and he finally chose to retreat early. "It's not that I didn't work hard, it's just that the cavalry army is too terrifying." Sun Kai fled quickly out of the camp. A cavalryman saw him, rushed over, shouted, and stabbed with his spear. Sun Kai was no pushover either. He took the taie sword and cut the spear into 2 pieces, then killed the cavalryman with his armor and body with 1 sword. A normal bronze spear might take 2 stabs to penetrate the thick leather armor, but in front of the taie sword, it was like paper and was torn into pieces in an instant. The cavalryman's body fell heavily to the ground. Sun Kai directly grabbed the horse, shook the reins, and continued to escape. "GG, we can't win, Ron." Sun Kai himself felt a little ashamed. 5 minutes ago, he was still threatening to resist the charge of the cavalry, but now he has become a stray dog, fleeing in panic and becoming a laughingstock. However, facing life and death, he dared not act arrogantly anymore, otherwise he would lose his life. A voice came from behind. "The one riding a horse and wearing silken front is a lord. Don't let him get away." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 arrows shot from behind, and Sun Kai felt a chill on his back. He immediately lay down on the horse's back and barely avoided them. Then he immediately took off his silk coat and threw it on the ground. Soon, another voice came. "The man on horseback holding a sword in front is a lord. Don't yell at him to get away." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 more sharp arrows were dodged by Sun Kai narrowly. His head was now soaked with sweat, and his whole body was wet with fear. Sun Kai glanced at the taie sword in his hand, his face showing reluctance, but in the end he gritted his teeth and threw away the taie sword. At this time, he had already run out of the coalition camp, not caring about his own soldiers, nor about the allied players, and fled straight to the east. The dilemma of Izumo town was solved with the arrival of reinforcements from the Western Rome Kingdom, and everyone saw the powerful strength of the cavalry corps. Many surviving players secretly vowed to work hard to develop and build their own cavalry corps as soon as possible. Zhuge Liang immediately informed Chun Fei of the great victory in Chuyin town and the news that it had turned danger into safety, and held a grand celebration banquet for Wen En and others in Chuyin town. Wen En was originally a little dissatisfied with Chun Fei for not receiving him in person, but Zhuge Liang said that he was the prime minister of Dezhou town and was in charge of all internal affairs, and that he had Lu Bu, the right general, accompanying him, so Wen En gave up. When Chun Fei received the letter from Zhuge Liang in Dezhou town, he was so happy that he stood up and laughed out loud. Good. Well done. Chun Fei's face flushed with excitement, and he walked around the Lord's Hall excitedly with the letter in his hand. He has been feeling very depressed these days. He was surrounded and beaten by many people. He couldn't eat or sleep well every day. He had dark circles under his eyes and lost a lot of weight. Now that he heard the news, a big stone in his heart finally fell to the ground. Chun Fei naturally had no intention of going to Chuyin town to contact the Shirong army. After all, the war was over now. If these people had evil intentions and killed him, he would be in tears. After a moment of excitement, Fei Chen opened the chat channel and posted a message on it. I, Chun Fei, officially declare that the war is over and we have achieved victory. At the same time, I also want to warn all those with ill intentions that my great Zhou is not to be trifled with. I have written down all the debts owed today in this notebook, and I will settle accounts with you one by one, and make you pay tenfold. Chapter 94 Assassin. As soon as Chun Fei said this, the entire Shiliang area was in an uproar. What? Fei Chen won? How is that possible? Oh my god, that's an alliance of hundreds of players. How could they lose? Didn't Sun Kai say a few days ago that he was going to capture Chuyin town in one fell swoop and put Chun Fei on trial? How did he fail so quickly? Yeah. This morning I saw members of the anti-Chun Fei alliance chatting in the chat channel. It's only been a few hours, and they've already failed. Everyone expressed disbelief and was very anxious to know the details of the battle. Oh, why wouldn't you believe me? Don't forget he's the top guy on the list, #1 in the country. He's the one who can get the entire server to issue an announcement. He's won so many top awards recently. Whether it's hard power or soft power, he far surpasses us. It's not surprising that he can win, right? That's true, but it's too exaggerated. One person facing hundreds of players and tens of thousands of soldiers, and yet he still managed to win? This is unbelievable. Everyone was discussing it heatedly, saying all sorts of things. No one doubted the truthfulness of what Chun Fei said, because there was no point in lying. They were simply shocked by Fei Chen's strength, and were even more in awe of this big man who had always dominated the charts. At the same time, some players were impressed by Chun Fei's strength and expressed their desire to become brothers with Chun Fei and rely on him. After Chun Fei finished publishing the news, he looked at everyone's surprised comments and felt very happy. He smiled and said, after Chuyin town sends the Shirong army away and Zhuge Liang and Lu Bu return, I will hold a grand celebration banquet to congratulate everyone. Wang Yan, standing aside, accepted the order. Okay, I'll go and make preparations right away. Chun Fei couldn't calm down for a long time. He felt too stuffy in the Lord's Hall, so he walked out directly, intending to walk around the street and get some fresh air. Now Dezhou town has cut off trade, blocked its borders to the outside world, and implemented a policy of fortification and clearing the countryside internally. The farmers responsible for producing food and collecting wood and stones also live and eat locally, so there are very few people on the streets now, and it is very deserted. 2 slave soldiers accompanied Chun Fei as he walked on the street. Chun Fei lowered his head, thinking about the next direction of development, his mind completely immersed in it. Now that the war is over, although Chun Fei won, his victory was tragic. Not to mention how many soldiers were killed or wounded in these days. The accumulated supplies were almost used up, and they still had to pay a high amount of military expenses to the 3 mountain strongholds in the Western Rome Kingdom. With the current strength of Dezhou town, it would take at least half a month to fully recover. However, there are many things to gain after the victory. First of all, he has complete control over the salt mine, which can continuously bring high economic returns to Chun Fei. In addition, the 10 villages that were previously separated from Izumo town, the 10 players belonging to them were either dead or injured, and the few survivors were frightened and kept shrinking their defense lines. So these villages are now basically in a state of no defense. I can directly send troops to take over these villages, expand the jurisdiction of Izumo town, and have more resource points. Secondly, as the great man said, 1 blow is enough to prevent 100 blows. Now that the entire Xiliang region knows Chun Fei's formidable strength, almost no one wants to fight him again. This has also bought Chun Fei a precious period of peaceful development. He can use this time to recover and strive for a quick promotion to the Fang Kingdom. Next, I will transform into an infrastructure maniac and maximize resource utilization efficiency. Chun Fei was lost in thought when a system notification suddenly sounded. Danger alert. Enemies have entered the alert area. Please prepare for response. Chun Fei was stunned, and a transparent map immediately appeared in front of his eyes. On this map, several red dots appeared near him, only a few dozen meters away. My lord, be careful. There is an assassin. The two slave soldiers also screamed at this time, and a sharp sound of breaking through the air was heard. A slave soldier pushed Chun Fei down, and then Chun Fei saw that the soldier was pierced by a sharp arrow and fell heavily to the ground. 4 men dressed as ordinary farmers appeared, one holding a crossbow, and the other 3 holding daggers, rushing towards Chun Fei at an extremely fast speed. Random attack. Come quickly. Another slave soldier beside Chun Fei shouted loudly, and at the same time drew the bronze sword at his waist and blocked Chun Fei. Where did this assassin come from? Why did the danger prediction talent only send out a warning now? Countless thoughts flashed through Chun Fei's mind in an instant. At this time, the second and third sharp arrows also shot over, but Chun Fei was prepared. The second arrow was blocked by the slave soldier in front of him, and the third arrow was dodged by a donkey roll. Then he decisively took out the Desert Eagle pistol that the system rewarded a long time ago from his waist, pulled the trigger, and released a ferocious fire snake. Bang, bang, bang. 3 gunshots were heard, and the 2 assassins fell to the ground. The remaining 2 assassins were stunned and looked at the pistol in Chun Fei's hand in shock. What the hell is this? Why is it so powerful? In this moment of distraction, Fei Chen fired again, and killed the remaining assassin with a dagger with 3 more shots. Seeing this, the last assassin looked at the mysterious weapon in Chun Fei's hand with fear, and then fled quickly. Little thief, where are you running to? A military officer came on horseback and blocked the assassin's way. Chun Fei shouted, Di Qing, capture him alive. Yes. The general who came was Di Qing, who spurred his horse and rushed towards the assassin. The assassin's face was filled with determination as he roared, Chun Fei, you bastard, you are so cruel and merciless. If you don't die today, you will die someday. Then he drew his sword and committed suicide. Seeing this, Fei Chun frowned slightly. Di Qing hurried over, dismounted, clasped his fists, and said, My lord, are you okay? Fei Chun shook his head and said, It's a pity that we haven't found out the true identities of these people. Di Qing said, In my opinion, it is most likely an assassin sent by the coalition forces. Chun Fei agreed deeply, nodded, and said, These guys are still determined to do evil. They can't defeat them head-on, but they even sent assassins. How despicable. At the same time, an alarm bell rang in his heart, and he warned himself that he must strengthen internal vigilance in the future and not give the enemy a chance to attack directly. These assassins are silent, able to disguise themselves as our peasants, and even avoid my talent for predicting danger. It seems that they are not ordinary soldiers, but more like professional assassins. It seems that we should not underestimate the heroes of this world. Chapter 95 Celebration Banquet. Each player has his or her own initial gift pack, some of which are talents. For example, Chun Fei can build buildings and weapons at 10 times the speed, some players can collect resources at twice the speed, and some players can train cavalry with a huge increase in attack power. In short, there are all kinds of talents, and some players even get cooking talents, but there are too few seasonings at this stage, so they still have to drink porridge and eat meat every day. In addition to talents, some players get physical objects at the beginning, like the Yanwu tribe in the Guangzhong area. Some players get weapons at the beginning, such as catapults, tiger squat cannons, and the Taya sword obtained by Sun Kai in Ashtown. Therefore, Chun Fei silently reminded himself in his heart that there are millions of players in the national server and tens of millions of players all over the world. There are too many hidden dragons and crouching tigers. He must be careful in the future, otherwise it is easy to capsize in the ditch. The next day, Zhuge Liang safely sent the 5,000 cavalrymen of the Western Rong Kingdom away and gave them an additional batch of military rations and silk before they left. This slightly satisfied General Wanin, and he no longer asked to go to Dazhou Town to meet Chun Fei. After confirming that the cavalry had left and there were no other enemies around, Zhuge Liang, Lu Bu, Hua Rong, Long Ong and others took a boat to Dazhou Town. As night fell, countless bonfires were lit on the streets of Dazhou Town, making the place as bright as day. The farmers who lived and ate at the resource sites were also released and allowed to move freely. The streets were bustling with people coming and going. In the trade market, many people were shopping frantically. The war had been intense in recent days, and the country had been fortified. Every household had run out of supplies and was in urgent need of replenishment. Therefore, Chen Fei made an exception and ordered that goods could be sold all night tonight, which would also stimulate the economy. The Lord's Hall was even more lively. All the civil and military officials were there. Some were in the hall, some in the yard, gathered in twos and threes, chatting and laughing. Ha ha, General Di Qing, you have made an invaluable contribution in defending Dezhou town in this battle. It seems the Lord's reward is inevitable. Haha, that's not true. My promotion to Left General is already a great favor from the Lord, but I dare not ask for too much. If we really want to talk about merit, Prime Minister Zhuge and General Lu Bu defended Chuyin town, standing firm against the enemy's main force, and even fighting several brilliant battles. They are the ones who deserve the most credit this time. Haha, General Di Qing is so modest. Chen Fei had previously purchased a batch of fine wine from Mu Kuan. It was expensive, and he had been hiding it and was reluctant to take it out. However, today he put it on the table early. The civil officials and military generals toasted each other, and the atmosphere was very lively. Soon, Chen Fei walked down from the second floor accompanied by Zhuge Liang. Everyone immediately fell silent and returned to their seats. Haha, everyone's having such a lively chat. Fei Chen laughed heartily. My lord. Everyone saluted. Fei Chen nodded slightly, his face flushed, and he smiled and said, Today is a celebration. Let's finish the matter first, and then have a drink with everyone, so that everyone won't get drunk and delay the important work. Everyone laughed. Everyone has worked hard these past few days. Thanks to the dedication of the civil officials and the dedication of the military officers, and the unity of all of us, we were able to defeat the invading enemy. I, Chen Fei, would like to offer a toast to you all. After saying that, Fei Chen stood up with a serious expression, picked up the wine glass, and drank it all in one gulp. Lord, your kindness, we will always remember it in our hearts. Everyone below immediately stood up, picked up their glasses, and drank together. Chen Fei continued, Tomorrow morning, I will hold an internal affairs meeting here to discuss the next internal affairs development plan. All civil officials will attend. Tomorrow afternoon, I will hold a military meeting with all military officers. The next period of time will be a precious period of development for us, and also a period of rapid expansion. I hope that everyone will continue to work hard and advance the country in one fell swoop. Everyone said in unison, As you command. Chen Fei added, Now let's reward them according to their merits. Lu Bu and Di Qing. I will be here. Lu Bu and Di Qing immediately stood up and clasped their fists. You two have been in charge of 2 towns, killed the enemy, and commanded the troops well. You will each be rewarded with 1,000 gold coins. Thank you, my lord. Both Di Qing and Lu Bu showed joy on their faces. At this stage, the economy of the Great Zhou is gradually getting back on track, with more and more foreign goods. From generals to farmers, everyone wants to buy more and more things. Now that he has obtained 1,000 gold coins, he immediately has more money on hand. He can buy whatever he wants, and his mood is naturally very good. Zhuge Liang. I'm here. You assisted Lu Bu in defending Izumo town, offering advice and dedicated efforts. Your contributions are truly remarkable. I will reward you with 1,000 gold coins. Thank you, my lord. Huarong, Zhou Tsang, and Long Ong. The 3 of you led the charge, each receiving a reward of 800 gold coins. Thank you, my lord. Chen Fei first rewarded those who had made contributions on the battlefield, and then also gave rewards to Yan Bailey, Wang Yin, and others. Although Yan Bailey, Wang Yin, and others did not go to the battlefield to kill the enemy, they ensured the supply of materials in the rear and made every effort to maintain the collection of resources and the production of materials. They also made a lot of efforts. Chen Fei rewarded each of them with 500 gold coins, which was enough for them to buy some good things in the trade market. Now Chen Fei has no intention of rewarding titles and official positions. First, the scale of Dezhou is still too small, and there are too few managers. It is useless to have so many official positions and titles, and it will reduce efficiency. Secondly, this group of people are not all talented. People like Su Xiaoying, Tian Mo, and others can only be regarded as modern people with insight. They are still far from being able to handle complex affairs and hold official positions. Chen Fei does not want these people to become officials and lower the level of his territory. After receiving the reward, everyone was very happy. Su Xiaoying even got together with Feng Linger and said that they would go to the trade market to buy some spices and jewelry tomorrow. Chen Fei also stopped talking about business and drank happily with everyone. Although Chen Fei was only a student in the real world, he was quite happy when it came to drinking. He was particularly happy today, so he accepted all the drinks and drank one glass after another until he was drunk soon. Military generals such as Lu Bu and Di Qing were even more greedy. They picked up food, played drinking games, drank wine, and ate meat. It was very lively. Not bad, really good. Chen Fei held his wine glass, swaying unsteadily, his eyes hazy with drunkenness. To have the opportunity to become a great hero, to have the opportunity to recruit Zhuge Liang, Lu Bu, and so many people to assist me, I really have no regrets in my death. The celebration banquet lasted until late at night. Chen Fei drank all the jars of fine wine that he bought from Mu Kuan. Many people fell drunk in the hall. In the end, Zhuge Liang remained sober and called a few slaves to settle everyone down. Chapter 96 Two Meetings. The next day, Chen Fei held an internal affairs meeting in the morning. Zhuge Liang, Wang Xiong, Wang Yin, Li Qi, Feng Linger, Su Xiaoying, Yin Bailey, Tian Mo, and others were all present. Chen Fei cleared his throat and said, "Although the war is over, we are still burdened with a high debt. I called everyone here to hear your opinions on how to restore the economy. I plan to accumulate enough resources as quickly as possible to advance to the rank of a state." Yin Bailey stood up first and said, "My lord, I believe that now that we have complete control of the salt mines, we can open more trade routes without resorting to violence, and use salt to exchange for food, wood, stone, gold, and bronze." Fade Chen nodded slightly and asked, "Then what should we do?" Yin Bailey said, "Our Dazhou town is mainly under attack from the east and south. There are many enemies in these two directions, so we can't easily open up trade routes. Otherwise, they will easily intercept us, which is extremely risky. Therefore, we should still focus on trade with the north and west." Wang Xiong said, "However, the potential of Qianshan Village, Langtao Village, and Haiyan Village has been almost fully exploited. We dumped a large amount of goods there a while ago, and they no longer export gold and bronze to us." As the director of the Salt Mine Bureau, Wang Xiong was also very concerned about the commercial trade in the territory. He knew better than anyone else where his salt was sold, what the price was, where the demand was high, and where the demand was low. Yin Bailey said, "Although the demand for salt in the three mountain strongholds has been saturated, we can send caravans to continue to expand the market to the north and west. However, the Western Rhone Kingdom is in the midst of war and the situation is very complicated. The merchant caravan we sent out was very cautious and low-key, and we couldn't move freely. In addition, the three mountain strongholds to the north are sparsely populated, and the market is estimated to be not very large." Wang Xiong said. Fade Chen frowned and said, "That's a problem. To the south and east are enemies, to the west are nations at war, and to the north are sparsely populated. What should we do?" At this time, Wang Yin stood up and said, "My lord, I think there is no need to worry about these things. We can first send merchants to negotiate, make friends with various forces, and gain their friendship. We can have them place orders first, and then send back orders with fast horses. We will then send caravans to transport them. This way, the danger is much less. And once we gain their friendship, we can get those cargo owners to send people to escort and protect us, which can save us a lot of energy and manpower." Yin Bailey nodded slightly. "This is a good idea. Negotiate first, and then ship. It changes the traditional business model. It's very good. I support it." Wang Xiong also said, "This idea is very mature, and I support it." Chen Fei smiled slightly and said, "Tongji Wang has a good idea. I'll leave this matter to you, Yin Bailey, to implement. I obey your orders." Yin Bailey cupped his fists. As the Minister of Commerce, he was in charge of all trade, and these plans needed to be implemented by him. Chen Fei added, "When dispatching merchants, remember to divide them into several directions. You can establish a sales ranking system to see which merchant team brings in the most orders. The more rewards they will receive. If anyone is always ranked last, they will be warned and interviewed." "Yes." Yin Bailey's eyes lit up. This was actually the most commonly used performance appraisal system in various companies and units in modern society. Under this system, the enthusiasm of businessmen would be greatly improved. They would try every possible way to get orders, and each of them would be like a hungry wolves with red eyes, howling while doing their work. In addition, when you go to other forces to open up the market, remember to ask them to send caravans over. Only with two-way exchanges can our territory become more and more prosperous. Chen Fei reminded. Yin Bailey nodded. "I understand." Chen Fei was still very confident in Yin Bailey. This guy was mature and steady, had rich business experience, and was able to easily preside over the work of the Ministry of Commerce. He also had a flexible mind and was a reliable talent. Then, Fade Chun continued, I plan to expand the production of silk, grain, fruit, meat, and raw hemp, increase infrastructure efforts, and build more workshops. I've made a detailed list here. Feng Linger, Su Xiaoying, I'll leave it to you two to do. The two women took the list and saw that their respective tasks were listed in detail on it, including how many farmlands and breeding farms to be established in Dazhou Town, and how many mulberry gardens and silkworm farms to be established in Izumo Town. They only needed to carry out the tasks. As the territory expanded, it was impossible for Chun Fei to go to every place to build buildings personally. He was now more focused on overall planning, and then breaking down the tasks like today. The military buildings were under the charge of various generals, and the internal resources buildings were under the charge of the two mayors, Feng Linger and Su Xiaoying. We have to complete the construction today, and then arrange for the workers to start the operation immediately, and we will have normal production tomorrow. Chun Fei instructed. Su Xiaoying and Feng Linger nodded. As you wish. Girls are meticulous and can complete the tasks assigned by Chun Fei meticulously. They are especially suitable for building cities. Each building is arranged neatly and looks very beautiful. This is also one of the reasons why Chun Fei is willing to let the two of them serve as mayors. The internal affairs meeting lasted the entire morning. Everyone spoke one by one and raised the difficulties they encountered at work. Chun Fei solved them one by one and made a decision. It was like solving many long-standing problems at one time. The whole Dazhou town seemed to have thrown away its burden and was ready to go into battle with light equipment. After the meeting, Chun Fei did not keep everyone for dinner. Everyone immediately returned to their workstations and began to work busily. Chun Fei hurriedly finished his lunch and started holding a military meeting. Lu Bu, Di Qing, Long Ong, Hua Rong, and Zhou Tsang all gathered together. Chun Fei said, Next, I will announce a new round of military expansion orders. When everyone heard this, they were cheered up and excitement was revealed in their eyes. Lu Bu, lead Huarong's 1st Battalion to the vicinity of Chuyin Town. Within 2 days, take over the 10 villages within the jurisdiction of Chuyin Town and set up arrow towers and build defensive fortifications. Lu Bu and Huarong clasped their fists and said, As you command. Chun Fei looked at Di Qing again and said, Di Qing, you will lead Zhou Tsang's 2nd Battalion and Long Ang's 3rd Battalion across the Minghui River. Tomorrow night, we will attack Baiyu Town and capture it in one fell swoop. Yes, sir. Baiyu Town is located 10 kilometers southwest of Dazhou Town. It has 6 villages under its jurisdiction and faces Dazhou Town across the Minghui River. Previously, Chun Fei had not crossed the Minghui River because he did not have the energy. However, now this opportunity was rare and it was almost impossible for the players to cause trouble, which gave him the opportunity to expand southward and capture this medium-sized NPC town. Chapter 97T. The next day, the army set out. Lu Bu took Hua Rong and thousands of soldiers from the 1st Battalion and left Chuyin Town. They were divided into 2 parts, one in the east and one in the west, and began to carry out a sweep. Lu Bu said, Hua Rong, the Lord has given us 2 days to capture the remaining 10 villages in Chuyin Town, but I want to capture them all within 1 day. What do you think? Hua Rong laughed and said, My lord, you are still conservative. The coalition forces have retreated, and dozens of lords have been killed. More than half of these villages have become ownerless. It would be easy for us to capture them. We can definitely complete the task within a day. Lu Bu also laughed and said, Very well, I will lead 300 cavalrymen westward, and you will lead the infantry eastward. Kill the enemy wherever you see them, and let them see the might of our great Zhou. Okay, let's go back to Izumo Town tonight to celebrate. Both of them were full of confidence and went on their expeditions separately. Lu Bu led his 300 cavalrymen on a light march and soon arrived at a village called Fengshua Village. It contained dozens of houses and a half-circle wall, but not a single soul was to be seen. When Lu Bu and others walked in, they found that it was truly an empty village, with no farmers, slaves, soldiers, or resources. Let's go to the next place. Leave 2 cavalrymen here to guard it. Yes. Lu Bu did not stay long. He replaced the flag representing Fengshua Village with the flag of Dazhou, and then led his men to the next village. There were originally 12 villages in Chuyin Town. Chun Fei owned 2, and other players owned 10. However, these villages were not too far apart, only about 20 kilometers from east to west. After the war, the players either died or fled, and only 4 of the original 10 players were still alive. However, these 4 people did not dare to control the 10 villages in Chuyin Town anymore. After all, they were too close to Chun Fei. If they invested more money here, they would only lose everything. It would be better to move all the personnel and resources away as soon as possible, at least to minimize the losses. Lu Bu led his cavalry forward quickly and soon occupied 3 empty villages, but he didn't get anything, which made Lu Bu feel a little regretful. These guys are not good at fighting, but they are the best at running away with the money. Lu Bu couldn't help but complain. General, a village has been discovered ahead and is being defended. A cavalryman came galloping from a distance to report. Lu Bu was overjoyed and said with a smile, "After running around for so long today, it looks like we're finally going to open. Come on, follow me and take over this village." 300 cavalrymen marched in a mighty force and soon arrived in front of the village. The village was not big, but it was surrounded by a wall and had dozens of arrow towers. There were soldiers walking around inside, but Lu Bu and his men were very careful and hid in the jungle a few hundred meters away, so the soldiers in the village did not see them and continued to patrol normally. Lu Bu frowned. Why is this village so well defended? A subordinate beside him asked. "General, should we fight?" Lu Bu said, "The fortifications here are very strong. We are all cavalry, so we can't attack by force. We should use our wits to defeat them." Someone asked, "How do you outsmart them?" Lu Bu said, Wait. The cavalrymen looked at each other in confusion. Lu Bu didn't explain further, but simply said, "Everyone dismount and rest, but don't take off your armor or weapons. Leave 2 people to observe the enemy and report any signs immediately." Yes. Afterwards, the 300 cavalrymen dismounted and rested on the jungle grass. Lu Bu also closed his eyes, as if he was asleep. It was already mid-April, and the weather was gradually getting hotter. The sun shone through the dense leaves onto the jungle grass, falling like stars on the faces of the 300 cavalrymen. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Bu felt like he was about to fall asleep when he was suddenly awakened. "General, something's wrong." Lu Bu suddenly opened his eyes and saw that the village gate was open and teams of farmers were pushing dozens of carts out. "Everyone, mount your horses, charge." Lu Bu gave the order in a deep voice. The 300 cavalrymen could not wait any longer. They jumped on their horses and were ready soon. "Everyone, follow me and charge." Lu Bu roared, spurred his horse and rode out, followed closely by 300 cavalrymen. On the other side of the village, the farmers and soldiers who were transporting goods were all scared to death when they saw so many cavalrymen suddenly appear. They didn't care about the goods and immediately fled back to the village. "The enemy is coming. Close the door, close the door." The soldiers shouted, but it was too late. Lu Bu's red hair was so fast that it covered the distance of several hundred meters in an instant. Several soldiers who were trying to close the door suddenly felt like the sky was falling. A huge shadow loomed over their heads. Before they could react, the Fang Tianhuaji had already split them in 2. Lu Bu was like a tiger among a flock of sheep. He killed 12 soldiers at the gate and completely controlled the gate. The rest was easy. 300 cavalrymen arrived and rushed into the small village, killing anyone they saw, whether they were soldiers or farmers. They did not want to take prisoners and killed them all. Lu Bu even saw a man dressed as a civil servant inside, who was so frightened by the hellish scene that he collapsed to the ground. "Who are you? What are you transporting?" Lu Bu rode on his horse, pointed his halberd at him, and shouted sternly, "Don't kill me, don't kill me, I don't know anything." The civil servant turned pale with fear. "Have no idea?" Lu Bu looked at him unkindly, his doubts growing. The other villages were deserted, and only this one was heavily fortified. This was unusual in the first place, and now to discover such a civilian was inside, transporting goods was even more unusual. "General, I found it." A soldier rushed to Lu Bu, holding a bag in his hand. "This is what they are transporting out." When Lu Bu took a look, he found that the small, red thing was actually tea leaves. "Haha, this is good stuff." Lu Bu was excited and asked again, "How can there be such a thing in their village?" The soldier said, "We found a tea field outside the village and a large amount of tea in the village warehouse." Lu Bu understood and looked at the civil servant. "You have tea fields here and can produce tea. I guess that's why I put you here." The civil servant closed his eyes in despair and said nothing. "Humph, old man, you're quite courageous. But I hate it even more when you don't tell the truth. Come on, drag him out and behead him." "Yes." Immediately, 2 soldiers carried the civil servant to his feet and led him out. The civil servant shouted, "You, the great Zhou, are exercising tyranny and bringing disaster to all quarters. One day you will perish." Lu Bu said with a dark face, "You are a nobody, and you are worthy enough to talk about my great Zhou?" Chapter 98. Strategies for Bayou Town. After occupying the tea-producing village, Lu Bu continued his march and swept through the remaining villages within 3 hours. When it got dark, Lu Bu led his army back to Izumo town. "Is General Huarong back?" asked Lu Bu. The soldier guarding the gate of Izumo town shook his head and said, "No." Lu Bu frowned slightly. "This guy has 1,000 elite soldiers. Logically, he shouldn't be here this late. Could something have happened?" Lu Bu thought of this and said to the soldiers around him, "Each of you take a squadron of cavalry and go check it out. Find General Huarong and report back immediately if you need support." "Yes." The two soldiers received the order and were about to organize their troops when they heard someone shouting, "General Huarong is back with his troops." When Lu Bu turned his head, he saw Huarong returning with a large army. "Haha, Huarong, I thought you were in trouble." Lu Bu felt relieved and in a good mood. Huarong smiled and said, "Thank you for your concern, General. Today went smoothly, except for an ambush on a hill, which resulted in the loss of over 100 men, which is why we're delayed." "Ambush, who did it? They are so brave." Lu Bu's eyebrows immediately stood upside down, and murderous intent filled the sky. Huarong shook his head. "They don't have flags, so we can't tell which lord's troops they are. But I think they must be a backup plan left by the coalition forces." "You mean?" "I feel like some people in the coalition army were unwilling to accept defeat, so they left a backup plan. They stationed 100 horse archers and 500 infantry behind that hill. When we approached, they suddenly attacked us. We were caught off guard and lost a lot of soldiers." Huarong blamed himself and said, "This is my negligence. Please punish me, General." Lu Bu waved his hand magnanimously. "The battlefield situation is complex, and no one can be vigilant all the time. I will spare you the punishment, but you must reflect on yourself and never make such a mistake again." Huarong clasped his fists and said, "Yes." Afterwards, the two entered Izumo town together and met Zhuge Liang working in the town hall of Izumo town. "Prime Minister." The two men bowed. Zhuge Liang smiled and said, "It seems that both generals have returned victorious this time. I have prepared a celebration banquet. Let's go and have some together later." Lu Bu said, "The enemy has all retreated. This isn't a victory. We've merely wiped out some of the Allied forces' remnants. However, I discovered a tea plantation in a village, and there's plenty of tea in the warehouse, perfect for trade." Zhuge Liang's eyes lit up. "Tea, this is a good thing. As far as I know, the Western countries have a great demand for tea. The last time Mu Kuan came, he asked if we could get some tea. He would buy it at a high price." "Fengxian, you've done a great job this time. By the way, have all the tea leaves been transported here? That village is not very close to here. Don't let someone steal it in the dark." Lu Bu nodded and said, "I have arranged for someone to transport it back overnight to ensure that nothing goes wrong." Huarong then recounted his story of the ambush he encountered. Zhuge Liang listened sternly and said, "This shows that the coalition forces are still determined to destroy us. They are outnumbered and cannot defeat us head-on, but they may find opportunities to trip us up like they did today. Starting tomorrow, you will continue your sweeps and strengthen patrols. I will immediately arrange for the construction of roads from Izumo town to the various villages, as well as arrow towers. Until then, I'll leave everything safe for you two generals." Lu Bu and Huarong bowed together and said, "This is our duty. We will ensure the safety of our men. Please rest assured, Prime Minister." Baiyu Town. Baiyu Town is located on the south bank of Minghui River, across the river from Dazhou Town. The two towns are only 10 kilometers apart, and cavalry can reach them in 20 minutes. When the players were besieging Dazhou Town 2 days ago, Baiyu Town also implemented a policy of fortifying the city and clearing the countryside, leaving no opportunity for the players to take advantage. When the players failed and wanted to retreat, someone organized an attack on Baiyu Town, but after 2 hours of fighting, they still couldn't take it. The player coalition was afraid that Chun Fei would cross the river to pursue them, so they didn't dare to fight for a long time. Seeing that Baiyu Town was well defended, they decisively left. After the battle, Baiyu Town did not relax its vigilance and continued to maintain a defensive posture. It had 6 villages under its jurisdiction. People only went out to work during the day and returned to the town at night. Therefore, the collected resources were also transported to the town, and the 6 villages under its jurisdiction were now empty villages. After nightfall, the Baiyu Town was surrounded by neat walls and numerous arrow towers. The patrolling soldiers hid in the dark, and there were hundreds of torches under the walls for lighting to prevent intrusion. Diqing rushed here with Long Ong and Zhou. The 2 camps, with a total of 2,500 people, were all hiding in the darkness and did not enter the lighting range of the torches. Zhou asked, "General, how do we charge?" Diqing asked, "What do you think?" Long Ong said, "This town has a small population, only a few hundred soldiers at most. It's night now, and their arrow towers are of limited use. In my opinion, We should just rush in with all our might. They will definitely not be able to stop us. Zhou frowned and said, No, this way we can certainly win, but the losses will be huge. Our territory has just experienced a great war, so it's best not to suffer too many losses, otherwise the Lord will be angry. Di Qing glanced at Zhou approvingly and praised him. General Zhou is clever. As you said, our Lord sent us here to conquer Baiyu Town so that we can make money, not lose our original capital. Long said, Why don't we attack in the early morning? That's when people are most soundly asleep, the weather is the coldest, and the wind is the strongest, so their vigilance will be at its lowest. Long had followed Lu Bu and Zhuge Liang to fight in Izumo Town for so many days. He had learned a lot from what he saw and heard, and had become much smarter. His overall quality was much stronger than it was at the beginning. Di Qing said, That's one way, but it's not enough. We're the attackers, and we also have to consider the walls. Long frowned and said, Then what do you say we should do? Di Qing pondered for a moment and said, I have decided to disguise myself as a merchant caravan, trick the city gates into opening tomorrow morning, and then march in with my main force. Long and Zhou both hesitated and said, But the Lord asked us to attack Baiyu Town tonight. If our plan tomorrow morning doesn't succeed, then we will be overdue. Di Qing said, That's fine. If the Lord blames me, I'll take the blame. But if this plan succeeds, our losses will be minimal, and the Lord will actually credit us with a great achievement. Chapter 99, One Man at the Gate. Since Di Qing said so, Long and Zhou said nothing more and decided to carry out the order. The night was very peaceful. The defense in Baiyu Town was very tight at night. Almost every hour a team of soldiers would come out to patrol with torches. If Di Qing and his men had not hidden so secretly, they would have been discovered long ago. Early the next morning, just as the sky was getting light, Di Qing's army disguised as a caravan appeared below Baiyu Town. There were more than a dozen people in this caravan, and they were carrying supplies on war horses, which looked bulging. The soldiers guarding Baiyu Town spotted this group of people and immediately became alert, shouting, Who are you? Stop, Di Qing said with a smile. Sir, we are a caravan from Dazhou Town, and we are here to do business. The soldier guarding the city frowned and asked, Dazhou Town? Why are you here so early? Di Qing smiled and said, We have just experienced a great war and are short of supplies. That is why our Lord cannot wait any longer and wants us to come out quickly to exchange some things with you to relieve our urgent needs. The soldiers defending the city nodded. This made sense. They also knew that Dazhou Town had been having a miserable time these days. Being surrounded and attacked by so many people every day, it was already very difficult for them to survive. However, the resource consumption must be very huge, so it was reasonable for them to rush to do business. What did you bring? We need to check it out. The soldier guarding the city said. Di Qing lost with a smile. Of course. Afterwards, several soldiers guarding the city came down from the wall, opened the gate, and were about to come out to inspect. At this moment, Di Qing, who had a smile on his face and looked harmless, suddenly changed his expression, opened his eyes wide, roared angrily, pulled out a bronze sword from the sack on the side of his horse's back, and then stabbed the sword into the chest of the soldier guarding the city. You? The soldier guarding the city widened his eyes. He didn't expect Di Qing to suddenly attack. He wanted to shout loudly, but the severe pain and the cold sword had drained his strength, so he could only make sounds. Di Qing swung his sword twice and killed the soldiers guarding the city, who opened the gate. Several other soldiers disguised as caravans also quickly drew their weapons and began to control the city gate. Seeing this, the defenders on the wall shouted enemy attack and shot arrows quickly. When Di Qing and others ran into the gate, 5 of their own people had fallen, and only 4 were left with Di Qing. Stop them quickly and don't let them in. A general appeared and rushed over quickly with dozens of infantrymen. What a quick reaction speed. Di Qing sighed, fearless. He picked up a bronze spear from the dead enemy's body, shook it, and said, This thing is really easy to use. Outside Baiyu Town, Zhou and Long saw that Di Qing had controlled the city gate and immediately rushed out with their army, roaring and rushing towards the city gate. The two camps of Long and Zhou had a total of more than 2,500 people. They were very powerful and spread out densely on the ground. The shouts of killing were deafening, and the soldiers in Baiyu Town were so scared that they trembled and turned pale. Kill them quickly. Close the gate. Close the gate. Countless people from Baiyu Town rushed to the city gate, trying to repel Di Qing and others. However, Di Qing's bravery was beyond their imagination. Di Qing was seen waving the spear in his hand, and the spear shot out like a dragon, bringing out bursts of dragon roars and tiger roars. The soldiers of Baiyu Town who rushed to Diqing fell to the ground one after another, and soon Diqing's area was surrounded by corpses. The last 4 soldiers following him had already died in battle, and only Diqing was fighting hard. Fortunately, the gate was narrow, and only a few people walked side by side. So although hundreds of soldiers came, only a dozen of them could actually fight Diqing at the same time. Kill! 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 Diqing roared to the sky. His eyes were bloodshot, his hair was disheveled, and he looked like a madman. The bronze spear in his hand seemed to come alive in his hand. He could hit wherever he pointed, and there were spear shadows everywhere. Every attack hit the vital point. Gudong. The soldiers of Baiyu Town were stunned by this scene and swallowed hard. No one dared to rush forward and die foolishly. Damn it, what are you afraid of? Attack. Otherwise, the enemy's large force will rush over, and we will be finished. The general shouted loudly, but the soldiers were so impressed by Diqing's bravery and impressive aura that they did not dare to attack again, no matter how much the general scolded them. At this time, Long Ong and Zhouzong finally led their troops to rush over. The city gate was immediately breached, and the army of 2,500 people rushed into Baiyu Town frantically. General, are you okay? Zhouzong supported Diqing, who was covered in blood, and asked worriedly. Diqing shook his head and said, I'm fine, just too tired. Long Ong exclaimed in admiration. General, your bravery is no less than that of General Lu Bu. General, rest assured and have a good rest. We will take care of this place. Diqing nodded and said, Okay, remember not to destroy the warehouse and try to capture the enemy alive. We want them to surrender to our great Zhou. Understood. Zhouzong and Long Ong clasped their fists, and each led their men to charge forward. When the general of Baiyu Town saw the enemy rushing in, he knew that the situation was hopeless. He quickly returned to the center of the town, found his lord, and wanted to retreat with him. No, I won't leave. I will live and die with Baiyu Town. The lord of Baiyu Town is a young man with a resolute face and is very handsome. However, at this moment, his face is filled with deep despair, and he seems a little decadent and helpless. My lord, as long as there is Green Mountain, there will be no shortage of firewood, said the general. However, the young leader still shook his head and said, Look at that old man from Yun Town. He was defeated and fled to Wamping Town. Now he lives a life worse than death, living under someone else's roof, worse than a dog. I would rather die than flee. The general was silent for a while, then heard the shouts and cries of killing coming closer and closer. He said, Since that's the case, I will die with you, my lord. The young leader was startled when he heard this, and suddenly tears fell from his eyes. I am so lucky to have General Yi as my assistant. But I am not a good assistant, and I have made the general suffer with me. The general was also moved by his lord's sincere expression, his eyes red as he said, I am grateful to you for meeting me and serving under you. At this time, the door of the town hall was suddenly opened, and Long Ong rushed in with a group of soldiers. The young leader suddenly said in a hurry, General Yi, surrender quickly. General Yi was stunned. My lord, how can I surrender? The young leader said, I am the lord of Baiyu Town. They won't tolerate me, and I don't want to live under someone else's roof. But you are different. You have many skills, but you haven't even been able to use them here. It would be a shame to die in battle. I am willing to let you join the great Zhou, so that we can leave a little spark of hope for Baiyu Town. In the future, when we conquer the world will know the style of Baiyu Town. Chapter 100 Great Development Period. Long Ong strode over and shouted, Surrender quickly, and I will spare your lives. The chief of Baiyu Town gave General Yi a push and said loudly, I am the chief of Baiyu Town. My general, Yi Feilong, is brave and good at fighting. I am willing to surrender. Yi Feilong was silent for a moment, clenched his hands, but then loosened them. He looked at the leader deeply, and finally sighed, I surrender. Long Ong asked again, What about you? The young leader smiled bitterly. The victors are the kings, and the losers are the bandits. I do not want to live in this world in vain. I will commit suicide to thank my ancestors. After saying that, he drew the sword from his waist and committed suicide on the spot. My lord, Yi Feilong was startled and subconsciously stood up to stop it, but it was too late. The young leader fell in a pool of blood, and Yi Feiping supported the leader and cried bitterly. General Yi, please don't bring disgrace upon the prestige of our Baiyu Town. As soon as he finished speaking, the young leader died. Long Ong walked over with a complicated look in his eyes, and then said, Yi Feilong, things have come to this point. Your master asked you to follow us and work hard. Don't think about it anymore. Come with me. Chen Fei also received a system prompt in the Lord's Hall of Dazhou Town. System prompt. You have successfully defeated Baiyu Town. Please choose the disposal method, keep/destroy. Note: if you choose to keep, the player will get the existing buildings, troops, population, technology, and resources. If you choose to destroy, the player will get more resources, but the buildings, troops, population, and technology will all disappear. Chen Fei didn't think much about it, and chose to keep it. The stone resources in Dazhou Town are almost exhausted, and the prey resources and timber resources are also being consumed rapidly. All the resource points that can be occupied have been occupied, so Chen Fei needs to expand his territory so that he can continue to exploit wild resources. Moreover, after occupying Bayou Town, Chen Fei's territory will become more balanced. To the east is a large virgin forest, which serves as a natural barrier. To the west is Minghua Lake. To the north are Grizzly Village and 3 mountain strongholds. To the south is Bayou Town, and to the southeast is Izumo Town. These places can better protect Dazhou Town, and will provide more reaction time when encountering large numbers of enemies. System prompt: the player has chosen to keep Bayou Town. Congratulations on obtaining the following buildings: Town Center 1, Bronze Smelter 1, Barracks 10, Farmland 200. Congratulations on gaining the population: Peasants 500, Slaves 2,000, Spearmen 100, Archers 150, Slaves 300, Cavalry 50. Congratulations on obtaining resources: Food 69,000, Wood 155200, Stone 87500, Gold 35,000, Bronze 26800, Hemp 1,500, Fruit 35,000. Seeing these things, Fei Chen smiled. War is still the fastest way to make money. It's much faster than developing myself. Chen Fei sighed and decided in his heart that he should organize more activities like this in the future. Only by constantly attacking can his territory expand like a snowball and maintain his lead. System prompt: congratulations to player Chen Fei for conquering Bayou Town and receiving the victory reward, battering ram manufacturing technology. Chen Fei was extremely surprised and said excitedly, "Great. I've been worried about not having a large siege weapon before. I only have one catapult, and I can't manufacture it. But now, with this battering ram technology, we can produce a large batch. I can try it out when I encounter a tough nut to crack." Chen Fei immediately wrote down the battering ram technology he had in his mind, and carefully drew a structural diagram with a wolf hairbrush to make it easier for the workers in the weapons manufacturing plant to understand. The earliest mention of the battering ram can be found in the Book of Songs, which states, "With your hook and support, I will stand with you in the fortress to chop down the high wall." However, the early battering rams had a simple structure. They were just a large round piece of wood with wheels underneath. They used the inertia of the charge to destroy the city walls. After each collision, the battering ram had to be pulled back dozens of steps, and then another charge was launched to form inertia. During this time, it was very easy to be exposed and would attract a large amount of firepower. However, the battering ram technology that Chen Fei obtained was more mature. It originated from the battering ram in Wujing Zongyao. It was developed more than 1,000 years later than the original battering ram. There was no need to move back and forth. The hammer was suspended in the air, and the soldiers on both sides could operate it like a monk ringing a bell, which greatly reduced the danger. In addition, a shed made of wooden boards was built on both sides of the battering ram to protect against arrows. Soldiers hid inside to operate the battering ram, which was safer and more convenient. However, the price of a battering ram is also very expensive. An weapons factory requires 5,000 units of wood and takes a day to produce one. However, Chen Fei possesses the talents of infrastructure maniac and architecture master. It only takes 2,500 units of wood and 2.5 hours to produce one, and he can produce 10 battering rams a day. As time went by, the production tools became more and more complicated and required more and more time, and the advantage of Chen Fei's talent for large quantity had gradually become apparent. Chen Fei has even begun to imagine the future. When everyone enters the technological age and reaches the level of World War I and World War II, Chen Fei can spend fewer resources and produce airplanes, cannons, and tanks at 10 times the speed. The enemy's expression will definitely be very interesting at that time. With the battering ram and the ladder, my siege capabilities have finally improved significantly. Chen Fei stood on the second floor of the town center, looking out the window at the gradually prosperous Dazhou town outside, feeling very proud. In the next few days, the entire Dazhou town developed rapidly, annexed Bayou Town, and completely occupied Chuyin Town. Then it invested a lot of money to rebuild the original territory, build roads and houses, recruit a large number of farmers and slaves, and train slave soldiers and cavalry. In just 10 days, Chen Fei's strength skyrocketed. Name: Dazhou Town. Current era, Bronze Age. Region, Xiliang. Level 3, Town. Population, 18, 500/40,000. Number of soldiers, 8,000/20,000. Number of generals, 9, Zhuge Liang, Wang Yan, Di Qing, Lu Bu, Hua Rong, Zhou Tsang, Long Ong, Yi Feilong, Li Qi. Own towns, 3, Dazhou Town, Izumo Town, Baiyu Town. Food, 900,000. Wood, 600,900. Stone, 6,000. 50. Gold, 105,707. Bronze, 65,588. Technology, fishing, hunting, breeding, textiles. Buildings, bronze smelter 3, stable 1, mint 1, hemp field 300, watermelon orchard 100, farm 300. Talents, infrastructure maniac, master architect, danger prediction. Chapter 101 Fanghua. After the Bronze Age comes the Feudal Age. According to the system description, the Feudal Age will open up the game on a large scale, the people will be more intelligent, and various mechanisms will be more realistic and closer to the real world. To advance to the feudal era, one must first advance to the state form, which requires 1 million food, 1 million wood, 1 million stones, and 100,000 gold. Chen Fei now has enough gold, and he has been working hard every day these days to save food, wood, and stones. After another round of large-scale infrastructure construction, deducting the daily consumption of food for people and horses, Chen Fei's territory can now have a net income of 200,000 food, 180,000 wood, 150,000 stones, and an average of 10,000 gold per day. At this rate, it would only take 3 days for Chen Fei to accumulate enough resources to be promoted to Fang State. However, the next day, Fei Chen heard some bad news. Announcement from the Chinese national server. On April 16th of the first year of the lunar calendar, the player in the Yangzhou region, God's Town, was officially promoted to the state form. The vassal state function is enabled in the Fanghua form. Players can recruit low-level NPC forces as their vassal states and share intelligence, military, and economy. Congratulations to player God's Kingdom for winning the ultimate prize. Chen Fei's face changed. He didn't expect that someone would get there first. It's this Kingdom of God again. It's really powerful. Fei Chen murmured. Previously, when bandits attacked and forces competed for the rankings, the name of the Kingdom of God appeared, following closely behind Chen Fei's Dazhou Town, making Chen Fei always vigilant. But unexpectedly, we were finally overtaken this time. If you surpass me, then so be it. I don't even need the reward this time. Chen Fei quickly figured it out. This time, it was mainly because of those bastards besieging me. They made me consume a lot of resources in the past half-month. It felt like a waste of resources. If it weren't for that battle, I would probably have broken through and been promoted to a state a few days ago. Afterwards, Fei Chen opened the chat channel again, and sure enough, countless players on the chat channel were also discussing this matter frantically. Oh my god, the boss from Yangzhou is making a move. It's the Fang Kingdom era. The system shows that 1 million food, wood, and stone are needed. Most importantly, 100,000 gold is needed. Oh my god, how did the boss get so many resources? It's only been a month and a half since the server was launched. Why isn't it boss Chen Fei this time? Tisk, isn't it because we formed an anti-Fade alliance earlier and dealt him a heavy blow? That's right. I feel that the previous siege did cause Chen Fei considerable damage. At least it disrupted his rhythm. Otherwise, he might have been the first to be promoted to a Fang state. In Ash Town, Sun Kai was also browsing the chat channel. Seeing these discussions, he sneered. Fei Chen, you defeated me last time, but you also lost the upper hand and fell from the altar. It will be difficult for you to return to the top of the world. Chen Fei scrolled through the comments one by one and found that more than half of them were discussing him. People in other regions didn't know why Chen Fei suddenly fell from grace, but the players in the Xiliang region knew it all. Some were sarcastic, some watched from the sidelines, and a very small number spoke up for Chen Fei. Haha, the world is so fickle. Fei Chen sneered, but his eyes were icy cold. Just wait and see. When I regain my strength, I will be the first to enter the Bronze Age. I will return to the altar and show you how powerful I am. In the following 3 days, Chen Fei did not make any more efforts, but instead focused on developing the economy and eventually accumulated enough resources. Name, Dazhou Town. Current era, Bronze Age. Region, Xiliang. Level 3, Town. Population, 18, 500/40,000. Number of soldiers, 8,500/20,000. Number of generals, 9, Zhuge Liang, Wang Yin, Di Qing, Lu Bu, Hua Rong, Zhou Tsang, Long Ong, Yi Feilong, Li Qi. Hometowns: 3. Dazhou Town, Izumo Town, Baiyu Town. Food: 1,200,000. Wood: 1,100,500. Stone: 1,020,269. Gold: 125,807. Bronze: 30,000. Technology: fishing, hunting, breeding, textiles. Buildings: bronze smelter 3, stable 1, mint 1, hemp field 300, watermelon orchard 100, farm 300. Talents: infrastructure maniac, master architect, danger prediction. Seeing that there were enough resources, Chun Fei decisively chose to upgrade. System prompt: congratulations to player Chun Fei for advancing to statehood. The vassal state function has been unlocked. Players can convert low-level NPC factions into vassal states through force or by increasing their favorability, sharing intelligence, military forces, and internal economic affairs. System prompt: congratulations to player Chun Fei for receiving the Fang Kingdom Era Reward. Bronze 10,000. So ordinary people also get rewards for advancing their eras. Although these rewards aren't very good. Fade Chen laughed at himself. He used to be the first person in the entire server to be promoted to an era, and he had won all the top prizes. Now he is only rewarded with 10,000 bronzes, which is really not in Chen Fei's eyes. However, no matter how small an ant is, it is still meat, and Chen Fei does not have much bronze at the moment. With these 10,000 bronzes, it is enough for him to produce a batch of weapons. Chun Fei now has a total of 8,500 soldiers, and has formed 4 ordinary battalions. Each battalion has 1,000 slave soldiers, 200 regular spearmen, 200 archers, and 100 light cavalry, totaling 1,500 people. In addition, a main combat reinforcement battalion was established, consisting of 500 slave soldiers, 500 spearmen, 400 archers, 500 cavalry, and 100 heavily armored long-spear soldiers, totaling 2,000 people. The main combat reinforced battalion is the 1st Battalion, commanded by Hua Rong. The 2nd Battalion is commanded by Zhou Tsang. The 3rd Battalion is commanded by Long Ong. The 4th Battalion is commanded by Yi Feilong. And the 5th Battalion is commanded by a general newly recruited by Chun Fei during this period, named Li Zhongyi. He is a sea-level general with a sturdy character, holding a machete, full of vigor, and is particularly good at infantry combat. In addition to these 5 battalions, the remaining 500 people formed a guard battalion, all of whom were regular spearmen, responsible for the defense of the Lord's Hall and Chun Fei's personal safety. Lu Bu led the 1st and 2nd battalions to garrison in Chuyin Town. Di Qing led the 3rd and 4th battalions to garrison in Baiyu Town, and the 5th battalion was stationed in Dazhou Town, forming a garrison area. Zhuge Liang was transferred back to Dazhou Town to perform the duties of Prime Minister, preside over internal affairs, and be responsible for implementing the decisions made by Chun Fei. It enters the state form, but it is still in the Bronze Age, so no new soldiers and buildings are unlocked, and no existing buildings are upgraded, except for the addition of a function to recruit NPC forces as vassal states. Everything remains the same. 3 days later, Fade Chen finally showed his fangs again and began to carry out his long-planned revenge. Chapter 102: Strategies for Snowblowing Town. Chun Fei had been holding a grudge against the players who had besieged him before and wanted revenge. However, he had been holding back these days in order to advance his country. Now that the stage mission has been completed, Chun Fei naturally can't hold back and decides to send troops for revenge. Chun Fei has a record of every player who has attacked him and lists them in a small notebook. Now he is going to behead them one by one. In Dazhou Town, Di Qing, Lu Bu, Chun Fei, Zhuge Liang, and others gathered together. Chun Fei pointed to the newly drawn map and said, "Lu Bu, I want you to lead the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd battalions, a total of 5,000 people, to attack the area around Izumo Town. There are a total of 10 towns, all of which have been marked. Among them, Huijin Town, Baishui Town, and Linen Town are relatively strong and suffered few losses in the previous battle, so they need to be attacked with caution. The other 7 towns are relatively weak and can be swept directly. However, it is important to note that Langya Town is mainly based on the pacification of the people. If the pacification fails, then besiege and force them, and avoid killing." Lu Bu nodded continuously and glanced at Di Qing beside him. Di Qing was born in Langya Town and was once an ally of Chun Fei when he attacked Chuyin Town. However, he later switched sides and joined the anti-Chun Fei alliance. In order to recruit Di Qing, Chun Fei promised to peacefully pacify Langya Town and let the leader of Langia town continue to govern the area. Now is the time for Chun Fei to fulfill his promise. Don't worry, my lord. With 5,000 troops and enough battering rams and ladders, I am confident that I can defeat all enemies. Lu Bu clasped his fists, full of confidence. Chun Fei nodded and said, I will continue to let Zhuge Liang serve as your military advisor for this expedition. You two must work together to expand the territory of our great Zhou. Yes. Lu Bu and Zhuge Liang looked at each other. Zhuge Liang was smiling, but Lu Bu's eyes were full of helplessness. As an invincible general, he believed in his soldiers. As long as he was given enough soldiers, Lu Bu firmly believed that he could sweep the world and be invincible. Moreover, he and Zhuge Liang did not get along very well. He often felt that he was suppressed by Zhuge Liang's intelligence and was teased by Zhuge Liang, which made him very unhappy. However, Lu Bu also admired Zhuge Liang from the bottom of his heart. He knew that with Zhuge Liang by his side, he didn't need to use his brain and could just become a tool, which greatly improved his combat efficiency. Then, Fei Chen looked at Di Qing again. Di Qing, near Baiyu town, there are 13 tribes, 2 villages, and a town called Chueshua. Chueshua town isn't very strong, with only about 1,000 soldiers. I'll provide you with enough battering rams and ladders, and I'll arrange for Yin Bailey to assist you as your military advisor. Lead Yi Feilong's 4th Battalion and clear this area within 3 days. Yes. Di Qing and Yin Bailey clasped their fists. Chun Fei sighed inwardly. He thought that there were too few talented people on his side. The only one who could truly serve as a military advisor was Zhuge Liang. Wang Yin and Li Qi focused more on internal affairs. Among the players who surrendered, only Yin Bailey had some military acumen. In Izumo town, all the attackers were members of the Anti-Chun Fei alliance, all players. On the other hand, in Baiyu town, the only target chosen was Chueshua town, which was a player. The remaining tribes and villages were all NPC forces. The meeting ended, and Di Qing, Lu Bu, Zhuge Liang, and the others left one after another. Chun Fei walked out of the hall alone and came to the small courtyard. He looked at the sky in the distance and murmured, a new round of expansion has begun. The next day, the entire Great Zhou state immediately became busy. Except for the 5th Battalion and the Guard Battalion, the remaining 6,000 soldiers were all dispatched. Di Qing led Yi Feilong's 4th Battalion to sweep the area around Baiyu town. He ignored the tribes and villages and headed directly to Chueshua town. The player in Chueshua town is named Lu Hao. He has 3 generals and 1,600 soldiers under his command. He governs 10 villages and has hundreds of resource points within his territory. One day, Lu Hao was sleeping soundly in his room when a general suddenly rushed in and shouted, My lord, it's bad. The army of the Great Zhou state is coming towards us. What? Lu Hao jumped up in shock, looking panicked. How many of them are there? Where did they go? The general said, There are about 1,000 people, carrying a large number of battering rams and ladders. They have already left Baiyu town and are expected to reach our territory in an hour. As a former member of the Anti-Chun Fei alliance, Lu Hao has been very anxious recently, fearing that Chun Fei would suddenly send troops to retaliate against him. So he has been strengthening the fortifications and dispatched a cavalry unit to guard near Baiyu town and keep an eye on Chun Fei's movements. I didn't expect that Fei Chun would really come for revenge. Lu Hao muttered to himself and said quickly, General Wang, you will immediately lead the Longxiang army and the Hui army to guard the wall. All people and supplies in the village below will be immediately transferred to the town. Implement the fortified city strategy. At the same time, call the other 2 generals over. Yes. General Wang clasped his fists and left after receiving the order. After such a long period of development, players have also figured out a set of correct defensive measures. They usually prepare defensive supplies such as rolling logs, battering rams, gold juice, bows and arrows. Once the enemy attacks, they will implement the policy of clearing the countryside and calling for reinforcements. This basic defense mode has been widely circulated through the chat channel, and players in the Shiliang area have learned it regardless of whether they understand military affairs or not. Soon, the other 2 generals arrived. Lu Hao said, General Sun, General Huang, each of you will lead 300 cavalrymen to ambush according to our plan. When the enemy passes through the jungle, the 2 armies will attack and inflict heavy damage on them. Yes. The 2 men clasped their fists and left. After arranging the 3 generals, Lu Hao was no longer sleepy. He put on his clothes and walked out of the town center and climbed up the wall with a 10-man guard team. Call all the slaves who are working here, have them put on leather armor, pick up weapons, and prepare to support the battle. The strength of Chueshua town can only be considered mediocre, and it does not have the economic strength to support more professional soldiers for free. However, in order to resist possible revenge, Lu Hao prepared a batch of weapons and leather armor early. Now there are 1,000 slaves in Shueishua town, all wearing leather armor and holding weapons. Although their combat effectiveness cannot be guaranteed, it is enough to boost momentum and scare the enemy. After doing all this, Lu Hao thought for a moment, then opened the chat channel again and said, "Everyone, come and help. The great tyrant Qin Fei is bullying us again. He has sent an army of 3,000 to invade, and they will arrive in an hour. Everyone, come and help. The coordinates are below. I hope everyone can unite and fight Qin Fei together." Chapter 103 War of Words. As soon as these words were spoken, Shiliang's chat channel exploded again. What? Boss Qin Fei is causing trouble again. That's a bit too much. Why hit someone for no reason? That's right. Qin Fei is being too brutal. If he can attack Shueishua town today, he can attack us tomorrow. In the end, no one will be able to escape. That's right. What do you think we should do? Hold on, brother. We'll send troops to rescue you right away. After seeing these remarks, Lu Hao felt relieved. Haha. Fade Chun, with the more than 1,000 people you sent, I think they're going to be defeated this time. Lu Hao chuckled. With 1,600 regular troops on his side, plus 1,000 militiamen, walls and arrow towers, and the reinforcements that might arrive, it was simply impossible for Qin Fei's troops to capture him in such a short time. After figuring this out, Lu Hao laughed heartily and said to the people around him, "You guys continue to watch here and report to me if anything happens. I'm going to go back and get some sleep first." Yes. The soldiers guarding the city nearby were helpless. Their lord was very smart and treated his subordinates well, but he just liked to sleep. When the alliance was fighting against Qin Fei, this guy actually ran back to his territory alone during the battle. The reason was that he couldn't sleep in the coalition camp and could only sleep soundly when he returned to his own territory. Lu Hao went back to sleep. What he didn't see was that 7 or 8 more players appeared in the chat channel, including Sun Kai, who had been very active recently. He also appeared and cursed. That thief Qin Fei, so cruel and merciless, not only did he attack Shueishua town, he also sent troops to attack us. Oh shit. My soldiers have spotted Qin Fei's troops in the wild. There are so many of them. What should I do? I'm not strong enough to begin with. The previous siege of Qin Fei consumed a lot of resources, and now I don't have many soldiers. Everyone, come and save me. Qin Fei's troops have already reached my doorstep, and the one leading them is Lu Bu, the most powerful general in the 3 kingdoms. Save me, save me. Don't even bother going to Shueishua town. Everyone, hurry here. Qin Fei's army has more soldiers here, several thousand strong. We must unite to have a fighting force. Otherwise, we'll just be defeated one by one. Yes, last time Qin Feijuan hid in Chuyin town and refused to come out, acting like a turtle, making us hate him to death. Now that he has finally taken the initiative to attack, it is also a godsend opportunity for us. As long as we gather quickly, we can counterattack and still achieve our previous goal of occupying Chuyin town and dividing up the salt mine. In the chat channel, more than half of the members of the anti-Qin Fei alliance jumped out and criticized Qin Fei. However, some people sneered. I thought Qin Fei really attacked you for no reason. Turns out he's attacking you guys. Boss Qin Fei's revenge is more appropriate this time. Haha. Yes, in my opinion, you should just admit your mistakes and call it a day. Boss Qin Fei, stop expanding and stop plotting against the salt mines. We've been fighting for so long, and so many people have been killed. I can't stand it any longer. That's right. Are you still thinking of forming another anti-Qin Fei alliance? It's useless. They were able to borrow troops to deal with you last time, and they can do the same this time, but it's all in vain. As soon as these remarks came out, members of the anti-Qin Fei alliance were dissatisfied and started to criticize him immediately. Bah, what do you know? You're so far away from Qin Fei. Of course you can't perceive the evil he's done. He constantly stirs up trouble, embezzles salt mines, and sells out his teammates. His crimes are simply heinous. We formed an alliance just to protect ourselves. After destroying Qin Fei, it will also be of great benefit to you. You are really like a dog biting Lu Dongbin, not knowing how to appreciate a good person. That's easy to say. But if you had an invincible, top-tier player who dominated the leaderboards and servers, how would you feel? If they said they would destroy you, how could you still sleep well? Soon, the Xiliang regional chat channel was filled with curses. One side supported Qin Fei, the other side opposed Qin Fei, and a small number of people remained neutral, claiming that harmony was the most important thing. Qin Fei naturally saw all of this, but he did not participate in the discussion. Since he was only one person, it was difficult for him to criticize so many people, so he simply went into hiding to prevent the other party from doing more excessive things. Haha. You want to do the same as last time? Impossible. Chun Fei dug out a piece of animal skin and quickly wrote 2 letters with a wolf hair brush. He then handed them to his trusted confidant and said, "Send 2 fast horses. Rush them immediately to General Lu Bu and General Di Qing on the front lines." Yes. The confidant took the letter and left. On the wilderness, Di Qing led Yi Feilong's 4th Battalion and marched slowly. In order to complete the task assigned by Chun Fei, Di Qing's strategy was to go all out to destroy Chueshua town first. This time he brought 10 battering rams and 100 ladders, so the marching speed could not be too fast. "General, there is a jungle ahead." A scout returned to report. Di Qing looked into the distance while riding on his warhorse and saw a series of small hills not far ahead. The terrain was very poor, and there was only one small path through which to pass. However, there were large jungles on both sides of the path, which made Di Qing frown. "Go to the jungles on both sides and see if there are any enemies." Di Qing sent 2 cavalrymen to investigate. The cavalrymen quickly returned and said, "Report to the general. The jungles on both sides are all normal." Strange. Logically, the enemy must have known I was sending out troops. Since this is a perfect place for an ambush, why isn't there one? Di Qing was puzzled. Yi Feilong on the side said, "General, could it be that those grandsons are afraid and dare not send troops to ambush us?" Di Qing shook his head. Anyone with a bit of courage wouldn't miss this strategically important location. As the military strategy says, when the enemy is weak, attack them with strength, and when the enemy is strong, attack them with weakness. We must not let our guard down. Yi Feilong, you lead 500 slave soldiers through first and see what happens. If everything goes smoothly, then send another 500. If we send them through in waves this way, even if there's an ambush, we can handle it with ease. I understand. Yi Feilong clasped his fists and began to pass through with 500 soldiers. Because they didn't know whether there were enemies here or not, and the main purpose of their troops was to test the enemy, Yi Feilong didn't dare to move too fast. He rode on his warhorse, holding the spear tightly in his right hand. The soldiers behind him were also tense and silent. About 10 minutes later, 500 people successfully passed through the forest path. Seeing this, Di Qing breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 104 Counterattack. In a very hidden corner of the jungle, a cavalry unit was hiding and ambushing. "General, these guys are so cautious," said a soldier. "Yes, General. If they march in groups of 500 and 500, what shall we do?" The general was also a little worried. He didn't expect these enemies to be so cautious. They had come to scout and found nothing, but they were still like this. They were simply inhuman. "It seems we won't be able to accomplish our goal today." The general sighed and said, "If that's the case, then we'll capture the leader first. Ignore the other soldiers and wait for their leader to enter the ambush circle. Then we'll attack. As long as we can kill the leading leader, half of the army will be destroyed." The 1,500-man army was divided into 3 groups. The first group, led by Yi Feilong, had already passed through, and the second group, led by Di Qing, also started to pass through. Walking on the path in the woods, gusts of breeze blew, making the leaves rustle, but Di Qing felt more and more that something was wrong. Although he didn't know what went wrong, his intuition as a famous general told him that danger seemed to be lurking nearby. "Everyone be careful and be ready to fight at any time," Di Qing reminded. Yes. The soldiers were also on full alert. When they were halfway there was a sudden shout of killing from both sides, and hundreds of cavalrymen rushed out roaring, raising clouds of dust. Fortunately, the jungle was not too dense, otherwise these light cavalry would not be able to launch a charge at all. But even so, their speed was far slower than that of a charge on the plains. Di Qing had been on guard for a long time, but when he saw the enemy appear, he finally felt relieved. Everyone defend. Archers shoot. The slave soldiers, armed with spears, quickly formed a human wall, forming an iron barrel formation. The archers huddled in the iron barrel formation and began shooting wildly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Waves of arrows were fired, and the charging cavalry fell to the ground one after another. Soon, the cavalry from Chueshua town rushed to the front and collided heavily with the forest of spears. The sound of spears piercing flesh and blood continued to ring out, and war horses wailed. In just this instant, Chueshua town lost more than 100 war horses. In fact, the role of light cavalry is more for mobile combat rather than frontal charges. However, the cavalry of Chueshua town are very brave and fearless. They break the rules and fight hard, and it is effective. The huge impact force carried by the cavalry instantly tore apart the formation of Di Qing's army, which was arranged in an iron barrel formation. Many people were trampled to death, and there was also a cry of grief. This is a real fight. There is no skill involved. It is just a pure collision of power. After taking the first wave of attacks, the two sides engaged in a fierce battle. However, the terrain here was rugged and overgrown with weeds, so the cavalry from Chueshua town could not return to continue the charge and could only fight at close range. At this time, the remaining 1,000 men of Di Qing's army saw their commander being surrounded and immediately rushed over. General Sun and General Huang of Chueshua town saw this and shouted, "Don't worry about anything else. Kill the enemy general first." Kill. The cavalrymen charged forward with all their might. Di Qing was so angry that he laughed. "You want to kill me? You really have the guts. Come on, let's see if you have the guts." Di Qing, holding a silver spear, rode on his warhorse and attacked continuously, knocking the enemies off their horses one by one. 600 cavalrymen and 500 infantrymen fought together with swords flashing and sabers flashing, and the scene was extremely bloody. Seeing that the soldiers were unable to kill Di Qing, General Huang and General Sun looked at each other and went into battle themselves, attacking from both sides to kill Di Qing. "Surrender quickly and you will be spared from death," the two men shouted, trying to persuade Di Qing to surrender. Di Qing laughed heartily, as if he had heard a great joke. "With your level, you are not worthy." He fought 1 against 2, General Huang holding a long-handled sword and General Sun holding a large spear. Both of them were sea-level generals with very good strength. But unfortunately, they were facing Di Qing, a man who was famous in history, a brave general on the battlefield who was feared by the world for his charging into battle. Di Qing attacked left and right, shouting, "If you are willing to surrender and join my army, I can ask my master to release you and let you too lead a battalion. What do you think?" Generals Huang and Sun shouted angrily, "Your master has committed heinous crimes and is at the end of his rope. How could he have the courage to speak such nonsense?" However, just as he finished his words, Di Qing's silver spear suddenly stabbed sideways and headed straight for General Sun's face. "Ah!" General Sun screamed and tried to dodge subconsciously, but it was too late. He dodged the attack in the face but was stabbed in the shoulder. He lost his grip on the gun and fell off his horse. "Old Sun." General Huang was shocked and immediately took action to buy some time for General Sun to escape, but Di Qing blocked it with a horizontal block and then stabbed down with the silver spear in his hand, killing General Sun, who fell to the ground on the spot. Seeing this scene, General Huang on the side turned pale with fright. He knew that it was a wrong decision for them to kill Di Qing. They were not on the same level at all. He immediately thought about escaping, but how could Di Qing let him go? The two men chased each other, and finally Di Qing jumped up, floating in the air like a big bird, and then threw the spear in his hand with all his strength. "Call out." A silver lightning flashed through the void, accurately passing through General Huang's back, piercing through his body, causing him to fall off his horse and spilling blood. 2 generals from Chueshua town were killed instead of trying to kill someone. Di Qing picked up the head of one of the generals and shouted, "Your general is dead. Why don't you surrender quickly?" Hundreds of cavalrymen who were engaged in the battle were shocked when they heard this. When they looked carefully, they saw that the bloody head belonged to their leader. What happened? Why was General Huang killed? Where's General Sun? General Sun's body is here. He was also killed. What? Oh no, the enemy is surrounding us. Then why fight? Surrender. Many soldiers had the idea of retreating after seeing the death of the 2 generals. Now they saw that their own troops were attacked from the front and back and were blocked tightly, and they suddenly lost their composure. Finally, one man could no longer bear it and shouted, "I am willing to surrender." Others also laid down their weapons and shouted, "We are willing to surrender." Seeing this, Di Qing was suddenly filled with heroic spirit and burst into laughter. In this battle, it was only because of the enemy's misjudgment of strategy. If they had just charged in and then left, then Di Qing would have had no way to stop them. However, the enemy wanted to eat them all and behead Di Qing, which actually gave Di Qing an opportunity. With the death of the 2 commanders, hundreds of cavalrymen surrendered, and Di Qing actually made a lot of money. Chapter 105, Tricking the City Gate Open. On the forest path, soldiers were clearing corpses and cleaning up the battlefield. These dead soldiers were wearing leather armor and holding bronze weapons. They were all recyclable resources, and the dead brothers on our side also needed to be buried. At this time, a cavalryman came from the north and shouted from a distance, "General Zhua, there is a letter from the Lord." Di Qing took the letter and saw that it read, "Han Minister, the enemy is calling for reinforcements. We must capture Chueshua town within 1 day. If we cannot capture it, we should deploy sentries. If we see reinforcements arriving, we should withdraw immediately and not pursue them." Di Qing put away the letter and pondered for a moment. Suddenly, He saw the group of surrendered cavalrymen and came up with a plan. "You guys come here," Di Qing shouted. The cavalry from Fubuki town, who had just surrendered and were helping to clean up the battlefield, walked over with their heads lowered. Di Qing called Yi Filong over again and said, "General Yi, I have a task for you." Yi Filong clasped his fists and said, "General, please tell me. I will definitely complete it." Di Qing said, "You lead 100 of our cavalrymen and these 400 surrendered soldiers. Put on the clothes of Chueshua town, go and trick the gate open and rush in. I will lead the main force to follow closely behind. As you command." Snowblowing town. The soldiers guarding the wall also knew that the enemy was about to arrive, so they did not dare to let their guard down and stepped up patrols in full gear. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Look, there's a cavalry coming." The soldiers looked over quickly and saw a large group of cavalry coming from the north, with the sound of horse hooves and a huge momentum. "Which cavalry unit is this?" Looking at his clothes, he looks like one of ours. "Don't let your guard down. This is a critical moment." General Wang, the only remaining military commander in Chueshua town and a C-rank general, had also been guarding the wall. When he saw this cavalry unit, his expression was calm, without any fluctuation. "Open the city gate quickly. The enemy army is coming soon." The cavalry below shouted. In order to prevent this group of cavalrymen who had surrendered to Chueshua town from rebelling, Di Qing specially arranged for Yi Filong to bring 100 cavalrymen from the Great Zhou to mix in with them. All of them changed into the clothes of ordinary soldiers from Chueshua town, so no one could tell that they were there. A total of 500 cavalrymen quickly ran to the bottom of the wall of Chueshua town. Everyone had an anxious look on their face and kept looking back, as if there was some terrible beast behind them. General Wang stood on the wall and asked coldly, "Where's General Huang? Where's General Sun? Why can't I see them?" A soldier shouted, "The two generals have been killed in the battle. We were discovered when we were ambushing. The enemy disrupted our plan, and we suffered heavy losses." Another soldier also shouted anxiously, "The enemy's main force is behind us and has already caught up with us. General Wang, please let us in quickly." General Wang frowned, feeling something was amiss. However, he had indeed seen many of these people before him, and had even spoken to and dealt with some of them before. They were indeed his own people. At this time, the soldiers around him were also in an uproar. General Wang looked up suddenly and saw that there was indeed a large army coming from the north, with more than 1,000 people, pushing battering rams and ladders, slowly walking towards here. "General Wang, what's going on? Are you going to send us to our deaths? Has the Lord given up on us?" Below the wall, the cavalrymen began to riot, and some even started to curse anxiously. General Wang. On the wall, everyone around him looked at General Wang. General Wang finally gave the order, "Open the city gates and let them in. There are so many of our own people below, and they are all precious cavalry. If this main force is really destroyed because we don't open the door, then the Lord will definitely eat us alive." Squeak. The wooden gate of the wall slowly opened. Yi Filong, who was hiding in the cavalry, had a gleam in his eyes. He raised his spear and shouted, "Charge! Kill!" 500 cavalrymen were ready to go and rushed in the moment the city gate opened. You are traitors." The soldiers who opened the city gate were so frightened that their faces turned pale. They had no ability to resist at all and were crushed into meat patties by countless horse hooves in an instant. On the wall, General Wang's eyes popped out when he saw this scene. "Oh no, I've fallen into the thief's trap." General Wang felt as if the sky in his eyes had collapsed at that moment, and his vision went dark as he was about to fall down. "General, are you okay?" "General, they are traitors, and the enemy's large force is coming. What should we do?" "General, you can't fall down. Give the order quickly." Countless soldiers forcibly helped General Wang to his feet. With blood already streaming from his mouth, General Wang shouted at the top of his lungs, "Everyone, shoot! Defend! You too, quickly report the situation to the Lord. Tell him to leave immediately." "General, what about you?" "Me? Haha, I failed to defend the city and failed to recognize the traitor. Naturally, I must die on the battlefield to repay my Lord's kindness." General Wang smiled bitterly and said, "You too, go quickly. Tell the Lord that as long as there is green mountains, there will be no shortage of firewood." "Yes." The two soldiers had no choice but to accept the order and leave. Lu Hao, who was sleeping in the center of the town, was immediately awakened by the loud shouting and ran out with his clothes on. "What's going on? What's going on?" Two soldiers ran over quickly and shouted in panic, "Lord, we have been betrayed by a traitor." "Betrayed by a traitor?" Lu Hao wondered. He treated his subordinates well with food and drink, so where did the traitor come from? The two soldiers explained with tears in their eyes, "My lord, General Huang and General Sun were killed in battle. Our cavalry surrendered and became traitors. They returned and tricked the city gates open. Now their main force has rushed in. Let's run. What? Lu Hao's eyes went dark and he fell straight down. My lord, my lord. The two soldiers were shocked and quickly helped Lu Hao up. They pinched his Rinzhong and pressed his chest and finally saved Lu Hao. How? How could it suddenly become like this? Lu Hao was in tears. I just took a nap. Everything was fine before I went to bed. There were 1,000 regular troops and 1,000 militiamen guarding the base camp, 600 cavalrymen lying in ambush outside, and I even called for reinforcements in the chat channel. The situation was very good. How come I was suddenly defeated when I woke up, and defeated so thoroughly? My lord, General Wang is defending the wall. He said, as long as the Green Mountains remain, there will be no shortage of firewood. So you should run away quickly. The two soldiers kept looking back as they spoke. Through the gate, they could see that at the end of the street, there were enemy soldiers. My lord, the enemy is about to attack. Please make a decision quickly. The two soldiers urged anxiously. Chapter 106. No surrender. Lu Hao's mind was in a mess at this time, and he also saw the enemy appearing outside the town center. He gritted his teeth and said, let's go, retreat quickly. The players were all very smart. Lu Hao also set up a back door at the back of his town. He jumped on his horse and rode out with a dozen of his confidants, thinking of leaving first. If that didn't work out, he would become a bandit and then wait for a big boss to rise up and then follow him. However, they had not run far when more than a dozen horses suddenly neighed loudly and all fell to the ground. Then hundreds of soldiers immediately emerged from the bushes on both sides, including dozens of archers, all with their bows and arrows aimed at them. God has doomed me. Lu Hao got up, covered in dust and dirt, and discovered that he had broken a bone. However, there was no time to seek medical treatment at this moment, so he shouted anxiously, I am Lu Hao, the lord of Chueshua town. I am willing to surrender and submit to the great Zhou state. However, one soldier said, my lord said that your Chueshua town participated in the anti-Zhou alliance. This is an unforgivable crime. We will not accept your surrender. What? Upon hearing this, Lu Hao was so frightened that he collapsed to the ground. The soldier glanced around and without further ado, gave the order, shoot. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A wave of arrows flew over, and the two sides were only a few dozen meters apart. Lu Hao and his men had just fallen and were dizzy, and had not yet recovered. Naturally, they could not dodge and were all killed on the spot. The group of soldiers cheered and said jokingly, we successfully ambushed and beheaded their leader. This is a great achievement. The Lord will definitely reward us. Haha. Yes, I got the reward and am going to the market to buy a pound of raisins. They are my favorite delicacy. TSK, what are raisins? I heard that the Shiron caravan recently brought back a batch of honey. That's the real good stuff. While cleaning the battlefield, the soldiers began to look forward to the better life after receiving the reward, and everyone had a happy smile on their face. Dazhou Town. Chen Fei was looking at the new map hanging on the wall. This map was drawn by the cavalry with great difficulty these days, and the scope was expanded to a radius of 100 kilometers. As can be seen from the map, Chuyin Town, Dazhou Town, and Baiyu Town form the current Dazhou Kingdom in a triangular shape, with the Minghui River in the middle and a not-so-small Minghui Lake on the western border. The water resources are quite abundant. It is worth mentioning that Minghui Lake has also been developed at this time. Several fisheries have been built on it. Hundreds of fishing boats enter the lake to fish every day, and Fengling Village has also become a professional river and seafood industry gathering village. However, the area of the small Great Zhou state on the entire map is still too small, and there are hundreds of densely packed dots around it, all of which are marked out. Some are high-level resource points. Once a resource point exceeds level 5, its strength will be qualitatively improved. There will be at least 1,000 defenders, which is similar to an NPC stronghold, and the fortifications are complete. A large army needs to be dispatched to conquer it. On the entire map, there are more than 30 resource points above level 5, all marked with a cross. In addition, there are more than 40 NPC forces. The larger ones have thousands of people, and some are even stronger than the original Izumo town. Even the current Chen Fei needs to make some calculations before considering sending troops. There are also many small NPC forces, and a considerable number of them are still in the most primitive tribal form or village form, and have not even reached the Bronze Age. Maybe this is a kind of protection that this gaming world provides to low-end players. Within this 100 kilometers, there are over 40 player factions, half of which have fought against me before. Once I conquer all of them, I will become the true overlord of the entire region. By then, I will have an army of 20,000, more than enough to defend me against any threat. Chun Fei already had a plan in mind. The Western countries are at war, so we shouldn't get too close to them. To the north is the nomadic grasslands, so we can't overdevelop them either. It would be better to go east and south, and ideally, directly into the central plains. While I was daydreaming, a system prompt sounded suddenly. System prompt. You have successfully defeated Shueisha Town. Please choose the disposal method. Keep/destroy. Note, if you choose to keep, the player will get the existing buildings, troops, population, technology, and resources. If you choose to destroy, the player will get more resources, but the buildings, troops, population, and technology will all disappear. Fei Chun was stunned for a moment, then smiled. It seems that Di Qing succeeded. Chun Fei glanced at the sky outside and said with a smile, the fight is really fast, worthy of being the Amon General Di Qing. Chun Fei sighed. Compared to Lu Bu, Di Qing was both brave and resourceful. He was not only adept at charging into battle, but also very particular about tactics and warfare. This was one of the reasons why Chun Fei assigned Zhuge Liang to Lu Bu instead of Di Qing. In history, Yin Zhu served as the judge of the Jingyuan and Qinfeng routes. Di Qing, acting as his commander, sought an audience. Yin Zhu discussed military matters with him, and the two men sat embracing each other for an entire evening. Yin Zhu, impressed by Di Qing's talent, recommended him to Han Qi and Fan Zhongyan, praising him, saying, Di Qing is both brave and resourceful, a rare and talented general. Later, Fan Zhongyan taught him to read Zhuan and said to him, a general who does not know the history of ancient and modern times is only as brave as an ordinary man. After that, Di Qing began to study military books systematically, and eventually became a powerful figure in Western Xia and a nightmare for the Western Xia people. System prompt. The player has chosen to keep Snowblowing Town. Congratulations on obtaining the following buildings. Town Center 1, Bronze Smelter 1, Barracks 6, Farmland 100. Congratulations on gaining the population. Peasants 300, Slaves 1,000, Spearmen 200, Archers 100, Slaves 600, Cavalry 50. Congratulations on obtaining resources. Food 320, 000, with 200, 000, Stone 155, 500, Gold 6, 000, Bronze 800, Hemp 10, 000, Fruit 3,000. After conquering Shueisha Town, Chun Fei's strength increased dramatically again. Not only did he gain a large amount of territory, but he also obtained so many resources at one time, which was equivalent to speeding up his time by several days. This snowblowing town has quite a lot of basic resources, but the gold and bronze are too scarce. Fei Chun murmured, full of disdain. He didn't know that the Great Zhou was now relying on the caravans of the Western Rhone Kingdom and had its own salt mines, so it had a slight surplus of gold. However, other players had no special products, and the small NPC forces nearby did not have much gold either. It was actually not easy to obtain gold through trade. There are even some unlucky players who have enough other resources, but lack gold, so they have not yet been promoted to the Bronze Age. Chapter 107, Langya Town. System prompt. Congratulations to player Chun Fei for conquering Snowblowing Town and receiving the victory reward. Unicycle manufacturing technology. Another prompt sounded, and when Chun Fei saw the word unicycle, he almost jumped out of surprise. Nowadays, the efficiency of material transportation in the Great Zhou is actually very low. In the beginning, war horses were used to transport salt, weapons, military rations, and other materials, which was actually a burden for the war horses. Later, Chun Fei was forced to buy a batch of camels from the Western Rhone Kingdom, and the territory began to operate stably. However, camels have an astonishing appetite. The hundreds of camels purchased by Chun Fei consume 5,000 units of food every day and are not the best means of transportation. Now that he has the wheelbarrow technology, Chun Fei can mass-produce a batch, and the logistics efficiency within the territory will be greatly improved. The technical content of the unicycle is not high. The difficulty lies in the manufacturing process of the wheels and axles. Chun Fei already has a complete set of unicycle production technologies in his mind, which are the most mature production processes developed for thousands of years. The price of a wheelbarrow is 100 units of wood. Under the influence of the master builder talent, the price of manufacturing tools is halved, which means that one wheelbarrow can be produced with 50 units of wood. Chun Fei directly invested 20,000 pieces of wood and placed an order with the factory to produce 400 wheelbarrows. With his talent of infrastructure maniac, the production efficiency increased tenfold, and all the production could be completed in 2 days. Afterwards, Chun Fei called over another soldier and said, Go tell Di Qing to lead Yi Feilong's 4th Battalion to defend Chueshua Town. Build defensive fortifications and deploy scouts widely. If there's no sign of the enemy, look for an opportunity to clear the surrounding area. Yes. On the other side, here in Izumo Town, Lu Bu led Huarong's 1st Battalion, Zhouzong's 2nd Battalion, and Long Ang's 3rd Battalion, a total of 5,000 soldiers and horses, and also brought some farmers and siege equipment such as battering rams and ladders to the east to fight. The battle was much more intense than that in Chueshua Town. Lengyue Town, Lu Bu and Zhuge Liang, along with Huarong's 1st Battalion, arrived and surrounded Lengyue Town. Dozens of battering rams and ladders were lined up in neat formations. 2,000 soldiers were in high spirits, and military flags were fluttering. On the city wall, Du Yong, the leader of Lengyue Town, was trembling with fear as he looked at the troops of the great Zhou kingdom below. That guy is Lu Bu. When Du Yong saw the leading general, he instantly determined Lu Bu's identity. Then he became even more desperate. The geographical location of Lengyue Town is not good. Ash Town is 5 kilometers away. Due to Du Yong's weak character, he lost some large resource points at the beginning. Later, his living space was repeatedly compressed by Ash Town, resulting in it only being upgraded to the Bronze Age in recent days. He had also joined the anti-Qinfei alliance, hoping to rely on the salt mine to change his current predicament, but he did not expect that the salt mine would not be taken down, and the General Di Qing was also lost. This made Du Yong very angry. He asked Sun Kai for compensation after the war, but was beaten back by Sun Kai's troops and occupied 3 more villages. The current Lengyue Town has only 3 villages under its jurisdiction and only a few hundred soldiers. They are all hiding in the main town and dare not come out. Now facing Lu Bu's army, Du Yong feels deep despair. What should I do? What should I do? Du Yong was completely panicked. At this time, a counselor beside him said, "My lord, when will the reinforcements you requested arrive?" "Ah, yes, I have reinforcements." Du Yong slapped his head, quickly logged into the system, opened the chat channel, and quickly spoke. "Brothers, Lu Bu is right here with me. He wants to destroy me, and his troops are already at the gates of the city. When will your reinforcements arrive?" One player responded, "I personally led a team here, but ended up getting ambushed by Qinfei south of your area. I lost 300 people. I'm heartbroken. Ciao. Qinfei has appeared near me. Take care of yourself, little brother. I have to protect myself and cannot send troops to rescue you." Yes. I was just about to send out troops, but I saw a group of cavalry passing by, and a group of infantry occupied a hilltop and built an arrow tower there. It's obvious that they are targeting us. Brother, you have to hold on. Fuck, everyone upstairs, from what you guys said, Fei Chen sent several troops to attack. Oh my god, how many soldiers does he have? I'm not sure, but according to my calculations, the number of soldiers he sent this time is at least over 3,000. 3,000. Oh my god, this is too impressive. He is indeed a big boss. He was seriously injured last time, but now he still has so many people. Wow, comparing myself to others is really frustrating. I only have over 1,000 people now. I want to increase my troops, but my economy can't support it. Du Yong was stunned when he saw the comments of everyone in the chat channel. Where are the reinforcements that were promised? Why are they suddenly gone? Du Yong felt that all the strength in his body had been drained, and his mind went blank. At this time, Lu Bu spoke from below. "Head, Lengyue Town leader, I am Lu Bu, the right general of the great Zhou kingdom. Following the orders of my master, I beg you to surrender. We can guarantee the safety of the people in the city, and you can continue to lead Lengyue Town. You just need to pay taxes on time." Du Yong was stunned and couldn't believe it. Why? The disparity in strength between the two sides was enormous. The enemy had siege equipment like battering rams and ladders, and with Lu Bu, the invincible general, leading them, it would only take a few minutes to wipe them out. So why would they suddenly surrender? And the terms offered were so generous. Lu Bu said, "Your General Di Qing has joined our army and is now the left general of the Great Zhou. His power is second only to my lord and me. It is because of him that my lord is offering you such a good offer. Think about it quickly. I'll give you 1 incense stick to consider." "What? Di Qing? He's not dead." Du Yong was stunned, happy, and surprised. He was glad that Di Qing, his biggest trump card, survived. However, Di Qing actually surrendered to the Zhou dynasty and became the left general, a high-ranking general. This made him feel betrayed by his subordinates. Lu Bu said, "General Di Qing refused my lord's orders 3 times for your sake. It was only after he promised to spare your life that he surrendered to the Great Zhou. Don't be so ungrateful and betray General Di Qing's kindness." Hua Rong also said, "That's right. Superiors, if you surrender voluntarily, you can still eat and drink well and serve as the mayor of a town in our army. If you refuse to surrender and we capture you, then you will not get any preferential treatment and can only eat leftovers in the dark prison. Then General Di Qing will not be able to say anything. Chapter 108. Abandoning the Rook to Save the King. Lu Bu and Hua Rong, one playing the good cop and the other the bad cop. Du Yong glanced at the hundreds of soldiers around him, all of whom were filled with sorrow, and sighed helplessly. All right, I'm willing to surrender. After saying this, he collapsed to the ground. Lu Bu, Zhuge Liang, and Hua Rong looked at each other and laughed. The gate opened, and Lu Bu entered the city with 2,000 troops, took over all the defenses in the city, and incorporated hundreds of soldiers from Langya town into his own troops. The loyalty of these surrendered soldiers was not high. If they were left alone, these guys would most likely turn against them again. So Lu Bu evenly distributed these soldiers among the teams to dilute them. Over time, these soldiers would be assimilated by Chun Feijuan soldiers, and their loyalty would continue to increase. Lu Bu said to Du Yong, Captain Du Yong, since you have surrendered, it is only natural that you should go to Dazhou town and meet my master. I believe he will fulfill his promise and continue to let you be the mayor of Langya town. Du Yong nodded dejectedly and was taken away from Langya town. Zhuge Liang said, General Lu, this place is not far from Huijin town. Only 300 infantrymen are needed to defend it. Our army will immediately march to Huijin town. If we defeat Sun Kai, the other reinforcements will be greatly shaken and may even retreat on their own initiative. Before they set out on the expedition, they had already received a letter from Chen Fei, informing them that the enemy might have reinforcements coming and asking them to prepare for defense. Zhuge Liang implemented a strategy and sent Zhou Tsang to lead 1,500 people from the 2nd Battalion to disperse in the south to find a place to ambush and block the incoming reinforcements. Long Ong led 1,500 men of the 3rd Army, scattered throughout the area, constantly patrolling and mobilizing troops, and building arrow towers at various intersections and commanding heights on hills, creating the illusion that the main force of the Great Zhou was nearby and was about to attack them, causing all the players in the area to panic and not dare to send troops rashly. The last group of troops, namely Lu Bu, Hua Rong, and Zhuge Liang, is the real main force, responsible for defeating the enemies one by one, and the first target they choose is Langya town. First of all, Langya town was the condition that Chun Fei promised to Di Qing, and it was one of the targets that must be conquered. Secondly, Langya town was close to Huijin town. After conquering Langya town, it could be used as a springboard to attack Huijin town, avoiding the lengthening of the logistics supply line. Finally, Langya town is relatively weak. After conquering it, you can obtain a military horse, which will give you more troops when attacking Ash town. Now that the goal of conquering Langya town has been achieved, Lu Bu and others only left 300 slave soldiers to guard Langya town, and the remaining soldiers, totaling 2,500 people, rushed to Huijin town in the east. As soon as they arrived at Ash town, Lu Bu and others saw that the enemy had already formed a battle formation in the wild, obviously waiting for them. Strange, are these guys crazy? Instead of defending the city, they take the initiative to form a line outside the city. Hua Rong asked in confusion. Lu Bu, riding on his red hare, looked into the distance and saw that there were actually many chariots in the enemy's formation, arranged in dozens of rows, with soldiers standing on the chariots, looking very majestic. Chariot. Lu Bu frowned slightly. The ancient equipment, the chariot, first appeared in the Shang dynasty and gradually withdrew from the stage of history during the Warring States period, when people wore clothes and rode and shot arrows. It lasted for more than 1,000 years, which is enough to show the strength of this type of army. Now most players only have some basic types of soldiers, such as spearmen, archers, and light cavalry. A few players can train archers or long spearmen, but this is the first time to see the chariot type of soldiers. Zhuge Liang, standing by, also put away his smile and said seriously, General, can you count how many chariots they have? Lu Bu said, there are probably about 100 or so. Zhuge Liang said, the impact of the chariots is extremely powerful. They leave devastating damage wherever they pass. I'm afraid our troops alone will be unable to resist them. Lu Bu agreed with this. They had 2,000 men, including 500 light cavalry and 1,000 infantrymen without any defense capabilities. They were like lambs to be slaughtered in front of the chariots, and it was indeed difficult to take action against them. It would be great if these 500 cavalrymen were all archers. Hua Rong sighed. Charioteers are most afraid of cavalry, or more precisely, horse archers. This is because horse archers can use their strong mobility to shake off charioteers, and then use kite-flying tactics to almost completely restrain charioteers. If used well, not even a single charioteer will die. Huarong frowned and said, "What should we do? How about we retreat?" Zhuge Liang shook his head and said, "Since they have already marched out of the city and formed their battle array, it means they are ready. If we retreat, they will catch up, and our losses will be even greater. I think we have no choice but to sacrifice the car to save the king." "Sacrifice the chariot to save the king? How do you mean?" Lu Bu and Huarong asked. Zhuge Liang said, "Place 100 heavily armored spearmen in the front, 400 slave soldiers in the rear, and the rest in a star formation. This way, when the enemy sees our army scattered, they will target the spearmen, drawing away the majority of the chariot troops. When the enemy chariots charge, our army will immediately attack from both sides and surround them in small groups, regardless of the losses suffered by the central army." Lu Bu and Huarong's faces changed. Zhuge Liang was going to sacrifice the lives of 500 people just to resist the first wave of attack from the chariot soldiers. This was too ruthless and cruel. Even someone as unruly as Lu Bu found it unacceptable. "These people are all our comrades, and these 100 heavily armored long spear soldiers were equipped by our lord at a huge expense. They are the trump cards of my 1st battalion. I can't bear to see them abandoned and sacrificed as bait," said Lu Bu. Huarong also said, "Yes, Prime Minister, is there any other way? If we really do this, the Lord will definitely blame us." Zhuge Liang closed his eyes, exhaled, and said, "Kindness does not command the army, and righteousness does not command wealth. Since you two are generals of the Great Zhou, you should prioritize the overall interests. If we lose this battle, our army will no longer have the strength to fight. We will not even be able to defend Langya town and will have to retreat to Qian town. All the efforts of General Zhou Cang and General Long Ong will be in vain." Lu Bu and Huarong looked at each other and fell silent. "Okay, I agree." Lu Bu sighed and said to Huarong, "Let's do as the Prime Minister wishes." "Yes." Huarong accepted the order helplessly. Zhuge Liang also said, "Go ahead and fight. If the Lord punishes me, I will bear the consequences alone." Chapter 109, Raging Chariot. The Xinglua formation is a formation created by Lu Bu himself. He started training in it very early on. Later, as the team expanded, the training subjects of this formation were still retained. This formation is very similar to the Mandarin Duck formation of the Qi family army in later generations. Both formations are based on small teams acting independently, and multiple teams can support each other. It is flexible and highly operational. According to Zhuge Liang's deployment, the more than 2,500 people led by Lu Bu immediately took action. 500 baits stood in the front without hesitation, and the other soldiers were distributed on the left and right. At the back were 500 archers, and the 500 cavalry on both sides served as flanks. They were arranging the formation here, but before they could complete the deployment, the attack from Ash Town had already begun. Sun Kai stood on the wall of Ash Town, wearing chainmail, with the Taya sword slung over his waist and a battle flag in his hand, looking like a great general. Fei Chun, this time I'll show you how powerful my chariot soldiers are." It had been several days since the last battle, and Sun Kai had not been idle either. He had been attacking continuously, wiping out 2 players and an NPC force. Fortunately, he had obtained the authority to recruit chariot soldiers, which made Sun Kai ecstatic. In the following days, Sun Kai worked hard to train chariot soldiers and finally gathered 100 of them, which became a powerful ace force in his hands. Don't underestimate these 100 chariots. Each chariot is equipped with 2 horses and 3 people. The one in the middle is a driver. The one on the left holds a spear, and the one on the right holds a bow, an arrow, and short weapons. Their combat capability is very strong. These 100 chariots cost Sun Kai 100,000 resources, so their power should not be underestimated. Sun Kai waved the battle flag. Seeing the flag order, the chariot soldiers immediately launched a charge, followed by a large number of infantry. Kill! Rumble! The sound of rolling wheels resounded throughout the earth, and hundreds of chariots advanced in unison, making a terrifying sound. Lu Bu shouted loudly, "Shoot!" Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Hundreds of archers had already taken aim and immediately fired a wave of arrows, hitting more than a dozen chariots. The horses were hit by arrows and fell to the ground wailing, and the entire chariots also fell down and shattered. As the chariot in front fell, several chariots behind it were unable to avoid it and crashed straight into it, tearing the chariots and killing the horses, leaving the whole place in a mess. This is the disadvantage of the chariot. It lacks flexibility. If a horse falls and dies, the entire chariot will be useless and lose its combat effectiveness. Sometimes it will also affect the chariots behind. If too many chariots in the front fall, they will become obstacles to the passage, making it impossible for the chariots behind to pass. The charioteers of Ashtown were hit by a wave of arrows and immediately launched a counterattack. The archers on the chariots also shot a wave of arrows, suppressing Lu Bu's army. On Lu Bu's side, the archers were planning to fire a second wave of arrows, but it was too late. Dozens of chariots rushed to the front at an extremely fast speed. Standing at the front were 100 long spear soldiers, all of them wearing bronze armor that Chun Fei had purchased at a high price from the Western Rome Kingdom. Their defense was the strongest in Chun Fei's army. These 100 people lined up in a row, and when they saw the chariots rushing towards them, there was a look of determination and tragedy in each of their eyes. For the great Zhou, fight, fight, fight. Hundreds of soldiers with long spears roared angrily, holding their long spears and pointing them diagonally forward. When the chariots were approaching, they all waved their long spears, sweeping out a full moon. Boom! The high-speed chariot collided with the heavily armored soldiers, and blood was immediately everywhere. War horses wailed, soldiers screamed, blood and flesh flew everywhere, and countless chariots were shattered. The scene of the chariot charge was too terrifying. Although there were only dozens of chariots, the momentum they created was even greater than that of thousands of horses galloping, which made people feel chilling. Hundreds of soldiers with long spears were swallowed up in an instant. Many of them were directly caught in the wheels and torn into pieces. It was a horrible sight. However, the impact of the chariot was far more than that. The chariot continued to move forward, among the hundreds of spearmen lined up in an orderly manner at the rear. These spearmen did not wait to be beaten, but instead all thrust their spears at an angle and plunged them into the soil, artificially creating a thorny obstacle. As the chariots passed, the soldiers scattered and the chariots ran straight into the spears. The spear pierced the warhorse's neck and chest, but the huge inertia still carried the warhorse and the chariot forward, crushing everything in its path and leaving long trails of blood. Lu Bu, Zhuge Liang, and others standing on both sides were a little frightened when they saw this scene. What a brutal chariot! Hua Rong swallowed hard, suddenly feeling cold all over. With his own strength, if he were to face a chariot head-on, he would probably be powerless to fight back. While he could kill the soldiers, the huge inertia would still crush him to death. Lu Bu said, "This is my first time facing chariot soldiers. I was unprepared, and it is my fault that I have ruined everyone." Zhuge Liang said, "This is the advantage of chariots. They are invincible and unbeatable. There is no other way, either using cavalry archers to roam and fly kites, or using chariots to confront them head-on. Even if we build a shield wall head-on, it will probably be of no use." Dozens of tanks, like mad bulldozers, finally stopped after advancing more than 50 meters, and within these 50 meters, hundreds of corpses from both sides were left. Following the strategy of Lu Bu, Zhuge Liang, and others to sacrifice chariots to save the king, these 500 people dragged all the 100 chariots into the abyss of death in a nearly suicidal manner. The remaining dozen or so chariots had no momentum left, and the surrounding soldiers immediately surrounded them. First, a group of people stabbed the horses to death with spears to ensure that the chariots would no longer move, and then rushed forward to stab the soldiers on the chariots to death. At this time, the infantry of Huijin town following the chariots also rushed over and started fighting with the armies on both sides of Lu Bu's army. Both sides were infantrymen with equal strength, and the battle immediately entered a white-hot stage. Lu Bu said to Hua Rong, "Hua Rong, it's our turn now." Hua Rong said angrily, "I'm already filled with rage. After killing so many of my brothers, I want them to pay back tenfold or 100-fold. Then, two great generals, Lu Bu and Hua Rong, appeared and joined the battle. On the side of Ashtown, in order to ensure victory in the battle, the entire army was mobilized. Sun Kai sent all the soldiers that had emerged during this period, a total of 3,000 people, which was more than the number on Lu Bu's side. The two armies engaged in a battle, with more than 10,000 people fighting in this area. The swords flashed, blood and flesh splattered, and it lasted for 2 hours. Although there are more people on the side of Ashtown, Lu Bu's army has two generals, who are like two human-shaped Tyrannosaurus Rex, especially Lu Bu, who can be said to be a match for 10,000 enemies, and no general under his command can match him. Chapter 110 Sun Kai escapes. Sun Kai stood on the wall and watched the battle. He was very happy at first because his 100 chariot soldiers killed nearly 500 enemies, and the enemy's casualties reached 1/5, and his military advantage was further expanded. But as the fight went on, he realized something was wrong. Although both sides were fighting head-on and suffering casualties, The losses on his side were obviously much faster than those on the other side. After fighting for so long, the number of people on the Ashtown side was gradually decreasing, which made Sun Kai anxious. Fuck, why are all Fade's generals so powerful? Lu Bu is powerful, so why is this young general so powerful too? Sun Kai was so angry that his teeth ached, and at the same time he felt envious and jealous. He got the Taya sword at the beginning, then got the Ronin, and now he got the chariot soldiers. To be honest, his luck is not bad, but he just lacks generals, which makes Sun Kai very uncomfortable every time he thinks about it. Whenever he saw other generals galloping on the battlefield, he would feel jealous. Later, Sun Kai accumulated enough resources and established the Hall of Seeking Talents. But the generals that were refreshed were all D-level generals, which made Sun Kai even more crazy. He simply did not recruit any of them and thought about accumulating resources and recruiting good generals directly when they were refreshed. This has led to the embarrassing situation that Chun Fei has been promoted to a vassal state, and Sun Kai also has thousands of troops, but no generals available. The battle lasted for another half an hour. Both sides suffered heavy casualties, with more than half of their troops lost. The ground was littered with corpses, and it was like hell on earth. Sun Kai looked at Lu Bu and Hua Rong, who were still full of energy, riding their horses and constantly shuttling around the battlefield, reaping the lives of their own soldiers as if they were in an empty space, and his face was as black as the bottom of a pot. My lord, we can't fight any longer. Our losses are too great. The counselor beside him said anxiously. Although he had no military commander, Sun Kai had a very good counselor who had been giving him advice, which was a little comfort. Sun Kai sighed and said, "Send out the militia and try again." The so-called militia, that is, the peasants and slaves in the town, numbering thousands, were distributed weapons and rushed out shouting. However, these people had no armor, and quite a few of them were holding stone spears. There was no formation at all, and it was a chaotic mess. Lu Bu was in the middle of a fight. Initially, he was a little frightened when he saw such a large group of people rushing towards him, thinking that the enemy was hiding their strength. However, after carefully examining their identities, Lu Bu felt relieved and laughed heartily. Sun Kai, you are truly at the end of your rope. You've even dragged out the peasants. Do you think this will help? You're just asking for death. At this time, there were not many soldiers left on both sides, but the number of people on the Ashtown side was even smaller, only a few hundred, and they were beaten back step by step. Lu Bu, his body stained with blood, raised his Fong Tian Hua Ji high. He shouted, "Soldiers, the enemy can no longer hold out. They've even sent out peasants and slaves. Fight with all your might. Take no prisoners. Kill them all. Push into Ashtown and hack Sun Kai to pieces." After saying that, Lu Bu took the lead and rushed into the crowd of peasant soldiers. The peasant army's fighting power was naturally inferior to that of regular troops, even to properly trained slave soldiers. They had no discipline, no coordination, and no skills. Lu Bu was like a combine harvester in a wheat field, cutting heads wherever he passed, and his killing speed was at least twice as fast as before. Kill, kill, kill. When the soldiers of Lu Bu's army saw that their general was so strong, their blood boiled and they fought hard. Although there were more people on the Ashes Town side, the situation on the battlefield was one-sided. The remaining 1,000 people of Lu Bu's army were invincible, sweeping all the way and forcing the Ashes Town soldiers to retreat continuously. On the wall of Ash Town, Sun Kai sighed and said, "The game is over. I've lost." The counselor next to him said, "My lord, why don't we run away? As long as we have the Green Mountains, we will never lack firewood. As long as you are here, we will definitely be able to come back one day." Sun Kai nodded and fled from the rear with the only remaining trusted troops of 100 men in the city. Before leaving, Sun Kai, riding on his warhorse, looked back at the town of Ashes and saw that the city was full of houses and straight roads. It had all the important facilities such as the Hall of Talents, schools, clinics, bronze smelters, observatories, etc. Sun Kai's face was filled with desolation. These are all gone. I have to rebuild them again in the future. What a sin. Entering the Bronze Age, these new buildings all need bronze to build. Now all players are very short of bronze. The only way to obtain it is to buy it from NPC forces, and the quantity is very small. Therefore, each new building is very precious. Now everything has to be built for others, and Sun Kai feels extremely bitter. Sun Kai ran away. Once the player abandons his territory, his identity will be automatically deprived, and the loyalty of the 100-man team following him will continue to decline over time. Unless Sun Kai can find a new place to settle down, whether by becoming a bandit, conquering other people's territory to restore his player status, or directly joining other forces, the loyalty of his trusted troops will stop declining. However, it has been more than a month since the start of the game, and most players have acquired a certain level of strength. The total number of soldiers of most people exceeds 1,000. It is too difficult for Sun Kai's team of 100 to conquer another player's territory and occupy the magpie's nest. On the other side, Lu Bu and others fought for nearly half an hour. The soldiers of Ashtown finally couldn't bear it anymore. They didn't see their lord giving orders for a long time, so they fled in panic. When they entered the town, they found that their lord had escaped. Damn it, we were fighting on the front lines, and they just ran away? Then why fight? Let's run too. Run? Where can we run to? This lord is so heartless and has no gratitude towards us. It is better to surrender and join the Great Zhou state. At least we can have food and clothes. Okay, I agree. After a brief discussion, the soldiers and peasants opened the city gates, threw down their weapons, knelt on the ground, and declared in unison, "We surrender." Lu Bu laughed heartily. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have done it in the first place. Hurry up and get up. The Prime Minister is in charge of the recruitment here. Zhuge Liang smiled and said, "No problem. We've been fighting all day and are exhausted. Let's rest here for a day, recuperate and replenish our forces before continuing our advance tomorrow." Lu Bu said with some regret, "The only pity is that we didn't catch that guy Sun Kai." Zhuge Liang consoled him, saying, "Sun Kai is very cunning. Our forces are small to begin with, and victory is already very difficult. Let him run. Without his territory, he won't survive long. From now on, no matter what happens, he will no longer pose a threat to our Great Zhou." Chapter 111. Get Rich. Sun Kai can be said to be a thorn in Chun Fei's side. Ever since Chun Fei attacked the salt mine, Sun Kai started to make trouble for Chun Fei. Although Chun Fei blocked it, he also missed the qualification to be the first in the national server to enter the Fang Kingdom era. But now, Ashtown has been taken down, and his opponent Sun Kai has been kicked off the duel stage by Chun Fei and has completely lost the qualifications to fight with Chun Fei. System prompt. You have successfully defeated Ashtown. Please choose the disposal method, keep/destroy. Note, if you choose to keep, the player will get the existing buildings, troops, population, technology, and resources. If you choose to destroy, the player will get more resources, but the buildings, troops, population, and technology will all disappear. Chun Fei was currently meeting with several wealthy merchants from the northern grassland caravan in Dazhou town. After hearing the system prompt, a smile appeared on his face. He immediately chose to keep it. A series of system prompts sounded, and Chun Fei earned a considerable amount of resources. System prompt. Congratulations to player Chun Fei for winning the victory reward. New unit. Persian/wheel chariot. System optimized version. Fei Chun was startled and quickly opened the recruitment panel. He saw that in addition to the three basic types of soldiers, spearmen, archers, and cavalry, there was also a chariot pattern. The Persian scimitar-wheeled chariot was an absolute nightmare for soldiers who were unarmored or only lightly armored. A large number of sharp blades were strapped to the chariot while it was running at high speed. These blades could quickly cut off the limbs of people and horses, and were so sharp that the people being cut would not even feel any pain, and would only realize that their hands and feet had been cut off. Historically, the blades of Persian scimitar chariots were attached to the rear of the chariot. The optimized system has improved the structure of the entire chariot, with arc-shaped blades attached to the front and sides of the chariot, which is more efficient in cutting and has a higher survivability rate. This was the system's explanation of the Persian scimitar-wheeled chariot. After reading it carefully, Chun Fei was overjoyed. Great! The Persian scimitar chariot is a notoriously formidable unit, and the system has upgraded it. That's fantastic. I can definitely form a chariot unit. In this Bronze Age where everyone wears only leather armor, it'll be absolutely invincible. Chun Fei smiled cheerfully, but when he saw the cost of this new type of soldier, his face suddenly fell. No way, it's so expensive. Chun Fei rubbed his eyes and realized that he was not mistaken, and almost cried out, "God, can you please stop playing tricks on me? 10,000 pieces of wood, 10,000 pieces of food, 1,000 pieces of bronze, so many resources to build a chariot." Chun Fei felt terrible. You know, a rider only had 1,000 food items, and a Persian scimitar-wheeled chariot was 30 times more expensive than a rider, and it also required precious bronze. It was outrageous. The system isn't trying to trick me, is it? No, I have to recruit someone I have time, test their power, and see if it's worth it. Chun Fei thought to himself. At this time, the northern nomadic merchant sitting opposite spoke up. "Chief Chun Fei, what's wrong? Are you dissatisfied with the conditions we proposed?" Another person also said, "Chief Chun Fei, if you are not satisfied, We can discuss it again. Chun Fei finally came to his senses and laughed heartily. No, no. You're overthinking it. You've all come from afar to see me, so you're my friends. I can't be stingy with my friends. How about this? Based on the original terms, if each of you contributes 50,000 bronze coins, I'll agree to grant you agency rights. In recent times, the caravans sent out by the Great Zhou finally received a response. The salt they took away was sold all over the place. Many places, especially the tribes on the northern grasslands, came to purchase after hearing that a large amount of salt was sold here. There were 6 merchants in front of him, belonging to different tribes. They asked Chun Fei to be agents and asked Chun Fei to only sell salt to them on the grassland, and they would pay a high agency fee every year. The 6 merchants looked at each other and said, "Okay, we'll listen to Chief Chun Fei." Afterwards, Yin Bailey brought the contracts and Chun Fei signed agreements with several of them. The agreements stated that the 6 merchants would pay Chun Fei 100,000 gold, 100,000 food, 100,000 wood, 100,000 stone, and 50,000 bronze every year in exchange for the exclusive agency rights for the salt from the grasslands of the Great Zhou State. At the same time, the Great Zhou State allowed these 6 caravans to establish trading posts and sell goods in the Great Zhou State. After signing the agreement, Fei Chun rubbed his hands together and chuckled. "So, everyone, when do you plan to pay this year's agency fees?" "Captain Chun Fei, we have come here fully prepared and can deliver it now." Hearing this, Fei Chun was overjoyed. "Okay, Yin Bailey, get ready to collect the money." Yin Bailey was also very excited, squinting his eyes and smiling. Yes. The 6 families on the grassland gave Chun Fei a total of 600,000 food, 600,000 wood, 600,000 stones, 600,000 gold, and 300,000 bronze at one time. Food, wood, and stone were all fine. Chun Fei could have saved that much in 3 or 4 days, but the 600,000 gold and 300,000 bronze really made Chun Fei rich and made him feel extremely happy. After becoming a Fong state, it will cost 5 million in food, 5 million in wood, 5 million in stone, and 1 million in gold to advance to the feudal era, at which time it will also become a 5th-level form, a kingdom. After obtaining this large amount of resources, Chun Fei took a big step towards advancing to the feudal era. Name, Dazhou Town. Current era, Bronze Age. Region, Xiliang. Level 4, Fanghua. Population, 29, 500/40,000. Number of soldiers, 7,600/20,000. Number of generals, 10, Zhuge Liang, Wang Yin, Di Qing, Lu Bu, Huarong, Zhou Tsang, Long Ong, Yi Failong, Li Qi, Li Zhongyi. Own towns, 6, Dazhou Town, Chuyin Town, Baiyu Town, Chuishua Town, Lengya Town, Huijin Town. Food, 1.2 million, wood, 1.1 million, stone, 900,000, gold, 720,000, bronze, 70,000. Technology, fishing, hunting, breeding, textiles. Buildings, bronze smelter 3, stable 1, mint 1, hemp field 300, watermelon orchard 100, farm 300. Talents, infrastructure maniac, master architect, danger prediction. In the era of upgrading, Chun Fei is not worried about the 3 basic resources of food, wood, and stone. He is still expanding the number of farmlands, logging sites, and quarries every day, and the production capacity is constantly improving. He is confident that he will continue to lead the country. The most important thing is gold, but now there is an extra 600,000, which makes Chun Fei feel much more relieved. Chapter 112 Pass Mechanism. In addition to bringing Chun Fei a huge fortune, these northern merchants also explained to him the customs and habits of the grassland and brought him important information. According to them, about 500 miles north of Dazhou Town, passing through hundreds of tribes, villages, and towns, you can reach the endless grassland. The grassland is another national server area. Like the Xiliang area, it is independent and autonomous. The NPC forces in it are mainly nomadic peoples, but there are also many players living there. Players and NPC forces on both sides can trade with each other and exchange what they have, but to enter the endless grassland, they need to pass through an unnamed pass. The pass was very strong, majestic, and tall, and was heavily guarded. No matter which side wanted to pass through, they had to pay a hefty toll. According to the system description, this pass is a neutral NPC, very powerful, and is only responsible for maintaining the security of the regional border. It is also the only passage from Xiliang to the grassland. In addition to this northern grassland pass, there are 3 other passes leading from Xiliang to Guangzhou, Hanzhong, the western regions, and other directions. In other words, If Chun Fei wanted to leave Shiliang and conquer other areas, he had to conquer these 4 passes. This game mechanism made Chun Fei think of several popular sandbox strategy mobile games on the market. In each of them, players choose a birth area at the beginning. After developing to a certain level, they need to break through the levels before they can move on and dominate the world. However, the difficulty coefficient of breaking through the level is very high, and it often requires dozens of people to work together at the same time. Players in the opposite area will not sit idly by and will also send a large army to obstruct. After receiving this information, Fei Chen secretly kept it in mind, thinking that once he became strong enough, he would definitely occupy the pass as soon as possible before others could react, so that he could completely control the Shiliang area. However, Chun Fei was just thinking about it. The Shiliang area was very vast. As far as Chun Fei knew, there were still more than 100,000 players and hundreds of thousands of NPC forces in the entire Shiliang area. In the west, there were also several powerful countries such as Shirong Kingdom and Huojiu Kingdom who were fighting each other. If they wanted to unify the Shiliang area, there was still a long way to go. After sending these merchants away, Chun Fei said to Yan Bailey, "The Salt Agency rights to the grasslands have been sold, but there are other areas. You can recruit more merchants and form a caravan to go to Hanzhong, Guangzhou, and other places to sell Salt Agency rights. Assuming one agency rights costs 100,000 gold, if we sell it 4 or 5 more times, we can accumulate 1 million gold and upgrade to the feudal era." In the Shiliang area, Chun Fei sells salt directly, while in other areas, he uses agents to sell salt. The advantage of doing this is that Chun Fei can use the caravan to continuously expand his popularity and influence in the Shiliang area and collect intelligence at the same time. At the same time, it also avoids the risks and instability brought about by traveling long distances across regions for business. It is relatively safe and has stable returns. On the second day after conquering Ash Town, Chun Fei received letters from Zhuge Liang and Lu Bu. The letter stated that their troops suffered too many casualties when attacking Ash Town yesterday, and the surrounding enemies were ready to make a move, so reinforcements were urgently needed. After reading the letter, Fei Chen smiled and said, "We have money now. How can we ask for reinforcements? We are currently in a state of expansion, and this number of troops is definitely not enough." Afterwards, Chun Fei began to scramble for troops. Recruiting 1,000 spearmen in one go cost Chun Fei 500,000 food items. Chun Fei went to the talent-seeking hall again. Today happened to be the day for the refresh of generals, so Chun Fei thought about recruiting some new generals. "Heaven and earth, please bless me to get an SSR." Chun Fei walked into the Hall of Talents in a daze and saw 3 new characters. Wang Meng, C-rank general, age 30. Wields a long-handled battle axe, capable of fighting on foot or on horseback, with balanced abilities. Recruitment price, 20,000 gold. Qin Hua, D-rank strategist, age 29. Expert in diplomacy. Average ability. Recruitment price, 10,000 gold. Ma Tai, B-rank general, age 18. Son of Ma Teng, younger brother of Ma Chao, skilled in cavalry warfare. Recruitment price, 50,000 gold. Fei Chen chuckled. "Not bad, not bad. A B-rank general has appeared, and he's from Shiliang. He's a perfect match for me." For veteran players who have been playing Romance of the Three Kingdoms for many years, Ma Teng, Ma Chao, Ma Tai, Ma Xiao, Ma Dai, and other generals of the Ma family are very familiar and are all from the same family. In addition, there was a man named Ma Wan, who was not from the same family as them, but was also a warlord of Shiliang and a celebrity. B-rank generals were already historical generals, so Chun Fei didn't hesitate and directly recruited Ma Tai. Then he thought about it again and recruited Wang Meng as well. Now is the time to use people. Although C-rank generals are not very strong, they can still lead an army. It is barely enough. Fei Chen chuckled. If he had spent 70,000 gold in one go before, he would have been heartbroken. But now, Fei Chen felt nothing at all, not even a ripple in his heart. This is what it feels like to be rich. Chun Fei sighed. Name, Wang Meng, C-rank general. Force, 75. Intelligence, 70. Political value, 75. Loyalty, 95. Name, Ma Tai, B-rank officer. Force, 80. Intelligence, 69. Politics, 77. Loyalty, 95. The 2 generals walked up to Chun Fei and saluted respectfully. "Your humble servants pay their respects to our lord." Chun Fei nodded and said, "Ma Tai, Wang Meng, Huijin town is under great pressure right now and is short of soldiers and generals. We urgently need you two to reinforce them. Wait until tomorrow morning, when the training of the 1,000 soldiers is completed, and you must set off immediately without delay." "Yes, sir." Afterwards, Chen Fei thought about it and spent another 100,000 food items to recruit 2,000 slaves, and handed them over to Li Zhongyi, who was guarding Dazhou town, for training. 1,000 spearmen are used to solve the urgent problem, but they are too expensive. Since I have chosen to increase the number of troops, 1,000 people are definitely not enough. It is better to recruit slaves earlier, train them earlier, and form combat effectiveness earlier. 3,000 people were recruited at once, consuming Chen Fei's 600,000 pieces of food and reducing Chen Fei's warehouse by more than half. However, this also made the total number of Chen Fei's soldiers directly exceed 10,000. In the military area next to Dazhou town, 10 barracks were working at full capacity, and soldiers came out one after another, standing on the parade ground, waiting for inspection. Chen Fei, along with Ma Tai and Wang Ming, stood on the stage. After observing for a while, Chen Fei said, "You two must perform well in your trip to Ash Town this time and follow orders. I won't assign you any positions yet. After the battle, I will set up 2 additional battalions and give them to you two to lead." Ma Tai and Wang Ming clasped their fists and said, "We will fight bravely and will never let our lord down." Chapter 113, Group Warming Up. Ashtown. Zhuge Liang and Lu Bu were sitting in the central hall of the town, discussing the next strategy. The target our lord has given us is 10 towns. Now we have occupied Langya town and Huijin town, and there are still 8 towns that need to be conquered. "What does the Prime Minister think?" asked Lu Bu. Zhuge Liang waved his feather fan and said, "We only have 1,000 men left. Long Ong and Zhou Tsang have also lost a lot of men. Now that all parties have heard the news of the destruction of Huijin town, they will definitely react. I'm afraid it will be difficult for us to continue with this small number of troops." Lu Bu said, "We have already sent out the letter requesting reinforcements. I believe the Lord will respond soon. We will talk about it then." As the two were talking, Huarong suddenly rushed in, his eyebrows showing a deep joy. "Right, General. Prime Minister, reinforcements are here." Lu Bu stood up suddenly and asked in surprise, "How many people are here? Who is leading them?" Huarong said, "Here comes 1,000 spearmen, led by the 2 newly joined generals, Ma Tai and Wang Ming." "Great. With this reinforcement, I can continue the attack." Lu Bu laughed heartily, took Zhuge Liang's arm, and said, "Prime Minister, come with me to meet the reinforcements." Zhuge Liang was dragged out, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. When he went out, he saw that the training ground was already full of soldiers. He was wearing black and red leather armor, a linen shirt underneath, leggings, straw sandals, holding a bronze spear, and a hat on his head. Because the weather was getting warmer, he was wearing a straw hat, which had no defensive power but was breathable and cool. This is the basic configuration of the spearman. Every spearman can go to the battlefield as soon as he is recruited and is a qualified regular army soldier. In front of this group of soldiers, 2 generals stood. One of them was wearing silver armor, with a youthful but handsome face, holding a spear. It was Ma Tai. The other man was burly, with an untidy beard and eyes as big as copper bells. He held a long-handled battle axe in his hand. He looked ferocious and looked not to be trifled with. It was Wang Ming. "Haha, you 2 generals arrived just in time." Lu Bu came forward with a laugh. "Greetings to the right general." Ma Tai and Wang Ming saluted with their fists clasped. "I wonder what your positions are and what your titles are." Lu Bu asked again. "General Ma Tai. General Wang Ming. We currently have no official positions. The Lord has only told us to follow orders and fight bravely, and we will be rewarded after the battle." Lu Bu nodded and said, "Okay, then you 2 will follow the Prime Minister's instructions." Zhuge Liang came out smiling and said, "The 1,000 elite soldiers you 2 generals brought with you are truly a relief to our immediate needs. General Zhou Tsang only has 1 battalion to fend off reinforcements coming from all directions. The pressure is immense. General Ma Tai, you will take 500 spearmen and reinforce General Zhou Tsang." "Yes, sir. The remaining 500 spearmen will join the 1st battalion as reinforcements. General Wang Ming will serve as the deputy commander of the 1st battalion. Tomorrow, we will attack Baishui town with all our strength." "Yes." After occupying Langya town and Huijin town, there are still 8 towns left. Among them, Baishui town and Linen town are the strongest. One has 9 villages under its jurisdiction and the other has 10 villages under its jurisdiction. As for the other towns, their strength is relatively average. 3 of them even have only 3 villages under their jurisdiction, and their territories are pitifully small. The Baishui town chosen by Zhuge Liang is located to the east of Huijin town and Langya town, and to the north of Linen town. As long as Baishui town is conquered, Huijin town, Langya town, and Baishui town can be connected with Chuyin town, and the territory of the Great Zhou state will expand a big step southward. Moreover, after conquering Baishui town, they could also divide several other towns, making it impossible for them to concentrate their forces and unite, so Zhuge Liang and others could defeat them one by one. Night. Linen Town. Linen Town leader Su Xiang was sitting in the town's central hall, discussing important matters. Su Xiang is very powerful. Because he acquired the oil pressing technology earlier, the vegetable oil he produces is better than anywhere else, and he has earned a lot of wealth from trade. With sufficient gold, he recruited 3 generals and a counselor, and had 3,000 troops under his command, which was considered middle class among all the players in the national server. 3 generals and a counselor stood on his left and right, and several players who had been defeated by him and surrendered also became his staff and participated in the meeting. "We must take action. If we continue like this, we will only wait for death," said a general. "That's right. The Great Zhou army has already conquered Langya Town and Huijin Town. We have participated in the anti-Qin Fei alliance. They will definitely not let us go. We must not let them defeat us one by one. Yes, we should unite. There are 7 other towns nearby that are threatened by the Great Zhou. They will definitely send troops to help us. However, the wilderness outside is now controlled by Qin Fei's army. They have established watchtowers and patrols almost everywhere. If we send out troops, they will definitely find us." So what if they find out? Let's fight them head on. I don't believe that even with all our 8 towns going all out, we can't defeat Fei Chun. Yes, when we first joined forces, the alliance seemed to have a lot of people, but most of them were just trying to take advantage of the situation. Sending out a few hundred soldiers, what can they do? Now that each of us has put our full strength into it, the total force can reach 10,000. We are not afraid of not being able to deal with Qin Fei. Su Xiang watched the crowd arguing for a while, then suddenly made the decision. "Okay, if that's the case, then we'll take the initiative and fight Qin Fei." Then, he opened the system, found the IDs of 7 nearby players, and pulled them all into a group chat. Everyone now has come to a critical moment of life and death. That incompetent Sun Kai is dead. He did not lead us to find benefits, but instead led us into the abyss. Qin Fei's troops are about to arrive, and we must unite again and fight them with all our might. Su Xiang's words immediately caused cheers from the crowd. The players from Baishui Town immediately said, "Our Baishui Town is right next to Huijin Town. If they want to attack, they will definitely attack us first. Please send troops over to help me fight against Qin Fei's invasion." Su Xiang said, "I understand. I will send 1,000 troops to support us tomorrow. The other brothers should not be stingy either. We are all top students who have been to school. We should all know the principle of the lips and the teeth are cold. I will also send 1,000 troops. I have relatively few troops and can only send out 700. I will send 300 soldiers." Several other towns also expressed their support. Although the number of people they sent was small, they still added up to several thousand. This immediately reassured the players in Baishui Town. "Thank you all very much. With your help, I will definitely be able to repel Qin Fei's attack." Chapter 114 Frontal Attack. The next morning, Lu Bu led his army out of Huijin Town and headed towards Baishui Town. 1,500 infantrymen, 500 cavalrymen, Hua Rong and Wang Meng accompanied them. Ash Town is about 10 kilometers away from Whitewater Town. The area in between is very flat, so there is no ambush. After capturing a village, the army arrived at Baishui Town smoothly. Lu Bu winked at Wang Meng and said, "Wang Meng, go challenge them and make them come out." Yes. Wang Meng, new to the battlefield, was filled with fighting spirit. He approached the front and shouted, "You bastards from Baishui Town, your grandfather is here. Come out and die." The soldiers defending Baishui Town were in an uproar, many of them cursing, "Go to hell, you thief. Come in and die if you dare." Wang Meng continued shouting, "Little bastards from Baishui Town, do you and I dare to fight fair? 1,000 against 1,000. The loser will be dealt with by the winner. If you are a man, come out and fight. Don't be a coward in here." The two sides exchanged insults very fiercely, but Wang Meng's side was always on the offensive, while Baishui Town was always on the defensive. They were naturally at a disadvantage in terms of words, and many people were furious after being insulted. We are all soldiers, and what we value most is the dignity of men. Now we are hiding at home and dare not go out to fight, which makes the soldiers of Baishui Town feel very uncomfortable. "My lord, please let us go down and fight. 1,000 against 1,000, a fair fight. We can definitely defeat them." A general came to the leader of Baishui Town and pleaded, but was scolded by the leader. "You are a bunch of heartless people. Can't you see through such a low-level provocation? As soon as you go out, they will definitely press on with their entire army, and it will be too late to retreat. So, should I close the door or not? If I don't, all of you, more than 1,000 people, will be buried outside. The counselor nearby also said, General Zhou, please be patient. The Great Zhou army is just like ours, but their generals are very powerful. We are absolutely no match for them. We just need to defend the city, and they will never be able to enter. The general glared at the counselor, pointed at his nose and cursed, Old man, what the hell are you talking about? You say we can't defeat their leader? I was born with supernatural strength and can wield a 70-gene sword. There are few rivals in the world. No matter how strong the enemy is, I dare to fight him. Okay, stop arguing. The player stopped the two people from cursing and rubbed his temples with a headache. The general under his command is indeed very powerful. His name is Shi Xiong, and he is very strong. In normal battles, no one can withstand a head-on blow from him. His fighting strength is comparable to that of a B-level general. But this man is not very smart. He likes to charge into battle and kill the enemy, but he doesn't think about how to lead troops. He is a complete reckless man. If he hadn't been attracted by this guy's extremely high combat power value of 84 points, he would have sent this guy to be a soldier in the vanguard long ago. The enemy is led by Lu Bu. You don't understand how powerful he is. You are not allowed to go down. Our reinforcements will arrive soon. It won't be too late to take the initiative to attack after the reinforcements arrive. Hearing his lord say this, Shi Xiong had no choice but to agree. Wang Ming cursed for a while, but when he saw that the enemy was still retreating, he became troubled and looked at Lu Bu. Right, General? Lu Bu waved his hand and said, It's not your fault. Since they don't dare to fight head-on, let's charge forward. Wang Ming, I'll let you lead the charge. Whether you can achieve success and earn the Lord's appreciation depends entirely on this battle. Wang Ming patted his chest and said loudly, Right, General, rest assured. I will personally lead the heavy armored troops to the city and clear the way for the army. Lu Bu glanced at the 100 heavily armored soldiers wearing bronze armor hidden in the army, smiled slightly, and was full of confidence. Although the Great Zhou Kingdom had weapons manufacturing plants, it was unable to produce bronze armor because the craftsmanship was too delicate and complicated, so it could only be imported from outside. However, the various forces had very strict control over armor. Chun Fei spent a lot of money to purchase 100 sets from the Western Rhone Kingdom and equip them to the Chang'e soldiers. During the attack on Ashtown, all 100 long spear soldiers were killed, but the 100 sets of bronze armor were collected, repaired, and equipped to the spearmen. Lu Bu said to Hua Rong, you lead the archers to cover their charge. Once they reach the city wall, you will also lead your troops up immediately. I will simultaneously launch an attack with my entire army to overthrow them and determine the outcome in one battle. Hua Rong clasped his fists and said, I understand. The verbal battle between the two sides continued, but Lu Bu's army only sent out 100 people to stand in front of the formation and curse, while the rest of the soldiers all sat on the ground to rest. There was no tension at all as before the battle. Half an hour later, there was a sudden cry of killing, and Wang Ming rushed out with more than 500 people and began to attack the city. Because the bronze-armored soldiers were too easy to be targeted, Lu Bu arranged 400 people as cover. These 100 bronze-armored soldiers all wore a layer of smock on the outside, making them look like light infantry. Kill! Wang Ming led the charge and rushed to the front. 500 people carried dozens of ladders and rushed forward, while Hua Rong led more than 400 archers to shoot arrows as fire suppression. The enemy is attacking. Defend quickly, defend. The people in Baishui town also took action immediately. They prepared all the gold juice, battering stones, and rolling logs, ready to strike a heavy blow to Lu Bu's army. Kill. The 500 stormtroopers quickly pushed ladders to the edge of the wall and began to climb immediately. As a vanguard, although they did not have special shields, Lu Bu also equipped them with some wooden boards that could be hung on their arms and used as shields. One after another, battering boulders and rolling logs poured down. There were constant wailing from Lu Bu's army, and people kept falling down. The archers also opened fire at full force, and many people were shot into hedgehogs. After only 1 minute of siege, more than 100 of the 500 men had been killed. Lu Bu shouted, Hua Rong shoot. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The archers on Lu Bu's side were also fighting back frantically, especially Hua Rong, who was known as Little Liguan. He could shoot arrows through the target from 100 paces away, and he specifically targeted the enemies who were more aggressive. A fat soldier stood on the wall and lifted a huge rolling log to smash it down, but Hua Rong shot an arrow into his throat. His huge body fell heavily to the ground, and the rolling log fell on him. Quick, stop them, fight back, fight back. Shi Xiong roared loudly with a big knife in his hand, urging his soldiers to fight back continuously. Seeing this, Lu Bu bent his bow and shot an arrow. The arrow crossed a distance of 200 meters and accurately pierced his eyebrows, causing a spurt of blood. General Shi Xiong died. Chapter 115. A Crushing Defeat. Not only did Hua Rong have the magical skill of shooting an arrow through a target from 100 paces away, Lu Bu's archery skills were also unparalleled in the world, but he just didn't use them often. But this arrow that killed Shi Xiong still shocked the whole audience. The players in Baishui town were nearly pissing themselves, no longer daring to stay on the wall. They said to the military advisor, "You continue to command the battle here. Don't let them attack. I'll go see if the reinforcements have arrived." The military advisor sighed helplessly, but since his lord had given the order, he had no choice but to comply. "Kill!" Wang Ming roared and jumped onto the wall in 2 steps. Although he was wearing armor and holding a long-handled battle axe, his movements were still agile. As soon as he climbed onto the wall, he swung the long-handled battle axe in his hand in a big circle, and 4 spearmen in a row were cut in half. Their broken limbs and arms were scattered all over the ground, and the smell of blood filled the air. Go to hell, Grandpa. Although Wang Ming was a sea-level general, he was holding a battle axe, which was a powerful battlefield weapon. Once Shi Xiong died, there was no opponent here. For a while, Wang Ming was like a tiger among a flock of sheep, and no one could control him. Wang Ming was like a sharp spear, piercing Baishui town's chest fiercely. A large number of ordinary soldiers followed behind him. The soldiers around Baishui town wanted to surround and kill them, but when the spear pierced into these soldiers' bodies, they were shocked to find that they could not penetrate them no matter what. What's going on? The soldiers of Baishui town were puzzled, but when the spears pierced their smocks, revealing the bronze armor underneath, everyone's faces changed. No, they have armor. Damn it, our weapons can't penetrate the defense. The soldiers in Baishui town were in a panic and their morale was greatly reduced. Before this, the soldiers of Baishui town had lost most of their fighting spirit after Shi Xiong's death. Now, seeing this group of heavily armored soldiers, their fighting spirit was reduced even more. Many of them even became unstable and wanted to flee. Hundreds of heavily armored soldiers, disguised in cloaks, continued to climb the wall. With each person who climbed up, the pressure on Baishui town increased. The area on the wall was small and difficult to besiege, which resulted in the heavily armored soldiers of Lu Bu's army being like little Tyrannosaurus Rex, with 1 man guarding the pass and 10,000 unable to break through. Lu Bu, watching the bridgehead being built from behind, couldn't help but smile. It seems the military advisor's strategy was correct. Assembling elite troops to attack from a single point is truly working. Pass on my order, full army, attack. Go ahead. The remaining 1,000 troops rushed towards the wall of Baishui town like a tide, and the soldiers defending Baishui town suddenly became very anxious. Oh no, their main force is coming. Where is the Lord? Where is the Lord? What should we do? Fuck, the Lord is missing, and the military advisor is missing too. Damn it, why are we still fighting? Let's run. Run. 1,000 soldiers climbed up the wall through the gap opened by the advanced troops. The pressure from Lu Bu's army became more and more intense. Finally, the pressure accumulated to a peak and exploded. The soldiers of Baishui town fled in all directions. The enemy has retreated. Let's pursue them. Wang Ming shouted and led his troops into the city. In the town, the peasants and slaves closed their doors and windows. On the streets, the 2 sides were running and chasing each other, and some were surrendering. It reminded people of the idiom, a defeat is like a mountain collapsing. Gao Bou, the leader of Baishui town, rode a fast horse and led the city's 300 cavalrymen in a hasty escape towards the south. Suddenly, a troop appeared in front of them. Gao Bou was startled and muttered, "Could this be Chen Fei's troops? They actually set up an ambush here? It's really doomed for me." However, upon seeing the banners of the incoming army, Gao Bou was stunned, then overjoyed. Su's banner? Su Xiang from Linen Town. At this time, a man emerged from the opposing army, riding a tall horse and shouting, "Is this Gao Bou, the leader of Baishui town?" Gao Bou nodded. "Who are you?" The man said, "I'm Su Xiang. Why did you lose so quickly?" When Gao Bou heard it was Su Xiang, he was overjoyed at first, then as if he had thought of something, his face darkened and he angrily cursed. "Fuck, how many times have I called you in the group to speed up? Why are you so slow and only here now? Damn, are you a bit slow or something? You're as slow as a snail. Now my town has been occupied and I've lost my player status. What's the point of you coming here now?" The more Gao Bou scolded, the angrier he became, and the more severe his scolding became. It's no wonder that he lost his composure. The territory he had painstakingly built for so long was occupied by others, depriving him of his identity as a player. In the future, he will become like Sun Kai. He doesn't know how long he can survive wandering in the wild. His future is full of confusion. When Su Xiang heard Gao Bo's abuse, his face darkened. Ever since he became the Lord, everyone had been polite to him. Today was the first time he was scolded like that, and he suddenly felt murderous. Su Xiang glanced and saw the 300 cavalrymen behind Gao Bo, with greed in his eyes. Haha, Gao Bo, you have several thousand elite soldiers under your command, while Lu Bu's army only has 2,000. That's what you said. I thought you could at least hold out for the whole morning, but I didn't expect you couldn't even last 2 hours. How can anyone support you when you're so weak? Hearing that he was a loser, Gao Bo blushed. Damn, you useless piece of shit. Who are you calling a loser? Su Xiang chuckled, the coldness in his eyes growing colder. I originally thought you were still a useful talent, but now it seems I was overthinking it. Not only are you incompetent, but you also can't see the situation clearly. You're a complete waste. Asshole. Gao Bo was furious and was about to resort to violence, but he saw Su Xiang take out a small crossbow and pointed it at him, and Gao Bo's movements suddenly stopped. What do you want to do? I'm telling you, we are allies. You can't betray us. Su Xiang shook his head and said, Gao Bo, you've already lost your player status, yet you still want to be on equal footing with me? Now I'm giving you 2 choices. The first is to surrender to me and join my linen town. The second is to die. As soon as he finished speaking, the soldiers behind him immediately rushed forward and surrounded the 300 cavalrymen. The 300 cavalrymen became agitated and wanted to run away, but they looked at Gao Bo and saw that he did not give any orders, so they could only endure it. Gao Bo was silent, his expression changing unpredictably. How about it? Have you thought it through? A minute later, Su Xiang's impatient voice sounded. Gao Bo sighed and said, Do I have any choice? I am willing to join Linen Town, but I have one request. Su Xiang became even more impatient and waved his hand, saying, If you have any requests, tell me quickly. Chapter 116 Offensive and Defensive Battle. Gao Bo said, I request that after I join your Linen Town, you appoint me as an official and retain my noble status in the future. Su Xiang said casually, Okay, I promise you. Only then did Gao Bo feel relieved. However, he didn't know that the way Su Xiang looked at Gao Bo was as if he was looking at a dead person. Fool, whatever demands you make don't matter. Whether they are fulfilled or not is beyond your control. Once I recruit these cavalrymen, I'll find a glass of poison wine and kill you. Then we'll see what other demands you can come up with. Su Xiang looked at Gao Bo with disdain, took the 300 cavalrymen back to his main force, and sent someone to send Gao Bo back to Linen Town, under the pretext of letting him stay in the base camp to have a good rest for his safety. After sending Gao Bo off, Su Xiang said, The entire army must continue advancing. Before Lu Bu's army gains a foothold, we must recapture Baishui Town. Yes. Su Xiang personally led the expedition this time, bringing with him a total of 3,000 people, which was a coalition of 6 players, so he was very confident. The 3,000 troops marched towards Baishui Town and were soon discovered by the arrow tower of Lu Bu's army, which sounded the alarm. Dang dang dang. The soldiers on the arrow tower kept sounding the horns and shouting, The enemy is coming. Go and report to the general and prepare to meet the enemy immediately. At this time, Lu Bu was sitting in the warehouse and leading people to count the supplies inside to see if there were any specialties or something valuable. However, the result disappointed him. Apart from the most basic things such as food, wood, stone, raw linen, fruits and vegetables, silk was the only rare thing. We can produce silk ourselves. These things are of no particular value to us. Let's go and see their stables and see how many war horses they have. Lu Bu stood up and was about to take Hua Rong out when he suddenly heard a fierce sound of a bugle call, which made Lu Bu's heart tighten. What's going on? At this time, someone shouted loudly, Right, General, a large number of enemy troops have been spotted in the south, less than a kilometer away from us. Lu Bu was stunned. South? Oh, if nothing unexpected happens, they should be from Linen Town. He immediately climbed up the wall with Hua Rong. At this time, Wang Meng and others were also commanding the soldiers to quickly enter the combat positions. It was a busy scene. Hurry up, bring up the stones and logs. Damn, build a few more arrow towers there. What did you say? It's too late. Don't forget that our tower construction speed is unmatched by others. As long as we can hold on for 10 minutes, 50 new arrow towers will be built here. Wang Meng showed his prowess in the previous battle, won the respect of everyone in the army, and his prestige greatly increased. Lu Bu and Hua Rong walked over, and saw that there was indeed an army slowly moving forward on the horizon, already in a fighting stance. There are quite a lot of people. Lu Bu thought for a moment and said to Huarong, Huarong, take 500 cavalrymen out of the north gate, circle around, and hide. It's already afternoon, so wait until nightfall. Attack them immediately, catching them off guard. Ideally, burn down their main camp. Huarong clasped his fists and said, yes. Lu Bu continued his instructions. At the same time, send a cavalryman to quickly find General Long Ong and have him lead the army to Linen Town. Besiege it without attacking it, and put pressure on the enemy here. Yes. Huarong took the order and left. At this time, the enemies under the city also began to attack. This time, the enemy's siege was not slow or sloppy. Instead, they launched an all-out attack, with hundreds of ladders and dozens of battering rams deployed, creating a huge momentum. Shoot, Wang Ming commanded. Hundreds of arrow towers and 400 archers began firing frantically. Arrows rained down, causing huge damage to Su Xiang's army. Don't panic, keep charging. Our archers will fight back and suppress their firepower. Su Xiang rode on the horse, calm and composed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Su Xiang's army also had a lot of archers, hundreds of them, and they all fought back at this time. Their arrows flew like locusts, and the sound was equally terrifying. Unlike Lu Bu's army attacking Baishui town, at this time there were two generals, Lu Bu and Wang Ming, guarding the city walls, and Su Xiang's army did not have elite troops, so it did not create that kind of overwhelming momentum, but instead fought fiercely. On Lu Bu's side, the walls and arrow towers helped to offset the shortage of numbers, so the two sides were evenly matched, and it was difficult to tell who was winning or losing. Kill. Lu Bu held a Fang Tian Hua Ji and Wang Ming held a long-handled battle axe. Each of them was responsible for a section of defense. They kept moving around and killing the enemies who climbed onto the wall. They were like two gods of war, which greatly boosted the confidence of the soldiers. Su Xiang and others sat in the center of the army, watching the two sides fighting and Lu Bu's invincible figure that looked like a god or a devil, their eyes full of envy. Lu Bu. Chen Fei's rise to prominence is due to his possession of Lu Bu. I really don't know what kind of luck this guy has. Why would he get any other general but the unparalleled Lu Bu right at the start? No wonder no one can beat him. A general next to him said, My lord, if this continues, it will be very disadvantageous to us. Su Xiang shook his head and said, Fei Chen wants to take over all 10 of our towns in one go, and he's not afraid of bursting his stomach. It would be best if we could capture Baishui town, but even if we can't, it doesn't matter. As long as we hold them back here and continue to reduce their numbers, they won't have enough strength to attack us again. Moreover, I have already called on our allies, and many have responded and are continuously sending troops. The longer this takes, the better it is for us. The balance of victory is slowly tilting towards us. Su Xiang had a good idea, which was to delay until the allied forces gathered and accumulated enough troops to break through Zhou defense line in one go. Then Chen Fei's army would definitely retreat temporarily, and his Linen town would return to safety. The battle lasted for 2 hours, and both sides left nearly 2,000 corpses on the battlefield, and then withdrew their troops. As night fell, Su Xiang ordered the army to set up camp, cook, and prepare to spend the night there, waiting for another attack early the next morning. However, just as the meal was ready, all the soldiers of Su Xiang's army were feasting on it to replenish their energy when they suddenly heard a fierce sound of horse hooves, and then someone shouted loudly, Oh no, a cavalry is charging towards us. Night attack, night attack. Everyone, quickly prepare for defense. Su Xiangjuan immediately became confused. Su Xiang quickly walked out of the tent, his face livid. Night attack? You really don't take me seriously. It's not that he hadn't thought about the possibility of a night attack, but now night had just fallen and it was dinner time. He thought that even if there was a night attack, it would have to wait until the second half of the night. He didn't expect it to come so soon, and it caught him off guard. Chapter 117, Wise Lu Bu. The sudden night attack caught everyone off guard. However, in the darkness, when the sentries discovered the cavalry and sounded the alarm, Huarong had already arrived with 500 cavalrymen. Charge in and kill without mercy. Huarong, holding a spear, was the first to charge into the camp. The 500 cavalrymen behind him were like an invincible torrent, leaving a mess and corpses everywhere they passed. At this time, the power of the light cavalry was revealed. The light cavalry was most afraid of fighting in formation, but now Su Xiang's soldiers were all scattered, and in a narrow camp, they were scattered and could not stop Huarong's 500 cavalry. Quick, organize the defense. Push out our barricades. Su Xiang gave the order and also ran in the camp, shouting loudly and organizing people for defense. The chevaux de frise is something that requires no technical expertise and does not require technological blueprints. Players can invent it themselves. This time, Su Xiang came to support Baishui Town and also brought a batch of chevaux de frise. Hua Rong heard the shouts, his ears moved, and he suddenly changed direction. Let's go. There are big fish over there. The 500 cavalrymen suddenly turned around, and Hua Rong soon discovered Su Xiang, who was gathering his men, and shouted, Die, you thieves. He shot an arrow, and Su Xiang was so scared that he just rolled on the ground to avoid the arrow. However, before he could stand up, Hua Rong's spear had already stabbed at him. I'm going to die. Su Xiang was terrified and stunned. Just when he thought he was going to die, a big knife blocked his way and fought with Hua Rong. Su Xiang opened his eyes and saw that it was his own general. Great, kill him, kill him. Su Xiang survived the disaster and cried with joy, shouting hoarsely to vent his emotional breakdown. My lord, please leave this place to someone. Okay, let's go. Su Xiang immediately left with his personal guards. Hua Rong fought with this general for several rounds and found that the general's strength was actually very high. Although he was not as good as himself, he could not defeat him in a short time. General, the enemy has surrounded us. We can't fight for long. A cavalryman came to Hua Rong and reminded him in a low voice. Hua Rong nodded and made a false move, frightening the general into defending himself. Seizing the opportunity, Hua Rong pulled his horse back and shouted, Everyone, charge outward. 500 cavalrymen broke out of the encirclement at the critical moment when Su Xiang's army completed the encirclement and then disappeared into the dark night. Su Xiang and his men stood in the camp, his face livid. He said, Count the casualties, immediately build a sentry tower, repair the camp, and increase patrols tonight to prevent the enemy from attacking again at night. Yes. The next day, Su Xiang launched another attack, still with his entire army, and started an offensive and defensive battle at the south wall of Baishui Town. However, at noon, Su Xiang suddenly received a letter. He opened it and was so angry that he trembled. He tore the letter into pieces and cursed. Fade Chun, you shameless kid. You are so damn evil. My lord, what's wrong? Asked the subordinate. Su Xiang frowned and said, News came from the headquarters that they discovered a large number of Chun Fei's troops, and they are about to be besieged. The general pondered. My lord, is this the enemy's strategy of besieging Wei to save Zhao? We must not fall for it. Su Xiang said angrily. Did you think I didn't know this was a tactic of besieging Wei to save Zhao? But what can we do? There are only 500 people guarding the base camp, and according to intelligence, the enemy has at least 1,000 people. Even with the arrow tower defense, it's still very dangerous. He let out a long sigh and suddenly felt so miserable. It would be great if he had a cigarette to relieve his sorrow at this moment. We must go back to the base camp to rescue them. Send the order down, call off the troops, pack up your things, and return immediately at noon today. This, I will obey your command. On the wall of Baishui Town, Lu Bu watched the enemy slowly withdraw with a smug expression on his face. See, even without Zhuge Liang by my side, I can still execute my plans. Lu Bu placed his hands on his hips and commanded, They'll be retreating for a while. I'll lead 500 cavalry ahead and ambush them midway. Hua Rong, you'll take 1,000 infantry and follow closely behind them. This will keep them wary and distracted from other tasks. When they reach the ambush and see me leading my troops, you'll immediately pursue them. We'll attack them from 3 sides, and even if they don't die, they'll be badly injured. Hua Rong clasped his fists and said, I obey your command. Wang Ming blinked his big, copper bell-like eyes and asked, Right, General, what about me? Lu Bu said, You will guard Baishui Town. Wang Ming was obviously disappointed when he heard this. Lu Bu chuckled and said, Baishui Town cannot be lost. General Long Ong is now leading a large army to besiege Linen Town. The other towns are unguarded. It is inevitable that someone will want to attack us, so your task is also very heavy. Wang Ming finally became happy and patted his chest, promising, Right, General, don't worry. As long as I, Wang Ming, am here, those villains won't be able to defeat Baishui Town. Haha, I'm relieved to hear you say that. But don't hold on any longer. If the enemy numbers are large, send someone to look for us immediately. We'll turn back and stab them in the back to show them how powerful we are. I obey your command. At noon, Su Xiang led the army to retreat slowly. The soldiers' morale was low and they looked listless. It was true that this time, they had thought that they could take advantage of the conflict between the two sides and seize the opportunity to occupy Baishui Town, but they did not expect to gain any advantage. They were even attacked by the enemy at night, resulting in heavy casualties. Now even their hometown has been surrounded. The soldiers are panicked and anxious, and their fighting spirit has been greatly reduced. When marching and fighting, the most taboo is being led by the nose. However, Su Xiangjuan is now in this situation and has no initiative at all. After walking for a while, Su Xiang suddenly heard a commotion behind him. He frowned and asked, "What's going on? Who's making such a loud noise?" A general hurried over and said, "My lord, the troops from Baishui town have come out and are following us." "What?" Su Xiang was shocked. "They are so bold. Aren't they afraid that I will eat them in one bite?" The general smiled helplessly and said, "My lord, but as you said, our primary goal now is to rescue the base camp. If we get stuck in a difficult battle here, it will be difficult to deal with." Su Xiang said angrily, "Is there no other way? I still have 500 cavalrymen. I order you to lead the cavalry to charge them and let them know that I am not someone to be trifled with." Chapter 118, Three-Sided Attack. From Su Xiang's team, 500 cavalrymen rushed out. The two sides were only 1 kilometer apart and could arrive in less than 2 minutes. "The enemy is coming. Set up the defensive formation as planned, quickly," Hua Rong shouted, and the 1,000 soldiers behind him immediately formed a formation on the spot. This time, Lu Bu gave him the task of following the enemy, so Hua Rong knew from the beginning that he was likely to be attacked by the enemy. When he started marching, he did not pursue speed, but marched slowly in a defensive posture, with spearmen outside, archers in the middle, and more than 200 people carrying door panels. At this time, they formed a formation on the spot and immediately lowered the door panels to use as a shield wall. "Archers, prepare, shoot." Hua Rong shouted the order. When the 500 cavalrymen were more than 100 meters away from them, the 500 archers hidden in the team immediately shot. 500 sharp arrows made a sharp sound of breaking through the air and shot towards the attacking cavalry like locusts. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 500 cavalrymen immediately fell to the ground. The leading general, while struggling to resist the onslaught of arrows, shouted, "Don't stop. Charge forward as quickly as possible. As long as we get close, they won't be able to do anything to us. Go ahead." The cavalry brigade advanced bravely, and after withstanding 2 waves of arrow rain and losing more than 100 people, they finally rushed to the front of Hua Rong's army. Hua Rong narrowed his eyes and shouted, "Spearmen, put away your spears and prepare to charge." All the spearmen on the periphery immediately withdrew their weapons and gathered their strength. When the cavalry was about to rush in front of them, the spearmen roared and thrust out with all their might. Boom! The spear pierced straight into the chest of the warhorse. The horse felt pain and howled with its hooves raised, but the huge inertia still dragged its body and broke through Hua Rong's army's formation. The spearman in the front was knocked down and also injured by the huge blunt force. "Hold on, surround them with infantry on both sides, and let the archers fire freely." Hua Rong calmly gave the order, a cold smile on his face. "With just your few cavalrymen, you can't do anything to me." The enemy had lost more than 100 people during the attack, leaving only more than 300 cavalrymen. Our side had already formed a defensive formation and was mentally prepared. Naturally, we would not be so easily defeated as in last night's night attack. Hua Rong also picked up his spear and rushed forward, charging left and right, constantly knocking down and killing the enemy cavalry. The two sides fought for about 10 minutes, and the enemy cavalry retreated, leaving behind a messy battlefield and corpses all over the ground. Hua Rong, also with wounds on his face and panting, said, "Leave 2 people to count the casualties, and the others continue to move forward. We can't let them get away." "Yes." On Su Xiang's side, the cavalry brigade ran back in a miserable state. Su Xiang took a closer look and found that there were only more than 100 people left. "Chow, what the hell? These are the only people left out of my 500 cavalrymen." The cavalry leader clasped his fists and said, "My lord, it's not that we didn't try hard, but the enemy is too strong." Su Xiang pointed at his nose and cursed, "Strong? Humph, with 500 cavalrymen, can't you catch them off guard?" "My lord, they were well prepared and formed a battle array right on the spot. We couldn't find a way to break through, so we had no choice but to charge. They also had a lot of archers, so we had no choice but to charge under a hail of arrows." Su Xiang waved his hand impatiently, interrupting him. All right, no need to explain. You guys just keep an eye on them from a distance and don't let them affect our march. If there's anything unusual, report it immediately." "Yes." Su Xiang originally planned to send a cavalry charge to establish her authority, but now more than half of the cavalry have been lost, making her even more depressed. The army continued to march and arrived at a hilly area an hour later. The terrain on both sides was undulating and there were large areas of bushes. Su Xiang did not think that there would be an ambush here, because the troops from Baishui town were following behind him. Long Ang's troops were besieging the base camp at this time, and there was a village nearby. This was his own territory, and there was no intelligence of enemy invasion. So Su Xiang was like going home and did not think about the ambush at all. What's more, he brought thousands of troops with him. Even if there was an ambush, what would it matter? He was not afraid at all. But things always go against one's wishes. When Su Xiang's army stepped into the ambush circle, there were sudden loud shouts from the hills on both sides, and large numbers of cavalry rushed out from both sides, hundreds of them. Damn it, there really is an ambush. Su Xiang cursed loudly, but he was not panicked. He felt that since the soldiers of Baishui town were able to defend against his cavalry before, then his infantry battalion could naturally defend against the opponent's cavalry charge. However, he took it too much for granted. There are too many factors to consider when marching and fighting. Huarong had intended to defend before, but now Su Xiang's army is in disarray and unprepared. The previous charge was on the plains, with the two armies 1 kilometer apart, giving them ample time to prepare. But now it was a surprise attack, and the charge was from a high point to a low point, so the inertia was greater and the impact was more powerful. The most important point was that this time the cavalry was led by Lu Bu, the most powerful general in the Three Kingdoms. Upon seeing that imposing figure, Su Xiang lost his composure and shouted, "Oh my God, Lu Bu! Come quickly, protect me." Ordinary game characters are fine and have no feelings towards Lu Bu, but these players from the real world have a sense of awe towards Lu Bu from the bottom of their hearts. After seeing Lu Bu, they are all terrified and want to run as far away as possible. Lu Bu swung his Fong Tian Hua Ji, like a god descending to the earth, and killed the 3 spearmen blocking the front with a loud bang, then broke into the formation and started killing everyone. Seeing this, 2 generals rushed over and tried to stop him, but they couldn't even put up a single blow against Lu Bu, and like ordinary soldiers, they died within 5 seconds. The instant death of 2 generals made Su Xiang heartbroken, and his fear of Lu Bu became even greater. Chun Fei has Lu Bu. Who in the world can defeat him? Su Xiang sighed in his heart. At this time, Lu Bu was like a ramming machine. He tore through Su Xiangjuan's defensive formation with his own strength. The cavalry behind him took the opportunity to attack and began to kill. "Let's go, don't stay any longer, we are no match for Lu Bu." Su Xiang only persisted for a moment before he began to think about escaping. However, in a state of war, how could they just leave whenever they wanted? A 1,000-man army was pinned down in this low-lying area by 500 cavalrymen. At this moment, another army arrived from the north, the Baishui town army led by Huarong. "Oh no, we're being attacked from 3 sides. Run." Su Xiang knew that he could not wait any longer, but the 2 generals he brought with him this time were killed, leaving him alone as a commander. After giving the order for the entire army to retreat, he led the remaining 100 or so cavalrymen to break out towards the base camp. Chapter 119. Hugging together for warmth, parting on bad terms. Lu Bu also saw Su Xiang running away and shouted, "Huarong, shoot him to death." Clear. Huarong had also joined the battle at this time. He immediately bent his bow and shot an arrow, which flew across half of the battlefield and went straight into Su Xiang's back. Su Xiang screamed and fell heavily from his horse. Blood was flowing from his mouth and he showed a look of regret. "I really shouldn't have come." Yes, there were too many choices for him, but he chose to go to the battlefield in person, which led to his death under the arrow of Huarong, the little Li Guang. His end was miserable. Seeing this, Lu Bu was overjoyed. He raised his Fong Tian Hua Ji high and shouted, "Your lord is dead. Why don't you surrender quickly?" The remaining hundreds of soldiers looked at each other, then helplessly put down their weapons, knelt on the ground and shouted, "We are willing to surrender." Lu Bu laughed heartily and said to Huarong, "You recruit these people here to supplement our forces. I will lead the troops to Linen Town. Their lord is dead, and Linen Town will fall without a fight." "Yes, sir." Lu Bu led his cavalry and rushed to Linen Town. When he arrived at Linen Town, he found that the gate of Linen Town had been opened and Long Ong had taken over Linen Town. "Right, General." Long Ong clasped his fists. Lu Bu nodded. "They surrendered?" Long Ong smiled and said, "Yes, I followed the general's strategy and surrounded them without attacking. I never expected that they would suddenly open the city gates and surrender. I knew that the general must have won a great victory and killed the enemy chief." Lu Bu laughed heartily, patted Long Ong on the shoulder, and said, "Long Ong, you did a great job this time. You've deterred the surrounding forces from making any rash moves, and you're the first to break through Linen Town. I'll report this to the Lord, and I'm sure you'll receive a good reward." Long Ong saluted quickly. "Right, General, What are you talking about? All of this was done under the right general's command. I was simply carrying out his orders. The credit must go to you, General. Ha ha ha. You look big and strong, but you're actually quite smooth talking. Okay, enough talk. Let's rest here for one night and continue our attack tomorrow to wipe out the other 6 towns. Yes. 4 of the 10 towns set as the goal this time have been completed. In addition to Langya Town, Linen Town, Baishui Town, and Huijin Town are all first-class strong towns and the leaders among the 10 towns. Now that the leaders have been dealt with, the rest are naturally a piece of cake. That night, Lu Bu sent someone to pick up Zhuge Liang. Lu Bu, Zhuge Liang, Hua Rong, and Long Ong sat together to discuss the next battle. Lu Bu said, "Military advisor, we have already joined forces with Long Ong and have 2,000 men. I have decided to defeat them one by one and not divide our forces any further." Zhuge Liang didn't respond directly. Instead, he fanned himself with feathers and thought for a moment before saying, "The situation is now clear. Once the 3 strong towns are lost, even if the other lords want to come to reinforce, they'll have to reconsider whether it's worth it. Otherwise, they might not be able to recruit more troops, but end up getting killed. Therefore, I suggest we focus on conquering their hearts and minds." Lu Bu frowned. "Attack the heart first? What does that mean?" Zhuge Liang said, "To conquer the enemy without fighting is the best strategy. Your reputation is known to all, and now our army carries the aura of victory, with a formidable edge that no one dares to confront. You could march your army around the other 6 garrisons, making a show of yourself and frightening them. Then, I'll send a letter promising high positions and generous rewards. These 6 men will surely waver, and a bitter battle will be avoided." Lu Bu nodded and looked at Hua Rong and Long Ong. "What do you two think?" Hua Rong thought for a moment and said, "Your Excellency is right. We don't actually have many troops. Although the 6 garrisons are not strong, it would be too troublesome to defeat them one by one. If we run out of troops and can't replenish them in time, it will be easy for something to happen. It will be difficult to report to the Lord then." Long Ong also said, "I also agree with the Prime Minister's method. Attacking the hearts and minds is the best way. It will also be a deterrent to other lords, and our army's reputation will be even more resounding." Seeing this, Lu Bu made the decision and said, "All right, then as the military advisor said, you all go down and make your own arrangements, and we will execute them tomorrow morning." In the Shiliang area chat channel, in a small group called Stay Together for Warmth, 6 players were arguing fiercely. Holy crap, even Su Xiang disappeared. Even the powerful Linen Town was defeated. At the beginning, our small group consisted of 8 people, but now there are only 6 left. Damn it, we're next. It's so scary. I feel like there's a sword of Damocles hanging over my head, about to fall. Everyone, what should we do? Are we just going to wait for death? Chow, what else can we do? It's not like we haven't united before. When Su Xiang went to support Baishui Town, each of our families sent hundreds of soldiers, but what happened in the end? It's all over, isn't it? In my opinion, we should just surrender. I can't live with this constant fear. Humph, you can surrender if you want, but I won't. I have fine wine and women to accompany me every day. I can have fun however I want. I am the local emperor and the king of the mountain. I don't want to go to the Great Zhou Kingdom and be governed by that brat Qin Fei." Players from the 6 towns had different opinions, and finally someone said, "If that's the case, then this group has no reason to exist anymore. Let's disband it. Everyone will accept their fate in the future. Whether it's good or bad, no one else can be blamed. Bah, a bunch of cowards, disband if you will. I'm not afraid of you. Let me tell you, I've already contacted 3 powerful players, and their reinforcements will arrive tomorrow. I don't believe Fade Chin can break through my territory so easily." After a quarrel, this small chat group, for keeping each other warm, disbanded, and the 6 players each had their own thoughts, waiting for the final result. The next day, players in 6 towns, including Suiyuan Town, Pingjiang Town, Tianlong Town, Sani Town, Anren Town, and Zhangyuan Town, received intelligence that Lu Bu led a large army into their jurisdiction. In Suiyuan Town, player Zhang Heng frowned and asked, "How many people did Lu Bu bring?" The scout reported, "There are a lot of people, at least 2,000. Chow, how can we fight this?" Zhang Heng cursed and leaned heavily on his chair. "Do you really want to surrender? But I won't accept that." Zhang Heng muttered to himself. He was just an ordinary office worker on Earth and had never been in management. Now he is the Lord. Although it is very tiring, he enjoys the feeling of commanding thousands of troops, so he is reluctant to surrender. However, just as he was struggling, another soldier came in and said, "My lord, there is a letter shot by the enemy." Chapter 120 Surrender and Fight. Zhang Heng took the letter and read it. His expression changed from gloomy to bright. My lord, a general spoke up. Zhang Heng put away the letter, glanced at the general named Wang Yi, sighed, stood up, and said, Wang Yi, what do you think of my treatment of you? Wang Yi was stunned and said quickly, My lord, you have been so considerate to me and have treated me like your confidant. I am deeply grateful to you. Zhang Heng patted Wang Yi on the shoulder and said, Wang Yi, you are brave and resourceful, but in my place, your talent is ultimately unworthy. Wang Yi was shocked and fell to his knees with a plop. He asked anxiously, My lord, why do you say that? Zhang Heng said somewhat dejectedly, The victors are the kings and the losers are the bandits. I know I'm not the type to conquer the world and unify the land. Sooner or later, I'll be dealt with. I just didn't expect it to be so soon. But it's all the better. The sooner I die, the sooner I'll be reborn. I've decided to join the great Zhou kingdom. Oh. Wang Yi was stunned and said, My lord, we still have 1,000 soldiers and hundreds of thousands of resources. We can definitely fight them. If we add reinforcements, the outcome is uncertain. Why should we surrender? Zhang Heng asked, Do you know who their prime minister is? Wang Yi shook his head in confusion. It's Zhuge Liang. Zhang Heng said the name word by word, shaking his head, and said, I still can't believe it. Besides that Lu Bu, this guy Chun Fei actually has Zhuge Liang. Zhuge Liang? Who is that? Why is the Lord so afraid of him? Wang Yi was puzzled. He didn't know why his lord was so scared that he wanted to surrender just by hearing this name. Zhang Heng sighed and said, You don't need to ask who this person is. I decided to join Chun Fei's great Zhou kingdom not only because of this person, but also because of what he said in the letter, which moved me. My lord, what does the letter say? The letter said that Chun Fei currently has a population of tens of thousands of soldiers, and governs multiple towns. He also controls salt mines, and his military might is unstoppable. He hopes that I will join the Great Zhou. He can guarantee me a high position and generous salary as the prime minister, and even allow me to continue to govern Suiyuan town. If I don't agree, he and Lu Bu will naturally lead their army to attack. I might be able to stop this attack, but I definitely won't be able to stop the next one. But if they really break through, then any promises will be gone, and I will surely die. Zhang Heng, hands behind his back, walked to the town center gate. Looking out at the bustling scene within his own territory, he said, The rise of the Great Zhou is already difficult to stop. Unless something unexpected happens, Chun Fei will almost certainly become the overlord of the Xiliang region. Under these circumstances, it would be foolish for us to continue to fight him. It would be better for us to join him sooner rather than later, working for him and earning the reputation of being a timely helper. Then, he turned to look at Wang Yi and asked, Wang Yi, what do you think? Wang Yi clasped his fists and said, My life belongs to the Lord, so naturally I will obey your arrangements in everything. Zhang Heng nodded and said, Well, in that case, I will write back to express our intentions, but I will ask for as many conditions as possible to protect our own best interests. Field. Lu Bu's army is advancing. Their mission today is not to attack any town, but to travel around the 6 towns, making them feel the pressure and preferably surrender directly. Report. General, Prime Minister, there is news from Suiyuan town. A cavalryman came galloping with a scroll of animal skin and handed the letter to Lu Bu. When Lu Bu and Zhuge Liang opened it, they both smiled. The Prime Minister's letter has been successful. Since Suiyuan town has expressed his willingness to surrender, I will immediately send someone to take over. The letter said that he has an army of 1,000. If this force joins us, we will be more stable. Lu Bu's face was full of excitement. He couldn't wait to get Suiyuan town immediately so that he could feel at ease. But Zhuge Liang smiled and said, No hurry, wait a moment. Wait a minute? What do you mean? Lu Bu said anxiously. Lao Liang, are you so impatient? Don't you think about what will happen if Sui Yuanjin changes his mind? How many lives will be lost then? Zhuge Liang chuckled. Please be patient, Fengxian. I've already sent letters to all 6 towns. Let's see how they respond. I'll make a decision tomorrow morning. Lu Bu said dissatisfiedly. If that's the case, then Zhuge Liang, you must take full responsibility for this matter. If anyone really regrets it, and if any soldiers are sacrificed, it will all be your fault. Zhuge Liang smiled and said, Okay, no problem. Tianlong Town. Zhao Tianlong held the handwritten letter written by Zhuge Liang, his face terribly gloomy. Damn it, that little bastard Chun Fei. It's okay to have Lu Bu, but he actually has Zhuge Liang, the great god. Damn, this guy's luck is just too good to be true. Zhao Tianlong violently tore the animal skin letter into pieces, then walked back and forth in the hall with his hands behind his back. At this time, 2 beauties with charming postures, dressed in light gauze, and with large areas of snow-white skin exposed walked in, swaying their lotus steps. Both of them held trays in their hands, with wine, food, and snacks on them. "Master, dinner is ready." The two beauties spoke softly and set the food on the table, but when they looked at Zhao Tianlong, there was unconcealable fear in their beautiful eyes, like a little rabbit seeing a big bad wolf. "No." Zhao Tianlong looked at the two beauties with a wicked grin on his face. He walked over, hugged them, and pulled the two beauties into his arms, kneading them wantonly and laughing. "Fuck the Great Zhou Kingdom. High office and generous salary are nothing. They're nowhere near as carefree as I am here. Ting ting, baby, don't you agree?" The two beautiful girls nodded like chicks pecking at rice. Zhao Tianlong is a gangster, just an ordinary person in the real world, but here, he can do whatever he wants. He successively annexed 2 villages and captured 2 female players alive. One was a female doctor, and the other was a female anchor. This made Zhao Tianlong have evil thoughts, and he wanted to take the 2 of them for himself. He locked up the 2 Chao sisters in Tonkei Spring and made them do whatever he asked. The 2 girls did not dare to resist at all. After such a month, he still didn't get tired of it. Instead, he liked this imperial feeling even more and was intoxicated by it. He did not want to fight for supremacy in the world, nor did he want to command thousands of troops. He just wanted to enjoy this perverted life of an emperor and enjoy the pleasure. Therefore, he was extremely resistant to the Great Zhou Kingdom and was a staunch advocate of war. After the 3 of them had a fight, Zhao Tianlong lay on the bed, comfortably accepting the 2's service. He opened the chat channel and said, "Let me tell you a secret. Chen Fei not only has Lu Bu, but he has also recruited Zhuge Liang." Chapter 121, Letter of Submission. As soon as Zhao Tianlong said this, everyone in the Shiliang area was shocked. "What? Boss Chen Fei also has Zhuge Liang? Brother, are you sure you're not seeing things? Zhuge Liang? Oh my god, is this true? This is no joke. It's already incredible that Chen Fei has Lu Bu, but if he also has Zhuge Liang, it's too outrageous. The 3 kingdoms' most powerful general and the 3 kingdoms' most powerful strategist are both in Boss Chen Fei's hands? Then why are we still fighting? We should just surrender and let Boss Chen Fei sweep us away. Tisk, there's no need to be so exaggerated and cowardly. What about Lu Bu? What about Zhuge Liang? Aren't they both defeated generals in history? One died at Baimin Tower, the other died at Wuzhengyuan. Neither had the last laugh. Haha, let me tell you, I have Deng Ai. Do you know who Deng Ai is? He's the one who destroyed Zhuge Liang's Shu Kingdom. Fuck, what the above person said makes sense, but how did the boss get Deng Ai? Please tell me. Haha, I can't tell you that. At this moment, Fei Chen was also browsing the chat channel. Seeing this conversation, he frowned and said, "Did Zhuge Liang reveal his identity?" "No, I have to ask." Chen Fei immediately sent a letter and sent people to make a small boat to go by water to find Zhuge Liang. At the same time, Chen Fei also noticed the player who possessed Deng Ai. Deng Ai is an incredible figure, the leading figure of the late Chao Wei dynasty. He's both wise and brave, and well-versed in military tactics. And most importantly, he's actually in Shiliang. Haha, I have to take note of this. When I conquer that region someday, I'll definitely find a way to snatch Deng Ai away from me. After finally discovering a famous general, Chen Fei immediately paid attention to him and wrote down the player ID named Dark Knight Town in his notebook. So far, players have more and more generals, basically one for every player. Some are recruited from the Hall of Seeking Talents, some are captured by attacking wild NPC strongholds, and some are awarded through the victory reward system. However, most of these are ordinary generals, and even B-level generals are extremely rare. Chen Fei has only seen Di Qing as an A-level general, not to mention the higher S-level generals. Chen Fei estimates that he may only have one in the entire Shiliang area. In view of this, Chen Fei pays close attention to every famous general and wants to bring them into his own hands. Linen Town. Zhuge Liang and Lu Bu spent the whole day outside to build up momentum and only returned to Linen Town in the evening. Zhuge Liang said, "Fengxian, for families have already sent letters expressing their willingness to surrender. The remaining 2 families have not made any moves so far, and we don't know what their attitude is." Lu Bu snorted. "What's your attitude? Most likely you don't want to surrender. In my opinion, we should immediately dispatch troops to take down these 2 towns." Zhuge Liang nodded and was about to say something when a soldier suddenly walked in and said, "Prime Minister, General, there is a letter from the Lord." "Oh, give it to me quickly." Zhuge Liang took it and read it, frowning. Lu Bu asked, "What's wrong?" Zhuge Liang sighed, "My lord, you are somewhat dissatisfied with me for revealing my identity." Lu Bu was speechless and said, "I really don't know what you are thinking, my lord. Why can't you reveal yourself? Are you afraid that someone will snatch you away? Zhuge Liang said, My lord once told me that you and I are both unrivaled ministers and generals in the eyes of many lords. Your presence alone is already a source of great envy. If my identity were revealed, we would face even more jealousy and envy, which would be inconsistent with my lord's policy of keeping a low profile. Lu Bu was puzzled. How can you and I be considered unrivaled in the world? Are we famous? Zhuge Liang shook his head and smiled bitterly. I don't know either, but since the Lord has said so, he certainly wouldn't lie to us. Okay, I'll explain this to the Lord myself. Exposing my identity was a necessary evil, a chance to use my unrivaled reputation to frighten them and shake their resolve. The Lord also mentioned in the letter that Tianlong Town refused to surrender, and that we should capture it as a warning to others. Tianlong Town. Lu Bu slammed the table and said, Then we will send out a large army to attack tomorrow morning. Zhuge Liang said, No need. Whether it's Tianlong Town or Jianyuan Town, we don't need to do anything. Someone will naturally solve it for us. Solve it for us? Who? Lu Bu was puzzled. Zhuge Liang smiled mysteriously. Fengxian, just sit here and watch the show. Tomorrow night, we will unify the 6 towns and complete the mission given to me by the Lord. The next day, Zhang Heng received a letter from Suiyuan Town. After reading it, he hesitated for a moment, then immediately called over his general, Wang Yi, and said, Wang Yi, select 500 men and personally go to Tianlong Town. Going to Tianlong Town? What are we going there for? Zhang Heng explained. We're going to earn the right to open the gates of Tianlong Town as a token of our loyalty. Tianlong Town. Zhao Tianlong woke up from the land of tenderness, his mouth and nose filled with fragrance, and he was surrounded by snow-white skin on both sides, creating a fragrant and erotic scene. This is the life I should have. Zhao Tianlong smiled triumphantly, kneaded the 2 women, and said, Go cook for me, the master. Yes. After the 2 women left, Zhao Tianlong put on his clothes and was about to go for some exercise when his military advisor suddenly rushed in, looking panicked. My lord, this is bad. We've spotted the great Zhou army 5 kilometers ahead. What? Zhao Tianlong was startled. Quick, arrange defenses. Everyone, get on the wall and prepare to fight. Yes. The entire Tianlong town had actually been prepared a long time ago and had been on alert for the past few days. Hundreds of arrow towers had been built, with one next to every building in the city. The density was astonishing. The soldiers were busy and bustling about. Zhao Tianlong asked as he walked, How many people are there on the other side? Who is leading them? The military advisor said, The number is unclear, but there are at least 2,000 men, and Lu Bu is probably the leader. Zhao, damn it. Zhao Tianlong was so angry that his teeth itched. He opened the chat channel and shouted, Brothers, Boss Chen Fei is about to reach me and kill me. Where are the reinforcements, and when will they arrive? Someone quickly replied, Brother above, I've already sent 500 people over there, but it seems they've encountered resistance. I don't know the specific situation. I personally led the team here, but I found that Chen Fei had specially deployed an army here. There are more than 1,000 people and hundreds of arrow towers. We can't move forward. My dear brother, you're on your own. We probably won't make it. We can't just charge forward and risk our soldiers' lives fighting the arrow tower. That would be too much of a sacrifice. You have to understand our difficulties. Chapter 122, Infernal Affairs. Damn it, these bastards. Zhao Tianlong punched the pillar in anger. He had been hoping for reinforcements, and the condemnation of Chen Fei on the chat channel had never stopped for so many days. But now they retreated at the slightest difficulty and were unwilling to take real action, which made him very annoyed. These selfish guys have blocked the way for reinforcements. Zhao Tianlong sighed. Just as he was beginning to feel worried, another soldier came to report, Lord, there's a letter from Suiyuan Town. Suiyuan Town? Zhao Tianlong frowned, took the letter and read it. Then he was overjoyed and laughed out loud. Great. God will not let me die. The military advisor asked curiously, My lord, what is written in the letter? Zhao Tianlong said, Zhang Heng of Suiyuan Town has written a letter stating that 3 people have surrendered, but he is unwilling to surrender. He knows the principle of the lips and the teeth are cold when they are gone, and is willing to send troops to help me fight against Lu Bu's army. The military advisor smiled and said, That's great. Zhao Tianlong also chuckled and said, Pass the order down. When the Suiyuan Town troops arrive, they will be allowed to pass after their identities are verified. Have their leading general come to see me. I have a battle plan for him. Yes. About 10 minutes later, Wang Yi arrived at the foot of Tianlong Town with 500 soldiers and shouted at the wall, I am Wang Yi, the general of Suiyuan town. I have come to help you on the orders of my lord. Open the gate and let us in quickly. Lu Bu's army will be here soon. General Wang Yi, please don't worry. I will send someone to verify your identity. Please be patient. Tianlong town quickly sent 2 soldiers to jump down from the wall. After verifying their identities, the gate of the wall slowly opened. A gleam of light flashed in Wang Ye's eyes, but he forced himself to remain calm and led his army in a line. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Oh no! Lu Bu's army is coming too. Quick, brothers from Suiyuan town, come in quickly, we will close the gate immediately." Wang Yi turned his head and saw a large army at the end of the sky, charging towards him. On a flag was written the word Zhou in large letters, fluttering in the wind, making a rustling sound. Wang Yi suddenly drew out his bronze sword and shouted, "Victory is before our eyes, and today is the day to make a name for ourselves. Kill!" The 500 soldiers from Suiyuan town who had followed Wang Yi also shouted in unison, "Kill!" The sound of killing was deafening. 500 people immediately took control of the gate and began to kill inside. At this time, Zhao Tianlong was checking the defense of another section of the wall when he suddenly received a system prompt that he was under attack from Suiyuan town. He was stunned for a moment. Suiyuan town? Chow, that bastard Zhang Heng has turned against us. Zhao Tianlong came to his senses in an instant, stamping his feet anxiously and commanding the soldiers here, shouting, "Quick, go support them and capture all the people in Suiyuan town in one fell swoop." However, Suiyuan town's assault capability exceeded his imagination. After breaking through the gate, Wang Yi divided his men into 3 teams, 1 team to control the city gate, 1 team to control the wall, and he himself led a team to attack the town center. There are only 1,000 soldiers in the entire Tianlong town. The small town was suddenly filled with shouts of killing. The streets and walls were filled with the figures of the 2 sides fighting. 5 minutes later, Lu Bujuan arrived with his army. He took a look and sneered, "Huarong, rush in and take control of Tianlong town together with the people of Suiyuan town." Huarong clasped his fists and said, "Yes." The city gate was opened and Lu Bu's army entered the city smoothly. For everyone, this was a free achievement and there was no challenge at all. Half an hour later, the battle ended. Tianlong town was completely conquered and occupied by the Great Zhou state. Zhao Tianlong died in the chaos, and it was unknown whether he was killed by the soldiers of Suiyuan town or by the soldiers of Lu Bu's army. After conquering Tianlong town, Suiyuan town also completed its mission, formally surrendered, and joined Qin Fei's Great Zhou kingdom. In the afternoon, another town called Jianyuan, which was unwilling to surrender, was also dealt with by Zhuge Liang using the same method. The 3 towns of Pingjiang, Sani and Anren worked together to trick the city gate open. Then, without Lu Bu taking any action, Jianyuan town was conquered and presented to Qin Fei. On April 30th of the first year of the Shuli calendar, the remaining 6 towns were all taken over by the Great Zhou kingdom, and the power and scope of the Great Zhou kingdom were greatly enhanced. Dazhou town. Qin Fei's laughter echoed from the town hall, drawing the attention of all the busy servants. In the hall, Zhuge Liang sat in front of Qin Fei and reported to him the details of the attack operation. "Kong Ming, well done." Fei Qin gave a thumbs up. Di Qing's operation has also concluded. Compared to yours, the pressure there was much less, and it went smoothly. We have achieved our goals. I plan to hold a meeting tomorrow to reward everyone for their contributions. Yes. After seeing Zhuge Liang off, Qin Fei opened the basic information panel and saw the current overview of Qin Fei's territory. Name, Dazhou Town. Current era, Bronze Age. Region, Shiliang. Level 4, Fanghua. Population, 46, 500/60,000. Number of soldiers, 9,200/30,000. Number of generals, 16, Zhuge Liang, Wang Yan, Di Qing, Lu Bu, Huarong, Zhou Tsang, Long Ong, Yi Feilong, Li Qi, Li Zhongyi, Ma Tai, Wang Ming, Wang Yi, Li Suasian, Chu Xing, Wei Ping. Own towns, 14, Dazhou Town, Shuyan Town, Baiyu Town, Shueishua Town, Lengyue Town, Huijin Town, Linen Town, Suiyuan Town, Tianlong Town, Baishui Town, Pingjiang Town, Sani Town, Jianyuan Town, Anren Town. Food, 2.1 million. Wood, 1.6 million. Stone, 2 million. Gold, 900,000. Bronze, 40,000. Technology, fishing, hunting, breeding, textiles. Buildings, bronze smelter 15, stable 9, mint 6, hemp field 900, watermelon orchard 200, farm 1100. Talents, infrastructure maniac, master architect, Danger Prediction. This is the overview of Chun Fei's territory today. He had been conquering the surrounding areas for so long and had lost money, but the 4 towns that surrendered later allowed Chun Fei to make a profit, and his wallet became fatter. Wang Yi, Li Suizhen, Chu Xing, and Wei Ping. These 4 generals are all generals under the command of surrendered players. They have also joined Chun Fei's army. They are all C-level generals with qualified qualities. After capturing Snowblowing Town, Chun Fei obtained the unicycle technology. After capturing Ash Town, he obtained the Persian Blade Will Chariot technology. After capturing Langya Town, he obtained a new crop, peppers. Capture Linen Town to obtain bronze axe production blueprints. Capture Baishui Town to obtain bronze armor production blueprints. Capture Suiyuan Town to obtain metallurgical technology efficiency improvement technology. By attacking Tianlong Town, you will obtain the bronze shield production blueprints. By attacking Sani Town, you will obtain the bamboo slip manufacturing technology. By attacking Jianyuan Town, you will obtain the war drum production technology. By attacking Pingjiang Town, you will obtain a new type of soldier, skilled light cavalry. By attacking Anren Town, you will obtain the vegetable oil extraction technology. Chapter 123 Rewarding according to merit. With so many victory rewards, Chun Fei's technology has taken a big leap forward. And each one is useful. Bronze axe, bronze armor, bronze shield. Great, finally I have new weapons. Chun Fei became excited. Seeing that there were now a total of 9,200 soldiers, he thought about it, and spent another 400,000 food to recruit 800 spearmen, making up a total of 10,000 people. At the same time, 500 sets of bronze armor and 600 sets of shields were made. According to Zhuge Liang's report, Chun Fei knew that the 100 sets of bronze armor he had purchased from the Western Rhone Kingdom at a high price had played a decisive role in the battle, and the entire army strongly urged Chun Fei to purchase more. Now that he has this kind of technology, Chun Fei will naturally not be stingy. He plans to build a complete heavy infantry unit to become his trump card. The 500 sets of bronze armor made this time, plus the 100 sets made before, made up exactly 600 sets. Chun Fei planned to equip all 600 people with bronze swords and bronze shields, turning them into a melee ace, a real vanguard camp. The news that Chun Fei swept through 10 towns spread, causing a shock in the entire Shiliang area. The chat channel was discussing this matter almost all day long. Brother Chun Fei is too powerful. He pushed 10 people at once and won all of them. Sun Kai is gone, Zhao Tianlong is gone, Zhang Heng surrendered, and the core members of the anti-Chun Fei alliance were wiped out by boss Chun Fei alone. He's too powerful. How did they fight? 10 people joining together would make at least 10,000 men, right? How could they not be able to defeat Chun Fei alone? Don't say that. Even 10,000 people might not be able to defeat them. Don't forget that boss Chun Fei has Lu Bu and Zhuge Liang. With this combination of civil and military talents, who the hell can withstand them? Yes, the anti-Chun Fei alliance is completely gone. Now that boss Chun Fei has successfully risen, I'm afraid no one in that area can stop him anymore. Alas, I don't know where our future lies and how long we can live. The above person is overthinking it. If you really don't want to fight, just surrender and become a commoner. Maybe they'll even let you become a factory manager. Don't discourage others. Although Chun Fei is strong, he may not be able to make it to the end. To unify the world, the road is too long. Who can guarantee that it will be him? There are big bosses in every region of the national server, such as the Xinji Kingdom, Panga Kingdom, Huiwe Kingdom, Yanwu Kingdom. If you look at the top of the leaderboard, each one is stronger than the last. That's right, and the future will definitely be dominated by alliances and guilds. If boss Chun Fei doesn't have an organization, he won't get far. Everyone was discussing intensely when someone spoke up, their ID showing De Zhou Fonghua. Everyone, I am Chun Fei, the great demon some people are calling me. I hereby declare that my attack this time is only targeting members of the anti-Chun Fei alliance. They are treacherous, cutting off my support, and coveting my salt mines. Naturally, I must eliminate these threats. But don't panic. I'm a very peace-loving person and won't start a war without reason. When expansion is truly necessary, I prefer to negotiate with gentle means, and I will definitely give everyone a satisfactory price. Fuck, it's really boss Chun Fei. The boss shows up. It's not easy. Chun Fei's appearance made the chat channel, which was about to calm down, boil again. Fei Chun, you're so arrogant. Do you really think you're invincible? Exactly. How can you give people a satisfactory price? In the entire Shiliang, you are the most prominent. You keep attacking and conquering others, expanding your territory, and making others work for you. Aren't you going too far? That's right. How many players have you killed? You're too cruel. We're all fellow Earthlings, compatriots. What's so cruel about killing people? Can't you just imprison them? It's not unfair to call you a big villain." Seeing these bad remarks, Fei Chun frowned slightly. He did not speak again to argue with these guys, but wrote down all their IDs in a small notebook. "My attitude has been made clear. Whether you agree or not is up to you. But it doesn't matter anyway. Those who don't obey will be killed," Chen Fei said to himself coldly. The next day, noon. The town center of Dazhou Town was crowded again. Chen Fei sat in the first seat, with Zhuge Liang leading on the left, followed by Wang Yin, Li Qi, Yan Bailey, Tian Mo, Su Xiaoying, Feng Linger, Wang Xiong, and several new players, Zhang Heng, Zhao Yuanlu, Li Xiaochun, Du Yong, and Sun Yu. The leader on the right is Lu Bu, followed by Di Qing, Hua Rong, Zhou Tsang, Long Ong, Wang Ming, Ma Tai, Li Zhongyi, Li Suasian, Yi Feilong, Chu Xing, and Wei Ping, all of whom are military generals. Chen Fei looked at the people in the room and chuckled. "Our power has grown even stronger, and we have more people." Wang Yin smiled and said, "This is all thanks to the Lord's good leadership." Fei Chen laughed heartily, then said, "This round of strategic operations has been completed, and the established mission objectives have been achieved. It's very good, and I'm very happy. That's why I called everyone here to reward them according to their merits." Everyone's eyes lit up, especially the newly joined players and generals. Their hearts were pounding because the moment that would decide their fate was about to come. Would they become high-ranking officials with generous salaries or become janitors? This meeting would have a result. Chen Fei coughed and said, "The greatest achievements in this battle must go to Lu Bu and Zhuge Liang. They conquered 9 towns in succession, and their hard work is truly remarkable. I will reward them with 1,000 gold coins each, 100 pieces of silk, and 10 acres of fertile farmland." Zhuge Liang and Lu Bu clasped their fists and said, "Thank you, my lord, for your gift." Both of them have already held the highest positions among civil and military officials and cannot be promoted, so they can only be given material rewards. Gold coins and silk are now hard currencies in the market, and Chen Fei is also constantly promoting the privatization of fertile farmland to stimulate market vitality and planting efficiency. These 10 acres of fertile farmland can be used as the private property of Zhuge Liang and Lu Bu, and they can use them at will. Di Qing and Yin Bailey have conquered Shueishua town and 6 surrounding villages and 3 tribes. Their clever tactics tricked the enemy into opening the city gates, resulting in minimal losses. This merits a second-rate achievement. Your reward will be 800 gold coins, 50 pieces of silk, and 5 acres of fertile farmland. The 2 men clasped their fists and said, "Thank you, my lord, for your gift." Chen Fei then looked at Hua Rong and the others and said, "Hua Rong, Ma Tai, Wang Ming, and you 3 have fought bravely under General Lu Bu. Each of you will be rewarded with 500 gold coins, 50 pieces of silk, and 1 acre of fertile farmland." "Thank you, my lord, for your gift. Long Ong, you led the troops in a bluffing operation, acting as a decoy and deterring the enemy from launching a rash joint attack. This was of great strategic significance, and your contribution is considerable. I reward you with 500 gold coins, 100 pieces of silk, and 5 acres of fertile farmland." "Thank you, my lord, for your gift. Zhou Tsang, you led the attack on the enemy reinforcements, established a defensive line of arrow towers, and despite being struck by numerous arrows, you fought tirelessly and finally reversed the situation. I hereby reward you with 1,000 gold coins, 100 pieces of silk, and 10 acres of fertile farmland, the same standard as the first meritorious service." Zhou Tsang knelt with his fists clasped, tears streaming down his face. He said with such emotion, "My lord, I am deeply grateful for your concern for me. I will fight for you, even at the risk of my own life, and will not slack off." Chapter 124. Gather resources and wait for upgrades. Those who have made contributions will be rewarded. Then Fei Chun continued, "Next, we will appoint the new members. The newly surrendered players and generals, as well as Ma Tai, Wang Ming, Yi Feilong, and others all perked up. Chen Fei glanced at everyone and said in a deep voice, "I have decided to reform the military organization and establish an army-level organization above the battalion level." The Longxiang army was established, with Lu Bu as the Grand Commander and General Longxiang. It was composed of the 1st Battalion, the 2nd Battalion, and the 3rd Battalion, led by Zhou Tsang, Long Ong, and Yi Feilong respectively, responsible for the defense of the south and east. The Tiger Power Army was established, with Di Qing as the Commander-in-Chief and General Tiger Power. It was composed of the 4th Battalion, the 5th Battalion, and the 6th Battalion, led by Ma Tai, Li Suasian, and Wang Yi respectively, responsible for the defense of the north and west. A cavalry battalion was set up with 1,000 cavalrymen under its command, led by Hua Rong. A vanguard camp was set up, with 600 heavily armed sword and shield soldiers under its command, led by Wang Ming. The cavalry battalion and the vanguard battalion are directly responsible to me, and arrangements and assignments will be made based on the mission situation. There are 400 personal guards, led by Li Zhongyi. A garrison camp was set up with 1,000 men under the command of Chu Xing. A logistics support battalion of 1,000 men will be established, commanded by Wei Ping. Chun Fei finished his appointments to the various generals in one breath. Everyone was quite satisfied and clasped their fists together, saying, "We thank you for your kindness, Lord. We are willing to go through fire and water for you, without hesitation." Chun Fei currently has an army of 10,000. In order to unify them, Chun Fei adjusted the number of troops at the battalion level from 1,250 to 1,000. A reorganized battalion consists of 1,000 people, including 500 slave soldiers, 300 spearmen, 100 archers, and 100 cavalrymen, with both long-range and short-range, cavalry, and mobile types. The combination of arms is relatively rich and reasonable. The 6 main combat battalions, plus the cavalry battalion, the vanguard battalion, the personal guard, the logistics support battalion, and the garrison battalion, each performed their duties and gradually became professional and integrated. After arranging the generals, Chun Fei made arrangements for the newly joined players. Because of Di Qing's connections, Chun Fei fulfilled his promise and allowed Du Yong to continue serving as the mayor of Lengyu Town. Zhang Heng was appointed minister of the grain transport department. Zhao Yuanlu and Li Xiaochun entered the prime minister's office to assist Zhuge Liang and Wang Yin in managing internal affairs, and Sun Yu was assigned to serve as the mayor of Chuyin Town. These people were all satisfied. Chun Fei was indeed generous and fulfilled his promise, giving them high positions and generous salaries. With the position, everyone felt at ease. The atmosphere in the hall immediately became much more lively, and many people had relaxed smiles on their faces. Chun Fei said, "Your residences are under construction and will be ready for occupancy soon. However, we are currently short-staffed, so everyone is basically alone. But don't panic. As we continue to expand and more people join us, they will naturally become your subordinates. Those who come late will even become ordinary employees." Everyone burst into laughter. Now that the new round of expansion is complete, our current priority is to fully develop, strive for first place, and strive to obtain the first reward for entering the feudal age in the national server. Chun Fei said, "Zhuge Liang, you will arrange the tasks." Zhuge Liang nodded, stood up, and said, "After discussing with my lord, we plan to use 7 days to obtain sufficient resources. To this end, I will make the following adjustments. 1. Under the leadership of Minister of Agriculture Richard, the amount of farmland will be doubled within 1 day, reaching a daily output of 1 million. 2. Minister of Commerce Yan Bailey is responsible for this. No matter what method you use, even if it means borrowing money, you must earn back 300,000 gold within 5 days. 3. Wang Yin, a co-political official in the Prime Minister's office, was responsible for doubling the number of sawmills and quarries within 1 day, reaching a daily output of 800,000. 4th, Zhang Heng, Minister of the Grand Canal, will be in charge of dispatching all transport ships, each with a caravan. They will travel up and down the Mingwei River, trading our specialties like salt, chili peppers, vegetable oil, and watermelon for food, timber, stone, and gold. Prices can be kept low, with the sole purpose of bringing back more resources. 5. Everyone else, please cooperate according to your responsibilities and do not make any mistakes. Chun Fei took over and said, "When we entered the Fang Kingdom before, we were overtaken and failed to seize the initiative. This is a great regret. But now that we have entered the feudal era, the first reward must be ours. I hope everyone will work together to overcome the difficulties. If we get the reward, each of us will be rewarded with 1,000 gold coins. If we don't get the reward, each of us will be fined 3 months' salary." A blazing fire ignited in everyone's eyes, and they clasped their fists and said in unison, "We will definitely live up to our Lord's expectations." In the next 2 days, Chun Fei's Great Zhou State began a vigorous infrastructure construction project. That is to say, Chun Fei has the talent of infrastructure maniac. Hundreds of farmlands, sawmills, and quarries were all built within a day under the hard work of thousands of farmers. In addition, the talent of master builder was activated, which saved Chun Fei hundreds of thousands of units of wood. This is the power of S-level talent. The later the stage, the more significant the effect of the talent. After all these resource buildings were built, the Great Zhou state began to calm down, stopped spending money, and stopped organizing various activities. Everything was done to stockpile more resources. However, Chun Fei was not idle in the military field. He sent cavalry to scout around, collect intelligence on various player towns and NPC forces, and build arrow towers everywhere in the wilderness to use as frontline reconnaissance facilities. Qianshan Village. As the leader of the three strongholds and the big brother, Qianshan Stronghold is located in the middle and is larger than the other two strongholds. These three strongholds provided great help to Chun Fei when he attacked the Meteor Alliance. They also sent troops to support Chun Fei when he was besieged by the Alliance. Although they were all paid, the relationship between the two sides continued to heat up during this period. What is more worth mentioning is that these three strongholds have their own trade routes and are not short of gold. They have always been an important market for Chun Fei to conduct commercial trade. There are at least 3 caravans entering and leaving the three strongholds every day, and a large amount of goods are exchanged here. Commercial activities would accelerate the feelings among the people, and the farmers and slaves on both sides also communicated frequently, gradually showing a trend of integration. Chapter 125 Advancement to the Feudal Era. On this day, Zhuge Liang came alone to the town hall of Qianshan Village and was treated as a guest of honor by the village chief. In addition to the leader of Qianshan Village, the leaders of Langtao Village and Haiyan Village are also here. The leader of Qianshan Village said, "Haha, Mr. Zhuge has come all the way here, so he must have something important to tell you. I have invited the other 2 leaders here as requested. If you have anything to tell me, please feel free to tell me." Zhuge Liang took a sip of tea and said calmly, "I came here for only one reason, to get these 3 strongholds to join our Great Zhou state and become our vassal states." This? The 3 village chiefs were stunned for a moment. Then they all stood up and looked at Zhuge Liang with grim faces. Zhuge Liang remained calm and said with a smile, "Do you all have to react so strongly? Sit down first, sit down first." The 3 village chiefs looked at each other, hesitated for a moment, and slowly sat down. The leader of Langtao Village said coldly, "Zhuge Liang, do you know what you are talking about?" The leader of Langtao Village also said, "Although we have dealt with each other before, it was only for the sake of profit. Now you are pushing your luck even further. Aren't you afraid that we will kill you on the spot?" Zhuge Liang said, "As you said, our previous actions were driven by interests, and this time is no exception. Our army has been advancing southwards for some time, but the north is relatively empty. The Lord intends to absorb you and let you serve as the northern barrier of our Great Zhou state, and then wait for an opportunity to advance north and continue the campaign. Of course, my lord respects you and is willing to allow you to maintain relative independence and become our vassal states, submitting financial resources and sharing military intelligence. Beyond that, we will not interfere with your development or military operations." The leader of Black Rock Village said, "Humph, no one wants to become a vassal state. The conditions you mentioned are completely ineffective on us." Zhuge Liang sighed and said, "I admit that what you say is reasonable, but this time the Lord not only sent me, but also sent General Di Qing." The 3 village chiefs' faces turned serious and they asked, "What do you mean?" At this time, a soldier hurried over and said, "3 village chiefs, we have spotted the Great Zhou Fang State cavalry 5 kilometers to the south. There are about 1,000 of them, and they are charging towards us." The 3 village chiefs looked at each other. The leader of Langtao Village suddenly looked at Zhuge Liang and said coldly, "First courtesy, then force? Or threats and coercion? Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you as a sacrifice?" Zhuge Liang said with a smile, "I am just a country boy. Killing me is useless, but I am afraid you will not be able to bear the price you have to pay." The 3 of them were silent. Zhuge Liang continued, "Our Great Zhou will soon be promoted to the rank of kingdom, becoming a truly dominant overlord. If you all join us now and lend a helping hand to our lord, I will certainly not forget your kindness. Once we are promoted to a kingdom, I will be able to repay you and help you grow rapidly. What do you think? Consider it." The 3 village chiefs said, "Give us some time. We need to discuss." Zhuge Liang nodded, and then the 3 village chiefs left the hall and entered the side room. Zhuge Liang squinted his eyes and sat there calmly drinking tea. Nowadays, tea and wine are both scarce commodities. When Chun Fei's army wiped out the villages under the jurisdiction of Chuyan Town, they only got a small piece of tea, with a daily output of less than 100 units. It was regarded as a treasure by internal officials, and the amount exported was even less. The tea that Zhuge Liang drinks now was given to him by Chun Fei in gratitude for the mountain stronghold's military assistance. After about 5 minutes, the 3 men came out and bowed to Zhuge Liang. "Mr. Zhuge, We have discussed this and have agreed to become a vassal of the great Zhou kingdom. Zhuge Liang laughed heartily, helped the three men up, and said, "Congratulations, everyone. You've made a wise choice. I believe the great Zhou will not let you regret it." The three village chiefs nodded and looked at each other, and saw the uneasiness in the eyes of the other two. The three of them had just discussed it and knew that the current strength of their three families was far from comparable to that of the great Zhou kingdom, and they were so close to the great Zhou town. If they did not surrender, they would be dealt with by Chun Fei sooner or later. In this case, it would be better to surrender early, go with the flow, and still preserve a little independence and sovereignty. After the three strongholds surrendered, Chun Fei also received a system prompt. System prompt. Qianshan village has decided to become your vassal state. Qianshan village's finances will be turned over to you, and you will also receive your military protection. You will share military intelligence and defense facilities, and can cooperate in combat. Congratulations on obtaining 600,000 food, 500,000 wood, 900,000 stone, 60,000 gold, and 40,000 bronze. System prompt. Langtao village has decided to become your vassal state. Its finances will be turned over to you, and you will also receive military protection. You will share military intelligence and defense facilities, and can cooperate in combat. Congratulations on obtaining 900,000 food, 300,000 wood, 500,000 stone, 50,000 gold, and 30,000 bronze. System prompt. Blackrock village has decided to become your vassal state. Blackrock village's finances will be turned over to you, and you will also receive your military protection. You will share military intelligence and defense facilities, and can cooperate in combat. Congratulations on obtaining 800,000 food, 600,000 wood, 600,000 stone, 50,000 gold, and 60,000 bronze. As a vassal state, in addition to handing over basic resources, it was allowed to retain its own soldiers, specialties, goods, tools, etc. However, even so, Chun Fei became rich overnight. A total of 2.3 million tons of food, 1.4 million tons of wood, 2 million tons of stone, 160,000 tons of gold, and 130,000 tons of bronze were obtained. This allowed Chun Fei to take a big step towards advancing to the feudal era. The original plan was to complete the goal in 7 days, but now the time has been shortened by nearly 2 days, which increases Chun Fei's chances of getting first place in the entire server. On the 5th day, Chun Fei finally accumulated enough resources. Without delay, he chose to upgrade directly. System prompt. Congratulations to player Chun Fei for advancing to the feudal era. The feudal era is marked by the use of iron tools, the development of small peasant economy, the establishment of cities, and the promotion of monarchy. You have successfully ascended to the throne of your kingdom and become a true king. Your territory has transformed into a true nation, which is a historic step. System prompt. Please select the capital and name your country and capital. Fei Chen thought for a moment, then suddenly smiled slyly and said, "The country will be named Dezhou, the capital will be Dezhou town, and the capital will be renamed Shindu City." Since it was a name, it naturally had to be something domineering. This was not reality, so there was no need to consider so many factors. It could be decided according to one's own preferences. Chun Fei simply chose a name that sounded more fantasy and more noble. Chapter 126, Super Powerful Talent. Ding. Naming successful. Congratulations to the great Zhou Kingdom, officially establishing its capital in Divine Capital City. System prompt. Promoted to the feudal era, new buildings are opened. Taxation Bureau, Iron Workshop, Music Bureau, Yamen, City Wall, Arrow Tower, City Gate, Moat, and Blue Brick Factory. New troops are available, skilled light cavalry, already owned, elite crossbowmen, and sword and shield soldiers. Open new technologies, iron smelting technology, agricultural tool innovation technology, logging innovation technology, mining innovation technology, catapult production technology, crossbow production technology, blue brick production technology. Open new function, public wisdom +1. A series of prompt sounds rang out, and Chun Fei smiled, feeling that he had taken another big step towards modern society. From eating boiled meat, wearing animal skins, and living in thatched huts when he first arrived, to wearing silk, living in a big wooden house, and eating noodles now, there has been great progress, but this is not enough. What Chun Fei wants is to enter the technological age as soon as possible, build his own technological empire, and return to the happy days of traveling by car, having air conditioning in the house, and having mobile phones for entertainment. From the moment Chun Fei entered the feudal era, a server-wide announcement began to play in front of all players. National server announcement. On May 15th of the lunar calendar year, The Great Zhou Kingdom in the Xiliang region was officially promoted to a kingdom and entered the feudal era. The feudal era was the longest and most brilliant era in human history, witnessing countless stories and giving birth to countless great ideas. Let us celebrate the Great Zhou Kingdom together and congratulate this player for winning the ultimate prize presented by the system. Xiliang region, Guangzhou region, Yangzhou region, Northern Grassland region, Jizhou region, Hanzhong region, Sichuan region, Jingzhou region. Millions of players across the server were staring at this news in shock. This is so fast. Are we already entering the feudal era? No way. I've only just entered the Fang Kingdom era, and I've already worked so hard to get these 100,000 gold. How did this big shot from the Great Zhou Kingdom manage to get 1,000,000 gold so quickly? We don't understand the world of the big guys. I've only just entered the Bronze Age. The one upstairs, you are too weak. We have just entered the Bronze Age. You can just wait to be destroyed. Countless players were excited, and everyone was discussing Qinfei. Yangzhou, Kingdom of God. A young man in white clothes twitched his mouth as he watched the server-wide announcement scrolling by. For the first time, he felt that the world was so fucked up. It's only 10,000 stones, just a few minutes. Why? The young man in white was about to cry, his chest heaving. I was careless. I took first place in Fanghua, but now I've been overtaken. It seems this guy's strength is really above mine. The young man in white took a deep breath, looked dejected for a moment, and then his eyes became firm again. But it doesn't matter. Even if you are first, the one who laughs last may not be you. Players in various regions were discussing the matter, but the most exciting one was the Xiliang region. However, this time, there were fewer people scolding Qinfei. Or, it could be said that those who scolded Qinfei and opposed Qinfei before had already begun to feel fear. This fear in their hearts made them dare not speak carelessly anymore. Brother Qinfei is so strong. Boss Qinfei must have caused a big stir in every region this time. I really want to meet Boss Qinfei and see his style. Boss, are you interested in joining our Crazy Dragon Guild? We are willing to provide you with high-quality services and escort you. What the hell is this Crazy Dragon Guild? If you want to join our Optimus Prime Guild. We'll beat you to death. Ciao, Pillar of Heaven, are you looking for a fight? Even if you're just looking for a fight, what can you do? Alright, tomorrow morning at Sanlapu, we'll have a fight and put an end to the bronze mine issue once and for all. Well, okay. I'm just afraid you won't dare to come then. It's the puppies who don't go. Qinfei didn't check the chat channel. He could probably guess what everyone was talking about. What he cared about now was the big gift package rewarded to him by the system. System prompt. Congratulations to Qinfei for becoming the first player in the entire server to enter the feudal era and win the top prize. S-level talent. Divine General Synthesis. God General Synthesis. 3 generals of the same level can be synthesized into a higher level general. Cooldown time, 7 days. After seeing the general's explanation, Fei Chen's eyes widened and his breathing almost stopped. Fuck, this is too damn strong. Qinfei was so surprised that he almost jumped up. What did this mean? It meant that he could artificially combine high-level generals. A-level and S-level generals were no longer a dream. Qinfei went to the Qiuxian Hall immediately with excitement. Yi Qing, C-rank general, age 20. Wields a spear and excels in horse combat. Recruitment price, 20,000 gold. Tian Xianglong, C-rank officer, age 35. Wields a broadsword and excels in foot combat. Recruitment price, 20,000 gold. Sun Hao, C-level strategist, age 40, good at mining management. Recruitment price, 20,000 gold. Qinfei immediately thought about recruiting these 6 people and combining them into a B-level general, but he found that he had no money now. Upgrading to the feudal age emptied Qinfei's wallet, but he was still very happy because as long as he had the talent, it was only a matter of time before he could synthesize an S-level general. One C-rank general costs 20,000 gold, so 3 of them cost 60,000 gold, which means it costs 60,000 gold to synthesize one B-rank general. So, by analogy, synthesizing an A-rank general would require 180,000 gold, and synthesizing an S-rank general would require 540,000 gold. Oh, that's damn expensive. Fei Chen felt like his heart was bleeding. Gold has too many uses. The circulation of various commercial materials, upgrading times, and the construction of new advanced buildings all require a large amount of gold. Spending so much money to train an S-level general will definitely delay Qinfei's development. But even if it takes longer, we have to train them. An S-rank general is incredibly useful, absolutely strategic, and capable of standing alone. Almost every one of them is a match for 10,000. Fei Chen clenched his fists and reluctantly left the Qiuxian Hall. The existing generals can naturally be synthesized, but Chen Fei has no plans to do so for the time being. A general meeting had just been held a few days ago, and everyone was appointed and took on their duties. Rashly consuming several generals would be counterproductive. After entering the feudal era, the next stage is the imperial era. Chen Fei took a look at the resources needed for the promotion era, and then fell silent. 100 million pieces of food, 100 million pieces of wood, 100 million pieces of stone, 100 million pieces of steel, and 10 million pieces of gold. At the same time, one must have control over a certain area and become the regional overlord. It is worth mentioning that what is needed for the upgrade is steel, not pure iron. With Chen Fei's current technology, he is not able to produce steel, so he must develop this technology, otherwise he can only buy it from others. Chapter 1:27 Still too poor. The conditions for upgrading to the Imperial Age are too harsh, especially compared to the last condition. The massive resources required do not seem that important. Actually control a region? Become the regional overlord? Doesn't this mean that in the entire national server, only a handful of people can advance to the Emperor era? Chen Fei frowned, and the pressure in his heart suddenly increased. There are a total of 21 regions in the entire national server area, namely Guangzhou, Central Plains, Jingzhou, Guangdong and Guangxi, Sichuan, Jingzhou, Hanzhou, Southwest, Qingzhou, Yangzhou, Shuzhou, Jizhou, Yuzhou, Liaodong, Northern Grassland, Northeast, Xiliang, Qinghai Tibet, South China Sea, Wuyue, and Western regions. This means that only 21 people can eventually be promoted to the Imperial era. System prompt. The player has entered the feudal age. Do you want to spend 1 million food, 1 million wood, 1 million stone, and 100,000 gold to upgrade existing buildings? Chen Fei sighed helplessly. Now he has become a pauper and has no money at all. I can't do anything today. I can only wait until tomorrow. Fei Chen shook his head helplessly and returned to the room. I casually opened the build button and several new buildings appeared. Tax Commissioner, Professional Tax Agency. Your country has been on the right track. People's living and production needs are becoming increasingly strong, and the plan management model that coordinates all resources is no longer applicable to today's society. You need this professional agency to help you make money. Construction cost: 1 million food, 1 million wood, 1 million stone, 10,000 bronze, 10,000 gold. Construction time: 7 days. Iron Workshop, a workshop that smelts iron ore and produces various ironware. If you can provide the technology, it can also produce steel for you and become a steel mill. Construction cost: 1 million food, 1 million wood, 1 million stone, 10,000 bronze, 10,000 gold. Construction time: 7 days. Music Department. With the enlightenment of the people, your people not only need food and drink, but also entertainment. The Music Department can train professional artists to spread music in the streets and alleys, open theaters and brothels, and make your territory more romantic and civilized. Construction cost: 1 million food, 1 million wood, 1 million stone, 10,000 bronze, 10,000 gold. Construction time: 7 days. Yamen, the only comprehensive government agency, the office of the lord of a city. It has several departments including the prison, statistics department, inspection department, agriculture department, and household registration department, which can accept people's appeals and hear various judicial cases. Construction cost: 1 million food, 1 million wood, 1 million stone, 10,000 bronze, 10,000 gold. Construction time: 7 days. Arrow Tower, a powerful and sturdy brick and stone defense tower built on the city wall. It has 36 shooting holes and can also be equipped with built-in crossbows. It is a nightmare for siege troops. Construction cost: 1 million food, 1 million wood, 1 million stone, 10,000 bronze, 10,000 gold. Construction time: 7 days. City Wall, a real city wall. The height, thickness, and length are determined by you. It is made of brick, stone, and concrete, and is difficult to break through with ordinary weapons. Construction cost: 10 units of blue bricks and 10 units of stone per cubic meter. Construction time: the more workers you have, the faster the construction time. Moat, a large-scale defensive structure that gives the enemy a headache. The length, width, and depth are determined by you. You can set up water gates and iron bridges to connect with the water system in the city. It can defend against enemies in wartime and irrigate farmland to develop the economy in peacetime. Construction cost: 5 units of stone per cubic meter. Construction time: the more workers you have, the faster the construction time. Blue Brick Factory. Blue bricks made of clay are strong and reliable, low cost, and simple to make, making them the best choice for city construction. Construction cost: 1 million food, 1 million wood, 1 million stone, 10,000 bronze, 10,000 gold. Construction time, 7 days. These buildings are very powerful. Chen Fei can't wait to build them all up immediately and turn his divine capital into a real city. However, after seeing the construction price and time, Chen Fei was still confused. This price is 10 times higher than in the Bronze Age. Chen Fei clicked his tongue and helplessly held his forehead with his hand, feeling like a real pauper. We had expanded on a large scale before, adding countless new farmlands, and the food output reached 1 million units per day. I thought this output was already very high. But unexpectedly, after entering the feudal era, these 1 million units of resources were not even enough to fill the gaps in one's teeth. Shaking his head, Fei Chen put aside his negative emotions and clicked the Recruit button again. Some new types of troops were added. Chen Fei took a quick look at them, his expression changing from gloomy to excited. Skilled light cavalry. High-quality light cavalry with superb riding skills, capable of performing routine tasks such as reconnaissance, support, encirclement, and charge. Recruitment price, 5,000 food. Recruitment time, 10 minutes. Elite crossbowmen. They are armed with large and powerful crossbows. They have a longer range and greater lethality than archers, but their firing rate and marching speed are also slower. They are suitable for city wall defense and positional warfare. Recruitment price, 5,000 food. Recruitment time, 10 minutes. Sword and shield soldiers. A melee soldier equipped with bronze daggers and bronze shields. They are capable of both offense and defense and have amazing combat effectiveness. They can play a vital role in large-scale melees and street fights. Recruitment price, 1,000 food. Recruitment time, 10 minutes. Chen Fei had already obtained the skilled light cavalry when he swept through the 10 towns before, and now he got it again after being promoted to the feudal era. This made him speechless and felt that he had suffered a great loss. As for the sword and shield soldier, Chen Fei already has the production technology of bronze shields and bronze armor. Equipped with a bronze sword, his combat effectiveness is much stronger than that of ordinary sword and shield soldiers. But other players will also have sword and shield soldiers, which is not a good thing for him. In addition to the 3 new types of troops, Chen Fei also discovered that the slave option had disappeared. Is it because we've entered the feudal era? So we're no longer providing slaves to players? Fei Chen frowned as he pondered, then became very depressed. Damn, if that's the case, then I'm going to lose a lot of money. If I had known earlier, I would have recruited thousands or tens of thousands of slaves in advance. I could have saved a lot of money. A slave only needs 50 units of food. Thanks to them, Chen Fei was able to support the successive battles. Now, among the tens of thousands of people, half are slaves. Now that slavery has been abolished, he can only recruit farmers and spearmen for 500 food in the future. The price has increased tenfold. How can he not feel distressed? Oh, never mind. Let's just take it one step at a time. It's the same for everyone anyway. Chapter 128 New Activities. In addition to these new buildings and new arms, new technologies are also available. Innovations in agricultural tools, logging, mining, and other tools and technologies have greatly improved farmers' efficiency. While keeping the original foundation unchanged, the Great Zhou Kingdom can now produce 1.5 million tons of food, 1.3 million tons of wood, and 1.1 million tons of stone a day. In addition, the production technology of catapults and crossbows has also been opened up, which means that future wars will be more cruel and bloody. The next day, around noon, Chen Fei accumulated enough resources and began to upgrade existing buildings. Master Architect's talent is activated, and the amount of resources required to upgrade existing buildings is halved. Upgrading. Consumption reduced by half. Great. Chen Fei grinned. With this move alone, he saved 500,000 each of food, wood, and stone, and 50,000 gold. Chen Fei stood at the gate of the town center and saw that the entire Dazhou town, oh no, it should be called Shindu City now, was shrouded in a misty white light. It lasted for a minute before the white light slowly dissipated. Fei Chun was stunned and completely shocked. After the upgrade, the divine capital city is now prosperous. Compared with before, it is a world of difference. As the town's center of his own mansion, its area has been directly doubled, covering dozens of acres. It has an ancient style and is magnificent. There are pavilions, corner towers, red high walls, as well as green bamboo, pines and cypresses, a small lake and rockery. The main gate is even more magnificent, with 2 stone lions squatting at the door and a plaque hanging above it, with large gold-plated characters writing, "The Palace of the Great Zhou Dynasty." Entering the palace, the central avenue is paved with white marble, as smooth as water. Facing the entrance of the palace is a giant hall, 10 meters high, like a miniature version of the Hall of Supreme Harmony. There were side rooms, side halls, pavilions and towers on both sides, which made Chun Fei excited all of a sudden. After all, there is no man who does not dream of living in the palace, becoming the master of the palace, and dominating the country. Outside the palace, the streets in the capital city were equally clean and tidy, paved with bricks and stones. The houses on both sides had been upgraded from solitary wooden courtyards to brick and tile houses. They looked roughly the same, but each had its own merits. The streets were bustling with people coming and going. From a distance, one can see that the hundreds of arrow towers near the wall have also been changed from wood to stone. On top of them is a sturdy wooden house with 4 shooting holes, which means that up to 4 people can live inside. If you want to rebuild the original buildings, such as residential houses and arrow towers from the feudal era, the resources required have also changed. Building this kind of brick and tile residential house requires 100 units of stone, 100 units of wood, and 100 units of blue bricks, while building a new arrow tower requires 400 units of food, 100 units of wood, and 100 units of stone. The price has increased several times, but the quality has also been greatly improved. Overall, it is still an improvement. After the upgrade, Chun Fei's resources were used up by more than half, and he could not do anything again. This won't work. The feudal era was too costly. If we build a new building every day, it would take a week to complete. Not to mention, I also need to build the city wall, which will cost even more. Fei Chun lowered his head and frowned, thinking, when he suddenly heard a system prompt. System prompt. The server-wide refugee recruitment event has begun. Players are requested to visit the event panel to view details, participate in the event, and win top prizes. Oh my god, the event is finally starting again. It's not easy. It's been more than a month. Let's take a quick look at what this activity is. Taking in refugees? Sounds easy. I hope that like the last event, it will be more friendly to us civilian players and allow us to get some rewards. The players were talking about it. Chun Fei was also a little surprised. He quickly opened the event panel and saw the details of the event. Task name: Taken refugees. Mission description: a large number of refugees have appeared in the wild. Players are requested to put people first, implement benevolent policies, accommodate them to the greatest extent possible, and provide them with food, shelter, and jobs. Task tips: among these refugees, there are old and young, male and female, which can increase the population of your territory, achieve gender balance, and harmonious development. But each of them has various problems. Some are hungry, some are sick, and some have evil intentions. Please manage them carefully, lords, otherwise they will easily be backfired. Mission deadline: 7 days. Mission reward: accommodate 100 refugees and receive 1 small resource treasure chest. Accommodate 1,000 refugees and obtain 1 medium-sized resource chest. Accommodate 5,000 refugees and obtain 1 large resource chest. Take in 10,000 refugees and obtain 1 B rank officer. Take in 20,000 refugees and obtain 1 A rank officer. Accommodate 30,000 refugees and obtain 1 S rank officer. Seeing this reward, Fei Chun was overjoyed. Great, the final reward is actually an S rank general. Chun Fei waved his fist excitedly. I will definitely win this ultimate prize. Not only Chun Fei, but other players were also stunned by this reward. Holy crap, am I seeing things? Is this true? Are all the S rank generals released? And there's no limit? According to the instructions, as long as everyone meets this standard, they can claim this reward. Oh my god, I'm going crazy. Ha ha. I must get the final reward this time. This system is really generous. Ha ha ha. I feel like I can already see the S-rank general waving at me. Everyone was very excited. Even the ordinary civilian players, who were much behind in progress, became active at this time. Taking in refugees can increase the population, save a lot of money, and even earn us rewards. This is practically giving us welfare. Everyone, what are you waiting for? I just climbed up to the watchtower and saw a group of refugees outside the city. Go, 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 get them. 7 days, 30,000 refugees, that's easy. By then, we'll each have an S-rank general. Ha 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 ha. Just thinking about it makes me invincible. Most players are optimistic, but some are more thoughtful and have a thoughtful look on their faces. Kingdom of God. The young man in white watched the players' discussion, shook his head slightly, and muttered to himself, are these guys so optimistic? If only it were that simple. But don't forget, the system prompts say these refugees have all sorts of problems: hunger, disease, and ulterior motives. If they're not handled properly, it could easily lead to civil unrest. Not only him, but also those top-ranked players, strong players, and some players with rich social experience have taken this into consideration. Chapter 129, The First Wave of Refugees. Fei Chen also thought of this and frowned. No, I have to be more cautious and make a good plan. I now have a population of over 40,000. If another 30,000 are added, there won't be enough houses. I'll need to build at least 10,000 more, which means I'll need 1 million pieces of wood, 1 million pieces of stone, and 1 million pieces of bricks. However, I have the talent of a master architect, so the resources can be halved, so I only need 500,000 resources of all kinds. Stone and wood are easy to make, but I don't have any blue bricks now, so I have to build a blue brick factory first, and I don't know yet what the output of the blue brick factory is. In addition, these additional 30,000 people will need 100,000 units of food every day. Considering that some of them are ill, quarantine areas must be prepared in advance to prevent the virus from spreading. Chen Fei has experienced many disasters in real life, and he is especially vigilant when it comes to disease prevention. Currently, each town has only one clinic with 100 doctors, which can only meet the daily medical needs of the residents. The incidence rate of these 30,000 people is definitely higher. We must recruit at least 100 more doctors, and it is estimated that it will barely be enough. This also requires 1 million pieces of food. Fei Chen patted his head vigorously and said with a wry smile, I didn't know until I calculated it. Now I'm shocked. It seems that getting this ultimate prize is not easy. However, even so, Fei Chen did not back down. He decided to take it step by step, first accumulating resources, building a brick factory, and then starting to accumulate food. Soon, the garrison commander Chu Xing arrived at the palace and met Chen Fei. He clasped his fists and said, My lord, you called me? Chen Fei nodded and said, Chu Xing, I want you to convey my orders to each army and camp. He ordered Lu Bu to lead the Longxiang army and Di Qing to lead the Hui army to sweep the area around their jurisdiction and absorb refugees without any mistakes. Order all town mayors to properly manage the reception of refugees, providing them with food and shelter. Set up separate quarantine areas, isolate and treat the sick first, and execute those who refuse to cooperate. Chu Xing clasped his fists and said, As you wish. Afterwards, Chen Fei went to a side hall, which was now set up as the Prime Minister's residence. Zhuge Liang, Wang Yin, Zhao Yuanlu, Li Xiaochun, and others worked here and were in charge of the country's internal affairs. Your Majesty, Zhuge Liang and others were handling government affairs. When they saw Chen Fei coming in, they immediately stood up and saluted. No need to be polite. Chen Fei waved his hand and said, We will be taking in a large number of refugees in the next few days. You must step up your response and do your best to ensure their housing, food, clothing, and job allocation. Zhuge Liang said, Don't worry, Your Majesty. I will personally make the arrangements and ensure that nothing goes wrong. Chen Fei nodded. He was still very confident in Zhuge Liang's abilities. After several months of development, Chen Fei had become quite experienced as a leader. All he had to do was formulate plans, provide ideas, set the tone, and then oversee and verify, rather than just going into battle himself like he had at the beginning. With Zhuge Liang in charge of literature and Lu Bu in charge of military affairs, Chen Fei himself is in charge of the center. This is the best deployment. Chen Fei's order was quickly passed down to the two generals Lu Bu and Di Qing. Then the Longxiang army and the Hui army, which had rested for several days, set out again and began to take in refugees. Outside Suiyuan town, on a small hill, hundreds of refugees sat together, dressed in rags and looking miserable. Among these refugees there are men and women, young and old, but they have one thing in common. They are mentally depressed and in very bad condition. Mom, I'm so hungry. A child of 7 or 8 years old was curled up in the arms of a woman wrapped in linen. He had no proper clothes on his body, only a piece of rag wrapped around him. His exposed skin was covered in bruises, and it was unclear whether it was frostbite, bruises, or both. Although it is mid-May now, the weather is not too hot. This piece of rag is not enough to keep warm. Although the child's mother was pale and thin, one could still vaguely tell that she was young and had a pretty face. The mother caressed the baby's head lovingly and said softly, My child, hold on a little longer. God will not abandon us. You've been educated, haven't you? What did the teachers teach you? When you reach the mountain, there will always be a way. When you reach the bridge, there will always be a way. My child, be patient. I promise you, there will be food today. The child nodded sensibly, hugged his mother tightly, and said weakly, Mom, I believe you. The child's mother patted the baby gently and said, Go to sleep, baby. You won't feel hungry when you sleep. The baby closed his eyes, but the strong feeling of hunger made it impossible for him to fall asleep. On the other side, an old man with an unshaven beard and white hair sat cross-legged like a dead tree, his cloudy eyes looking up at the sky, muttering, "Oh God, please save us, give us poor people a way out." This group of refugees, hundreds of people, were all in a dying state. It even gave people a feeling that if they didn't have food today, there would definitely be corpses everywhere tomorrow. Suddenly, the sound of horse hooves came from far away, startling everyone and making them look up in confusion. That's cavalry. Who are they? Are they here to kill us? The refugees were in a panic, and many even began to run away. The child also opened his eyes and asked, "Mom, are those people here to kill us?" The mother was worried, but she forced a smile on the surface and said, "Don't be alarmed, my child. These people are here to help us and give us food." "Oh, really?" When Wawa heard this, he instantly became more energetic. The child's mother nodded bitterly. In her opinion, why would this group of strange cavalrymen help them? Seeing such a group of old and weak people, firstly, their physical condition was extremely poor, and they were currently unable to work and needed to be cared for. Many of them were also suffering from illnesses, which was a huge safety hazard. Any wise monarch would not rescue them, and might even kill them for safety reasons. Forget it. Whether they come to kill us or to help us, we will accept it. This hateful world is so cruel. It's a pity for my child. He hasn't grown up yet and hasn't had a good look at the world. Thinking of this, the young mother sobbed alone. "Mom, what's wrong with you?" When the baby saw his mother crying, he quickly stretched out his little hand to wipe it. The mother smiled and said, "I'm fine. I just cried tears of joy at the thought that we would have enough to eat." Chapter 130, Rookie's Spring. Hua Rong led 100 cavalrymen to the small mound, glanced at the crowd, and asked, "Where are you from?" A man who looked a bit stronger bravely stood up and said flatteringly, "General, we are from the great victory country in the west. Because of the war and famine in our country, we have no choice but to flee here." Hua Rong nodded and said to the cavalrymen beside him, "Give them something to eat." They had come out this time to take in refugees, so they all brought some dry food and water. Hua Rong gave the order, and immediately his men threw several large bundles over and said, "Everyone get a fried cake, a pot of water, and a piece of dried meat. Line up and collect them. Don't grab anything, or you will be killed." When the refugees heard this, they all widened their eyes, as if they couldn't believe it. "Is this really food for us? Great, we are saved. We are saved. Hurry up, everyone line up." More than 100 people immediately lined up, received food under the supervision of the soldiers, and feasted on it. When it was the turn of a thin young man, his eyes rolled around. He stole a piece of dried meat and stuffed it directly into his arms. A sharp-eyed cavalryman saw this and flew into a rage. "You, what are you doing? Take it out." The thin young man smiled flatteringly. "Master Jun, what's wrong? I didn't do anything." The cavalryman shouted angrily, "If you don't return it, I will kill you without mercy." The skinny young man shuddered, but he still stiffened his neck and sneered. "Sir, are you here to help us or to harm us? Every word you say is about killing. It's just a little food, isn't it? What's the big deal? It was given to us to eat, so what if we took it? I heard that your great Zhou kingdom practices benevolent governance. Is this really how you implement it?" "You." The cavalryman was furious. At this moment, Hua Rong approached, looked at the thin young man with a stern look, and said, "Our great Zhou practices benevolent governance, but that doesn't mean we are easy to mess with. If we give you food, you must obey us. If you take an extra portion of food now, it means others will have to eat less. Do you think this is a good idea?" Seeing that Hua Rong, the commander, had come over, the thin young man changed his tone and said, all right, I'll come over. Why are you so angry? You're really a bunch of stingy people." Towards the end, his voice trailed off. Hua Rong sneered, "Come back? Haha, it's too late. I said it from the beginning. Anyone who disrupts order or disobeys orders will be killed without mercy." After saying that, he shot the thin young man to death. Plop! A body fell in a pool of blood, leaving more than 100 refugees around stunned and trembling. Some people no longer looked at food with the same hungry and crazy eyes as before, but became much more rational. Hua Rong said, "This is the fate of those who disobey orders. Do you hear me?" The refugees immediately nodded like chicks pecking at rice, indicating that they understood. Hua Rong then said to an old man he had brought with him, "Sir, please take their pulses and check their physical conditions. Those with malignant diseases should be isolated and treated first." The old man stroked his beard and smiled. "No problem. Our great king is truly wise. Isolating them first is a really good idea. It can effectively prevent the spread of the disease." "Haha, of course. Our king is the reincarnation of a god and has foresight. Huarong left behind 100 cavalrymen and a doctor to check on their health before returning to Suiyuan town and settling them there. He himself continued forward with the remaining 200 men to search for more refugees. Chun Fei dispatched the Longxiang army, the Hui army, and the directly administered cavalry battalion, divided into dozens of waves, to search for refugees from different directions, and set up resettlement areas and isolation areas in various towns to manage these refugees in a unified manner. On the second day of the event, Chun Fei opened the event panel and saw his current progress. Task name: Taken refugees. Mission progress: 3,500 people have been accommodated. Mission time: 5 days remaining. In just a day and a half, there were already 3,500 people. However, Chun Fei was still not satisfied. That's not enough. At this rate, it will take at least 8 or 9 days to gather 30,000 people. We have to speed up. Fei Chen shook his head, put his chaotic thoughts behind him, and decided to get the reward first. If you take in 100 refugees, you can get a small resource treasure chest. If you take in 1,000 refugees, you can get a medium-sized resource treasure chest. Chun Fei directly clicked to receive it. System prompt: You opened a small resource chest 1. Congratulations on obtaining food 10,000, wood 10,000, stone 10,000, bronze 10,000, and gold 10,000. System prompt: You opened a medium-sized resource chest 1. Congratulations on obtaining food 100,000, wood 100,000, stone 100,000, bronze 50,000, and gold 50,000. The 2 treasure chests gave Chun Fei a small increase in resources, and Chun Fei immediately chose to build a blue brick factory. Because the master architect and infrastructure maniac talents are activated, the cost of building a brick factory is halved. It only requires 500,000 each of the 3 basic resources of food, wood, and stone, 5,000 bronze, and 5,000 gold. Moreover, the 7-day construction time was increased tenfold, meaning that construction could be completed in 17 hours. This way, the brick factory can officially start production tomorrow, and we don't have to worry about the housing issue anymore. Fei Chen murmured. Then he opened the chat channel to see what everyone was discussing. A player with the ID Tianshan Kingdom said, I'm so angry. I just entered the feudal era, and you found out that building a house actually requires blue bricks. It would be fine if we just needed bricks, and we could just build a brick factory. But this brick factory actually took 7 days to build. I'm so freaking mad. How could this be possible? My territory is currently severely short of housing, and I've only taken in 3,000 refugees. I don't dare recruit anymore. Oh my god, the guy upstairs is also a big shot. He was promoted to the feudal era so quickly. He's only 2 days behind boss Chun Fei. Thanks to the big boss above for letting us noobs know about the hardships of the feudal era. I've saved up a lot of resources these days and was planning to get promoted, but now I think I should finish the event first and get an S-rank general. Haha, I just don't believe that I can't survive this event even though I have millions of resources. So, this event is actually disadvantageous to those high-level players who have advanced to the feudal era and more friendly to us noobs? Chapter 131, Godly General Synthesis, Zhang Liao. Seeing these discussions, Chun Fei frowned and thought, it seems that this event is more like a protection for civilian players. Now most players have entered the Fangwa era and are working hard to accumulate resources to advance to the feudal era. There should be a large number of people who can support 30,000 refugees. But if that's the case, will everyone really have an S-rank general? Wouldn't that make them everywhere? Chun Fei was puzzled and felt that things were not that simple. Forget it, I don't want to think about these things anymore. I just need to be myself. Chun Fei shook his head, closed the chat interface, and began to make plans. On the 3rd day of the event, Chun Fei received more than 6,000 people, and the total number of people directly reached 10,000. Chun Fei directly received 2 phased rewards. System prompt: You opened a large resource treasure chest 1. Congratulations on obtaining food 1 million, wood 1 million, stone 1 million, bronze 100,000, and gold 100,000. System prompt: You have obtained the B-level general, Lu Feng. The system's rewards are quite generous. With so many resources, it's no problem for players to take in 30,000 refugees. Is the system really that good, giving everyone an S-rank general as a bonus? After opening the 3 resource treasure chests, all resources increased by 1.1 million, and gold and bronze also increased significantly. Combined with the player's own existing resources, it is not difficult to support these 30,000 people until the end of the event. After getting a B-level General Lu Feng, Chen Fei thought about it and went to the talent-seeking hall again, recruiting Yi Qing, Tian Xianglong, and Sun Hao, spending a total of 60,000 gold. Afterwards, Chen Fei used his new talent, Divine General Synthesis, for the first time. The God General Synthesis talent is activated, selecting the target. Synthesis in progress. Synthesis successful. Congratulations to the player for obtaining the B-rank general, Gongdu. Gongdu was also a historical general and a figure in the early Three Kingdoms period. He was originally a member of the Yellow Turban Army, and later he ruled Runan and joined Liu Bei. However, his glory did not last long as he was killed by Xiahou Yuan. Chen Fei thought about it, called Ma Tai again, and combined Ma Tai, Lu Feng, and Gongdu again. These three are all B-level generals, but their performance in history is somewhat mediocre. Chen Fei now has an army of 10,000, and the positions are basically full. There is no way to arrange for the extra 2 people, so he simply combines them into an A-level general. Originally, Chen Fei planned to choose Zhou Tsang because Ma Tai was good at cavalry combat and had special skills, but Zhou Tsang was really mediocre. When he debuted in history, he was just a bandit and had nothing to show for himself. However, Chen Fei later thought about it and felt that it would be better to keep Zhou Tsang. If he could summon Guan Yiri in the future, he could keep Zhou Tsang to hold the knife for Guan Yiri, restoring the historical facts, which would be a good story if it were spread out. Alas, Lu Feng, your performance in history is too poor. You did not help Guan Yu in his time of need, which led to his defeat at Maiqing. It's really unpleasant. Gongdu, you came from the Yellow Turban Army, and your martial arts and intelligence are really mediocre. Ma Tai, if you were Ma Chao or Ma Dai, I would definitely keep you, but unfortunately, you are not. You are just their little brother, so I can only sacrifice you. Chen Fei was filled with emotion. He really couldn't bear to part with these historical generals and synthesize them as if they were objects. However, Chen Fei also knew that a high-level general was far superior to a low-level general, and he did not want to have an incompetent general and exhaust thousands of soldiers. The Godly General Synthesis talent is activated. Target selected. Synthesis in progress. Synthesis successful. Congratulations to the player for obtaining the A-rank general, Zhang Liao. Brush. A golden light flashed, and a mighty and imposing general appeared in front of Fade Chun. General Zhang Liao pays homage to the Lord. Zhang Liao was wearing a blue wolf-swallowing armor, holding a long steel sword, had a beard, looked middle-aged, and had a calm and resolute look in his eyes. Chen Fei was overjoyed and quickly helped Zhang Liao up. Wah! I have Wen Yuan's help. It's like adding wings to a tiger. Zhang Liao, whose courtesy name was Wen Yuan, was one of Cao Cao's 5 best generals. In terms of merit, he could definitely be ranked first among the 5. Not to mention that in his later years he was stationed in Hefei, where he defeated Sun Quan's 100,000 soldiers with 800 soldiers, and shocked the Ziyajin so much that the children of the Eastern Wu stopped crying. Just to talk about his early years, he defeated the Wuhuan Chanyu Tatuan at Bailang Mountain and expelled the Liaodong General Liu Yi. He was brave and resourceful, and he was worthy of the title of a famous general. Chen Fei said, Zhang Liao, there are currently no vacancies in the army. You can take over Ma Tai's position and serve as the commander of the 4th Battalion under Di Qing. Zhang Liao clasped his fists and said, I obey your command. On the 4th day, the total number of refugees Chen Fei took in reached 18,000, and he was only 2,000 short of receiving an A-level general. Chen Fei looked at the chat channel and found that except for those who had just entered the feudal era and were short of resources, most players were doing relatively well. They had taken in between a few thousand and 10,000 people. There were also many people who had taken in a similar number of refugees as himself, but he did not find anyone who had taken in more than himself. Yes, Chen Fei has an army of 10,000 under his command, and Zhuge Liang is in charge of the central government to coordinate all matters, so the work of absorbing refugees can go so smoothly. Other players do not have such strong strength. It is already very good to be able to achieve the same results as Chen Fei. It is basically impossible to surpass Chen Fei. Just when everyone thought that things would go smoothly and they would get S-level generals, something unexpected happened. On the 5th day, Chen Fei was handling official business when Zhuge Liang and Di Qing suddenly walked in together, both of them looking unhappy. My lord, something happened. Fei Chen's heart sank, and he asked, what's wrong? Zhuge Liang said, a large number of refugees appeared near Qianshan's stronghold in the north this morning. There are at least tens of thousands of them, and they also have a leader who has threatened to join our great Zhou. Fei Chen's expression changed. Tens of thousands of refugees. How could so many suddenly appear? Zhuge Liang shook his head and said, I don't know. This group of refugees is different from the previous ones. They have an organization and a leader. They claim to join the Great Zhou together and will not abandon any of them. Fade Chen sneered. What a joke. Our entire Great Zhou kingdom only has 60,000 people right now. And if they all join in at once, will the Great Zhou kingdom listen to them, or me? Also, who is their leader? Di Qing said. Their leader is called Banyu. He is said to be from the Dashing Kingdom in the northwest and is a prince of the Dashing Kingdom. Great victory. Fade Chen frowned. Over the past few days, he had also come into contact with those refugees and knew that most of them came from Western countries, especially the Great Victory country. Hundreds of kilometers to the west are the territories of various countries, including the Shirong Kingdom, which has the closest contacts with Qinfei, the Huojiu Kingdom, which has fought repeated battles with the Shirong Kingdom, the Black Dragon Kingdom, the Bai Kingdom, and this Dashing Kingdom. These 5 countries are all large in area. The Black Dragon Kingdom is the strongest, reportedly with 100,000 soldiers. The weakest is the Bai Kingdom, but it also has 6 cities and hundreds of towns under its jurisdiction. Although I don't know what happened to the Great Victory Kingdom that caused so many refugees, I really don't like the prince of the Great Victory Kingdom. Chun Fei patted the table and said, call the royal guards and the garrison battalion, and let's go meet the prince of Dashing Kingdom together. Chapter 132, The Refugee Army. Chun Fei led Li Zhongyi's personal guards, Chu Xing's garrison camp, and Di Qing's tiger army, a total of 5,000 troops, and marched north in a mighty force. Although Chun Fei's Great Zhou Kingdom had already risen to the status of a kingdom at this time, its infrastructure was still very backward. Apart from those villages and towns, there were still vast tracts of wilderness outside, which made it easy for people to sneak in. One day, I will fill the vast wastelands between towns and villages. They will be covered with farmland, factories, and busy people everywhere. Chun Fei rode on horseback, leading the army forward, while also inspecting his own territory. As the territory continued to expand, Chun Fei's affairs became more and more complicated, and he personally went into battle less and less frequently. This was the first time he personally led the troops into battle since the last time the coalition forces besieged Dazhou town. After walking for about half an hour, Fei Chun and his companions arrived at Qinshan village, where the village chief immediately came to greet them. Oh, my king, you are finally here. The leader of Qinshan village was once an unattainable existence for Qin Fei, who needed to borrow soldiers and money, but now he treats him with great respect. Fei Chen nodded slightly and asked, what's the situation? The village chief said bitterly, my lord, see for yourself. He led Qin Fei and the others to the north wall, and Qin Fei was immediately stunned. In the wilderness north of Qinshan village, there were people everywhere, densely packed, at least tens of thousands of them. So many people. Qin Fei took a deep breath. Zhuge Liang had only mentioned a number before, but now that he saw it with his own eyes, it was even more shocking and impacted his soul. There were refugees everywhere in the mountains and plains, and these refugees had already begun to set up camp. They found tattered tents from nowhere, and many of them were digging holes to cook. In short, there was no order and it was a mess. If this isn't handled properly, they won't just be refugees, they'll be bandits. An alarm bell had already sounded in Qin Fei's heart. Although he was not very good at history, he had at least attended university. He knew how terrible the bandits like Li Zicheng and Zhang Xinzhong were in the late Ming dynasty. They gathered refugees at a snowball rate, often numbering in the millions. In addition, they did not engage in production like a gluttonous beast. Wherever they passed, no grass grew. Whether they were landlords or civilians, all their belongings and their homes were looted. If we proceed as before, step by step, keep the initiative in our own hands, and digest it slowly, it is entirely possible to take in 30,000 refugees in 7 days. But now, with tens of thousands of refugees and their leaders appearing all of a sudden, if one is not careful, he might get himself into trouble. After thinking for a while, Chun Fei said to Di Qing, Di Qing, go and tell them to come here this afternoon to discuss the issue of the refugees. Chun Fei had a good idea. This group of people had a leader, so he could just lure them over and imprison them. Then he could take advantage of the situation to defeat this large army of refugees. The rest would be much easier. He could take in as many refugees as he wanted, depending entirely on his mood. Di Qing took his orders and left. Chun Fei stood on the wall and asked Zhuge Liang, Prime Minister, if we can't reach an agreement and a fight breaks out, what do you think we should do? Can we stop them? Zhuge Liang said, Your Majesty, do not worry. Just looking at these refugees, we are fully capable of handling them. However, Your Majesty must also be prepared. Arrange for the construction of more walls and arrow towers to prevent this refugee army from penetrating deep into our territory and causing damage to our farmland and other infrastructure. Chen Fei nodded. Facing these tens of thousands of refugees, he was also very nervous. Although these people were not very strong in combat, they were outnumbered. If they all fled into Chen Fei's territory, it would be a troublesome matter. Soon, Di Qing returned with a dark face, clasped his fists, and said, "Your Majesty, I am ashamed that I failed to persuade the other party." Chen Fei asked, "What did the leader say?" Di Qing said, "I met their leader. He said he came to join you because he knew you were a benevolent and righteous man. But he hoped you would give them a piece of land and provide them with 1,000,000 grains of food, 1,000,000 timber, 100,000 bronzes, and 100,000 golds to help them rebuild their homes." Chen Fei laughed heartily. This impoverished prince of the great Victory Kingdom must have been kicked in the head by a donkey. Di Qing, this time you should send someone to shoot an arrow and send a message to them. Tell them that if they give them 100,000 grains of food and submit to the Great Zhou, I will select 20,000 of them and recruit them. The rest should find other ways out. Yes. Di Qing clasped his fists and left again. Zhuge Liang then asked, "Your Majesty, what if this guy disagrees?" Chen Fei sneered, "Don't agree? Then beat him up. Order all armies to prepare for battle. At the same time, immediately go to Chuyan Town to call over Hua Rong's cavalry battalion and Wang Meng's vanguard battalion. Prepare to kill." Zhuge Liang's body trembled slightly. It was the first time he saw Chen Fei like this. If he was bloody and decisive, you have to know that those were refugees who were powerless. He didn't know that Chen Fei valued refugees more than any other type of enemies. In order to survive, they would often burst out with stronger fighting power, become more crazy, and smash, loot, and burn like loots. We can't accept organized refugees. If they refuse to surrender, we must disperse them, eliminating the old, weak, sick, and disabled, leaving only young, strong men and healthy women of marriageable age. It may be cruel, but it's what we must do. Chen Fei glanced at Zhuge Liang and said, "Kong Ming, you may be very wise, but when it comes to refugees like these, you should just listen to me. I guarantee you'll be right." Zhuge Liang bowed respectfully and said, "I will obey your command." Opposite Qianshan village, in a slightly better tent among the refugee army, a group of people sat together discussing something. In the first place was a young man wearing armor, sitting cross-legged with a long steel sword in front of him. "Your Highness, the Great Zhou Kingdom has sent another letter." A bald man rushed in with a bamboo slip in his hand. Chapter 133, Crazy Refugees. Ever since Chen Fei mastered the bamboo slip production technology, he built a special factory. Bamboo slips were used instead of animal skins for daily office work and messaging. Although bamboo slips are inconvenient to carry and heavy, they are easy to write on, can be preserved for a long time, and are more standardized to use. They are a manifestation of the progress of civilization. Ban Yu said coldly, "Read it." The bald man began to recite. "My Great Zhou is compassionate and is willing to provide you with 100,000 food items. You must obey my orders. However, my Great Zhou is limited in strength and can only retain 20,000 people. The rest must find other ways out. If your leader agrees, he will come into the city to meet our king. If he disagrees, we will fight." After the bald man finished reading, the people sitting in the tent immediately became noisy. "Chow, these guys from the Great Zhou Kingdom are too arrogant. We have 60,000 people. Joining them is a great thing for them. How dare they reject us? Humph, we asked them for 1,000,000 pieces of food, which was considered a small amount, but the Great Zhou Kingdom actually offered us a flat price of 100,000. They simply don't take us seriously. Your Highness, what should we do?" Everyone looked at Ban Yu. Ban Yu's face was filled with anger. He took a deep breath and said, "Our people have run out of food. We must solve the food problem today." A big man stood up and shouted, "Your Highness, let's attack, break into this village, and then rob it." "Yes, rob him. We are starving." Everyone present stood up and asked Ban Yu for instructions. Ban Yu slammed his chair and said, "Okay, for the sake of our livelihood, I have decided to send troops to attack Qianshan's stronghold." A slightly frail old man next to him said, "Your Highness, please think twice before sending out your troops." Ban Yu glanced at him and asked, "What?" "Uncle San wants to stop me." The old man shook his head and said, "The Great Zhou Kingdom is no ordinary town. It has risen to the status of a kingdom, equal to us, and has an army of tens of thousands. If a war breaks out, we will probably suffer." Ban Yu snorted coldly. "So what if we have tens of thousands of troops? Since the Great Zhou is a kingdom, its territory is naturally vast, and tens of thousands of troops must be dispersed. Even if the main force is all here, there are only a few thousand people. Our number is still 10 times theirs. Moreover, this isn't a question of whether we want to fight or not. It's a question of whether we must fight or not. If we don't, we won't even have any vegetables to eat tomorrow. Ban Yu drew his sword and split the table in front of him. He said, "Pass the order. All generals and clan leaders, launch an attack immediately and besiege the stronghold from all 4 directions." Greed flashed in everyone's eyes, and they responded in unison, "Yes." Ban Yu looked at the bald man again and said, "Ban Heng, you lead the broadsword team and 10,000 refugees around this Qianshan stronghold. We will quickly attack their heartland, flatten their villages, and plunder their property and food. First, we can contain their actions, making them unwilling to fight and only want to return to rescue. Second, we can replenish our troops' energy. If the battle goes wrong, you will provide logistical support." Ban Heng, the bald man, patted his chest and assured, "Don't worry, Your Highness. This is how we robbed all the way here. I've already memorized this routine." Ban Yu nodded, waved the sword in his hand, and said, "My fellow clan leaders and generals, we have been running for such a long time and are already tired. Today we will flatten the great Zhou kingdom and rebuild our home here." "Yes." Chen Fei stood on the wall of Qianshan village, observing the enemy situation. Yes, he had already regarded this large army of refugees as a real enemy, and the most difficult enemy he had encountered since the beginning. "My king, look." Suddenly Di Qing spoke, and Chen Fei looked around and saw that the army of refugees, which had been relatively calm, had begun to move. Countless refugees armed with weapons were organized and then rushed towards this side in a disorderly manner. Although the formation was scattered and these refugees were ragged and the weapons in their hands were uneven, some wore iron armor and held steel knives, and were definitely heavy infantrymen. Some wore leather armor and held spears, and were just ordinary spearmen. And some wore tattered linen clothes and held a bamboo pole with sharpened stone pieces tied to it, and they ran in a weak manner. But even so, when these guys launched the charge, the momentum was still huge and terrifying. "Go ahead, kill them. There's food, water, meat, houses, and everything you want inside." A leading refugee leader, holding a long knife, stood on a large rock and shouted loudly, constantly inciting the refugees' emotions. "I know you've been hungry for days. If we can't get in today, everyone will starve to death, including me. If we can get in, then we can survive. Think about your families, look at your wives, children, and hungry parents behind you. You are not only fighting for yourself, but also for your family. Are you going to watch your family starve to death? Don't be afraid. We have many people. We can rush into the stronghold and take as much food as we can." It has to be said that when a person is extremely hungry, his rationality and emotions are at their weakest. When these refugees heard these words, they all became high-spirited, with bloodthirsty light in their eyes. They looked at Qianshan village like a hungry wolf looking at a fat sheep, violent and crazy. "Kill." The hungry and ragged refugees let out a roar like a tsunami, and fierce murderous intent rose into the sky, condensing into a huge sword, splitting the dark clouds, slashing through the sky, and piercing the sky. On the wall, Chen Fei and others frowned slightly when they saw this scene. Di Qing said, "These guys are not easy to deal with." Zhuge Liang nodded and said, "Yes, they are fighting for survival. Their fighting power is probably no weaker than ours." Chen Fei also sighed, "What a pity. If we had Hua Rong's cavalry battalion, 1,000 cavalrymen would have led the charge and definitely put an end to their arrogance. However, since they're charging here, everyone should hold the wall and do their part according to plan." The generals clasped their fists and said, "Yes." Zhuge Liang said, "Your Majesty, these refugees may seem frantic, but they are actually overdrawing their strength. As long as we can hold off the first wave of attacks, the next wave will be much easier. The longer we hold off, the better it will be for us." Fei Chen frowned and said, "I'm afraid this refugee army won't be so obedient. I'm afraid that Grizzly Village and Divine Capital City will be invaded." Chapter 134, Refugee Invasion. Zhuge Liang said, "Your Majesty, your consideration is sound. You can send a letter and have the Vanguard Battalion and the Cavalry Battalion stationed in Grizzly Village to form a pincer attack with us and provide mutual support." Fei Chen nodded. "That's a good idea. The Vanguard Battalion and the Cavalry Battalion are both ace troops. Although they are small in number, their combat effectiveness will definitely not disappoint us." With this arrangement, Chen Fei finally calmed down. There were 3,000 troops on the 3 mountain strongholds, and he also brought 3,000 men from the Tiger Power Army, 1,000 men from the garrison camp, and 400 men from the Royal Guards. The defensive strength of Qianshan's stronghold reached 7,400 men. In Grizzly Village, there are 1,600 elite troops from the Cavalry Battalion and the Vanguard Battalion. In addition, there is a 1,000-man logistics support battalion and hundreds of arrow towers in the Divine Capital City. Although it is a logistics support battalion, the number of spearmen and archers is comparable to that of the main combat battalion. Without the need for logistics transportation, it can be used as a main combat battalion. With this kind of defense, Chun Fei is not afraid even when facing tens of thousands of refugees. Kill. Tens of thousands of refugees rushed over without any order, carrying simple ladders made of bamboo. Di Qing commanded them and shouted, "Archers, arrow towers, release your arrows." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The defense of Qianshan village was equally amazing. There were hundreds of arrow towers on the front, with 2 archers on each tower. Together with the hundreds of archers brought by Chun Fei and the hundreds of archers from the other 2 villages, the long-range firepower reached a terrifying level. Thousands of arrows were shot out at once, like a dark cloud pressing down on the sky, falling directly into the army of refugees. These refugees had no formation at all and were in chaos. After a wave of arrows, there were at least 500 corpses lying on the ground. Kill. The blood further stimulated these bloodthirsty refugees. The death of only 500 companions was not enough to scare them. The refugee army charged faster, but their weapons were too poor and they had no archers to counter them, so they could only rush to the city and climb the walls as quickly as possible to have a chance of victory. Shoot again, don't stop. Di Qing roared. As the left general of the Great Zhou Kingdom and the commander-in-chief of the Tiger Army, Di Qing became the military chief of this battle. This is another cleverness of Chun Fei. He knows that he has not received professional military training and cannot be compared with famous generals like Di Qing. Therefore, he will not easily express his opinions during the battle, but leave professional matters to professionals. He does not employ people if he doubts them, and trusts people if he employs them. He gave Di Qing great authority. This is obviously different from the modern transport captain, President Chiang Kai-shek. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The second wave of arrows, the third wave of arrows. It was not until the 5th wave of arrows that the refugee army finally rushed to the wall of Qianshan village and began to attack the city. And along the way, they have left behind thousands of corpses. Set up the ladder and charge. A refugee leader held a bronze sword and kept urging the refugees to climb the wall. However, the wood and pounding stones on the Qianshan's high side had been prepared long ago, and the soldiers threw them down like they were free, hitting groups of refugees, and soon a layer of corpses piled up under the city. After the 2 sides fought for a while, Zhuge Liang said to Chun Fei, "Your Majesty, although the enemy is ferocious, their weapons and equipment are too different. Most of them are not wearing armor and are holding stone spears or bamboo poles. They are also lacking in physical strength. As long as we advance steadily, we will definitely have no problem defending." Chun Fei nodded and said, "Well, I feel relieved with Di Qing in command." The 2 men watched the battle for a while and found that Di Qing's command was appropriate. Under the suppression of their regular army, this army of refugees even had difficulty climbing up the wall. Afterwards, Chun Fei and Zhuge Liang returned to Qianshan village. After opening the chat channel, Chun Fei saw that not only he was attacked by the refugee army, but other players were also attacked by the refugee army. A player named Feng Jiangzhen said anxiously, brothers, please come and save me. There are a large number of refugees outside my territory, at least tens of thousands of them, demanding to join my territory and giving them 1 million food items. If I don't, they will attack the city. I only have a little over 1,000 soldiers, and I can't hold on any longer. Brothers, who can come and save me? The one above, 10,000 refugees are not that many. Just let them join your territory. Boss, it may not seem like much to you, but my territory only has 10,000 residents now. If the population suddenly increases by 10,000, my territory will collapse. That's right. Brother, don't listen to their nonsense. These refugees are very difficult to deal with. They are all organized and have identities. They all come from the Western countries. They only want to rebuild their homes and have no intention of truly integrating into us. Once they join us, not to mention the shortage of supplies, they might overthrow you tomorrow. Then you won't even know how you died. Oh, no way, is it that scary? I just gathered 10,000 refugees today and provided them with good food and drink. Our supplies are almost gone. They should be grateful, right? That depends on whether there is a leader among your refugees. It seems there are some. They seem to be a clan leader from the Fire Dove Nation, and their entire family is here. Then, brother, how do you plan to deal with these nobles from the Western countries? I promised them the position of deputy city lord, but they didn't seem satisfied. They looked at me with hostility. I wanted to drive them all away. Brother, take care of yourself. A-rank and S-rank generals are tempting, but if you don't have the life to possess them, it's all in vain. Chun Fei watched for a while and murmured, "It seems that many players have been invaded by a large number of refugees. Some have accepted, while others have refused. If they accept, they will run into a shortage of supplies and risk being overthrown. If they refuse, the enemy will attack and fight to the death." Chun Fei sighed. I knew the last two rewards would be hard to come by. Maybe some lucky players could get an A-rank general, but I'm afraid only a handful of people will be able to claim the last tier of S-rank generals. There's even a good number of players who might die in this turmoil. Chun Fei took a look at the current number of players in the Shiliang area, which was 96,688, nearly 100,000. He silently wrote down the number, thinking that he would check it again after the event to know how many people would be killed by the refugee army in the next 2 days. Outside, the battle lasted for a full 4 hours. As night fell, the refugee army slowly retreated, and on the battlefield where the two sides fought, tens of thousands of refugee corpses were left behind. Chapter 135, Grizzly Village Encounter. When tens of thousands of refugees were frantically besieging Qianshan Village, Ban Heng, with a 1,000-man broadsword team and 10,000 refugees, quietly bypassed them and entered the jurisdiction of Grizzly Village in a roundabout way. As the prince of the Great Victory Kingdom, Ban Yu left his homeland with a large army of refugees this time. He also had a regular army. This 1,000-man broadsword team was one of them. However, they only had a bronze broadsword but no armor, and their weapons and equipment were still far inferior to Qinfeijuan's. This does not mean that the overall national strength of the Dacian Kingdom is inferior to that of the Dazhou Kingdom. In terms of technological level, the ace troops of the Dacian Kingdom are all equipped with steel swords and iron guns. As an emerging country that has just entered the feudal era, the Dazhou Kingdom is far from being qualified to be compared with the Dacian Kingdom. It was just that the refugees were able to bring out a large number of bronze weapons when they fled, which was already the limit for Banyu. A large army of 10,000 refugees marched through the wilderness, but they were all starving and had no passion. Ban Heng shouted, "Don't stop, keep going. Their main force has been pinned down by His Royal Highness. As long as we enter their heartland, everything we see will be ours. Food, clean water, clothes, shelter, women, whatever you want. Roar." The refugee army cheered, and a glimmer of light returned to their eyes. Yes, they came here to attack the enemy's weak points and search for food. This was a good job, much better than fighting on the front lines. Soon, Grizzly Village appeared in front of everyone. Near Grizzly Village, there were large tracts of farmland, as well as dozens of farms and vegetable gardens. Seeing this scene, the refugee army became even more excited. They cheered and rushed into the wheat fields and farms. Before this, Chun Fei had ordered the 3 mountain strongholds, Grizzly Village, and even Dazhou Town, to implement a policy of scorching the walls and clearing the fields. The farmers had all fled into the villages, and there was no one outside. Each farm has hundreds of pigs, cattle, sheep, chickens, ducks, and geese, and can produce 1,000 units of food every day. In addition, there are more than a dozen warehouses near these farms and farmlands. They are used for temporary storage to facilitate farmers' daily work. Although there are not many supplies inside, there are still some things. The refugees rushed into the farms and warehouses and immediately boiled water and started cooking food. Wow, that's a lot of meat. A group of ragged refugees violently opened the door of a warehouse and saw tens of thousands of dried meats hanging inside. Gulu. Someone swallowed, and you could hear a pin drop. Then everyone shouted and rushed over frantically to grab and eat. "General, is this okay?" A small leader of the Big Knife team asked Ban Heng. "After all, this is the enemy's hinterland. We are so disorganized and defenseless that we are easily targeted." Ban Heng shook his head and said, "It doesn't matter. Our people are very hungry and must replenish their energy, otherwise they won't be able to maintain the march. But you do have a point. It's too dangerous for us to be like this. We need to arrange for defense. How about this? You move some food out. The Big Knife Squadron will split into 2 groups. One group will eat, and the other group will be on guard. We'll rotate. Everyone must finish their meal within half an hour. After half an hour, we'll set out immediately to capture this village." Yes. The little leader clasped his fists, accepted the order, and went to carry it out. Soon, the fields were filled with the aroma of meat and wheat porridge. Although it was not ground into powder and was very unpalatable, it was filling. Ban Heng also took a leg of lamb and ate it with relish, his mouth full of oil. Huh, this is really enjoyable. After eating the lamb leg and gulping down a big bowl of oatmeal porridge, Ban Hing patted his round belly and felt that life was so wonderful and the whole world became colorful again. Okay, it's almost time. Let's take some food and capture the village. Ban Hung had just finished giving the order when he heard the sound of horse hooves. Someone exclaimed, "General, a large group of cavalry has been spotted. I saw a large cavalry unit in the south charging towards here, with at least 1,000 people." The sound of horses' hooves raised a cloud of dust. "Oh no, everyone, hurry up and fight." Ban Heng's face turned ashen, and he hurriedly organized his subordinates to defend. However, the speed of the cavalry was beyond their imagination. In just 1 minute, they had already reached them. The members of the Big Knife team were trembling, and the refugees just ran away without any intention of resisting. That's right, they were just refugees. 8 had followed Ban Hung this time because he was starving. If he didn't follow, he would have died. But now that everyone was well fed and well watered, who would still want to fight to the death? Hua Rong led the cavalry battalion to charge, roaring, "First, kill those holding weapons, then kill those who refuse to surrender. Charge twice, and then kill freely." Facing this ragged army of refugees and fighting in the wild, to be honest, Hua Rong really didn't feel any psychological pressure at all. 1,000 cavalrymen were howling. They were wearing leather armor and holding bronze spears. Their weapons and equipment were much better than those of the refugees. In addition, they were cavalrymen, so the soldiers were full of fighting spirit, like tigers coming down the mountain. Although light cavalry is not suitable for head-on collisions, that only applies to regular soldiers. Now they are facing a group of refugees who are so scared that they are running away and throwing away their weapons. Can't they just crash into them? Boom. The cavalry army and the refugee army collided head-on, and countless refugees flew into the air. It was like a blockbuster movie, and the scene was very shocking for a while. Broken limbs and arms kept falling from the sky. After Hua Rong organized 2 waves of concentrated charges, the cavalry began to charge and kill indiscriminately. When Ban Hung saw this scene, he felt that his refugees and the Big Knife team were like paper, being toyed with between life and death, and he couldn't help but get angry. Holding a broadsword, he killed 2 cavalrymen, then began to gather the broadsword team, wanting to gather some regular soldiers and then launch a counterattack. Once they gain the advantage, these refugees will regain their morale and continue fighting. However, Ban Hung obviously underestimated Hua Rong's strength. As the commander of the cavalry battalion, Hua Rong had been searching for the leader of the refugee army from the beginning. After seeing Ban Hung, he did not alert the enemy, but quietly bent his bow and shot an arrow directly. Call out. A sharp sound of breaking through the air was heard, and Ban Hung suddenly felt his hair stand on end, as if the god of death was standing behind him. He turned his head suddenly, and his pupils suddenly contracted. But it was too late. The arrow hit his chest accurately and pierced his heart. Chapter 136 Crazy Siege. It must be said that Hua Rong is worthy of the title of Little Li Guang. He can shoot arrows through the target from 100 paces away. As soon as Ban Hung died, the surrounding Big Knife soldiers suddenly panicked. At this time, Hua Rong rushed over with hundreds of cavalrymen, and the Big Knife team that had just gathered was smashed to pieces again. The fields were filled with fleeing refugees, and Hua Rong, with thousands of cavalrymen, chased and killed them like chicks. I surrender. The refugees finally broke down mentally and fell to the ground in surrender. Hua Rong's cavalry battalion then began to gather these surrendered refugees. About an hour later, the battle ended and the fields were littered with corpses, most of which were refugees. Except for a wave of cavalry organized and killed by Ban Hung at the beginning, Hua Rong's cavalry units suffered basically no casualties later. Hua Rong dismounted and stood on a small hill, watching his men gather the surrendered refugees. At this time, someone reported, "General, the first group to enter the camp has arrived." Hua Rong nodded, and then heard Wang Meng's laughter. "Brother Hua Rong, you ran too fast. The battle was over before I even caught up with you." Hua Rong turned around and saw Wang Meng alone, so he asked, "Why are you alone?" Wang Meng said, "I'm afraid there are other refugees nearby, so I sent my people to defend Grizzly Village. This is an important connection point, and we can't afford to lose it." Hua Rong nodded. "I didn't expect so many refugees would suddenly appear here. This is just a small part. The king has more refugees, and the pressure is even greater." Wang Meng immediately said anxiously, "Brother Hua Rong, let's go over and support the king." Hua Rong thought for a moment and said, "How about this? You stay here and step up patrols to prevent the enemy from getting around. I'll take the men to support the king." "No, the situation on the front line is so tense. We have to go together." Wang Meng was anxious. What merit could he achieve by staying here? Only by helping the king to get out of trouble would he be appreciated by the king. Hua Rong patted Wang Meng on the shoulder and said, "Brother, there must be a lot of refugees in my king's place. It will be useless for you to lead 600 people to the camp first. On the contrary, it will make it easier for them to surround and kill you. It is better for you to stay here and guard the grizzly village. Do you know that the letter from the king has already explained the importance of this place? Once Grizzly Village is lost, the king and Dazhou town will be divided into two parts. Strategically, we will be in a passive position. When the time comes, if the king blames us, neither of us can afford it. Your vanguard camp is better suited for defense than mine. It's like a nail pinning us down here, and the enemy won't dare to act rashly. The king and I won't have to worry about counterattacks." Wang Ming wanted to say something, but his face turned red and he couldn't speak. Finally, he said, "Then you must commend me for my achievements in front of the king. If you receive any reward, you must give me half." After hearing this, Hua Rong laughed heartily. "Don't worry, brother Wang Ming. You and I are of the same mind and naturally won't treat our brothers unfairly. Let's share the good and the bad this time. How about it? It's a deal." Time flies and soon it is evening. The setting sun was as red as blood, reflecting a bright red color on the earth, as if it was covered with blood. Looking closely, there was indeed a thick layer of corpses outside Qianshan village, as well as rubble, rolling logs, spears, broken flags, bamboo poles and rags. In short, there was everything, a mess. On the wall, Chen Fei's eyes were bloodshot and his body was covered with bruises. Di Qing, Zhang Liao and others beside him also looked listless, and they no longer looked like famous generals. Watching the refugees outside retreat like a tide, Fei Chun let out a long sigh and said, "I never thought these refugees were so crazy." The battle lasted for a full 4 hours, and the refugee army suffered more than 10,000 casualties. The level of madness was unprecedented in the world, and Chun Fei still feels a lingering fear. They have no weapons and no protective gear, but they have the spirit of facing death with indifference. Just as Ban Yu said, the food is in this mountain stronghold. If we break in, everyone will eat and drink well. If we can't break in, everyone will starve to death. Under the pressure of hunger and death, the refugees became extremely crazy, and the hungrier they were, the crazier they became. Their combat effectiveness was completely not on the same level as that of the refugee army led by Ban Hong. As the sky darkened, Chun Fei and the others were exhausted. Zhuge Liang said, "Your Majesty, the refugees have no camp or stronghold, and their defenses are weak. If we launch an all-out surprise attack tonight, the enemy will surely be defeated." Fei Chun waved his hand and said, "Let's stop fighting. We've lost thousands of people today. Everyone is very tired. Let's take a break." These tens of thousands of refugees put a lot of pressure on Chun Fei's army. Everyone took turns to fight, but the intensity of the battle was too high and everyone was mentally exhausted. Zhuge Liang frowned, but still bowed and said, "As you command." Chun Fei reminded everyone to be alert at night, and then went back to eat. The dinner was very sumptuous: a roast chicken, a fish, a bowl of egg soup, and 2 scallion pancakes. To be honest, as the king and the ruler of a country, it is a bit shabby for Chun Fei to eat such dishes. However, there is not much output now, and all raw materials are in short supply. This is also a battlefield, so it is great to be able to eat these. Inside Qianshan village, thousands of soldiers also had their meal. Egg soup, pork roll pancakes, watermelon and apples were served as dessert. The soldiers were tired after a day of eating and were feasting on the food. Basically, no one spoke. Compared with the refugees across the street, the food here is much better. Chen Fei opened the chat channel and saw at first glance that the total number of players in the entire Shiliang area had become 87,512. Fuck. Fei Chun was so frightened that he couldn't help but swear, and his expression instantly became extremely ugly. This morning it was 96,688, but in just 4 or 5 hours it's dropped to 87,512. That's a drop of 9,176 people in an instant. Fei Chen took a deep breath and began to look through today's chat history. Too many. Woohoo. I just finished fighting 5,000 refugees, and now 5,000 more are coming. I only have 400 soldiers left. How can I defend this place? Damn, who the hell said refugees are easy to bully? Come out now, I'm going to crush his head. The madness of these refugees is far beyond imagination, okay? My defense line has been breached, tens of thousands of refugees have invaded my hinterland, and they have looted all the farmland and warehouses. My resources are dwindling at a visible rate. Oh, it's difficult. I got a B-rank general, but it's hard to get an A-rank general, let alone an S-rank general. I think everyone will be lucky if they can get through it smoothly. Chapter 137. Eternal Achievements. Wang Xuanzi. Chun Fei discovered that the sudden influx of refugees today was a huge disaster for the vast majority of players. Now all the players in the server are like playing Plants vs. Zombies. The first 5 days were the beginning, with waves coming slowly and slowly, without any pain or itchiness. But today's wave is the climax. So far, more than 10,000 players have been unable to hold on and have been defeated by the army of refugees. This kind of casualties is the largest since the start of the game. I knew these last 2 rewards wouldn't be so easy to get. Chun Fei sighed and looked at the number of refugees he had obtained, and found that he had obtained 22,600 people, thousands more than in the morning. Huh? What's going on? Chun Fei was very puzzled. Could it be that Lu Bu was still accepting refugees? But the speed couldn't be so fast. At this time, he did not know that an army of 10,000 refugees had bypassed Qianshan village and was going to attack Grizzly village. However, since the number of refugees taken in reached 20,000, Chun Fei immediately received the second tier of rewards. System prompt. Congratulations to player Chun Fei for obtaining the A-level strategist, Wang Xuanzi. A ray of light flashed, and a tall, handsome, graceful young man in a green robe appeared in front of Chun Fei. I am Xian Su, your humble servant, and I am here to meet the king. Wang Xiansu bowed immediately when he saw Chun Fei. Oh my god, it's the famous Wang Xuanzi. Chun Fei was overjoyed and quickly helped him up. Having Xuanzi today is like adding wings to a tiger. Wang Xuanzi, a native of the Tang dynasty, is well known for his legendary experience. Because of his glorious deeds of destroying a country by one man, he is always mistaken for a super powerful general, but in fact he was just an ordinary official of the Tang dynasty, specifically an envoy or diplomat. He made 3 diplomatic missions to India. During his second mission, he happened to encounter civil unrest in India, and Wang Xuanzi and the deputy envoy were also imprisoned. Later, he boldly escaped from prison and, through diplomatic means, persuaded Nepal and Tubo to lend him troops. He defeated Alanishan's tens of thousands of rebels and then captured several cities held by the rebels, forcing the rebels to surrender. He captured the traitor Alanishan alive and brought him back to Chang'an to present him to Emperor Taizong of Tang. This is the story of one man destroying an entire country, which was later called an unprecedented and unparalleled feat in world history. Whenever Chun Fei read Wang Xuanzi's story during his school days, he always felt that this man was an absolute genius, with a quick mind, extensive knowledge, a calm personality, and the courage to take risks. This kind of person can do well in any position he is placed in. He is an all-round talent, similar to Zhuge Liang. Chun Fei said, Wang Xuanzi, you will temporarily serve as the counselor of the Prime Minister's office. First, familiarize yourself with the affairs of the territory. We will make arrangements for you after the next reward. Because of the presence of the players, many daily tasks in the territory have been done very well. It is a bit unfair for Wang Xuanzi to be in charge of a small department. Chun Fei plans to find an opportunity to let him take charge of a small department. Wang Xuanzi bowed and said, Thank you, Your Majesty, for your grace. After settling Wang Xuanzi, Chun Fei called Zhuge Liang and said, Prime Minister, I still have 2 days to take in 10,000 refugees. Zhuge Liang pondered for a moment and said, Your Majesty, the refugee army is short of food. The longer we delay, the more disadvantageous it will be for them. We have fought hard all day and are well fed and well watered. We will rest well tonight and will still be full of energy the next day. However, they will undoubtedly be even weaker tomorrow, and our chances of victory will be even higher. Tomorrow morning, we can take the opportunity to launch an attack. At the same time, we can send out fast horses to inform Huarong to lead the cavalry battalion to harass us from behind. If all goes well, we can launch a wave of attacks on the camp tomorrow night, attacking the enemy from both front and back, and the enemy army can be defeated. By then, we can capture a group of refugees and take in 10,000 of them without any problem. Fei Chen nodded and said, Okay, then I'll listen to the Prime Minister and take the initiative to attack tomorrow morning. At night, Chen Feijuan slept very soundly. Everyone was tired after a whole day, and almost all fell asleep immediately. The refugee army on the opposite side rested early. No one distributed food to them, and they had to rely on the little food they stored. Some of them had a piece of dry food, but most of them had no dry food at all. They rummaged through the wilderness to find a few wild vegetables and filled their stomachs with hot water. They were just hanging on to their lives and had no strength at all. In order to reduce the loss of life, the refugees went to bed early. Banyu was helpless about this. He could only send out his personal guard, an armed force of 1,000 people, to guard various places for night guard. The weather in May was already quite hot, and although they had no bedding or clothes, they were not cold. By midnight, the whole world had quieted down. In the southern grass, Huarong and the cavalry battalion were waiting silently. It's almost time. Huarong stood up, looked around, and said, "Everyone, success or failure depends on this one move. Help the king and achieve immortal merit." Upon hearing this, all the soldiers stood up with cold light flashing in their eyes. According to the original plan, we will split into 2 teams, attack from both sides, set a huge fire, and burn down their entire camp, regardless of whether they are dead or alive. Huarong ordered. These refugees are not very strong in combat, and there are no walls to block them. They are almost defenseless to us. However, everyone should not be careless. Withdraw immediately in half an hour and regroup. Yes. Everyone took action immediately. In the darkness, the cavalry battalion was like a ferocious beast, opening its bloody mouth and pouncing on the refugee camp. Rumble. Ban Yu was sleeping when he suddenly heard loud shouts and screams outside. He jumped up suddenly, picked up the sword beside him, and ran out. Then he saw that the outside had turned into a sea of fire. There were running figures everywhere, flames everywhere, the sound of horse hooves, the sound of metal clashing, shouts of killing, wailing, as well as women's cries for help and children's tears. Damn it, damn it! Ban Yu was shaking with anger. He grabbed a refugee and asked, "How many enemies are there?" "I don't know. Run quickly. It will be too late if you don't run now." The refugee didn't even look at Ban Yu, struggled to break free, and ran away. At this time, an army rushed out from the darkness. Seeing Ban Yu, they immediately shouted, "Your Highness." Ban Yu took a closer look and saw that they were his own men, the 2 clan leaders of the Dashing Kingdom, and their family soldiers. "What's the situation? Where are our people?" Ban Yu asked anxiously. The 2 men looked at each other and said, "Your Highness, let's run away. The enemy is too powerful. Their cavalry are everywhere. Our side is completely in chaos. The other clan leaders and generals have almost all fled." "What?" Ban Yu's eyes went dark and he almost fainted. Chapter 138, Finglangjuxu Huatsubing. Chen Fei was sleeping when he suddenly heard a knock on the door. "Who?" Chen Fei suddenly woke up. "Your Majesty, it's me." Hearing the familiar voice of Zhuge Liang, Fei Chun felt relieved. He stood up and opened the door, only to find that not only Zhuge Liang, but also Di Qing was there. "What's up?" Zhuge Liang said. "Your Majesty, we've heard cries of killing coming from the refugee camp. It's already a sea of fire, and there are shadows of cavalry. It must be General Huarong who has taken the initiative to lead his troops for a night attack." "What? That's great." Chen Fei was surprised. Everyone on his side was tired after a day of work and had no energy to launch a night attack. However, Huarong actually took the initiative to do so, which was beyond Chen Fei's expectations and gave him a big surprise. Di Qing said, "Your Majesty, we suggest that we mobilize our entire army to attack, cooperate with General Huarong, and completely defeat this refugee army in one fell swoop." Chen Fei nodded. "No problem. Di Qing, I order you to take the 4th, 5th, and 6th battalions and attack immediately to cooperate with Huarong to completely resolve the refugee problem. I only want 10,000 young men and women. Children are also fine. The rest of the elderly and weak will be sent away and allowed to find food in other territories." Di Qing clasped his fists and said, "Yes. It's not that Chen Fei is cruel and ruthless, but his territory really cannot bear so many refugees, and it will cause big chaos." Chen Fei admitted that he was not a saint. In these days of scarce supplies and intense competition with players from all over the world, everything had to be done with maximum efficiency. The old, weak, and sick people will only bring burdens to Chen Fei's great Zhou kingdom. These people have no relationship with him, so naturally he will not accept them. After defeating Ban Yu and others, these people can go wherever they want, and he will not stop them. In the darkness, the gate of Qinshan's stronghold opened, and Di Qing led 3,000 soldiers of the Hui army to rush out and join the battle. The refugee camp became more chaotic and the shouting and screaming became louder. Chen Fei stood on the wall, gazing into the distance in the darkness. With his hands behind his back, he took a deep breath of the cool midnight air, then exhaled heavily, saying, "In today's battle, we will gain another powerful helper." Chen Fei's heart began to beat wildly at the thought of getting another S-level general. Wang Xuanzi destroyed an entire country single-handedly. Zhang Liao defeated Sun's army and shocked Ziyajin, and Di Qing was the nemesis of Western Xia. These characters are only A-level, so it is not difficult to imagine how powerful S-level characters are. Zhuge Liang, who was as wise as a demon and had divided the world into 3 parts before he even left his home, and Lu Bu, the most powerful general in the 3 kingdoms and known as the Ghost God in troubled times. These 2 S-level powerhouses have given Qin Fei a huge advantage and put him ahead of all players in the server. If he can have another one, Qin Fei's advantage will undoubtedly be expanded again. Who will we get this time? Will it be the invincible king of Chu, Xiangyu, Zhang Liang, known as the military genius? Or maybe Hua Tsubing, the champion of Fenglangjutsu? Qin Fei fantasized and couldn't help but smile. The battle lasted for half an hour, and the rest was all about chasing and gathering the refugees. It took the whole night, and until the sun came out in the morning, this army of refugees was completely dispersed. Ban Yu and others disappeared, and no one knew whether they escaped or died in the chaos. The refugee camp was littered with corpses, like hell. Di Qing and Hua Rong gathered 10,000 young and strong refugees in accordance with Qin Fei's request, including men, healthy women of marriageable age, and some children. Qin Fei is still very tolerant towards children, because these children have strong plasticity and can be sent to the school established by Qin Fei. After studying for a few years, they will become rare talents. 10,000 refugees were escorted to Qinshan village, divided into several groups, and lined up to register. After registration, they could receive a bowl of meat porridge and a dry biscuit. Although the taste was not very good, it was a rare delicacy for these refugees. Woo woo woo, this is so delicious. A young man received the food after registering. He took a bite of scallion pancake and then gulped down a mouthful of meat porridge. The abundant calories and strong meat aroma instantly filled his mouth and nose, making him excited and shed tears. An older man squatted on the side and ate silently, sighing in his heart. After fleeing from Dashin Kingdom and being hungry for so long, I can finally have a full meal. Damn Prince Banyue, he almost ruined my wonderful life. For these refugees, their thoughts are very simple, that is, to have enough food, warm clothes, and a stable place to live. Now that Qin Fei has given them what they want, these refugees no longer have any bad thoughts. Qin Fei walked Zhuge Liang down the street, watching the busy soldiers and refugees eating. He said, "These refugees should be evenly distributed among the villages to increase their populations and given jobs. These registers should be kept safe and sent to the Prime Minister's mansion. I will establish a special household registration department to manage the population of the territory in due course. Yes. Also, send Hua Rong with 500 cavalrymen to scout north and wipe out those refugees who are waiting there eagerly. If anything happens, report to me immediately." Yes. After inspecting the work related to the refugees, Qin Fei returned to his residence. Opening the activity panel, Qin Fei saw that the number of gangsters he had taken in had changed again, reaching 32,600. Great, I finally reached the target. With excitement, Fei Chun received the last reward. System prompt. Congratulations to player Qin Fei for taking in over 30,000 refugees and obtaining the S-rank general, Hua Tsubing. Holy crap, it really is Hua Tsubing. Fei Chen jumped up excitedly, his face flushed red from excessive excitement. Fenglangjutsu, a genius general, the bravest of the 3 armies, a god sent from heaven, Hua Tsubing, it really is a dream come true. Qin Fei had a fantasy about it last night, but he didn't expect that he would actually get it today. People like Lu Bu, Hua Rong, Zhang Liao, and Di Qing are only extremely powerful in martial arts, but their adaptability to various types of troops is not very outstanding. However, Hua Tsubing is a true professional cavalry general who is particularly good at long-distance raids and combat, and he is daring and brave. He is a super genius who is even rarer than Wang Xuanzi. Especially in history, he created the miracle of Fenglangjutsu in a short moment of his life, which is talked about by people. People say that he is a god who has descended to the earth, and that God is jealous of his talent. Some people may think that the story of Fenglangjutsu is exaggerated and that the military achievements are not that outstanding. But think about it from another perspective. If Fenglangjutsu is replaced by modern times, it would be a 20-year-old young man leading a group of soldiers to launch a surprise attack on the U.S. mainland, and even fought as far as New York State, capturing alive a U.S. military district commander and a group of senior officials. This shows how shocking and invincible this achievement is. Chapter 139 Qingtian Kingdom, Li Yuanba. With a flash of light, a handsome young general appeared in front of Qin Fei on horseback. He was wearing a classic Han red battle robe with black armor on the outside. A bow and arrow was slung on the side of his horse, a long spear was in his hand, and an exquisite sword hung on his waist. He had a handsome face and looked to be only about 10 years old. His eyes were bright and lively, giving people a sense of stability and unruliness. Your humble servant Hua Xiubing pays homage to the king. Hua Xiubing dismounted and knelt on one knee to salute. Ha ha ha. Get up quickly. I need to get rid of my illness. It's like getting wings for a tiger. Chen Fei patted Hua Xiubing's shoulder with a smile, his eyes full of love. Hua Xiubing, now that the war has just ended, I will expand the army in a while, and then I will appoint you as the commander-in-chief of the cavalry battalion. Chen Fei directly promised Hua Xiubing a very important position. Compared with Zhang Liao and Wang Xuanzi, his attitude towards Hua Xiubing was simply enviable. As for Zhang Liao, Chen Fei simply let him take over from Ma Tai as the commander of the 4 battalions. He was also an A-level general, but he was subordinate to Di Qing. As for Wang Xuanzi, Chen Fei simply appointed him as the counselor of the prime minister's office. To put it bluntly, he was Zhuge Liang's assistant, and his position was lower than Wang Yan. This is not to say that Chen Fei does not value talents, but although these two people are capable, they are not to the point where Chen Fei can directly promise them positions. Everything depends on the situation. But Hua Xiubing was different. As soon as he showed up, Chen Fei decided to hand over the command of the cavalry to Hua Xiubing. As for Huarong, we'll talk about it later. It's not within Chen Fei's consideration at the moment. On the 6th and 7th days, Chen Fei did not take in any more refugees. There were already enough refugees in the territory, and the sudden increase of more than 30,000 people posed a huge test to the territory's housing, public security, medical care, education, etc. 2 days later, the interaction ended. Chen Fei looked at the total number of players in the Shiliang area, which had become 76,255. In just 2 days, 11,257 people were lost. This rate of attrition is simply outrageous. When Chen Fei opened the chat channel, he saw that it was also filled with gloom, and most people were worried about the refugees. Alas, I finally made it through. It wasn't easy, it really wasn't easy. Yeah, there have been 3 waves of refugees coming here, with a total of at least 30,000 people. I've been holding on until now, and there are only 1,000 soldiers left in the territory. Which tier of rewards did you all receive? Did you receive the last tier? You mean that S-rank general? Are you kidding? My territory is overloaded, and I've only taken in 20,000 refugees. Even now, the territory is still a mess, with uprisings and civil unrest every day. It's so annoying. Your place is fine, Chow. I also took in over 20,000 refugees. Surprisingly, there were a group of patients there who infected others yesterday, and a plague broke out. I directly sealed off 3 towns, and the number of people was directly reduced by 40,000. They were all infected and could only wait to die. It's not bad to get an A-rank general. I got Lu Jin. How about you? Fuck, the above guy is really good. Lu Jin is one of the 5 best generals of Chao Wei. Hey, I finally have something I can show off. I'm really happy, but I'm not overly excited. How about you, little buddy? To be honest, the general I received is Yang Ji. Yang Ji? Which Yang Ji? That's Yang Ji from Water Margin, ranked 17th among the 108 heroes, the blue-faced beast Yang Ji, the Dark Star. Oh, that's not bad, not bad. Alas, I feel like this guy is at the bottom of the A-rank generals. When it comes to his life story, he's sometimes even worse than a B-rank general. Then how come this guy is considered an A-rank general? I don't know. Maybe the system took into account that he is a descendant of the Yang family generals, and his personal fighting skills are pretty top-notch. He is quite fierce when charging into battle. At this time, a player named King Tiangguo said, "Hey, just be strong. Who cares about his life story? I received an S-rank general, the famous Li Yuanba, and this guy's intelligence is only 50, his political power is only 30, and his combat power is a whopping 99. I'm completely stunned." As soon as this player showed up, he said something shocking that even Chen Fei looked at him sideways. Fuck, it's Li Yuanba, he's also a big shot. Has Li Yuanba appeared yet? Boss Chen Fei has Lu Bu in his hands. Who is more powerful between the two of them? It's hard to say. One is the most powerful general in the 3 Kingdoms period, and the other is the most powerful general in the Sui and Tang dynasties. But if they really fought, I feel that Li Yuanba would be more powerful. I think so too. Legend has it that Li Yuanba wields 2 800 gene hammers, and no one in the world can defeat him. He is truly a match for 10,000 men. He is even more extreme and crazier than Lu Bu. That's right. According to the novel, Li Yuanba is a monster created by God. Qin Xiong, Yu Qigong, Cheng Yaojin, and other powerful generals of the early Tang dynasty probably couldn't last more than 3 rounds in his hands. Lu Bu was also in a tough spot. I even feel that in the entire history, no one could have consistently defeated Li Yuanba. Brother, you are blessed. With Li Yuanba in hand, The overlord of Shiliang may not necessarily belong to Qin Fei. Brother, you also have a chance. Everyone was excited about Li Yuanba's appearance, but without exception, they all believed that Li Yuanba was superior to Lu Bu and Qin Fei's position would be shaken. Qin Fei was not too worried about this. He knew that Li Yuanba's fighting power was indeed off the charts, but his disadvantage was that he was born with intellectual disabilities and could not become a true commander. As long as he used a little strategy, it would not be difficult to kill Li Yuanba. It seems like everyone has gained a lot this time. Qin Fei muttered to himself. This event has eliminated those who are not strong enough, have bad luck, and lack coordination. The vast majority of the remaining players are strategic and capable. Furthermore, among these 70,000 plus players, a significant number should possess A-rank generals, and there are certainly quite a few with S-rank generals. Next, I have to be more careful. Qin Fei's heart was filled with alarm. He knew that every step would be difficult. The level of combat in the future would be higher, and he would definitely encounter more difficulties in the battle. He had to be careful at all times. After returning to Shindu City, Qin Fei did not rest. On the one hand, he personally deployed and coordinated medical resources, accelerated the construction of new houses, maintained stability, cracked down on crime, and strengthened the management of 30,000 newly joined refugees. On the other hand, he recruited a large number of personnel from this group of refugees, distributed weapons and equipment, and began to form a new army. Now the Great Zhou Kingdom still has a relatively abundant supply of bronze. Qin Fei directly trained 2,000 infantry and 1,000 cavalry, bringing the number of troops in the Great Zhou Kingdom to 13,000. Chapter 140 Internal Affairs Meeting. In peacetime, Qin Fei usually chooses to recruit soldiers from farmers. He has his own weapons factory and stables. As long as he equips these farmers with equipment and trains them strictly for a period of time, they will grow into qualified soldiers. Name, Dazhou Town. Current era, Feudal Era. Region, Shiliang. Level, Level 5, Kingdom. Population, 78,900/79,000. Number of soldiers, 13,000/30,000. Number of generals, 18, Zhuge Liang, Wang Yan, Di Qing, Lu Bu, Hua Rong, Zhou Tsang, Long Ong, Yi Failong, Li Qi, Li Zhongyi, Zhang Liao, Wang Meng, Wang Yi, Li Suazian, Chu Xing, Wei Ping, Wang Xuanzi, Hua Zubing. On cities, 1 city and 13 towns, Shindu City, Chuyin Town, Baiyu Town, Shueishua Town, Lengjia Town, Huijin Town, Linan Town, Suiyuan Town, Tianlong Town, Baishui Town, Pingjiang Town, Sani Town, Jianyuan Town, Anren Town. Food, 600,000. Wood, 3,000. Stone, for million. Gold, 200,000. Bronze, 10,000. Technology, fishing, hunting, breeding, textiles. Buildings, bronze smelter 15, stable 9, mint 6, hemp field 900, watermelon orchard 200, farm 1100. Talents, infrastructure maniac, master architect, danger prediction, god general synthesis. This is Qin Fei's current basic situation. Because of the refugees, his food and wood are very tight. For this reason, Qin Fei once again expanded 100 farmlands, and only then did he restore the output level to the level before the activity. After expanding the army by 3,000 people, Qin Fei added 2,000 infantrymen to Lu Bu's Longxiang army, 1,000 cavalrymen to the cavalry battalion, and appointed Hua Zubing as the commander-in-chief of the cavalry battalion, and Hua Rong as Hua Zubing's deputy. Hua Rong was dissatisfied with this decision, but after he had a fight with Hua Zubing, he became obedient. Although Hua Zubing was young, he was a descendant personally trained by Emperor Wu of Han. He was instructed by General Wei Qing since he was a child and practiced the best martial arts in the Han dynasty. He was far beyond the reach of Hua Rong, who was the deputy leader of Qingfeng village. After the fight, Hua Rong was completely conquered by Hua Zubing and willingly became his deputy. Between Shindu City and Fengling village, there is a large fertile grassland and a large lake as a water source. Qin Fei simply built a stable here and allocated the entire grassland to the cavalry camp, allowing Hua Zubing and Hua Rong to train with the cavalry here every day. Afterwards, Qin Fei convened an internal affairs meeting and decided to build Izumo City. Izumo City is based on Izumo Town and absorbs the surrounding Lengjia Town, Huijin Town, Linan Town, Suiyuan Town, Tianlong Town, Baishui Town, Pingjiang Town, Sani Town, Jianyuan Town, and Anren Town. It has 10 towns under its jurisdiction. In terms of the scope of its jurisdiction, It is several times larger than Chun-Fei's Shindu City. The divine capital city only has 2 towns under its jurisdiction, Shueishui Town and Baiyu Town. At the internal affairs meeting, Chun-Fei appointed Wang Xuanzi as the Lord of Izumo City to cooperate with Lu Bu's Longxiang army and take charge of all military and political affairs. As for the mayor of Shindu City, since there was no good candidate, Chun-Fei took on the position himself. This wave of institutional reforms clearly defined the powers at the city level and deprived the town level of many powers that should not have existed, making the political system of the entire Great Zhou Kingdom more efficient and clear, greatly improving administrative efficiency, and taking a big step forward. In the following 7 days, Chun-Fei worked hard and built 2 tax offices and 2 government offices in Shindu City and Izumo City respectively. He also established an iron workshop and a music office in the industrial zone of Shindu City and began to build the wall of Shindu City. A city can't be built overnight, especially a large-scale project like a city wall. Once completed, it's difficult to change. Therefore, Chun-Fei personally took charge and spent 3 days drawing up a detailed plan for both Shindu City and Izumo City. According to Chun-Fei's plan, Divine Capital City must be built to perfection all at once and must last until the late imperial era. However, Chun-Fei also considered economic feasibility. Building too large a scale at once would seriously delay his development. Therefore, after comprehensive consideration, Chun-Fei planned a city wall that was 5 kilometers long from east to west and 7 kilometers long from north to south, 15 meters high and 5 meters thick. A total of 1.8 million cubic meters of city wall needs to be built. The cost of building the city wall is 10 units of blue bricks and 10 units of stone per cubic meter. It is calculated that 18 million stones and blue bricks are needed. This is undoubtedly an astronomical figure. Fortunately, Chun-Fei had the talent of a master architect, so the cost was halved, which was 9 million each for blue bricks and stones. Although it was still a lot, it was already within Chun-Fei's acceptable range. For this purpose, Chun-Fei specially called Zhuge Liang and others to discuss the matters of building the city wall. After some research, Chun-Fei planned to expand the lumberyard and clay mine first, then build a blue brick factory, and then use half a month to build the city wall of Shindu City, and then start building the city wall of Izumo City after half a month. 2 days later, Chun-Fei convened another internal affairs meeting and announced reforms to the land system and fiscal and taxation system. Zhuge Liang, Wang Yin, Yin Bailey, Li Qi and others, as well as the counselors of the Prime Minister's office and the newly appointed Lord of Izumo City, Wang Xuanzi, all the personnel involved in internal affairs are here. Chun-Fei said, "I called everyone here today to make an announcement. Our territory is growing ever larger. From Fengling village in the west to Anren town in the east, it's nearly 60 kilometers, a journey that takes a full day even by boat. Furthermore, our population is growing, and with the refugees we've taken in, the elderly, children, and many women, the situation in our territory is becoming increasingly complex. After a few days of research, I also found that our current planning management is a bit behind the times. Information cannot be communicated in a timely manner, and different types of work cannot cooperate with each other tacitly. Our senior management cannot control every detail of the subordinates, and we cannot allocate resources like a sophisticated computer. In view of this, I decided to carry out economic system reform. This reform is mainly divided into land system reform and fiscal and taxation system reform." Hearing this, everyone perked up, knowing that this meeting was extremely important and would affect the development of the Great Zhou Kingdom for a long time. Chun-Fei took a sip of tea and said slowly, "The land system reform mainly includes the following points. 1. All land in the country is owned by the state and leased to all farmers in the form of contracts. 2. The territory currently has a total of 78,900 people and 23,600 households. We will use 1 week to divide the farmland according to the number of people in each household. This matter will be handled by the Prime Minister's office. 3. The state has the right to expropriate all land resources, but must provide corresponding reasonable compensation." Chapter 141 Reform. After discussing land system reform, Chun-Fei and the others digested the information for a while before continuing. Next, let's talk about fiscal and taxation system reform. 1. In the future, a tax bureau will be established in every city to collect taxes uniformly. 2. Currently, our Great Zhou Kingdom has agricultural taxes, industrial and commercial taxes, and personal taxes. Agricultural taxes are collected based on the number of acres of land, and farmers can pay with gold coins or grain instead. Merchant shops and industrial mines are required to pay industrial and commercial taxes, all paid in gold coins. Personal taxes are levied on high-income people such as officials, generals, big businessmen, great craftsmen, doctors, scholars, etc. The higher the income, the more taxes they pay. As for the tax collection standards, I will arrange for the Prime Minister's office to formulate specific rules and then distribute them to all villages in the Great Zhou Kingdom. All the people of the Great Zhou Kingdom must strictly follow the standards. Third, based on the current situation, we collect taxes once a week and will adjust it based on future developments. What Chen Fei said at this meeting was just a big framework. Each item needs to be implemented by all departments, and a lot of work needs to be done. In addition, the Ministry of Revenue, the Ministry of Works, and the Ministry of Justice will be established in the Prime Minister's office. Sun Yu will be the Minister of Revenue, Du Yong will be the Minister of Works, and Zhao Yuanlu will be the Minister of Justice. Chen Fei made another personnel adjustment, and the three people present immediately stood up to express their gratitude. Chen Fei continued, after the three departments are established, the Ministry of Household Registration will establish a household registration system and a national archive. A census of the national population will be conducted, producing a comprehensive report detailing the number of men and women, elderly people, children, their occupations, where they live, and their household assets. Sun Yu nodded. No problem. Chen Fei looked at Du Yong again and said, the Ministry of Industry will establish a state-owned enterprise system, bringing lumberyards, quarries, salt mines, brick factories, clay mines, and so on, under its management. For the time being, the industry will not be open to private individuals, and private contracting will not be allowed. In addition, you must also conduct a nationwide survey as soon as possible to determine the current production volume, number of workers, number of warehouses, and assets of each factory and mine. You must also compile a comprehensive report. Du Yong nodded. Don't worry, my king. I know what to do. Finally, Chen Fei looked at Zhao Yuanlu and said, finally, it's the Ministry of Justice. You will establish a legal system suitable for our Great Zhou Kingdom. Based on the principle of the supremacy of the king, you will compile civil law, criminal law, and other laws. After I review and approve them, they will be implemented nationwide. Zhao Yuanlu clasped his fists and said, don't worry, Your Majesty. I will definitely write it well and try to satisfy you. Well, that's good. Chen Fei nodded slightly. This time, the three new departments were established, and all of them were selected from surrendered players. This was because, while the players' abilities weren't as good as those of the famous ministers and generals, they had at least seen the world and attended university, and their understanding of social systems far surpassed theirs. Chen Fei only had to say this once, and the three of them completely understood what he meant, and were able to execute it perfectly. Everyone, since entering the feudal era, the people's wisdom has greatly improved. This is a good thing for our territory, but it also poses a daunting challenge. We must cheer up and govern the Great Zhou Kingdom well. Everyone, everything is difficult at the beginning. I hope no one will let you down, otherwise don't blame me for being rude. Everyone stood up and bowed in unison. Yes, sir. Well, that's it for today. Everyone, get back to work and implement my requirements. There will be more and more meetings like this in the future. We still have many systems to establish and improve. Yes, sir. In the next half-month, Chen Fei's Great Zhou Kingdom began a historic transformation. The most significant manifestation was the distribution of land and private contracting. Except for state-owned farms, fisheries, and orchards, food produced from farmland was no longer handed in daily, which caused Chen Fei's income to drop by more than half. However, this doesn't mean that the wealth of the Great Zhou Kingdom has decreased, but rather that the wealth is hidden among the people. Before, farmers had no money in their hands, but only free labor. There was not much trading in the market, and only a group of high-ranking officials in the Great Zhou Kingdom could hold gold coins. But now that the farmers had food in their hands, they began to trade spontaneously, gold coins began to circulate across the country, a true market economy was born, and the entire economy was revitalized. After the first week, the two tax collectors from Shindu City and Izumo City collected 30,000 gold coins and 6 million worth of food for Chen Fei. After the second week, the two tax collectors collected 60,000 gold coins and 10 million in food for Chen Fei. There is another obvious advantage in changing from public to private ownership, which is that the government has less work to do and administrative efficiency is improved. Before this, the Prime Minister's office had to arrange people to distribute food to farmers in each village on a per capita basis once a day. Farmers had to wait in long queues, and sometimes it took a farmer 4 or 5 hours to get a portion of food. It was okay when there were fewer people and we could still handle it, but now there are more people, young and old, male and female, and some are bedridden. The government office needs to send people to provide door-to-door services, which is too time-consuming. After becoming privately owned, farmers produced their own food and kept only what they needed for daily use. The people in the government office were freed up, and the common people no longer had to queue up and wait to be called to receive food. Moreover, the people became richer and went to the market more often to buy supplies. The domestic demand of the Great Zhou Kingdom suddenly increased several times. In the past half-month, supplies in the market have been in short supply. The large-scale dumping of goods brought by the Western Rhone Kingdom and the northern grassland caravans made the merchants very happy. They decided to increase manpower and bring more supplies. In general, after a series of economic reforms, Chunfei's Great Zhou Kingdom began to break away from the rigid rules and transform into a normal society. However, this economic reform has just begun. Chunfei is afraid that if he goes too far, he will ruin his own economy, so he only targets farmland. Economic buildings such as farms, fisheries, hunters' cabins, orchards and vegetable gardens, mines, logging sites, hemp fields, mulberry fields, etc. are still state-owned and not open to private participation. In Chunfei's vision, if the economic reforms were successful, other economic buildings would also be gradually opened up to private contracting. However, if the reforms failed, these state-owned economic buildings would serve as a backup, preventing a complete collapse. But now it seems that the reform is temporarily successful. The economy continues to improve. The entire Great Zhou Kingdom is showing an unprecedented situation. It is prosperous, and everyone is full of energy. During this period, the walls of the two cities of Kamadu and Izumo were also completed. After the city wall was built, the Great Zhou Kingdom finally had two truly feudal cities, which were not only the centers of the regional economy, but also the military centers. Chapter 142 National Reform. When the feudal era was promoted, the system prompted that the people's wisdom +1. At that time, Chunfei did not take it seriously. It was not until now that he truly realized the power of this people's wisdom +1. Everyone has more mature thoughts, and crimes have occurred. Chunfei had never set up a police department before, until a few days ago, when a farmer killed 3 people in a row, which shocked Chunfei. He immediately ordered that both Shindu City and Izumo City should set up 300 yamen runners to be responsible for public security in the city. This world is becoming more and more real. Chunfei sighed, a hint of doubt flashing in his eyes. If it continues to develop like this, by the time we reach the Imperial Age, the Industrial Age, and even the Technological Age, this place will probably be the same as the real world. On the chat channel, Fade Chen discovered that other people were also discussing this matter. It was already mid-June, and it had been almost a month since Chunfei entered the feudal age. Many players had already entered the feudal age, and he was not far behind. A player named White Tiger Nation said, "Everyone, have you noticed that after entering the feudal era, the peasants have become restless? Huh? Did you find it upstairs too? Well, maybe it's because I didn't manage them well enough. Last night, 300 farmers ran away. I caught them and asked them why they ran away. They said I always made them do the dirty and tiring work, and they didn't want to do it anymore. Haha, our situations are similar. I implemented a wave of reforms a few days ago, allowing farmers to trade freely, open workshops, and contract land. As a result, a serious robbery occurred this morning. A soldier took advantage of his position to ransack 3 homes and stole over 1,000 gold coins. After seeing this news, Chunfei paid attention. He didn't expect that others also carried out economic reforms with him. Soon, someone asked the player what reforms had been carried out and why they did so. The player was very patient and responded one by one. Now that our population is growing, there are no good ways to deliver information. Given this backward productivity, the original plan management method is no longer applicable. This isn't a game, after all. In a game, we can change policies, adjust divisions of labor, and deploy resources at will, and they'll take effect instantly. But that's not the case here. The population is so large that often, by the time we issue a command and it reaches everyone, the situation has already changed. Seeing what this toy said, many people responded. Fuck, boss, that's very thoughtful. I'm worried about this, too. There are over 30,000 people in my territory right now, and just distributing all the supplies is a hassle. They need to eat, drink, defecate, and urinate every day. Furthermore, since entering the feudal era, these guys have become incredibly cunning and sly. Daily ration consumption has more than doubled, and everything in the warehouse has disappeared. If I keep this up, I think my territory will collapse on its own. Everyone echoed this and told their own situations. They were all similar. With the increase in population size and people's intelligence, the original economic system could no longer adapt to the current social lifestyle. Reform has become the hottest word among players in the entire national server, and it has also become the biggest problem facing them. The situation in each territory is different, and players need to decide for themselves how to reform and what path to take. Some players are older, have social and work experience, and are more mature in thinking, so they have no problem handling these things. Some players are top students in college and have graduated from various prestigious schools, and there is no problem with that. Some players are clear-headed and have more exposure to literature and history in their daily lives, so they can learn from the historical experiences of various countries. Some have even studied Ma Yuan in depth and seek reform through dialectics. Fade Chen sighed. It seems we really can't underestimate the heroes of this world. Time quickly came to July. During this period, the system had not launched any activities, and everyone was busy developing and carrying out reforms. Some reforms were successful, like Chen Fei, who revitalized the market, while others were unsuccessful, with the economy collapsing and expenditures failing to make ends meet. The people rioted, their territories were torn apart, and some even died in the civil unrest due to the unfortunate circumstances. During this period, Chen Fei was not idle. On the one hand, he vigorously developed, continued to expand and build farmland, constructed roads, adjusted the planning layout, and traded with caravans from various forces. In addition, Chen Fei also recruited 3 C-level generals during this period. He used the talent of synthesizing divine generals to summon a B-level strategist, Jian Yong. Jian Yong was an advisor to Liu Bei during the Three Kingdoms period. Although he was not as capable as Zhuge Liang and Pang Tong, he was loyal and worked tirelessly for Liu Bei, often acting as a lobbyist. He also made great contributions. Chen Fei was in need of talents in internal affairs at the time, so he immediately appointed Jian Yong as the mayor of Chengdu City, sitting in charge of the government office and managing internal affairs. At the same time, Chen Fei was recruiting soldiers and actively preparing for war. He recruited another 4,000 infantrymen from the territory and distributed them to each battalion. Together with the 2,000 infantrymen recruited previously, they were evenly distributed, increasing the number of people in the 1st, 2nd, and 6th battalions from 1,000 to 2,000. By July, the Longxiang Army and the Hui Army each had 3 battalions with 6,000 men under their command, for a total of 12,000 men. This is already a scary number for players at this stage, especially after the economic reforms. Chen Fei has to pay the soldiers a sum of gold coins as military pay every week and provide food for free every day. The maintenance cost is very high. In addition, Chen Fei also arranged for Hua Rong to lead 500 cavalrymen to conduct reconnaissance in the surrounding areas, collect intelligence, and prepare to plan the next round of expansion operations. In the hot summer, Chen Fei ate watermelons soaked in cold water and various snacks imported from the Western Rhone Kingdom in the palace, and he was very satisfied. In the palace, some maids dressed in silk and with graceful figures stood by, serving Chen Fei. There were no women in the territory before, so Chen Fei only found some slaves as servants. Now that there are women in the territory, Chen Fei will not be too demanding on himself. He directly recruited 10 maids to serve his food and daily life, allowing him to truly enjoy the luxurious life of an emperor. Your Majesty. A petite maid knelt beside Chen Fei and peeled a grape for him. Chen Fei opened his mouth, ate the grape, and kissed the maid on the pretty face, which made the maid's face blush, and she looked shy. Chapter 143 Chen Gong. Ha 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 ha. Fei Chen laughed. Xiner is still so shy. At this time, Li Zhongyi, the captain of the Imperial Guard, walked in and said, Your Majesty, there is an envoy from Qingyun country outside who wants to see you. Qingyun country? Fei Chen was stunned and said, Let him in. Soon, a middle-aged man dressed like a scholar walked in with 2 attendants and saluted respectfully in the hall. I am Chen Gong, the envoy of Qingyun Kingdom, and I pay my respects to the king of Dezhou. Chen Gong. Fei Chen raised his eyebrows. Are you really Chen Gong? But your courtesy name is Gongtai. Chen Gong smiled and said, Your Majesty is a noble king, but I didn't expect you to know about a nobody like me. After getting a positive answer, Fei Chen's eyes immediately changed when he looked at this person, as if he was looking at a treasure. This is Chen Gong, no ordinary strategist. During the Three Kingdoms period, he first served as a county magistrate and assisted Cao Cao. However, because Cao Cao said, I would rather let the world down than let the world let me down, he was ashamed to associate with Cao Cao and left alone. Later, he assisted Liu Bu and helped Liu Bu to conquer the East and the West and made great contributions. In historical facts, Chen Gong first assisted Cao Cao and used strategies to help Cao Cao pacify Yanzhou. Later, he joined Liu Bu. When Liu Bu was defeated by Cao Cao, he joined Liu Bei with him. However, he was eventually captured in Xiaopai and refused to surrender, so he was beheaded by Cao Cao. In short, this person was very capable and was considered a first-class strategist during the Three Kingdoms period. He was also very principled and a good subordinate. Fei Chun immediately said, "Come here, move a stool to the table and serve tea." Two maids came over immediately, brought stools, and served tea. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Chen Gong felt a little warm in his heart. As an envoy, he was treated with such courtesy in a foreign country, which made him feel more favorable towards Chen Fei. Chen Fei asked, "I wonder what brings you here, Gong Tai?" Chen Gong said solemnly, "I have been sent by the king of Qingyun to visit your country. I have brought a letter from the king, and I would like to ask His Majesty to review it." He took out a piece of letter, and immediately a maid came over to take it and handed it to Chen Fei. "Paper? Your Qingyun country has paper?" Fei Chen was surprised. Chen Gong smiled and said, "Yes, my Qingyun country is rich in paper. The surrounding towns and countries come here to buy large quantities of it. Zizizi, the technology of Qingyun country is really advanced." Chen Fei clicked his tongue and felt a little envious. It was not difficult to imagine that now no one else had paper, but Qingyun country had it. Qingyun country had a complete monopoly and could make a lot of money just by selling paper. After opening the letter, Chen Fei read it, then put it on the table and closed his eyes to think. It was clearly written in the letter that the Qingyun kingdom was founded by a player named Zhou Shangwu. It was located about 100 kilometers northeast of the Great Zhou Kingdom. It was neither close nor far. There were only 3 players from the feudal age and 16 players from the Bronze Age between the two countries. In the letter, Zhou Shangwu requested to form an alliance with Chen Fei to help each other and to share honor and disgrace in both economic and military terms. Fei Chun was silent for a long time, then asked, "Gong Tai, how many cities, how many people, and how many troops does your Qingyun kingdom have?" Chen Gong replied, "There is a city in our country, with 12 towns under its jurisdiction, a population of 40,000, and a military force of over 10,000 men, including cavalry, infantry, and archers." Fei Chen nodded, his expression unchanged, and asked, "Does your Qingyun country have any enemies now?" Chen Gong shook his head. "No, my king has always been compassionate and good at making friends. Guangyin and Sanqing have already agreed to form an alliance with us to achieve hegemony." Chen Fei understood and said, "Then what are the rules for this alliance? Who will be the leader? Who will be the deputy leader? Can we mobilize troops from other countries?" Chen Gong said, "No, my great king is wise and enlightened. He has said that we should implement a parliamentary system, and all matters within the alliance will be decided by vote." Chen Fei laughed and said, "Simply going by the number of votes is too simplistic. Our country has 30,000 elite soldiers, and our economic strength and population far exceed your Qingyun country. The weight of these votes is different." Chen Gong remained calm and said, "Your Majesty, rest assured. My king has already formulated a detailed plan based on the combined strength of the alliance's member states. Each vote has a different weight. Member states with higher weights won't be able to make absolute decisions, but they will have greater authority and can allocate more resources." This is quite interesting." Fei Chen smiled and said, "In that case, please go down and rest, Mr. Gong Tai. I will give you a reply tomorrow." "Good." After Chen Gong left, Zhuge Liang approached Chen Fei and asked, "Your Majesty, what are your plans?" Chen Fei tapped his fingers lightly on the table and said, "During this period, 3 waves of people have approached me, wanting to form an alliance with me, and I rejected them all. The first wave was because they were too far away, the second wave was because they were arrogant and had no sincerity, and the third wave wanted us to join their alliance and be managed by some bullshit leader. It's really laughable. I think this Qingyun nation is not as good as it seems, but we can try to contact them." Chen Fei is not a loner. He is also very clear that although he has gained an advantage in the early stage, it is definitely not enough to fight alone if he wants to keep leading. Not to mention, if 7 or 8 other players fully support the same player, it will easily create a strong team. Therefore, Chen Fei does not reject the idea of forming an alliance with others, but he has always lacked a satisfactory ally. This Chen Gong is a talented person. If there is a chance, you can try to win him over. Chen Fei smiled and said, "Kong Ming, call Jian Yong tonight. You two can have a drink with Chen Gong and ask him more about Qingyun country. We can try to build a closer relationship with him. Even if we can't win him over, we must make him feel close to us." Zhuge Liang laughed heartily. "Haha, Your Majesty, you are so kind to talents. I admire you. Don't worry, I will make sure Mr. Chen Gong has a great time tonight." At night, in the Prime Minister's mansion, Prime Minister Zhuge Liang, the Lord of Shindu City Jianyong, the Minister of Commerce Yan Bailey, the Prime Minister's office co-governor Wang Yan, and Qin Gong. The five of them sat down, toasting each other. Several maids were dancing in the hall, their figures graceful and vague, which aroused people's reverie. After a lively discussion, everyone's faces flushed, and they were in the zone. Zhuge Liang then asked, "What position does Mr. Gongtai hold now?" Qin Gong said, "I am a humble person, serving as the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Qingyun country." Zhuge Liang was surprised and said, "Brother Gongtai is so talented. How come he is only the Minister of Foreign Affairs? I see that Gongtai is very knowledgeable. If he were in my great Zhou, he would at least be the lord of a city." Chapter 144 Li Si. Upon hearing this, Qin Gong forced himself to drink a glass of wine, and his face turned even redder. At this time, Jin Yong said, "Could it be that Brother Gongtai has something to hide?" Qin Gong sighed. "To be honest, my king has many talented people under his command, but I am not even worthy of his king's attention." Jin Yong was shocked and said, "What? Brother Gongtai is so talented, yet he is not even worthy of your approval? This is outrageous." Yan Bailey and Wang Yan also said, "Yes, this afternoon, our king told us that Brother Gongtai is a rare talent who can bring peace to the world when on horseback and can make the world a better place when on foot. If he were in our great Zhou, he would at least be the lord of a city, and in the future he would divide the land and help the king solve national problems. How could we not admire him?" Qin Gong became even more annoyed after hearing this and drank another glass of wine. Zhuge Liang, Jin Yong, Yan Bailey and others looked at each other, and a strange look flashed in their eyes. Zhuge Liang said quietly, "Brother Gongtai, how does my great Zhou compare to your Qingyun kingdom?" Qin Gong said, "The great Zhou owns 2 cities and has built a wall. This alone makes it superior to our Qingyun kingdom. The great Zhou is powerful and far surpasses our Qingyun kingdom." Zhuge Liang said, "Gongtai's words are spot on. Although our king is young, he knows how to identify and employ people. With Gongtai's abilities, he could have held a high position and held real power in our country. But now he's engaged in diplomacy in a small country. It's truly a pity." Yan Bailey also said, "Yes, what kind of diplomacy can we have at this stage? It's nothing more than recruiting allies and contacting allies. We spend our time on the road every day. We are not as good as generals who hold military power to expand the territory, nor as good as prime ministers and city lords who manage internal affairs and guard a region. This foreign minister is not in the palace every day, let alone in the king's heart." Qin Gong, having drunk his 3rd cup of wine, sighed deeply and said, "You all may not know this. When I first arrived in Qingyun Kingdom, the king held me in high esteem, appointing me as the left prime minister. However, a man later defected to the king, and this man and I had many conflicts. The king weighed the pros and cons and ultimately appointed him as prime minister, relegating me to the position of Minister of Foreign Affairs." Zhuge Liang was surprised. "Oh, there is such a thing." Wang Yan also said, "Who is that person? Could he be more powerful than Brother Gongtai?" Qin Gong said, "That man's name is Li Si." "What?" Zhuge Liang and others didn't feel anything, because the system had erased the historical memories of these historical generals. They had forgotten the character Li Si, and their faces were still calm. But Yan Bailey was different. He screamed out loud. "He is the most skilled player among all the players Chun Fei has conquered, and the only one in the player faction who has entered the core layer of the Great Zhou Kingdom. He retains his memory of history and naturally knows who Li Si is." This Qin Gong met the prime minister of the Qin dynasty, Li Si, and his defeat was not unfair. Yan Bailey sighed in his heart. Afterwards, Zhuge Liang and others asked some more questions about the situation in Qingyun Kingdom. Because he had been drinking, Qin Gong told them everything like pouring out beans. It turned out that Qingyun Kingdom was just a small country before, struggling to survive every day, fighting endless wars, and consuming a lot of resources, which made Zhou Shangwu very distressed. Zhou Shangwu's talent is that the loyalty of the residents in his territory always remains at 90, and there will be no rebellion. This talent was useless at the beginning, but later became a magical skill during the refugee sheltering activity. Because there was no need to worry about rebellion or assimilation, Zhou Shangwu boldly accepted the refugees. In the last wave, he accepted all 20,000 refugees, and even the leaders joined Qingyun Kingdom, and their loyalty was maintained at 90. At the end of the activity, Zhou Shangwu completed his final goal and took in 30,000 refugees. The population of Qingyun Kingdom doubled, and its strength was greatly enhanced. Zhou Shangwu also received the final prize and became the S-level strategist Li Si. Because of Li Si's arrival, his strong coordination ability enabled Qingyun Kingdom to successfully overcome the resource crisis and transformed population pressure into a demographic dividend. However, during this period, Chen Gong was ostracized by Li Si because of his different political views. In the end, Zhou Shangwu chose Li Si as prime minister and neglected Chen Gong. However, Chen Gong was no ordinary person. He proposed a strategy of forming alliances with Zhou Shangwu to help Qingyun Kingdom rise, which was adopted by Zhou Shangwu. Through Chen Gong's efforts, he persuaded several surrounding countries, including Guang'an and Sanqing. These two countries were acquaintances of the Lord of Qingyun. Chen Fei's Great Zhou Kingdom was the last target. The allies I have chosen for the king are all loyal and powerful. As long as we work together, we will surely conquer a vast territory. Chen Gong blushed and spoke loudly under the influence of alcohol, with a feeling of pointing out the way forward and expressing his thoughts through words. Everyone, convince your king to join us. If we work together, we can control a vast territory of hundreds of kilometers. We will have people in the east, south, west, and north. We can support each other and establish our own territory. We can even annex all of Xiliang. Zhuge Liang clapped his hands and said with a smile, "Well said. Gongtai is so thoughtful. We will definitely inform the king of everything." Chen Gong, Zhuge Liang and others were all well-educated people. With the deliberate catering of Zhuge Liang and others, the prime minister's mansion was lively all night, making Chen Gong drunk and falling asleep in high spirits. The next day, it was not until noon that Chen Gong slowly opened his eyes. "Ouch! My head hurts and my mouth is dry." Chen Gong rubbed his head. At this time, a servant came in and said respectfully, "Sir, you are finally awake. The carriages from the Great Zhou Palace have been waiting outside for a long time." The Great Zhou Kingdom? The Royal Palace. Chen Gong was stunned for a moment. Then he suddenly jumped off the bed and walked out barefoot. "Oh no! Oh no! Du Kong has made a big mistake for me." "Oh, sir, you haven't even put on your clothes yet," the servant exclaimed. "Sir, you are our ambassador. You should pay attention to your appearance." Chen Gong suddenly stopped, deeply convinced, and said, "You're right. I have to pay attention to my image. Going out like this will only make others laugh. Quick, help me change my clothes." After a busy period, when Chen Gong finished his work and hurried out of the residence, he found that it was Li Zhongyi, the captain of the personal guard of King Chen Fei of the Great Zhou, who came in person in a carriage. "Haha, Lord Chen Gong, you finally came out. I thought you were going to sleep until night." Li Zhongyi joked. Chen Gong patted his head and said, "I'm so ashamed. I didn't expect General Li to come pick me up personally. I'm so terrified, so terrified." Li Zhongyi laughed and said, "All right, let's not talk about this anymore. The king has been waiting for a long time. Let's go quickly." "Okay." Chen Gong got on the carriage and found that tea and snacks had been prepared in the carriage. Chen Gong had not had time to eat breakfast, and seeing this detail, he couldn't help but feel deeply moved. Chapter 145, Zhongwu Army. As the carriage sped along, Chen Gong sat inside, sipping tea and looking out the window at the street outside. He couldn't help but exclaim, "The Great Zhou Kingdom is truly powerful. This road alone demonstrates its lofty ambitions." The roads in Chengdu City were designed by Chen Fei himself. In order to adapt to the requirements of the technological era, they were built to a width of 24 meters and meet the modern 6-lane standard. In the future, there will be no need to demolish the area, and it can be directly urbanized on the spot. Although the Great Zhou Kingdom currently has a population of nearly 100,000, they are widely distributed in various villages and towns. The capital city of Chengdu has only 8,000 residents. Although there are many pedestrians on the streets, they appear empty against the backdrop of the wide roads. As the times progressed, Chen Fei also began to upgrade the roads, from the original stone roads to blue brick and stone roads, which were smoother to walk on and faster. Soon, they arrived at the palace and met Chen Fei. In addition to Chen Fei, Zhuge Liang and Jian Yong were also present. Chen Fei smiled and said, "Gongtai, did you enjoy yesterday?" Chen Gong was embarrassed and said with a wry smile, "Your Majesty, please don't tease me. I shouldn't have behaved so awkwardly yesterday." Zhuge Liang laughed and said, "Gongtai pointed out the situation yesterday and wrote passionately, showing his true literary qualities. He is a role model for our generation to emulate. How can this be considered ugly?" Chen Gong rolled his eyes at Zhuge Liang and said, "Kong Ming, you're teasing me too. I may be drunk, but I still remember everything I said last night." Everyone laughed. Chen Fei said, "Gongtai, I called you here today because I plan to send Jian Yong to your country to take a look at the specific situation in your country. If there are no problems and it meets our expectations, we can form an alliance." Chen Gong was delighted to hear this and bowed respectfully, saying, "Your Majesty is wise and wise. I believe that our emperor will not let you down. Well, I hope so. Fei Chen nodded and looked at Jian Yong. Shinha, I'll trouble you this time. Jian Yong immediately bowed and said, Don't worry, Your Majesty. I will definitely return successfully and bring you the information you need. After the meeting, they set off immediately. This time, Chen Gong not only brought 2 servants, but also a cavalry team of 10 people as guards. This time, he brought Jian Yong with him and immediately headed northeast. After Jian Yong and Chen Gong left, Chen Fei said to Zhuge Liang, Prime Minister, according to what Chen Gong said, the members of this alliance are all loyal and righteous, and the geographical location is excellent. If an alliance is really formed, what do you think should be done? Zhuge Liang said, If we truly form an alliance, we should first unite them. As Chen Gong said, there are 3 small states and 16 towns between our Great Zhou Kingdom and Qingyun Kingdom. We can advance from both north and south, attacking each other from both sides, and first annex these territories to establish a border with Qingyun Kingdom. In this way, our northern region will no longer have to worry about anything. Afterwards, we can launch an expedition to the east, expanding our eastern territory and making the land of our Great Zhou Kingdom even more complete. Chen Fei nodded repeatedly and said, The Prime Minister is right. There are many countries in the west, such as the Shirong Kingdom, which are too powerful. We are not their opponents at present. In the south, we have already captured more than a dozen towns. The country is long and narrow from north to south, which is not conducive to defense. After resolving the worries in the north, an expedition to the east will just make up for the shortcomings in our national defense. Zhuge Liang said, Since this is the decision, Your Majesty can send the cavalry battalion to the east to scout and gather intelligence. We will then formulate a strategy for the eastern expedition based on this intelligence. Good. Chen Fei agreed and said, When we have the chance, we can set up a special intelligence department. It would be too easy for people to discover us if we only send cavalry to conduct reconnaissance. In the next few days, Chen Fei has been preparing for the upcoming northern expedition and eastern expedition. In terms of economy, because the reform of farmland privatization was successful, Chen Fei convened another internal affairs meeting and decided to liberalize the contracting rights of vegetable gardens, orchards, farms, and fisheries. Farmers can purchase them with food, gold, or equivalent resources to obtain contracting rights, but they still need to pay taxes. As a result, the Great Zhou Kingdom fully implemented the market economy in agriculture, and after a week-long downturn, it began to recover again. The core of the market economy is market behavior, trade, domestic and foreign demand, imports and exports. It is impossible to revive the economy under private ownership by relying solely on the strength of the Great Zhou Kingdom. Therefore, while Chen Fei was reforming the economic system, he also recruited more than 100 businessmen, formed dozens of caravans to do business, and formed trading partners with hundreds of players and NPC forces around him. In today's Great Zhou Kingdom, every town has built a market. The 2 core cities of Chengdu City and Izumo City have built 4 markets. There are many shops in the market, and merchants from all over the world come and go, bringing a wide range of goods to the Great Zhou Kingdom. With money, he naturally felt more confident. Chen Fei began a new campaign to expand his army. He first established the Zhongwu Army and appointed Zhang Liao as the commander-in-chief of the Zhongwu Army, which was under the command of 2 battalions, the 7th Battalion and the Chariot Battalion. The 7th Battalion is a standard battalion-level unit with 2,000 people under its command. The Chariot Battalion is a new special forces unit that Chen Fei thought about and decided to build. It has 500 infantrymen and 500 new Persian scimitar-wheeled chariots under its command. This Persian scimitar-wheeled chariot is ridiculously expensive. It costs 10,000 pieces of wood, 10,000 pieces of food, and 1,000 pieces of bronze to recruit one. However, when Chen Fei saw the real Persian scimitar chariot, all his doubts and heartache disappeared. A very avant-garde and handsome chariot, pulled by 2 horses. The sides, front and back of the chariot are equipped with a large number of sharp blade wheels, flashing with cold light, which is breathtaking. Each chariot was equipped with 3 people, a driver, a long spear soldier, and an archer. When this blade wheel chariot started running, all the blade wheels started to turn, which made Chen Fei's scalp tingle. 500 chariots, that is, 1,000 horses and 3,000 soldiers, lined up together. The formation is even more spectacular than a cavalry battalion. During this period, Chen Fei recruited 3 sea-level generals. One replaced Zhang Liao as the commander of the 4th Battalion, one served as the commander of the 7th Battalion, and the other served as the commander of the Chariot Battalion. Originally, Chen Fei planned to let Hua Rong be the commander of the Chariot Battalion, but later he considered that the death rate of the Chariot Battalion was too high. Once a charge was launched, it would all depend on the power of the chariots. The generals and soldiers were all flesh and blood. If they were hit by a bullet, even Lu Bu would be dead. If Hua Rong died on the way to the charge, Chen Fei would have no place to cry. So considering the final result, Chen Fei gave up this idea. Chapter 146. Falling into a pie and clinging to someone. On the 10th day after Jian Yong left, he came back, and with him came a long camel caravan. This is... Chen Fei was puzzled. Jian Yong said, Your Majesty, this is a gift from the ruler of Qingyun Kingdom. Fei Chun was confused. Why did he give me a gift? Jian Yong said, Your Majesty, the Lord of Qingyun Kingdom warmly entertained me during my visit this time, and asked me to pass on a message to you. As long as we are willing to form an alliance with them, Qingyun Kingdom is willing to fully support us with other members to accelerate our rise. Fei Chun asked, How do you fully support me? Jian Yong said, The Lord of Qingyun said that they can provide us with 1 million gold per month and can also send troops to participate in our conquest of other countries. What? Chen Fei's eyes almost popped out, a look of disbelief on his face. They really can do this. They can really give us such good conditions? This has to be fake. Nowadays, although with the expansion of trade and the increase in multi-party connections, the amount of gold in the hands of players is increasing, 1 million gold is still not a small amount. To advance to the next era, the Empire era, one of the conditions that must be met is to have 10 million gold coins, which is still an astronomical figure for Chen Fei. If he could really get 1 million gold for free every month, it would be a huge help to Chen Fei, making him more confident in reaching the imperial age first. Jian Yong laughed and said, Not only did the king not believe it, I also did not believe it at first, thinking it was pie in the sky. But the Lord of Qingyun wanted to show his sincerity. He asked me to bring back 500,000 gold this time, saying that it was a payment for half a month's promise. What the hell? Are those boxes full of gold? Chen Fei was stunned. He hurried over and opened the box. He saw that it was really golden gold. Quick, put this gold into the warehouse. Fei Chun ordered excitedly. Zhuge Liang said, Your Majesty, isn't it too hasty to take it in now? If we don't form an alliance, won't we have to return all this gold? Return? It's already been shipped right under my nose. How can I return it? Chen Fei sneered. Kong Ming, you're just too serious. This gold was given to me for free. Even if we don't form an alliance, they can't do anything to me. Or rather, they've already prepared themselves mentally for me to accept the gold, but not form an alliance. Seeing their lord being so shameless, Zhuge Liang and Jian Yong were both furious, but Chen Fei acted as if it was a matter of course. Afterwards, everyone went into the house, and Jian Yong told Chen Fei in detail about the mission. Finally, Jian Yong said, Your Majesty, the Lord of Qingyun said that if we are interested in forming an alliance with them, Your Majesty can go to this place to meet with them and discuss the matter. He took out a letter with coordinates marked on it. It was 50 kilometers northeast of the Great Zhou Kingdom. Chen Fei had also sent people to investigate there. There was only a bare little mound surrounded by plains with a wide view. It was open and ordinary. Although players have online chat functions, they don't have private chat functions, so they can only create group chats. However, to create a group chat, they must add friends face-to-face. In this way, if the players have some secret things to say, they can only meet each other from afar. Of course, there are also some players who, for the sake of convenience, directly talk about some confidential things in the regional chat channel. For example, if they want to conduct trade exchanges, online ordering is much more convenient than offline trading, which can save a lot of time and costs. After some discussion, Fei Chun decided to meet these people in person. When it comes to your alliance, you will have to leave the responsibility to your allies in the future. What if you choose the wrong person and your allies turn against you at a critical moment? So, Chen Fei led Jian Yong, Wang Yan, and the cavalry battalion of Hua Tsubing and Hua Rong, and set off with an army of 2,000. Xuanwu Hill. This is a hill, surrounded by wilderness. There is only this one mound, which covers a large area of hundreds of thousands of square meters. It is named because it is paved with huge stones, with strange patterns and a flat top. It looks like a basalt in the picture. The nearby NPC forces all call it Basalt Hill, and later the players also called it Basalt Hill. The area around Xuanwu Hill is rather desolate, with few forces from all sides, and it can be said that it is sparsely populated. But on this day, the place was crowded with people, with thousands of troops gathered here. A pavilion was built on Xuanwu Hill. Inside the pavilion was a square table filled with fruits and sweet soup. 3 players from Qingyun Kingdom, Guangin Kingdom, and Sanqing Kingdom sat on chairs, chatting and looking very happy. Brother Shangwu, I always feel that fully supporting Chen Fei is too much of a loss for us. A young man who looked only 17 or 18 years old, much younger than Chen Fei, crossed his legs, stuffed a purple grape into his mouth, and spoke incoherently. The other man, a little older, in his 20s, with delicate features and a refined demeanor, said, "Brother Shangwu, I also think this is excessive. We're giving him 1 million gold coins every month and sending troops to aid him in his campaigns. What if he has no conscience? Don't let him eat us to the bone." Zhou Shangwu is a middle-aged man in his 30s with a small mustache, a flat head, and a square face. He looks very resolute and has a mature and handsome feel. He laughed and said, "Along, Wenbing, you're not thinking far enough. Think about it. Right now, in the entire Shiliang, there are more than 1,000 alliances formed by players. Can an ordinary group like us stand out among these alliances? You know, there are many people in Shiliang who are more powerful than us. I am afraid that in the end, we will just be lost in the crowd, or even die in the chaos of the army." Wenbing, the young man, and Along, the elegant young man in his 20s, were both silent. Yes, these three people are too ordinary. Even if Zhou Shangwu has Li Si, an S-level strategist, they do not have the strength and confidence to compete with other heroes for hegemony over Shiliang. Think about it. We're all so young and unwilling to be ordinary, so how can we break through? Chen Fei is the undisputed leader of the charts. As far as I know, many people have approached Chen Fei before us to ask for an alliance, but they were all rejected. However, we can use our sincerity and tangible benefits to impress Chen Fei. As long as we tie him to our chariot, we will surely soar in the future. Although it is unrealistic to dominate Shiliang, at least we can establish our own territory and live a comfortable life. Chapter 147, Zhuan Wuqiu Alliance, I. But, Brother Shangwu, aren't you afraid that Chen Fei is a treacherous and evil person? Aren't you afraid that he will betray you in the end? Along asked. Zhou Shangwu said, "Of course I'm afraid. But I sent merchants to investigate their territory. In the Great Zhou Kingdom, Chen Fei's image is relatively open and benevolent, and he practices benevolent governance. Furthermore, my people have also found out that some of the players he once defeated have joined the Great Zhou Kingdom. Chen Fei gave them high official positions. Now they all hold power and live a comfortable life without being persecuted. This is why I think this Chen Fei should be a relatively reliable person." Zhou Shangwu paused and said, "Also, even if we take a step back, Chen Fei is too powerful and his expansion is very fast. We are not far away from him. If he really expands to our area, how can we resist his invasion? At that time, even if we surrender or show goodwill to him and form an alliance with him, I am afraid he will not take us seriously." Aaron frowned and said, "So, Brother Shangwu, your action can be regarded as timely assistance. Before he fully rises, if you hold on to his thighs as soon as possible, even if he really wants to swallow us up in the future, he will feel guilty about us and will give us better treatment, right?" Zhou Shangwu sighed and said, "Yes, that's what I meant. Although I don't want to admit it, this world is too cruel. In the era of great contention, millions of players are conquering this land. It is almost impossible for ordinary people like us to make it to the end. I believe you are all mentally prepared to be defeated." Aaron and Wenbing nodded and said, "Yes, we thought that if we really couldn't beat those big guys, we would surrender early. It would be good to be able to join a famous master and let us enjoy wealth and glory. If we can become a senior official and have real power, that would be the best." Zhou Shangwu said, "Haha, judging from Chen Fei's previous actions, he's quite kind to the players, so you two brothers can rest assured. He's here to meet us today, so we can see for ourselves what kind of person he is. If he's truly unreliable, then I won't form an alliance with him and send the three of us into this mess. It's already noon. Why hasn't this guy come yet?" Wenbing muttered softly, a little dissatisfied. "Haha, little brother, wait a little longer. What if there is a traffic jam on the road?" Zhou Shangwu said with a smile. Aaron and Wenbing asked black questions. They didn't have to wait long. Suddenly, a violent vibration was heard. Wenbing stood up suddenly. It's the sound of cavalry. A large group of cavalry is charging towards us. Zhou Shangwu and Along also stood up, and they saw that at the end of the southern sky, dust was flying, like a sandstorm. Rumble. The shaking of the earth became more and more intense. Around Xuanwu Hill, the troops led by Zhou Shangwu, Along, and Wenbing also took their breath away, as if facing a powerful enemy. What a grand spectacle. How many cavalrymen are there? Aaron frowned slightly. Soon, they saw dense cavalry sweeping over like a black ocean. Damn, there are so many cavalrymen. How many people are there? At least 2,000. Everyone, including Zhou Shangwu, was shocked. Nowadays, players are all rich, and it's not that they are unable to recruit cavalry. but they still have to keep them after recruiting them. A warhorse needs a farmer to take care of it, and its daily rations are 10 times that of an ordinary soldier. Not only does it need grass, but also soybeans, eggs, fruits, and even meat. The quality of the food it eats is definitely much higher than that of soldiers. Maintaining 1,000 cavalrymen is equivalent to maintaining an army of 10,000 people. Therefore, although players all want to form a cavalry unit of their own, it is difficult to increase the number. For example, Zhou Shangwu has only 1,000 cavalrymen under his command, while Along and Wenbing have even fewer cavalrymen, one with only 700 and the other with only 500. This situation is also the current situation of most players. There are very few people who can have a cavalry unit of 2,000 like Qin Fei. Where did the cavalry come from? Are they friend or foe? Pass the order down and prepare for defense. The 3 players issued orders to be on alert and defend, and at the same time had already made plans to escape. They chose Xuanwu Hill as the location for this meeting. Firstly, because it didn't belong to any one faction, both sides could be at peace without worrying about being caught in a trap. Secondly, because it was relatively desolate, the surrounding factions were relatively far away, and the terrain was flat and open, eliminating the risk of an ambush. Before both parties have established trust, there is absolutely nothing wrong with choosing such a place. Look, the flag they are waving has the Zhou character on it. They must be from the Great Zhou Kingdom. Damn, there are so many people here. I'm afraid they want to give us a warning. Haha, their strength is there. Even if they really want to show us off, what can we do? With these cavalrymen around, Fei Chen's words will be more confident and carry more weight. Aaron said, I don't like him much anymore. Zhou Shangwu frowned and scolded. Along, Wenbing, you two must put aside your prejudices. This is not a child's play, but a negotiation between countries. All that matters is the interests. Yes, I understand, big brother. Along and Wenbing both admire and respect Zhou Shangwu. Let's go meet him and see who this top-ranked Qin Fei is and whether he has supernatural powers. 2,000 cavalrymen rushed to the front of Xuanwu Hill in a mighty force, and then stood at the edge of the enemy archers' shooting range. Qin Fei, wearing bronze armor and a red cape, with a sword hanging from his waist, rode atop a powerful red warhorse. He pointed ahead with his whip and said with a smile, It seems these guys are also worried about us. They actually brought so many people to support us. Huotsubing snorted disdainfully. Humph, they're just a bunch of chickens and dogs. Their formation, deployed on this kind of terrain, is riddled with holes. A single charge would be all it takes for them to collapse. Forehead. Qin Fei's mouth twitched. Huotsubing was the epitome of youthful arrogance. He looked down upon everyone and was even more arrogant than Lu Bu. However, Huotsubing really had this ability. In history, he was taught by both Emperor Wu of Han and Wei Qing, and his military skills were very high. He was much stronger than a military general like Lu Bu, who came from a commoner background. Chapter 148, Zhuan Wuqiu Alliance, Part 2. If Lu Bu was just a brave and unparalleled warrior, then Huotsubing was a truly talented military commander. In history, he received the best education and the greatest favor. His personal martial arts were absolutely first class. When leading troops to fight, he was bold and careful, and his abilities were top-notch. In terms of background, Huotsubing may be the best among the military generals in the Great Zhou dynasty today. At this time, a small group of cavalry came from the opposite direction, led by a middle-aged general who loudly asked, Is this the lord of the Great Zhou, Qin Fei? Fei Chen nodded and said, I am Fei Chen. I have an appointment with your king to meet here. The general said, If that's the case, then please go ahead. Each family can only bring 5 guards up to the Xuanwu Terrace, and the rest of the soldiers can rest below. Haha, that's really thoughtful. Qin Fei was not suspicious. Since he dared to come, he had already made all the preparations. Not to mention anything else, if he really encountered danger, Qin Fei still carried the Desert Eagle pistol rewarded by the system with him, so he could easily kill several important people in an instant and take the opportunity to escape. Accompanied by Wang Yan, Jian Yong, Huotsubing, and 2 elite warriors, Qin Fei and his party climbed onto the Xuanwu Terrace. Huarong took the cavalry battalion to defend and rest around the area, so that he could lead troops to rescue if anything happened. Zhou Shangwu, Along, and Wenbing were already waiting here with a group of subordinates. When they saw Qin Fei, they immediately came over to greet him. Haha, I didn't expect that the big boss Qin Fei who dominates the charts is so young. It's really unexpected. Zhou Shangwu and others came over to shake hands and greet. Fei Chen smiled and said, You guys are not bad either. This classmate is younger than me, isn't he? He has a bright future ahead of him. Haha, come sit down. It's a hot summer day. We've prepared some fruit to quench your thirst. As everyone sat down, Zhou Shangwu keenly noticed Hua Tsubing beside Qin Fei. Hua Tsubing was wearing the standard general armor of the Han Dynasty, lined with a red robe with red flame patterns on it, which looked very beautiful. Moreover, he stood with a sword in his hand, his eyes full of disdain, as if to say, "Everyone here is trash. This general is definitely not an ordinary person." Zhou Shangwu thought to himself. "Fei Chun, this is..." Chun Fei introduced with a smile. "He's just a small soldier, responsible for my personal safety." He didn't want to reveal Hua Tsubing's identity, as it would easily arouse jealousy. A personal soldier? Zhou Shangwu was speechless. Whose pawns are so impressive? Can you send me a team? However, seeing that Fei Chun didn't want to talk, he didn't continue to ask, but said, "Fei Chun, you have seen our sincerity. I wonder if you agree to form an alliance." Fei Chun pondered for a few seconds and said, "The conditions you offer are very generous. I believe no player can refuse this temptation. But I also want to hear what you plan to do next. Will the alliance continue to expand? How will we attack in the future? How will the benefits be distributed?" Zhou Shangwu said, "Along, Wen Bing and I already knew each other and are from the same city, so forming an alliance went smoothly, and we all trust each other. As for you, to be honest, we want to use your strength to help us rise. The pie is so small, and our alliance, including you, only has 4 people, which is enough. If there are more people, it will be difficult to distribute the benefits." Qin Fei didn't expect that Zhou Shangwu would be so straightforward. He bluntly stated their intentions and gave Qin Fei such a huge benefit. Their purpose was to make Qin Fei their protector and lead them to rise. "Fei Chun, let's be frank. We see your potential and want to help you succeed, so you can dominate Xiliang, dominate the world, and even dominate the world. We will also rise with you and follow you around to talk about some benefits, so you can go further." Fei Chun laughed and said, "Aren't you afraid that I'll turn against you when I'm strong enough? After all, your land is easily coveted by others." Zhou Shangwu said frankly, "This world is too big. There are tens of thousands of players in Xiliang, millions of players across the country, and an estimated tens of millions of players worldwide. Are you really sure you can make it to the end alone? We can be your strongest backing, so that you don't have to worry about anything. This is much more useful than you directly annexing us. As for the end, if we can really make it that far, then whether we win or lose, we'll feel it was all worth it, and we'll have lived our lives in this world." Fei Chun smiled and said, "You're quite frank." Zhou Shangwu also smiled. With tens of millions of players around the world, the one who can finally reach the end and unify the world must be a great figure who defies fate. We still have some self-awareness and dare not expect that kind of glory. We just hope to survive a little longer, experience this chaotic world a little more, and feel the feeling of competing for supremacy. Right or wrong, success or failure, are not important." Fei Chun asked, "So what are you going to do?" "We've already discussed it. Since we're an alliance, we naturally need to unite together so that we can rely on each other and advance with all our might. I suggest first annexing the 3 feudal-era players in this area, along with some towns and villages. This will connect our 4 borders, and then we can join you in your conquests. You eat the meat, and we drink the soup." What Zhou Shangwu said was actually similar to Qin Fei's strategic plan, with not much difference. Afterwards, Fei Chun had another conversation with Zhou Shangwu and the others, and asked about many things that happened before the time travel. It turns out that when he was on Earth, Zhou Shangwu was a grassroots entrepreneur in Guangzhou. He started his own internet company at a young age. He was very sensitive to the market and knowledgeable. Aaron is an outstanding employee in the IT industry. His company has cooperated with Zhou Shangwu's company, so the two of them know each other. As for the youngest, Wen Bing, he is a freshman at Yangqing University, majoring in management. He worked part-time in Zhou Shangwu's company during the winter vacation. The relationship between these 3 people is like this, not too deep, and it is also the most common form of alliance among players nowadays, the alliance of acquaintances. As trade increases, players communicate more and more people find their own acquaintances. These people know each other well, so they naturally want to help each other and keep each other warm. Forming an alliance is a natural process and is also the most stable form. Qin Fei also wondered when he would have his own acquaintances, but he was born in the countryside, and his parents and relatives definitely did not play this game. After entering college, he was just a otaku and could not recognize all the classmates in the class. After counting carefully, there were actually few reliable acquaintances, which made Qin Fei very helpless. Chapter 149 Xuanwu Alliance. Qin Fei stayed in Xuanwu Hill for a whole day, and in the evening he had a drink with Zhou Shangwu and others. It is said that people speak the truth when they are drunk. Chen Fei also wanted to take the opportunity of drinking to see what kind of people these people are. The result made Chen Fei very helpless. Zhou Shangwu was as steady as a mountain and could drink much more than himself. Along only drank half a caddy, and when Bing got drunk after drinking only one glass, he lay on the table in a daze and lost consciousness. In the end, Chen Fei symbolically signed an agreement with Zhou Shangwu and others. The agreement stated that Chen Fei, Zhou Shangwu, Along and Wen Bing formed a comprehensive strategic alliance, helping each other economically, exchanging ideas culturally, and jointly attacking and defending militarily. There are still many details involved, such as Zhou Shangwu, Along, and Wen Bing will fully support Chen Fei. Not only will they give Chen Fei 1 million gold regularly, they will also send exclusive caravans to trade with Chen Fei's Great Zhou Kingdom, and some specialties and rare resources will be sold to Chen Fei at cost price. Although these three companies are not very strong, they still have some good things. For example, Zhou Shangwu can produce paper, potatoes, and large siege towers. These three things are what Chen Fei urgently needs. Aaron can produce grapes and wine, the quality of which is even higher than that of Shirong State and is very popular. As for the Wenbing, it is even more outrageous. They can actually produce Zhuge crossbow. When Chen Fei heard the news, his eyes almost popped out. Zhuge crossbow is very famous and is a super black technology in the ancient feudal era. The range of this crossbow is shorter than that of ordinary crossbows, and its power is not as strong as that of traditional hard crossbows, but it has the advantage of high rate of fire and can fire 10 rounds in a row. If used in groups, it can be very terrifying. Chen Fei immediately decided to order 5,000 Zhuge crossbows, as well as a batch of wine, potatoes, paper, and 10 large siege towers. Zhou Shangwu and others ordered a large quantity of salt, peppers, watermelons, and a batch of war drums from Chen Fei. In the military, intelligence is shared, and all military actions are negotiated by 4 people. Chen Fei has the highest priority, but the other 3 do not listen to everything and can veto by voting. In short, this is an alliance of 3 protecting 1, and the one who gets the biggest advantage is Chen Fei. The details were discussed by Wang Yin and Jian Yong with the civil servants under Zhou Shangwu and others. Chen Fei and others only set the tone and established the framework. After forming the alliance, Chen Fei and others gave the alliance a name, which was also very simple, named after Xuanwu Terrace, called the Xuanwu Alliance. Chen Fei, Zhou Shangwu, Along, and Wen Bing formed a private group chat for each other. If there are any problems in the future, they can communicate and solve them through this group chat. Information can be transmitted instantly, which is very convenient. Everyone, now that we have formed our alliance, we should proceed with our conquest according to the strategy we agreed upon earlier. There are hundreds of kilometers of land between the 4 of us. If we can seize this land, the benefits to us will be immense. We can then devote more of our forces to other areas, and our trade will be safer, Zhou Shangwu said. Chen Fei nodded in agreement and said, "Okay, that's exactly what I was thinking. To my north, there's an NPC town and a feudal era player. I'll annex these 2 forces first." Aaron said, "There are 2 towns on the west side of my territory. I can take them." Wen Bing also said, "There are 3 towns to my south, but these 3 towns seem to have formed a life and death alliance, so it's not easy to attack them." Zhou Shangwu said, "Let's pick the easy ones to fight first, and we will work together to conquer the remaining tough ones." Chen Fei smiled and said, "Then you better hurry up. I will keep attacking north. If you are too slow, this area of hundreds of kilometers will belong to me." Zhou Shangwu and others smiled bitterly. The problems they saw seemed non-existent to Chen Fei. They were worried about how to overcome those tough problems, while Chen Fei was wondering if the 3 of them were too slow. "But don't worry, I'll eat the meat, but I won't deny you the soup. You just need to proceed step by step, and my people will help you," Chen Fei said. Zhou Shangwu said, "Okay, let's go back and make arrangements and set out immediately. We'll try to completely occupy this hundreds of kilometers of land within a month." After the talks, Chen Fei returned to the Great Zhou Kingdom with Hua Xiubing, Hua Rong, Wang Yin, and Jian Yong. As soon as he arrived at the palace, Chen Fei said to the captain of the royal guard, Li Zhongyi, "Send Di Qing and Zhang Liao to see me." Yes. Soon, Di Qing and Zhang Liao came together. In the palace, in addition to the grand and imposing main hall, there are 2 side halls next to it. One is the Internal Affairs Hall, and the other is the Military Hall. In the Military Hall, there is a huge sand table, which depicts the Great Zhou Kingdom and all the large and small forces within a radius of 100 kilometers. It is densely packed and very shocking. When Di Qing and Zhang Liao came in, Chen Fei was drawing something on the sand table. "Your Majesty." The 2 men saluted. Fei Chen turned around and said with a smile, "It's been a while. How's your training going?" Di Qing said, "The morale of the Tiger Power Army is high and their fighting spirit is high. They persist in training every day. Those farmers have all grown into qualified soldiers. They only need one actual battle to become true veterans." Chen Fei nodded and looked at Zhang Liao. "Wen Yuan, how about you? The Zhongwu army has just been established, and the soldiers have just gotten rid of their peasant status. And there's also chariot training. How is everything going?" Zhang Liao said, "Your Majesty, the Zhongwu army trains day and night with high intensity and has already qualified, rivaling the soldiers of the Hui army. As for the chariot battalion, I personally monitor it daily, and their proficiency has greatly improved. They are capable of fighting in favorable battles. If they can experience 2 more battles, they will surely become a sharp sword in your Majesty's hands." Fei Chun was surprised. "Oh, is it growing so fast?" Di Qing smiled and said, "Your Majesty, you may not know this, but General Zhang Liao works very hard. We all train during the day and sleep at night, but the Zhongwu army trains during the day and has evening classes, often conducting drills in the middle of the night. This is very tiring for the soldiers, but they also grow rapidly. The soldiers of our Hui army admire them very much." Zhang Liao rubbed his nose awkwardly and said, "I dare not betray your Majesty's kindness. Assuming I've accomplished nothing, I'm appointed commander of the new army. Some will inevitably be dissatisfied. I must prove to them that your Majesty has made the right choice. My Zhongwu army is no less capable than anyone else." Chen Fei laughed heartily, patted Zhang Liao on the shoulder, and said, "Wen Yuan is really great. With your spirit and energy, the Zhongwu army will surely become an ace force." Chapter 150 Distribution of Land. Di Qing asked, "Your Majesty, are you calling us here to fight a war?" Chen Fei nodded and said, "Yes, I have formed an alliance with Qingyun Kingdom, Sanqing Kingdom, and Guangyuan Kingdom. According to the alliance strategy, I want you to launch a northern expedition." Hearing Chen Fei's words, Di Qing and Zhang Liao became excited, especially Zhang Liao, who was eager to try. As a new military general, he had never fought in a real battle. Chen Fei's appointment of him as the commander-in-chief of the Zhongwu army had caused dissatisfaction among many veteran generals. This made Zhang Liao very anxious, and he urgently needed to use a victory to shut these people up and clear his name. Chen Fei said seriously, "Di Qing, about 20 kilometers north of Qianshan village, there is a small country called Aochang. This country has 6 towns and 1 city under its jurisdiction, but its military force is not large. I want you to lead the Tiger Might army to capture Aochang city directly. You must conquer it within 1 day." Di Qing said, "Your Majesty, could you please give me some siege weapons? It will be easy for me to capture this city." Chen Fei said, "I have already ordered some large siege towers from the 3-star kingdom, but they haven't arrived yet. However, I can provide you with 5 catapults, 10 ballistae, and enough ladders." Di Qing smiled and said, "Don't worry, my king. With these belongings, I will definitely complete the mission successfully." Chen Fei nodded. "I want you to capture Aochang city directly. The key is to capture their leader, no matter if he's dead or alive. If you let the leader escape, he can use the forces of the towns under his jurisdiction to besiege you, and then it will be difficult to deal with you." Di Qing nodded solemnly. "Don't worry, Your Majesty. I will keep it in mind and will not make any mistakes." Chen Fei was very satisfied with Di Qing. Not only was he brave in combat, but he was also very smart. He was not a reckless man, but a rare talent. Chen Fei even felt that if Di Qing had not been ostracized by the Northern Song Dynasty Civil Service Group in history, Di Qing's achievements would definitely be higher, and he might even be as famous as the eternal hero Yu Fei. Then, Chen Fei looked at Zhang Liao again, pointed at the sand table and drew a circle, and said, "Wen Yuan, in the northeast direction, there are 3 towns, 9 villages, and 6 mountain strongholds in this area. I want you to lead the Zhongwu army to clear this area. There are many forces in this area. The 3 towns are all player forces, and the 9 villages and 6 mountain strongholds are all NPC forces. For the Zhongwu army led by Zhang Liao, it is still a bit challenging to wipe out all of them at once." But Zhang Liao did not retreat. Instead, he excitedly clasped his fists and said, "Don't worry, my king. I will definitely sweep down all the cities and complete the mission successfully." Fei Chen nodded. "If that's the case, then let's take action today." After Di Qing and Zhang Liao left, Chen Fei thought for a moment, then called Hui Xubing in again. He said, "Xubing, the Zhongwu army and the Hui army each have their own missions, but both are quite challenging. You take the cavalry battalion over to provide support. If either side needs help, provide it immediately to prevent them from being attacked from both sides. You must keep their retreat routes open." Hua Tsubing clasped his fists and said, "Yes." After Hua Tsubing left, Chen Fei looked at the sand table again and fell into deep thought. According to the intelligence collected so far, Chen Fei's Great Zhou Kingdom is located in the northwest of the central part of the Shiliang region, which is relatively remote. Today, Chen Fei's Great Zhou Kingdom is centered on the Minghui River, running from northwest to southeast, stretching for hundreds of kilometers, and is already very large. If the Aochang Kingdom and the area under Zhang Liao's charge are annexed to the north this time, the scope of the Great Zhou Kingdom will be even larger, and the strategic depth in the north will be greatly increased. Chen Fei didn't dare to be too radical when heading west because there were several large countries fighting each other there. Chen Fei's strategy was to first march north, then east, and then south to conquer a large territory. Wait until you have enough strength and then move westward. The Tiger Power Army has 6,000 men. The Zhongwu Army has 2,500 infantry, and there are so many chariots. Add in Hua Tsubing's 2,000 cavalry, and with two famous generals leading them, I don't think there will be much of a problem. Fei Chen pondered. I have to put the 500,000 gold Zhou Shangwu gave me to good use so I can start a new round of infrastructure construction. After commercializing the agricultural sector, Chen Fei has also been constantly trying to carry out other economic activities. For example, in construction, Chen Fei has opened up the construction rights of agricultural fields such as farmland, farms, vegetable gardens, and orchards to everyone. As long as you have money, you can go to the government office to apply and build on the planned land. This released the enthusiasm of farmers to buy land and earn money to support themselves, and also saved Chen Fei a lot of money. However, Chen Fei would not hide all the money. He knew very well that only when the money in society was circulated could it truly promote development. Therefore, when building some large facilities, such as city walls, roads, and moats, Chen Fei recruited farmers to come and build them, and also paid them wages. The next day, after the Zhongwu army and the Hui army set off, Chen Fei found Zhuge Liang and issued an edict in the name of the Prime Minister's office, distributing 100,000 land quotas to the public. One only needed to pay 10 gold coins to obtain a piece of land. According to the plan, 30,000 plots of this land can be built into residential areas, and 60,000 plots can be built into farmland, vegetable gardens, or orchards. Another 10,000 plots can be built into breeding farms. The land released this time was priced cheaper than the previous times, and no tax had to be paid within the first 2 weeks of obtaining the land. This preferential policy was very generous, and more than half of it was sold out within a day. The entire Great Zhou Kingdom began a wave of large-scale construction due to this wave of land release and private contracting. These farmers also obtained Chen Fei's 2 major talents, infrastructure maniac and architecture master. The construction cost and time were halved, so the speed was very fast, and the farmers needed to spend very little. Chen Fei also earned hundreds of thousands of gold coins, which made his wallet bulge. Di Qing led 3 battalions of the Tiger Power Army, a total of 6,000 people, and headed north. In order to achieve the task of raiding the capital of Aochang State, as mentioned by Chen Fei, Di Qing's army deployed sentries widely, rested during the day, and marched at night. There were no lights at night, and the field was pitch black. Even enemy spies could not detect the movements of Di Qing's army. However, this would make the daily marching speed very slow. It took Di Qing and his team 3 full days to carefully enter the territory of Aochang State. In the darkness of night, Di Qing's army hid in a large patch of grass. A soldier approached Di Qing and whispered, "General, the spies have returned. There are 30 watchtowers around, and patrols at night. We can't go any further." Chapter 151 Wine Pond and Meet Lin Ao Changwo. Di Qing frowned and said, "We're still 2 kilometers away from Aochang City, and there are 30 arrow towers all around us. We can't go any further. Is this the only option but to storm it?" Wang Yi said, "General, why don't we take advantage of the night to destroy their arrow towers first?" Di Qing said, "However, once we begin our attack, their lord will immediately be informed, and we won't be able to achieve a surprise victory. If we launch an attack while they are prepared, it will be very disadvantageous to us. Furthermore, if we attack at night, the effectiveness of our crossbows and catapults will be greatly reduced. Your suggestion is inappropriate." Wang Yi suggested again, "In that case, let's rest well tonight and launch the attack at daybreak. By the time we take down these 30 or so arrow towers, it will be daybreak, which won't affect our siege." Di Qing thought for a moment and gritted his teeth before saying, "Okay, this is the only way. I just don't know if they have city walls. If they do, it would make our attack much more difficult." He didn't bring many catapults and crossbows this time, which were quite useful for dealing with wooden walls, but it was simply wishful thinking to want to deal with the stone walls of the feudal era with only a few catapults and crossbows. Pass the order down. All battalions and teams, get a good rest tonight, cook and eat at 3 a.m., and launch the attack at 5 a.m. We must reach the enemy's city before they are fully awake. Yes. The days in summer always rise very early. Meng Sijia woke up very early and started to dress up. She was a very beautiful female college student with a stunning figure at the age of 19. She loved games and naturally joined the first wave of players when the game launched. After coming to this game world, Meng Sijia was very confused and scared at first, but when she gradually discovered that she had supreme power in the territory, her mentality slowly changed. She was like a queen, arranging hundreds of servants for herself, purchasing extremely precious spices and gems from outside, and even sending people to the Black Dragon Kingdom to spend a lot of money to ask famous craftsmen to make several sets of clothes for her. After the migration ended, the population in the territory began to become diversified. The newly recruited farmers included not only men and women, young and old, but also everyone's appearance had changed greatly. At the beginning, although all the recruited farmers looked different, at least their appearance level was similar, just barely passing. Now, there are good looks and bad looks, which makes Meng Sijia extremely excited. Everyone has evil thoughts in their hearts, men and women alike. In fact, women, influenced by conservative ideas, may hide these evil thoughts more deeply and be more intense when they erupt. Meng Sijia specially selected dozens of handsome men, including ignorant teenagers, weak young men, and steady uncles. In short, there were all kinds of men. Then she built a palace to accommodate these men. She enjoyed herself in the palace every day and had fun in different ways, which was quite like the stories of a pool of wine and a forest of meat, and the two Chiao sisters are locked up in Tonkei Spring. On this day, Meng Sijia woke up early from her gentle embrace, left the Palace of Joy refreshed, and went to a special palace to dress up. Of course, she didn't have to do all this by herself. There were 3 or 4 beautiful maids serving on her left and right. One of them carefully held a basin of precious spices in her hand. One maid held a basin of clean water. One maid held a white soft towel, and 2 maids held plates with rouge and eye powder on them. Your Majesty, you got up extra early today. A lady-in-waiting in red palace dress said with a smile. Meng Sijia likes the title of queen very much. In this small country, she is indeed a noble queen. Well, I don't know why today, but I feel a little uneasy. Meng Sijia said, what time is it? Is it still dark outside? The lady-in-waiting said, Your Majesty, it is already the morning hour, and the sky outside is beginning to brighten. Meng Sijia said, Okay, then you can ask the imperial kitchen to prepare it. I want vinegar fish, Buddha jumps over the wall, and roasted venison. Oh, and since it's so hot, prepare a bowl of iced jelly and a bowl of sour plum soup. Serve them in crystal glasses. The female official bowed from a distance and said, As you command. After the female official left, Meng Sijia continued to dress up. In the real world, she was just a poor student without much money, and she was reluctant to buy cosmetics. But here, even though she had no other skills, it was no problem for her to indulge herself. She also did the math for herself. Based on her current consumption level, her daily expenditure was about 100 gold coins. This figure may seem insignificant, but compared to other players, it is much higher. Shen Fei's Great Zhou Kingdom is so wealthy, and he also indulges in fine food, but his daily expenses are only around 50 gold. The average peasant family consumed only 5 portions of food and 1 unit of gold per day. Meng Sijia looked at herself in the mirror, her eyes narrowed, and a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. I am so beautiful. She was immersed in her own beauty when she suddenly heard a series of system prompts. System prompt. Your capital, Aochang City, is under invasion by the Great Zhou Kingdom. Players are requested to organize forces for defense as soon as possible. System prompt. Your capital, Aochang City, is under invasion by the Great Zhou Kingdom. Players are requested to organize forces for defense as soon as possible. System prompt. Your capital, Aochang City, is under invasion by the Great Zhou Kingdom. Players are requested to organize forces for defense as soon as possible. Meng Sijia's pretty face froze instantly. She stood up suddenly and ran out quickly in the stunned eyes of a group of maids, shouting, Chin Shimmy, come in quickly. A handsome young man in court robes ran in quickly and asked, What is the matter, Your Majesty? This Chin Shimmy is an absolutely handsome man in artistic works, otherwise he would not have been summoned to be a prince consort. Moreover, he was the top scholar in the imperial examination and was very capable. After Meng Sijia obtained Chin Shimmy, a B-level strategist, she made him the chief steward of the inner court. He was also her lover, and she would call him in to serve her when she was bored. It can be said that Chen Shimi did everything when there was work and when there was nothing else. Hurry, the enemy is invading. Quickly dispatch troops to defend the city wall, quickly. Meng Sijia said anxiously. Chen Shimi was shocked when he heard this, but he immediately clasped his fists and said, Your Majesty, don't worry. I will mobilize the palace garrison to provide reinforcements. Chapter 152 Mysterious Weapon. Although Meng Sijia likes luxury and enjoyment, he is not a fool who doesn't care about anything. Otherwise, he would not have owned 6 towns and dozens of villages, and he would not have been able to stand out from so many forces around him and establish his own regime. She put on her clothes and walked out of the palace, followed by a team of heavily armored infantrymen, including a general who was holding a wooden box half a person's height in his hand, looking very mysterious. At this time, the sky outside was gradually turning white, the sun was rising, and the streets were full of soldiers coming out of various barracks and running quickly towards the nearby city walls. Soon, Meng Sijia led the team to the city wall. The city wall of Aochang City was also very long, but like the surrounding wall, it was only 5 meters high and only 3 meters wide. Compared with the Shindu city built by Chen Fei, its scale and strength were not even a little bit inferior. Meng Sijia heard bursts of shouting and killing. She climbed up the city wall and saw that there were a large number of soldiers outside, setting up hundreds of ladders to attack the city. In addition, at the rear of the enemy army, there were several crossbows and catapults that were firing continuously. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Players who have played Age of Empires know that when the catapult is launched, the sound of the belt and wooden handle breaking through the air is very scary, like the roar of a giant whale, and the millstone-sized stones hitting the city wall can make a big hole with one hit. Sometimes, if you are lucky, they can hit the city wall directly, killing several unlucky soldiers, and the stirred-up gravel can kill all soldiers within a few meters around. Soldiers kept falling to the ground wailing, which made Meng Sijia's heart bleed. Fight back, fight back! Meng Sijia shouted. She was a female college student, but during this period she had already trained herself and grown into a qualified battlefield commander. Moreover, because of her youth, she had a stronger ability to endure and was more malleable. But Meng Sijia is a girl after all. Every time she comes down from the battlefield, she will return to her own palace of joy and stay there for 3 or 4 days without going out. She plays more and more tricks, which are more perverted, and sometimes she even tortures people beyond recognition. The soldiers of Aochang City began to fight back. With the arrival of the feudal era, 3 new types of troops were added: sword and shield soldiers, elite crossbowmen, and skilled light cavalry. Meng Sijia deployed 1,000 sword and shield soldiers and 1,000 elite crossbowmen in his capital, adding to the existing 2,000 spearmen, making Aochang City's defenses quite formidable. But unfortunately, she met Di Qing, the general with a black face, also known as the Star of War and the Angel of Di. Di Qing was best at fighting head-on and tough battles. He sent his entire army forward, with the generals and commanders of the 3 battalions charging in the front. Di Qing himself led a total of 300 cavalry from the 3 battalions as the central army, guarding around the catapults and crossbows. Concentrate your firepower and attack one part of the city wall. Their wall is not very thick or high. As long as we create a gap, we can rush in and fight them head-on. Di Qing commanded the catapults to concentrate their firepower to attack. The crossbows also performed very well. 10 crossbows could fire giant arrows 2 meters long, which could often kill several soldiers with one arrow. No matter how many layers of armor the enemy had, they could not withstand the power of this arrow. On the city wall, a C-rank general hurriedly came up to Meng Sijia and said, "Your Majesty, the enemy's attack is too fierce. The catapults are about to break through a section of our city wall." Meng Sijia's expression remained unchanged as she scolded, "You useless piece of shit. Why are you panicking? I'm here. Go get the peasants in the city and get them to block the breach with weapons. Once the breach is broken, even if all the peasants are dead, they can't retreat a single step." The general hesitated and said, "But I'm afraid this will lose the support of the people and arouse their anger." Public outrage? Are you afraid that public outrage will kill you? Or are you afraid that I will kill you? Meng Sijia's voice was cold. I obey your command and will do it right away." The general was helpless and felt deeply desperate about the character of his queen. They are perverted, cold-blooded, and ruthless, making their subordinates tremble in fear. Meng Sijia then asked the general following her to open the mysterious wooden box in his hand, revealing the true contents. A black, caliber 56 type machine gun. This machine gun is the light machine gun that has been equipped in China for the longest time and in the largest number. It has a caliber of 7.62 millimeters and an effective range of up to 800 meters. Seeing this machine gun, the soldiers nearby and the officer holding it all showed awe. This was not the first time they had seen this mysterious weapon, and they were well aware of its terrifying nature. The scene of it killing large numbers of enemies like mowing grass was deeply engraved in the minds of every soldier who participated in the battle. This machine gun is Meng Sijia's initial talent. At the beginning, it was with the help of this machine gun that she overcame difficulties time and time again, and finally rose successfully, conquered a vast territory, and established her own regime. However, the use of this machine gun is not without restrictions. Meng Sijia only has 1,000 rounds of ammunition, 600 of which have been used, and now only 400 are left. Meng Sijia now regards this machine gun as his trump card and will not reveal it easily. Open fire. Let them taste our power. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in Meng Sijia's eyes. The general immediately pulled the trigger, and the machine gun made a dense shooting sound of da-da-da, puff puff puff. The machine gun was very powerful. Di Qing's soldiers were caught off guard and suddenly encountered such a counterattack, suffering heavy casualties immediately. Soldiers were shot one after another. Where had the surrounding soldiers seen such weapons? They were suddenly horrified and dared not move forward, and retreated one after another. Di Qing frowned. Now was the critical moment of the attack. They could capture the city in one go. How could they retreat? He personally reined in his horse and, holding a spear, shouted loudly, "No retreat, everyone, disperse, don't gather together, find your own cover, and shield your bodies." As a famous general, he saw at a glance that this mysterious and terrifying weapon was used to deal with densely packed enemies. But as long as his soldiers were dispersed and had solid cover, the effectiveness of this weapon would be greatly reduced. Catapults, change direction. Stop bombarding the city walls and attack that weapon. Same with the crossbows. Concentrate your fire and take it down for me. Di Qing commanded his long-range troops to counterattack. Waves of stones and crossbow arrows continued to rush towards the machine gun positions. For a moment, there was a rumbling sound and bricks and stones flew everywhere. Meng Sijia had left the city wall long ago. She also valued her life very much, so she returned to the city and began to arrange for people to pack their bags. Chapter 153, Attack on Aochang City. It has to be said that the emergence of machine guns was undoubtedly a huge suppression of this era. One man could block the passage of 10,000 men. Even if archery masters such as Hua Rong and Lu Bu came, they would not be able to counterattack with a sharp arrow from 100 steps away. The 5 catapults and 10 crossbows brought by Di Qing were the only weapons capable of counterattacking, but the enemy was no fool and had built a small enclosed space with rubble and hard wooden boards to block these attacks. The machine guns soon fell silent, and Di Qing's soldiers came out of their bunkers and organized an attack again. The commander of the 5th Battalion, Li Suizhen, the commander of the 4th Battalion, Huang Ming, the commander of the 6th Battalion, Wang Yin, 3 C-level generals, commanded their troops to charge towards the gap. However, the soldiers had only run halfway when the sound of machine gunfire rang out again. Da-da-da-da-da. The dense bullets turned into a metal storm and began to sweep through again, and a large number of soldiers fell down in an instant. The commander of the 5th Battalion, Li Suizhen, and the commander of the 4th Battalion, Huang Ming, were charging ahead and were also hit by bullets. Li Suizhen was lucky as he was only hit in the arm, but Huang Ming was hit in the chest and a blood flower exploded. Huang Ming cried out in pain and fell heavily to the ground. The surrounding soldiers cried out in surprise and immediately gathered over to drag the seriously injured Huang Ming away. But at this moment, another barrage of bullets flew over and instantly killed the soldiers who wanted to rescue him. Grasp. Seeing this, Di Qing was furious, but facing this new type of weapon, he had no good solution for the time being. It would be great if Xiandeng Camp was here. Di Qing felt a little annoyed. The soldiers in Xiandeng Camp were all holding metal shields with strong defense, which would definitely be very useful against such a terrible weapon. The heavy infantrymen DIY'd by the Great Zhou Kingdom held real pure metal shields in their hands, which were much stronger than the sword and shield soldiers used in the feudal era. The sword and shield soldiers only wore leather armor and held wooden shields covered with a layer of iron. They could only block ordinary arrows. Facing powerful and heavy weapons, weapons like machine guns were useless. However, Di Qing was also a ruthless man and was not intimidated by a machine gun. He ordered the catapults to shift their target and shoot at another section of the city wall, while at the same time dividing his troops and preparing to launch attacks in 2 directions. I just don't believe you can extend your firepower network to every section of the city wall. Although the machine gun was terrifying, Di Qing personally supervised the battle. After killing 2 fleeing soldiers, the morale of Di Qing's army began to stabilize, and they continued to charge and attack the city. Hundreds of ladders advanced at the same time. Soldiers from both sides fought for them, and people kept falling down. 500 people were arranged opposite the machine gun position to delay and launch a tentative attack. If the machine gun did not move, they would act as a diversionary force. If the machine gun changed its position, these 500 people would immediately launch a counterattack and attack the gap. On the other side, 5 catapults bombarded the area one after another, and soon a huge gap appeared. It was called a gap, but in fact only half of it had collapsed, and there was still a pile of rubble nearly 1 meter high. However, for the soldiers on the battlefield, this was already a huge flaw. Cavalry, follow me and charge in. Di Qing, holding a sword, rushed forward with 300 cavalrymen. The surrounding infantry also changed the direction of attack and rushed into the gap. At the gap, Meng Sijia had arranged thousands of farmers to wait there. These farmers had no armor, and most of them held stone spears that had been discarded before. They were timid, with confusion and fear in their eyes. Di Qing was the first to cross the gap. Seeing the group of peasants blocking his way, he showed no mercy and shouted, "Those who surrender will be spared, and those who refuse will be killed without mercy." Although the 300 cavalrymen were not numerous, they were quite impressive. Many farmers swallowed hard and wanted to retreat, but when they saw the supervising officers hidden in the team who were staring at them covetously, their eyes were filled with despair. Seeing that the peasants were holding their weapons tightly and no one was willing to surrender, Di Qing's eyes flashed with murderous intent. He said in a deep voice, "Charge in and defeat them." The 300 cavalrymen were like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. The huge inertia carried the cavalry team into the encirclement of thousands of farmers. Swords clashed, horses' hooves trampled, and shouts of killing shook the sky. "Dismount and fight on foot." Di Qing quickly gave the order. In such a crowded battle, it would be foolish to stay on the horse, as he would be a sitting duck. The soldiers dismounted and began to fight in close combat. Although these farmers were numerous, their combat effectiveness and weapons and equipment were far inferior. Di Qing and others took the lead and controlled the gap in the first time, and then a steady stream of soldiers rushed over. Kill, kill, kill. Di Qing was invincible and brave. He charged left and right, and killing these peasants was as easy as cutting melons and vegetables. He had a peculiar quality when fighting. He liked to let his hair down. Once covered in blood, he was like a madman, his surroundings filled with murderous intent. Where had the peasants ever seen such a ruthless man? They couldn't muster the heart to fight him, and they wanted to stay as far away from him as possible. Di Qing himself was a sharp knife. He led the cavalry team to fight his way through the crowd. When the peasants saw the enemy troops coming to support them from behind, they immediately lost their will to fight. They could no longer bear it and collapsed and fled. Many people surrendered on the spot. Di Qing asked them to drop their weapons, squat together, and raise their hands. He only sent a small number of soldiers to guard them, while most of the soldiers continued to advance and attack. The number of Di Qing's troops was originally larger than that of the people in Aochang City, and with Di Qing's bravery, they quickly rushed into the city. Meng Sijia was no ordinary person either. She stationed many archers in the city, who hid in houses and shot arrows from behind, causing considerable trouble to Di Qing's army. However, Di Qing's goal was very clear, which was to capture the palace and kill the king. Don't engage in street fighting with them. This is their trap. Everyone, keep moving forward. Di Qing shouted loudly. He hacked and killed people all the way, and there were corpses everywhere. Di Qing's battle robe was torn to pieces, and he finally arrived at the palace. At the gate of the palace stood 3 generals and 300 soldiers. Seeing Di Qing, the 3 of them immediately led their troops to rush over. Di Qing was outnumbered and surrounded by 3 generals, but he was not afraid at all. He fought hard, and the 2 generals were evenly matched. Soon, Wang Yi also arrived with his army. Seeing this scene, he roared and joined the battle. The 2 sides started a melee at the gate of the palace, and a steady stream of soldiers joined in. However, the situation in Aochang City was hopeless, and they were outnumbered, so they were quickly defeated by Di Qing's army. Of the 3 generals, 2 were hacked to death by Di Qing, and 1 was captured alive. Chapter 154: The 4 Battalions of Flowing Water. Boom. The mahogany gate of the palace was violently broken down by Di Qing's soldiers, who swarmed in and began searching for Meng Sijia. After a while, a cavalryman hurried over and said, "General, we have captured a prisoner." The prisoner said that their king fled to the west. Di Qing immediately said, "Wang Yi, lead 100 cavalrymen and give chase immediately." Wang Yi clasped his fists and said, I obey your command. Half an hour later, the fighting in the city gradually subsided, with more and more people surrendering at an increasingly faster pace. Di Qing ordered the closure of the surrounding city gates, began to count the number of people, and search for the high-ranking officials of Aochang State. When he came, Chen Fei made it clear that all the high-level officials of Aochang Kingdom must be captured in one fell swoop. These were rare talents, and they were just right to be brought in to contribute to the construction of the Great Zhou Kingdom. Let's go in and see what good things are inside this palace. Di Qing led a group of soldiers towards the palace. When they arrived at the Palace of Joy, everyone widened their eyes and looked shocked. Inside the Palace of Joy, pink silk curtains covered the area, and there were dozens of rooms. In each room, there was a man. These men were either young fair-skinned boys or strong and muscular men. Some wore all kinds of strange clothes, and some were naked, but without exception they all had thick dark circles under their eyes and looked very listless. Seeing Di Qing and his men rushing in, the group of men huddled in the corner like frightened little rabbits and dared not come out. Fuck, this king is really perverted. Di Qing and others felt very nauseous. The chilly atmosphere here made them feel uncomfortable all over. About an hour later, Wang Yin came in with a black package. He threw it at Di Qing's feet and said, General, we have fulfilled our mission. The ruler of Aochang has been found and killed. Di Qing opened the package, examined the head, and said with a smile, Well done. Pass on my order. The entire army will rest here today. Tomorrow morning, the troops will attack in 3 directions and completely occupy this Aochang kingdom. General, I'm afraid General Huang Ming is no longer able to make it. Wang Yin said. Di Qing's face darkened and he said, Come with me to see General Huang Ming. They arrived at a house. Li Suazian had already called all the doctors in the city to treat the injured soldiers, including Huang Ming. Old Huang, how are you? Di Qing hurried in and saw Huang Ming lying on the bed, his chest stained with blood, tied with white cloth, his face pale, and extremely weak. General, cough, cough, cough. Huang Ming heard Di Qing's voice and opened his eyes hard. Di Qing immediately went up to support Huang Ming, held his hand, and said sincerely, Old Huang, you must hold on. Huang Ming shook his head slightly, his face filled with sadness, and said, General, I'm incompetent. I'm sorry to have embarrassed you. I'm just sorry, Your Majesty, for disappointing you and me. Di Qing scolded him. Stop talking nonsense. You're leading the charge. How can you be incompetent? If the enemy hadn't unleashed that mysterious and terrifying weapon, you would have been the first to achieve this victory. Huang Ming said weakly, General, I can't hold on any longer. Please tell the king that I have tried my best and have lived up to his expectations. If there is an afterlife, I will continue to serve the Great Zhou Kingdom. Di Qing sighed, patted his hand gently, and said, Okay, Old Huang, go ahead and don't worry. I'll take care of everything. Old Huang murmured something, and then all his muscles suddenly relaxed, and he stopped breathing completely. Di Qing sighed deeply and said, Take good care of General Huang Ming's body and send it back to Shindu City overnight. Wang Yi clasped his fists and said, Yes. Di Qing hammered his head and said, My 4th Battalion has had a truly unfortunate fate. First it was Ma Tai, then Zhang Liao, then Huang Ming. Now General Huang Ming has also died in battle, and the position of commander of the 4th Battalion is vacant again. Li Suazian, his arm bandaged in white, said, There's nothing we can do about it. General, don't take it too seriously. I'll report back to the king when we get back. Alas, this is the only way. The capital city of God. Chen Fei also received a system prompt at the moment when Di Qing's army captured the palace. System prompt. You have successfully captured Aochang City, the capital of Aochang State. Please choose the disposal method, keep/destroy. Note, if you choose to keep, the player will get the city's existing buildings, troops, population, technology, and resources. If you choose to destroy, the player will get more resources, but the buildings, troops, population, and technology will all disappear. I choose to keep it. System prompt. Congratulations to player Chen Fei for choosing to keep Aochang City. Congratulations on obtaining food 1.05 million, wood 6.3 million, stone 2 million, bronze 160,000, gold 330,000, and steel 1650. Congratulations on obtaining 6,500 peasants, 160 sword and shield soldiers, 100 skilled light cavalry, 300 light cavalry, 500 archers, and 1,200 spearmen. Congratulations on obtaining City 1, cabbage production technology, carrot production technology, furniture making technology, rice wine making technology, stirrup and saddle making technology, sesame oil processing technology, and cloth dyeing technology. Ha ha, it's still faster to make money by conquering others and annexing other players. Chen Fei laughed happily. This time, not only did it bring him a large amount of resources, but also a large amount of technology, which greatly increased the overall national strength of Chen Fei's Guizhou kingdom. Chen Fei also noticed that after entering the feudal era, the captured city was just that city. The towns under it did not belong to Chen Fei, and he would need to send troops to recapture them one by one. The rewards Chen Fei received were only the goods and resources stored in the city, not the resources in the subordinate towns. This is also the reason why Chen Fei asked Di Qing to capture their king. Once their king escapes, the king can escape to other cities or towns and rely on the power of other towns to make a comeback and rebuild the national regime. Chen Fei would never allow such a situation where the weeds could not be completely burned and would grow again with the spring breeze to happen. System prompt. Congratulations to player Chen Fei for winning the reward, Iron Weapon Production Technology. Seeing this reward, Fei Chen was very calm. He had also sent people to search the Great Zhou Kingdom and conducted an investigation, but found no minerals, no bronze, no iron, ore, and even no gold. Therefore, these technologies were of no practical use to him. If he really needed them, Chen Fei would directly import pre-made iron weapons. Chapter 155, Knife Wheel Killing. When Di Qing led the Hui army to attack Aochang City head-on, Zhang Liao also led the Zhongwu army to make rapid progress. Chen Fei's task was to capture 3 towns, 9 villages, and 6 mountain strongholds in the area. Zhang Liao advanced from south to north and captured 4 villages, 1 town, and 2 mountain strongholds within one day. It can be said that the momentum is unstoppable. Zhang Liao did not act as secretly as Di Qing. He brought a chariot battalion with him, and the chariots were so powerful that they could not be hidden. General, a large number of enemies have been spotted ahead and are on high alert. A cavalryman ran back to report. Zhang Liao ordered, "Everyone, prepare for battle." The soldiers of the Zhongwu army immediately adopted a fighting stance, with spearmen in the front, sword and shield soldiers and archers in the middle, 100 cavalrymen on both sides, and chariots at the end. The troops continued to move forward, and soon Zhang Liao and others saw a town standing on the plain ahead. Outside the town, a battle formation had been arranged, and the number of people was no less than that of their Zhongwu army. Why are there so many soldiers in Guangming town? This doesn't match our intelligence. Zhang Liao frowned. The number of enemies before him was at least over 5,000, while the intelligence showed that there were only about 2,000 soldiers in Guangming town. This was too big a difference. "General, look at the flags. They must have called for reinforcements," said the commander of the 7th Battalion. Zhang Liao looked carefully and found that there were indeed 2 kinds of flags in the opposing army formation. One was the flag of Guangming town, and the other was the flag of Lulin town. Looks like these 2 towns have teamed up. But that's good too. We can just catch them all in one fell swoop. Zhang Liao showed no fear at all, revealing an excited expression. "It seems that they still want to fight me in the open field. This is exactly what I want. Chariot battalion, prepare to attack." The distance between the 2 sides was getting closer and closer. When they were only 500 meters apart, 2 teams of cavalry suddenly rushed out from both sides of the enemy's army, and the large group of soldiers behind them also launched a charge. Zhang Liao immediately ordered a defense, and a wave of arrows was fired, knocking down a large number of cavalry. However, this only slightly delayed the pace of the attack and did not cause any substantial damage. Chariot battalion, attack, crush them from the flank, and cut them in half. At a command, 500 chariots began to move slowly. The chariot battalion has 500 chariots, each with 3 soldiers, and 500 infantry as logistical support and close combat defense forces. Rumble. The chariot started, and not only the sound of horses' hooves, but also the rolling sound of wheels shook the earth, shocking the enemy. Fuck, this guy actually has a chariot. The enemy generals were horrified and quickly organized their troops to change their attack strategy. Quick, the horse archers will go around from both sides and shoot these chariots, focusing on the horses pulling them. The archers will also change direction and shoot at the chariots. This enemy general was quite capable and figured it out in an instant. The advantage of the chariot was head-on collision, and the light infantry under his command would be absolutely unable to stop it, so they could only carry out long-range attacks. Guangming town can produce archers, which are just right for dealing with these chariots. However, the chariots had already started charging, and with 500 chariots, the number was too large, and the mere 200 horse archers could not pose any real threat to them. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The archers fired a wave of arrows, and the dozen or so chariots in the lead suddenly lost control and shattered into pieces. The soldiers on the chariots were also killed or injured in the collision, leaving a pool of blood on the ground. However, the remaining chariots did not slow down, but instead became faster. The distance of several hundred meters was reached in a flash, and at this time the tank battalion had only lost more than 30 tanks, most of which were intact. Rumble. The impact force of the chariot is much greater than that of the cavalry, even greater than that of the heavy cavalry. The two war horses are also equipped with breastplates on their chests, so they are not afraid of bumps and will not be damaged. More than 400 chariots slammed into the enemy troops. Poor ordinary soldiers, who were still in a dense offensive formation at this time, were scattered all over the place like bowling balls. There were several blade wheels hanging in front and on both sides of the chariot. As the chariot rushed and collided, these blade wheels also showed their power. Basically, they would injure the edges and kill anyone who was touched. The three soldiers on the chariot were not idle either. The driver had no weapons or combat power, so he just drove the chariot, while the long spear soldiers waved their long spears. With the huge inertia of the chariot, this ancient weapon also showed its true power, sweeping away a large area, and basically all the enemies were cut in half with one blow. The last soldier is an archer. During the charge, he is responsible for shooting arrows to fight against the enemy's archers and horse archers. When it comes to the collision phase, he takes out a short sword and slashes left and right, while being responsible for protecting the other two comrades on the chariot. The blade wheel rolled, ruthlessly cutting the enemy's flesh. The wheels rolled, taking away the souls of the enemies one by one. The optimized version of the Persian scimitar-wheeled chariot truly demonstrated its power at this moment and proved its terrifying power. 400 chariots, in one charge, had plowed out a large open space, and the open space was littered with corpses, all covered with dense knife wounds, broken and shattered, looking extremely miserable. When a wave of charge ended, the enemy's formation had already been scattered. Thousands of soldiers were frightened and looked at the chariots with fear in their eyes. Zhang Liao laughed heartily at this, and, riding his warhorse, pointed his spear sideways. All troops, attack. The role of chariots is in this first wave of attack. After one wave, the formation will be broken up and the soldiers will be prepared, so the effectiveness of the second wave of charge will be greatly reduced. Therefore, Zhang Liao did not arrange the chariot battalion to launch a second wave of charge, but stayed on the periphery to hunt down those lone soldiers and those who escaped, while the archers on the chariots provided long-range support. These chariot soldiers are extremely valuable, and Zhang Liao would be heartbroken if one of them died. There were chariots lurking outside, and Zhang Liao was personally leading the charge in the front. The faces of the commanders of the two towns became very ugly. The two families had always had a good relationship. When they learned that the Great Zhou Kingdom was launching a northern expedition and had continuously captured villages and towns within a day, the lords of both families became very anxious, so they decided to join forces to fight back. Players in the feudal era all had catapults and crossbows. These two players knew that the wooden walls had no defensive capabilities at all, so they simply waited outside the city, hoping to launch a counterattack with their numerical advantage. However, they did not expect that the enemy's chariots were so powerful. After one wave, the morale of the two coalition forces was lost, and their formation was gone. The remaining ones were like lambs to be slaughtered. Many soldiers disobeyed orders and began to flee. Chapter 156 Chariot Killing Formation. The impact of the chariot dealt a heavy blow to morale. Seeing the rotating blade wheel on the chariot and the blood stains on the blade wheel, everyone was frightened from the bottom of their hearts. Under the leadership of Zhang Liao, the soldiers of the Zhongwu army burst out with extremely strong fighting power. As the morale of both sides waxed and waned, more and more of the other side fled. Quick, follow them and charge into the city. Zhang Liao shouted loudly. Soldiers from both sides chased each other. The players on the wall saw this scene and were horrified. They shouted, "Quick, close the city gate, close the city gate." However, they wanted to close the city gate, but the soldiers who were fleeing below would not agree. When the soldiers in the city were trying hard to close the gate, these fleeing soldiers rushed in front of them, pushed people away, and then rushed into the city. "Get out of the way, get out of the way." "Fuck, you bastards. Are you trying to kill us all by closing the door? Are you giving up on us? Get out of here." The fleeing soldiers were heartbroken by their lord's actions and started cursing. Zhang Liao's soldiers also took the opportunity to squeeze in and started a desperate fight at the city gate. At this time, Zhang Liao held a long spear and went straight into the enemy's formation. The spear was like a dragon, flying up and down, constantly killing the enemy soldiers. "Thief, give me your life." An enemy general saw that Zhang Liao was alone and immediately became murderous, so he rushed over with a dozen men. However, Zhang Liao remained fearless and fought against more than a dozen people alone without being at a disadvantage. Die! Zhang Liao roared angrily, and suddenly his spear pushed away the opponent's weapon with a clever angle and force. The general was unable to dodge and was pierced in the chest, dying instantly. Zhang Liao continued to advance and soon broke into the town, then led a group of people towards the town center. Along the way, Zhang Liao killed 3 generals, repelled 4 waves of enemies, and finally captured the center of the town. Report to the general, we have captured their leader. 2 soldiers escorted a young man to Zhang Liao, their faces full of excitement. Zhang Liao laughed heartily. Well done, both of you. I'll give you 2 a credit. Keep this man under guard. When we withdraw, escort him back to the divine capital and hand him over to the king. Yes. Zhang Liao commanded a large army to gather the surrendered troops, send a part of the people to the villages under his jurisdiction to persuade them to surrender, and then took another part of the people to attack another town. The 2 towns were not far apart. Now that the allied forces had been defeated, Zhang Liao guessed that there must not be many defenders in that town. He took advantage of the victory and occupied the town. He led a 1,000-man army and the entire chariot battalion and quickly attacked Green Forest Town. When they came to a pile of rocks, Zhang Liao suddenly stopped. General, what's wrong? Asked the 2 guards in confusion. Inform all teams to march carefully. Send out scouts to both sides to see if there are any ambushes. Zhang Liao glanced around with a solemn expression. He always felt that this pile of rocks was too conspicuous and was a perfect place for an ambush. Although the large army of Green Forest Town had been completely wiped out, they still had to act with caution. Yes. The 2 guards received the order and immediately sent a team of cavalry to conduct reconnaissance. However, before these cavalrymen could even get deep into the pile of rocks, several sharp arrows were suddenly shot out and hit these cavalrymen accurately. Oh! The scout sent by Zhang Liao screamed and fell heavily from his horse. Immediately afterwards, shouts of killing arose from both sides, and a large number of soldiers suddenly emerged from behind the pile of rocks. The number of them was at least several thousand. Where do so many enemies come from? Zhang Liao was shocked. He felt a buzzing in his head and was a little confused. During this expedition, he has conquered 2 towns, 2 mountain strongholds, and 4 villages, and his mission is more than half completed. There is still 1 town, 4 villages, and 5 forts left. This is the border area between Guangming Town and Lulan Town. There are not many soldiers in Lulan Town, and they lost many in front of Guangming Town. Logically, there shouldn't be so many people. General, it's the people from those mountain strongholds. A guard pointed in a direction and shouted. Zhang Liao looked and saw that this group of soldiers were indeed carrying various colorful flags. According to the intelligence, it could be determined that these people came from the remaining 5 mountain strongholds. Damn it! These 5 strongholds are at least 30 kilometers away from here, and they're at odds with each other. Yet, they've united and ambushed me here. Zhang Liao's face turned pale as he shouted, "Don't panic. Defend quickly." The chariot battalion prepares to attack. The 1,000-man army immediately changed its formation and adopted a defensive stance. The chariot battalion behind them also began to prepare for an attack. However, the distance between the 2 sides was too short, and Zhang Liao's soldiers had no time to completely switch to a defensive posture before the enemy rushed over. Moreover, the enemy's number was 4 times that of Zhang Liao's army, which put Zhang Liao under great pressure. Zhang Liao glanced at the chariot battalion in the rear. The only hope for this battle was the chariot battalion. However, it takes some time for the chariot battalion to prepare for the charge, and the enemy seems to be targeting the chariot battalion, sending a large number of cavalry to harass it from behind. Chariot camp, retreat quickly, shake off their cavalry, and then find a chance to fight back. Don't let them play with you and kill you. Zhang Liao shouted anxiously. What chariots fear most is cavalry, especially horse archers. Horse archers do not confront them head-on, but use their powerful mobility to implement kite-flying tactics, which is enough to drag the heavy chariots down. However, the chariot soldiers were not completely powerless to fight. The commander of the chariot battalion was also very decisive. When he saw the enemy cavalry coming towards him, he ordered the chariot soldiers to retreat to the rear. Each team should retreat first, and then we will deal with them in small groups. Follow our previous training. Spread out and draw lines inside and outside to completely seal off this area. This will prevent their cavalry from gathering. One-on-one, they are no match for us. The commander of the chariot battalion gave a loud order, and the chariot soldiers moved accordingly. This was a method of dealing with cavalry that Chun Fei personally taught them. The charioteers controlled a huge area and then divided into dozens of teams within this area. Each team had a fixed route and ran back and forth to each other, just like a closed geometric figure with dozens of lines growing out of the figure, completely filling this area. The advantage of this is that because the area is so large, the enemy cavalry cannot gather together and cannot harass from the outside, so they can only rush in. However, once they rush in, it is like a maze, with chariots rushing in from every direction, as if the enemy is everywhere. Chun Fei called this tactic chariot killing formation. Chapter 157 Timely Rain. The chariot battalion fought fiercely with thousands of enemy cavalry. Relying on the chariot killing formation, all the enemy cavalry units entered the battle line, and it was difficult to achieve success for a while. This made Zhang Liao feel a little relieved. However, the enemy also had a large number of infantrymen. The two sides fought at short range and lost their formation, engaging in a melee, and the battle was extremely fierce. Zhang Liao dismounted and fought on foot. The spear in his hand had been broken. He charged left and right with a bronze sword, constantly slashing at the enemies on both sides. These enemies also discovered Zhang Liao. 3 Wu generals surrounded him with hundreds of people, hoping to use their numerical advantage to kill Zhang Liao and achieve the goal of capturing the leader first. However, they underestimated Zhang Liao's bravery. Zhang Liao opened fire at full force and killed indiscriminately. The first general to be hit was instantly hacked to death. Within just 1 minute, corpses were scattered around him. So what if you're powerful? We're going to beat you today. The other 2 generals had cold eyes and began to mobilize more soldiers to surround and kill Zhang Liao. Zhang Liao led the Zhongwu army in a bloody battle. The fight between the two sides was extremely brutal. Soldiers kept falling down, limbs were broken, and there were mountains of corpses and seas of blood. The smell of blood drifted far away on the wind. General, there are too many enemies. I'm afraid it will be difficult for us to win. A personal guard came to Zhang Liao. One of his arms was cut off. He held a knife in one hand and was covered in blood. He looked miserable, but also fearless. Although Zhang Liao was a renowned general, he was already exhausted. Panting heavily, he thrust his sword into the chest of an enemy and declared, "Pass my order. The chariot battalion and the guards will begin to retreat." Zhang Liao was not a pedantic person. Seeing that he was at a disadvantage in the battle and would only fail if he continued, he made a prompt decision and chose to retreat. However, retreat is not that easy. To prevent the retreat from turning into a rout, tank soldiers must provide escort. Hundreds of chariots were constantly rushing back and forth around, compressing the range of the enemy's pursuing army, making them cautious and afraid to move too far. However, the enemy's cavalry were not to be trifled with. Often, more than a dozen cavalrymen would surround a chariot, first slowly compressing the space around the chariot, and then, instead of engaging in a head-on battle with the charioteers, they would directly stab the horses pulling the chariot with their spears. As long as one warhorse fell, the entire chariot would lose balance and overturn, and the 3 soldiers standing on it would also fall heavily. If they were lucky, they would only be slightly injured and could get up and continue fighting, but more often they would be crushed by the chariot or cut by the knife wheels hanging on the chariot, and die in a very tragic way. They can't escape. "Everyone, please try harder and wipe them out here," said a military general from the mountain stronghold fiercely. They made careful deployment this time, and it can be said that they mobilized all their forces to ambush on the pile of rocks, which was a must-pass road. They attacked the unprepared with the prepared and waited for the enemy to tire themselves out. Now that they have achieved such great results, they should press on and pursue the victory to completely annihilate this great Zhou army. Both sides were chasing each other, but Zhang Liao's army was always at a disadvantage, and the disadvantage was getting worse and worse. Just when Zhang Liao's army was engaged in a tough battle, suddenly a fierce sound of horse hooves was heard, and a large group of cavalry suddenly appeared and charged towards this side. Zhang Liao was horrified at this and said in despair, "Is it God's will to destroy me?" "General, it seems to be General Hui Tsubing's cavalry battalion." The guard beside him suddenly shouted, his voice full of excitement that could not be concealed. "What? Hui Tsubing's cavalry battalion?" Zhang Liao was stunned. He looked carefully and saw that this cavalry was indeed flying the flag of the Great Zhou Kingdom. In addition, there was a red battle flag with the word Hua on it, fluttering in the wind. A long-lost smile appeared on Zhang Liao's bloodstained face. "Excellent. This must be the king's arrangement. He wants them to come and help us." Surprised, Zhang Liao shouted, "Comrades, reinforcements have arrived. Follow me and fight back to avenge our fallen brothers. Kill, charge, kill, and take revenge." The soldiers of the Zhongwu army were also holding back their anger, but when they saw the reinforcements arriving, everyone's morale soared, and they turned around and began to counterattack. Rumble. Hua Tsubing rushed over quickly with 2,000 cavalrymen, joined forces with the Zhongwu army, and launched a major counterattack. At this time, the allied forces of the mountain strongholds were also in pursuit and had no formation at all. They suffered heavy casualties after being charged by the cavalry. Countless soldiers fell to the ground wailing, trampled to death by the cavalry. The remaining soldiers were horrified, their faces turned pale, and all their fighting spirit was gone. What a joke! If they had a defensive formation, they would still have the confidence to block the cavalry charge, but now everyone is scattered. How can they deal with the cavalry with huge inertia? Run! Someone shouted, and the soldiers of the mountain coalition began to flee quickly. Seeing this, several main generals looked gloomy. Damn it! The Great Zhou Kingdom actually still has a trick up its sleeve and a cavalry unit as backup. The intelligence is wrong. They didn't have so many cavalry when they attacked Guangming town. Our plan to annihilate them all today has failed. Let's retreat quickly. Damn it! The Great Zhou Kingdom is really strong. What will we do if we retreat? They've already conquered Guangming town. The next step is Green Forest town. We must hurry to Green Forest town and help them defend it. We absolutely cannot let the war spread to our territory. Okay, let's do it. Let's go. Several main generals of the stronghold had a quick discussion and decided to withdraw. However, their retreat was also difficult. This place is 3 kilometers away from Lulan town. The mountain coalition forces fled desperately, but still suffered heavy casualties. In just a distance of 3 kilometers, a total of thousands of corpses of the mountain soldiers were left behind. Finally, when they were 500 meters away from Lulan town sent out a cavalry unit to provide support, and Zhang Liao's army and Hua Tsubing's army then withdrew. That night, the Zhongwu army and the cavalry battalion set up camp outside Lulan town. Looking at the countless torches rising in Green Forest town, there were densely packed soldiers standing on the wall ready for battle. They knew that it was unrealistic to capture Green Forest town today. According to the original plan, the Zhongwu army would take advantage of the momentum of the great victory in Guangming town and pursue the victory, so as to capture Lulan town in one fell swoop before it could recover. But now something unexpected has happened, and this plan has naturally come to nothing. We can only think about it in the long run. Zhang Liao and Hua Tsubing stood on a high slope, looking at the brightly lit Green Forest town in the distance. Zhang Liao said, I didn't expect the 5 strongholds to unite and enter Green Forest town. It's clear that they want to fight us here. Hua Tsubing said calmly, Brother Wenyuan, what are your plans? Zhang Liao said, We suffered heavy casualties in the battle today. We need to restore morale tonight. I have already sent people to Guangming town. I will reinforce a wave of soldiers according to the authority given to me by the king. A group of soldiers will arrive tomorrow morning. Chapter 158 Stalemate. Hua Tsubing shook his head and said, Even so, it's useless. There are at least thousands of people in this Green Forest town now. They will also send reinforcements tonight. Their numbers will still be several times ours. How can you fight them? Zhang Liao was silent. Yes, sieges are launched with several times more troops. Now there are more people defending the city than attacking it. How can we fight? Hua Tsubing patted Zhang Liao on the shoulder and said, Brother Wenyuan, your Zhongwu army is ultimately insufficient in strength and numbers. In an honest field battle, I'm afraid no one can match your chariot battalion. But in a siege, you can only provide 2,000 men, which is far from enough. Tomorrow morning, I will lead the cavalry battalion to attack the 5 strongholds. When the stronghold coalition forces in Green Forest town hear the news, they will surely be worried about their base, and a large number of them will leave. That will be Brother Wenyuan's chance, and I hope you will seize it. Zhang Liao looked at Hua Tsubing gratefully and said, I didn't expect that despite your young age, you have such a keen insight. If you win this time, I, Zhang Liao, will owe you a favor. Hua Tsubing laughed heartily. Brother Wenyuan, just prepare some good wine and treat me well when we get back. Zhang Liao smiled faintly. No problem. The next morning, the reinforcements sent from Guangming town arrived, along with the commander of the 7th Battalion. The commander of the 7th Battalion is named Sun Intong, a sea-level general. He is honest and kind, but he has strong fighting skills and is thoughtful in his work, so Chun Fei chose him to be the commander of the 7th Battalion. In addition to the additional soldiers, Sun Intong also brought a group of 100 farmers. Zhang Liao immediately arranged for these farmers to start building arrow towers and walls, preparing to build a castle to confront the Green Forest town opposite. With the blessing of the Great Zhou Kingdom's infrastructure maniac, talent, the farmers built the arrow tower at an extremely fast speed, and the castle was completed in just one morning. 200 arrow towers, a wall 1 kilometer long and wide, a barracks, and a weapons factory. By the time the players of Green Forest Town and a group of generals reacted, the castle had already been completed. What the hell is going on? How come there's suddenly a castle in just 2 hours? The Lord of Green Forest Town couldn't help but swear. After a long day of fighting yesterday, he was exhausted. He patrolled his territory several times that night, fearing a sudden enemy attack. He then went to discuss countermeasures with several of the commanders of the Mountain Stronghold Coalition, a discussion that lasted until late at night. I fell into a deep sleep in fear and stayed in bed for a long time in the morning. When someone reported to him that the enemy had begun building arrow towers and walls outside the city, he didn't pay much attention. Isn't this normal operation? Building a few arrow towers for defense is normal. When someone reported to him that the enemy had begun building a military stronghold outside the city, he just smiled. Want to build a complete military base? It will take at least a day to complete. When someone reported to him that the enemy's military stronghold had been completed, his first reaction was that his subordinates had deceived him and were talking nonsense. Are you kidding me? How long has it been? Only an hour or two. How could they have built this stronghold? It must be so small. When he finally arrived and saw the huge 1 kilometer long stronghold standing outside the city, he was completely stunned. Bastard. For not stopping them. The Lord of Green Forest Town was furious. The countermeasure they had discussed yesterday was to take the initiative to attack while the enemy's numbers were still small, but they didn't expect that the enemy's stronghold had already been built. A military commander from the Shanjai village said, "We organized a cavalry charge, but the enemy had already formed their battle formation, and there were chariot soldiers on both sides watching closely, so we didn't charge down the first time. Later, we thought we'd wait and see, waiting for you to come over to discuss it, so we could launch an all-out attack. However, we didn't expect them to build it so quickly. Before we could react, they had already finished it, in less than an hour." The Greenwood Town Lord's face turned pale. He clenched his fist and slammed it hard on the wooden pillar. He asked, "What should we do now?" A general from the Shanjai coalition frowned and said, "We've decided to fight a decisive battle here, but judging by the enemy's posture, it seems they want to engage in a tug-of-war with us." Isn't this simple? They have very few infantry, and the rest are cavalry. They are simply incapable of attacking the city. I think they are planning to stall here and wait for their main force to arrive. The player from Greenwood Town lamented, "What a shame. If I had entered the feudal age, I could have built catapults. The enemy stronghold would be practically useless. Lord, stop feeling sorry for yourself. You should expand your forces quickly and stop hoarding your resources." The Lord of Greenwood Town said, "I'm already recruiting soldiers. I expect to have 3,000 new infantry by tomorrow afternoon. At the same time, in order to better counter their cavalry and chariots, I will also recruit another 1,000 cavalry. 3,000 infantry and 1,000 cavalry require a total of 2.5 million tons of food. For players who are still in the Bronze Age, this is a huge amount of resources. Moreover, with the addition of new troops, daily food consumption will also increase. Especially these 1,000 cavalrymen. They will consume 100,000 food items every day, which will undoubtedly greatly reduce the income of Green Forest Town and double the pressure. However, this player also knew very well that he had to bleed heavily now. Otherwise, if he waited a few days, the enemy's follow-up troops would arrive, and he would not be able to stop them no matter what. After all, he also knew the strength of the Great Zhou Kingdom. It was currently number 1 on the list, the absolute ceiling of combat power. At noon, the Green Forest Town and Mountain Stronghold Coalition forces launched an attack on Zhang Liao's Zhongwu army stronghold. But with the obstruction of a large number of arrow towers and walls, they retreated in disgrace after leaving behind hundreds of corpses. The development of Green Forest Town is actually not good, or it can be said to be very poor. Not only has it not entered the feudal era, but its technological level is also very low. In terms of siege equipment, they only had ladders and battering rams, so their attack was ineffective against the military stronghold built like a hedgehog. After the Great Battle, hundreds of people were lost, which made the Lord of Green Forest Town even more distressed. The battle situation suddenly reached a stalemate, which made everyone in Green Forest Town and the Mountain Stronghold Coalition feel aggrieved and uneasy. It was not until the evening that the coalition forces suddenly received a piece of news, and everyone's face changed drastically. Chapter 159, Battle of Green Forest Town. General, urgent news has arrived from the Mountain Stronghold. Cavalry from the Great Zhou Kingdom have appeared nearby and are wantonly slaughtering our villages and looting our resources. When several allied force generals hiding in Green Forest Town heard the news, their faces changed drastically. No wonder they're building a stronghold. They're trying to trick us while they split up their forces to attack our base. A military commander from the mountain stronghold frowned and said, "We must retreat as soon as possible. The base camp cannot be lost." The Lord of Greenwood Town was anxious and stopped them, saying, "You can't leave. The cavalry has already left, and now they only have a little over 2,000 infantry. We have united forces, and our numbers far outnumber them. If you leave, you will fall into their trap. Then what do you say we should do? The enemy has 2,000 cavalrymen. This is no joke. Our base camp is now completely empty. These 2,000 cavalrymen can even use ladders to attack our city. Then everything will be over." "Yes, Lord, you have neither catapults nor crossbows. Facing the enemy's stronghold, there is no way we can take it down in a day. If we wait until you finish recruiting soldiers, the opportunity will be gone, and our leader will probably be killed." "Excuse me, sir. We are leaving now." After that, regardless of the anger on the faces of the Green Forest Town players, a group of copycat generals took their troops and left. Hateful. The Lord of Greenwood Town gnashed his teeth and said, "A bunch of ungrateful wolves, only caring about themselves and ignoring the overall situation. They are short-sighted and are truly rubbish." "Lord, what should we do now?" asked the two generals of Green Forest Town worriedly. The Lord of Greenwood Town asked, "How many soldiers do we have now?" A general said, "My lord, we still have 1,000 infantry and 200 cavalry. Too few. We must try to delay until tomorrow, when our newly recruited soldiers arrive, and then launch another attack on them." The Lord said, "Before that, let's build more arrow towers and double the number of arrow towers." "Yes, yes." The two generals took the order and left. The Green Forest Town Lord player looked at the two generals walking away and finally let out a long sigh. Compared to the players of the Feudal Age, the players of the Bronze Age are at a huge disadvantage. All he could do was recruit more soldiers and delay for another day. "No, I can't be captured like this. As the lord of a city, I haven't enjoyed all the glory and wealth yet." There was a sharp light in his eyes, and he murmured, "It's time to find a way out for myself." Opposite Green Forest Town, in the stronghold, Zhang Liao and the commander of the 7th Battalion, Sun Un, stood on an arrow tower, gazing into the distance. "General, the coalition forces from the mountain stronghold have left," Sun Entong said excitedly. Zhang Liao nodded and said, "Send 2 cavalrymen to quickly inform General Hui Tsubing of this news. We must get there before the allied forces of the Shanzhai forces do." "I understand." Sun Entong clasped his fists and left. Zhang Liao watched for a moment longer, then called his guards. "Pass on my orders. Prepare to attack." "Yes." Soon, a fierce sound of war drums sounded, and 5 catapults and 5 crossbows were pushed out. Before the expedition, Chen Fei also equipped the Zhongwu army with these things, which was also the reason why Zhang Liao dared to attack Lulan Town. More than 2,000 soldiers were divided into 5 groups, serving as the head and tail of each other and complementing each other, and lined up outside Green Forest Town. The chariot battalions were divided into 2 sides to guard against enemy charges. The 5 catapults and 5 ballistae were surrounded and well protected. With a command, catapults and crossbows began to bombard the wall. Boom! A wave of stones fell, and the wall suddenly cracked, and countless wood chips splashed out. The wooden walls of the Bronze Age were far less defensive than the real city walls of the feudal era. They could not withstand a few shells and quickly collapsed. A section of the wall that was 10 meters long was destroyed. The Green Forest Town soldiers standing on the wall watched this scene in horror, trembling. "What should we do now? Where's the Lord? Tell him to find a solution quickly. If he doesn't, the enemy will attack us." The soldiers wanted to find their Lord, but they couldn't find him no matter what, which greatly lowered the morale of the army. In the end, 2 generals stood up and made a decisive decision. "We can't passively take the beating like this any longer. It's too frustrating. Let's charge in. Well, instead of sitting and waiting to die, we should go all out and launch an attack. Even if we die, we will die on the way to the attack." A general drew his sword from his waist and roared, "All soldiers, listen to my command. Charge. Kill." The more than 1,000 Green Forest Town soldiers hiding in the city were also brave and aggressive. They felt very aggrieved that the walls were destroyed by Zhang Liao's army steadily. Now they all roared and launched a charge. Zhang Liao sneered at this and said, "You're asking for your own life, trying to stop a chariot with a mantis arm. Chariot battalion, attack." Rumble. More than 400 chariots launched a charge from both sides of the army formation. The rolling wheels raised a large amount of dust, adding a bit of momentum to this terrifying special forces. The soldiers of Green Forest Town were stunned by the momentum of the chariots. They swallowed hard and began to doubt their lives. Just now, a surge of passion rushed to his head, but now he saw that with only his flesh and blood body, how could he possibly be a match for the saber-wheel chariot? If they clashed with swords and fought in close combat, they would think they were first-class heroes, but if they were hit by a chariot, their lives would be wasted and of no value at all. They allow themselves to die in battle, but they are afraid of being killed meaninglessly before the battle even begins. However, the arrow has been released, and both sides are charging forward. The outcome is no longer under their control. Rumble. The chariots collided with the soldiers of Green Forest Town. The knife-wheeled chariots were invincible and pushed forward all the way, killing enemy soldiers continuously. The soldiers of Green Forest Town were also afraid of being hit, so they tried to avoid it decisively, but they forgot about the blade wheels on the side of the chariot. The blade wheels were spinning rapidly under the drive of the wheels and had great lethality. Anyone who touched them would be cut into pieces in an instant. Behind the chariot was a bloody road covered with blood and corpses. More than 1,000 infantrymen in Green Forest Town lost 1/3 of their number after just one charge from the chariot battalion. The remaining surviving soldiers were already frightened silly. They hid aside blankly, watching the knife-wheeled chariots whizzing past them, blowing gusts of scarlet wind. The corners of their mouths twitched uncontrollably, their hearts trembled, and their souls were shaking. Chapter 160, North-South Pincer Attack. A wave of chariot charges caused heavy losses to the Green Forest Town army. Zhang Liao's face was stern as he said in a deep voice, "Infantry, attack. Take Green Forest Town." Beside him was a flag-gathering officer waving a red flag 3 times. Seeing this, the infantry teams that had been waiting for a long time immediately launched a charge. With an army in formation attacking an army without formation, and the number of Zhang Liao's army far exceeds that of Lulan Town, such a battle is naturally no suspense. Thousands of soldiers engaged in a fierce battle at the gate of Green Forest Town. The defenders of Green Forest Town only resisted for less than a quarter of an hour before retreating one after another and eventually turning into a rout. Zhang Liao led his 200 cavalrymen into the Green Forest Town, shouting, "Those who surrender will be spared, but those who refuse will be put to death." Under the overwhelming advantage of Zhang Liao's army, many enemy soldiers dropped their weapons and knelt on the ground, shouting, "Don't kill us, we surrender." On the one hand, Zhang Liao sent soldiers to gather the surrendered soldiers, and on the other hand, he personally led his men to the center of the town. After a search, nothing was found except some treasures for the Lord's enjoyment and some official documents. General, their leader was not found. A soldier ran over to report to Zhang Liao. Reporting to the general, "We have searched other places and have not found their lord." After hearing his men's report, Zhang Liao shook his head regretfully. "If that's the case, then we should quickly capture the surrounding villages, then gather our forces and continue north to support General Hua Tsubing." Everyone clasped their fists and accepted the order. Yes. It is said that after the coalition forces of the 5 mountain strongholds received the news that their base camp was attacked by enemy cavalry, they hurried back without delaying for a moment. The main reason was that they could not afford to delay. The enemy had a large number of cavalry who were burning, killing, and looting in the villages under their stronghold. The powerful mobility of the cavalry made them invincible. Moreover, their base camps were extremely empty at this time and were very easy to be broken through by the enemy. Hurry up, hurry up. Those behind catch up. The coalition forces from the 5 strongholds had a large number of people and were heading in the same direction, so they also gathered and returned, wanting to work together to attack Hua Tsubing's army. However, most of their men were infantrymen, who had already run for more than 10 kilometers and were already exhausted. Seeing the worried look on the general's face, a squad leader ran over and said to his general, "General, don't worry. We have already sent out all the cavalry. They will rush back before us. Even if we can't defeat the enemy cavalry, we can at least hold them back and prevent them from attacking the city with all their might." "Well, you have a point. I hope it's not too late." The general sighed. He was also helpless. His own stronghold was too weak. Only when the 5 strongholds united could they fight the enemy. However, the enemy cavalry was too numerous, a full 2,000 men, galloping back and forth. They could only be led by the nose. "I hope we will have the opportunity to grow and become stronger with so many cavalrymen," the general thought to himself. But soon, his dream was shattered. Suddenly, a small group of cavalry appeared in the north. There were not many of them, only dozens of them. Judging from their clothes, they should be our people, but they were all ragged and covered with wounds. What's going on? Didn't we send them back first? Why are they back again? Several generals frowned, feeling a bad premonition. "General, These wounded cavalrymen came to the allied general in a panic, staggered off their horses, and cried bitterly, "General, we were surrounded by enemy cavalry up ahead. We were defeated, and only a few of us escaped." What? Several allied generals were horrified when they heard this. They felt as if their heads were buzzing and the sky was about to fall. He had sent several hundred cavalrymen forward, thinking that they would somehow be able to contain the enemy, but he had not expected them to be defeated so quickly, and only a few of them had escaped. Is the enemy's cavalry unit so powerful? Seeing their general's bewildered face, several cavalrymen hurriedly shouted, "General, we must quickly deploy our defensive formation. After the enemy scattered us, they followed us and charged towards us. It seems they want to wipe us out." Upon hearing this, several Shanghai generals cursed him as a bastard and immediately ordered, "Everyone, form a defensive formation and prepare to defend." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly heard the sound of horse hooves and saw a large group of cavalry appear in the north, charging towards this side with smoke and dust. Damn, it came so quickly. A general was extremely anxious. "Everyone, what should we do? The enemy is coming too fast. Damn, what else can we do? They're cavalry, and this is a plain. Can we just disperse and attack? We can only prepare ourselves and fight hard. Fight head on. Can we win? They're cavalry. If we can win the battle, we live. If we can't, we die. No need for all that nonsense. Dying on the battlefield will not be in vain." That's right. A real man will die on the battlefield. He has long disregarded life and death. There's nothing to be afraid of. Let them come. I have to say that as generals, they are quite courageous. Under the leadership of his own generals, the thousands of soldiers under his command were also inspired and quickly changed their formations and deployed to prepare for defense. However, the attack they were waiting for never came. Huitzubing rushed forward with 2,000 cavalrymen. Seeing that the enemy had already formed a defensive formation, he raised his arms and shouted, "Stop attacking! Encircle us from both sides, leaving the north and south directions as exits." Woo-woo. The cavalrymen whistled, making coquettish whistling sounds, guiding their horses to change direction at the last moment, encircling the enemy from both sides and leaving 2 exits. Huh? What's going on? Several military commanders from the mountain stronghold frowned, even more puzzled. Is he admitting defeat and not daring to charge? One person said, "Umph, it turns out this general is nothing more than a bully. In that case, let's keep moving forward." The coalition forces of the mountain strongholds formed a circular defensive formation and advanced cautiously. However, as they moved forward, the formation immediately loosened. The cavalry led by Huitzubing immediately began to gather and prepared to charge, which immediately made the coalition forces of the mountain strongholds nervous. They quickly stopped and dared not act rashly again. The two sides were deadlocked here for a while, and not long after, thunder suddenly broke out in the south, raising a cloud of dust. Oh no, they are the chariot soldiers of the Great Zhou. The soldiers of the Shanghai coalition finally revealed a look of despair at this time. There are cavalry in the north and chariots in the south. We are finished. Chapter 161 Goal achieved. Several generals of the copycat coalition also had despair on their faces. They were already at a disadvantage with their infantry against cavalry, and now they were attacked from both the north and the south, with a large number of chariots coming. What else could they use to fight? The allied forces were in chaos. Many soldiers looked at their generals and asked, "General, what should we do now?" "General, the enemy is about to rush over. You must think of a solution quickly." But what can these generals do? Before they could come to a conclusion, Zhang Liao's chariot battalion and Huitzubing's cavalry battalion had already rushed over. Rumble. Wherever the horses' hooves stepped, the earth trembled and the enemies were frightened. "Brothers, fight them." The generals of the mountain stronghold were helpless. They were unwilling to surrender. They still had thousands of soldiers under their command, and they all wanted to escape and return to the mountain stronghold. However, their ideas are good, but the reality is cruel. Huitzubing personally led 2,000 cavalrymen, charging left and right as if they were in an empty space. He rode on a Fergana horse, with a colorful cloak on his back and a long sword in his hand. He made sword flowers and reaped the lives of his enemies. Although Huitzubing was young, he not only had outstanding command skills, but also had very strong personal martial arts skills. Although he is not fully grown yet, his attributes are already no worse than Zhang Liao's. If he really grows to be 30 or 40 years old, then Huitzubing's martial arts value will definitely far exceed that of a first-class general like Zhang Liao, and he can be compared with Lu Bu and others. On the other side of the chariot camp, there was a frenzied killing spree, with blades rolling and bringing about a bloody storm. When ordinary mountain soldiers faced the tall cavalry and the terrifying chariots, they had no intention of resisting at all and only thought about how to escape. With both sides in such a psychological state, the coalition forces were naturally defeated quickly. The soldiers were completely routed and fled in all directions. Soldiers, don't let them get away. Follow me and chase them. Hua Tsubing pointed his sword and started a chase with 2,000 cavalrymen. The commander of the chariot battalion immediately led his chariots to pursue the enemy. Lay down your weapons, and you will be spared death. If you resist, you will die. Lay down your weapons, and you will be spared death. If you resist, you will die. Lay down your weapons, and you will be spared death. If you resist, you will die. The soldiers of the great Zhou kingdom were running on the battlefield, shouting loudly. Many soldiers of the mountain coalition forces had their psychological defenses collapsed, and they knelt on the ground, crying bitterly and raising their hands in surrender. Hua Tsubing personally led the team, surrounded a group of stronghold generals, and sneered, "Still want to run?" These mountain stronghold generals looked at each other, sighed, and knew that they had no room for resistance anymore, so they threw down their weapons and knelt on the ground. "Haha, that's more like it. Someone, come and tie him up for me," Hua Tsubing shouted. At this time, the commander of the chariot battalion came over, thought for a moment, and said, "General, why don't we use their trick against them and let these people trick the stronghold's gates into opening?" Hua Tsubing's eyes lit up. "That's a good idea. I was just thinking that I had all the cavalry and couldn't attack the city, so I forgot about this." The chariot battalion commander chuckled and said, "General Zhang Liao is right behind us. He should be here soon. When that happens, we can merge with the allied forces of these strongholds and trick them into opening their city gates. Then, we can capture those strongholds in one fell swoop and complete the mission the king has given us." Hua Tsubing nodded. "Okay, let's do it." At noon the next day, Fade Chun received a system notification in Chengdu City. System prompt: You have successfully defeated Songlin Village. Please choose the disposal method: keep/destroy. System prompt: You have successfully defeated Dawang's. Please choose the disposal method: keep/destroy. System prompt: You have successfully defeated Muyun Village. Please choose the disposal method: keep/destroy. System prompt: You have successfully defeated Xintian Village. Please choose the disposal method: keep/destroy. System prompt: You have successfully defeated Wanmin Village. Please choose the disposal method: keep/destroy. In just 1 hour, Fade Chun received 5 reminders. Chen Fei was excited and came to the sand table map, where he saw the locations of the 5 strongholds. These 5 mountain strongholds are the end point of this northern expedition. Going further is the boundary drawn with Zhou Shangwu and others. Chen Fei chose to keep it and then received the reward for this victory. One is a pepper planting technology, one is a grape planting technology, one is a Hami melon planting technology, one is an improvement in logging technology, and one is an improvement in weapons technology. Although these 5 rewards can bring many benefits to Chun Fei's Great Zhou Kingdom, such as more abundant agricultural crops, higher logging efficiency, and weapons manufacturing efficiency, and better quality, but overall, they are mediocre and there are no surprises. In addition, Chun Fei also discovered a problem. That is, as you enter the feudal era, the victory rewards you get when you capture tribes and villages are actually very poor. In most cases, you are only given tens of thousands of resources. Only by attacking a first-level town or a first-level Bronze Age stronghold can you obtain some common technologies. Only by destroying a country can you obtain some better technology. Chun Fei guessed that this was also the behind-the-scenes mechanism of this huge game world, which was designed to maintain balance. Otherwise, if a player in the feudal era could easily sweep through some villages and obtain high-level technology, then it would be too easy for him to rise. It seems that Zhang Liao, Hua Tsubing, and Di Qing have all completed their missions. Chun Fei smiled slightly, then opened the chat panel and sent a message in the Alliance group chat. "Everyone, I have pushed the border to the place I originally agreed to as planned. What about you? Have you completed it?" When these words were spoken, Zhou Shangwu, Along, and Wen Bing were all shocked. "Fuck, big brother, how long has it been since you completed your goal? There's a small country, 3 towns, and 6 mountain strongholds. Have you conquered them all?" Fade Chen replied, "What else?" Aaron sent a message. "Boss, please accept my respects." Wen Bing also said, "Boss, we are still far behind. The enemy is very tenacious. We have to work together to defeat it." Fade Chen frowned, thought for a moment, and said, "Do you want me to send troops to help?" "That isn't necessary. We can do it ourselves. It's just a little troublesome." Wen Bing responded, "It is certainly a good thing to have Chen Fei's help, But when Bing also has his own ideas. He was deeply stimulated by Chun Fei's brilliant achievements and wanted to achieve a great victory through his own efforts. Chapter 162, Big Violence. After a series of great battles, the Great Zhou Kingdom achieved its set goals, and the northern expedition was successful. After conquering the last village, Di Qing led the Hui army, Hu Zhubing led the cavalry battalion, and Zhang Liao led the Zhongwu army and returned to the capital city one after another. Chun Fei held a grand celebration banquet for them in the palace. Afterwards, Chun Fei ordered all troops to return to the camp to rest, replenish their forces, and prepare for the next round of arrangements. This battle not only brought Chun Fei a large amount of resources and wealth, but also captured 2 players and a large number of generals, a total of 12 people. Chun Fei met with the 2 players. They were heartbroken and in tears. They knelt in front of Chun Fei and begged him to let them go. Chun Fei finally appointed them as ordinary clerks. One was assigned to the Ministry of Commerce, following Yin Bailey, and the other was assigned to the Weapon Manufacturing Department, following Tian Mo. Chun Fei also has his own considerations for these players. First of all, he has to maintain the image of a benevolent and enlightened leader so that the players will be more inclined to surrender. Therefore, Chun Fei will try his best to recruit captured players, give them official positions, and let them continue to contribute to their country. However, now that the framework of the Great Zhou Kingdom has been established and the core leadership has gradually taken shape, these players who join later can only start as ordinary clerks and will no longer be given high-ranking official positions after surrendering as before. It will basically be impossible for someone like Yin Bailey to enter the core layer after surrendering, unless he is a special talent. Chun Fei synthesized all the captured generals. There are 12 generals in total, 6 D-level generals and 6 C-level generals. Chun Fei synthesized 2 B-level generals and 2 C-level generals. In addition, the generals in the talent-seeking hall were refreshed, and Chun Fei recruited another C-level general from there. 3 C-level generals were combined into a B-level general. General Hu Yinjua pays homage to the king. Your humble servant, Hua Xian, greets his majesty. General Liu Bing pays homage to the king. Seeing these 2 B-level generals, 1 B-level strategist, and the other a B-level general, Chun Fei was extremely surprised. Hu Yinjua, also known as Tian Weixing, sits in the 8th seat in Liangshanpo, higher than Little Li Guanghuarong. He was one of the 5 tiger generals of the Liangshan cavalry. He used a pair of copper whips and rode a black horse that could tread on snow. He was a skilled martial artist and a good general. Hua Xian, a prominent scholar during the Three Kingdoms period, served as Minister of the Interior and Grand Commandant during the Chao Wei era and was granted the title of Marquis of Boping County. He was known for his exceptional insight, integrity, and honesty throughout his life, making him a well-rounded official. As for Liu Bing, he was a famous leader of the embroidered uniform guard during the Jiajing period of the Ming dynasty. He successively plotted to eliminate Xia Yan, exposed the crimes of General Qiu Wan and Eunuch Li Bin, and was promoted to the left commander of the rear army commandery. Generals, and Mr. Hua Xian, please stand up quickly. Chun Fei smiled and said, with the 3 of you joining us today, our Great Zhou Kingdom is truly gaining even more power. Afterwards, he arranged Hu Yinjua to be the commander of the 4th camp and followed Di Qing. Hua Xian served as the chief official of the finance department of the Prime Minister's office. The current Great Zhou dynasty did not have a dedicated Ministry of Finance. All financial resources were managed by the Prime Minister's office. As the territory expanded, Chun Fei had long intended to divide it up, but he had never found a suitable candidate. Now with Hua Xian, Chun Fei was very happy that this plan could finally be implemented. As for Liu Bing, Chun Fei specially recruited a group of soldiers, formed the Jinyue, and appointed Liu Bing as the commander of the Jinyue. The Jinyue was divided into 2 departments according to Chun Fei's request. One was the internal department, which was responsible for collecting intelligence within the Great Zhou dynasty, such as public opinion and the private words of civil officials and military generals, all of which had to be reported to Chun Fei. The second is external, which is responsible for intelligence investigation of surrounding forces, from player lords to ordinary people, and must infiltrate them. Chun Fei said earnestly, Liu Bing, your mission is arduous. I hope you can do an excellent job and build an intelligence network as quickly as possible to contribute to the Great Zhou. Liu Bing clasped his fists and said, don't worry, Your Majesty. I will do my best to live up to Your Majesty's trust. However, Fei Chen was puzzled. Just what? Liu Bing said embarrassedly. It's just that this intelligence work probably requires a lot of funding as support. Chun Fei was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, Liu Bing, don't worry. I fully support your work. I'll give you money, people, and whatever you want. How about this? I'll give you 100,000 gold coins every month as funding for your intelligence work. In addition, every Jinui will receive a salary, which will be included in the Great Zhou Kingdom's finances and distributed uniformly. Liu Bing said excitedly. Since your majesty attaches so much importance to this, I will certainly go all out to achieve something for your majesty and for the Great Zhou. After arranging Liu Bing, Hua Xian, and Hu Yinjua, Chen Fei was in a good mood. He came to the back garden of the palace, stood by the railing, and looked at the fish swimming in the small pond with a thoughtful look on his face. System, open the basic information panel. Name, Dazhou Town. Current era, feudal era. Region, Shiliang. Level, level 5, kingdom. Population, 95, 900/100, 000. Number of soldiers, 20, 000/30, 000. Number of generals, 24, Zhuge Liang, Wang Yan, Di Qing, Lu Bu, Hua Rong, Zhou Tsang, Long Ong, Yi Failong, Li Qi, Li Zhongyi, Zhang Liao, Wang Meng, Wang Yi, Li Suasian, Chu Xing, Wei Ping, Wang Xuanzi, Hu Xubing, Sun Intong, Yang Yan, Liu Bing, Guyong, Hu Yinjua, Hua Xing. Owned cities, 3, Shindu City, Aochang City, Izumo City. Food, 15.6 million, wood, 6 million, stone, 2 million, gold, 1.6 million, bronze, 300,000. Technology, fishing, hunting, breeding, textiles. Buildings, bronze smelter 20, stable 16, mint 6. Talents, infrastructure maniac, master architect, danger prediction, god general synthesis. Seeing this data, Fei Chun was somewhat satisfied. More than 10 million tons of food. It seems it's time to expand the army. Fei Chun muttered to himself. Chen Fei also heard the specific details of the northern expedition by Zhang Liao, Di Qing, and others, and found that the military strength was still insufficient. Now we are only targeting a few small forces that pose no threat, and it is so troublesome to attack them. How can we expand and deal with those truly powerful forces? The Western Kingdom, the powerful players, and the alliance of players are definitely not enough with only the current level of military strength. So, in the following 7 days, Chen Fei began a new round of military expansion and preparations. First, they recruited 10,000 new soldiers from the peasantry. Then they directly recruited 1,000 skilled light cavalry, 3,000 sword and shield soldiers, and 1,000 elite crossbowmen. Except for the light cavalry, the rest were divided equally among the battalions. Chapter 163 Lack of Metal. After the expansion, the military strength of the Great Zhou Kingdom is as follows. The Longxiang Army, commanded by Lu Bu, consisted of the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd battalions. The commander of the 1st battalion is Zhou Tsang, the commander of the 2nd battalion is Long Ong, and the commander of the 3rd battalion is Yi Failong. The Hui Army, with Di Qing as the commander-in-chief, was composed of the 4th, 5th, and 6th battalions. The commander of the 4th battalion was Hu Yinjua, the commander of the 5th battalion was Li Suasian, and the commander of the 6th battalion was Wang Yi. The Zhongwu Army, with Zhang Liao as its commander-in-chief, was composed of 7 battalions and a chariot battalion. The commander of the 7th battalion was Sun Intong, and the commander of the chariot battalion was Yang Yan. 14,000 new recruits were divided into 7 main combat battalions, with each battalion receiving an additional 2,000 men. Adding to the previous 2,000 soldiers, each battalion now has 4,000 people. The total number of people in the Hui Army and the Longxiang Army reached 12,000. The total number of the Zhongwu Army was 4,500 infantry and 500 chariots. The commander-in-chief of the cavalry battalion was Hu Xubing, and the deputy commander-in-chief was Hua Rong. The two commanded 3,000 cavalrymen. The Xiandang camp was supplemented with 400 heavy armored infantrymen, bringing the total number to 1,000, with Wang Meng as the commander-in-chief. In addition, there was the 400-man personal guard led by Li Zhongyi, the 1,000-man garrison battalion commanded by Chu Xing, and the 1,000-man logistics support battalion commanded by Wei Ping. All in all, the total number of armed forces of the Great Zhou Kingdom reached 35,400. This force is indeed very powerful. The Longxiang Army is still responsible for the defense of the southern Izumo City. The Hui Army is responsible for the defense of Aochang City and surrounding areas, and the garrison camp is responsible for the defense of Shindu City. After taking over Aochang City, Chen Fei immediately expanded and renovated the city. According to the standards of Shindu City, he invested millions of wood, stones, and blue bricks to raise the city to 10 meters high, 5 meters wide, and 3 kilometers long from north to south and east to west. With more soldiers, the required expenditure will also increase. Now the Great Zhou Kingdom implements a conscription system, paying military salaries to each soldier and training professional soldiers, a total of more than 30,000 people. Paying military salaries once a week is the same as collecting taxes, which is a very large expense. To this end, Chunfei spent hundreds of thousands of food to expand the population and recruited a large number of farmers. It is worth mentioning that after entering the feudal era, players can no longer recruit slaves, and the recruited farmers include both men and women, elderly people, and teenagers. One benefit of this is that the population structure of the Great Zhou Kingdom became more scientific and reasonable, with men, women, young and old matching together, freely forming families, and starting to have children. However, the downside is that of the farmers Chunfei spent a huge amount of resources to recruit. Only a few could become qualified laborers. He recruited 100,000 people, but there were only about 50,000 young and strong men. However, Chunfei also arranged jobs for women. Women could work in textile factories, sericulture farms, dyeing factories, and other places, and also earn income. Children were sent to school to learn knowledge. With a larger population, more supporting facilities are needed. Chunfei has spent a lot of resources to build houses for these newly joined farmers, increase the construction of infrastructure such as clinics, schools, and wells, build roads, distribute land, and register them. He has been busy in the territory. During this period, Zhou Shangwu and others also achieved their set goals, annexed 2 small countries and more than a dozen towns, expanded their territory to the south, and finally successfully bordered Chunfei's Great Zhou Kingdom. Ha ha ha, Chunfei, we have completed the mission. The territories of our 4 families are finally connected. Zhou Shangwu spoke in the Alliance Group chat. Fei Chen smiled and said, "Congratulations. You have all annexed so many places, your strength must have increased significantly." Zhou Shangwu sighed and said, "Oh, forget it. The forces we encountered were also quite strong. They fought us for a long time and suffered heavy casualties. Now that we have taken over their territory and possess their resources, we have only just recovered our investment." When Bing said, Yes, I also lost a general, and he was a B-level general. I am so sad." Fei Chen comforted him, "Don't worry. At least now that our territory has expanded, things will be easier. Everyone, just rest and recuperate. You'll soon recover and become even stronger." Zhou Shangwu asked, "Fei Chen, what are your plans next?" Chunfei thought for a moment and said, "I originally planned to expand eastward, but I'm very short of metal now. The bronze is all gone, and there's not even a trace of iron or left. If I expand eastward, my logistics will be difficult to keep up." Zhou Shangwu asked, "Isn't it enough even if we trade with those NPCs?" Chunfei shook his head and replied, "It was enough originally, but now I'm expanding and recruiting a lot of farmers and soldiers, so bronze is very scarce." The soldiers recruited directly from the system were fine, as they all brought their own weapons. However, the 10,000 soldiers recruited directly from the farmers by Chunfei all needed weapons and equipment provided by Chunfei. 10,000 sets of leather armor, 10,000 bronze spears, hundreds of bows, and tens of thousands of arrows. Just the equipment would require at least 100,000 units of bronze. Not to mention, after each battle, a large number of weapons would be damaged and consumed, and they would need to be replenished and repaired. Without a reserve of hundreds of thousands of bronzes, Chunfei would not dare to start a war. In addition, the newly added 100,000 people also needed bronze to produce their farm tools, production tools, and so on. Aaron asked in the group chat, "Boss Chunfei, how many people have you recruited? Why are you so short of them?" Chunfei said, We only recruited 10,000 new soldiers, and there are 100,000 farmers." What? 10,000? 10,000 new recruits? And 100,000 farmers? Did I hear it right? Aaron was stunned. Zhou Shangwu and Wen Bing also opened their eyes wide, with shock on their faces. "That's 10,000 new recruits." "You heard right," Chunfei said as if it was a matter of course. "That's not too outrageous. It shouldn't be that surprising." In Chunfei's opinion, so much time has passed, and most players have entered the feudal era. Collecting 1,000,000 resources a day should be the norm, and recruiting 10,000 new soldiers should not be so surprising. Zhou Shangwu smiled bitterly and said, "Fei Chen, your words are so easy to make people hate you. You are a big shot. You think everything is easy because you have money, but you don't know the difficulties of ordinary people like us." Aaron said, Yes, big brother. You don't know. Our territory is small. We have very few resources, and our technological level is not comparable to yours. If we have a little money, we will save it to buy generals or import some necessities. Our life is actually very tight. Recruiting these soldiers and people is easy, but maintaining them is very difficult. The last time I expanded, I only recruited 1,000 cavalry, and it almost brought down my economic system. Chapter 164 Iron Ore. Zhou Shangwu pondered for a moment and said, Fade Chun, I have an idea. You can bid heavily on the regional channel. I think there will be many players willing to give it to you. Chun Fei's eyes lit up and he said, That's a good idea. Afterwards, he opened the regional chat channel and watched for a while. He found that everyone was chatting and arguing with each other. Some were cursing at each other and threatening to fight. Some were making friends. Some were trying to get information. Some were complaining about life. And there were also many people trying to sell products and request trade. Chun Fei also spoke. Everyone, I am seeking bronze, iron, ore, steel, or ironware and steel weapons at a high price. I am willing to pay 50 above the market price. If you are interested, please send a caravan to our Great Zhou Kingdom. Coordinates, XXX. Soon, Chun Fei's message was all over the screen, and countless people responded. Fuck, the number one guy on the list showed up. Boss Chun Fei also has a day when he is short of resources. It's rare. The price Boss Chun Fei offered is very high, but I haven't heard of anyone with steel weapons at this stage. Yes, only the kingdoms in the west have iron weapons, but there are no steel weapons. I do have bronze, but how much would you like, Mr. Chun Fei? Chun Fei said, I'll take as many as you can get. Wow, that's great. Boss Chun Fei, wait for me. I'll send the caravan over right away. Many people expressed their desire to trade with Chun Fei, but there were also many people who mocked Chun Fei. Oh, even our top leader has to run out of resources one day. Did he use up all the metal through excessive military spending? I suggest that everyone not sell resources to Chun Fei. This is tantamount to feeding a tiger. When the tiger grows up, it will eat us all sooner or later. What the above person said is right. I hope everyone can unite and boycott Chun Fei. We need an equal Shiliang, a chaotic Shiliang, not a unified Shiliang. We cannot lose our status as lords and condescend to serve as a soldier under Chun Fei. I hope everyone can think clearly. Chun Fei can't guarantee anything for us. Offering him trade is tantamount to suicide in disguise. I hope everyone can work together to impose an economic blockade on Chun Fei. If possible, we should also impose a military blockade to prevent him from expanding any further. When Chun Fei heard these remarks, he was so angry that his nose was crooked. These guys are simply courting death. Fade Chen cursed, then silently wrote down these people's names in his little notebook. Everyone, there are always people who think that my rise will hurt them, but these are actually fallacies. This world will eventually be unified. This is our destiny. Even if I don't rise, others will. Even if Shiliang continues to fight, powerful players from other regions will invade, and by then, we will be no match. We all want to rise, and I'm no exception. These guys say I can't guarantee anything, so today I officially promise everyone that we will compete fairly. If anyone is willing to surrender and submit to me, I will definitely ensure that you will be prosperous and wealthy. You can become a senior department manager, an official, or continue to serve as the city lord. If someone fights to the death, I understand and I promise that I won't kill you, but I won't let you be a senior executive. You won't have wealth and glory, but just be an ordinary citizen. If anyone speaks ill of me, stirs up trouble, or tries to gang up on me, then I'm sorry, I will kill you. There's no point running away. As soon as Chun Fei said this, the entire chat channel fell silent for a few seconds. Huh, Fei Chen, you're so arrogant. You're going to kill us? Do you think we have no way to deal with you? Do you think we're just going to sit there and wait for death? Chun Fei, to be honest, many players have organized themselves. We're no longer fighting alone. If one person can't defeat you, who knows if a group of people can? You'd better fend for yourself. It's hard to say whether you can make it through this. That's right. Chun Fei, you think too highly of yourself. It's still uncertain who will rule Shiliang. Someone like you who has committed so many evil deeds will definitely be despised by everyone. Chun Fei was full of disdain for this and said directly, If you want to mess with me, come and get me. You all know my location. I'll be waiting for you here. If you can't mess with me, I'll shut up. I welcome those who want to trade, and will treat them with fine wine and delicious food. If you want to kill me, send your troops instead of just talking big. You. Too arrogant. Chun Fei, you are going to offend everyone. I think you are hopeless. Fade Chen, your path has narrowed. No one will be able to save you from now on. Just wait, we'll send our troops over right away. Don't hide in the city. If you're brave enough, let's have a fair fight on the plains. Chun Fei directly closed the chat channel. He just ignored the words of these big talkers and didn't take them to heart at all. I hope someone will come and bring metals to trade next time. Chen Fei thought to himself. There is actually a lot of trade in his territory now, but the scope of trade is still too small. He hopes that his speech on the regional chat channel this time will be noticed by all players in Shiliang. 7 days later, Yin Bailey reported to Chen Fei that several caravans loaded with bronze came and wanted to trade with Chen Fei. Chen Fei was naturally overjoyed. He immediately met with the leader of the caravan in person and entertained him with fine wine and delicious food. Over the next period of time, more and more player caravans came to trade bronze with Chen Fei. After asking, Chen Fei learned that these caravans came from very far away places, hundreds of kilometers away, and it was the first time for them to come here to trade with Chen Fei. At the same time, Lu Bing also found Chen Fei and said excitedly, "Your Majesty, I have important news to report." Fei Chen was puzzled and asked, "What important news?" Lu Bing said, "The Jinyui reported that they discovered an iron mine 300 kilometers to the east." "What? Iron ore?" Fei Chen's body trembled, and he felt his heartbeat quicken. "Are you sure you're seeing this correctly?" Lu Bing shook his head. "It shouldn't be wrong." The Jinyui also brought back a small piece. "I carefully examined it, and it is indeed iron ore, and it is of good quality." Chen Fei said in surprise, "That's great. Quick, tell me the coordinates." Lu Bing told Chen Fei the coordinates and said, "Your Majesty, although we have discovered this iron ore, it is a full 300 kilometers away. In between are several small countries, dozens of towns, countless villages and strongholds. It may not be easy to obtain this iron ore." Chapter 165 Agent. Chen Fei now has the production and manufacturing technology for ironware, but there has been no iron ore, which has resulted in this technology being of no use. Iron ore can be used to produce a variety of tools and weapons, the quality and sharpness of which far exceed those of bronze weapons. If Chen Fei could possess this kind of iron mine, then the Great Zhou Kingdom could change its clothes in a very short time, wearing armor and holding iron spears, and its strength would be greatly improved. This is the crushing of technology and the crushing of the times. Now that the iron ore has been discovered, Chen Fei will naturally find ways to get it. Fei Chen asked again, "So, is this iron mine currently occupied, or is it still waiting to be mined?" Lu Bing said, "This iron mine is currently occupied by a stronghold. This stronghold is very powerful and large in scale. They also seem to have trade relations with the northern grasslands. A considerable portion of the iron ore they mine flows into the northern grasslands." Fei Chen frowned and asked, "Then can we buy from them?" Lu Bing said, "Your Majesty, this stronghold is a tyrannical force that has been at war with surrounding towns. From the intelligence we have, they have their own fixed trade routes and partners, so it should be impossible to make purchases." "Okay, I understand. You can go down first." Chen Fei sent Lu Bing away and then sent someone to call Zhuge Liang over. "Your Majesty." Zhuge Liang came in and saluted Chen Fei. "Come on, Kong Ming, don't be so polite." Chen Fei waved his hand, motioning Zhuge Liang to sit down, and then told Zhuge Liang about the iron mine. "Prime Minister, although I intend to march east, this iron mine is too far away from us, a full 300 kilometers. With our current strength, I'm afraid we can't reach it." Chen Fei asked, "I wonder if the Prime Minister has any good ideas to get this iron ore." Zhuge Liang pondered for a moment and said, "Your Majesty, since the iron mine is so far away, if we only send a small force there, we may not be able to defend it if someone discovers the mine. It would be better to find an agent there to mine the iron ore for us." "Agent? What do you mean?" Chen Fei was puzzled. "Faced with this iron ore, I'm afraid no one can resist the temptation. Who would honestly become our agent?" Zhuge Liang laughed and said, "So, Your Majesty, you can send Hua Tsubing over there and force some people to surrender by force. Then, we can negotiate terms with them and have them become our agents. They can mine the iron ore, but they can only sell it to us and not to anyone else." Fei Chen thought for a moment and said, "But these people will definitely not be willing to accept this. After all, if they mine independently, the profits they will get will undoubtedly be higher." "Haha, Your Majesty, don't forget that this iron mine is still in the hands of that powerful stronghold. Everyone around here must know about this iron mine, but they are unable to destroy this stronghold, so they can only watch helplessly. Your Majesty, you can select a few agents, and then, under our leadership, unite to wipe out this cottage. They will then obtain the mining rights to the iron ore, and can continuously obtain wealth from us. Why not do it?" Chen Fei thought for a moment and said, "That's right. We'll lead them to defeat this stronghold and let them own the iron ore. In exchange, They can only sell the iron ore to us at a low price. I'll leave Hua Tsubing's cavalry battalion there. If they dare to go back on their word, we'll make them pay. Zhuge Liang said. However, before that, we can send a caravan there to take a look. If that stronghold is willing to sell us iron ore, that would be great. Chun Fei nodded and said, however, I still have a concern. According to intelligence, this stronghold has a fixed trading partner, and a considerable portion of its iron ore is sold to the northern grasslands. If we touch them, will some forces in the northern grasslands take action against us? Zhuge Liang smiled and said, Your Majesty, what are you afraid of? Although there are powerful nations in the northern grasslands, there are checkpoints between our two regions. If they can't break through the checkpoints, they can't send out their troops, so they won't pose much of a threat to us. Once we're strong enough, we can occupy those checkpoints and gain an innate advantage. Chun Fei said, It seems that we still have a long way to go. In the entire Xiliang, there are still 60,000 players and countless NPC forces. The most powerful Western kingdom, the Black Dragon Kingdom, has 100,000 elite soldiers, which is something Chun Fei can hardly reach. In addition, Chun Fei must push forward to the 4 regional checkpoints as quickly as possible, take the initiative into his own hands, and cannot stop for a moment. Chun Fei felt that only when he truly controlled Xiliang and advanced to the imperial era could he truly breathe a sigh of relief. From the Great Zhou Kingdom to the Iron Mine, you can take the water route, which is winding. The caravan sent by Chun Fei took a full 5 days to reach this mountain stronghold. Hua Tsubing also rushed to the vicinity of the mountain stronghold with 3,000 cavalrymen. Hua Tsubing's cavalry battalion was stationed in a pile of rocks. The merchant sent by the Great Zhou Kingdom said, General, I will go to the mountain stronghold to investigate. If they do not agree to sell the iron ore, you will need to send troops. Hua Tsubing said, Go ahead. I've already written a letter. If they refuse to sell the iron ore, I will invite the lords of the 6 surrounding small countries to join us in an alliance at noon tomorrow. Then I will use force to destroy this stronghold. The merchant nodded and set off with his caravan loaded with goods. Hua Tsubing stood on a huge rock, looking at the mountains not far away, with a gleam of light in his eyes. The terrain here is complex. Opposite is a hill hundreds of meters high. The stronghold is located halfway up the hill, making it easy to defend but difficult to attack. According to intelligence, there are only 10,000 elite soldiers in this mountain stronghold, and they have a lot of iron weapons and are well equipped. It would be impossible to attack with only Hua Tsubing's cavalry. But Hua Tsubing was not panicked. In his eyes, there was no task in the world that he could not complete. In his eyes, this mountain stronghold was no different from a dead object. The merchant led the caravan carefully along the winding mountain road. Suddenly, a sharp arrow shot out and pierced the caravan flag they were carrying, scaring the caravan members into trembling. Stop, what are you doing? A group of soldiers appeared from hiding on both sides, looking at them with bows and arrows drawn. The merchant secretly discovered that these people were all wearing iron armor. Although it looked very thin, it was indeed iron armor. Moreover, the arrows of these soldiers are all made of iron and are much more powerful than bronze arrows. Chapter 166 Lane Village. The merchant immediately smiled apologetically and said, My lords, I am from the Great Zhou Kingdom and have come to trade with your stronghold. Trade? We don't welcome you here. Get out of here. The soldier waved his hands impatiently. Well, the businessman was stunned. He hadn't even mentioned the iron ore yet, so these guys wouldn't even accept a simple trade? Hey, fellow soldiers, don't be so heartless. We brought salt, raisins, rice wine, and chili peppers this time. I'm sure you'll need them. Upon hearing this, the soldiers immediately showed expressions of surprise, and then 2 soldiers came over, opened the sack, and checked it personally. Well, these are some really good things. The 2 soldiers were very satisfied. The merchant smiled and said, My lords, why don't you let me in and meet your leader? I want to do a big business with your stronghold. After the deal is done, you will all be millionaires. The soldiers looked the merchant up and down, then smiled playfully and said, You want to see our leader? Haha, I'm sorry, but our leader is not interested in you. Another soldier followed up with, Put down the goods immediately and get out. Otherwise, don't blame us for being merciless. The businessman immediately became anxious and said, Put down the goods? That won't work. This is my life's hard-earned money. Stop talking nonsense. I think you're looking for death. Get out of here. Several soldiers drew their weapons and pointed them at the merchant, who turned pale with fear and said quickly, Okay, we'll leave now. The merchant and the caravan quickly retreated. The soldiers looked at each other and saw the tyranny and cruelty in each other's eyes. One of the leading soldiers waved his hand, and the archers standing on the high ground immediately drew their bows and arrows with a grim smile, and then shot directly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A series of sounds of breaking through the air were heard, and the merchants and the members of the caravan felt a chill on their backs, and then they were shot through the heart and fell heavily to the ground. You guys. The businessman looked at the soldiers in shock, unable to understand why they suddenly wanted to kill him. Nowadays, world trade is becoming more and more frequent. Although wars are ongoing, people will not easily plunder caravans or kill passing merchants unless they are enemy caravans. Everyone understands the principle of killing the chicken to get the eggs. Killing a group of passing merchants is easy, but it will intimidate other caravans, severing all trade, and even lead to crazy revenge from the host family. It is not worth it. It would be better for everyone to be happy, trade with each other, make money through business, and achieve mutual benefit and win-win results. Letting you go would be too easy for you. If you go back and complain, it would be a big hassle for us. It would be better to just kill you and put an end to it. Several soldiers walked up to the businessman and laughed sinisterly. You will regret this. The businessman forced himself to say this, then his head tilted and he died. Regret. The word regret has never been used in Lane Village. One of the leaders waved his hand dismissively, as if it was a trivial matter, and said, throw the bodies of these people into the cliff, and then transport the goods to the warehouse. Yes. Outside, Huatsubing waited for a whole day, but the merchant never came back. We can't wait any longer. Huatsubing stood up suddenly and said, it is very likely that they have been killed. Huarong asked, how dare this bandit group kill merchants who come to trade with them? Huatsubing sneered, nothing is impossible. Hasn't the intelligence already shown that this stronghold is extremely tyrannical and often does unscrupulous things? It's just a pity that the old man sacrificed himself this time. Huarong said, then I will send a letter to them to arrange an alliance with us. Fixing state. Player Li was watching the dance and enjoying the massage from the beautiful woman, his face full of enjoyment. At this time, a civil official came running over in a hurry. Your Majesty, this is a letter from the Great Zhou Cavalry. Upon hearing this, Li Yi asked in confusion, Great Zhou Kingdom? Chen Fei? Isn't that guy quite far away from us? Why did he suddenly send us a letter? He took the letter, opened it, and began to read. The letter said that General Huatsubing of the Great Zhou Kingdom had come here with 3,000 elite cavalrymen and asked him to meet at a certain place tomorrow at noon to discuss the joint attack on Lane Village. Please be sure to be present. Holy crap, Huatsubing? Chen Fei actually has this guy. Li Yi was shocked. As a Chinese, Huatsubing was very famous and well-known. In the hearts of all players, Huatsubing is a perfect and peerless general. Proud, loyal, extremely capable, and young. The Fenglangjutsu he established is the dream of all men, enough to make all men bow down to it. How many super generals does Chen Fei have? Li Yi said sourly, his face full of envy and jealousy. He is also a player who has fought his way out of various forces. He successfully advanced to the feudal era half a month ago, but until now he only has one A-level general. As for Huatsubing, if you think about it with your toes, he is beyond the existence of A-level generals. He is the S-level general that everyone dreams of. But why is Huatsubing here? Is he going to attack Lane Village? Li Yi frowned in thought, and suddenly a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. Could it be that Chen Fei knows about the iron mine? Lane Village has an iron mine, and the 6 players around know it, but everyone remains silent and never reveals this news to others, let alone post it on the Tsui chat channel. Because these 6 players all wanted to attack Lane Village and take the iron mine for themselves. For this reason, the 6 families successively sent troops to attack Lane Village, but suffered heavy casualties. They even joined forces to launch a large-scale attack. That time, they organized a force of nearly 20,000 people and launched a crazy attack for 3 days and 3 nights. But Lane Village relied on its dangerous terrain and sophisticated iron equipment to hold off the attack. After that battle, the 6 families were severely damaged and no longer had the strength or courage to attack the iron mine. Now Chen Fei from the Great Zhou Kingdom suddenly sent Huatsubing and brought 3,000 cavalrymen, which made Li Yi's mind active again. Chen Fei thinks he can control the iron mine with only 3,000 cavalrymen? Haha, that's a bit too reckless. Li Yi showed a look of disdain on his face. It's okay to go to the alliance meeting and see what the other party is up to. Maybe we can use Chen Fei's power to take down the iron mine in one fell swoop. Chapter 167 Lu Jin. The next morning, on a small hill 20 kilometers away from Lane Village, Huatsubing, dressed in military uniform, holding the sword at his waist, stood there waiting with Huarong. At the foot of the hill, 3,000 cavalrymen were waiting in formation. Xubing, will they really come? Huarong asked. Although he and Xubing were in a superior-subordinate relationship, they were of similar age and got along very well. They often called each other by their first names, and Xubing did not blame him. Xubing smiled and said, I've already investigated. These families launched a war not long ago, organizing 20,000 people to attack Lane Village, and suffered heavy casualties. This shows that they all want to occupy Lane Village and take the iron mine for themselves. Besides, no one can let go of the shame of this battle. Now I give them a chance, why wouldn't they come? Huarong nodded and asked no more questions. After spending some time together, she also deeply felt the gap between herself and Xubing. Although their fighting skills were similar, Xubing's courage and strategy were far superior to hers. The two men had not waited long on the hill when suddenly a cavalry group appeared from the south and rushed towards them in a mighty force. Xubing, do you want to defend yourself? Huarong asked nervously. Xubing narrowed his eyes slightly and said, No need. I have already sent out several spies. If there is any abnormality, they will report it in advance. Now that they haven't returned, I think these people are those kings. Soon, the cavalry arrived near a small hill. Li Yi arrived with 500 cavalrymen under his command. From a distance, he could see the thousands of cavalrymen surrounding the foot of the hill. They were so densely packed that the crowds of people and horses gave people a strong sense of oppression. So many cavalry. Li Yi took a deep breath and felt his heart skip a beat. Although the players are now richer and have more cavalry, he has never seen the great Zhou kingdom suddenly provide 3,000 cavalry. You know, it's easy to recruit cavalry, but it's difficult to maintain them. The number of cavalry is also a symbol of a country's strength. Just like in modern society, many countries can build aircraft carriers, but why not build 100? Why would they dismantle their only aircraft carrier when the economy is in recession? It is because the maintenance cost is too high. Once an aircraft carrier is detonated, it is worth a fortune. A country without some strength really cannot afford it. The generals around Li Yi said sourly. We originally had more than 1,000 cavalry, but in the last battle, half of them were killed. When Xian, don't be envious. Once we have the iron mine, our strength will grow quickly. Li Yi said. This general is his biggest trump card now. His name is Lu Jin, and his courtesy name is Wen Xian. He is one of the 5 best generals of Chao Wei in the Three Kingdoms period, and is as famous as Zhang Liao. After the activities of taking in refugees, many powerful players have obtained A-level generals, and with these A-level generals, the players have gradually built a main force. In comparison, those players who only want stability and are weak in strength seem to be even more unable to keep up with the echelon, and the degree of differentiation between players is getting bigger and bigger. With only 500 cavalrymen, Li Yi and others were a little scared and did not dare to get too close to the enemy. When Xubing saw that the enemy was stagnant, he immediately waved his hand, and then the 3,000 cavalrymen surrounding the hill separated like water. Huarong rode out on his warhorse, looked at the enemy's flag, and shouted loudly, Is this the Taixing kingdom? Lu Jin rode out and replied, Indeed, my king is here, and he has come as promised. Huarong shouted, Since you are the lord of Taixing, you can take 10 guards up the mountain. The rest of the soldiers will stay at the foot of the mountain. We have no ill intentions, so there is no need to worry. Lu Jin looked back at Li Yi, and Li Yi said, Let's go. Since we have decided to come to the appointment, we naturally have to go up. So, the 500 cavalrymen stayed below, and Li Yi, accompanied by Lu Jin and 9 elite warriors, went up the hill. Xubing stood on the hill and clasped his fists, saying, I am Xubing, general of the cavalry of the great Zhou state. I am honored to meet the king of Taixing. Li Yihong looked Xubing up and down and sighed. He is truly a handsome man, a handsome man. Although she said this, her jealousy was so strong that it seemed to fill the air. Xubing twitched his lips and said, I have prepared wine and food. Please take a seat, Lord Taixing. Good. After Li Yi took his seat, Lu Jin stood behind him, watching Xubing vigilantly. Xubing also noticed Lu Jin and said with a smile, May I know your name and position? Lu Jin replied without arrogance or servility. My name is Lu Jin, and I am the general of Taixing state. Lu Jin is not very old, only in his 30s. He is not tall and his appearance is not good, but he has a strong aura and looks like a brave general on the battlefield. Haha, that's great. If you have time, you can come to my great Zhou kingdom to find me and have a drink with me. Xubing said. Lu Jin was stunned, then looked at Li Yi. Li Yi's face turned as black as the bottom of a pot, and he looked at Xubing unkindly. This What's Yubing, he's actually thinking of stealing my girl? Li Yi felt a surge of anger in his heart. Not long after, the other 5 players arrived. There are 6 people in total, and all of them have accepted the invitation. Several other players also brought cavalry, but they only had a few hundred cavalry, and the smallest had only 200 cavalry, which was really not enough. So when facing What's Yubing, these 6 players were more or less restrained. A player said, "Everyone is here now. Don't waste time. Everyone is very busy. I wonder what brought you here? What's the matter?" What's Yubing glanced at the player and said, "I don't like beating around the bush, so I'll just say it straight. I called everyone here today to discuss a joint attack on Lane Village and the occupation of the iron mine." A player snorted, "Your Great Zhou Kingdom has an overly ambitious plan. From what I understand, your Great Zhou Kingdom is nearly 300 kilometers away from here, which would take 3 or 4 days on horseback, and there are dozens of towns in between. Where did you find the energy to send so many cavalrymen to capture our iron mines?" What's Yubing chuckled and said, "Your iron mine? Your words are a bit unfair. As far as I know, you have attacked Lane Village several times, but suffered heavy losses every time. Not only have you suffered heavy losses, but you have also been suppressed by Lane Village's easy attack and defense, which has suppressed your development. If you continue like this, I'm afraid you will never make a breakthrough." The player angrily exclaimed, "Bullshit. It's true we failed to capture Lane Village, but Lane Village has never had any intention of expanding. There aren't even any affiliated villages around them. We just need to develop steadily. Sooner or later, our strength will surpass Lane Village, and then we can strike back and destroy it." Chapter 168 Threat. What's Yubing sneered and said, "Development? Do you think you still have a chance to develop? In the battle half a month ago, all 20,000 soldiers from your 6 families were killed or wounded. Now you are just a shell of your former self. It's lucky that you can still protect yourselves. Do you still want to develop? Do you think others won't attack you if they find out there is an iron mine here?" "You?" The player was shaking with anger. Finally, Li Yi stood up and said, "All right, we're not here to argue. What's Yubing, please explain your purpose. If you're just here to praise or criticize us, then that's unnecessary. You're not welcome here." What's Yubing laughed and said, "Praise or criticism? I'm not interested in that. I'm here to help you attack Lane Village. After you succeed, the iron ore can be left to you to mine. I won't send troops to occupy it." What did you say?" Every one of the 6 players present wondered if they had heard it wrong. "You came all the way here to help me attack Lane Village, and now you won't send troops to occupy it?" Li Yi frowned and couldn't help but said, "What's Yubing, you better speak frankly. We are not 3-year-old children. We don't believe that there will be such a thing as a free lunch in the world." What's Yubing said, "It's not a free lunch, but it's almost there. My 3,000 cavalry can help you fight against their main force. Then you can take the opportunity to go up the mountain and attack their home base. This way, the outcome can be decided in one battle. The 6 of you can jointly own this iron mine. According to my king's words, the shares of the iron mine will be distributed according to the proportion of troops sent. However, the iron ore you produce is only allowed to be sold to the Great Zhou Kingdom." Everyone was fine at first, but when they heard the last sentence, their expressions changed. "Arrogant. I think your Great Zhou Kingdom has gone crazy." One player stood up and angrily said, "You want us to sell the iron ore to just you? That's simply wishful thinking." Another man also stood up and said dissatisfiedly, "That's right. Who doesn't know that owning this iron ore means we have the capital to rise? Once we own this iron ore, we can not only equip our own troops, but also sell it to others at a high price. If we only sell to you, the price will definitely be much lower, which will be a huge loss for us, and we cannot accept it. You, the Great Zhou Kingdom, have overreached. I advise you to return quickly. This is not a place where you can act recklessly." Li Yi also said, "What's Yubing, although I respect you very much, I still have to tell you that this iron mine is within our sphere of influence, so you'd better not even think about it. If you really want iron ore, you can send troops to help us conquer Lane Village. After that, we can sell you a batch at a preferential price. However, if you want to monopolize the iron ore trade, that is absolutely impossible." All 6 players voiced their objection. The generals standing behind the 6 players all stared at them with stern expressions, weapons tightly gripped in their hands, as if they were ready to start a fight if they disagreed. Hua Rong, who was standing by, became a little anxious when he saw this. He was well aware of the importance of this iron mine to the Great Zhou Kingdom. It could be said that it was a cornerstone for the continued rise of the Great Zhou Kingdom in the future. This time, Shen Fei had asked them to lead the troops alone, which undoubtedly showed that he valued their performance very much. This also put a lot of pressure on Hua Rong, who wanted to get this done. However, several other player lords had expressed opposition, and Hua Rong didn't know what to do. After all, he is a military general. He won't blink an eye when asked to go into battle and kill the enemy. But if you ask him to negotiate and cooperate, form an alliance with others, talk, or play tricks, Huarong says he really can't do it. In this regard, Huitzubing remained calm. He smiled and said, "Everyone, if you refuse to cooperate with me and grant me a monopoly on the iron or trade, I will tell everyone in the world about the iron or mine. I'm sure someone will be jealous and come to seize it. By then, I won't have to do anything, and everyone here will probably become someone else's prisoner. Your objections are invalid. You dare. Asshole." All 6 of them angrily scolded Huitzubing, and the generals behind them also had murderous looks on their faces. Huitzubing said, "In addition, our great Zhou kingdom is planning an eastern expedition. If you accept this condition, our great Zhou kingdom can spare your lives and will not covet your land. You can continue to be the ruler of a country. But if you don't agree, then when my great Zhou kingdom expands here, none of you will be able to escape." In just 300 kilometers, within a month, the great Zhou army has reached this point. Let me ask you, have you wiped your throats? Presumptuous. Lu Jin could no longer hold back, unsheathed his sword, and said in a cold voice, "Huitzubing, you are too domineering." Li Yi and the others also had their chests heaving as they looked at Huitzubing with murderous eyes. What Huitzubing said was blunt and a naked threat, but this time it was difficult for them to refute it. Because the other party does have this strength. Once the location of the iron mine is exposed, this place will inevitably become a place of right and wrong, just like when Chun Fei obtained the salt mine before. A man is innocent but is guilty of possessing a treasure. There will definitely be a large number of forces coming here to fight for it. And these 6 small countries closest to the iron mines will definitely not be spared. Even if they survived this catastrophe and obtained iron ore, the territory of the Great Zhou Kingdom would have expanded to this place. When they were weak, the Great Zhou Kingdom could easily annex them. Huitzubing shrugged his shoulders, looking nonchalant, and said, "Whether one is overbearing or not is not just a matter of words, but depends on one's strength. My coming this time is also a great opportunity for you. I can contain their main force, allowing you to take advantage of the opportunity and seize the iron mine, so that you can quickly expand your strength. Furthermore, we in the Great Zhou Kingdom will not bully you. The price of iron ore will not be too low, so you can still make a lot of money." Li Yi asked, "Lane Village is not to be trifled with. They currently have at least 10,000 men, including at least 1,000 cavalrymen, all of whom are well equipped. Are you sure you can wipe out their main force?" Huitzubing laughed proudly and said, "A mere 10,000 men, what's the point? Excluding those guarding the mountain, they can only send out 7 or 8,000 men. With the right strategy, we can decide the outcome in one battle." Li Yi and others were silent. They wanted to mock him, saying, "You are so arrogant and presumptuous." But when they thought of the man's identity, they became discouraged. This man is the champion marquis of the Han dynasty, Huitzubing, who chased the enemy to the north and conquered the wolf's lair. Chapter 169, Huitzubing's Strategy. Cavalry can be said to be the most powerful branch of the military in the ancient feudal era. Huitzubing had 3,000 cavalrymen at his disposal, so if he fought a battle in the wild, it would not be outrageous for him to deal with an enemy twice as many as his own. Li Yi and the other 6 players were silent for a while, all considering the matter. After being in this world for so long, they have gradually matured and understood that there are only naked interests between countries. Although they had unpleasant verbal arguments with Huitzubing before, these are not important when it comes to making real decisions. Just as Huitzubing said, they had no other choice. The strength of the Great Zhou Kingdom was there, the strength of Huitzubing was there, and the strength of Lane Village was there. If they still want to own the iron mine, they can only cooperate with Chun Fei. Who can blame them for not knowing the news about the iron mine? Huitzubing smiled and glanced at everyone. So what? What have you considered? A stable income of a little is better than no income at all, and better than losing your life. Li Yi finally stood up and said, "I agree." The other 5 players looked at each other, then raised their hands in agreement. After saying so much, what really broke their defense was Huitzubing's last words. Living a stable life, earning less money is better than making no money, and it is better than losing your life. If the trade monopoly is given to the Great Zhou Kingdom, not only will the Great Zhou Kingdom no longer cause trouble for them, but it will also be tied to their interests to a certain extent. This will also have a positive effect on Li Yi and others. Thinking about his own strength, he could neither conquer Lane Village nor stop those players who were eyeing him covetously, nor could he defeat Chun Fei, who was the strongest. He had no choice at all. Seeing that all 6 people agreed, Huitzubing laughed heartily. You will definitely not regret your decision today. I wish us a happy cooperation. Li Yi said. Huatsubing, after this is accomplished, the trade of iron ore can be monopolized by your great Zhou kingdom, but you must also promise not to attack us in the future. Huatsubing readily agreed. No problem, this is what my king meant. Li Yi said, words alone are not enough. I hope we can sign a paper agreement in 7 copies and keep them for each other. Good. Afterwards, the two sides discussed some details and signed an agreement on this small hill. Huatsubing retained 1 copy for the Great Zhou Kingdom, and the 6 players each held 1 copy. So what should we do next? A player asked. This Lane village has at least 10,000 elite soldiers. They're brutal and well-equipped. We're no match for them in a head-on confrontation. Everyone looked at Huatsubing. Huatsubing said, they live in the mountains and maintain 10,000 elite soldiers. They certainly cannot be self-sufficient and must need supplies shipped in from outside. I wonder if you know the pattern of their supply transportation. Li Yi said, do you want to cut off their food supply? Another person said, we've considered this idea. Lane Village sends a transport convoy every week, carrying hundreds of carts of supplies. However, the route they take is all flat, making it difficult to ambush them. They also send thousands of cavalry and at least 2,000 infantry ahead of time to meet them. It's not easy to intercept them. Huatsubing smiled and said, if that's the case, then it's easy. Easy. Everyone was stunned. Brother, do you understand what I'm saying? They'll send over 1,000 cavalry and a large number of infantry to support us. It's not like there's no one guarding us. How can this be easy? Huatsubing laughed and said, I'm not afraid of their numbers. I'm just afraid they won't dare to come out. Since they want to protect the food, their formation must be disorganized. Even if they do, it won't be perfect and there will be big flaws. So, you 6 families, bring all your cavalry to me and put them under my command. Then, you will send your troops to ambush near Lane Village. When the main force of Lane Village receives news of the attack, they will definitely send people to support. Then you can seize the opportunity to attack Lane Village and decide the outcome in one battle. Li Yi's eyes widened. Is the plan you mentioned so simple? Huatsubing was puzzled. Isn't that right? It makes sense to surround the enemy and attack their reinforcements, lure them out of their lair, and conquer them in one fell swoop. Li Yi smiled bitterly and said, but now, all our bets are on you. You want to confront the large army of Lane Village head-on. Are you sure you can defeat them? Huatsubing said solemnly. In my dictionary, there is no word failure. Li Yi. Other players. In the end, Li Yi and others agreed to Huatsubing's plan. In other words, they still had some confidence in Huatsubing. After all, he was not an ordinary person. Things that they thought were as difficult as ascending to heaven were not worth mentioning at all in the eyes of Huatsubing. The next day, Li Yi and others brought all their cavalry. The 6 families gathered a total of 3,000 cavalry, which were all handed over to Huatsubing. Huatsubing laughed heartily and said, with these 6,000 cavalrymen, if they still can't figure out a small Lane village, then we can all just find a piece of tofu and kill ourselves. On the plain, a huge convoy was moving slowly forward. The convoy consisted of hundreds of carts pulled by mules and was escorted by a large number of cavalry and infantry on both sides. Thousands of cavalry were scattered around, and hundreds of spies were sent out to prevent any accidents. Suddenly, 2 cavalrymen came galloping over and shouted to the leading general, General, something terrible is happening. A large number of cavalrymen are charging towards us. The leading general was stunned. Before he could say anything, several cavalrymen came galloping over from the other side. General, we've spotted a large number of cavalrymen heading towards us from the north. There are at least several thousand of them. What? The leading general suddenly panicked. Thousands of cavalrymen came at once. How could he resist them? Damn it, someone is targeting us. He thought of this instantly. Although he didn't know which force had such strong strength and could send out so many cavalry, it was obvious that the other party had been waiting here for a long time and was targeting them. Quick, third brother, take your men back to Lane Village and ask the village chief for help. Yes. A middle-aged general clasped his fists and immediately left with a dozen cavalrymen. Everyone else, form a formation immediately. The carts should form a circle, with the infantry inside and the cavalry outside. The general commanded loudly. As a group of veteran bandits, they had already made plans for situations like being attacked. These carts were full of supplies, and as long as they were formed into a circle, they would act like a wall, which was very useful for restraining cavalry. The soldiers behind him immediately moved. Because the spies passed the message back in time, they had enough time to adjust their formation. Chapter 170, Throwing Offensive. On the convoy's side, just as the formation was arranged, a large number of cavalry appeared on the north and south sides. There were a total of 6,000 cavalrymen, and their momentum was so huge, like thunder, that the earth was shaking. Before, when Hua Tsubing led 3,000 cavalrymen, he already had some invincible momentum. Now, with a total of 6,000 cavalrymen attacking from the north and the south, he was even more unstoppable, as if he could poke a hole in the sky. The generals of Lane Village saw this scene, and their faces changed slightly, but they still suppressed their panic and commanded, "Don't be afraid. We have large carts blocking the way, they can't get in easily. The cavalry will circle behind them and try to attract some of their attention to relieve our pressure. Then we can engage them and create an opportunity for us to wait for reinforcements to arrive." Yes. The general in charge of the cavalry operation agreed and ran in a certain direction with his 1,000 cavalrymen. There's no point for them to stay here. The enemy is charging, and they're just standing there stupidly, making themselves targets. It would be better for them to move to the side and try to attract the enemy's attention. Hua Tsubing personally led his troops to the south. Seeing the direction the 1,000 cavalrymen had left, he snorted coldly, "What a trifle! Everyone, focus and continue the charge." He ignored the cavalry and continued to charge. When he reached the enemy chariot formation, Hua Tsubing immediately shouted, "Everyone throw!" The 3,000 cavalrymen behind him all raised their spears high, and then when they approached the enemy's formation, the cavalrymen in the front suddenly threw their weapons out. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of the spear breaking through the air was more powerful and terrifying than the sound of an arrow breaking through the air. It was dark and overwhelming, and the sense of oppression was even stronger. Hundreds of spears were thrown out, crossing a distance of more than 10 meters and piercing into the hiding infantry behind the cart formation. "Oh, my legs!" The soldiers tried to resist, but more than 100 infantrymen were pierced through the body by spears and died instantly. Bursts of screams rang out from the army formation. The surrounding soldiers turned pale with fear, and the morale of the army was in chaos. The first batch of cavalrymen did not foolishly rush into the cart. The cart was full of goods. If they were killed directly, the cart would probably not overturn. After throwing their spears, they immediately dispersed like water, and at the same time took out a bronze sword from the crossbody bag on the saddle. The second group of cavalry followed closely behind, throwing spears again. The infantry hiding behind the carts suffered more than 100 casualties again, and then continued to separate like water, running in the east and west directions. There were a total of 6,000 people on the north and south sides, led by Hua Tsubing in the south and Hua Rong in the north. They continued to kill and wound the enemy's infantry at this rhythm. Of course, the enemy was not to be trifled with. Seeing this, the leading general shouted, "Shoot, shoot." There were hundreds of archers among the infantry, who immediately drew their bows and shot arrows, causing great damage to Hua Tsubing's cavalry. When the cavalry saw this, they immediately concentrated their firepower and attacked these archers specifically. For a while, the battle between the two sides was fierce. After a round of attack by 6,000 cavalrymen, Hua Tsubing led his army in the east, and Hua Rong led his army in the west. Inside the cart formation, there was already widespread wailing and corpses everywhere. Most of the 2,000 infantrymen had been killed or wounded. The cavalry far outside was furious when they saw this and immediately rushed over here. Seeing this, Hua Rong sneered, "How dare you rush over here and die? Everyone charge. Leave no one behind." The 3,000 cavalrymen he led were also howling, holding their swords, pulling the reins, and galloping away on their horses. Both sides are cavalry, one with 3,000 men and the other with 1,000 men. It is obvious who is stronger and who is weaker. Boom. Hua Rong collided with the enemy's 1,000 cavalrymen, while Hua Tsubing led 3,000 cavalrymen to encircle the chariot formation again. This time they took out a dagger and threw it out with all their might, also causing heavy casualties to the enemy. Before this expedition, Chunfei specially upgraded the equipment of his cavalry troops, equipping each person with a spear, a bronze sword, a short sword, and a dagger. When the other 6 players sent their cavalry to Hua Tsubing's command, Hua Tsubing also asked these players to equip the 3,000 newly joined cavalry with new equipment, so that they could use this tactic and almost defeat the infantry inside the chariot formation. In fact, there is nothing wrong with Lane Village's approach. When they suddenly encounter a large number of cavalry in the wild, it is reasonable to send people to ask for help on the one hand, and use the chariot formation to protect themselves on the other hand. However, their biggest disadvantage was their insufficient long-range defense. They had no shields and no armor. Faced with the spears thrown at them, they could only hide under the carts. But many people still had nowhere to escape and could only wait to die. As for the hundreds of archers, most of them were killed or wounded in the first wave of attack, and the rest had already collapsed. Only under the stern rebuke of the leader and general did they suppress the fear of death, stick closely to the back of the cart, and shoot carefully. Although Huitzubing's army also suffered casualties, compared with the casualties of the enemy, they were nothing but a drop in the bucket and not worth mentioning. The battlefield was divided into two parts. One part was a melee between the cavalry of both sides. Huarong rushed left and right, fighting bloody battles. One enemy cavalryman was stabbed off his horse one by one, and there was almost no general around who could match him. Following Huarong's command, the 3,000 cavalrymen gradually surrounded the 1,000 cavalrymen, preventing them from escaping. Just like a white blood cell engulfing a bacterium, enemies continued to die in the encirclement, just like bacteria being digested, shrinking in size, and eventually disappearing completely. On the other side, Huitzubing personally led 3,000 cavalrymen to circle around the chariot formation. The weapons in their hands had been used up, and there were only a few hundred soldiers left inside. Huitzubing decided to dig a hole and then attack. Dismount. At Huitzubing's command, several people behind him dismounted and worked together to push a large cart away. After the gap was exposed, without Huitzubing's order, the cavalry behind him rushed in with roars. The leading general tried his best to kill the cavalry, but there were too many of them, and he was soon drowned in the crowd. Huitzubing stood outside the chariot formation and did not go in. As the commander-in-chief, he was very clear about his responsibilities. He was not needed to fight in the battlefield. His greater role was to control the situation on the battlefield and command thousands of troops to win. Huitzubing held a long spear and rode on a Fergana horse, gazing far to the west with deep eyes. Soon, Huarong ran over and said excitedly, "General, all 1,000 cavalrymen have been killed." Chapter 171 Heavy Infantry. "General, all 1,000 cavalrymen have been killed," Huarong said with a fist, his eyes full of excitement. For him, this kind of victory was very brilliant and enough to brag about for a long time. Huitzubing simply nodded calmly, his expression remaining as calm as ever. He said, "Rest and regroup immediately. In a quarter of an hour we will head west and intercept their reinforcements along the way." "Yes." Huarong clasped his fists and was about to go down to make arrangements when Huitzubing suddenly grabbed him. "General, what else?" Huarong asked in confusion. Huitzubing glanced around and whispered, "When we intercept them, make sure our men retreat and those from the 6 families advance." Huarong was stunned for a moment, then immediately understood what Huitzubing meant. He said seriously, "Don't worry, General. I will make sure everything is properly arranged." "Well, go ahead." Lane Village. In the mountains and forests near Lane Village, Li Yi and others hid with their army. Suddenly, there was a noisy sound outside and the sound of horse hooves. Li Yi and others immediately pushed aside the leaves and looked outside. They saw a large number of soldiers appearing at the mountain pass and marching quickly. It seems Huitzubing has begun to take action. Li Yi's eyes flickered. After a moment of contemplation, he said to Lu Jin, "Wen Qian, go and give the orders. All camps should prepare for the attack." "Yes." Li Yi counted and found that there were at least 5,000 soldiers coming out of Lane Village this time. If the 3,000 people who were fighting with Huitzubing were added, a total of 8,000 people had left Lane Village. There are no more than 2,000 soldiers left in Lane Village. As for the 6 families including Li Yi, this time it can be said that they have mobilized all their forces, with a total number of people reaching 10,000. 10,000 against 2,000. If they still can't win, then Li Yi and the others might as well find a piece of tofu and hit themselves to death. Li Yi and others became excited when they thought that they would soon be able to acquire this iron mine the iron ore, produce iron weapons and equipment, and greatly enhance their strength. Suppressing his excitement, Li Yi knew that he still couldn't make any mistakes in the last crucial step. Wait 5 more minutes until they go far away. Li Yi took a deep breath and also suppressed the excited soldiers. The soldiers under the command of the 6 players have been coveting Lei Yun for a long time. They have attacked here many times, fighting alone, fighting together, using strategies, and fighting head-on. They left too many corpses of their comrades here, but they have never been able to conquer it. This is a great humiliation for a unit and a general. It's hot in July, and the summer is scorching. The woods were filled with the chirping of cicadas, which was piercing and deafening. Li looked at the time and felt that the enemy's main force had already gone far away, so he discussed with several other players and ordered an attack. In an instant, tens of thousands of soldiers hiding in the mountains and forests around Lane Village swarmed out. At the mountain pass, elite crossbowmen were already waiting there. They immediately pulled the trigger and shot arrows straight out. These elite crossbowmen were expensive, and their shooting skills were more sophisticated than those of ordinary archers, with high accuracy. Furthermore, the crossbows they wielded were powerful enough to penetrate a hardwood plank. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several arrows were shot in succession, accurately knocking down the defenders guarding the mountain pass, and then the player army rushed out of the jungle. Oh no, there are enemies. The defense of Lane Village is very tight. There are a large number of arrow towers arranged on the cliffs on both sides. The location is very dangerous. Some are hidden in the woods and are extremely difficult to identify. The guards on his arrow towers immediately sounded the horn and shot out flares. Kill. The player army had also made a plan long ago. A group of generals led hundreds of elite crossbowmen to the front. The elite crossbowmen ran and shot arrows at the same time, suppressing the enemy's firepower and causing casualties to the enemies on the arrow towers. The sword and shield soldiers and spearmen were divided into the left and right sides. On the one hand, they were responsible for protecting these elite crossbowmen, and on the other hand, it was convenient to climb the mountain from both sides and launch a carpet attack. Behind the team, there was a group of soldiers pushing several crossbows. After each of them found a flat position to stabilize it, they loaded the huge 2-meter-long crossbow arrows, aimed at the arrow tower, and fired directly. Boom! The huge crossbow roared, and the 2-meter-long crossbow arrow flew at an extremely fast speed, cutting through the void and passing through hundreds of meters of space almost instantly, slamming heavily into an arrow tower. Boom! The arrow towers of Lane Village were still made of wood and could not withstand such a huge force at all. A hole was instantly punched through it, and a scream was heard from inside. It was obvious that someone was hit. In this raid, Li Yi and others also took into account the need for attacking the stronghold. They did not bring huge and easily exposed catapults, but instead brought hundreds of crossbows. All these crossbows opened fire, and the arrow towers built by Lane Village collapsed one after another. The soldiers inside were either shot to death or fell to death. Some lucky ones were hacked to death by the player army as soon as they stood up. They rushed all the way without encountering any obstacles, which made Li Yi and others even more excited. Quick, capture their town center. Li Yi commanded Lu Jin to lead 500 sword and shield soldiers to quickly go up the mountain and head towards the core hub of the mountain stronghold. However, just as they arrived at the center of the town, suddenly shouts of killing were heard from both sides, and a troop appeared and charged towards them. Seeing these enemies, Li Yi and others' pupils shrank and their faces changed drastically. There was nothing special about it. It was just that this army was all wearing iron armor, holding swords and shields, and wearing iron helmets on their heads, with only a pair of eyes exposed, and no specific appearance could be seen. At first glance, these guys looked like they had walked out of hell, exuding a cold aura. Lu Jin's face darkened. He had fought all the way here and finally met a tough opponent. These soldiers were armed to the teeth, had extremely strong defenses, and their weapons and equipment were much more advanced than theirs, making them very difficult to deal with. Superior. At Lu Jin's command, the sword and shield soldiers behind him rushed forward, and the soldiers of other players also surrounded them. When a bronze sword collided with an iron knife, and the bronze sword actually had a crack. The soldier's eyes widened, and in his unstable state of mind, he was not able to defend himself and was hacked to death by the opponent. On the player army's side, countless swords and knives were chopped at these heavily armored infantrymen, but they were unable to break through their defenses. The heavily armored infantrymen did not need to defend themselves at all, and they fought back directly, hacking and killing the surrounding soldiers one by one. For a while, the player's soldiers kept dying and were defeated one after another. Li Yi brought his men over, and when he saw this scene, his face turned as black as the bottom of a pot. What a bunch of rubbish. Li Yi cursed and shouted, "Lu Jin, hold them back. The crossbows will be here soon." 10 minutes later, dozens of crossbows were transported over and aimed at these heavily armored soldiers and started to kill them. Chapter 172 Suicide. Boom. A huge crossbow arrow whizzed out and directly pierced through the body of a heavy infantryman wearing iron armor. The inertia of the crossbow was too great, and the soldier was blown away and hit the soldier behind him. What good is your armor? What good is your shield? In front of a ballista, it's like paper. Dozens of crossbows fired at the same time, and those heavily armored soldiers suffered heavy casualties and were no longer as fierce and brave as before. They roared and wanted to rush over to destroy these crossbows, but Lu Jin and others were not just decorations. Another melee began, but with the addition of crossbows, the number of these heavily armored soldiers decreased sharply and their morale plummeted. Suddenly, A burly man dressed in black and holding a shining sword jumped out from the center of the town, leaped into the crowd, and then slashed left and right, killing more than a dozen people in an instant. Lee noticed this person and exclaimed, "It's the leader of Lane Village." The two sides have been fighting for such a long time. Although they have not been able to conquer Lane Village, they have seen their leader Lee. He has exquisite swordsmanship and is ruthless. His martial arts value is at least 85, which makes him a first-class general. Naturally, the other players also saw this person and immediately arranged for their generals to suppress him. Seeing this, Lee immediately shouted, "Lu Jin." Lu Jin turned around and replied, "I understand." Because they were attacking the mountain, they did not ride horses. Lu Jin joined the battle with weapons in hand and fought with the leader of Lane Village. The leader of Lane Village fought against 6 people alone and was not at a disadvantage, which made Lee and others sweat profusely. So strong. This guy seems to be stronger than before. Lee and others were ashamed. Perhaps, this guy is about to reach the S-level realm. Thinking of this, everyone's heart sank. Can a leader of a mountain stronghold reach S-level? This is too outrageous. Humph, with so many of us, can't we handle him alone? Lee snorted coldly and said to a general beside him, "Go and command the other troops to wipe out all the other bandits in the stronghold, and then converge here. In the end, only this leader will be left. I want to see if he is truly a match for 10,000 men. I obey your command." The deputy general agreed and immediately organized troops to start clearing out the remaining enemy soldiers on the Lanzai mountain. Half an hour later, the fighting was basically over. There were only 2,000 people left in Lane Village. Facing an army of 10,000, they were already at an extreme disadvantage, so failure was inevitable. The leader of Lane Village was surrounded by thousands of people. Several generals, including Lu Jin, attacked him head-on, and many soldiers attacked him from behind. The leader of Lane Village was soon covered with scars and stained with blood. "Lane Village Master, surrender." A player said, "I admire your bravery and invincibility. How about joining my army and serving me?" As soon as these words were spoken, before the leader of Lane Village could respond, the other players were already angry. "Fuck, Zhao Si, what the hell are you talking about?" One player pointed at the guy and said angrily, "We all contributed the same amount of effort. Why should this guy join your team?" That's right, this guy's obviously got a very high combat power. He might even be an S-rank general. This kind of treasure is more valuable than a mountain of iron ore. Why would he join your army? Lane Village Master, don't listen to him. You can't join him. If you want to join, you should join our Phonyan Nation. Bullshit. What is your Phonyan Nation? Your strength is not as good as mine, and you dare to speak nonsense here. Lee looked at his teammates who were about to fight with him and couldn't help but frown. Bah, a bunch of pig teammates. He looked at the leader of Lane Village and said, "Think carefully. If you surrender and join one of our 6 families, we will reward you handsomely and offer you a high position, allowing you to continue pursuing your ambitions. Otherwise, you will face certain death." Ha 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 ha. The leader of Lane Village laughed bitterly and said, "Just you, a bunch of idiots, tricked my main force into leaving, took advantage of the opportunity and attacked me, and you still want me to join you and serve you? Bah, what wishful thinking." At this time, there were only a dozen heavily armored guards left by his side. There were corpses everywhere around him, and the smell of blood was overwhelming. "I've been defeated, but you can't succeed. I'd rather die than join you." The leader of Lane Village suddenly raised his long sword horizontally, and blood spurted out. He actually committed suicide. Village leader. The dozen or so heavily armored guards around were shocked and rushed over to check. After confirming that their boss was dead, they all knelt on the ground helplessly. Lee and others were speechless and felt extremely regretful. "It was such a pity that I finally met such a powerful general, who was an NPC, but I failed to subdue him." However, this regret only lasted for 5 seconds, and then the 6 people, including Lee, turned their attention to the dozen or so heavily armored guards. These people are all those who follow the leader of Lane Village. They are not only well-equipped, but also highly skilled in martial arts. It is not a problem for them to fight 10 people at once. Wouldn't it be wonderful if we could recruit these people and make them our personal guards? In an instant, the 6 people's eyes changed when they looked at these guys, like a hungry wolf seeing a lamb, or a beast seeing a beauty. The leader of Lane Village was arrogant and refused to surrender, but after his death, all these soldiers became ownerless. After a brief discussion, the 6 players divided them up. Afterwards, the 6 of them brought their personal guards to the back mountain and saw a large area of exposed iron ore. Ha 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 ha, it's posted. It's really posted this time. Some players couldn't help but laugh out loud. feeling that all the depression they had felt in the past few months had been swept away. Li Yi also felt that his luck had changed. He had suffered heavy casualties in the previous attack on Lane Village, and his territory was almost torn apart. Now that he had such an antimony mine, it was like having a treasure pot, and he would never be short of money again. After the excitement died down, one player hesitated for a moment, then suddenly spoke up. Brothers, this iron mine is priceless and is the foundation of our rise. Do we really want to let the great Zhou kingdom monopolize it? Huh? What do you mean? Everyone frowned. The player took a deep breath, picked up a piece of iron ore, and carefully examined it before saying, letting him monopolize the market is too easy for him. The benefits we'll gain will be too little. It would be better if we all band together and build this place into a fortress that no one can break through. His meaning was very clear, that is, to unite together, repent together, and prepare to break off relations with the great Zhou kingdom. Upon hearing this, the others fell silent. Chapter 173 Betrayal. Why you don't dare? The player glanced at everyone and said, if you don't have the courage, then just withdraw. I will find a group of strong teammates to help me. The great Zhou kingdom is 300 kilometers away from here. Even if they attack, I have already used the iron ore here to build an elite force. Even if I can't defeat them, I can eventually make the news of this iron mine public. I believe someone will definitely help me. Li Yi's eyes flickered as he suddenly stood up and said, brothers, there's absolutely no need to be so nervous. I agree with Yang Tong. The 6 of us are naturally close, and after several collaborations, we've developed a high level of tacit understanding. Regarding this iron mine, we naturally need to advance and retreat together. As Yang Tong said, the value of this iron mine is too great. If we give the trading rights to Chun Fei alone, it will be a huge loss for us. It is better to make a big move. If Chun Fei really attacks in a big way, we can find some external help. With the iron mine in hand, I believe no one can resist this temptation. One player hesitated and said, but we've already signed the agreement. Yang Tong scoffed and snorted, agreement? Does this world even have a court? What law protects the agreement we signed? In the face of real interests, it's nothing more than a piece of waste paper. After saying that, he took out the agreement from his arms and tore it into pieces in front of everyone. Everyone's face changed, knowing that Yang Tong had made up his mind to betray the agreement. In fact, it is not Yang Tong's fault. Before they saw the iron mine, they could still sit down and sign the agreement with peace of mind. But now that they have broken through Lane Village and the iron mine is in their hands, everyone's mood has changed. Not only Yang Tong, the others also felt that something called ambition was taking root in their hearts and growing wildly. Yes, the iron ore mine represents powerful military strength and endless wealth. Why should Chun Fei be the only one to have a complete monopoly? Once it is monopolized by one person, then wouldn't Chun Fei have the final say on the price? If they cannot sell iron ore at a high price, it will be a huge economic loss for them. Another player asked, but Huotsubing's 3,000 cavalrymen are still here, and the 3,000 cavalrymen we sent out are also under his command and under his control. If he changes his mind and leads these cavalrymen to attack us, how can we resist? Yang Tong smiled and said, isn't that easy to say? Huotsubing doesn't know we've changed our minds. In his heart, we're still his allies. This is our greatest advantage right now. I'll send a few people to inform Huotsubing. When he returns victorious, I'll invite him to a celebratory party with us. We'll then ambush a troop in advance. When he's drunk, we'll suddenly attack. I don't believe he can escape unscathed. The eyes of the other people lit up and they laughed. Ha ha, that's a good idea. That's right. When the time comes, we will surround his 3,000 cavalrymen, kill Huotsubing first, and then force them to surrender. If they can submit to us and be used by us, that would be great. Even if we can't use them, killing all 3,000 cavalrymen will be a heavy blow to Chun Fei. I believe he won't be able to recover for a while, and the threat he poses to us in the future will be even smaller. That's right, everyone, don't think Chun Fei is too scary. Chun Fei only has bronze weapons now. Once our troops are fully equipped with iron weapons, it's still unclear who will win in a head-on fight. With iron ore in hand, players have ignited their ambitions, as if they are the protagonists of this era and will rise soon. After everyone discussed the plan, they started to act, and Li Yi called one of his generals over and said a few words to him secretly. The general's expression was extremely wonderful. Finally, he looked deeply at Yang Tong and others, nodded, and left quietly. On the other hand, after Huotsubing and his companions surrounded and annihilated the enemy troops escorting the supplies, they immediately advanced westward, preparing an ambush along the way. When thousands of troops from Lane Village appeared and marched at high speed, Huotsubing made a prompt decision and ordered the entire army to attack. Go! Thousands of cavalrymen appeared, also divided into the north and south sides, stirring up clouds of dust and making earth-shaking noises. The two B-level generals sent by Lane Village to support the team this time were all led by infantry, with only a few hundred cavalry. "Oh damn, why are there so many cavalry here?" exclaimed a general. The other man's face changed drastically, and he said tremblingly, Could it be that all our people have been wiped out?" Thinking of this possibility, the two generals were so scared that their legs went weak. "Are you kidding me? They had 3,000 men and horses escorting the goods. How could they be wiped out? If this is true, how can they resist such an elite force?" Faced with the sudden appearance of Hua Tsubing's army, the two generals were also panicked. Because this is a plain without any obstacles, it is a natural and perfect battlefield for cavalry charges. In addition, they were now in a marching posture and could not switch to a defensive posture in time. The cavalry was too fast for them to deploy. Finally, Hua Tsubing's army arrived with great victory, their morale high and their fighting spirit high. On the other hand, in Lane Village, people were feeling quite uneasy because they thought that the mission was very likely to have failed. The favorable time, place, and military morale have all been lost. The outcome of this battle was determined from the beginning. Rumble. In the previous battle, Hua Tsubing's army lost more than 800 cavalrymen, and now there are more than 5,000 cavalrymen left. They crashed into the enemy's formation fiercely, and immediately people and horses fell to the ground, and the whole place was in a mess. A fierce battle began. Hua Tsubing and Hua Rong led the charge, continuously hacking and killing the enemies with invincible bravery. Behind the two of them, the soldiers followed closely, like two torrents, one from the south and one from the north, making the Lane Village army attack from both sides and in great distress. After a wave of charge, Hua Tsubing and Hua Rong each led their teams to rush out, then reorganized the formation, roared, and started a new round of charge. This is what cavalry is like. They rely entirely on mobility and the inertia of charging. They cannot engage in close combat with infantry for a long time. That would be the most stupid thing to do. Charge and then retreat, reorganize the formation, charge again, and repeat this cycle over and over again. This is the way of cavalry. Shoot, shoot. The two Lane Zai generals shouted angrily. Chapter 174 Secret Military Intelligence. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The archers surrounding the formation immediately opened fire, and a rain of arrows whizzed out, killing dozens of cavalrymen in one wave. However, archers do not have much advantage against cavalry. In the face of the cavalry's powerful mobility, they do not have much output and can only shoot 2 or 3 waves of arrows before the cavalry arrives in front of them. Boom. Hua Tsubing's cavalry launched a second charge, like a speeding car driving into a dense crowd, leaving casualties and corpses everywhere. The wailing continued, and the two generals looked pale. Facing a pure cavalry unit, their army could only fight with their lives and had no advantage at all. In fact, they didn't have any carts for defense, so their resistance was not as strong as in the previous battle. Hua Tsubing commanded his troops to charge 5 times, and the troops in Lane Village completely collapsed. The formation was in chaos, the ground was littered with corpses, and the soldiers began to flee in all directions. In the midst of the chaos, Hua Tsubing beheaded an enemy general with one sword. The blood splattered on his face, making him look even more ferocious, and his whole body exuded an iron-blooded temperament. He roared, raised his sword and shouted, "Those who surrender will be spared." Halala. The soldiers of Lane Village had long been stunned by the cavalry charge. Upon hearing this, they immediately fell to the ground and shouted, "Don't kill me. We surrender." When one person surrendered, a second person would follow. The soldiers all had a herd mentality. Even if some individual soldiers felt bad, when they saw that all their comrades had surrendered, they sighed helplessly in their hearts, knowing that they could not change anything, so they surrendered as well. Hua Rong, also covered in blood, rode his horse to Hua Tsubing's side and said with a smile, "General, the mission is finally accomplished." Hua Tsubing was obviously in a good mood as he said, "Yes, we have finally eliminated the main force of Lane Village. Go and arrange for people to gather these surrendered soldiers. We have suffered heavy losses in the past 2 battles. With these guys, we can replenish our forces and recover some losses." Yes. Hua Rong took the order and left. Hua Tsubing also found a place to sit under the shade of a tree. Immediately, his personal soldiers came over to help him take off his armor. Crash. As soon as the armor was taken off, a large pool of blood immediately spilled out, frightening the guards and making them scream. "General, this." Hua Tsubing rolled his eyes at them and said, "Look at you, What are you afraid of? It's not my blood. The personal guards then breathed a sigh of relief. If Huitzubing was really seriously injured, or even dead, they would definitely not be in a good situation either. After taking off his armor, the personal guards brought a bag of clean water for Huitzubing to wash his body. When the soldiers of the Great Zhou Kingdom went out to fight, in addition to weapons and equipment, Chunfei also equipped them with many small items. For example, 1 out of every 10 soldiers carried a bag on his back, which could be folded up and did not take up space. It could be taken out to hold water when needed. In addition, their leggings can be temporarily removed to bandage wounds, and their belts can be untied and used as ropes. In short, each has its own uses. There was a small stream nearby, only about 2 meters wide. The soldiers of Huitzubing's army came here one after another, took off their clothes, jumped in, and while washing their bodies, they laughed heartily. You bunch of bastards, stop polluting the water. We still need to cook here later. Get out of here downstream. Huarong shouted loudly while riding a horse. After 2 consecutive battles, the soldiers were very tired, and it was getting late, so Huitzubing decided to cook here, spend the night, and recover his strength. Soon, Huarong came to Huitzubing and said, "Zubing, the losses have been calculated." In private, Huarong and Huitzubing had a very good relationship and called each other by their first names. Huitzubing handed a piece of dry food to Huarong and said, "Eat first." Huarong had been busy for half a day and was tired and hungry. He took a bite and gulped down a big mouthful of water before he felt refreshed. After these 2 battles, we lost 400 of the 3,000 cavalrymen we brought with us. The 3,000 cavalrymen that the 6 rulers sent to support us also lost 2,000. Furthermore, we gathered 2,368 surrendered soldiers, all of whom have joined the Great Zhou. Huitzubing admitted that he was not a saint. In this battle, he deliberately arranged for the 6 cavalrymen who came to support to rush to the front, so as to minimize the losses of the Great Zhou Kingdom. He now has 2,600 cavalrymen and more than 2,300 surrendered soldiers under his command, which is more than when he came. Moreover, after the 2 wars, the soldiers of Lane Village dropped a large number of iron weapons. Huitzubing was very happy and ordered the troops to change their equipment directly. Every man was equipped with an iron spear, and hundreds of iron armors were also found, which Huitzubing assigned to his personal guards. Iron weapons and equipment are much better than bronze ones, especially these iron armors, which are basically immune to damage from bronze weapons, greatly improving the combat effectiveness of Huitzubing's army. By nightfall, hundreds of pots were set up on the plains. Some cavalrymen went to the nearby mountains and forests to hunt wild boars and rabbits, and found wild fruits and vegetables. Some soldiers brought seasonings with them when they went out to fight, and they either stewed or barbecued, so they would not go hungry. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Something's happening." The soldiers looked and saw a group of cavalry galloping towards them from the end of the west. There were not many of them, only 7 or 8, so the soldiers knew that these were not enemies attacking them, so they were relieved. Huarong took people to check and quickly brought this group of people to Huitzubing. "General, these are the people under the command of Lord Li Yi." Huarong introduced. "Oh, I wonder what you want to see me about. Is the plan completed? Has Lane Village been conquered?" Huitzubing asked. The leading general said, "General, Lane Village has been captured, and the enemy chieftain has been killed by our king. I have come here on the king's orders to tell you an important piece of news." Huitzubing narrowed his eyes and asked, "What news?" The general glanced around and whispered, "Lord Yangtong took the lead in breaking the alliance. Aside from our king, the other 5 families have betrayed you. They've decided to invite you to a celebration banquet, and then, when everyone is drunk, execute you." "What?" Huarong screamed. Huitzubing's face also darkened, and the murderous intent in his eyes seemed to be real, which made the general feel uncomfortable. "What a bunch of ungrateful people." Huitzubing cursed, then looked at the general with a playful expression and said, "Several of their families have rebelled, but you haven't?" Chapter 175, Dark Night Killing. The general said sternly, "My king values friendship and loyalty. Since we've signed the alliance, how could he betray it so easily like those bastards?" At this point he paused. "It's just..." Huitzubing laughed and said, "Just what?" "It's just that my king said that he is willing to work with you to kill these families. But afterward, he hopes that you, general, can support my Taixing kingdom to annex these 5 small countries and monopolize the iron mine." The general finally revealed his true intentions and told them his purpose. Huitzubing understood. This is right. There is no benevolence and righteousness without reason. There is only interest. Li Yi learned that his teammates had turned against him and took the initiative to sell this news to himself. In exchange, Li Yi would use the power of Huatsubing to conquer these 5 small countries and then transfer them all to Li Yi, including the iron mine. In this way, Li Yi gained more benefits than Huatsubing. How do you think? General Huatsubing, will you agree to my king's request? We can counterattack from both sides, attacking from both inside and outside, and decide the outcome in one battle. Huatsubing was silent for a moment, then laughed heartily. Of course, since those guys have betrayed us and are trying to harm us, I will not let them go. I am deeply grateful to your country for its kindness and righteousness in sending you this message over such a long distance. When the general heard Huatsubing agree, his face lit up with joy. Well, rush back tonight, and tell your king to be ready tomorrow. There's no need to wait until the banquet is over. Attack immediately, both inside and outside the palace, and try to kill them with one strike. Yes. The general rode back happily. Looking at the guy's departing figure, Huatsubing fell into deep thought. Hua Rong walked over and frowned. Can we trust what this guy says? What if he is setting a trap for us? Huatsubing shook his head and said, this possibility cannot be ruled out. Hua Rong said anxiously, then we'd better not go. If they really rebel and betray the alliance, we can attack their base camp. Huatsubing smiled and said, no need to go to so much trouble. Whether it's true or not, we can just make preparations for both scenarios. But Hua Rong wanted to say something else, but Huatsubing interrupted him forcefully. All right, just follow my instructions. Hua Rong, take your men tonight and bury the cavalry that the 6 kings sent to support us. There are still about 1,000 left. Oh, Hua Rong was shocked. Huatsubing said, when we go to Lane Village this time, regardless of whether there is a trap or not, the remaining 1,000 cavalrymen are no longer under our command. If it is true, as this taxing general said, that the other 5 families have betrayed us, then these 1,000 cavalrymen are our enemies. Rather than causing trouble for us later, it would be better to bury them now while they are least prepared. Hua Rong thought about it and felt that there was some truth in it. These people were controlled by me before, but now the battle is over. They will definitely return to their respective teams after returning. Burying them now is also a disguised way to reduce the enemy's strength. I'll do it tonight and guarantee a great job, Hua Rong said. Well, another thing is to gather those thousands of surrendered soldiers and have them hide when we march tomorrow. They will serve as a surprise force so that when we take action in Lane Village, they can respond from outside. Clear. After nightfall, the soldiers finished their meal and fell into a deep sleep. After a day of fighting, everyone was very tired, and the camp was soon filled with the sound of loud snoring. Hua Rong deliberately dispersed the 1,000 cavalrymen and surrounded them secretly. When the time was right, Hua Rong appeared quietly. When the soldiers of the great Zhou heard the footsteps, they all opened their eyes. Chirp, chirp. A burst of bird calls sounded, which was very harsh in the empty field. Then, in the darkness, a series of dull sounds were heard. It was the sound of weapons piercing flesh. Suddenly, bursts of screams rang out, breaking the originally silent night sky. On the other side, the surrendered soldiers of Lane Village were also awakened. Thinking that enemies had appeared, they quickly picked up their weapons and were ready to fight against the invasion. Don't move. Mind your own business and continue sleeping. Huatsubing stood up, with 2 personal guards holding torches for him so that everyone could see his appearance clearly. Seeing Huatsubing, the group of surrendered soldiers looked at each other and became even more confused. But they didn't dare ask more questions, so they just lay down and continued to sleep. The screams only lasted for a short time before they ended. The air was filled with the smell of blood. The soldiers of the great Zhou kingdom were carrying corpses back and forth in a hurry. Those surrendered soldiers were not all stupid. Although they did not see it with their own eyes, they could guess a thing or two. This guy, isn't he killing his own people? Thinking of this, the surrendered soldiers shuddered, and many of them subconsciously touched their necks, only to feel a chill. After this incident, no one slept well. Seeing this, Huatsubing did not wake everyone up in the morning. He only started to cook when the sun was high in the sky and everyone had a good sleep. According to the plan, Hua Rong selected a captain from the surrendered soldiers and 2 people from Huatsubing's personal guards. The 3 of them led 2,000 surrendered soldiers and marched quietly, ambushing near Lane Village. Huatsubing, along with Hua Rong, and more than 2,000 cavalrymen came to Lane Village. Ha! The general is so brave that he defeated the large army of Lane Village. It is really cause for celebration. Yes, this battle is all thanks to General Huatsubing. If it weren't for you, this Lane Village would still be a huge stone weighing on our hearts. General Hua, you've worked hard on this journey. We've prepared some wine and food in advance. We won't leave until we're drunk tonight. Including Li Yi, 6 players stood at the mountain pass of Lane Village to greet them, with smiles on their faces, as if they were welcoming old friends with whom they had the deepest feelings. No matter who comes, no one will feel that these 6 players have ulterior motives. Huotsubing also laughed and said, "It was all thanks to the soldiers who risked their lives. We suffered heavy losses in this battle, but we finally completed the mission. Now that we have the iron ore, we will be able to recover in no time and our strength will increase greatly." At this time, someone suddenly asked, "General Hua, I wonder where the people we sent to support us are? Now that their mission has been completed, they can return to the team." Huotsubing gave an awkward smile, then revealed a sorrowful expression. "Alas, to be honest, the enemy was too strong. We fought twice, and they were killed on the battlefield." "What? We sent out 3,000 cavalrymen, and they all died in battle? Not a single one survived?" The 6 players widened their eyes, and their expressions suddenly became extremely exciting. Huotsubing sighed. "Although I hate to admit it, this is the result. They volunteered to charge in the front. They are all great and heroes." Chapter 176, Strike First. After hearing what Huotsubing said, the 6 players looked as if they had eaten shit, and their faces turned extremely ugly. You have to know that there were 3,000 cavalrymen. On average, each family dispatched 500 to 600 people, which is not a small number. They spent a lot of money on these cavalrymen, and now they are all destroyed? In this way, they will have no cavalry at all. At this moment, someone suddenly looked behind Huotsubing and saw more than 2,000 cavalrymen arranged in neat rows, with strict military appearance and murderous intent. He suppressed his anger and said, "All our men are dead, but the general's soldiers don't seem to have suffered many losses." Huotsubing waved his hands helplessly and said, "I don't know either. Maybe my soldiers are more powerful." The 6 players were speechless. I've seen shameless people, but I've never seen anyone so shameless. There were 2 people with hot tempers who were about to explode, but were suppressed by Yang Tong. He signaled with his eyes for them to calm down, then forced a smile and said to Huotsubing, "Let's not worry about this for now. Now that the battle is over, all of this is in the past. Let's go to the village first. The banquet is being prepared and will begin in an hour." Huotsubing smiled and nodded, then took Huarong and more than 2,000 soldiers into the village. At the same time, he became even more convinced that the generals sent by Li Yi, the king of Taixing, should not have deceived him. There really was something wrong with these people, and there really was a trap waiting for him. Otherwise, if he killed all the soldiers sent by the other side to support him, no matter how good the other side's temper was, they would still blame him. Anyone with a little shameless face would not hold a celebration banquet, but would turn it into a criticism meeting, demanding compensation from Huotsubing, etc. This was the normal script. But now the other party had obviously suppressed his anger and couldn't wait to lead them inside, which made Huotsubing increase the strength of his right hand holding the sword. The banquet was held in the town hall of Lane Village, but there were also thousands of tables set up outside, densely packed, and occupying almost all the space. Soldiers were busy serving dishes and carrying drinks, and everyone's face was filled with festive expressions. "Yes, we conquered Lane Village and won a great victory. Who wouldn't be happy?" Huotsubing brought Huarong and his personal guards into the town hall. When they saw that these personal guards were wearing fine iron armor and holding iron weapons, the 6 players all showed envy. The 2,000 soldiers he brought with him were also warmly invited outside. Looking at the array of dishes, the soldiers couldn't help but drool. There was no poison in the food or drinks. Everyone got along well with each other and couldn't wait to start eating and drinking before it got dark. It was very lively. In the town hall, Huotsubing and the 6 players still maintained their gentlemanly demeanor and had not yet picked up their chopsticks. I don't know where these beautiful women came from, but they were wearing sexy clothes and dancing, which added a unique flavor to this village. Huarong quietly came to Huotsubing and whispered, "General, there are indeed many warriors hiding in the dark alley outside." When Huotsubing heard this, his face turned cold, but he still kept smiling and winked at Huarong. Huarong understood and nodded slightly. The 2 men picked up their wine glasses and walked in front of the 6 players. "Haha, my lords, I, Huotsubing, would like to offer a toast to you all. I wish that we can work together and develop together in the future." Huarong also smiled and said, "I am Huarong, and I would like to offer a toast to all the kings." Yang Tong and others were stunned. They had always thought that this young general was no ordinary person, but they didn't expect that he was actually Huarong, the little Liguan. The lineup of generals under Chen Fei is really luxurious. But, no matter how luxurious you are, what does it matter? The loss of 2 of your generals today is at least a serious blow to the Great Zhou Kingdom. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in Yang Tong's eyes, but he still had a smile on his face. He raised his glass and gently clinked it with his, saying, "Come on, let's develop together and help each other in the future. Cheers." The 6 players clinked glasses with Hua Xiubing and Hua Rong. Just as they looked up, Hua Xiubing suddenly attacked, pulled out the dagger from his waist, and stabbed it directly into Yang Tong's chest. Well, Yang Tong felt pain, and his wine glass fell heavily to the ground, shocking the other players. Without saying a word, Hua Xiubing pulled out a bright red dagger and stabbed the player next to him again. Hua Rong was not idle either. He used the same operation to kill 2 people in a row. Poor Yang Tong and others. They thought they had the initiative and were just thinking of waiting for Hua Xiubing to get drunk before taking action, but they never expected that they would be counterattacked in advance, without even asking any questions, and without any hesitation. Out of 6 players, 4 died in a row. They were all hit in the vitals and turned into corpses directly. Finally, Hua Rong placed the dagger on the neck of the 5th player, frightening him so much that he collapsed to the ground. "Don't kill me. Don't kill me." This sudden change happened in a split second. By the time it was over, the guards of the players sitting around had finally reacted and quickly drew their weapons, ready to attack. However, the personal guards brought by Hua Xiubing were not there to sit there and do nothing. They immediately surrounded them and stopped these guys. Li Yi also shouted loudly and called on the personal guards he brought with him to control the situation. Hua Rong shouted loudly, "Your lord is dead. Lane village has been surrounded by us. Why don't you surrender quickly?" Li Yi also spoke up. "Now that things have come to this, if you surrender, you will not only be spared from death, but you will also be promoted to captain, and each person present will be rewarded with 10,000 gold coins." After hearing this, everyone who was shouting for war and killing just now fell silent. "Yes, my lord has been killed, and now I am on someone else's territory, surrounded by enemy troops. What else can I do if I don't surrender? It will only lead to death. In this case, it would be better to surrender early and reap some benefits." Hua Xiubing ignored all this. He stared at the last remaining defector and asked, "Tell me, have you betrayed your alliance and lured me here, intending to kill me here after I'm drunk?" Although it was basically confirmed, he still wanted to ask again to see if Li Yi was lying to him. The player asked timidly, "I said, can you let me go?" Hua Xiubing nodded, "Of course." The player said, this was all Yang Tong's idea. After conquering Lane village, he became greedy and wanted to seek greater benefits. We were all forced into this." Hua Xiubing chuckled and pushed him to Hua Rong. "Keep an eye on him. Take him back later, conquer his territory, and make him submit to our great Zhou." "Yes." Hua Rong laughed happily. Chapter 177, Cruel and Cruel Hua Xiubing. Li Yi was surprised and asked, "What? You want to conquer his territory? Didn't we agree that his territory would also belong to me?" Hua Xiubing grinned, stood in front of him, and looked down at him. Hua Xiubing had not yet fully grown up at this time, being only 18 or 19 years old, but he was already 1.8 meters tall and strong and sturdy. While he was only 1.75 meters tall and standing in front of him, he felt very oppressive. "Lord Li Yi, what qualifications do you have to tell me that you want to annex other small countries?" Hua Xiubing's eyes were full of mockery. Li Yi's heart skipped a beat, and a bad premonition came to his mind. Puff! A dagger pierced Li Yi's chest. Li Yi widened his eyes and looked at Hua Xiubing in disbelief. Hua Xiubing grinned and said, "I'm so sorry. Our great Zhou kingdom has lost trust in all of you. This iron mine no longer needs an agent. You?" Li Yi pointed his finger at Hua Xiubing with trembling hands, but he could no longer speak. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Li Yi's eyes went black, and he fell heavily to the ground. "Your Majesty." Lu Jin and other people from Taixing State were shocked, but the accident happened too quickly, and it was too late. With red eyes, Lu Jin killed the great Zhou soldier next to him with one sword, and then rushed towards Hua Xiubing like a madman. Hua Xiubing gave him a cold look and said, "The king of Taixing is dead. Why don't you surrender quickly?" Hua Rong and others immediately surrounded him and resisted Lu Jin. At this time, in the entire town hall, all 6 players had been killed, leaving only some generals they brought with them and dozens of soldiers. These generals and soldiers were all stunned. They didn't expect Hua Xiubing to be so cruel and kill everyone. The people of Taixing were very excited, shouting and clamoring to kill Hua Xiubing. Hua Xiubing's personal guards also fought hard to resist. Hua Xiubing roared, "Those who surrender will be rewarded with 10,000 gold coins and promoted half a rank. Those who refuse to surrender will be killed without mercy." Hua Rong also said, "Things have come to this point. You can't change anything. Why not join my great Zhou, and I will guarantee you a life of prosperity and wealth." After these words were spoken, many people fell silent. When things have become a foregone conclusion, their boss is dead, and they are leaderless, the soldier's mentality will change dramatically, not to mention that there are 10,000 gold coins waiting for them. So what if you're the king's personal guard? In the face of naked profit, it's nothing. Of course, it is not ruled out that there are some diehard fans who would avenge their king even if they die. Hua Tsubing admitted that he admired the courage of these diehards, but he would not show mercy to them either. With a wave of his hand, more than a dozen of his personal guards stepped forward and hacked all these diehards to death. The personal guards he brought with him wore 2 layers of iron armor specifically for this Hongmen banquet, had iron swords slung around their waists, daggers tied to their legs, and even short crossbows hanging on their backs. They were armed to the teeth. Even Lu Jin, after killing 4 or 5 people, was captured by this group of heavily armored guards. The guards were about to hack Lu Jin to death when Hua Tsubing stopped them, saying, "Wait, this fellow is a talented man after all. It would be a shame to kill him. Keep an eye on him and hand him over to the king when we return." Yes. The entire town hall was in ruins at this point. Perhaps hearing the noise inside, hundreds of killers guarding the dark room rushed out. They were all arranged by Yang Tong and others. The original plan was to wait until they were drunk and wait for Yang Tong to smash the cup as a signal. But instead of the sound of the cup smashing, they heard shouts and screams. They hesitated for a long time, not knowing what had happened, and finally the leader decided to rush out early. But it was too late. Everything was already settled. "You killed my king." The warrior leader widened his eyes. Hua Tsubing looked at them and said, "You have come too late. Your king has committed suicide out of fear of punishment, and your country has perished. If you are sensible, surrender quickly. You can continue to serve my great Zhou kingdom, and each of you will be rewarded with 10,000 gold coins." After this combination of sweet dates and sticks, the group of warriors looked at each other in bewilderment. After some psychological preparation, and seeing that Lu Jin had been subdued and most people had surrendered, the warriors sighed deeply and laid down their weapons. Yes, the king has died and the country has been dissolved. If they continue fighting, what is the point other than losing their own lives here? After taking control of the town hall, Hua Tsubing walked out with Hua Rong and displayed the bodies of the 6 players to the soldiers outside. "Your rulers have engaged in internal strife and infighting, and all have perished. Your states have automatically dissolved. Now, quickly surrender to our great Zhou, and we will guarantee you prosperity, wealth, and a life of peace. If you dare to resist, you will be killed on the spot without mercy." Hua Tsubing made up an excuse casually, which made the 6 players' personal guards standing behind him, who had already surrendered, curl their lips helplessly, thinking, this cavalry general of the great Zhou kingdom, at such a young age, is not only cruel and ruthless, but also so shameless. Lu Jin was so excited that he wanted to rush over, but he was tied up and his mouth was stuffed with cotton cloth, so he could only make whimpering sounds and could do nothing. As soon as Hua Tsubing said this, more than 2,000 soldiers from the great Zhou kingdom outside stood up instantly, drew their weapons, and glanced around coldly. Before they arrived, Hua Tsubing had already informed them of the detailed plan, so every soldier was prepared early. The soldiers under the command of the other 6 players, seeing the body of their king and realizing that the situation had been taken under control, fell silent. Hua Rong roared, "Take away their weapons, and then squat down with your heads in your hands. If you don't, I will kill you without mercy." The soldiers had no choice but to squat down with their heads in their hands. The Hongmen banquet at Lane Village ended perfectly because of Hua Tsubing's foresight and his ability to take advantage of the enemy's strategy. Li Yi originally planned to be a speculator and become the biggest winner of this battle, but he failed to succeed. This is actually not because Hua Tsubing is cruel and ruthless. He has also thought that if Li Yi annexed the other 5 small countries, his strength would increase several times, and he would also control the iron mine and become the overlord of this area. If Li Yi could get 2 or 3 more strong reinforcements from outside, then the Great Zhou Kingdom would be really hard to deal with and would be a tough nut to crack in the future. In this case, it would be better to nip this tough problem in the bud. As for this iron mine, Hua Tsubing also had his own plans. After staying in Lane Village for a whole day, they finally subdued all the thousands of surrendered soldiers, totaling 8,200 people. Together with the 2,000 surrendered soldiers from Lane Village before, the total number of surrendered soldiers was over 10,000. Hua Tsubing organized these people into 2 battalions, each led by 2 surrendered sea-level generals. Afterwards, Hua Tsubing arranged for them to split into 2 groups to conquer the 6 small countries that had lost their rulers. Chapter 178 Confused Qin Fei. These 6 small countries are all near Lane Village. The strongest one is Li Yi's Taixing Kingdom, which has 1 city and 10 towns under its jurisdiction. The weakest one also has 1 city and 3 towns. After entering the feudal era, players worked hard to build cities. They saved money every day and built city walls to a greater or lesser extent, which were much stronger than the previous wooden walls. After the 2 battalions left, Huarong came to Huitzubing and said with some concern, "General, by doing this, we have violated the king's order." Huitzubing laughed and said, "What are you afraid of? The king sent us here to find an agent and only to obtain the trading rights for the iron ore. He was simply worried that this place would be targeted. It's too far from our great Zhou kingdom, and we wouldn't be able to rescue us in time if an enemy attacked. But now we have occupied so many cities at once, and we have tens of thousands of soldiers under our command. How many people dare to challenge us?" Huarong's mouth twitched. This was true. His king probably never imagined that Huitzubing was so powerful that he could directly destroy 6 small countries and wipe out the small countries near Lane village in one fell swoop. Huitzubing said, "Huarong, go write a letter and tell us everything that happened here. Our iron mine can be operational today. Tomorrow you will bring back a batch of iron ore. Oh, and take that fellow Lejin with you as well. I believe the king will be satisfied." Huarong nodded. "I understand. But General, if we use a cart to push it, we'll be easily exposed. And this iron ore is so heavy, we can't transport much at once." Huitzubing frowned and asked, "Do you have any good ideas?" Huarong said, "Your Majesty needs iron ore simply to produce tools and refine weapons. And there's an iron smelter right here in Lane village. Why don't we just refine the iron ore into tools and weapons and ship them directly? Wouldn't that be more valuable? Iron ore needs to be smelted, and hundreds of tons of iron ore need to be transported back. If some of it is spilled and picked up by others, it will be easily exposed. Moreover, a lot of slag will be produced during smelting, which will cause the weight to shrink significantly. It would be better to smelt it directly here and reduce the transportation cost. It is not only less likely to spill and be exposed, but also very efficient and saves manpower." Huitzubing nodded. "All right, let's do it. Today, we'll arrange for the iron ore smelting plant to produce 1,000 tools and 1,000 iron spearheads. Tomorrow, we'll expand this area to 10 iron mines, turning Lane village into our complete iron ore base." Good. While Huitzubing was conquering small countries and organizing construction near Lane village, Qin Fei was also not idle. He let Lu Bu lead the Longxiang army, and the 3 players of Qingyun Kingdom, Guangyan Kingdom, and Sanqing Kingdom also sent troops to support. Lu Bu's Longxiang army was now fully staffed, with a total of 12,000 men. The other 3 allies sent 3 armies of 8,000 men each. Together, they had a total of 20,000 men, and they began their eastern expedition. What Qin Fei had to do was to fight until he reached the vicinity of Lane village and incorporate this iron mine into his territory. There are 300 kilometers between them, with several small countries, dozens of towns, countless mountain strongholds and villages, and more than a dozen small rivers in between. However, these people were not a monolithic group. Under the powerful offensive of Qin Fei's Eastern Expedition Army, they could advance 30 kilometers almost every day. In just 3 days, the Eastern Expedition Army had completed 1/3 of its mission. After all, it was an army of 20,000. Even if some players wanted to unite to resist, they would instantly become timid when they saw this huge sea of people and almost fled. In the Shiliang regional chat channel, Qin Fei was also criticized by countless people. "Damn it, Qin Fei, why are you hitting me for no reason, damn? There are so many soldiers. I'm going to fight you." Fei Chun is a big devil, a troublemaker in the Shiliang region, and an ambitious tyrant. His endless conquests have made him a public enemy. I hope everyone will act together to sanction him and besiege him. That's right. I hope we can form an anti-Fade alliance again and work together to destroy this big devil. However, after experiencing several major battles, the players all clearly realized Qin Fei's powerful strength, especially when they learned that Qin Fei had sent 20,000 soldiers on this eastern expedition. Everyone was stunned. Oh my god, how did this great devil Qin Fei develop? Why does he have so many soldiers? He's not going all out, is he? Who's near the great Zhou kingdom? Let's go see if there's a chance we can take advantage of the situation and strike directly at Huanglong. The one upstairs stopped dreaming. Do you think they could possibly come out in full force and reveal such a huge flaw to us? Hey, who knows? What if Fade Chin gets kicked in the head by a donkey? The players said all kinds of things, and even the number of spies roaming around the border of the great Zhou kingdom has increased in the past few days. But when these spies saw the densely packed soldiers standing on the walls of Shindu City, everyone shut up. They knew that Chun Fei's army was not going out in full force on the eastern expedition. Anyone who dares to take advantage of this situation will die miserably. Chun Fei stayed in the palace, handling government affairs every day. There are more and more territorial affairs now. As people become more open-minded, many vicious cases and gangs have even appeared. These messy things are the first time, and how to deal with them all requires Chun Fei to make the final decision. That day, in the evening, Fei Chun had just finished reviewing some documents, stretched himself, and was about to go out for a walk when he suddenly heard a series of system notification sounds. System prompt. Congratulations on capturing Taixing Kingdom. Please choose the disposal method, destroy/retain. System prompt. Congratulations on conquering Greenshade Country. Please choose the disposal method, destroy/retain. System prompt. Congratulations on conquering the Blackwater Kingdom. Please choose the disposal method, destroy/retain. System prompt. Congratulations on conquering Tiani Kingdom. Please choose the disposal method, destroy/retain. System prompt. Congratulations on conquering the Great Kingdom. Please choose the disposal method, destroy/retain. System prompt. Congratulations on conquering the Broken Wood Kingdom. Please choose the disposal method, destroy/retain. System prompt. Congratulations on capturing Lane Village. Please select the disposal method, destroy/retain. 7 system prompts sounded in succession, leaving Chun Fei stunned on the spot. Oh my god, what's going on? Fei Chun was stunned. Was Lu Bu's Eastern Expedition army so powerful? Did they kill 7 factions at the same time? He immediately walked to the map and took a look at it, but did not find the names of these forces. Wait, Lane Village? Isn't this the iron mine that Huatsubing attacked? Chun Fei's expression suddenly became extremely strange. Chapter 179, 7 Rewards. Fei Chun stared at the location of Lane Village on the map, his face filled with astonishment. Huatsubing, what the hell is he doing? The order I gave to Huatsubing was to find an agent, use force to gain the monopoly of the iron or trade. How did this guy manage to take down Lane Village? Also, what about these other 6 small countries? Fei Chun paced around the room with his hands behind his back. System prompt. Congratulations on winning the reward, eggplant planting technique. System prompt. Congratulations on winning the reward, soybean planting technology. System prompt. Congratulations on winning the victory reward, textile optimization technology. System prompt. Congratulations on winning the reward, papermaking. System prompt. Congratulations on receiving the victory reward, chainmail manufacturing technology. System prompt. Congratulations on receiving the victory reward, new troop type, cavalry archers. System prompt. Congratulations on receiving the victory reward, new soldier type, assassin. Chun Fei was overjoyed after receiving 7 consecutive victory rewards. Eggplants and soybeans can enrich the diet of the Great Zhou Kingdom, especially soybeans. Not only can they be eaten by humans, but they can also be used as feed to feed war horses and livestock, and can also be used to extract oil. Every force has a great demand for soybeans. The third textile optimization technology can greatly improve the work efficiency of textile factories and increase the daily cloth production by 50%. Chainmail technology is undoubtedly an essential technology for Chun Fei to build a heavy armored force. Chainmail, different from traditional armor, is also called chainmail. It uses small iron rings to form a long coat with a hood, which is worn over close-fitting clothing. Its biggest advantage is that it is light and can effectively resist shooting arrows. However, this thing also has a fatal flaw, which is that it is too soft, like ordinary clothes. If the enemy hits it with a hammer, mace, or even an axe, it is difficult to defend against it and will basically cause serious injuries. Chainmail and plate armor have completely opposite advantages and disadvantages. Plate armor is too inconvenient and has a limited attack range after wearing it, but it has strong defense against heavy weapons. Chainmail is a complicated process and requires a lot of materials. Chun Fei took a look and saw that it would take a craftsman 2 days to make a set of chainmail, and it would also require an investment of 100 units of iron ore. As for the last 2, the archers were the type of troops that Chun Fei had long dreamed of. These light cavalrymen armed with bows could maneuver at high speeds, wandering around the periphery of the battlefield, constantly killing the enemy with bows and arrows, without ever coming into close contact with the enemy. This type of combat method is roughly the same as that of the Mongolian cavalry. If they encounter a pure infantry army, they will almost certainly be defeated and can even annihilate the enemy without any injuries. As for the last type of soldier, the assassins, Chun Fei took a look and saw that it would cost 100,000 food to recruit one who was proficient in assassination, disguise, and intelligence gathering. Chun Fei immediately recruited 10 assassins, and handed them over to Liu Bing for management. Oomph. Now that we have a professional assassin, if we encounter anyone who doesn't have eyes, we'll just assassinate them. Fei Chun murmured, revealing a hint of ruthlessness. Afterwards, Chun Fei called Zhuge Liang and asked him to write a letter to Hua Zubing and send his personal guard commander Li Zhongyi as an envoy to find out what was going on. After giving the instructions, Fei Chun asked Zhuge Liang to sit down, and immediately a beautiful maid came over to pour tea. Now that everything is on the right track, Chun Fei will naturally not treat himself badly. In addition to the 400 guards led by Li Zhongyi stationed in the palace, he has arranged hundreds of servants in the palace. Half of them are men and half are women. The male servants were responsible for cleaning, pruning flowers and trees, while the female servants were responsible for serving tea, washing clothes, cooking, and even taking care of Chun Fei's waking and going to bed. No one is a saint, and Chun Fei himself believes that he is not a saint and cannot be free from desires. Now that he has been given such power, he must of course enjoy it. Of course, Chun Fei is not a fool who indulges in wine and women. He does not have the habit of building wine pools, meat forests, and pleasure palaces. He puts more energy on serious matters. How's the recent institutional reform of the Ministry of the Interior going? Fei Chun picked up the teacup and took a sip, then asked slowly. Although the Great Zhou Kingdom had a small tea plantation, due to climatic reasons, the yield was very low and the taste was not good. Even no merchants were willing to purchase it, so it was only provided to the people of the Great Zhou Kingdom. What Chun Fei is drinking now is purchased from other forces. It is expensive, and 1 kilogram of tea costs 100 gold coins. Zhuge Liang said, several newly established departments, such as the Ministry of Revenue and the Ministry of Justice, are already on track and have begun work. The main problem now is a lack of manpower. Chun Fei nodded slightly. The lack of talent is the biggest obstacle restricting the development of the Great Zhou Kingdom. The people of the Great Zhou Kingdom, as well as ordinary soldiers, were basically illiterate and unable to read. Although Chun Fei had opened several schools, it would take another month for the first literacy class to graduate, and the first batch of formal students would even take 3 years to graduate. And this is just the basic knowledge. As the territory expanded, the affairs of various departments became more and more numerous and complicated, and even the military required a large amount of paperwork. This wasn't a formality on Chun Fei's part. It was a genuine need. For example, keeping lists of fallen soldiers, registering recruits, distributing pensions and salaries, keeping training logs, post-battle summaries, and collecting and processing intelligence were all tasks that a bunch of soldiers couldn't handle, and asking Liu Bu's generals to do them wasn't realistic either. But there are too few people with real abilities. Every time Chun Fei refreshes the generals, he will recruit them all. He does not despise the D-level generals and those D-level strategists. He uses them as grassroots cadres to handle some simple affairs. To this end, Chun Fei recruited hundreds of scholars and spent tens of millions of units of food. However, these scholars mostly only deal with basic things and are not qualified to be the heads of a department. Chun Fei pondered for a moment and said, I'll find a way to recruit these talents. You set up the platform first. Let ordinary scholars do the work in the propaganda department, construction department, transportation department, supervision department, human resources department, and finance department. Once I find the right person, I'll directly appoint him as the head of the department. Zhuge Liang nodded. I understand. Currently, these departments are still managed by my Prime Minister's office. However, their office space has been found. According to your request, we have built an office building near the palace. It has 3 floors and 6 buildings, with hundreds of rooms, which is enough for use at this stage. Chapter 180 Jiayue Kingdom. 2 days later, Chun Fei received a letter from Hua Zubing. This letter was written by Hua Rong, describing their actions in great detail. When Chun Fei finished reading it, he was stunned. Come on, is this so awesome? Just wipe out the whole team. Chun Fei was shocked by Hua Zubing's actions. Then he couldn't help laughing. Hua Zubing, Hua Zubing, you truly are a genius. This way, my Great Zhou directly controls the iron mine and also incorporates the surrounding 50-kilometer territory into its empire. This is fantastic. Chun Fei's expression was energized. After a moment's thought, he wrote another reply, telling Hua Zubing not to rush back. Instead, he told him to develop his territory there, build a good city, and construct more arrow towers. He also wanted to build a fortress specifically for the iron mines, especially near them. His Eastern Expedition Army would soon reach the iron mines, and Hua Zubing was told to be ready to assist. This time, Hua Zubing brought not only a letter, but also more than a dozen donkey carts filled with wooden boxes full of iron weapons. There are thousands of iron spearheads. After being transported here, They can be used by simply installing wooden handles. There are hundreds of iron swords and more than a dozen pieces of iron armor. Chun Fei directly delivered all these equipment to the Eastern Expedition Army on the front line. Great! Now that we have an iron mine, we've finally entered the Iron Age. Chun Fei was very excited and in a good mood. 200 kilometers east of the Great Zhou Kingdom, there is a country called Xiaoyue Kingdom. This country has 3 cities and 16 towns under its jurisdiction, a population of 100,000 and an army of 10,000. It can be said to be the most powerful force within a radius of 300 kilometers. The player from Xiaoyue country is very special. He is an old man in his 70s with a white beard, but he is in good spirits. His eyes are like those of an eagle, which makes people's hair stand on end. Xiaoyue City, inside the palace. This palace is much more magnificent than Chun Fei's palace in Chengdu City. There is a building every 5 steps and a pavilion every 10 steps. The walls are painted with colorful and lifelike murals. Even in broad daylight, hundreds of candles were lit in the palace. You know, candles are a luxury these days. Many players don't have the technology to make them, so they rely on imports, which are also very expensive. Most people just light an oil lamp or even start a fire. The old man was wearing a gorgeous purple robe, with beautiful young maids standing on both sides, gently waving fans. The table was filled with fruits and even a cup of iced sour plum soup. What a great way to enjoy yourself. Sitting below the old man were 2 generals and a counselor, all 3 of them looking worried. A general held up a letter and said, "Your Majesty, there's an emergency at the front. 20,000 enemy troops are besieging Liuye country. The Lord of Liuye has sent an urgent letter, requesting our support once again." Another man also stood up and clasped his fists, saying, "Yes, my king. As the saying goes, if the lips are gone, the teeth will be cold. We can no longer stand by and watch someone die." The old man took a deep breath, his face full of anger. Humph! This Chun Fei is really going too far. Among the players entering this world, young people are the largest in number, followed by middle-aged people, and there are almost no elderly people. And he is one of them. His real name is Wu Weigua. In real life, he is the boss of a gang of underworld forces. He is cruel and ruthless. However, after he retired and no longer participated in the disputes in the underworld, his temper improved a lot. His retirement life was very comfortable. Before starting the game, Lord of the Nation, he became interested and fell into this big pit. At the beginning, he obtained a super talent that increased the mobility of his troops by 50%, and he was also a shrewd guy, so he survived very smoothly and continued to annex the surrounding forces, becoming the overlord of this area. Recently, the Great Zhou Kingdom's eastern expedition had caused a great deal of uproar. The entire western Liang region knew about this, and he was also paying close attention to it. Every day, the Great Zhou Kingdom's Eastern Expeditionary Army would advance, getting closer and closer to his Xiaoyue Kingdom, and the pressure on him was increasing. Wu Weigua stood up and walked to the south wall of the hall, where a huge map was hung, marking all the forces, big and small, within a radius of 300 kilometers. He pointed his finger at his own Xiaoyue city, then slid westward, passing through several towns, and pointed at the location of Liuye Kingdom. After defeating the Willow Leaf Kingdom, we will be next. Wu Weigua snorted and said, "Fade Chun, you forced me to do this." He turned around and said to the 3 people present, "Zhang Song, you go to the Dark Moon Nation in the north and tell them that we agree to their terms. You must insist that they honor the 3-month ceasefire agreement." That strategist turned out to be Zhang Song, the famous strategist from Shu during the 3 Kingdoms period. Zhang Song, a famous strategist, whose courtesy name was Ziqiao, originally served under Lu Zhang of Yizhou. Later, he went to present a map to Cao Cao and mocked Boss Cao. He was then driven out. He was treated with courtesy by Liu Bei and was finally moved and handed over the map of West Sichuan to Liu Bei. Zhang Song said, "I obey your command." In the north of Xiaoyue Kingdom, there is a country called Dark Moon Kingdom, which has always been at odds with it and has been constantly fighting against each other. Especially after learning that Chun Fei had started the Eastern Expedition, it invaded Xiaoyue Kingdom on a large scale, causing Wu Wei Kingdom a lot of headaches. Zhang Song and others continued to offer suggestions to Wu Wei State, hoping that Wu Wei State could cease fire with Dark Moon State and focus its energy on dealing with the Great Zhou State's Eastern Expedition Army. Wu Weigua was well aware of the principle that if one loses his teeth, the other will be cold. For this reason, he sent envoys to the Dark Moon Kingdom many times to seek peace. However, the Dark Moon Kingdom made an exorbitant demand, requiring him to pay 10 million of various basic resources and 1 million of gold before they would agree to a ceasefire. Wu Weiguan naturally did not want to be taken advantage of, so he has held on until now. But now Qin Fei's army is about to reach the doorstep, and Wu Wei Kingdom finally decided to compromise and planned to sign a ceasefire agreement with the Dark Moon Kingdom to concentrate on dealing with the invasion of the Great Zhou Kingdom. Gao Shun, you must lead the Xinjiang camp immediately to support the Liuye Kingdom. Wu Weiguo looked at the general next to him. The general had a tall figure and ordinary appearance, but he gave people a sense of confidence and security. He turned out to be the famous Gao Shun of the Three Kingdoms period. Some people say that Gao Shun is the most underrated general in the Three Kingdoms. In Lu Bu's army, he and Shun Gong, one a scholar and the other a warrior, were Lu Bu's right-hand men. They were even superior to the other 8 elite generals, including Zhang Liao and Zhang Ba. The Xinjiang camp he founded was feared by the people and was considered a renowned ace unit in the Three Kingdoms period. Gao Shun led more than 700 soldiers, but they were called 1,000 men. Their armors were all refined and neat. They could break through any attack they made. They were named the Xinjiang camp. This short sentence is enough to illustrate the terrifying nature of the Xinjiang camp and Gao Shun's superb command and training techniques. One is Gao Shun, one is Zhang Song, and there is another military general who is also very famous, that is Wang Bodong, the hero of Wadongzhai in the Sui and Tang dynasties. Chapter 181 Battle of Willow City. Wu Weiguo, with 3 famous ministers and generals, is considered to be a leader among players. After arranging Gao Shun, Wu Weiguo turned to Wang Bodong and said, Wang Bodong, you will lead 3,000 cavalrymen to the north, bypass Liuye State, and attack the rear of the Great Zhou State, disrupting their logistics. I don't ask you to achieve many military achievements. Just burn their fields and warehouses, kill their farmers, and attack their small forces to cause chaos in their rear. Wang Bodong clasped his fists and said, I obey your command. Also, have Lu He, who is in the standoff with the Dark Moon Nation in the north, remain vigilant. If a ceasefire agreement is reached, have him lead 3,000 defenders to continue watching. The rest of the troops will return and prepare to head west to support the Willow Leaf Nation. Yes, Willow Leaf Country. The Willow Leaf Kingdom is located 50 kilometers west of the Jiayue Kingdom, but its strength is far inferior to that of the Jiayue Kingdom. The Willow Leaf Kingdom has only 1 city, 3 towns, and 20 villages, with a jurisdiction area of only 30 kilometers. The population is only 50,000, and the number of soldiers is only 5,000. On the top of Liuye City, the player Lu Zicheng was wearing white armor, holding a spear, and wearing a red cape. He looked very majestic, and everyone who saw him could not help but praise him. What a handsome young general. Yes, Lu Zicheng is only 18 years old this year. In real life, he is a boxing enthusiast who has participated in several amateur competitions. In this world, he obtained the talent of natural supernatural power at the beginning. His personal martial arts value has been greatly enhanced, and he has reached the level of an A-level general. However, this talent was somewhat useful at the beginning. As time went on, the scale of the war grew larger and larger. As the leader of the country, he had more and more affairs to coordinate, and he could not easily go to the battlefield, so this talent became particularly useless. But unexpectedly, now that the Great Zhou Kingdom was launching a massive attack, his talent came in handy again. Below Liuye City, 20,000 soldiers were neatly arranged. The large number of people shocked Lu Zicheng greatly. Is there still no news from Jiayue Kingdom? Lu Zicheng asked the generals around him. The quality of the generals around him is much lower than that of Jiayue Kingdom. He is just a C-level general with no outstanding abilities. He is only used as a leader. Not yet. Hearing this answer, Lu Zicheng's face became even gloomier. If Jiayue country refuses to send troops, we will suffer a huge loss. Lu Zicheng murmured, well, go and capture all the able-bodied men in the city, and have all the men in the city, as long as they can move, come to the city wall. Yes. The general beside him clasped his fists and left after receiving the order. At this time, the sound of war drums suddenly rang out from the coalition forces of the 4 countries below, Dezhou, Qingyun, Guang'an, and Sanqing. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of war drums was as rapid as raindrops, constantly beating on the hearts of the soldiers of Willow Leaf Country. Many of them frowned, and their hands holding the weapons were shaking. After a burst of war drums sounded, the catapults of the 4-nation coalition began to launch catapults crazily. In this eastern expedition, Qin Fei invested a huge amount of money, directly dispatching 50 catapults and 100 crossbows. The 3 allies, including Guang'an State, were also very powerful, deploying a total of 30 catapults and 50 crossbows. When a total of 80 catapults and 150 crossbows were lined up in the open space outside Lyoya City, the oppressive feeling made everyone on the city wall feel suffocated. Boom, boom, boom. The catapult made a terrifying roar, and 80 large stones at once streaked across the sky and slammed heavily onto the walls of Willow City. Not to mention those 2-meter-long crossbow arrows, which had a longer range and greater power. Even though many soldiers on the city wall were holding shields, they were pierced through by the arrows and were as vulnerable as pieces of paper. Then the crossbow arrows pierced the soldiers' chests, leaving a large pool of blood. The 2 siege weapons, with a single volley, caused considerable damage to Lyoya City. Hundreds of soldiers were killed by being smashed or shot, and hundreds more were hit by rubble and seriously injured. "Fuck it, fight back, fight back," Lu Zicheng roared. He was also a feudal era player, and could also build catapults and ballistae. Currently, there were over 100 ballistae arrayed on top of the city walls. Furthermore, there were 10 catapults behind the walls. It's not that he is unwilling to produce more, but these siege weapons are too expensive, and there are too many places in the territory that need money, so he can't afford to produce too much. Even these were produced by him tightening his belt in advance in order to resist the army of the Great Zhou Kingdom. Willow Leaf City also began to fight back. The crossbows on the city walls had a natural advantage in range because of their high position. They shot crossbow arrows one after another and actually directly blew up a catapult of the Four-Nation Alliance. When the soldiers of Willow City saw this, their fear was instantly relieved, and they cheered. On the opposite side, Lu Bu's face turned ashen. "You useless thing, shield soldier. Hurry up and protect your equipment," Lu Bu commanded. Suddenly, hundreds of soldiers, carrying huge bronze shields as tall as a person, formed a shield wall to block the catapult. "They don't have as many weapons as we do. Keep hitting them." Lu Bu rode on the red hare, looking majestic and awe-inspiring. In this eastern expedition, Chun Fei appointed him as the commander-in-chief, and at the same time commanded the armies of Guangyuan, Qingyun, and Sanqing. This made Lu Bu very excited, and he kept thinking about fighting a beautiful battle. After we capture this Willow Leaf City, there's still the Zhaoyue Kingdom ahead. There won't be any strong enemies further east. Just sweep through. As Lu Bu watched the 2 armies' weapons clash, a map appeared in his mind. He has completed 2/3 of this mission, and the 20,000 troops behind him are almost invincible. Now his plan is to capture this small Willow Leaf City within 2 days. The 2 armies' catapults and crossbows exchanged blows for about an hour, and the battlefield was in ruins. The wall of Lyoya City opposite was even more bumpy, and there was even a section where a big hole was blown open. However, Lu Zicheng was not a pushover. He immediately arranged 300 shield soldiers to guard the gap, and at the same time asked hundreds of farmers in the rear to come and repair the city wall at the risk of death. This was an area that was the focus of the Four-Nation Alliance's equipment. Huge rocks kept whistling towards them, and even with the protection of shield soldiers, these farmers suffered heavy casualties. Many farmers were so frightened that they were trembling with fear, and some even collapsed on the ground, lying there and refusing to get up. However, Lu Zicheng was ruthless and took matters into his own hands, whipping them with a whip and shouting, "Bastards, get up quickly and get back to work. Anyone who dares to retreat will be killed without mercy." Chapter 182 Round Battle. Under Lu Zicheng's high pressure, the farmers had no choice but to bite the bullet and frantically repair the city wall under the flying rocks. However, they did not have Chun Fei's talent as the infrastructure maniac, so the construction was not very fast. Zhou Tsang came before Lu Bu and said, "General, we have exhausted our supplies of stones and crossbow arrows. It is time to attack." Lu Bu nodded and said, "The 1st and 2nd battalions, as well as the Qingyun National Army, will advance first. The other troops will follow the plan to support the attack." Yes. The 1st and 2nd battalions have a total of 8,000 people, plus the 3,000 people from Qingyun country, totaling more than 11,000 people, which has surpassed the total number of troops of Lyoya country. Kill. The commander of the 1st battalion, Zhou Tsang, the commander of the 2nd battalion, Long Ong, and the general leading the army of Qingyun Kingdom, took the lead in charging. The soldiers behind them held shields and carried hundreds of ladders, and rushed towards the city wall in a mighty manner. Hundreds of elite crossbowmen and archers hid behind the shield soldiers, constantly looking for opportunities to shoot and kill the enemy troops on the city walls. Everyone, prepare to defend. Archers, shoot, shoot. Get the rocks, logs, and gold juice ready. Catapult, shoot. The generals of Willow Leaf State shouted their orders, and the soldiers fought back in panic. There was no way. It was not that they were unprepared, but they were very scared facing enemies that were several times larger than themselves. The battle was about to break out, and the brutal siege soon began. Hundreds of ladders were placed on the walls of Lyoya City. The soldiers of Lyoya City hurriedly picked up grappling hooks and shovels, trying to shovel the ladders down, but these soldiers were often the focus of the archers of the Great Zhou Kingdom. Fire suppression provides an environment for the ladder troops to climb the city. Chun Fei has held many military meetings to discuss the siege tactics, gathering all the generals together, and it has become increasingly mature. Chun Fei's idea was very clear, which was to fight scientifically, with a strict troop structure, a careful action plan, as well as powerful weapons and equipment and logistical supplies. Of course, these are not yet achieved, and there is still a long way to go. Currently, the Great Zhou Kingdom is too short of talent, and the number of soldiers is not enough. If all of them are used for logistics support and staff, there will be too few who can actually go to the battlefield. The battle lasted for a full 2 hours. The siege troops of the Four-Nation Coalition focused on attacking the gap in the city wall. The Lyoya Kingdom did not give up easily, but organized thousands of soldiers to resist the attack at the gap. Even Lu Zicheng personally guarded there. He was wearing silver armor, holding a silver spear, with a red cloak behind him. The spear was like a dragon, flying up and down, bringing out whistling winds, and constantly killing the soldiers of the Four-Nation Alliance. If Chun Fei were here, he would probably wonder if the Willow Leaf country had recruited Zhao Yun, the Dragon King. Time soon came to noon. It was already late July, and the weather was the hottest of the year. The huge sun hung high in the sky, steaming and baking the earth, making the soldiers on both sides suffer greatly. Lu Bu, perspiring profusely from his red hair, glanced at the sky and announced, "Sound the horn and raise the flags. The siege troops will retreat to the rear and rest. The 3rd Battalion, the Guang'an National Army, and the Sanqing National Army will move out and continue the attack." Yes. Immediately, the soldier in charge of battlefield command sounded the horn and waved the command flag, and the army moved in response to the order. The troops that were attacking frantically immediately retreated like a tide. It's finally over. Lu Zicheng pinned his spear to the ground, panting. The enemy's attack was too fierce and their numbers were too large, so it seemed as if they could never be killed at all, which made him feel desperate. However, before he could feel happy, he heard the soldiers around him cursing again. "Fuck, these bastards are here again. Damn it, don't they have lunch?" Lu Zicheng looked up and saw that a new force was coming like a tide. Mad. Hurry up, everyone cheer up. Lu Zicheng wiped the sweat off his face and felt hot all over. He simply took off the cloak he was wearing to show off, and took off his armor, leaving only a breastplate and a helmet. It looks weird, like a plucked duck. Yi Feilong brought 4,000 people from the 3rd Battalion, as well as troops from Guang'an and Sanqing, totaling 9,000 troops. Their formation was no worse than the first wave, and they had been recuperating, so their morale remained high. Kill. Yi Feilong took the lead and led 3 battalions of soldiers into the gap in the city wall, fighting with the defenders led by Lu Zicheng. The armies of Guang'an and Sanqing continued to attack the city with ladders. "No, civilians, pull the civilians up to join the battle," Lu Zicheng yelled. Although he also knew that this would cause his popularity in Lyoya to drop significantly, he could no longer care about that. If no new forces joined the defense of the city, Lyoya City would be destroyed. Immediately, soldiers urged thousands of young and strong men to move forward, climb the city wall, and join the battle to defend the city. These young and strong men had not received any military training. They were only given a spear and pushed onto the battlefield. Naturally, their fighting power would not be very strong. The armies sent by Guang'an and Sanqing fought very bravely. They used their full physical strength to defeat the enemy's empty physical strength, and used their full morale to defeat the enemy's empty morale, and naturally gained the upper hand. A general from Guang'an State, with a burly build and holding 2 whirlwind axes, jumped onto the city wall, then roared and used his famous skill, Whirlwind Slash. The 2 short-handled battle axes took turns slashing, like a whirlwind, and more than a dozen soldiers from Lyoya State were killed in a row. The general from the 3 Stars Kingdom was a Confucian general. He was very calm. He glanced at the chaotic battlefield from the city wall and ordered, "Destroy the crossbows on the city wall first." Yes. The soldiers immediately changed their tactics and focused their attacks on the crossbows. Although these crossbows mounted on the city walls have great shooting advantages, they are difficult to move. When the defenders are at a disadvantage, they can easily be destroyed by concentrated fire. This is the cleverness of this Confucian general. After killing and wounding the enemy soldiers, the enemy can continue to recruit. However, this crossbow is a valuable weapon. If most of it is destroyed at once, it will be impossible for the Willow Leaf Kingdom to recover in a short period of time. He thought more carefully. Even if he couldn't capture the city today, without these siege weapons, it would be easier to attack the city tomorrow. Originally, he wanted to destroy the catapults as well, but Lu Ziqing placed all the catapults behind the city wall. Now they couldn't go down the city and couldn't destroy them, which made him quite regretful. Chapter 183, The Interval Between Battles. The battle in Willow Leaf Kingdom lasted for a whole day. During this period, the two sides spent half of the time fighting on the city walls, and even fought into the city several times. However, the fighting strength of the Willow Leaf Kingdom also exceeded Lu Bu's expectations. They continuously arranged young and middle-aged men in the city to participate in the war, always maintaining a stable number of people. Of course, as the regular army continued to suffer casualties, the combat effectiveness of the Liuya Kingdom's army was also rapidly declining. By the end of the battle that day, 4/5 of the regular army of Liuya Kingdom had been killed, leaving only more than 1,000 people. After nightfall, both sides withdrew their troops and went back to rest. Lu Bu's army had no energy to launch any night attacks. It was a hot summer day, and they had been fighting all day. Although it was a round-the-clock battle, many soldiers were exhausted and hundreds of them suffered from heat stroke. In the evening, the logistics supply troops delivered sour plum soup and mung bean soup, both of which were directly chilled with well water, bringing a cool feeling to the soldiers who had fought bloody battles all day. Because of his natural advantages, Lu Bu brought 100 civilians with him when he marched. Wherever they went, they dug wells, built barracks and warehouses to provide housing and drinking water for the army. Zhou Cong and the others sat around Lu Bu and asked, "General, what are the arrangements for the future?" Lu Bu said, "We have already crippled the Willow Leaf Kingdom today. They have even drafted up their able-bodied men, which means they are no longer a threat. Get a good rest tonight. Each battalion will recruit new soldiers and take turns on duty. We will fight again tomorrow, and we will definitely win." Good. The night was quiet. The battlefield was littered with broken corpses and weapons, and the smell of blood filled the air. The crows and vultures appeared cautiously. At first, they were very frightened, intimidated by the murderous atmosphere lingering on the battlefield, and dared not move forward. But after waiting for a while, they found that there seemed to be no movement, so they bravely flew over to the battlefield and began to peck at the corpses. There was no other way around it. Neither Lu Bu nor Lu Ziqing could send soldiers out to bury the bodies at this time. This was the center of the battlefield, with both sides' crossbows and archers on standby around the clock. Anyone who ventured in would be instantly shot down. Willow Leaf City did not stop after nightfall, but took quick action, sending a large number of farmers to repair the city walls. At the same time, the 10 barracks in the city began to recruit troops crazily. Lu Ziqing sat in the palace, with a beautiful maid beside him who took off his bloody armor for him and gently wiped his body with a handkerchief soaked in warm water. "Hiss, it hurts, it hurts." Lu Ziqing fought bravely on the front line today. He was extremely brave. He killed more than 300 enemies with his own hands and was the bravest among the 3 armies. But his body was exhausted and covered with scars. The deepest one was on his ribs, where he was pierced by a spear. The fist-sized wound was so hideous that the 2 maids who served him could not help but tremble. "Your Majesty." At this time, 2 generals walked in. They were both covered in wounds. One had a broken arm, and the other had lost too much blood. His face was pale, and he still hadn't recovered. Lu Ziqing hummed and said, "Are you 2 the only ones left?" The 2 generals exchanged a glance and said with a wry smile, "Yes. General Huang Xiao and General Cui Quan have already died on the battlefield." Lu Ziqing took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart. He knew that it was already very difficult for him to withstand the enemy's attack today, and he was lucky enough to still have 2 generals left. "Let's not talk about that. I called you here to take turns on duty tonight. The enemy is numerous and has been engaged in a rotating battle all day. There's no guarantee they'll attack us again tonight. We must remain vigilant." "Yes, we have already made all the arrangements," Lu Ziqing added. "Also, I'm doing my best to recruit soldiers. I should be able to recover some strength by tomorrow. You should calm the soldiers down. Each of them will receive 10 gold coins as an encouragement reward, and the pension for those killed in action will be increased by 50%. The 2 generals were delighted. The purchasing power of these 10 gold coins was still very strong at the current stage, enough for the soldiers' expenses for a week. I believe that once this news is spread, the morale of Liuya City will be boosted. After seeing off the 2 miserable-looking generals, Lu Ziqing opened the system. When he opened the basic information panel, he saw his own territory. Now, the only area under his control was Liuya City and the 3 towns on the east side. The rest of the towns had been occupied by the four-nation coalition yesterday. There are only 1,000 soldiers left and a population of only 40,000. Because Lyoya City is now working at full capacity to increase its military output, resources are being consumed at a rapid rate. Taking a deep breath, Lu Ziqing closed the system panel. He did not criticize Qin Fei in the regional chat channel like other players did, because he felt that it was useless. The war has developed to this point. Those who can come to help have already arrived, and most players are taking a wait-and-see attitude, so Lu Ziqing no longer expects to find allies for himself through the chat channel. Miaowie, help me change clothes and rest. Lu Ziqing shouted. A young girl appeared, looked at him with heartache, then helped him lie down on the soft big bed, preparing to change clothes and rest. This woman is also a player. She was conquered by Lu Ziqing at the beginning of the slave era and was taken under his command. The two were of similar age, both talented and beautiful, and they soon became together. Now the woman has become the mistress of Lu Ziqing's harem, in charge of 100 concubines. Lu Ziqing was tired after a day of work and soon fell into a deep sleep, but was soon woken up again. Your Majesty, Prime Minister Wang wants to see you. Lu Ziqing opened his tired eyes and sighed. This is really unbearable. Miaowie rubbed his shoulders with concern and said, My king, hold on. Maybe things will turn around after these 2 days. Lu Ziqing smiled bitterly and said, I'm afraid I can't even hold on for 2 days. He put on his clothes and came to the tea room, where he saw his prime minister already waiting there. Your Majesty, this is great news, great joy. The old prime minister shouted excitedly. Lu Ziqing frowned. We are about to be destroyed. How can there be any happy event? The old prime minister said, General Gao Shun of Jiayue State has brought 1,000 soldiers from the Xinjiang camp to support us. They will be here soon. We hope we can go and meet them. Lu Ziqing was stunned for a moment, then overjoyed. Gao Shun? Xinjiang camp? Great. He was a neighbor of Wu Weigua, so he naturally knew that Wu Weigua had Gao Shun under his command, as well as the ace force of Xinjiang camp. Although there were only 1,000 people, their combat effectiveness was very strong, and they were almost invincible. He had been coveting them for a long time. Without giving it much thought, Lu Ziqing immediately said, Quick, send someone to pick them up. We must get them into the city safely. Chapter 184, The Trap Camp. Soon, at the north gate of Lyoya City, Lu Ziqing, accompanied by his old prime minister and a group of personal guards, met Gao Shun, who had sneaked into the city, and his 1,000-man trap camp. Gao Shun rode a tall horse with a long spear in his hand. Behind him, 1,000 soldiers from the Xinjiang camp were lined up in neat rows and silence. They were all wearing black coats and black boots. They looked like a group of soul catchers walking out of hell, emitting a cold aura that made people shudder. Ha ha ha, General Gao Shun, welcome, welcome. Lu Ziqing saw Gao Shun and went up to greet him enthusiastically. Greetings, Lord Lyoya. I have come here on the orders of the great king to support you in your fight against the four-nation alliance. Gao Shun was neither humble nor arrogant, and saluted with his fists clasped. Ha ha, it's such a blessing for our Lyoya kingdom that General Gao Shun can come. Come on, General Gao, follow me into the house. Wine, food and fruits have been prepared inside. Lu Ziqing said with a smile, showing great enthusiasm. Gao Shun did not move his feet, but said, My lord, my 1,000 brothers from the Xinjiang camp have come a long way and are exhausted. Please provide them with shelter first. Lu Ziqing was stunned and couldn't help but admire him. General Gao Shun loves his soldiers like his own sons. Seeing him today, I can see that his reputation is well-deserved. Haha, no problem. Prime Minister, quickly make arrangements. Have the firemen prepare extra meals for the soldiers in the Xinjiang camp, with more meat. Also, go to the warehouse and get some fruit to quench the soldiers' thirst first. Yes, I will do it right away. The Prime Minister bowed and withdrew. Thank you, Your Majesty. Gao Shun was satisfied and followed Lu Ziqing into the house. Upon entering the palace, Gao Shun immediately asked, Lord, how is the war going now? Who is winning or losing? Lu Ziqing sighed and told the whole story about the current predicament of Lyoya Kingdom without hiding anything. Gao Shun's face turned grim as he heard this. He said, Only 1,000 soldiers are left? If that's all they have, even with us, they're probably no match for the four-nation alliance. Lu Ziqing said, Don't worry about that. I'm already doing my best to recruit soldiers. I expect to recruit 1,000 men by tomorrow. In addition, we have more than 10,000 able-bodied men. If all else fails, we can also send the elderly, the weak, women, and children to the city walls. Gao Shun was stunned and looked at Lu Ziqing with a strange look. Haha, Lord, you truly love your people like your own children. Gao Shun had a sarcastic look on his face. Lu Ziqing smiled awkwardly, but quickly recovered and said, "Humph. Defending the country is everyone's responsibility. If the country is destroyed, what use will these strong men have for me?" Gao Shun turned his head away and stopped discussing this topic with Lu Ziqing. He is a soldier in the truest sense of the word. He believes that fighting is a soldier's job and is for the benefit of the country. However, if he causes harm to innocent people and civilian lives are lost, he will never forgive himself. In this respect, he is fundamentally different from Lu Ziqing, Wu Weiguo, and even Chen Fei. People like Chen Fei and Lu Ziqing are not soldiers. They can only be regarded as people in power and politicians. Politicians and those in power will naturally use any means to achieve their goals. Lu Ziqing said, "Tomorrow we can deploy 2,000 regular troops and place 3,000 strong men on the city walls as auxiliary troops. Add to that your 1,000 elite troops from the Xinjiang camp for a total of 6,000 people. If we perform well, we should be able to stop their attack." Gao Shun said, "My king has already signed a ceasefire agreement with the Dark Moon Nation in the north. I believe that a large force from the north will be able to be withdrawn soon. When the time comes, he will personally lead the army to support us." Lu Ziqing was pleasantly surprised and said, "Really? That's great." Originally, the situation was so serious tonight, and he had already prepared himself for the final battle tomorrow. But now there is a ray of hope, and hope has rekindled in Lu Ziqing's heart. Gao Shun did not tell Lu Ziqing the news behind Wang Bodong leading 3,000 cavalrymen to bypass the Great Zhou Kingdom. In his opinion, this was the top secret of the Zhaoyue Kingdom, and no one could tell it. Otherwise, once Wang Bodong's whereabouts were exposed, he would be an isolated army, and not only would it not be able to achieve the effect of a surprise attack, but there was also a great risk that the Great Zhou Kingdom would set a trap and eat him up in one bite. In the palace, Lu Ziqing and Gao Shun talked until late at night, discussing future battle plans. "All we have to do is hold out here for 3 days. I hope your majesty can use all your strength during this time to hold out until your majesty's main force arrives." Lu Ziqing nodded. "No problem." Early the next morning, the coalition forces of 4 countries led by Lu Bu began to attack the city. Several barracks were built here. Yesterday, Lu Bu also recruited some soldiers to complete the manpower. Then he found a lot of stones and began to bombard the city wall like yesterday. At this stage, battles between players are more about testing each other's national strength. For example, Lu Ziqing recruited 1,000 regular soldiers yesterday, repairing the city walls and producing weapons, consuming most of the warehouse's resources. Coupled with the loss of several towns, Liuya Nation's economic production capacity suffered a significant setback. As for Lu Bu's army, they had the powerful Great Zhou Kingdom as their backing and inexhaustible resources. Let alone recruiting 1,000 people, Lu Bu would not even blink an eye even if they wanted to recruit another 3,000. After a night of repairs last night, the city wall was repaired, but all the blue bricks in Liuya were also used up. At the same time, almost all of Liuya Kingdom's crossbows were destroyed yesterday. Lu Ziqing hesitated for a long time and was still reluctant to produce them again. This resulted in the Willow Leaf Kingdom's only remaining heavy defense equipment being the few catapults hidden behind the city walls. However, these catapults hid behind the city walls and had no visual support, so they relied entirely on blind shooting by the observers, and their hit rate was truly touching. After a burst of projectiles, the city wall that had just been repaired yesterday collapsed again. Lu Ziqing's mouth twitched, his face as black as the bottom of a pot, and he immediately arranged for Gao Shun to lead the Xinjiang camp to guard the city. At this time, Lu Ziqing and others finally saw the true face of the Xinjiang camp. 1,000 soldiers from the trap camp were all wearing black chain mail, with black iron ghost masks, holding swords and shields in their hands. They were fully equipped with iron weapons and were armed to the teeth. Compared with these soldiers, the bronze spearmen under Lu Ziqing's command were like a group of jokes. Lu Bu ordered an attack, and the war drums rumbled. Just like yesterday, the 1st and 2nd battalions, as well as the Qingyun Kingdom army, totaling more than 10,000 people, began to charge. However, Lu Bu soon discovered that today's attack seemed to be more difficult than yesterday. He originally arranged for 1 battalion to attack the gap with all its strength, but before the more than 4,000 people in the battalion could rush to the front, several waves of arrows flew in from the gap and directly swept down a large number of people. Chapter 185, Wise Lu Bu. Zhou Tsang led a battalion of 4,000 men and rushed towards the gap in the city wall, but here they encountered the elite ace troops, the Xinjiang camp. "General, look quickly, these guys seem a little different," the deputy reminded Zhou Tsang. Zhou also discovered that the weapons and equipment of these Xinjiang camp soldiers were too sophisticated. Their bronze weapons would find it difficult to break through their defense with just the chainmail. Kill. The soldiers of the 1st Battalion fought with the soldiers of the Xinjiang camp. Although they were numerous, they were immediately at a disadvantage. A soldier took a spear and stabbed the soldier of the formation trap with a fierce blow. The soldier was knocked back by the powerful force, bleeding from his chest. The chainmail was pierced by the spear, leaving a small hole, but it was not fatal. The soldier from the Xinjiang camp roared, leaped up, and slashed the soldier from the 1st Battalion with the iron sword in his hand, instantly cutting through his leather armor and chopping off his entire arm. The soldier screamed in pain. His eyes went dark and he immediately fell into a pool of blood. The Xianzhensen soldier went up and stabbed him again, then touched his chest and said, "Hiss. It's broken. It hurts so much." The battle continued, and Zhou discovered that these guys in the Xinjiang camp were not only well-equipped, but also had very strong personal martial arts skills. Basically, it took 6 or 7 people to replace one Xinjiang camp soldier. After fighting for about 10 minutes, only 100 people from the Xinjiang camp died, but Zhou army had suffered more than 500 casualties. The huge casualties and the enemy as terrifying as an iron tower dealt a huge blow to the battalion led by Zhou. Many soldiers began to fear and wanted to retreat. Zhou, holding the iron sword he brought with him, killed a soldier from the Xinjiang camp with one blow, and then shouted, "Everyone, do not retreat, continue to attack, and those who disobey my order will be killed." The commander gave the order and the soldiers had to continue the attack, but the casualties continued to increase. "General, it seems that Zhou is under a lot of pressure," Yi Feilong said beside Lu Bu. Lu Bu also had a serious expression on his face. He had also discovered the existence of the Xinjiang camp and saw that Zhou camp was like being stuck in a quagmire, being suppressed and beaten by the enemy's elite troops of 1,000 people. "This army is very strong. I was wondering why they didn't show up yesterday," Lu Bu said slowly. Yi Feilong was stunned, his eyes widened, and he said, "Could it be that they have reinforcements?" Lu Bu nodded slightly. "From the current perspective, this force is very likely to be reinforcements from the Willow Leaf Kingdom, but I don't know how many of them there are." During this Eastern expedition, they had seen several players unite to deal with them, but this was the first time they had seen an elite force like this. According to our intelligence, to the east of Liuya country is Jiayue country, which is also the last obstacle we will face in this Eastern expedition. However, Jiayue Nation has been at war with the Dark Moon Nation in the north recently. If these reinforcements are from Jiayue Nation, then it means that the war between Jiayue Nation and Dark Moon Nation has subsided. Yi Feilong pondered for a moment and said, "General, this is going to be difficult." Lu Bu snorted coldly. "What's so difficult about this? It would be best if all the Jiayue kingdom came. I will annihilate them right here and then push all the way across." Yi Feilong's mouth twitched, and he couldn't help but hold his forehead. The captain he followed was good in every way except that he was too confident and too arrogant. Moreover, this kind of confidence is different from Hui Zubing's confidence. Hui Zubing's confidence is based on the premise that he is in control of everything, has planned everything, and has a clear plan. But Lu Bu's confidence is just pure confidence. All he has in his mind is killing, 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 and it is difficult for him to turn around. Yi Feilong pondered for a while and said, "Perhaps we can go to the Dark Moon Kingdom to inquire about it, and then promise them great benefits so that they can continue to suppress the Jiayue Kingdom and prevent the Liuya Kingdom from receiving reinforcements." Lu Bu said, "That's not necessary. Whether it's Jiayue or Liuya, we don't have to worry about attacking them all at once. It would save us a lot of trouble. We can wipe out all their manpower today. When we attack Jiayue, there will only be an empty city left. As for the Dark Moon Nation, when we have time, we can destroy them along the way." The commander had said so Yi Feilong could not say anything more. He looked at the battlefield for a while, frowned and said, "General, the casualties of the 1st Battalion are too great. If this continues, it will be disadvantageous to us." Now the Xinjiang camp was guarding the gap in the city wall, unmovable. They only saw Zhou army suffering continuous casualties, but very few people in the Xinjiang camp fell. Zhou is incompetent. He can't even handle this small enemy. Lu Bu waved his hand and said, "Stop fighting. This will only lead to unnecessary casualties. Let's call it a day." "Yes." Lu Bu ordered a retreat. The soldiers on both sides who were fighting breathed a sigh of relief when they heard the sound of the horn. Although the enemies on the city wall today were much weaker than yesterday, their numbers were still the same. In addition, the attackers were already at a disadvantage, So after a fierce battle that lasted a whole morning, they still failed to take the entire city wall. General, I am incompetent. My men have suffered heavy casualties. I beg you to punish me. Zhou Tsang, covered in blood, came before Lu Bu, knelt on one knee, his face full of guilt. Lu Bu glanced at him calmly and said, "You have done your best. No need to say more. Go down and rest." Zhou Tsang suddenly raised his head and shouted, "General, please give me one more chance. I will lead another charge this afternoon and will definitely break through that gap." Lu Bu waved his hand and said, "The disparity in weapons is too great. You are no match for that elite force. You should rest well this afternoon. I will personally lead the charge." Zhou Tsang wanted to say something, but Yi Feilong held his shoulder and said soothingly, "All right, go back and rest. I know you want to save face, but is face more important than the lives of your brothers?" Zhou Tsang was helpless and left dejectedly. "Yi Feilong, get ready and eat quickly. We will launch the attack in an hour. But in an hour it will be noon, the hottest time of the day." What do you know? We're hot, and they're hot too. Didn't you see that elite unit was wearing armor? In such hot weather, after a long battle, wearing armor is like wearing a branding iron. Their morale and physical strength will be depleted faster than ours, and our chances of winning will be higher. When Yi Feilong heard this, his eyes lit up. "General, you are wise. I will go and urge the laborers to prepare the meal immediately." It has to be said that although Lu Bu was not very smart in strategy, he was still quite capable in tactics. Otherwise, he would not have become a warlord, occupied the land of Shuzhou, and had Chun Gong and the 8 generals under his command. Chapter 186: Burning, Killing, and Looting. Just as Lu Bu was leading his Eastern Expedition Army to attack the Liuya Kingdom, a cavalry of 3,000 people was galloping on a vast plain stretching 200 kilometers between Liuya City and Shindu City. This place has been captured by the coalition forces of 4 countries led by Lu Bu, and currently belongs to the territory of the Great Zhou Kingdom. However, after the public security incident, the Great Zhou Kingdom has not set up a military town here, so there is not much guarding force. There is no way around it. The Hui army led by Di Qing is stationed in the west, and the Zhongwu army led by Zhang Liao is stationed in the south. Apart from Chun Fei arranging the logistics supply troops to reclaim the land here and continuously transport supplies to the front line, there are currently no regular garrisons here. Wang Bodong led 3,000 cavalrymen of Zhaoyue Kingdom to a village. With a wave of his hand, the 3,000 cavalrymen rushed towards the village, howling like a tiger pouncing on its prey. There are 2 warehouses and hundreds of houses in this village, where thousands of farmers live. In addition, there are large tracts of mulberry fields, hemp fields, and fruit fields around it, creating a scene of abundance. The only defense of this village is the 2 stone arrow towers guarding the entrance of the village, with a total of 8 soldiers stationed on them. After entering the feudal era, the arrow tower as a defensive fortification became more solid. The bottom was built of stone, and there was a small wooden house on top with 4 shooting holes inside, which could be used to shoot from the east, south, west, and north. Unless it was bombarded with powerful engineering equipment such as a crossbow or a catapult, no one could destroy the arrow tower under normal circumstances. Oh no, there are enemies. When the 8 soldiers stationed on the arrow tower saw the billowing smoke rising at the end of the sky and the dense cavalry army, their faces suddenly changed, and they immediately sounded the horn to issue a warning to the villagers. "We were finished," a soldier said in despair. The other man took a deep breath, his eyes firm, and said, "Eat the emperor's salary, serve the emperor, protect this village, and die on the battlefield. This is our mission, isn't it? There's nothing to be afraid of. In 18 years, we will be heroes again." In the village, the farmers who were busy in the fields suddenly heard a burst of intense fighting, and then saw the cavalry army rushing towards them. Suddenly, everyone screamed and shouted to flee into the village. "Run! The enemy is coming. Hurry, notify my son and daughter-in-law, and ask them to come back quickly. Little brat, stop playing outside and go home and hide." There was chaos in the village. Some children were playing in the mud by the pond, not knowing what was going on and looking confused. They were quickly pulled back by their parents, and then every household closed their doors. "No, we have to hide in the cellar." As residents of this world, growing up in troubled times, these ordinary people have also learned to protect themselves. Of course, they would not be so foolish as to think that they could avoid the disaster of war by hiding at home. Many people dug a cellar in their homes. Now that the enemy appeared, these people immediately hid in the cellar. Rumble. The 3,000 cavalrymen, led by Wang Bodong, quickly broke into the village, and the 2 arrow towers were submerged in an instant. Although the cavalry army was unable to destroy the 2 arrow towers, The soldiers climbed up directly, kicked open the door, and then hacked the 8 archers inside to death with their swords. Wang Bodong stood at the entrance of the village, watching his cavalry flood the village like a tide. He said calmly, "Kill everyone on sight. Burn all the houses and destroy all the fields and warehouses. Hurry up, everyone. We'll be on to the next place in half an hour." "Yes, yes." The soldiers grinned grimly, transformed into demons, and began burning, killing, and looting. Soon, a raging fire broke out in the village, accompanied by screams and the soldiers' wild laughter. "General, have we gone too far?" A soldier came to Wang Bodong and couldn't help asking. Wang Bodong said coldly, "If we don't do this, the enemy will invade our land, burn, kill, and plunder us. You will become slaves of a conquered nation and never be able to hold your head up high." But, all right, there's nothing to worry about. War is inherently cruel. When a country prepares to wage war, its people should be prepared to make sacrifices. We are not as strong as they are. Only by doing this can we draw their frontline troops back, giving us a glimmer of hope. Wang Bodong's face was stern. He said to the soldier, "Show me the map." "Yes." The soldier took out a map. Wang Bodong took a look at it and pointed to a town. He said, "Let's take this town today and spend the night here." After burning, killing, and looting, the 3,000 cavalrymen quickly left and headed south. Chen Fei, who was in charge of the divine capital city, suddenly received a system prompt. System prompt: Your territory, Baiwa village, is under attack by the enemy. Please organize your forces to resist the invasion. System prompt: Your territory, Baiwa village, has been occupied by Xiaoyue kingdom. Chen Fei's brows jumped. He stood up, walked to the map, and found the location of Baiwa village. How could it be? This Baiwa village has been captured by Lu Bu and is currently located in the interior of the Great Zhou Kingdom. How come the troops from the Xiaoyue Kingdom suddenly came here? Fei Chen frowned and thought for a while, then shouted, "Someone come." 2 servants came in immediately. "Go to the Prime Minister's mansion and invite Prime Minister Zhuge over." "Yes." While he was waiting for Zhuge Liang, he suddenly received another system prompt. System prompt: Your territory, Ice and Snow Village, has been occupied by Xiaoyue Kingdom. Chen Fei's face suddenly darkened. When Zhuge Liang arrived, Chen Fei informed him of the incident and said, "It seems that this enemy force is quite large, and they are marching very fast. They are probably cavalry." Zhuge Liang nodded and said, "Yes, General Lu Bu is about to reach the city of Xiaoyue Kingdom. Xiaoyue Kingdom is taking action to destroy our rear, cut off our channel to the front line, and force the frontline troops to return for reinforcements." Chen Fei said, "We must respond." Zhuge Liang pondered. "However, General Hua Xiubing has already taken the cavalry battalion with him. We have no cavalry here. Even if we mobilize the Tiger and Mighty armies, I'm afraid it will be difficult to capture them." Chen Fei rubbed his head and said, "That's a problem. Well, in the final analysis, it's still because our military strength is insufficient. Apart from the defensive and offensive forces, we have such a large territory, but there is no garrison inside, which allows the enemy to enter without a trace." Chapter 187: Angry Chen Fei. Zhuge Liang said, "The troops on the front lines are in full force and cannot retreat. The Zhongwu army and the Hui army are both infantry and cannot eliminate these incoming cavalry. It would be better for your majesty to recruit a new batch of cavalry and then lead them personally to suppress these enemies." Chen Fei thought for a moment and said, "In a vast area like Shiliang, our 3,000 cavalry are still too few. In that case, let's recruit another 3,000 cavalry this time, and let me lead them personally, and lead the expedition in person." Zhuge Liang was stunned and said hurriedly, "Your Majesty, this is unacceptable. Your life is worth millions of gold and is the foundation of our Great Zhou. If anything unexpected happens, we will be blamed even if we die 1,000 times." Chen Fei waved his hand, stretched, and said, "I've been in Shindu City for a long time. My mind is completely trapped. It's time to go out for a walk. So, I will send Li Zhongyi to lead the personal guard to escort you to Liuya City overnight. You will go to the front line to guide Lu Bu and accelerate the attack. If the enemy unites, don't confront them head-on. Use more strategies to minimize our losses." This, Zhuge Liang wanted to say something more, but seeing Chen Fei's calm expression, he knew that nothing he said would work, so he just bowed and said, "Your humble servant obeys your command." After seeing Zhuge Liang off, Chen Fei immediately issued an order to the barracks inside and outside the city of Shindu to recruit 3,000 cavalry. Among them, there are 2,000 skilled light cavalry and 1,000 archers. Dozens of barracks are recruiting at the same time, and all of them will be fully recruited by tomorrow morning. Recruiting cavalry is not an easy task. Not only does it cost a huge amount of money to recruit, but the horses also need to be placed in stables. To this end, Chun Fei built 10 more stables, which immediately consumed all the bronze resources of the Great Zhou Kingdom. Oh, I'm out of money again. Fei Chun shook his head and smiled bitterly. That evening, Chun Fei received another system notification. System prompt. Your territory, Baiyang Town, has been conquered by Jiayue Kingdom. Fei Chen's face turned as dark as the bottom of a pot again. In just half a day, 6 villages and 2 towns had been conquered by the Jiayue Kingdom, directly breaking the record and becoming the first player to capture so much territory from Chun Fei. Chun Fei was filled with anger and came to the talent-seeking hall again, recruiting all 3 newly refreshed generals there. Liang, a C-rank general, 30 years old, skilled in archery and horse riding, and outstanding in martial arts. Recruitment price, 20,000 gold. Wang Bo, C-level general, 28 years old, good at close combat, holding 2 sharp swords, and has high martial arts skills. Recruitment price, 20,000 gold. Wang Anmin, C-level strategist, age 36, good at domestic affairs, handling interpersonal relationships, and resourceful. Recruitment price, 20,000 gold. Chun Fei didn't think much and directly recruited all 3 of them. He did not synthesize the military generals because the Great Zhou Kingdom was too short of people at this stage. Not only was there a shortage of people in the Internal Affairs Department, but even in the army, Chun Fei planned to establish a general staff, an ordnance management department, an officer school, a training department, etc., but he could not find suitable candidates. Now he has recruited 3,000 cavalrymen, but he has no suitable general to lead them. Zhang Liao, Lu Bu, and Di Qing were all outside. They were 3 generals with a total of 8 generals under their command. Furthermore, Li Zhongyi, the personal guard, escorted Zhuge Liang to the front lines, while Chu Xing and the garrison battalion were stationed in Chengdu City and could not be easily mobilized. Wei Ping's logistics battalion, with only 1,000 men, all infantry, was already incredibly busy constantly moving supplies between cities. After recruiting 3 people, Chun Fei arranged for Wang Anmin to work in the Prime Minister's mansion. Zhuge Liang assigned him the position of chief officer, and after he had worked for a period of time, he would be adjusted accordingly. The other 2, Liang and Wang Bo, followed Chun Fei as deputy generals for tomorrow's expedition. Early the next morning, Chun Fei got up early, gathered his troops in the barracks, and marched out of the divine capital in a mighty force. As soon as he left the divine capital city, Fei Chun activated another of his talents, danger prediction. Danger prediction. When malicious enemies approach within a 5-kilometer radius of the player will receive a danger alert, indicating the number and location of the enemies, helping the player to respond in advance. This talent is very powerful, almost like opening a god's vision. But it is also useless. Chun Fei is in the city of Chengdu, with a warning range of only 5 kilometers. This talent can only defend against assassins and has no use at all. Chun Fei only regarded this thing as his own self-defense field. Now that he led the army in person, this thing really came into play. The range of 5 kilometers is actually very far. Chun Fei did not send out scouts at all, and he was not afraid of any ambushes in the nearby jungles and piles of rocks. If an enemy appeared within 5 kilometers, he would get a prompt immediately. System prompt. Your territory, Qingwu Town, has been conquered by Jiayue Kingdom. Fei Chen's face turned cold. Early in the morning, the enemy was not idle either, and they captured a town so quickly. Quick, speed up. However, this also gave Chun Fei a target. Chun Fei shouted and led 3,000 cavalrymen to gallop quickly between the mountains and rivers, heading straight for Qingwu Town. When Chun Fei led 3,000 cavalrymen to Qingwu Town, it was already afternoon. They stood in front of a pile of ruins, all with angry expressions on their faces. I saw that the once prosperous town had been burned into ruins, and flames were still burning. There was a pungent smell in the ashes, and Chun Fei even saw many charred corpses in the ruins. Perhaps because of uneven burning, or simply because they died from the high temperature, these corpses did not turn into ashes, but were greasy, curled up, and rolled into a ball in a terrible posture. You can even see the hideous expressions of these people, which makes your scalp tingle. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Chun Fei roared to the sky, drew the sword from his waist, and slashed at people randomly, shouting, Jiayue Nation, I swear I will not be a human being unless I destroy you. He was really angry. It doesn't matter if someone invades or captures your town. At worst, you can fight back. But Chun Fei felt extremely angry when he saw someone setting fire to the people under his rule and burning them alive. For a long time, Chen Fei had always treated these farmers and soldiers as NPCs. But until now, when he saw these people dying with their eyes open and their painful expressions, Chen Fei felt as if his brain was hit by a sledgehammer, and his whole body was filled with anger and trembling. Chapter 188, Chen Fei's Cheating. Unforgivable. Chen Fei was like a madman, hacking away nonstop. The soldiers around him were also furious and cursing. Damn bastards, invading our territory and killing our people. Your crime is unforgivable. Jiahui Nation, we are irreconcilable with you. Revenge, we want revenge. We want them to know how powerful we are and make them pay a heavy price for what they did today. The soldiers were excited and full of murderous intent. Wang Bo and Liang stood behind Fei Chun and said worriedly, "My lord, take care of yourself. Don't get too impatient." "Yes, my king, please don't be so angry. Now that it has happened, let's just take revenge. If you hurt yourself here, it will be too worthless." Chen Fei's eyes were bloodshot. He slammed his sword into the ground, his hair disheveled, like a mad demon. His chest heaved violently. The random hacking he had just done had not only exhausted his physical strength, but also his mind, leaving him feeling immense pain and fatigue. "Everyone dismount," Fei Chen said hoarsely. 3,000 cavalrymen dismounted immediately upon hearing the order. Chen Fei took a deep breath, stood up straight, and tried to calm himself down. He said, "Everyone, let's observe 3 minutes of silence for our fallen compatriots." Everyone present lowered their heads and followed Fei Chen's example, observing a moment of silence. The atmosphere was extremely solemn. Even the warhorse seemed to have sensed something was wrong. It said nothing, lowered its head, and silently accompanied its master. 3 minutes later, Fei Chun raised his head and said, "Mount. Let's go get revenge. 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 Revenge." 3,000 cavalrymen left like the wind. The enemy's tracks were easy to find, and the enemy's attacks never stopped. Chen Fei followed the system prompts and discovered the invading cavalry before dark. However, Chen Fei did not rush into a confrontation with them. Instead, he found a hidden dense forest 5 kilometers away. System prompt: there are 2,860 cavalrymen 5 kilometers to your north. A small map appeared in front of Chen Fei's eyes, clearly showing the distribution of the two sides. It can be seen that the enemy is besieging one of their villages and has not moved, but there are many scattered small red dots within 3 kilometers around. Chen Fei guessed that these scattered small red dots might be spies and sentinels released by the enemy. It's already late, and this village is the only one within 5 kilometers. I don't think they'll leave anymore. They'll probably stay here for the night. Chen Fei said, "Liang, Wang Bo, you two go organize the soldiers to cook dinner immediately. We are going to surprise them tonight." Yes. With the talent of predicting danger, Chen Fei is like turning on a map cheat, so it is naturally impossible for him to be discovered by the enemy. At the same time, he can clearly grasp the enemy's movements. With such talent in hand, it would be a waste of my talent if I didn't go to the battlefield to command and kill the enemy. Chen Fei sighed. With a god's perspective, you can launch a sneak attack, and even a dog can lead the troops to victory. Not long after, the sun set and night fell, making it pitch dark. Even dark clouds suddenly appeared in the sky, and it started to rain lightly. Fortunately, Chen Fei was fully prepared this time. Every 5 cavalrymen brought a marching tent. Although it was crowded, it was enough to shelter from the wind and rain. By mid-afternoon, the rain had finally stopped, and the air was filled with the fragrance of earth. 3,000 cavalrymen left the camp quietly. Wang Bodong did not sleep all night. "It has been 2 days. I have been burning, killing, and looting everywhere. I have killed at least tens of thousands of civilians and destroyed more than a dozen villages and 3 towns. It can be said that I have achieved great results." However, the enemy never appeared. The more this happened, the more Wang Bodong felt something was fishy. Lying in the marching tent, Wang Bodong tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. He was upset, especially today. "Oh no, I won't sleep anymore." Wang Bodong stood up and opened the tent. It had just rained outside and a cool breeze blew, which made Wang Bodong feel a little better. The camp was now completely silent, without a single torch. It's not that Wang Bodong doesn't understand the importance of setting up camp, but they are all cavalrymen, and this place is far away from the village that was burned down before, and the location is relatively hidden. Even if they set up camp here, it's dark, who can find out that there is a troop here? Moreover, even if something unexpected happened, Wang Bo and his men could immediately jump on their horses and charge in all directions. Setting up camp would only tie up the cavalry, which would be worse. In addition, Wang Bodong also deployed hundreds of spies on the periphery to guard within a kilometer around. If there is any problem, they will report it immediately, and they will also hear the movement. Wang Bodong was walking in the camp. Occasionally, a sentry would suddenly appear. When they saw that it was Wang Bodong, they would confirm his identity again and again before hiding in the darkness again. Wang Bodong had just walked out of the camp when he suddenly felt a tremor. He was stunned, and without caring that the ground was covered with mud and water after the rain, he immediately lay on the ground and listened with his ear tilted to the side. 1 second, 2 seconds. Not good. Wang Bodong suddenly jumped up and shouted, "Everyone, get up! Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" When he roared, the soldiers who were sleeping immediately jumped out, grabbed their weapons, and jumped on their horses. This also demonstrates the unit's extremely high discipline and emergency response capabilities on the battlefield. "General, what's wrong?" Many people looked at Wang Bodong. In fact, there was no need to wait for his answer, because the soldiers had all heard it. In the darkness in the distance, the vibration sound was getting louder and more rapid. "Everyone retreat." Wang Bodong also jumped on his horse, picked up his bow and arrow and spear, pulled the reins, and was about to leave with the soldiers. However, at this time the enemy had already arrived in front of them. In the dark night, countless cavalrymen suddenly appeared, densely packed, and they felt a strong sense of oppression coming towards them. I don't know how many enemies there are, which faction they belong to, or what these cavalrymen look like. In short, they didn't know anything. They only knew that these were enemies, and they were here to kill them. Liang and Wang Bo took the lead, leading 3,000 cavalrymen and charging into the camp, fighting with Wang Bo's army. As for Chen Fei, stop joking. It's okay to let Chen Fei ride a horse, but asking him to charge into battle is just a waste of money. Chen Fei was walking at the back with a dozen cavalrymen, observing the situation on the battlefield. He frowned slightly. These guys, are they so alert? They can even react to this. Chapter 189, Chasing Wang Bodong. Kill. In the darkness, the 3,000 cavalrymen, led by Chen Fei, were as fierce as wolves and tigers. Coupled with the tragic scenes they saw during the day, the soldiers were filled with anger. As for Wang Bo's army, they were suddenly awakened from their sleep. As they were not organized, they could not tell who were their comrades and who were their enemies. In the cover of night, one could only feel the fierce fighting between the two sides, but no one knew the exact situation of the battle. Wang Bodong was famous for his sharpshooting skills in history, but even that was useless in this situation. He stabbed an enemy to death with a spear, then shouted, "No need to fight any longer. Retreat with me." He knew very well that the enemy was well prepared, and if they continued fighting like this, their entire army would most likely be wiped out. The only chance is to retreat as quickly as possible under the cover of darkness and make plans during the day tomorrow. Chen Fei, who was watching the battle from behind, suddenly frowned and shouted, "Oh no, the enemy is trying to escape. Liang, Wang Bo, give chase." This was not because Chen Fei had good eyesight, but because the small map that appeared in front of him showed that densely packed red dots were fleeing in an organized manner towards the northwest. The two sides chased each other and fought all night long, but Chen Fei and others were shocked to find that the speed of this enemy cavalry was too fast. Along the way, Chen Fei turned on the danger prediction function and followed closely behind as if he had turned on a map cheat, but he was eventually escaped. "These guys, this speed is too abnormal," Fei Chen murmured. Liang and Wang Bo came up to Fei Chen and asked, "My lord, what should we do now?" Chen Fei sneered, "What are you afraid of? They've been running all night, so they'll definitely need to rest during the day. Continue chasing with me. Once we find their hiding place, we'll attack them again. I don't believe they can keep running." At dawn, Wang Bodong and his cavalry came to a grassland near a small river. The soil was fertile, and the wild grass around it was more than 1 meter tall. Wang Bodong took a look and breathed a sigh of relief. "This is a good place." The soldier next to him said, "General, why don't we rest here for a while? The enemy is not following us." "Yes, General. The weeds here are so tall. If we lie down in them, no one will be able to find us. We are so tired. Let's rest for a while." Wang Bodong was also exhausted. After thinking it over, he agreed. "Okay, then we'll rest here. Teams 1 and 2 will rest, while teams 3 and 4 will be on duty." "Yes." The soldiers also relaxed, and many of them fell to the ground and fell asleep. Another part of the soldiers were assigned to look for food. They left in such a hurry last night that they lost their tents, pots and pans, and spare clothes. Now they could only find some fruits to fill their stomachs. "General, there are fish in the creek next to us. How about we go catch some?" a soldier suggested. Wang Bodong immediately shook his head. "No, absolutely not. Catching fish is a piece of cake, but starting a fire will easily reveal our position, So let the soldiers work a little harder and bear with it. The soldier said, but there are too few wild fruits nearby. How about this? We can eat the fish raw and not make a fire to cook. It won't be a problem. Wang Bodong frowned. Eating fish fillets raw is certainly feasible, but this also depends on the species and water quality. The water in the river in front of us is very turbid, and the fish meat is naturally full of bacteria. Eating fish meat raw will definitely cause stomach upset. But Wang Bodong still agreed and asked the soldiers to go fishing voluntarily. There was nothing they could do about it. They had no more food on them. If they didn't find a way to fill their stomachs, even marching would be a problem. If they really encountered the enemy, they would definitely not be able to fight much. It's better to eat your fill and let life and death be decided by God. After a tiring night, Wang Bodong ate 2 wild fruits and fell into a deep sleep in the grass. In his dream, he seemed to hear the enemy's shouts and saw that his troops were surrounded and the battlefield was in chaos. There were enemies everywhere, east, south, west, and north, so densely packed that no one knew how many there were. Kill. In his dream, Wang Bodong saw a powerful general charging towards him. He wore a 3-pronged purple gold crown, rode the divine horse Red Hair, and held a Fong Tian painted halberd in his hand. He looked majestic, like a god descending from heaven. Wang Bodong died quickly. The general rushed to Wang Bodong at an extremely fast speed and chopped him down on the head with his Fong Tian Huaji, making a tiger roar. Wang Bodong fought back with all his might, but the enemy was too powerful, splitting the spear in his hand in one fell swoop. Then, the Fong Tian Huaji switched from a chopping motion to a stabbing one, fiercely piercing his chest. Wang Bodong suddenly woke up, sweating profusely. Only then did he realize that this was just a dream. However, before he could feel happy, he suddenly heard a burst of shouting and killing. "Oh no, General, the enemy is coming!" The soldiers exclaimed. Wang Bodong stood up suddenly and saw a large group of cavalry suddenly appearing on a small hill not far away. They were densely packed, and there were at least thousands of them. Damn it! How did they know we were hiding here? Wang Bodong cursed inwardly and jumped on his horse. "Everyone, follow me and charge." It was daytime now, and the number of people on both sides was about the same, so Wang Bodong wanted to charge and kill to see the opponent's level. However, Wang Bodong's army was still caught off guard this time. More than half of the soldiers were not prepared, and they were forced to fight on a tight leash without eating properly. Naturally, their combat effectiveness was far inferior to that of Chun Fei's army, which had recuperated. The two sides came into contact and a melee began. Wang Bodong rushed left and right, killing more than a dozen people in a row, but the soldiers around him kept falling down, making Wang Bodong anxious. Suddenly, he looked towards the small hill and saw Fei Chun standing there. Wang Bodong narrowed his eyes slightly. Everyone is fighting, but this guy is hiding in the back watching the battle, and there are more than a dozen guards guarding him. Could it be that this guy is the real commander of this army? Thinking of this, Wang Bodong shouted, "Team 1, follow me and charge." A team was right next to him. They roared in unison and followed Wang Bodong to rush towards Chun Fei's location. Liang and Wang Bo were fighting bloody battles. Seeing this, their faces changed and they said anxiously, "Not good. Protect the king." Fei Chun was stunned, his expression becoming very strange. This guy is quite smart. He even knows to capture the leader first. Indeed, Wang Bo's army is now at a disadvantage. If they want to win, capturing Chun Fei is the most cost-effective method. However, Chun Fei is not a pushover, so how could he possibly let them get what they want? Chapter 190 Weapon Suppression. When Wang Bodong saw a large number of cavalrymen coming to surround him on both sides, he was even more certain that Chun Fei's identity must be very unusual, and perhaps he was the key to this battle. He was full of fighting spirit and galloped on his horse, pointing his spear directly at the hill where Chun Fei was. "Surround him, block him," Liang roared, his heart extremely nervous. That was his king. If he was killed or captured, what would he do? How would he go back and face the civil and military officials of the Great Zhou? Hundreds of cavalrymen changed their target and rushed forward desperately to stop Wang Bodong's charge. However, Wang Bodong's soldiers also saw the opportunity, fought desperately, and protected Wang Bodong as he charged. In an instant, the situation on the battlefield took a sharp turn for the worse. "My king, why don't we take shelter for a while?" The soldier guarding Chun Fei couldn't help but say. Chun Fei remained unmoved and said, "I am the ruler of the great Zhou kingdom. All the soldiers should be united and fight to the death. How can a commander flee in panic?" The dozen or so guards around him looked at each other and said through gritted teeth, "Since that's the case, we will naturally fight to the death to protect the king." They stood in front of Fei Chun and started to charge towards Wang Bodong. The guards around him were all carefully selected by Qin Fei. They were equipped with chain mail, iron spears, and iron helmets. Their equipment was much better than that of ordinary cavalry. Wang Bodong was blessed with the talent of Zhaoyue Kingdom. His mobility increased by 50%, and his speed was extremely fast. No matter how Li Ong and Wang Bo tried to stop him, it was of little use. In the end, Wang Bodong led more than 50 people out of the encirclement and collided with the dozen heavily armored guards. Boom. The two sides fought fiercely, and more than a dozen heavily armored guards actually held back more than 30 people, fighting 1 against 2 in a bloody battle. However, more than a dozen people still rushed towards Qin Fei. Your Majesty, Li Ong and Wang Bo were extremely anxious and kept urging the horses to speed up. Wang Bodong was only a few dozen meters away from Fei Chen at this time. He sneered, and a strange look flashed in his eyes. I won this battle. However, Fei Chen remained unmoved. Wang Bodong frowned slightly. Could this guy be frightened silly? As soon as this thought came into his mind, he suddenly felt his hair stand on end. Qin Fei suddenly pulled out a strange weapon from his arms, took aim, and started shooting. Bang, bang, bang. 4 gunshots rang out in succession, and Wang Bodong and the 3 cavalrymen beside him fell to the ground. Wang Bodong fell heavily to the ground, and his vision gradually became dark. He only felt a piercing pain in his chest, his body's perception was rapidly fading, and his thinking was slowing down. What on earth is going on? This was the last thought in Wang Bodong's mind, and then he lost all consciousness and died completely. 4 people died at once, including his own general, which caused the remaining 7 or 8 cavalrymen to stop moving. Qin Fei said coldly, "The commander is dead. Why don't you surrender? Do you still want to taste the power of my pistol?" Those 7 or 8 people didn't know what a pistol was, but they thought it was the mysterious golden weapon in Fei Chen's hand. Looking at the pistol, these 7 or 8 people showed fear and dread in their eyes. Because the attack method of this pistol was beyond their understanding. How could he die without seeing anything? Now that the commander was dead, his lone army was clearly doomed to fail. Why was he still fighting so hard? If he got shot again, wouldn't his death be too miserable? Just as these 7 or 8 people were hesitating, 2 arrows shot from behind and killed 2 of them. The remaining 5 people turned their heads suddenly and saw Li Ong and Wang Bo rushing towards them with a large number of cavalry. Put down your weapons and surrender immediately to save your lives. Leon yelled. The 5 of them looked at each other and saw the compromise in each other's eyes. We surrender, don't kill us. The 5 men dismounted, dropped their weapons, and knelt on the ground to show their submission. At the same time, they kept glancing at the pistol in Qin Fei's hand, fearing that it would fire again and cause them to die in vain. Li Ong and Wang Bo, along with over 100 cavalrymen, came to Qin Fei's side and tightly guarded him. Then, with a guilty look on their faces, they said, Your Majesty, we failed to protect you and allowed the enemy to break through our defenses. Please punish us. Qin Fei waved his hand and said, It's okay, it's not your fault. Now that the enemy leader is dead, go and clean up the remaining soldiers, or even better, persuade them to surrender. Yes. Li Ong and Wang Bo went over and picked up Wang Bodong's body and began to persuade the enemy to surrender. Watching the 2 people leave, Fei Chun let out a barely perceptible sigh. It was so thrilling. Qin Fei glanced at the Desert Eagle pistol in his hand. He had fired a few shots when he was assassinated in Chengdu City a few months ago. Now he fired 4 more shots, and all the bullets were used up. A Desert Eagle without bullets is just a toy. Qin Fei plans to put it back. Maybe he can continue to use it after it is upgraded to the technological age. Half an hour later, Li Ong and Wang Bo gathered the enemy troops. A total of 1,300 people surrendered. In addition to replenishing the casualties of this cavalry battalion, the number of people also increased significantly. From the mouths of these captives, Qin Fei learned that the person he had killed was actually Wang Bodong, a famous general of the Wagong Rebellion in the Sui and Tang dynasties. Qin Fei was stunned, but I soon felt relieved. Nowadays, players have more and more famous generals, and they will encounter more in the future. It is impossible to gather all these famous generals under his command. For those generals who are hostile to him, no matter whether they are B level, A level, or even S level, Qin Fei will kill them without hesitation. What's more, this guy committed all kinds of atrocities in his own territory, including burning, killing, and looting. Since he said he wanted revenge, he must kill him to give an explanation to his soldiers. In the following 2 days, Fei Chen did not rush back to Chengdu City, but stayed here, personally directing the reconstruction of various towns and villages. This time, Chen Fei also learned from his experience and lessons, established a stronger defense system in each town, and set standards. Every village must have at least 10 arrow towers. Every town must have at least 50 arrow towers. Every city must have at least 300 arrow towers. In this way, even if there is no garrison, each village will at least have some ability to protect itself if faced with such an invasion. This was the first time Chen Fei had been out in a few months, and he realized how desolate and backward his country was. During these 2 days, he ran around chasing Wang Bodong's army and found that there were wastelands everywhere and there were no roads between the villages and towns. This won't do. I can't waste my talent as a construction maniac, Fei Chen murmured. Chapter 191, Diplomatic Mission to Dark Moon Kingdom. When Chen Fei personally led the army to pursue Wang Bodong, Zhuge Liang also arrived at the front line under the escort of Li Zhongyi. Ha ha ha, it's great that the Prime Minister can come. In the frontline camp, Lu Bu led the generals to quickly come out to greet Zhuge Liang. Zhuge Liang, wearing a feather fan and a long scarf, smiled and said, "The king has asked me to cooperate with the general to capture the Willow Leaf Kingdom as soon as possible and continue our eastward advance. Come on, let's go inside and talk." Lu Bu and his companions welcomed Zhuge Liang inside. As they sat down, Lu Bu said, "Prime Minister, you may not know this. The Willow Leaf Kingdom now has the support of the Zhaoyue Kingdom and 3 other eastern factions. There are at least 15,000 men in the city. We've been fighting daily and have attacked the city several times, but we've ultimately failed." Zhuge Liang raised an eyebrow and said, "Oh, with such a brave general and such an advantage in terms of manpower and equipment, how could this be so difficult?" Lu Bu gave an awkward smile. "We do have the advantage in manpower and equipment, but the enemy is no pushover. Not only do they have a constant supply of reinforcements, they've also mobilized every able-bodied man in the city to the city walls. While their fighting power isn't great, they're still formidable, draining a lot of our energy." Zhou Tsang, who was standing beside them, also said, "In addition, the Zhaoyue Kingdom also sent an elite force called the Xianjin Camp. Their weapons and equipment are far superior to ours, and their combat effectiveness is extremely strong. Even the general himself was unable to defeat them." "Go away, don't talk too much." Lu Bu gave Zhou Tsang a cold look and blamed him for telling this matter, which made him lose face. Zhuge Liang sarcastically said, "With your might, General, you couldn't even break through this trap camp? It's incredible." Lu Bu laughed and defended himself. "The equipment of this Xianjin camp is indeed very good. Every soldier wears chain mail, wields shields and iron swords, and even wears ghost masks. Except for me, ordinary soldiers in the army find it difficult to deal with them, so we can't break them." Zhuge Liang chuckled and said nothing more. Instead, he began to discuss the battle plan with Lu Bu and others. Lu Bu has been in a state of panic these days. He originally thought that he could take over Liuye City in one go, but he did not expect that Liuye City would become the toughest bone to chew in his eastern expedition. It was mainly because Zhaoyue Kingdom, east of Liuye Kingdom, sent troops to reinforce. At the same time, the king of Zhaoyue Kingdom also called on the kings of several small countries around to come for support, which led to the current passive situation. After some discussion, Zhuge Liang said solemnly, "Fengxian, I have come this time to bring the king's will, asking us to take advantage of the situation and use more strategies to win." Lu Bu scratched his head and said, "Strategy? How can this be used? I would like to ask for your guidance, Prime Minister." The other generals were also confused and nodded, looking at Zhuge Liang with innocent big eyes. Zhuge Liang smiled helplessly and said, "According to what you said, there is a Dark Moon Kingdom to the north of the Zhaoyue Kingdom?" Lu Bu hummed and said, "Indeed, the Dark Moon Nation is not to be underestimated. During our eastern expedition, the Dark Moon Nation's leader attacked the Zhaoyue Nation. Later, at the request of the Willow Leaf Nation, the Zhaoyue Nation paid a huge amount of compensation, which persuaded the Dark Moon Nation to withdraw its troops and sign a ceasefire agreement. For this eastern expedition, Chen Fei specially sent Lu Bing over with a large number of Jinyui to collect intelligence from surrounding forces. However, Lu Bu failed to make good use of this valuable information and did not take it seriously, otherwise things would never have turned out like this." Zhuge Liang pondered for a moment and said, "Isn't the Dark Moon Kingdom within the scope of our eastern expedition?" "Yes, the Dark Moon Kingdom is located relatively far to the north, separated by 2 rivers. That's why the king didn't designate it as a target for our eastern expedition." Zhuge Liang said, "If that's the case, then we can exploit this weakness and offer Dark Moon a huge reward. This will force Dark Moon to break the treaty and send troops to Zhaoyue, forcing Zhaoyue to withdraw its troops and come to our rescue." All the generals looked at Lu Bu. They had made this suggestion to Lu Bu before, but Lu Bu did not adopt it. Seeing Lu Bu's silence, Zhuge Liang asked, "What's the matter, General? Do you still have any concerns?" Lu Bu hesitated for a long time and said, "Okay, I accept the Prime Minister's advice." Originally, he planned to defeat the enemy head-on so that his reputation would spread throughout the world and he would have more say in the ranks of military generals in the Great Zhou Kingdom. But now it seems that if he continues to confront it head-on, he will probably not gain any benefits, so he can only obey Zhuge Liang. But in this way, most of the credit for this achievement will go to Zhuge Liang. But there is still one question. Who should we send as an envoy to the Dark Moon Kingdom this time? Asked Lu Bu. He could not ask Zhuge Liang directly because Zhuge Liang was the prime minister and the head of the civil officials, while he, Lu Bu, was only a right general. There were also left General Di Qing and Cavalry General Hua Zubing, who were as famous as him. Zhuge Liang looked around at the group of roughnecks and said helplessly, "I will go there myself. I'd like General Li Zhongyi to accompany me." Li Zhongyi nodded and said, "This is my duty. Your Excellency, there is no need to be polite." Zhuge Liang looked at Lu Bu again and said, "The day after I leave, Fengxian can implement the strategy of reducing the number of cooking stoves and feign a retreat. Then ambush the main force between two hills. Once the enemy is trapped, we can encircle them from both sides. Even if the enemy survives, they will be severely injured." Lu Bu's eyes lit up and he said, "I understand. I will follow the Prime Minister's plan." Zhuge Liang and Li Zhongyi led a group of more than 100 people, riding fast horses, and walked for about a day, detouring through Zhaoyue Kingdom and Liuye Kingdom, and arrived at the territory of Dark Moon Kingdom in the north. "Stop, who's coming?" As soon as they entered the country, a cavalry unit appeared and surrounded Zhuge Liang and others. Zhuge Liang smiled and said, "Everyone, I am an envoy from the Great Zhou Kingdom. I have come to meet your ruler on the orders of my great king to discuss important matters." The envoy from the Great Zhou Kingdom? The cavalry leader looked the man up and down, unsure of his identity, but not daring to neglect him. He said, "Then follow us. I will take you to see my general." "Haha, okay." Zhuge Liang and his party soon arrived at Dark Moon City. After some verification and reporting, Zhuge Liang was finally able to enter the palace and meet the Lord of Dark Moon. The Dark Moon Kingdom is an NPC force, and its leader is a middle-aged man with considerable dignity. Zhuge Liang, the envoy of the Great Zhou Kingdom, greets the Lord of Dark Moon. Zhuge Liang bowed respectfully. His etiquette was impeccable. The Dark Moon King asked in a deep voice, "What is your position in the Great Zhou Kingdom? Why did you come to me?" Zhuge Liang said in a clear voice, "I am the Prime Minister of the Great Zhou Kingdom. I have come here by order of the king to establish friendly relations with your country and discuss matters of cooperation." "Oh, he's actually the Prime Minister of the Great Zhou Kingdom." The Dark Moon King was startled and couldn't help but become serious. "In that case, we must not neglect our distinguished guests. Come, set up the tables and chairs and the drinks." Chapter 192, Everyone Here is Trash. "Thank you, Lord." Zhuge Liang sat down calmly. When he saw a bowl of grapes, he opened his mouth and peeled one and put it into his mouth. Seeing this, the Dark Moon King laughed and said, "Since you are the Prime Minister of the Great Zhou Kingdom and have a noble status, why did you come to me in person?" Zhuge Liang said sternly, "Lord, since our king has sent me here, it must be because he values you. How can a mere envoy possibly express our king's respect and honor? Furthermore, what I want to say concerns the long-term plans of our two countries. How can a mere official, even if eloquent, be competent in this matter?" The Dark Moon King was stunned and couldn't help but attach more importance to this meeting. "In that case, then tell me, what are you doing here?" Zhuge Liang said, "My king hopes that your country can send troops to Zhaoyue Kingdom." The Dark Moon King narrowed his eyes, then suddenly leaned back in his chair, his hands clasped behind his head. He spoke in a relaxed tone, his face tinged with sarcasm. "Did you know that our Dark Moon Kingdom has signed a ceasefire agreement with the Zhaoyue Kingdom?" Zhuge Liang laughed and said, "So what if we signed a ceasefire agreement? Agreements between nations are nothing but a piece of waste paper when faced with real interests." An official nearby angrily retorted, "You're putting our country in an unjust and unkind position. If we break the armistice agreement, how will other countries view us? What will become of Zhaoyue country's wrath, and what will become of us?" Another person clasped his fists towards the Dark Moon King and said, "Your Majesty, this man has a murderous heart. I suggest he be expelled." The Dark Moon King remained silent. Zhuge Liang chuckled, "Why are you so anxious to expel me? Your country and Zhaoyue have a long-standing feud and are already irreconcilable. Even if you don't send troops this time, Jiaowei will mobilize all its forces to retaliate against your country after the war is over. The king is wise and powerful, and if you, his subordinates, can't even see this, then what's the difference between you and trash? Bull. Say that again, bastard. This thief is so outspoken that he deserves to be killed. Zhuge Liang's words made all the civil and military officials in the Dark Moon Kingdom extremely angry. Even the Dark Moon King stared at Zhuge Liang with a gloomy face. Prime Minister of the Great Zhou Kingdom, are you relying on your status and thinking that I dare not kill you? Zhuge Liang was shocked. What are you talking about, Lord? I was just saying that whatever Jiaowei Kingdom can give you, my Great Zhou Kingdom can also give you. Bullshit. Do you think the Dark Moon Nation is doing this for the sake of profit? You, the Great Zhou Kingdom, are so arrogant. Aren't you afraid of slipping your tongue? Go back quickly. The Dark Moon Nation does not have sufficient interests to break the treaty. Civil and military officials were excited. The Dark Moon King waved his hand, signaling for silence. Then, with his eyes narrowed, he said, the Jiaowei Kingdom has given us 10 million each of food, wood, and stone, as well as 1 million in gold. What? Can your Great Zhou Kingdom afford it? Zhuge Liang laughed out loud. King Dark Moon frowned. What are you laughing at? Zhuge Liang laughed and said, what's so great about these resources? I laugh at the fact that Lord Jiaowei is so stingy, using such a tiny profit to deceive you, my lord. I also laughed at your civil and military officials for being so ignorant that they actually thought they were getting a great deal by taking these resources and actually withdrew their troops and gave up the best opportunity to annex Jiaowei Kingdom. Zhuge Liang once again mocked all the civil and military officials, which made everyone furious. Some military officers with bad tempers even drew half of the swords on their waists. The Dark Moon King said in a deep voice, Prime Minister Zhuge, as an envoy from the Great Zhou, your words are so vicious. Are you bullying the Dark Moon Kingdom because it has no one? Zhuge Liang held up 5 fingers. 5. Huh? What do you mean? Everyone was stunned. Zhuge Liang said calmly, food, wood, stone, 50 million each. Gold, 5 million. I wonder if that's enough. Hiss. All the civil and military officials present gasped. Even the Dark Moon King was so frightened that he held his breath, and his eyeballs almost popped out. The territory of Dark Moon Kingdom is not large, with only 2 cities, Dark Moon City and Sanyu City, under the jurisdiction of 4 towns and a total of 28 villages. The population is no more than 60,000, and the number of soldiers is no more than 10,000. For them, the 10 million resources given by Jiaowei country were already more than enough. They were indeed very happy and thought they had gotten a great deal. As for the 50 million resources, they really didn't dare to think about it. What? It's not enough? My Great Zhou Kingdom can also offer 100,000 iron, or in exchange for your country sending troops to Jiaowei Kingdom. How about this condition? Is it enough? Zhuge Liang continued to increase the bid. What? You still have iron ore? Now all the civil and military officials of Dark Moon Kingdom were finally moved. At this stage, not only players lack metal resources such as bronze and iron ore, but even NPC forces also lack metal resources. They also need trade and war to solve this problem. In this world, not only are the players expanding, but the NPC forces are also expanding. Some NPC forces even have deep connections with each other and have greater innate advantages. Zhuge Liang gently waved his feather fan and said with a smile, as the Prime Minister of the Great Zhou Kingdom, do you still not trust me? The Dark Moon King pondered for a moment, then suddenly stood up and said, okay, if you can really afford so many resources, then I can deploy troops on the border of Jiaowei Kingdom to help you share the pressure. No, 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 Lord, you are wrong. Zhuge Liang shook his head and said, we are paying you these resources as compensation, not asking you to station troops on the border, nor are we asking you to share our burden. We, the Great Zhou, have 20,000 troops on the front lines, so we don't have any pressure. King Dark Moon frowned. What do you mean? Zhuge Liang explained. What I mean is that you should attack Jiaowei City directly, strike with all your might, and cut off their supply of fuel. The large army of Jiaowei Kingdom will surely come back to support us. Our main force will then fully attack Liuye Kingdom and help you eliminate the large army of Jiaowei Kingdom, attacking them from both front and back. When the time comes, this will be the boundary between our 2 countries. You will control the Jiaowei Kingdom, and we will control the Liuye Kingdom. The Dark Moon King thought for a moment and said, okay, but when will you pay me? Zhuge Liang said, 50 million each of food, wood, and stone, 5 million each of gold, and 100,000 each of iron ore. This is too much. We need to gather it from warehouses all over the country. So, when I return, I will immediately arrange for people to gather the resources and send them to you in 3 batches. The first batch is expected to arrive in 5 days. 5 days. The Dark Moon King frowned. Honestly, he didn't want to send troops without seeing the supplies. What if the other side refused to pay? Chapter 193. The plan to reduce the number of kitchen stovetops. Seeing the Dark Moon King's expression, Zhuge Liang seemed to have guessed his thoughts and said, Your Majesty, you also know that the conditions we are discussing are not a small amount, and our 2 countries are far apart. It is impossible for us to send the goods to your country today. Please make a decision as soon as possible, otherwise if we miss the opportunity to fight today, everything will be in vain. The Dark Moon King smiled awkwardly and said, Okay, I trust your country, so I'll do as you say. The king is wise. After the terms were agreed upon, the Dark Moon King immediately sent out an army of more than 8,000 people to the south to attack the Jiayue kingdom. In Jiayue country, Wu Weigua has been upset these days and has not been able to sleep well. The war at the front was not going well. He was spending a lot of resources every day to recruit soldiers to support the front line, but the front line was still in danger. After a few days, his treasury was almost empty. Inside the palace, while he was reviewing documents, Zhang Song suddenly rushed in, a look of panic on his face. Your Majesty, this is bad. Huh? Why are you so anxious? Wu Weigua's heart skipped a beat, and he had a bad feeling. Zhang Song said urgently, Your Majesty, news has come from the north that the Dark Moon Nation has unilaterally broken the armistice agreement and has gathered tens of thousands of troops. They have already breached Lu He's northern fortress and are heading towards us. What? Wu Weigua stood up suddenly, his eyes wide open, furious. You, Dark Moon Nation, took my money and now you're attacking me. You're such a jerk. He was really angry. His head was about to explode. He was not rich either, so he agreed to the other party's harsh conditions and sent 10 million resources each of food, wood, and stone, as well as millions of gold, which emptied most of the Jiayue kingdom's treasury in exchange for a ceasefire agreement. But now, the enemy actually went back on their word, which made Wu Weigua feel very aggrieved. My king, what should we do now? Zhang Song was also at a loss. The current situation was that there was the Dark Moon Kingdom in the north and the Great Zhou Kingdom coalition in the west, both of which were targeting their Jiayue kingdom. They had already reached a desperate situation. We'll go to the Dark Moon Nation again and ask them why they changed their mind. It would be best if we could convince them to abide by the ceasefire agreement. Wu Weigua rubbed his head in pain and said, Also, let Gao Shun lead the army back to provide support, and only leave 2,000 soldiers in Liuye country. Yes. Zhang Song agreed reluctantly. He really wanted to say that since the Dark Moon Kingdom dared to openly violate the armistice agreement, it must have no intention of reconciling with the Jiaoyu Kingdom. If he went on this mission again, not only would he fail, but he might even die. Zhang Song left the palace and walked onto the street. Observing the bustling crowds, a scene of peace and tranquility, he sighed to the heavens. Forget it, forget it. I will repay your kindness on the Golden Terrace. I will support the Jade Dragon and die for you. I will die for you. Wu Weigua sat on the dragon throne in the main hall and asked all the servants to leave. He was alone in the empty room, looking particularly lonely and desolate. Wang Bodong died, Zhang Song left, Lu He also died in battle, and Gao Shun was also leading troops outside. In the huge Jiayue kingdom, there are only a few cats and dogs left. Wu Weigua, who was already quite old, was now exhausted and seemed to have suddenly aged 10 years. Willow City. After a week of continuous fighting, Lu Zicheng was exhausted and haggard, no longer as vigorous as before. At this time, there were a total of 4 reinforcements in Liuye City, but after the fighting in these days, there were heavy casualties. Lu Zicheng, clad in armor, sat behind the city wall, silently polishing his sword. He was a constant presence in every battle, possessing exceptionally high martial prowess, equivalent to that of an A-rank general, and had played a significant role during this period. My lord, the enemy is making unusual movements. A general came to Lu Zicheng and said, We carefully counted the enemy's cooking smoke, and it is 1/3 less than before. It seems that the enemy is really retreating slowly. In the era of cold weapons, using the amount of smoke from cooking fires to detect and count enemy troops was an important and scientific method. However, in recent days, the amount of smoke from cooking fires from the 4-nation coalition forces outside the city has been decreasing, which has encouraged the soldiers inside the city. Lu Zicheng showed a look of delight. Their attacks these 2 times weren't very fierce. Could it be that they really decided to withdraw because they couldn't take the city after a long time? The general said, That's possible. According to our statistics, we've killed or wounded at least tens of thousands of enemies this week. Although we've had reinforcements, the cost is not something we can easily bear. They've been unable to defeat us for so long, and they probably decided it wasn't worth it, so they withdrew. Yeah, that makes sense. But Lu Bu is quite cautious. He even retreated in batches. Is he afraid that we will pursue him? Lu Ziqing frowned. However, this is not like the character of Lu Bu. At this time, the Willow Leaf Kingdom did not know that Zhuge Liang had arrived at Lu Bu's camp, let alone that Zhuge Liang was visiting the Dark Moon Kingdom. Haha, Your Majesty, you may be worrying too much. It's normal for the enemy to have 1 or 2 military advisors in the camp. Moreover, retreating in batches is also in line with military strategy. Lu Ziqing nodded in agreement and said, in that case, we can't miss this good opportunity. Pass on my order. All troops must assemble. First send a small group of cavalry to surprise attack the enemy to see if it's true, and then the whole army will take the initiative to attack. Damn it, we've been beaten all this time. Now it's our turn to fight back. Yes. The general clasped his fists in agreement and left to carry out the task. After lunch, the gates of Liuya City opened and a cavalry of 500 people rushed out. This cavalry of 500 people does not belong to Lu Ziqing, but is a joint effort of the forces that support him. At the beginning, they were not so shabby. There were more than 1,000 cavalrymen, and they charged with great momentum. However, after fighting for so long, most of them had been lost. Lu Ziqing treated the remaining ones as treasures and did not dare to send them out easily. 500 people rushed to the vicinity of Lu Bu's coalition camp. The four-nation coalition immediately sounded the warning horn, and waves of arrows were shot from the arrow tower. In an instant, more than a dozen cavalrymen fell to the ground. The cavalry rushed into the camp under a hail of arrows, but were blocked by the spearmen of Lu Bu's army. Many cavalrymen were hit by the dense spears and knocked off their horses. After one round, the cavalry suffered heavy losses, leaving behind nearly 200 corpses, but they also obtained the information they wanted. Your Majesty, the cavalry reconnaissance has returned and found that many tents in the enemy camp are empty. The number of people has been greatly reduced. Ha, good. Looks like they're really retreating. Lu Ziqing excitedly waved his fist and said, everyone, get ready. The remaining ones will definitely evacuate within a day. Then we'll charge over and let them taste our might. Yes. Chapter 194, The Honest Man Lu Bu. As Lu Ziqing expected, that night, just as he was about to go to bed, he received a report from the general. My king, the spies report that the enemy has begun to retreat. Lu Ziqing suddenly sat up from the bed and said, put on my armor and assemble the whole army to attack. The general hesitated for a moment and said, my king, it's too dangerous outside in the dark. Why don't you stay in the city and we will lead the army to attack? Lu Ziqing snorted coldly. Damn it. I've been so frustrated for so long. Now I finally have a chance to vent my anger. How can I let it go so easily? Don't worry, I won't rush to the front. The general wanted to persuade him again, but was interrupted impatiently by Lu Ziqing. Okay, stop nagging. Haven't we experienced enough life and death in this period? Prepare quickly and don't miss the opportunity to fight. Yes. The general had no choice but to agree. In the dark night, the gates of Liuya City were wide open, and tens of thousands of soldiers rushed out in a mighty force, rushing towards the Lu Bu army camp opposite. Lu Ziqing was not a brainless man. He had made preparations long ago. At this moment, tens of thousands of soldiers were divided into 3 teams, cooperating with each other on the left, middle, and right. Half of the people in each team held torches to illuminate the road, and the remaining half hurried on their way silently. In this way, once a battle breaks out with the enemy, we can deceive the enemy and make them mistakenly think that there are only 5,000 people, thus gaining an opportunity to fight. The remaining 1/3 of Lu Bu's army did not go far and were soon discovered. These soldiers cried out in surprise, as if they could not believe that the enemy would appear at this time, and began to run away. Don't let them get away, chase them. Lu Ziqing rode on his horse, raised his gun, and shouted. If the enemy had an army of 20,000, he might not dare to come out, but now the enemy is only 1/3 of the number, no more than 10,000, so he has the advantage in numbers. In addition, the opponent is fleeing and we are chasing, so we naturally have an advantage in momentum and morale. So Lu Ziqing was ready to fight a big battle to relieve the frustration he had been feeling for a while. On the dark earth, the vast space was empty and the 2 sides were chasing each other, making it very lively. However, no one noticed that under the cover of darkness, there was a dark jungle and hills waiting for them ahead. After chasing for a long time, both sides were out of breath. Lu Ziqing shouted, Try harder, they can't run any further. As soon as he finished speaking, countless torches suddenly appeared on both sides, and there were so many people that they couldn't tell how many there were, shouting and rushing towards them. Oh no, there's an ambush! Lu Zicheng was horrified, as if struck by lightning, and instantly woke up from the pleasure of chasing the enemy. Damn, we've fallen into a trap. Lu Zicheng reacted and shouted, they are well prepared. Let's retreat quickly, retreat quickly. However, it was too late for them to escape. How could they easily escape from the trap that Lu Bu and Zhuge Liang had set up with great difficulty? All 20,000 troops are here, twice the number of the enemy. At the same time, they have ambushed in advance and attacked suddenly. Each soldier is like a tiger coming down the mountain, with high fighting spirit. The battle was about to break out. Lu Zicheng saw that he was trapped, so he made up his mind and shouted, Wu Ning, you lead a team to cover the rear. The general named Wu Ning showed despair, but still shouted, yes, sir. Afterwards, Wu Ning, waving a big knife, turned around and led his men to fight back, and became entangled with Lu Bu's army. With this large group of people entangled them, the other soldiers suddenly had the opportunity to break free and followed Lu Zicheng, running away desperately with lingering fear. It was obvious that Lu Zicheng was trying to survive by cutting off his rear. Wu Ning and his 1st Brigade would not be able to escape unless something unexpected happened. The 1st Battalion, with more than 3,000 people, was killed here today, but Lu Zicheng only felt guilty for a second before regaining his composure. I'm not dead yet. I still have 10,000 men. As long as I return to the city, anything is possible. Lu Zicheng gritted his teeth, spurred his horse into a gallop, and turned his head to look behind him. Between the jungle and the hills, 20,000 enemies were surrounding and killing more than 3,000 of his men. Swords clashed, and shouts and screams were heard everywhere. Damn Lu Bu, damn the Great Zhou, damn Qin Fei. Just wait. Lu Zicheng's eyes were red. He was angry and upset. After fleeing back to the city in a panic, Lu Zicheng finally breathed a sigh of relief. He immediately asked someone to count the number of people and at the same time wrote a letter, asking the cavalry to go to other forces and continue to urge them to support. Lu Bu and Zhuge Liang stood on a high vantage point, looking at the chaotic battlefield below. Zhuge Liang remarked, this Willow Leaf King is quite clever. Seeing he was ambushed, he decisively retreated without hesitation. Humph! Cutting off an arm to survive is nothing more than betraying his own soldiers. Lu Bu snorted disdainfully, what a pity. I was thinking of taking them down in one go. Zhuge Liang fanned himself and chuckled. After this battle, they've lost at least several thousand men, and their strength is severely damaged. A letter from Zhaoyue Kingdom is expected to arrive tomorrow, and reinforcements will surely return. By then, the city will have even fewer troops. Tomorrow, we can seize Liuye City in one fell swoop. Lu Bu frowned and asked, Prime Minister, I don't understand why you promised such a huge amount of resources to the Dark Moon Kingdom. 50 million each of food, timber, and stone, as well as a large amount of gold and iron ore. I have a feeling the king would be very unhappy if he knew. Zhuge Liang was stunned and burst into laughter. Lu Bu was puzzled. What are you laughing at, Prime Minister? Zhuge Liang patted Lu Bu's tall shoulder and said with a smile, So Fengxian is also an honest man. Huh? What do you mean? Lu Bu was confused. Zhuge Liang explained with a smile, who said we really want to give Dark Moon Kingdom so many resources. What? Did I remember it wrong? Wasn't that the 50 million resources promised? Ha ha ha, it was promised 50 million. But has Fengxian seen me raising resources? Has he seen me report this matter to the king? Has he seen me take any action? Zhuge Liang looked at Lu Bu with a smile. Lu Bu was stunned, his eyes widened, and he said, You never intended to pay for these resources from the beginning? Haha, of course. Zhuge Liang gave Lu Bu an approving look and said, When the snipe and the clam quarrel, the fisherman benefits. The Dark Moon Kingdom listened to me and sent troops to the Bright Moon Kingdom. They are the snipe and the clam, and you and I are the fishermen. After we capture Willow Leaf City tomorrow, the general can lead a special force to bypass the north and raid Dark Moon City. Dark Moon City is empty at the moment, and it will be a surprise attack, so we can decide the outcome in one battle. I will lead the main force to continue eastward and attack Zhaoyue City. When the battle between the two sides is almost over, I will attack again. By then, I can easily capture both cities. Chapter 195 Decisive Battle. When Lu Bu heard Zhuge Liang's words, he felt dizzy and couldn't help but give a thumbs up, high, really high. But in his heart, he was madly complaining. This is fucking terrible. The hearts of the intellectuals are so dark that they eat meat without even spitting out the bones. He was so good at getting something for nothing and killing someone with a borrowed knife that Lu Bu was confused. Other generals present, such as Zhou Tsang, Long Ong, Yi Long, etc., looked at Zhuge Liang with fear in their eyes and told themselves from the bottom of their hearts that Prime Minister Zhuge was too evil and should not be provoked. Absolutely not. The next day, Lu Ziqing got up very late. The attack last night resulted in the loss of 1/3 of his men. After returning, he was criticized by the leaders of several other forces. He defended himself for a long time before finally settling the matter. I was exhausted, so I slept very soundly and didn't get up until noon. Sitting in the palace hall, Lu Ziqing drank porridge and asked, "How was the battle today?" The general next to him replied, "Your Majesty, the enemy has not attacked yet today." Oh, Lu Ziqing raised his eyebrows, somewhat surprised. In the past, the enemy would always start their attack at the crack of dawn. Why is it so late today and there's still no movement? Could it be that they've really retreated and haven't returned? No, they are back, and now things are back to normal in the enemy camp outside the city. The general said, "We have heard the sounds of their drills, but so far there is no sign of them forming a line to attack." Haha, that's good. No matter what, it's a good thing. Lu Ziqing smiled and continued drinking porridge. At this moment, a servant suddenly came in and said, "Your Majesty, General Gao Shun wishes to see you." "Oh, please come in quickly." Lu Ziqing still had great respect for Gao Shun. At first, it was because the Xinjiang camp he led was indeed powerful, defending the gap like a mountain. Later, he was impressed by Gao Shun's professionalism. He strictly enforced orders and got along well with the soldiers. It was like a truly professional army. He was the most qualified general with the highest military quality he had ever seen. Lu Ziqing asked someone to clean up the breakfast, tidied his clothes, and sat upright to show his respect for Gao Shun. Although it seems impossible to accept Gao Shun at the moment, if we establish a good relationship with him now, there will be more possibilities in the future. Soon, Gao Shun walked in and bowed. "I am General Gao Shun, paying my respects to the king." "Haha, General Gao, please take a seat." "Someone, bring the tea." "Thank you, Your Majesty." When a maid brought tea, Lu Ziqing asked, "General Gao, what do you want to see me about?" Gao Shun felt a little embarrassed and said, "I am here to bid farewell to the king." "What the hell? Goodbye." Lu Ziqing was stunned and stood up suddenly. "Are you kidding?" Gao Shun also stood up, bowed again, and said, "Lord, my king has sent an urgent message. The Dark Moon Nation in the north has brazenly torn up the armistice agreement and is marching south to attack our country. Now our country is left vulnerable. I must return to provide assistance as soon as possible. But it's difficult for us here. There are 20,000 troops from the Four-Nation Coalition outside, watching us covetously. What will we do if you leave?" Lu Ziqing was also anxious. Although there were 10,000 soldiers in Liuye City, they were made up of several factions, with Jiayue Kingdom making up the majority. Now, if Gao Shun withdrew his troops, there would only be 3,000 people left in Liuye City. How could they resist the enemy's 20,000 troops? Gao Shun said, "Don't worry, Your Majesty. I will leave 2,000 men with you when I leave this time. You can also put up straw men and flags on the city walls to confuse the enemy. The enemy shows no signs of attacking, nor is they aware of our withdrawal. Your Majesty, please try to delay them. Once I return to the kingdom, I will repel the enemy and relieve Jiayue City. I will then naturally return with my troops." Lu Ziqing didn't believe Gao Shun's nonsense. The Four-Nation Coalition forces on the opposite side were not there to sit around and do nothing. How could they not notice the reduction in the number of soldiers in the city? As for you going back to repel the enemy, how long will it take? Don't let the siege of Jiayue Kingdom be lifted by then, and your side will be finished. Everything was just talk. Lu Ziqing tried his best to keep Gao Shun, but Gao Shun was determined to leave and nothing he said would work. Lu Ziqing had no choice but to accept this reality and just told Gao Shun to return as soon as possible as he was still needed here. Gao Shun agreed readily, left 2,000 soldiers here for Lu Ziqing to command, and then left in a hurry with his 4,000-man army. "My king, what should we do?" the general asked. Lu Ziqing gritted his teeth and said, "Damn Dark Moon Nation. They actually tore up the armistice agreement. They really know how to find the right time." At this time, he never thought that it was Zhuge Liang who was behind all this. Lu Ziqing sighed deeply and said, "Pass on my order. The news of the Jiayue Kingdom's reinforcements leaving must be suppressed. No one is allowed to leak it. If anyone asks, just say that I sent them out on a mission to prevent panic and a drop in morale in the city." "Yes." "Also, organize the able-bodied men in the city, distribute weapons, and garrison the city walls. Also, raise more flags to bolster our army's morale." "Clear." Watching his subordinates leave, Lu Zicheng stood alone on the city wall, his hands resting on the cold stone bricks. He gazed at the huge camp outside the city, his eyes filled with worry. I hope we can survive this difficult time. After lunch, Lu Bu met with Zhuge Liang and asked, Prime Minister, our spies reported that they had spotted a troop east of the city, emerging from Willow Leaf City and heading east. Zhuge Liang smiled and said, It seems that the Dark Moon Nation has shown its power. General, we can begin our action now. Haha, okay. Lu Bu suppressed his excitement and gave the order to prepare for the siege. Woo-woo. The bugler holding the ox horn blew a low and solemn sound, and the dong-dong-dong sound of the war drum was as rapid as raindrops, making all the soldiers in the camp nervous. Hurry, pick up your weapons and go out in formation. Prepare to attack the city, get out quickly. Everyone, hurry up. Today is the decisive battle. There are only a few enemies left in the city. Today's battle will determine the outcome. Boys, cheer up. After today's game, let's have a celebratory drink. Lu Bu had already conveyed the importance of this battle, so the soldiers were all burning with fighting spirit, holding their weapons tightly, with murderous intent. The sound of war drums and trumpets from the coalition camp naturally alarmed Liuya City. There was a sudden commotion in Liuya City. There seemed to be a lot of people on the city wall, but a considerable number of them were conscripted men. They had never seen such a scene before, and were so scared that they trembled and their legs became weak. Asshole waste. A soldier saw the young man next to him slumped to the ground, hiding behind the battlements as scared as a chicken. He was so angry that he kicked him down and threw a spear at him. Coward, if you are a man, pick it up and fight for your hometown. Chapter 196 Willow City Falls. After so many battles, both sides are actually very tired. Soldiers died one after another and were replaced one after another. Only a small number of soldiers survived to this day. These people have experienced the test of blood and fire, have undergone transformation, and have become veterans. Chen Fei has specially formulated a policy to make use of these veterans on the battlefield. Veterans who survive the first wave of battle can serve as squad leaders of the recruit class. Veterans after the second wave of battle can serve as centurions of a century. Veterans who have survived several battles, if they have good intelligence and quality, can serve as the captain of a 1,000-man team. If they perform well at the level of a 1,000-man captain, they will be included in the key training list of reserve officers and become staff officers or adjutants beside the generals of each battalion. Once Chen Fei decides to expand the army, these old adjutants will have the opportunity to become the commander of a battalion, thus achieving their own class leap. After entering the feudal era, the soldiers also had their own ideas and behaved more like complete human beings. Chen Fei opened a promotion channel for them, which was also to motivate the soldiers to fight hard and fight for a future of their own. After 3 drum beats, the battle begins. The sound of whirring through the air was heard continuously. It was the catapults throwing stones and the crossbows firing huge crossbow arrows to carry out pre-war artillery suppression. As usual, stones and crossbows were fired at the city walls, smashing large holes in them. Some soldiers were even hit alive and turned into a pool of meat paste. Quick, hide. The soldiers of Liuya City reacted quickly and took cover quickly. After several days of fighting, they also learned lessons and built a large number of triangular wooden sheds on the city walls. The soldiers hid in the sheds. The triangular structure could provide good defense against stones and crossbows, greatly reducing the death rate of the soldiers. A wave of artillery fire suppressed the movement on the city wall. Then Lu Bu gave the order, 1st Battalion, 2nd Battalion, Qingyan Nation troops, attack the city. Although the number of soldiers defending the city was much smaller, Lu Bu still listened to Zhuge Liang and did not send all of them forward, but continued to advance steadily. Go! Tens of thousands of soldiers began to attack the city. Led by a large number of veterans, who were familiar with sieges, the four-nation coalition quickly climbed the city walls and started a melee. Lu Bu glanced at the breach in the wall he had just breached and chuckled. Without that elite force guarding this place, I wonder how they'll hold us back. 3rd Battalion, follow me and charge. Yi Feilong's 3rd Battalion also had 4,000 people, and they followed Lu Bu to rush towards the gap in the city wall. Zhuge Liang led the Guanyin and Sanqing troops to remain motionless, firstly as a rotation of the siege troops, and secondly to guard against various emergencies. Lu Bu took the lead and rushed to the gap in the city wall first. When the soldiers guarding the gap saw that it was Lu Bu coming, they were frightened and turned pale. During this period, Lu Bu charged several times, and they had already witnessed what it meant to be unparalleled in power and what it meant to be unrivaled in the world. Go to hell. Lu Bu held the Fong Tian Hua Ji in his hand and swept it across. The enemies in front immediately raised their spears to block it, but these spears were cut in half like tofu. Then the huge halberd blade penetrated the soldiers' bodies and cut 3 soldiers in half in a row. Seeing this horrific attack and the brutal corpses, many recruits couldn't help but feel weak in the knees, and some even retreated involuntarily. Lu Bu's attacks were fierce and domineering, and his killings were bloody and cruel. Even those veterans who had fought against Lu Bu several times were still dominated by great fear at this moment, and had no desire to fight back. The seemingly solid defense line was cut open by Lu Bu alone. He was like Neza in mythology, dancing with the Hun Tianling and turning the East China Sea upside down. In the rear, Yi Feilong led the 3 battalions of soldiers and hurried over, following Lu Bu to fight the enemy. Without the Xinjiang camp led by Gao Shan, how could these people be a match for Lu Bu? After less than half an hour of fighting, Lu Bu finally led his army to break through the gap in the city wall and entered Liuya City. The city is broken. The soldiers of Lu Bu's army shouted, scaring the morale of the Liuya soldiers who were fighting fiercely on the city wall. They were already at a disadvantage in terms of numbers, and most of them were ordinary able-bodied men. Now, seeing the enemy break through the city wall, a chain reaction immediately occurred. Many soldiers broke down and started to run away. The soldiers of Lu Bu's army who were fighting with them on the city wall took this opportunity to intensify their attack, and more places on the city wall changed hands and were controlled by Lu Bu's army. Charge! Let's flatten Liuya City today. Zhou Tsang shouted while holding up his sword, killed the last soldier on the city wall, and then rushed towards the bottom of the wall. Lu Bu's army rushed into Liuya City like a flood that had broken through a dam and began to kill indiscriminately. As for Lu Ziqing, he sighed to the sky and returned to the palace with his personal guards. He did not run away or commit suicide. Instead, he took off his armor, washed his face, and sat quietly in the center of the hall. Not long after, Lu Bu led his men into the palace and captured 2 prisoners to use as guides. Your Majesty, the one sitting there is our king. A servant was held under Lu Bu's armpit, like a little chicken, unable to fight back. Lu Bu glanced at Lu Ziqing and recognized him. Ha ha ha, it turns out that the person who fought bloody battles on the city wall these days is actually a king. Lu Bu strode in and shouted, someone, tie him up. Lu Ziqing sighed and said, don't tie me up, I will go with you. Lu Bu sneered. You are our prisoner now. If we don't tie you up and something happens, who will be responsible? Lu Ziqing said expressionlessly, I am willing to surrender. Haha, you're thinking of surrendering now? It's too late. Come with us. Whether you surrender or not depends on whether my king is willing to forgive you. As soon as Lu Bu waved his hand, a group of soldiers came forward and tied Lu Ziqing up like a dumpling. The crowd pushed Lu Ziqing out of the palace and stood on the street. The soldiers of Liuya Kingdom who were fighting in the street were immediately deflated and completely lost their resistance. They threw down their weapons and knelt down to surrender. At this point, Liuya City was broken, and the most difficult and longest battle since Lu Bu's eastern expedition ended. The next day, the main focus was on arranging troops to sweep the city. You must know that there are not only Lu Ziqing's troops in the city, but also troops supported by other forces, and they will not surrender so easily. Chapter 197. Continuing eastward. After completely wiping out the Willow Leaf Kingdom, Lu Bu and his men did not rest, but instead split their forces into 2 groups. According to the original plan, on one hand, Zhuge Liang led Zhou Tsang's battalion, the Qingyun Kingdom troops, and the Guangin Kingdom troops, totaling nearly 10,000 people, to detour to the north, marching secretly, preparing for a surprise attack on the Dark Moon Kingdom. Lu Bu led the 2nd and 3rd battalions, as well as the Samsung National Army, and continued eastward after replenishing his troops. There were only 2 towns and several villages left in Liuya Kingdom, and they were now unguarded. They were occupied by a small team sent by Lu Bu, while the main force continued to advance and arrived near Jiayue City 1 day later. Standing on a hill near Jiayue City, Lu Bu looked into the distance and saw that Jiayue City was surrounded by enemies who were attacking the city frantically. With flags flying on both sides, it can be seen that it is the Dark Moon Kingdom's troops that are besieging Jiayue City. Long Ong and Yi Feilong walked up to Lu Bu and said, our spies have found out that the enemy force besieging Jiayue City is approximately 8,000 strong. Lu Bu chuckled. More than 8,000 people. This Dark Moon nation has been fooled quite a bit by Prime Minister Zhuge. General, what do we do now? Lu Bu thought for a moment and said, let's wait and see. Lu Bu ordered his soldiers to set up camp behind this hidden hill, and at the same time sent out spies to gather intelligence over the area of dozens of kilometers between Dark Moon City and Zhao Moon City. Now the Jiayue Kingdom and the Dark Moon Kingdom are fighting fiercely, and no one knows the actions of the Great Zhou Kingdom. Lu Bu's army has completely controlled the battlefield and can be said to be able to win no matter how they fight. While the snipe and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits. Lu Bu is waiting for the best opportunity to enter the battlefield. The leading general sent by the Dark Moon Kingdom was a strong man with a big beard and a dark face. He was wearing thick armor, and he held the sword in both hands and stuck it into the ground, like an iron tower. This man was named Zhou Tai. He was a famous warrior on the battlefield of the Eastern Wu during the Three Kingdoms period. He had made great military achievements and had more than 100 scars on his body. His scars moved Sun Quan to tears, and all the civil and military officials were in awe of him. He is an A-level military general. Although he is not as outstanding as Di Qing and is not as powerful as the whole country, he is also able to guard a region like Zhang Liao, and his name is recorded in history. He is a rare good general. Zhou Tai sat in the center of the army, watching his soldiers attacking the city frantically, his face calm. He had been attacking here for 2 days, and he had already figured out the strength of the defenders in Jiayue City opposite. Together with Gao Shun's trap camp, there were only about 5,000 of them. 8,000 against 5,000, and when Gao Shun did not come back to support yesterday, he had already broken through a section of the city wall and firmly controlled that gap. With the help of large siege equipment such as catapults and crossbows, the Jiayue City troops are now retreating step by step and are on the verge of collapse. We can't give them a chance to breathe. We can't give them a chance to replenish their troops and repair the city walls. Continue the attack. 1st Battalion, 2nd Battalion, move forward to support. Zhou Tai gave the order in a deep voice. He knew very well that now that Gao Shun had returned to support, the enemy's strength had greatly increased. His only advantage was to control the gap in the city wall and then advance steadily with the advantage of military strength. Once the offensive is relaxed and the enemy is given a chance to breathe, Jiayue City will have the home advantage and will most likely be defeated. Kill. The soldiers of Dark Moon City were as fierce as wolves and tigers, with high morale. They all wanted to capture the enemy city in one go, especially at the huge gap that was more than 300 meters long. The soldiers of Dark Moon City attacked desperately, trying to break into the city. Gao Shun on the opposite side was also extremely frustrated. It was true that he had the Xinjiang camp, but in these battles he was just passively taking the beating. He was beaten in Liuya City and Jiayue City, which really made him angry. Inside the city, Wu Weiguo's hair turned much whiter overnight, making him look even older. His eyes were bloodshot, and he smashed the precious teacup in his hand to pieces. He roared, "Drag all the able-bodied men in the city over here and hold them. Your Majesty, almost all the able-bodied men in the city have been captured," a civil servant said with a sad face. In Jiayue, in addition to the 3 top civil and military officials Zhang Song, Wang Bodong, and Gao Shun, there are more than a dozen officials and more than a dozen generals. In addition, there are many players who were previously captured by Wu Wei's state, all of whom hold important positions in the city. However, the abilities of these civil and military officials are far from satisfactory. Most of them are D-level, with only 1 or 2 at C-level, which is not good enough at all. Wu Weiguo was stunned. How could it be? We have tens of thousands of people in our country. The official sighed and explained, "However, our towns and villages have been controlled and occupied by them. In Jiayue City alone, there are only 10,000 able-bodied men, and most of them have been pulled up to the city walls. These able-bodied men are not very capable of fighting. Many have died in the past 2 days, and many have escaped under cover of darkness. Now, I'm afraid only the elderly, the weak, and women are left in the city." Wu Weiguo gritted his teeth and said, "Then drag the old, weak, and women up to the city wall. Even if they can't fight, they can still fill the gaps. But there's nothing wrong with that. I've supported them for so long, given them farmland, opened up land for them, and protected their safety. Now that the country is in trouble, they should sacrifice their lives for the country. Go ahead and do it. After the war, I will naturally erect a monument for them, and generations to come will worship and offer sacrifices to them." The official had no choice but to go ahead. He could already foresee that the issuance of this order would once again stir up turmoil in the already unstable Jiayue City. He was even worried that Jiayue City was not destroyed by external enemies, but was conquered by the people inside. The battle lasted for a whole day and night. Both sides fought fiercely in a round-the-clock manner. They were so bloodthirsty that they couldn't retreat. Every minute and every second, soldiers died and positions were lost, but some positions were also recaptured. Outside the city, where Lu Bu's army was hiding, thousands of soldiers were silent, eating and sleeping on time. Except for a large number of spies running back and forth to report information, the rest of the people did not move. General, we've captured a messenger. Lubu was leaning against a rock and dozing off when two soldiers came over with a down-and-out messenger. Lubu opened his eyes and asked, "Which messenger is this?" "General, this was just delivered by our spy stationed in the north. He said he was a messenger from the Dark Moon Kingdom and had important information." Lubu immediately became interested. He took a look at the messenger, took the letter handed over by the soldier, and read it carefully. After a moment, he laughed heartily, stood up, and said, "Go and keep an eye on this man. Don't let him get away." "Yes." Lubu shouted again. "The rest of you, prepare for battle. We will be leaving soon." Chapter 198, Jiaiyue City, a city of contested competition. The Jiaiyue Kingdom originally had a strong army, but Gao Shun had taken away most of the troops before and suffered heavy losses in Liuye City. When he returned, he only brought a few thousand soldiers with him. This resulted in the troops of Jiaiyue Kingdom being defeated one by Dark Moon Kingdom, from the northern defender Lu He to the defenders of Jiaiyue City, and now Gao Shun's return to support, making the military advantage of Jiaiyue Kingdom no longer exist. The high armistice fee previously paid to the Dark Moon Kingdom has made the situation of the Jiaiyue Kingdom even worse. In addition, the continuous battles in recent days have led to the constant replenishment of troops, resulting in the almost complete depletion of resources in the national treasury. The Wuwei Kingdom is no longer able to replenish its troops. Under Zhou Tai's high-pressure rotation, at dawn, there was a sudden commotion and someone shouted, "Charge! The city is broken." Zhou Tai also mounted his horse, raised his great sword high, and shouted, "Anyone who breaks into the city and captures the king alive will be rewarded with 10,000 gold and be granted the title of Marquis of 10,000 households." When the soldiers heard this, they were immediately energized. They rushed forward with red eyes and heavy breathing. The broadsword is fierce and the cold sword cuts the throat. The flags are like forests and the arrows are like locusts. At the junction of night and day, Zhou Tai led the Dark Moon soldiers to finally break through the crumbling Jiaiyue National Defense Line and stormed into the city. As the saying goes, a defeat is like a mountain collapsing. When the soldiers of Jiaiyue Kingdom saw this scene, their morale immediately dropped and many of them began to run away. Even those who didn't intend to run were swept into the city by the people around them. "Quick, take control of the city walls first, close the gates, and only allow people in, not out." Zhou Tai roared. Within half an hour, they completely controlled the city wall and began to send a large army to encircle the city. Zhou Tai laughed heartily. "The Jiaiyue Kingdom has perished at my hands today." For a military general, being able to destroy a country is definitely a great honor. Although the Jiaiyue Kingdom was small and weak, it also called itself a country and controlled an area of dozens of kilometers around it. It was a hegemon in the surrounding area and a major threat to the Dark Moon Kingdom where he lived. Therefore, Zhou Tai was in a very good mood. However, before he could finish experiencing this wonderful feeling, someone suddenly shouted, "Oh no, there are enemies outside the city." Zhou Tai was stunned and looked outside the city quickly. He saw a huge army coming towards him at the end of the sky. Zhou Tai's face changed drastically, and he immediately made a decision. "Everyone, quickly retreat." He was very decisive. He had just broken into the city. Although Jiaiyue Kingdom was doomed to be defeated, it would take at least an hour to control the royal palace. In addition, there was a huge gap of 300 meters in the city wall, which was too late to repair. The enemies outside the city, whose origins were unknown, were obviously well prepared, and there were quite a few of them. Under such circumstances, it would be completely foolish to want to rely on the city to defend it. As a famous general and a veteran of the battlefield, Zhou Tai knew very well that he must not hesitate at this time. Otherwise, he would be blocked by the enemy in the city, passively fight, and finally lose miserably. The soldiers of Zhou Tai's army, who were excitedly charging into the city, were suddenly confused when they heard the rapid sound of the horn and the shouts of the messengers. "What? Why are you retreating so suddenly? The city has been captured. What's going on, General? Are we really going to retreat? Did the messenger deliver the wrong message?" That shouldn't be the case. Messengers rarely make mistakes. And there's a bugle call, and it's still ringing now. Is there some kind of emergency? Damn, the duck that was about to be eaten is about to fly away again. We have wasted these few days. Really, all of our brothers who died in the past few days died in vain. It's like between a man and a woman. The man is in the final stage of the sprint and is about to conquer the other, but suddenly someone opens the door and comes in, asking him to get dressed and go out to work immediately. One can imagine how frustrated these soldiers felt. Zhou Tai saw his soldiers staggering and reluctantly walking back, and he immediately became furious. Adjutant, pass my order, run and retreat. Quickly gather with the battalion as the core, and retreat to the north. Anyone who dares to neglect it will be subject to military law. Yes. As soon as this order came out, the soldiers of Dark Moon Kingdom finally perked up and gathered quickly. At this time, the soldiers learned that another army had appeared outside the city. They had come with ill intentions and had to retreat first. Anyway, this place has been destroyed, and the Xiaoyue Kingdom is doomed. Even if they retreat this time, the Xiaoyue Kingdom will no longer pose a threat. So the soldiers of Zhou Tai's army quickly adjusted their mentality and retreated to the north. When Lu Bu led his army to the city, most of Zhou Tai's troops had already evacuated. Only a few dozen lazy soldiers were captured alive by Lu Bu and were about to be thrown back to the rear to do hard labor. General, should we give chase? Long Ong asked. Lu Bu thought for a moment and gave the order. Long Ong, you lead the 1st Battalion and the 3-star army to occupy Xiaoyue City. I will personally lead the 3rd Battalion to pursue the Dark Moon enemies. Yes. The 1st Battalion and the Samsung National Army have a total of 6,000 to 7,000 people, and they are all soldiers with high fighting spirit and full condition. In addition, there is no need to attack the city. They can control the city wall first, and then slowly encircle and suppress them. It is basically not difficult. So Lu Bu was very relieved. If Long Ong couldn't even complete this task, it would only mean that his skills were too poor. After Lu Bu left, Long Ong immediately commanded the army to take over the city wall and raise the flag of the Great Zhou Kingdom. Wu Weiguo, who was hiding in the palace, frowned and asked with a pale face, "What happened? Why did the enemy retreat?" The enemy had already reached the vicinity of the palace, and Wu Weiguo was ready to surrender and survive. But now the enemy suddenly retreated like a tide, which left him puzzled. But soon, he heard shouts and screams again. "My king, this is bad." A general hurried over, tripping over the steps in fright. He said, "The Dark Moon army has retreated, but the Great Zhou army has arrived and has taken control of the city wall and raised their flag." The Great Zhou Kingdom. Wu Weiguo opened his eyes wide and suddenly felt a tightness in his chest. He screamed and spat out a mouthful of blood. Your Majesty, are you okay?" Wu Weiguo waved his hand and was helped to sit on a chair. After a long pause, he asked, "Gao Shun, how many soldiers of the Xinjiang camp do you still have?" Gao Shun was also in a miserable state at this time. His exquisite armor was in tatters, and he was covered in blood. It was obvious that he was holding on. After all, he is just an ordinary B-level general. Although he can train the Xinjiang camp, his personal fighting power is not outstanding. "Your Majesty, I still have 103 members of my trap camp." Gao Shun said this, feeling very lonely. If the Xinjiang camp had 1,000 people, it would be a powerful force to be reckoned with throughout the world, but now there are only 100 people left, and it has lost its former glory. Chapter 199. The hometown was destroyed. A tear flowed down Wu Weiguo's old face. He should have been extremely sad, but he laughed wildly. "Surrender, surrender." Wu Weiguo waved his hand and said, "The situation is over. We have lost. If we surrender earlier, we can still save our lives." "Your Majesty." Gao Shun and others knelt in front of Wu Weiguo and cried bitterly. "No one wants to lose. No one wants to surrender. This is a man's shame and a warrior's sorrow." But they also knew that the Xiaoyue Kingdom was now beyond redemption. Long Ong quickly led his men to the front of the Xiaoyue City Palace. He originally thought that there would be a fierce battle here, but he did not expect that the palace gates were wide open and there was no defense at all. It looks like these guys have given up resistance. Let's go, charge in." Long Ong waved his hand and rushed in with a large number of soldiers. He saw Wu Weiguo, Gao Shun, and others sitting upright in the main hall. Without saying much, Wu Weiguo was very straightforward and directly expressed his willingness to surrender. After being tied up by Long Ong, the flag of the Great Zhou Kingdom was hoisted outside the palace, officially indicating that Xiaoyue City had changed hands. The Xiaoyue Kingdom was very large, with 3 cities and 16 towns under its jurisdiction. After occupying Xiaoyue City, Long Ong had Wu Weiguo escorted to other cities to conquer them one by one. Speaking of Zhou Tai, he originally planned to lead the army to withdraw from Xiaoyue City first, and then re-attack Xiaoyue City after observing the situation outside. However, he did not expect that Lu Bu did not enter the city, but directly divided his troops outside the city, and a force of thousands of people came to pursue them. Upon seeing the Great Zhou flag, Zhou Tai's eyes bulged out, and he cursed loudly. "You bastard Great Zhou! How dare you be ungrateful and betray us?" He also knew that the reason he was able to lead his troops to attack Xiaoyue Kingdom this time was because his king had signed an agreement with the Great Zhou Kingdom, which promised them a huge amount of resources and asked them to send troops to help take advantage of the situation. Now Zhou Tai also understood that this was a strategy of the fishermen taking advantage of the conflict between the snipe and the clam, which made him very angry. Zhou Tai did not engage in a head-on battle with Lu Bu. Zhou Tai's army had just experienced a great battle and was far inferior to the enemy in both morale and physical strength. Moreover, the enemy had a large number of people, so it was not certain that they would win if they fought. In that case, let's just retreat and return to Darkmoon City first. The two places were separated by dozens of kilometers, and both sides were infantry, chasing each other. Zhou Tai even left behind 1,000 people to cover their retreat and buy time for his main force to retreat. After 5 hours, they finally returned to Darkmoon City, and a smile appeared on Zhou Tai's face. Finally back. Zhou Tai let out a long sigh. Although it was a pity that they failed to capture Jiaiyue City this time, the Jiaiyue Kingdom was already half dead and no longer posed a threat. Meanwhile, the Darkmoon Kingdom, where he was, had received so many resources from the Jiaiyue Kingdom that its strength would soon increase, and overall it was still within an acceptable range. The only thing that made him angry was that the Great Zhou Kingdom had broken its promise. It had agreed to come to his aid after conquering Liuye City, but it had lain dormant behind him and reaped the fruits of his battle. Damn, it seems the Great Zhou Kingdom's so-called huge resources are just verbal promises, and they have no intention of paying. No, I must report this to the king as soon as possible and make preparations early. Zhou Tai was somewhat panicked. This matter was too big and had seriously affected the national strength and strategy of the Darkmoon Kingdom. When they arrived at the city gates, they saw that they were tightly shut. A lieutenant beside them shouted, "Open the gates quickly. We are soldiers under General Zhou Tai." However, what responded to him was a hail of arrows. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A wave of arrows rained down, and hundreds of people died instantly. What the hell? What's going on? You guys on the city wall, are you guys rebelling? How dare you kill your own people? The soldiers of Zhou Tai's army cursed loudly and retreated frantically. At this time, the soldiers on the city wall showed their faces, and hundreds of archers drew their bows and pointed arrows at them coldly. At the same time, a black and red flag with the ancient word Zhou written on it was raised. "Ha ha, we have captured this city. Why don't you surrender quickly?" Zhou Tsang appeared, holding a big knife and speaking in a loud voice. What? The soldiers of Zhou Tai's army suddenly widened their eyes, as if they were struck by lightning. Zhou Tai's face also turned pale. He felt a black screen in front of his eyes. The world was spinning, and he almost fell off his horse. Damn Great Zhou, they screwed me over. Zhou Tai roared to the sky, his hair and beard standing on end. Zhou Tsang laughed heartily upon seeing this, and then waved his hand. Two soldiers pushed a man in fancy clothes towards him and said, "I have captured your king alive. Why don't you surrender immediately?" The soldiers below were confused for a moment. Then they knelt on the ground and cried bitterly, "My king." Zhou Tai also felt that all his strength had been drained from him. He was so angry that he suddenly vomited blood and fell heavily from his horse. At this time, Lu Bu, who was pursuing behind, also arrived with his army. Under the attack from both sides, this isolated army had no way to escape. In the end, several deputy generals made a decision and simply gave up their weapons, leading thousands of soldiers to surrender. Things will be much easier from now on. Naturally, there will be people responsible for registering these surrenderers, checking their physical condition, and having heart-to-heart talks with them. If there are no problems in all aspects, they will be directly converted into soldiers of the Great Zhou Kingdom. Those who are physically unfit or resist the Great Zhou Kingdom will be arranged to the rear and become ordinary civilians. In Darkmoon City, Lu Bu and Zhuge Liang sat in the palace, resting and discussing. This time, it's all thanks to the Prime Minister. I didn't expect that in just a few days, we could successively conquer the Willow Leaf Kingdom, the Jiaiyue Kingdom, and the Darkmoon Kingdom. The Prime Minister deserves the credit for this battle. Zhuge Liang smiled and said, "You don't need to be the first to achieve the credit. The real credit lies with you, the general who coordinated the overall situation and was the commander-in-chief of the Eastern Expedition." Lu Bu was in a good mood after hearing this. He originally wanted to earn more credit and show himself well in front of Chen Fei, but Zhuge Liang's existence always overshadowed his brilliance, which made him very depressed. However, he had to admit that without Zhuge Liang's help and advice, he would have just broken through Liuye City and suffered heavy casualties, not to mention attacking Jiaiyue Kingdom and Darkmoon Kingdom. Now that Zhuge Liang was so sensible and gave him most of the credit, Lu Bu felt much better, and the depression he had felt in the past 2 days disappeared. There are still several forces in the east, and their main forces have been completely destroyed in the Willow Leaf Kingdom. There is no resistance left. Fengxian should set off as soon as possible to conquer these places and complete our goal of the Eastern expedition. Lu Bu nodded and said, "Understood, Prime Minister, rest assured. Today we will sweep through the remaining towns of Dark Moon and Zhaoyu. I have also sent a letter to all the powerful factions in the East, urging them to surrender quickly if they know what's best for them. They will be given important positions. Otherwise, they will all be thrown into the mines as laborers." Chapter 200 Haiwei Country. Zhuge Liang nodded and said, "Sending an edict is a good idea. With our army approaching and having annexed 3 kingdoms in succession, some forces will surely surrender. But this alone doesn't seem to be enough pressure. So, I'll send a letter to Hua Zubing, asking him to lead his troops westward, advancing alongside us from east to west, suppressing them from both sides. This way, the chances of the remaining forces surrendering will be greater. Okay, let's do as the Prime Minister says." See Joy Country. This is a small country named after the player Zhang Haiwei. Although they entered the feudal era and built their own cities, the scale was very small. There is only 1 city, 3 towns, and 12 villages. The population was no more than 30,000, and the number of soldiers no more than 5,000. Zhang Haiwei huddled in his bedroom, sleeping on a soft big bed with 6 or 7 women. The room was littered with scattered clothes and filled with a strange smell. The sunlight shines through the window onto the bed, making the girl's skin look whiter and brighter. Your Majesty, Your Majesty." The eunuch's voice was heard outside. Zhang Haiwei opened his eyes in a daze, stretched, and his mouth and nose were filled with the fragrance of a woman. It was such a good sleep. Zhang Haiwei sat up and thought about how he fought against 6 people alone last night and didn't lose. He felt that his life had reached its peak and couldn't help but smile. "What's going on?" "Your Majesty, a letter has arrived from the Great Zhou Kingdom, and I want you to personally review it." Zhang Haiwei was stunned for a moment, then took a deep breath. What? Great Zhou Kingdom? He had known about the recent Great Zhou Kingdom's eastward expedition, and he had even dispatched 3,000 soldiers to Liuye City for support. However, in the end, all 3,000 soldiers were wiped out and none of them could return. However, Zhang Haiwei is a carefree person, so he was not in a hurry and just gave up. Anyway, there is Zhaoyue Kingdom blocking the way ahead. With the strength of Zhaoyue Kingdom, it should be able to hold off the enemy for a while. During this time, he enjoyed himself to the fullest, living a life of drunkenness and luxury every day. Otherwise, if the enemy attacked, he would have to surrender to save his life. In this world, just as there are ambitious people like Chen Fei, there are also people like Zhang Haiwei who are content with nothing. No matter what is right or wrong, it is just a choice for your own life. Zhang Haiwei quickly got off the bed, and perhaps because of his excessive movements, he caused several women on the bed to moan softly. Zhang Haiwei quickly put on her clothes, glanced at the women reluctantly, and said, "Wash yourselves clean, have a good rest during the day, and come to serve me at night." Yes. Everyone quickly agreed. The only benefit of this world for players is that they can truly experience the tremendous power of the king. In their own country, as long as they don't commit suicide, their words are law and they can have as many women as they want. At the beginning, the farmers recruited by players were all male, and they could only obtain concubines by conquering female players. However, with the opening up of migration activities, the farmers recruited included both men and women, young and old, and there were many beautiful women among them. No player wants to be a saint. Basically, every player has a huge harem. After leaving the heavenly palace, Zhang Haiwei walked out, took a deep breath of the fresh air outside, and felt refreshed all over. "Where is the letter?" The eunuch bowed and said, "The letter is with the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister and the General are already waiting in the council hall." "Well, let's go to the meeting hall." Zhang Haiwei came to the hall and found that not only the Prime Minister and the General were there, but also all the other civil and military officials. They all had sad faces, and the atmosphere was very depressing. Zhang Haiwei frowned. "What's going on? Is the Great Zhou Kingdom attacking? Everyone looks so sad." The general stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, we just received intelligence that the Great Zhou Kingdom has conquered the Zhaoyue Kingdom and is heading towards us." "What, so fast?" Zhang Haiwei was shocked. He was also thinking that with the strength of Zhaoyue Kingdom, they could at least hold out for a few days. He had been thinking carefully these days about whether to surrender or escape. Now, after the great chaos at the beginning of the game, a large number of players on the map who lost their territories have fled and become bandits. Some of those who are doing well are still drinking and eating meat, living a life like local emperors. The Prime Minister stepped forward and asked, "Your Majesty, the situation is pressing. We must make a decision quickly." May I ask, Your Majesty, what is written in that letter? Zhang Haiwei then remembered the letter in her hand, quickly opened it, and her face turned very ugly. Asshole! Zhang Haiwei slammed the armrest and said angrily, This is really too much. Your Majesty, what does the letter say? Humph, you can see for yourself. Zhang Haiwei handed the letter to all the civil and military officials. They gathered around and took a look. Their faces suddenly changed, and they were all furious. It turned out that Zhuge Liang said in the letter that the Great Zhou Kingdom was blessed by heaven and had been invincible since the Eastern expedition. Now that the Zhaiyue Kingdom had been defeated, he asked the people of the Haiwei Kingdom to be heroes who knew the times and surrender as soon as possible. They could also get a high official position and generous salary, ensuring that they would enjoy a life of glory and wealth. Otherwise, when the victorious army of the Great Zhou dynasty captures the city, King Haiwei will be thrown into prison and will never be able to get out. Zhang Haiwei sat on the golden dragon throne, took a sip of tea, calmed down his irritated mood, and said, Everyone, please share your ideas. Of course we have to fight. The general said sternly. How can we surrender before the enemy arrives? That's right. Let's fight them and let the Great Zhou know how powerful we are. Many people agreed. Zhang Haiwei rubbed his brow speechlessly, then looked at the silent Prime Minister. Prime Minister, what do you think? The Prime Minister thought for a moment and said, Your Majesty, I don't think we can confront the enemy head-on. The Great Zhou Kingdom's Eastern Expeditionary Army has a full 20,000 soldiers, while we only have 3,000 soldiers in the city. Moreover, the treasury is empty and cannot support us in a long-term battle. The general looked at him coldly. So you mean surrender? The Prime Minister waved his hands quickly. Of course not. What I mean is that we can't fight head-on, but we can think of some strategies, delay for a while, and then seek help from outside. Then there is still a glimmer of hope. So what good plan does the Prime Minister have? This? The Prime Minister was filled with sorrow. In the current situation, all the powerful countries around him had been destroyed, leaving only a few cats and dogs. How could they possibly contend against an army of 20,000? Just as the civil and military officials in the hall were debating whether to make peace or war, someone suddenly burst in. Your Majesty, something terrible is happening. Thousands of cavalrymen from the Great Zhou Kingdom are charging in from the east and are about to enter our borders.